Idiot. Well, what did you say? The girl with delicate light makeup widened her pupils, her face filled with utter disbelief. The boy standing before her dug at his ear, then blew lightly on his fingertip, impatience lacing his tone. I said you are an idiot. An absolute colossal idiot. Did you hear me? Hello, idiot. Do you even understand human speech? The girl exploded with a sharp, piercing shriek. You actually dared to insult me. The boy's lips curled into a smile. What are you supposed to be, some rare delicacy? If I feel like cursing you, I curse you. What exactly can you do about it? Anything else? If not, then get lost. An idiot who can't even understand human speech. Don't you know you're blocking the way? With that, without waiting for the girl to react, he simply walked around her and left. As soon as Jiang Ran sat down in his seat, his desk mate Li Kai leaned over, waggling his brows at him exaggeratedly. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Ran pushed him away with a look of pure distaste. Bro, you're really my bro. Li Kai crawled back again. I heard the school beauty confess to you today, and not only did you turn her down, you even cursed her until she cried. Jiang Ran, you don't look too bad. In my boundless generosity, I'll allow you to be my boyfriend. With her chin lifted high, Shin-Si looked unbearably proud. No need to be too grateful. For someone like you, being connected to me at all is the greatest stroke of luck you'll ever have in this life. What's wrong? So overwhelmed you can't speak? Makes sense. Besides me, what other way could you possibly have to reach our level? Just thinking of running into something like that the moment he arrived at school left Jiang Ran feeling stifled and irritated. What is it a crime not to be her boyfriend? Hearing Jiang Ran admit it, Li Kai sucked in a cold breath as if he had just heard something utterly unbelievable. He glanced furtively around like a thief, then lowered his voice. It's not a crime, sure, but Jianga, you've just landed yourself in serious trouble. Jiang Ran was propping his head on one hand, reading a novel. Li Kai glanced at the cover. It seemed to be titled 365 Steps to Becoming the Dragon King. At Li Kai's words, he did not even bother to lift his head. What trouble? That's the school beauty Shin-Si we're talking about. Never mind that she's the sole daughter of the Shin family. Just her terrifying fanatical followers alone are enough. If it were anyone else, the moment they finished cursing her, they'd be hacked to pieces in the next second. No, that's not right. Li Kai corrected himself mid-sentence. The pieces wouldn't even be that big. A snort escaped Jiang Ran before he could hold it back. Li Kai stared at him in puzzlement, eyes wide. Nothing, just saw something funny, Jiang Ran said, unable to suppress another brief chuckle. After laughing, he closed the book and turned his head toward the utterly bewildered Li Kai. From the way you're talking, this Shin-Si does sound pretty scary. But, Jiang Ran grinned broadly. I don't think I'm any worse. Li Kai was about to say more when his ears twitched. A familiar set of footsteps reached him. He instantly straightened up, sitting ramrod upright, and even took the time to warn the classmates joking around nearby, Old Yin is coming. In the past 3 years, relying on this mystical ability to recognize people by their footsteps, Li Kai had managed to escape countless times. Before the person even arrived, a cold, gloomy voice drifted in. And who keeps saying Old Yin is coming? Li Kai instinctively shrank his neck into his shoulders. A handsome man with refined features and an air of distinction walked into the classroom. His eagle-like gaze swept across the room, and the noise instantly died away until you could hear a pin drop. With a sharp smack, Yin Feng threw a stack of papers onto the lectern and braced both hands on the desk. Since you're all so excited, I won't waste time on nonsense. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, half an hour from now, the awakening ceremony will officially begin. Now, class monitor, lead the team. Line up and head downstairs to the track field in order. Jiang Ran obediently stood and followed the crowd out. It seemed Li Kai's rumors weren't entirely baseless. On the short walk from the classroom to the track, Jiang Ran felt no fewer than 20 distinct gazes land on him. More than half of those eyes burned with anger. Jiang Ran ran a hand through his hair, utterly unconcerned with the attention. What a joke, let them stare. It wasn't as if he would lose a piece of flesh over it. On the track, several people in silver-white uniforms were adjusting a set of strange devices. Those were the machines that would assist them in awakening. In this world, awakened individuals made up 80% of the human population. Cutting-edge technology was no longer mainstream. Supernatural abilities were. Here, everything was decided by strength. Even though Jiang Ran had already lived in this world for 17 years, there were still times when those wondrous abilities left him in awe. Telekinesis, water and fire manipulation, turning parts of one's body into metal, instantaneous movement, growing larger or smaller. These were only the most basic abilities. The awakened possessed abilities of every conceivable kind. According to official records, more than several 100,000 distinct abilities had been discovered so far. These powers were ranked from F up to SSS, with F the lowest and SSS the highest. Standing in the middle of the formation, Jiang Ran stared at the devices ahead, lost in thought. He wondered what kind of ability he would awaken. He was a transmigrator after all, so he hadn't been given a standard issue system. That was fine. But surely fate would at least grant him a little cheat to play around with. A small boost hardly counted as cheating at all. Students whose names are called step forward now. Place your hand on the device. Wang Yang, Chen Fei, Deng Yu. The first to step up was Wang Yang from Class 1. Facing the spherical device before him, he swallowed. The man in uniform standing beside the device gave him a calm glance. No need to be nervous. Just place your hand on it, and wait 2 seconds. Wang Yang obediently pressed his hand onto the sphere. In less than a second, the previously transparent orb suddenly emitted a milky white halo, and an E slowly emerged on its surface. The man beside him held a tablet-like device in one hand. He glanced at the screen and announced in a flat tone, rank body tempering. Body tempering, as the name implied, was the path of training and fortifying the body until the flesh itself approached sanctity. This ability was extremely common. Nearly half of all people awakened body tempering. Rank body tempering. Drank fire element. Crank telekinesis. Frank softening. Each awakening took only a second or two, and the lines on the field quickly thinned out. Up in the stands, the principal's face was clouded with worry. So many students already, and not to mention in rank. There had not even been a single rank. Awakeners with SS rank abilities were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Across the entire Dragon Nation, only a handful appeared each year. Below that, SS and S ranks were not as scarce as SSS, but neither were they as common as dogs on the street or grass underfoot. Under normal circumstances, each province or municipality could expect to see roughly 5 or 6 S rank and around 20 S rank awakeners every year. As the second-ranked high school in all of Qingzhou City, this school should at least produce a few S ranks to reach the average. Yet 2/3 of the ceremony had already passed, and there was not only no S rank, there wasn't even a single A rank. In the principal's eyes, a bleak future was already beckoning. S rank water element. The thunderous announcement jolted the wilted principal back to life. Out on the track, the field instantly erupted into an uproar. The school beauty Shincei awakened S rank water element. S rank. And it's even water element. Both offensive and supportive. Damn, the school beauty really lives up to her title. Unbelievable. She's beautiful comes from a powerful family, and now she's awakened in S rank ability. The school beauty has gone through life without a single setback. That's not entirely true. Didn't she confess to some guy this morning, and not only get rejected, but get cursed out by him too? What? What? Someone actually had the nerve to reject the school beauty Shun. Who is this big shot? So what do you think? Yin Feng had somehow appeared at Jiang Ran's side without him noticing. He raised his brows towards Shincei, who was surrounded by a crowd in front of them. And S rank elemental ability. Do you regret turning her down? Jiang Ran kept both hands in his pockets. What's there to regret? It's just S rank. From his tone, S rank might as well have been beneath a stray dog. That's true enough. Yin Feng took out a cigarette and clamped it between his lips, but with people nearby, he never lit it, just let it hang there. Still, she's a girl. You could have been a little more tactful. Jiang Ran let out a dry chuckle. With that lofty tone, as if he were tossing alms to a beggar who wouldn't curse at him. Just because she has a pretty face, she really thinks she's something special. Calling her an idiot would be letting her off cheap. Lin E. Jiang Ran.
He might not be able to withstand the heavenly tribulation and could very likely suffer a setback. Cultivators have various ways to increase their success rate in overcoming tribulations.
Jiang Ran stared straight ahead, pretending not to see, and simply stepped down hard on their feet as he passed. A chorus of sharp, pained hisses instantly rose up behind him. Jiang Ran. A weary staff member checked his identity, then instructed him to place his hand on the device. 2 seconds passed. The device seemed to freeze, utterly unresponsive. Shincei, who had been secretly watching Jiang Ran all along, curled her lips into a cold smile. Heh, and she had thought he was something extraordinary. Turns out he was just trash who couldn't even awaken an ability. She really must have been blind to have a brain cramp and confess to him. Like a ghost, Yin Feng had somehow made his way to the very front of the line again. He glanced at Jiang Ran's unmoving test group, his face unreadable. Another 2 seconds slipped by. Just as the staff were starting to suspect the device was faulty, the entire sphere suddenly erupted with an intensely bright cyan light. The light surged straight into the sky, forming a pillar that pierced the clouds. In that instant, the entire Qingzhou City, and even the whole of Qin province, began to tremble. The staff member was dumbstruck. SS rank. Shincei froze where she stood. The principal was stunned. Yin Feng's eyes widened slightly. The calmest of all was the one standing right before the pillar of light. Jiang Ran looked up at it and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this was more like it. At least he hadn't embarrassed the great army of transmigrators. Not bad at all. In the principal's office, Yin Feng and Jiang Ran sat one on either side. SS rank wind element. I knew you'd pull it off, kid. Yin Feng thumped Jiang Ran on the shoulder as delighted as if he were the one who had awakened SS rank. Jiang Ran hissed in pain and shifted further away. Are you trying to beat this freshly minted genius to death? What are you dodging for? Yin Feng grabbed him back again. You're the center of attention now. If you're not glued to my side, you might not even know how you die. Awakened ones made up 80% of humanity, but precisely because their numbers were so vast no nation could fully keep them all under control. In recent years, cults and foreign forces had grown increasingly active, and the alien beasts deep within the forbidden zones were growing restless. War could break out at any moment. To wipe out human civilization, everyone's sights had fallen on the new generation of Awakened, especially those SS rank prodigies. Destroying even one of them would be a heavy blow to the entire nation. The spectacle during Jiang Ran's awakening had been anything but subtle. Not just all of Qin province. By now the entire Dragon Nation probably knew an SS rank had appeared in Qingzhou City. To certain people, Jiang Ran was no less tempting than Tang Song in the eyes of demons. So once the principal recovered from his shock, he immediately brought Jiang Ran to his own office, then hurried out to report to his superiors. Relax, it's fine. Jiang Ran waved a hand utterly unruffled. I'm not going to die. Clearly you don't understand what they're like. Yin Feng was just about to lecture this kid who never paid attention in class about the madness of cultists when a knock suddenly sounded on the office door. Yin Feng instantly grew solemn. The principal had already ordered that no one was to disturb them in his office. At a time like this, who would have the nerve to knock? Jiang Ran, however, was nowhere near as nervous. He lazily stretched. Come in. The door opened, and a tall man with an oppressive presence stepped in slowly. He walked up to Jiang Ran and inclined his body in a slight bow. Young master. Huh. Yin Feng was dumbfounded. Even when Jiang Ran awakened an SS rank ability, Yin Feng had only been mildly surprised. But now a man whose aura felt even more unfathomable than his own was suddenly calling Jiang Ran young master. What the hell? Yin Feng was truly at a loss. What was going on now? Wasn't Jiang Ran supposed to be an orphan whose parents had both died? Go stand guard at the door. Jiang Ran lounged sideways on the sofa, giving the order with practiced ease. Yes. The man nodded and left carefully, closing the office door behind him. What's going on, Jiang Shaoran? Yin Feng was so agitated that the cigarette tucked behind his ear fell to the floor. Any trace of earlier aloof coolness had long since vanished. Weren't you an orphan? How did you suddenly turn into a young master? Jiang Ran arched a brow in puzzlement. When did I ever say I was an orphan? Doesn't your file say your parents are both dead? Oh yeah, that's true. But I only lost my parents. I never said I had no other family, did I? Something suddenly occurred to Jiang Ran and realization dawned. So the reason you've been looking after me from the start was because you thought I was a pitiful orphan, right? Yin Feng. He'd been found out. That was indeed what he had thought at the very beginning. Only later, after spending more time with Jiang Ran, had he realized the kid truly meshed well with him. So you really are a young master. I thought you all knew, Jiang Ran said with a shrug. My surname is pretty telling. Surname. Telling. There were plenty of people surnamed Jiang in Qingzhou City, and no major clan there bore that name. All the way until bedtime that night, Yin Feng still hadn't figured out whose young master Jiang Ran actually was. In front of the bathroom mirror, Jiang Ran admired his freshly dyed red hair, utterly satisfied. Damn, how can I be this handsome? He tilted his head left and right before the mirror, baring his teeth in a grin, then slowly let the smile fade. Yet the reflection in the mirror did not change at all, still wearing that smile. Jiang Ran was not surprised, he simply regarded it quietly. Why is my ability wind? That's not your ability. The Jiang Ran in the mirror smiled. That is this body's innate ability. Jiang Ran's gaze flickered. All right, your minute is up. If you encounter danger, you may call for me, but whether I help you will depend on my mood. The Jiang Ran in the mirror smiled once more, and then the image shifted, becoming Jiang Ran with his brows faintly furrowed. As everyone knows, a little tycoon is not truly a tycoon. A week ago, Jiang Ran suddenly came to life in the mirror while looking at himself. He claimed he was Jiang Ran, and Jiang Ran was he. His supernatural ability did not need awakening, it already existed. The name of the ability was Plunder. Its capacity was to steal the powers of others. As long as Jiang Ran personally killed someone and the opponent's ability level was less than or equal to Jiang Ran's, he could plunder it and turn it into his own ability. It was like having cheats. Jiang Ran asked him what level of plunder it was, and the reflection in the mirror chuckled lightly. What do you think? Holding such a top-tier ability, Jiang Ran naturally felt no tension about the awakening ceremony. However, unexpectedly, what awakened was not plunder, but an SSS elemental ability of wind. Heavens bear witness, he truly had never killed anyone. If it weren't for Jiang Ran having lived 2 lifetimes and seen much of the world, he would have had a hard time not being unable to carry on. Now having heard the explanation, Jiang Ran sat on the bed, seemingly beginning to understand. He had crossed over when the original owner was 1 year old. Ultimately, that could be considered killing. So possessing the wind of the original owner, how could it not be considered a form of plunder? His phone rang, and Jiang Ran picked it up, discovering it was a video call from his grandfather. Upon connecting, an elderly man with graying hair, but still full of vigor, appeared on the screen. SS-level ability. You've really brought honor to your grandfather. As soon as he appeared, Jiang Ran's grandfather Jiang Chunlin burst into laughter and gave Jiang Ran a thumbs up. Jiang Ran chuckled. You should know who your grandson is. SS level is just a piece of cake. Jiang Chunlin laughed heartily a couple of times, praised him again, and then suddenly shifted the topic. Have you decided which university you want to attend? The universities for Awakeners in Long Country surpassed all the first, second, and third-tier schools from Jiang Ran's previous life combined. However, the most renowned ones were the top 7 universities. Tianfu Academy in Shangjing, Longting University in North China, the War Academy in Northwest, Lingshu University in the North, Xingqiang University in the Southwest, Tiankai Divine Institute in Shanghai City, and Canaan Academy in Guangping City. Anyone who could enter these 7 universities was a true dragon among people with abilities starting at least from grade B. They had to be exceptional even among grade B abilities. It had always been the schools that picked students. No student could refuse these 7 universities. Even if they did, it was merely bravado. But Jiang Ran was different. Not only was he an SS-level ability holder at the pinnacle of the pyramid, but he also had an even more impressive grandfather. Jiang Ran retorted, Grandpa, which university do you think I should attend? Jiang Chunlin smiled, Little Ran, I never interfere with these things. Go wherever you want. You just need to tell me your thoughts, the rest I will arrange. Long before the awakening, Jiang Ran had already considered where he wanted to go in the future. So now there was nothing to hesitate about. I want to go to Tianfu Academy. Tianfu Academy was located in Shangjing, which was the capital of Long Country, developing at the fastest pace. Good. Jiang Chunlin agreed. Without hesitation, you don't need to worry about the rest. Just rest well these days, and make sure to have Jiang Hu follow you when you go out. The situation is chaotic recently. Even though your SS level, being my grandson, doesn't ensure that no one will have other intentions. Jiang Chunlin cautioned him further before hastily hanging up the call. In the following days, Jiang Ran indeed followed his grandfather's advice and did not step out of the door. Even when Li Kai messaged him to go out and have fun, saying it was almost graduation and he should let loose, Jiang Ran firmly refused. No kidding, although his ability was impressive, Jiang Ran wasn't foolish enough to disregard his own life. It would be a terrible shame if he finally began the main storyline only to be killed by cultists because he went out for one more drink. Jiang Ran would slap himself if that happened. After 2 more days of idly living, Jiang Ran was lying on the sofa playing with his phone. He reached out to the side, but after groping for a long time, he couldn't find the fruit plate. But the next second, someone brought the fruit plate over and set it next to Jiang Ran. He instinctively thanked them, but then immediately realized. What the hell? Who is this person? He quickly sat up and looked to the side, only to see a young man who was slightly less handsome than him smiling at him. Jiang Ran was taken aback. Did cultists break in? How bold of them. Seeing Jiang Ran immediately reach for the pendant hidden beneath his clothes, the young man quickly stopped him. Hey, wait, I'm on your side. Your grandfather sent me. A few minutes later, looking at the young man who was treating this place like his own home, Jiang Ran had his first feeling of encountering a rival. My grandfather sent you to pick me up. Are you also from Tianfu Academy? Oh. The handsome young man by you was eating a watermelon with one hand and holding an orange with the other, his mouth stuffed full. Jiang Ran couldn't help but feel speechless. How long had this guy gone without eating? Even a starving ghost reborn wouldn't be this way. After finally swallowing what was in his mouth, Bayu picked up a cola and took a few sips to settle himself before saying, well, I guess I'm your senior. I'm 2 years older than you and am graduating next year. You don't need to ask too much. Once you get to Tianfu, my legends will be everywhere. It'll be hard for you to miss them. Alright, do you have anything to pack? Hurry up, we need to leave soon. Bayu said while glancing at his non-existent watch on his wrist. Time waits for no one. Jiang Ran's eye twitched as he looked at the fruit Bayu had devoured. I have nothing to take, let's go. He truly had nothing to bring. Things like luggage could be bought once they reached Shang. Good. Then let's go. Bayu snapped his fingers and grabbed Jiang Ran's shoulder. But then he seemed to remember something and paused. By the way, your hair color looks nice. Do you have any dye left? Give me some. Jiang Ran. Yes, in the cabinet in my room. Alright. Bayu nodded, extending his other hand, as if his hand was cut off by space, making it vanish into thin air. After 2 seconds, when it reappeared, he was holding a bottle of hair dye. Jiang Ran had long noticed that this guy's ability seemed to be related to space. In a world where time is not an issue, space reigns supreme. Without needing to ask, space abilities are undoubtedly SS level. No wonder his grandfather would send him to pick himself up. Space abilities are indeed convenient. If only he had one as well. Jiang Ran silently glanced at Baiyu. If space abilities were not that rare, surely there couldn't be just Baiyu with such a power. He felt his own abilities stirring restlessly. Old man, I've brought the person you wanted. Jiang Ran was not clear about how other schools arranged their admissions, but the 7 major academies completed their enrollments and registrations within half a month after awakening, followed by a unified entrance test and then a 1-week summer vacation. Jiang Ran initially thought that Baiyu would simply drop him off at the school, but to his surprise the guy took him directly to the principal's office. The principal of Tianfu Academy, Yuan Pu, was someone Jiang Ran had seen in the news before. He appeared to be a kind-hearted old man with a pleasant demeanor. You must be Jiang Ran, the old man said with a smile. Old Jiang has been boasting about you for days, saying his grandson has an SS-level elemental ability. Now I finally get to see the real deal. Your grandfather and I are like brothers. Just call me Grandpa Yuan. Jiang Ran smiled shyly and obediently greeted, Hello, Grandpa Yuan. Hearing the address of Grandpa Yuan made Yuan Pu visibly happier. Not bad, not bad. You're much more likable than your grandfather. Jiang Ran remained silent, merely grinning foolishly. He knew all too well what kind of person his grandfather was. He couldn't respond to that. All right, you've seen him and spoken enough. The task is complete, and I must take him away now. Baiyu could no longer sit still. He was like he had ADHD. Keeping him still on the sofa was harder than solving high-level math problems. Yuan Pu glanced helplessly at Baiyu, who was still as impatient as ever, and with Jiang Ran present, in order to maintain his kind image, he waved his hand and said, All right, go on. Jiang Ran maintained a polite smile, but in the next second the scenery suddenly changed from the principal's office to a small standalone villa. Here, you will live here from now on. Baiyu reached into his space and pulled out a silver card, handing it to Jiang. Originally, this should be given to you after you complete the entrance test, but since you're lucky to know me, I'm giving you a special access pass right now. Keep this card safe. It is both the access card to your dormitory and an important resource for survival. In a moment, just tap the card against your phone, and it will tell you what it is used for. Alright, I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Since you're the first one here, there's no one else at the school. Feel free to wander around. Baiyu finished speaking and vanished before Jiang Ran could react. Jiang Ran was left stunned by this long string of words. It wasn't until Baiyu disappeared that he came back to his senses. Looking at the card in his hand and the small standalone villa in front of him, even with his distinguished identity, he couldn't help but marvel. The schools in the capital were incredibly extravagant. Even the dormitories were standalone villas. Walking into the yard, he pressed the card against the sensor at the door, and the exquisite gate opened automatically with a click. Inside was spotless, even cleaner than Jiang Ran's own home. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Jiang Ran took out his phone and followed by yes instructions to tap the card against it. After a 2-second wait, a website suddenly popped up on the phone screen, and upon entering the homepage displayed the emblem of Tianfu Academy. On the login page, his name and identity number were already filled in and uneditable, with only the nickname at the top left open for input. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and entered Tyrannosaurus Warrior. However, it displayed that the nickname was already taken. Dream of 900 million girls. This nickname already exists. Armored Warrior Xing Tian. This nickname already exists. After several attempts, all showed that the nickname was taken. Frustrated, Jiang Ran felt like cursing. Water Engineer. Registration successful. Upon entering, he found not only a 3D map of Tianfu Academy, but also a points mall, task mall, class schedule, dormitory information, and more. However, since the school had not officially started yet, the class schedule and dormitory information were all blank. The points and task malls did intrigue Jiang Ran. Entering the task mall, he found it divided into 4 modules according to levels A, B, C, and D, with level tasks being the simplest and a level being the most difficult. Jiang Ran initially wanted to see just how difficult they were, but when he clicked on Area A, the system informed him that his level was insufficient to view it. Disappointed, Jiang Ran had no choice but to click into the points mall. The points mall was slightly simpler than the task mall, with no level divisions and all items arranged by points from lowest to highest. The items inside were varied, including pills that could help people break through, potions that enhanced mental abilities, beast-taming nets, and even items that could help those in the sea realm break through to the abyss realm. The combat power levels of Awakeners were divided from low to high into 12 major realms: Harmony, Ascension, Struggle, River, Jiangxi, Abyss, Ruins, Spirit, Emperor, Source, and Initial. Each major realm was further divided into 1 to 9 transformations and peaks. Newly awakened awakeners generally range below the third transformation of the harmony realm, with a few exceptionally talented individuals reaching the third or fourth transformation. Although its upper limit was classified as initial realm, in reality on Blue Star it was uncertain if realms even existed beyond initial and source, let alone the Emperor realm. In fact, in some smaller nations, anyone who stepped into the spirit realm could become a pillar of the nation. According to Jiang Ran's knowledge, his grandfather assigned him a guard Jiang, who was a peak abyss realm powerhouse. He was just one step away from entering the ruins realm. As for what level his grandfather Jiang Chunlin was, Jiang Ran couldn't fathom, and Jiang Chunlin had never mentioned it. Just as Jiang Ran was studying in the Points Mall, a friend verification popped up at the top of the screen. The avatar was pure black, giving the impression of someone suffering from a severe case of middle school syndrome. The verification message read by you. Jiang Ran clicked to approve. You sent over a file. The entrance test is in 3 days. Here are the specific details for the test. Take a look and be mentally prepared. Upon clicking the file, he saw the cover read Tianfu Student Council in large letters. Jiang Ran brushed his hair back. So Tianfu even had a student council. Does this mean Bai is part of the student council? 3 days passed in a flash. During this time, Bai didn't come by at all, and his grandfather didn't take the initiative to contact Jiang Ran. The messages Jiang Ran sent to Jiang Chunlin seemed to sync without a trace. However, Yin Feng and Li Kai occasionally sent him messages, which kept Jiang Ran from being too bored these days. Yin Feng seemed to have gotten some inside information that besides Jiang Ran, there were 5 other SS-level new students this year. 2 went to the War Academy, 1 went to Lingshu University, and the remaining 2 were in the Tiansu Divine Academy. This meant that out of the 7 major academies, 3 of them had no SS-level students this year. At the same time, Yin Feng mischievously told Jiang Ran an inside scoop: the campus belle Shin Siyu was admitted to Tianfu Academy. Whenever Shin Siyu was mentioned, Jiang Ran's brow couldn't help but twitch uncontrollably. A good-looking person with a pretty face who doesn't know how to speak properly really thinks she's the center of the universe, that everyone should pamper her and treat her like a dog. Just from the things she said, not only would he think of cursing her a couple of times, but giving her a couple of punches would also be considered Jiang Ran being kind-hearted. Yin Feng, the Shin family, still has some power, and she is their only child. Her father is very protective of her. Jiang Ran had some understanding of Yin Feng's identity. It was said that he was the second young master of a prominent family in North China, but he had an older brother who received more attention and a younger sister who was more favored, making him almost invisible in his family. So in a fit of anger, this second young master ran to the relatively remote Qingzhou in Qin province and took a job as a high school homeroom teacher. Although the Shin family was considered a leading family in Qingzhou, they were not even qualified to be Yan's subordinates. Jiang Ran smiled and thanked Yin Feng for his kindness, stating that he could handle it himself. Yin Feng had originally come to Qingzhou to avoid getting caught up in the internal disputes of the Yin family. If Yin Feng were to return to the Yin family because of Jiang Ran and continue to endure hardships, Jiang Ran would end up slapping himself in regret in the middle of the night. Moreover, Jiang Ran truly did not believe that being in the capital as one of the 6 SS-level awakeners, this time a small Shin family, could really turn the tables. Early the next morning, after finishing his shower, Jiang Ran was still in a daze when suddenly a figure appeared. The figure grabbed Jiang Ran, and in the next second, he found himself on a huge playground. Jiang Ran rubbed his neck, which felt a bit stiff from sleep, and said, "Can you at least let me prepare next time?" Bai, with a piece of bread in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "What preparation? Do enemies on the battlefield give you time to prepare? I'm just training you in advance. Don't thank me, but don't question me either. You've really disappointed me." Alright, you're right." Although their voices were not loud, the people on the playground were all standing quietly, making their conversation seem particularly abrupt. Even a middle-aged man and a young man standing at the front couldn't help but glance over. Bai shot them a glare without hesitation. "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy?" Jiang Ran, standing next to Bai, felt the gazes on him and really wanted to find a hole to hide in. "It's one thing for you to embarrass yourself, but why bring me into it? And why didn't that document specify when to—" Fortunately, Jiang Ran had stayed up all night, so he had not yet slept. Otherwise, if he had woken up after a good sleep, the entrance test would have already ended. The middle-aged man frowned, looking as if he wanted to explode, but dared not. So he could only focus his gaze on Jiang Ran. His wild red hair, similar to Bai's, was still damp, and he was wearing a plain t-shirt and long pants with no logos at all. At a glance, it was clear he was not someone with a background. With this thought, the middle-aged man's confidence grew stronger. "Where did you bring this person from? I told you not to bring unrelated people to school. Hey, do you even know how to talk?" Who are you calling unrelated? Jiang Ran twitched the corners of his mouth, and seeing that Bai Yu clearly didn't want to explain for him had no choice but to speak up. Teacher, I am a new student this year here to participate in the entrance test. My name is Jiang Ran. You are Jiang Ran. For some reason upon hearing him say his name their reactions were completely different. The younger man looked interested while the middle-aged man had an excited look as if he had finally found him. You're late before school has even started. How did your family raise you? You have no manners whatsoever. The middle-aged man scolded mercilessly. Jiang Ran's previously somewhat embarrassed expression instantly turned cold. The hundreds of people around were all looking at the two with a curious gaze. Even Bai Yu was no exception. After all, he wanted to see how this kid who was valued by many big shots and was aware of his fortune would react in such circumstances. The new students thought Jiang Ran would remain silent, apologize, or argue back defiantly, but unexpectedly this kid raised his hand and snapped his fingers crisply. As soon as the snap sounded, a loud crack echoed across the playground. What the hell? The new students were collectively stunned. The middle-aged man was directly caught off guard. The young man beside him was slightly surprised. Bai Yu clapped his hands. Good hit. The nearly 300 people present were all newcomers with levels generally at 1, and almost no one had seen what had just happened. However, a few individuals with special abilities clearly saw that right after Jiang Ran finished speaking, a strong figure suddenly appeared and almost teleported in front of the man, giving him a hard slap. You. Jiang Ran blinked and smiled. What's wrong, teacher? I didn't do anything. Bai Yu also grinned. I say, old Shin, what are you dragging your feet for? What time is it? Why haven't we started yet? Do you have no manners? Do you want so many people to be late because of you? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow as he began to comprehend that they were surnamed Shun. All right. The young man beside him seemed to be suppressing laughter and pulled Shin Yuan. Other schools are waiting. Holding his swollen face, Shin Yuan's heart was ablaze with anger. But thinking about what was to come, he forced himself to calm down, giving Jiang Ran a dark glare and shutting his mouth. Let me introduce myself. My name is Song Chung, the head of the organizational department of the Tianfu Student Union. This is my colleague Shin Yuan, the deputy director of the school's student affairs office. Now that everyone is here, I will explain the specifics of this year's entrance test. The Secret Realm No. 361 is an artificial secret realm created by the 7 major academies, filled with countless first to second-tier exotic beasts and a few third-tier exotic beasts. Your task is to find 10 tokens placed in the secret realm by the school within 12 hours. 10 tokens are just the passing line. The more you collect, the better. Moreover, since this secret realm was jointly created by the 7 major academies, this year's entrance tests for all 7 academies will be the same, and the location will also be the Secret Realm No. 361. This means that in this entrance test your opponents are not only your fellow students, but also students from the other 6 academies. The exit of the secret realm will only open after 12 hours. If you do not reach the exit within the specified time, even if you have collected enough tokens, you will still be judged as a failure. Inside the secret realm, everything depends on yourself. Do not think that others will come to help you solve problems. Song Chung finished speaking in one breath, scanning the playground and briefly pausing his gaze on Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was not foolish. How could he not hear that the last sentence was specifically directed at him? Any questions? Teacher, can we snatch others' tokens? In the front row, a tall young man raised his hand. Song Chung looked at him. I am not a teacher. I am just your senior brother. That's a good question. Song Chung smiled slightly. Yes. Whether in teams or solo, or even stealing others' tokens, all of it is allowed. But there is one absolute prohibition. Song Chung raised a finger. You cannot intentionally harm or even endanger others' lives. I will tell you the truth. The artificial secret realm means that every move you make inside will be displayed on a big screen. We can know everything you do inside. So do not think that once you enter the secret realm you can secretly do some unspeakable things without being discovered. It's impossible. Do not harbor any delusions. Alright, are there any other questions? A group of people shook their heads in unison, and some who had lively ideas in their minds after hearing this quietly suppressed their thoughts. Then prepared to enter the secret realm. After Song Chung finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Bai Yu, who was dozing with his head down beside Jiang Ran. President. Song Chung called out. Jiang Ran looked at Bai Yu in surprise. He didn't expect this guy to be the president of the Tianfu Academy Student Union. Seeing he remained motionless, Jiang Ran had no choice but to poke him. Bai Yu jolted awake. Oh, okay, got it. Bai Yu wiped his face, reached into his space, and pulled out a key that shimmered with 7 colors. Then Bai Yu's figure flashed, and no one could see how he moved. He was already in midair. Jiang Ran watched as he pressed the key in the air, causing the air it touched to suddenly twist, and a circular passage with a diameter of 4 meters slowly appeared. After entering Secret Realm No. 361. Everyone was randomly assigned to different locations. On the playground, the originally open passage had closed, replaced by a 10-meter-long screen. The screen was divided into countless smaller panels, each corresponding to the location of a passage token. It was densely packed, almost numbering in the thousands. There were about 300 new students from Tianfu Academy, and the other academies were similar. In other words, there were at least 2,000 new students currently in Secret Realm now. 361. However, there were only 10,000 passage tokens. Even if each person needed a minimum of 10 tokens to pass, at least half of the participants would not be able to succeed. Unfortunately, the new students were unaware of this. But one person was informed. Jiang Ran, who had thoroughly read the document detailing the entrance examination content twice a few days ago, knew exactly what was happening. He was currently in a jungle, unsure of which hill it was on, but he remembered that there seemed to be quite a few tokens. After all, the jungle was convenient for hiding things, and was also home to various bizarre beasts. One would need some skills to dare to search for tokens here. Fortunately, Jiang Ran was the sort of person who was both ruthless and had many tricks up his sleeve. Being transported to the jungle was exactly what he wanted. He wouldn't encounter other new students too early, could acquire a large number of tokens, and could use the terrain of the jungle to hide himself and ambush others. It was simply a triple benefit. Moreover, his special ability was an SS-level elemental ability, Wind. The wind would bring him the information he sought. For instance, just 5 meters in front of him, there lay an ambushed first-level serpent beast. The beast was a terrifying creature that lived in restricted zones categorized from 1st to 12th level, corresponding to the 12 major realms of awakened individuals. Historical records state that over 200 years ago, countless black giant doors appeared out of nowhere across Blue Star. The beasts emerged from behind those doors. On that day, humanity awakened their abilities, officially entering the era of supernatural powers. The specific details of how humans fought against the beasts afterward were not documented, but it is known that humanity ultimately achieved a tragic victory. Yet the beasts were not completely exterminated. They remained in the restricted zones, eyeing the territories of humanity with a keen desire for a counterattack. In the artificial secret realms, the beasts were mostly domesticated breeds, far less ferocious and harmful than the wild beasts in the restricted zones. Basically, as long as one understood even a bit of how to use their abilities, they could easily defeat them. Otherwise, the school wouldn't dare to carelessly let these fledgling new students enter. Jiang Ran wrapped himself in wind from head to toe to prevent the beasts from detecting his scent. Taking a few steps forward, Jiang Ran, alerted by the wind, spotted a 2-meter-long python hiding among the branches from a distance. Its body was entirely emerald green, perfectly blending with the surrounding environment, making it nearly undetectable to the average person. Upon seeing the beast, Jiang Ran wasted no time. He raised his hand, and 2 translucent wind blades whizzed through the air, slicing the python into 3 segments. Jiang Ran approached and confirmed its death with 2 more strikes before kicking the corpse into the nearby. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, on the playgrounds of various academies, a large screen was broadcasting real-time updates of the situation inside the realm. At the War Academy, a burly man standing at nearly 2 meters tall grunted. A new student has already discovered and hunted a beast. Which school is this? Not bad. This is a promising candidate for the War Academy. The fair-skinned man beside the burly figure smiled helplessly upon hearing this. This guy seemed to be developing a desire to recruit. Helpless as it was, watching Jiang Ran quickly take down another first-level beast even made the fair-skinned man feel intrigued. Not to mention the level of his abilities, just the audacity and determination to kill and fight was a perfect fit for their War Academy. Although their academy already had 2 SS-level students this year, who would ever complain about having too many geniuses? Moreover, this only further proved that their War Academy was strong. In just 1 hour, Jiang Ran had killed 3 beasts and successfully found 5 tokens. Originally, there were 7, but by the time Jiang Ran found 2 of them, they had already been damaged by some beasts. Carefully storing the fragile little wooden tokens, Jiang Ran continued to walk deeper into the forest, while internally criticizing the 7 academies for being too stingy by only using ordinary wood for the tokens. Meanwhile, on the other side of the secret realm, Sister Siyu, is this really okay? A girl with some freckles frowned as she looked ahead at the exquisitely featured Shen Siyu, who was dressed in designer brands. Shen Siyu smirked. What's there to fear? With what my uncle provided, victory is assured. Her uncle was Shun Yuan, the deputy director of the student affairs office at Tianfu Academy. So when she heard that the damn Jiang Ran had chosen Tianfu Academy, Shen Siyu was practically overjoyed. Looking at the distribution map of the beasts within Secret Realm No. 361 that Shen Yuan had given her along with Jiang Ran's real-time location, Shen Siyu suddenly recalled the day Jiang Ran had ruthlessly insulted her. Thinking of Jiang Ran's face, Shin Siyu couldn't help but clench her fists. Hey Jiang Ran, so what if you're SS level? Shin Siyu gazed at the locations of several third-level beasts marked in red on the map, her smile widening. Let's go. The tokens in the jungle are the most plentiful. If you don't go, others will take them. Looking at the dead beasts ahead, Jiang Ran exhaled a breath. In 4 hours he had killed 9 beasts and found a total of 16 intact tokens. There were originally 7 tokens, but 2 of them were damaged by some beasts by the time Jiang Ran found them. Continuing to hide the extremely fragile tokens, Jiang Ran sighed internally about how the 7 academies were too stingy to use anything but ordinary wood for the tokens, and continued to walk forward. This forest was not small. Even though Jiang Ran was not directionally challenged, he did not know exactly where he had wandered to at this point. However, as long as he kept walking in the same direction, he would surely find his way out. As Jiang Ran walked while thinking, he took 2 steps when a gust of wind blew past, causing him to suddenly pause. The wind brought an interesting message to Jiang Ran. A familiar person was rapidly approaching in Jiang Ran's direction. After sensing again, a meaningful smile slowly appeared on Jiang Ran's face. This familiar person was indeed bringing him a great surprise. Shin Siyu stumbled as she ran. The girl with the freckled face who had followed her was long gone. She had initially planned to lead Jiang Ran to the territory of a Tier 3 beast without him noticing, intending to use it to eliminate him. This way, even if the school inquired later, it would seem that Jiang Ran died at the hands of the beast, having nothing to do with her. However, her plan had not even begun to unfold when that fool Li Mo caused such trouble. It was just to pick up a token, and she ended up stepping on a sleeping Tier 2 beast. If it were merely a Tier 1 beast, Shin Siyu, being at the 5th level of the harmonization realm, would still have had the strength to fight. But now it was a Tier 2 beast corresponding to the Ascension realm. She, with her non-offensive water element ability, was going to headbutt it. Yet even though Shin Siyu was in a panic, she had not forgotten her plan to use the beast to eliminate Jiang. Even while being chased in such a disheveled state, she still ran in the direction of Jiang Ran's location. It was all about making sure if she was not going to have it easy, neither would he. 2 minutes later, her designer clothes were torn and tattered, and even her carefully styled hair was in disarray, but Shin Siyu finally saw the person she had been thinking about day and night, the one she despised every time she thought of him. Jiang Ran stood under a tree, his clothes spotless, looking as relaxed as if he were on vacation in a secret realm. Upon seeing Shin Siyu, he raised an eyebrow. Oh, isn't this the flower of the school, Shun? Haven't seen you in a few days, looking so disheveled. Jiang Ran. Somehow just hearing Jiang Ran's voice caused Shin Siyu's anger to spike, even causing her to lose her composure. Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. Jiang Ran scratched his ear and rolled his eyes. You bastard. Shin Siyu was furious, wishing she could tear Jiang Ran's mouth apart. At that moment, a loud crash came from behind. A beast covered in green fur and resembling a tiger, but twice its size with 2 horns on its head, charged toward Shin Siyu. Shin Siyu felt a chill run down her back, but seeing Jiang Ran watching the spectacle with indifference, a cold smile appeared on her face. If I'm not going to have it easy, neither will you, Jiang Ran. Shin Siyu suddenly accelerated, rushing in front of Jiang Ran, grabbing him and pulling him back, fiercely throwing him behind her. Jiang Ran, don't blame me, blame your own bad luck. She had once given him face by being willing to have him as her boyfriend, and he didn't appreciate it, and even dared to insult her. Go die. Jiang Ran was thrown behind by Shin Siyu. He glanced at the beast that had turned its attention to him, then at the fleeing Shin Siyu, and sighed helplessly. What a grudge this little fool holds. Roar. What are you roaring for? Jiang Ran frowned, his aura rising sharply. The gentle wind around suddenly turned fierce, howling like a knife. In just a breath, the beast was covered in various wounds, green blood splattering. Feeling the pain in its body, the beast, which was 3.5 meters long, hesitated, and even showed signs of retreat. Want to leave? Why didn't you do that earlier? Jiang Ran advanced, instead of retreating, grasping with one hand, causing the surrounding wind to surge again. Even a tree that 3 people couldn't wrap around was blown crooked. The wind came quickly and left just as fast. Once the wind settled, the previously lively beast lay dead on the ground. Jiang Ran approached to take a look and found that this creature was still alive. TSK. The life force of the beast was indeed tenacious. If Shin Siyu had been standing in that wind, she would have been torn to pieces. As Jiang Ran mused, he kindly sent the beast on its way. Outside the secret realm in the War Academy, Qiu Zizhu, with his fair face, revealed an eager expression as he witnessed everything that had just transpired. To be able to instantly kill a Tier 2 beast, although it seemed he had just entered Tier 2, it still proved that this kid from who knows which academy had already reached the Ascension realm. If he remembered correctly, the awakening ceremony had just taken place half a month ago, right? This meant that this little guy had used only half a month to progress from harmonization to ascension. Moreover, judging by his affinity and control over the wind, his ability level was at least SS rank. It could even be SSS rank. Besides Xiao Zizhu, the burly man Hua Yihong could hardly contain himself, wishing to rush into the secret realm and recruit the boy into their war academy. Suddenly Hua Yihong had a flash of inspiration. Zizhu, go check who this year has an S rank or above and whose ability is wind element. Currently the new students were still in a provisional admission status and had not yet officially enrolled. Hua Yihong wanted to seize the opportunity before other academies noticed this promising talent. As long as he wasn't from those two academies, he was confident he could lure him to the war academy. Inside the secret realm, Shun Xiu, having run 2 miles in one breath, stopped in an open area and washed her face with her ability. Calculating the time, Jiang Ran must have surely died beyond recovery, perhaps even in pieces by now. As she tidied her hair, the corners of Shun Xiu's mouth couldn't help but curl up. What if he was SSS rank? Would he still not die at the jaws of a beast? However, when she had previously pulled on him, it seemed she had seen that Jiang Ran was carrying dozens of tokens. What a pity. Shun Xiu sighed. She hadn't expected that jerk to find so many tokens. If those tokens were hers, it would have been perfect. But at that time was pressing and she had no time to seize the tokens, only allowing them to accompany Jiang Ran in death. What a pity for what? What a pity for those tokens. Shun Xiu instinctively replied. But halfway through her response, she suddenly realized. Who? A white figure slowly walked out, a faint smile lingering on his face. Shun Xiu's pupils constricted in fear as she took a step back. Jiang Ran, you're not dead. Did you want me dead that badly? Jiang Ran displayed a sorrowful expression. Didn't you say you liked me before? Actually, what I said before was just to test you to see if you really liked me. In fact, I also like you. I just thought I wasn't worthy of you, so I rejected you. Shun Xiu was taken aback. Really? Of course it's a lie, you fool. Jiang Ran's expression changed quickly, without warning. Even if I like you, I can't like someone as foolish as you. Jiang Ran. Oh, you're anxious. Jiang Ran clicked his tongue twice and jumped sideways. Almost in the instant he leaped away, a water ball smashed where he had just stood. A sneak attack. I haven't played with that since I was 8. Jiang Ran shook his head, exasperated, as he pointed at Shun Xiu. Besides, you're way too slow, and your expression isn't right, as if you're afraid others won't know you're trying to sneak attack. Sigh, with this you still want to be my classmate. You're simply lowering the overall level of this year's new students. If I were you, I'd just find a big tree and crash into it to die. Shut up. Shun Xiu was nearly driven to madness. Why did she foolishly fall for him back then? You expect me to just shut up because you told me to? What do you think you are? Roar. Jiang Ran's words were cut off as an enraged roar echoed from the forest behind them. Feeling the overwhelming pressure contained within that voice, Jiang Ran's expression slightly changed. Shun Xiu, whose strength was a whole realm below his, appeared even more disheveled, nearly dazed from the sheer force of the roar. There could only be one possibility for something like this. A third-tier beast. Jiang Ran's face darkened further. He had been in the forest for so long, encountering only first-tier beasts. Why was it that every time Shun Xiu showed up, it was either a second-tier or a third-tier beast? Is this idiot a harbinger of disaster? The previous second-tier beast had only just entered that tier, so it was understandable that he could defeat it. If it were an ordinary second-tier or latest-stage second-tier beast, Jiang Ran might be able to give it a try. But a third-tier? That was indeed beyond his capability. That was a whole realm difference. No, he had to escape. Next time he would definitely make this idiot pay. At that moment, Shun Xiu felt weak, all over her head buzzing. But even in her dazed state, she spotted Jiang Ran trying to leave. Jiang Ran, my uncle is the deputy director of the Student Affairs Office. You dare not save me. Shun Xiu gritted her teeth and shouted softly. Jiang Ran, who had already run 200 meters away, paused. Then amidst Shun Xiu's puzzled yet triumphant gaze, he ran back. She knew it. As long as she brought up her uncle Xin Yuan as her support, Jiang Ran would never leave her behind. Otherwise, would he not want to get through his 4 years of university? Shun Xiu's expression grew even more triumphant. Though she was now slumped on the ground, she still held her head high, maintaining her pride. Hurry up and take me away from here. Jiang Ran seemed to not be listening to her at all, and Shun Xiu even heard him muttering to himself, almost forgot about you. Shun Xiu's eyes brightened, but in the next second her smile froze on her face. Jiang Ran lifted his foot and kicked her, causing the girl to crash to the ground, her proud head rolling aside with a thud. Although it's just in glass, even a mosquito is still meat. We can't let the beast get off easy. By the way, what did she just say? Forget it, it's not important. Jiang Ran muttered to himself, not even glancing at Shun Xiu's body. Feeling that oppressive presence approaching closer, he had no time to test his new abilities and swiftly dashed away. Outside the secret realm at the Tianfu Academy playground. Originally, there were only 3 people on the playground, but now there were a few more. Baiyu had somehow brought over a chair and set up a sunshade leisurely sitting beneath it. Beside him, the usually mysterious principal of Tianfu Academy Yuan Pu leaned back in his chair, holding a can of cola. Next to the 2 of them, several smaller sunshades had been set up, each with a person seated underneath. The level of this year's freshman is not as good as the previous 2 batches, a man of similar build to Hua Yihong commented while watching. He sat in a small lounge chair, his strong biceps making the chair appear quite miniature. An older woman with silver hair beside him snorted with laughter, saying, "You should take a look at who was in the previous 2 batches." As she spoke, she subtly glanced at Baiyu, who was fidgeting in his seat. Reminded by the older woman, the man seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and his expression immediately darkened. Don't forget, Xin Yuan had been an imposing deputy director of student affairs just hours ago in front of the newcomers, but in reality his strength was just average. Fortunately, the deputy director held little power and usually had nothing to do, leading a rather leisurely clerical life, which was why it fell to Xin Yuan. Thus, as a bunch of powerful figures much stronger than Xin Yuan sat down, he could only helplessly sit on a small stool at the back, stretching his neck to desperately look for Shen Siyu and Jiang Ran's figures on the big screen. Upon seeing Shen Siyu abandon Jiang Ran to face a second-tier beast alone, Xin Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists. This is it. Well done. He thought that with so many powerful figures around, nobody would pay attention to the weak deputy director. Unexpectedly, Baiyu, sitting at the front, suddenly turned his head around. "Old Shin, what are you doing?" "What?" At Bai's loud call, the earlier speaking burly man and the older woman, along with a few others whom Shen Yuan recognized slightly, all turned to look. Under so many gazes, Shen Yuan felt inexplicably pressured. He forced an awkward smile on his thin dark face. "I just saw a newcomer kill a beast, and I got a bit excited." "Oh, so that's it," Baiyu nodded knowingly. "I thought it was because as Shun Siyu's uncle you were excited to see her get revenge for that previous embarrassment. Looks like I was being too narrow-minded." "No." Under everyone's curious gazes, Shen Yuan's already awkward smile became even more frozen. "This brat, does he have mind-reading abilities?" "Haha, how could that be? I'm not that petty." Shen Yuan forced a smile. "If that's the case, then I can relax." Baiyu grinned at him, turning his head away. The others, who had no idea what had happened earlier and couldn't understand their conversation, showed disappointed expressions as Baiyu seemed to diffuse the situation. "Shen Yuan, what are you all disappointed about?" After this little episode, when Shen Yuan finally found the small screen showing Jiang Ran, he discovered that the beast that had been chasing Shen Siyu had actually collapsed in front of Jiang Ran. Shen Yuan's mood shifted from excitement to shock, then to hope, and finally to anxiety. Ultimately, upon seeing Shen Siyu's headless body lying on the ground, Shen Yuan could no longer restrain himself and stood up, roaring, "This is outrageous." The crowd in front was once again stirred. But this time Shen Yuan was far too angry to feel embarrassed anymore. He felt a surge of rage rising from the depths of his heart, blazing up his spine to his mind. How dare he kill her? Watching Shen Siyu's head roll into the grass, Shen Yuan was filled with unprecedented fury. Previously, only a few had noticed the small screen showing Jiang Ran. The others were more interested in observing the performances of other geniuses from various academies gleaned from rumors and contemplating what conditions would entice them to abandon their original schools to come to Tianfu Academy. As for the only SS class at Tianfu Academy this year, they had only glanced at him, initially noted his decent performance, and then felt more at ease to let him roam free. Thus, Shen Yuan's sudden outburst of anger and the string of ta he spat out were incomprehensible. On the contrary, Baiyu, who had been paying attention to Shen Yuan, stretched and stood up. As Baiyu moved, all eyes instantly focused on him. It seemed that in the next moment Baiyu would do something astonishing that they would have to guard against. Baiyu stretched lazily, ruffled his freshly dyed hair from the night before, and grinned mischievously. "I say, old Shen, why are you so irritable? He dared to slap you in public. Do you think he wouldn't dare to kill your foolish niece?" Jiang Ran's current speed could be described as the fastest he has ever experienced in 2 lifetimes. Yet for some unknown reason, no matter where he ran, he could distinctly feel a brutal aura locking onto him. As Jiang ran, he furrowed his brows. Had he caught its attention? He hadn't provoked it. He didn't even know what that third-tier beast looked like nor where it resided, yet he was still targeted. Surely he couldn't be the only one in such a vast area. If he had known, he wouldn't have killed Shen Siyu so early. Perhaps she could have shared some of the enmity with him. Sigh. Jiang Ran silently sighed. Just as he was exhaling, several auras, even more powerful than that beast, suddenly erupted. The pressure created shockwaves that nearly sent Jiang Ran tumbling into the nearby river. What the hell? I'll help. What is this? Who's attacking me? Run. This time it wasn't just Jiang Ran who felt it. The majority of the newcomers in the secret realm were struck by the violent shock. Some with too low a level or poor physique were either knocked back and spat blood or directly knocked unconscious. The first beast to reveal its aura acted like a signal, and in an instant all 6 third-tier beasts in Secret Realm 361 went wild. Some newcomers close to their habitats didn't even last a second before their vision went black, losing consciousness. Jiang Ran was thrown by the shockwave, but fortunately he was in a higher realm than those still in the Foundation establishment stage, so after stabilizing himself, he was not seriously harmed. However, Jiang Ran's expression was even worse than when facing Shinsiyu. What was happening? Was this a necessary step in the entrance examination? But that document didn't mention anything about this step. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from behind him. Jiang Ran instinctively turned, and a 2-meter-tall green crescent blade flew past, barely missing his hair. Though it didn't make contact, the sharpness radiating from the crescent still sliced his cheek, and bright red liquid dripped onto the ground. One drop landed on a patch of weeds, and instantly the leaves of the weeds trembled, causing the entire plant to jerk upwards by 10 centimeters. Jiang Ran cursed quietly, having no time to pay attention to what was happening with the weeds beneath him. He couldn't afford to pause, continuing to dart in another direction. But this time the adversary clearly didn't want to give him another chance. Before Jiang Ran could run a few meters, 2 more crescent blades rushed straight at him from behind. What the hell? Feeling the increasingly imminent attacks, Jiang Ran was nearly driven to despair. Had he stolen its home? Why was it relentlessly pursuing him? Gathering elemental wind behind and beneath him, Jiang Ran timed his movements, and just as the attacks were about to graze his clothes, he lunged to the side, narrowly evading them. Seeing that all 3 of its attacks had missed Jiang Ran's clothes, the beast hiding in the shadows grew remarkably furious. It roared again, and with a few leaps appeared several kilometers away. Just as Jiang Ran dealt with a first-tier rodent beast he had inadvertently stepped on while dodging, he stood up and spotted a creature not far away. It was a massive tiger-like beast standing 2.5 meters tall and 5 meters long, its entire body of vibrant green. The moment Jiang Ran saw it, realization struck him. No wonder it hadn't gone after others and kept chasing him. He had actually stolen from its home. That second-tier beast was its child. He had killed its offspring. Who wouldn't be furious? Once again, Jiang Ran inwardly cursed Shinsiyu for being such a bad luck charm. Watching the beast approach him step by step, he tensed up. He had already realized what the situation was. From the collective eruption of the third-tier beasts to now, at least 5 minutes had passed. And in those 5 minutes, the 7 academies had shown no reaction whatsoever. It should be noted that this Secret Realm 361 was an artificial realm created by their joint efforts, and Song Chung had clearly stated that they could see everything happening within the realm. There was no reason for the school to be unaware of the third-tier beasts going on a rampage in the realm. If they knew about the rampage, yet still didn't halt the examination or open the realm for rescue. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the 7 academies were completely controlled by a sinister cult aiming to eliminate all the outstanding geniuses of this generation, or the beast rampage was actually part of the entrance examination. It was precisely because the school knew this was merely a part of the test, and that everything was still under control, that no one had come in to forcibly terminate the examination. However, Jiang Ran looked at the beast, its eyes reddened with rage, and felt an even greater sense. But would this beast, in an extreme state of fury over the loss of its offspring, obediently follow the school's orders and not kill him? Jiang Ran didn't want to gamble, so he chose to go all out. Jiang Ran, help me. When Jiang Ran opened his eyes again, the aura enveloping him had suddenly transformed. The original Jiang Ran appeared to be an ordinary person without any abilities when he wasn't using his... But now, even without doing anything, the aura he exuded directly pressured the third-tier beast, which sensed the threat and halted its advance. Even the gentle winds around him momentarily stilled. Jiang Ran turned his eyes, casually glancing around. If someone were to observe his eyes closely now, they would notice that deep within Jiang Ran's pupils seemed to emit a golden light. Tisk, 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 a third-tier beast. I knew you would present me with a challenge. Jiang Ran looked at the beast, now regaining its composure, but still slightly wary, and clicked his tongue twice. But who says I'm in a good mood today? I'll reluctantly lend you a hand then. As soon as Jiang Ran finished speaking, a fierce wind began to howl. A pale blue tornado roared to life, its force growing stronger. Wherever the tornado passed, everything was flattened. Though it was merely a swirling mass of wind, when it struck the trees, the latter were instantly shredded into pieces, as if the tornado were a death vortex made of thousands of steel blades. The beast glared at the tornado, and let out an angry roar. The next second, a similar tornado of the same color and size appeared before it, colliding with Jiang Ran's summoned tornado. 2 seconds later, Jiang Ran's tornado began to show signs of fatigue, slowly being consumed by the beast's tornado. A hint of human-like mockery flashed in the beast's enormous eyes. Both were wind element powers, but the human was only second tier, while it was third tier. It could not possibly lose. What are you thinking? Suddenly a voice cut in above the beast. The beast looked up in astonishment, only to find that the human it had just mocked had somehow appeared above its head. Moreover, he was gathering a familiar green crescent blade in his hand. The crescent, formed from wind elements, even faintly emitted a golden glow. Without giving the beast time to react, Jiang Ran's attack surged toward its neck. The beast violently shook its head, hastily conjuring a shield around itself. However, that thin layer of protection was utterly insufficient to withstand the crescent. Without any pause, the attack struck the beast. Accompanied by a mournful howl, Jiang Ran drew his hands again, sending forth 2 more identical crescents. Meanwhile, the battle between the 2 tornadoes had reached its conclusion. Without the beast's elemental support, the originally aggressive tornado instantly became the weaker side, and within 3 seconds, it was devoured by Jiang Ran's tornado. Thus, when the beast, which had withstood 3 attacks, yet remained unharmed, opened its eyes, what it saw was the massive tornado rushing towards it. Behind the tornado, that human stood still. Sensing the beast's gaze, Jiang Ran returned a mocking smile. Caught you off guard, huh, bro? Jiang Ran summoned the spirit and directly struck the beast, but the new arrivals in other locations were not so fortunate. I told you to speak Mandarin. What does it matter at a time like this? Just because you were born a minute earlier doesn't make you the boss. Boom. Oh my. In a desert area, 2 identical boys were racing away at full speed. Suddenly a fireball fell from the sky, crashing down behind the 2. The explosion's shockwave sent them flying, landing headfirst into the sand. Xiang Jingxing spat out the sand he had swallowed and quickly grabbed his brother Xiang Jingji, who was not very bright since he was born a minute later, and continued to run. They barely made it. As soon as they jumped away, a massive scorpion tail shot up from their previous landing spot. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the scorpion tail flicked impatiently, gathering a larger fireball and hurling it at Xiang Jingxing. Just as the fireball was about to hit Xiang Jingxing, either because of his agile dodging or the slight miscalculation of the fireball's trajectory, the attack grazed the hem of Xiang Jingxing's clothes and landed on the sand beside him, causing another explosion that sent them flying. Damn it! Xiang Jingji, who had just swallowed another mouthful of sand, was thoroughly enraged. Damn it, I'll fight you. In another location, the sounds of explosions, roars, and various colorful special effects displayed the intensity of the battle. Nearly 50 people were surrounding a 3-tiered beast nearly 7 meters long, resembling a crocodile, but with a fleshy ball, like a meteor hammer, on its tail. However, most of these people were below level 1/5 transition. No matter how many there were, their attacks against a defensively skilled 3-tiered beast felt like mere tickles. At the forefront of the battlefield, taking on the main damage output role capable of inflicting damage on the beast, were 2 men and 1 woman. If Jiang Ran were here, he would instantly recognize that the girl bore a striking resemblance to his high school teacher and good friend Yin Feng. Yin Yu held a golden longbow with her hair casually tied up, using a broken arrow as a hairpin. As she leaped, her hand rested on the longbow. Although there were no arrows on the string, when she released her grip, 2 golden arrows flew out, one after the other. The golden arrows struck the beast, but could not penetrate its defenses. However, the second arrow arrived just in time, hitting the tail of the first arrow and forcing it deep into the beast's flesh. The beast roared in pain and became even more ferocious, instantly knocking several new arrivals away. Among the other 2, the long-haired boy was swept by the fleshy ball on the beast's tail. Although he did not get knocked away with the others, he let out a painful groan, clearly injured. Should we retreat? With more and more people getting injured or losing their combat ability, some could no longer suppress their desire to flee. Once someone initiated a retreat, the whole team would disperse. Even if they forced themselves to hold on, few would exert their full strength to resist. Sure, Yin, are we leaving or not? Yin Yu looked at another boy dressed in a new-style Chinese outfit. Sure, Yin glanced at the team, not hesitating for a second. Let's go. At this, Yin Yu unleashed a few more attacks, then immediately dashed to the rear, showing no intention of caring for the others, her figure vanishing in an instant. Sure, Yin clicked his tongue. It seemed that Yin Yu, like everyone else, was tired of fighting. After all, her ability was that Bao and a skilled archer would have incredibly fast movement. She could easily leave everyone behind, using them as bait to distract the beast while she slipped away. The only reason she hadn't left earlier was likely due to a tiny shred of morality holding her back. With 1 less main damage dealer, the remaining 30 or so people were instantly torn apart. the beast entered a realm of its own, sending people flying with a single step. The long-haired boy Jiang Qingye was already injured, and as the crowd scattered in all directions, he slowed down immediately, drawing the attention of the beast. Roar! A deafening roar accompanied by the sound of wind rushed towards him, and Jiang Qingye instinctively blocked with his wooden sword. But how could a wooden sword with no rank withstand an attack from a three-tiered beast? A faint cracking sound reached Jiang Qingye's ears, and his pupils involuntarily contracted as his mind went blank. He didn't even realize he had been sent flying. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself gently cradled by something and placed back on the ground. Tisk, how brutal. A strange voice appeared behind him. Jiang Qingye instinctively turned around and saw a red-headed figure. Jiang Ran glanced at the broken knife tightly held by Jiang Qingye and understood in his heart. It seemed that this person's ability was related to knives. Who are you? Shi Yin, who had also been flung far away, but chose not to flee and returned instead, scrutinized the suddenly appearing Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran smirked. Jiang Ran from Tianfu Academy. Also on the top newcomer this year. Shi Yin raised an eyebrow. What a bold claim. Putting aside the fact that the real enrollment hadn't even started yet, just the current entrance test was only halfway through with over 5 hours left, the final results were completely unpredictable. This person was so arrogant, daring to declare himself the top newcomer already. According to Shi Yin's knowledge, there were generally two types of people like this. Either they were too naive, thinking they were the protagonist of a cliché story, but often such people didn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. Or this person truly had the strength to make such audacious claims. Looking at Jiang Ran's confident face, Shi Yin inexplicably thought that he was most likely the second type. With this in mind, Shi Yin smiled, then "I'll wait and see." As they spoke, the crocodile-like beast sniffed, seemingly catching a scent, and its tail, originally poised to strike, suddenly halted. What is this? After witnessing the beast cease its attack and stare at Jiang Ran for a few moments, it unexpectedly retreated, leaving Shi Yin filled with curiosity. Shi Yin wasn't foolish. After being chased by the third-tier beast for 2 minutes, without any commotion outside the secret realm, he realized that this was likely a necessary part of the entrance examination. That's why he dared to rally a group to counterattack the third-tier beast. Shi Yin understood that if the school was bold enough to do this, it must have its own confidence, ensuring that students wouldn't suffer significant casualties during a mere entrance test. Otherwise, under different circumstances, facing a beast that was nearly 2 realms higher than himself, Shi Yin would have long since run as far away as possible. A fine item. Jiang Ran remarked it was a good item, yet the way he swiftly stowed it away showed he had no intention of letting the curious Shi Yin take a look. The tranquil pine and snow, knowing the bitter stone of Yin. A first-year student at Tianfu Divine Academy. Jiang Ran couldn't help but grimace at the literary. The tranquil pine and snow, knowing the bitter stone of Yin. A first-year student at Tianfu Divine Academy. Jiang Ran couldn't help but grimace at the literary flourish. What on earth is this? Why not just say Shi for time and Yin for inkstone? Did he really need to recite a line of ancient poetry to introduce his name? Was he not worried someone wouldn't understand? That would be utterly pointless. Despite his inner complaints, Jiang Ran wouldn't let them show on his face, otherwise he would appear uncultured and foolish. What about you? What's your name? Jiang Ran turned to the long-haired boy who had been silently cradling his broken wooden sword since the beginning, ready to hear a poetic self-introduction. Seconds passed, and the person remained motionless, not even changing the angle of his lowered head, as if he were a monk in meditation. Jiang Ran opened his mouth. Could it be he's mute? Does Tianfu Divine Academy really lack compassion, throwing a disabled person into a situation to be battered by beasts? Various scenarios of bullying flashed through Jiang Ran's mind, pushing someone out to take the hit, taking advantage of the fact that the other was disabled to bully him. Jiang Ran's gaze towards Shi Yin began to shift awkwardly. Shi Yin didn't understand Jiang Ran's expression and could only helplessly say, he seems to be like this, not fond of talking. I don't know his name either, but I'm sure he's not from Tianfu Divine Academy. Not from Tianfu Divine Academy. Jiang Ran silently looked at the sky. Fortunately, he had only cursed in his heart just now and hadn't said it out loud. Wasn't he wronging a good school? Since the person didn't like to talk, Jiang Ran couldn't force him to. After learning about the previous events from Shi Yin and discovering that the area they had been assigned to was indeed quite poor, lacking intact tokens, Jiang Ran decisively abandoned the idea of following behind to pick up the scraps. After resting for a while, Jiang Ran raised his arm to check his wrist. There are still 5 hours until the entrance test ends. Shi Yin glanced over and found that there was nothing on Jiang Ran's wrist. How childish, pretending to have a watch. Well then, let's meet again by fate. Jiang Ran stood up, dusted off his pants, and with his hands in his pockets prepared to leave. Jiang Qingye. What is that? Jiang Ran turned back to find the long-haired boy who had been keeping his head down had finally lifted it. Seeing Jiang Ran look at him, Jiang Qingye resisted the urge to lower his head and silently repeated Jiang Qingye. Oh, Jiang Ran finally realized you said your name is Jiang Qingye. Jiang Ran made an okay gesture saying, all right, I'll remember. Afterward, he waved his hand and took a few steps to vanish from sight. Without the sun in the secret realm, there was naturally no distinction between day and night. It was always daytime, making it impossible to determine the time astronomically. Jiang Ran estimated the time he had spent since entering. There should be about an hour left before the entrance test. Before the beast riot, he had found 16 tokens, but after the riot, more than half of the fragile wooden tokens were destroyed. Even after speeding up, Jiang Ran had only managed to find 7 more. 23 tokens, although it had already far exceeded the passing line. Jiang Ran's goal was never just passing. Relying on myself to search was still too slow. Sighing, Jiang Ran counted the tokens again, confirming that all were intact before stowing them away. They better not disappoint me. We should go, otherwise we won't make it to find the exit. Looking at Xiang Jingji, who was digging in the sand, Xiang Jingxing felt a headache. What are you afraid of? Xiang Jingji huffed in dissatisfaction. What if the exit is right here? It's perfect that there's no one around, and the ground is remote enough for them to search. Xiang Jingxing couldn't help but hiss. There seemed to be some truth to that. Could it be that after being beaten by the beast, this kid's brain was finally opening up? He involuntarily glanced at Xiang Jingji, who was still digging in the sand, even using a dog paddling method. Tisk, he shouldn't have opened up, he was just blabbering nonsense. Jiang Ran strolled along searching for tokens as he walked. However, after walking a long way, nearly traversing the entire secret realm, he had only found 2 tokens. He secretly complained that the beasts were truly a bunch of mindless creatures. Did they have to investigate everything unfamiliar they saw? Didn't they know their own size? With their physique, even a gentle bump would shatter the tokens into pieces beyond repair. If he hadn't been short on time, he would have surely beaten up each of these beasts one by one, then solemnly told them, next time they encounter someone placing such items in the secret realm, they must destroy them all. He had been rained on before. A future freshman shouldn't think they could use an umbrella. Continuing along the path, the once vibrant green grass suddenly vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of crimson sand. The transition from green to red was extremely abrupt, with no buffer whatsoever. From a high vantage point, one could even see a clear dividing line. Those people really know how to find a place. Who would have thought to open the exit here? The moment he entered the desert, not only did the temperature rise instantly, but even the wind was filled with traces of fire elements. Unfortunately, Jiang Ran hadn't yet encountered any awakened beings with high-level fire abilities, so he had no way to seize a fire ability for himself. Thus, even though the fire elements in this desert overflowed, Jiang Ran could only watch, helplessly unable to utilize them. Forming a circular barrier of wind around himself to isolate a large amount of fire elements, Jiang Ran continued deeper into the desert. However, after just a few steps, he halted. In front of him, about 1,000 meters away, 2 shadows, one high and one low, appeared. That seemed to be 2 people. Are you done yet? Almost. How much longer? Right away. Why is it? Come on, I said right away. Xiang Jingji exclaimed in anger. But after he calmed down, he realized that the voice just now seemed a bit unfamiliar. It seemed that it was not Xiang Jingxing who was speaking. Xiang Jingji paused his frantic digging. So now should he pretend not to notice and continue digging, or should he angrily turn around and engage in a fierce battle with the other party? Why aren't you digging? Jiang Ran squatted nearby, and seeing that Xiang Jingji had stopped, slapped the back of his head without hesitation. Keep going. Ouch. Xiang Jingji was almost stunned by the merciless slap. Damn, are people nowadays this arrogant? He hadn't even said a word before the other party made a move. In that case, he would fight back. Xiang Jingji's expression hardened, and he suddenly turned around and knelt down. Please don't kill me, big brother. His series of small moves was incredibly smooth, leaving Jiang Ran dumbfounded. Xiang Jingji lowered his head, secretly pleased. This move is not something just anyone can pull off. If one does not practice often, many people would get stuck on the step of turning around to kneel, thus losing the opportunity, and very likely being mistaken for provocation and getting killed. Meanwhile, Xiang Jingxing bound hand and foot, took a deep breath, and silently closed his eyes. He did not know this person. He also did not have a younger brother. He had always been an only child. Big brother, are you sure the exit is really here? Xiang Jingji, with a huge black eye circle under his left eye, squatted on the ground, drawing in the sand. Are you questioning me? Jiang Ran, sitting on a piece of clothing, immediately raised his head to look at Xiang Jingji, who was frightened and waved his hands. No. How could I dare? Xiang Jingxing stood silently by, keeping watch. Interestingly, he also had a black eye circle exactly like Xiang Jingxi's over his right eye. The two of them already looked alike, and now with one on the left and one on the right, the perfectly symmetrical black eye circle somehow made them seem even more harmonious. 5 minutes ago, this person, named Jiang Ran, had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiang Jingxing had just reacted when Jiang Ran knocked him to the ground. Later, perhaps because they were not convinced, Jiang Ran released them, and the three engaged in a fair and just competition. The final result was quite evident. The black eye circles on their eyes were the best proof. Jiang Ran, acting as a fair judge, naturally accepted the tribute from his two newly recruited little brothers, 6 tokens in total. But do not underestimate these 6 tokens. They were all painstakingly dug out by Xiang Jingxi, after nearly 10 hours of work from the depths of the sand. After all, this place was nothing but desert with no other places to hide the tokens. They could only be buried in. If it weren't for Xiang Jingxi's ability to control beasts, and his pet being a crawling beast, no one else would have discovered these tokens. Controlling beasts ability. Jiang Ran pondered. He just didn't know what level of beast control ability it was, and how many restrictions it had. Generally, low-level beast control abilities come with restrictions. For example, they can only contract canine beasts, or only beasts of a certain attribute, or only beasts under a certain height and weight, and so on. The lower the level of the ability, the more restrictions there are. Conversely, if it is in level or above beast control ability, then the restrictions are very few. Jiang Ran had even heard that SS-level beast control abilities had no restrictions whatsoever, and their affinity with beasts is also top tier. They could almost contract any beast they wished, and even have beasts take the initiative to approach them. If it weren't for the fact that no SS-level beast control abilities had appeared in the world in recent years, Jiang Ran would really want to get one to play with. As for his brother Xiang Jingxing's ability, Jiang Ran did not pry further since he didn't volunteer any information. He was not the kind of person who would go around asking others about their abilities like a lunatic, nor would he simply rob someone if he liked it. In fact, he was a decent person. Xiang Jingxi, who was the most talkative, was silent, and the other two had nothing to say, all lost in thought. For a moment, the entire desert fell silent. Until half an hour later, Jiang Ran suddenly felt the temperature around him begin to drop rapidly. In just a few seconds, the entire desert, which had been hot enough to make one sweat profusely and the carbon dioxide exhaled, was like a scorching hell transformed into a comfortable 26-degree air-conditioned room. After a few more seconds, a crack radiating golden light opened a short distance away from the three, gradually enlarging until it was wide enough for dozens of people to pass through side by side. This was the exit after the entrance test ended. Previously, Song Chung had mentioned the rules. Finding 10 tokens was important, but if they did not reach the exit in the allotted time, they would still fail the entrance test. However, facing this exit that would allow them to leave the wretched secret realm and return to their warm school, with just a step, none of the three moved. Jiang Ran did not leave because he was not satisfied with his haul, still thinking about the remaining thousands of tokens in the secret realm. As for Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji, their reasons for not leaving were quite simple. There was a big demon king sitting beside them. Without the demon king speaking, they did not dare to leave. Teacher, we are the SS-level twin stars of this year's War Academy. Come and save our life. Unfortunately, their teacher could not hear Xiang Jingxi's inner cries. They were currently occupied with a more important task. How to recruit Jiang Ran from Tianfu Academy to the War Academy. Just a few minutes after the exit opened, Xiang Jingxing, who was on lookout, suddenly spoke. Someone is coming. Already. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. If it weren't for Jiang Ran having a backdoor and holding the specific test documents, he wouldn't have found his way here so quickly. He didn't expect someone to arrive so soon. Since it was the first place, he had to give them some preferential treatment. After all, the prestige of being first cannot be lacking. Jiang Ran leisurely stood up and casually kicked Xiang Jingxi, who followed suit, covering his backside with a resentful expression. Yin Yu thought she would definitely be the first to reach the exit, and with her excellent performance of collecting 25 tokens, she would surely leave a good impression in the school. However, when she arrived, she found that there were already 3 people in front of the exit. A pair of twin brothers with one black eye each, and in the middle a boy with dyed red hair whose clothes were spotless. Upon seeing the face of the newcomer, Jiang Ran was momentarily taken aback, as if he had glimpsed a female version of Yin Feng. Although upon closer inspection the features were not that similar, the feeling was undeniably spot on. Previously, Jiang Ran only knew that Yin Feng had an older brother and a younger sister, but he had never delved into their ages, or where they studied, or worked. He wasn't a fanboy, so he never bothered to investigate such matters. Thus, when he met Yin Yu, Jiang Ran initially did not associate her with Yin Feng's sister. He just thought that perhaps the Yin family's overall impression was somewhat similar. Yin Yu did not know Jiang Ran at all, but she had met Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingzhong a few times. So seeing the two brothers hanging out with someone they did not know, she could not help but furrow her brow slightly. She knew the Xiang brothers, both of whom were SS class, with formidable abilities. Especially the older brother Xiang Jingxing, who reportedly awakened a highly domineering law-type ability. He was certainly a very strong opponent. To be able to associate with two SS class awakeners, this seemingly harmless youth, was probably not simple at all. Yet Yin Yu found herself somewhat puzzled. Clearly the exit was already open, and the three were among the first to reach it. Why were they not leaving? What were they still doing in the secret realm? Were they trying to play it low-key? Xiang Jingzhong did not seem like the type who would think that way. Yin Yu recognized the two, and naturally Xiang Jingxing also recognized Yin Yu. However, compared to Xiang Jingxing actively concealing his abilities, Yin Yu's SS-class artifact-type ability, the Bao was already well known in their circle. Thus, seeing that the first person to arrive was Yin Yu, Xiang Jingxing felt a sense of inevitability. As a bowman's speed was always an advantage, it was normal for her to arrive so quickly. But then he thought of Jiang Ran, who had arrived here over half an hour earlier than Yin Yu. Xiang Jingxing suddenly fell silent. This was not comparable, this was a monster. Moreover, it was a super monster that had advanced from Foundation establishment to Ascension in just half a month. In merely 2 minutes, the inner worlds of the few seemed to play out like a brilliant movie. Jiang Ran, too lazy to think too much, raised a radiant smile and said, "Congratulations. You were the first to find the exit. Since you were the first, it is only fair to give you some preferential treatment. Here's the deal: you just need to hand over more than 10 tokens you obtained to me, and you can keep 10 for yourself to pass." As he spoke, Jiang Ran almost felt moved by his own words. "Oh my, I can actually be this generous and let you keep 10 tokens. How could there be someone as good as me?" Yin Yu replied. "Is this person out of his mind? Do we even know each other? You come right out demanding my tokens. Who do you think you are?" A smirk crept across Yin Yu's lips as she held her hand in the air, summoning a golden longbow. Jiang Ran blinked. He felt that the preferential treatment he offered her was already quite sufficient. After all, even Xiang Jingzhong, who had worked hard for half a day, did not receive a single token. Yet this person did not thank him and actually pulled out a weapon. Was she this aggressive? Jiang Ran's gaze fell on the longbow aimed at him. This was his first time seeing an awakened artifact-type ability that was a weapon. Artifact-type abilities were not uncommon, in fact they were quite varied. Some awakened a magical mop that could automatically sweep the floor for its owner, while others awakened magical scissors, thus becoming renowned hairdressers in the Dragon Kingdom. But precisely because of such variety, the awkward situation of artifact-type abilities has arisen. If you say they are weak, awakening a weapon can definitely make you shine among others. After all, awakening a bound personal ultimate weapon right from the start gives you a significant head start. But if you say they are strong, well, you can refer to the earlier magical mop and magical scissors. Yin Yu's artifact-type ability was a golden longbow. Just looking at the dazzling gold and the mysterious patterns on it, Jiang Ran could tell that the level of her ability was definitely not low. Seeing Jiang Ran staring intently at her bow, even dazed, Yin Yu's expression turned colder. She was already prepared to attack, yet this guy not only did not defend himself, but even dared to zone out. That was a bit too arrogant. Yin Yu's gaze turned icy, and as she relaxed her fingers, a golden arrow formed from the bow shot towards Jiang Ran. The Xiang brothers, who had been standing next to Jiang Ran, had long since moved aside. Watching Yin Yu's self-destructive behavior, Xiang Jingzhong covered his eyes with a hand, unable to bear to watch peeking through his fingers. He had not forgotten the painful experience of being hit by an electric cannon when he and Xiang Jingxing challenged Jiang Ran together. Thus he had no intention of reminding Yin Yu of her actions that closely resembled theirs. After all, the more people who have been beaten, the less it would seem like they were the weakest, right? It would be best if even more SS class came, and then each one could get beaten by Jiang Ran. That way it would prove that they were not the most pathetic ones among the SS class. Just as the attack was about to land on Jiang Ran, and Yin Yu was even reflecting on whether she had overestimated him, Jiang Ran suddenly raised his hand with lightning speed. The golden arrow was caught in his hand. Xiang Jingxing, Xiang Jingzhong. Oh. So that's how it is. Not surprising at all. Yin Yu, what did she just see? Someone caught her attack with bare hands. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow as he examined the arrow he had caught. There was nothing particularly special about it. It was just an ordinary arrow that snapped when bent. He thought that an arrow created from such an impressive ultimate weapon would be quite something, but he was disappointed. Who exactly are you? Yin Yu tightened her grip on the longbow, involuntarily taking a step back. Only the new students from the 7 academies could enter the secret realm at this time. She herself had already reached the 9th transformation of Foundation Establishment, and was just a step away from the peak of Foundation Establishment and Ascension. At this level, among the new students who had just awakened for half a month, she was already quite rare. Even looking back at the past few years, aside from a few extremely abnormal individuals, no one had reached the 9th transformation of Foundation establishment within half a month of awakening. Yet her dignified attack as a 9th transformation of Foundation establishment was actually caught barehanded by another new student. Was this person some kind of monster from the ultimate body system? She hadn't heard of any SS-level ultimate bodies this year. The arrow was just an ordinary arrow. Jiang Ran lost interest after a couple of glances and casually tossed it at his feet, looking at the vigilant Yanyu. I've already said I'd give you preferential treatment, yet what is this? If you don't want to just say so, I won't force it on you. Jiang Ran sighed, while flexing his wrist. Why go through all this trouble? A mere Foundation establishment dared to actively launch an attack against an ascender. Should he say she was overly foolish or incredibly bold? When Shurian found the exit, he was surprised to see that 7 or 8 people were already crouching in front of the large opening. Stop! Seeing more people approaching, Xiang Jingji stood up skillfully and began to recite his lines. If you wish to pass, leave your tokens behind. Be quick about it, hand over your tokens, or be killed. Watching Xiang Jingji now with dark circles under his eyes performing a roadblock, Shurian was still a bit taken aback. Is this the Xiang Jingji he knows? Though Xiang Jingji has always been a bit dim-witted today. Why is he acting so foolishly? Xiang Jingji also recognized Shurian. They were from the same small circle, both SS level, so it was hard not to know each other. But Xiang Jingji wouldn't show mercy just because the other party was an acquaintance. If he showed mercy, what would happen to his older brother's token? What about his face? Xiang Jingji certainly didn't want another black eye. With that thought, Xiang Jingji impatiently extended his hand. Hurry up and give me the tokens, don't waste my time. There are still many others waiting behind. Shurian's gaze slowly swept over the few people behind Xiang Jingji. Upon noticing that aside from Jiang Ran, the faces of the others, including the only girl, Yanyu, all had dark panda eyes, Shurian's lips twitched as he started to grasp the situation. Thus he no longer hesitated and decisively handed over the 19 tokens he had found. Jiang Ran looked at Shurian and nodded in satisfaction. There are still some smart ones. Xiang Jingji took the tokens and turned to hand them over to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran took them without counting and casually placed them with his other tokens. Shurian walked over and looked up at Xiang Jingxing with a hint of disappointment, as if regretting that Shurian was so compliant. He thought he would put up some resistance. Xiang Jingxing pouted but still shifted aside to give Shurian a spot. Shurian glanced at the ready Torab Xiang Jingji, then at the downcast Yanyu, before finally looking at the ever-smiling Jiang Ran. What are you trying to do? Shurian had a suspicion but still found it hard to believe. Jiang Ran rested his elbow on his knee, supporting his chin with one hand, robbing. Isn't it obvious? Aren't your tokens enough? They are definitely enough. Jiang Ran spread his other hand, but who wouldn't want more tokens? Moreover, he raised an eyebrow. If I don't collect more tokens, how can I claim the first place? Oh, I see. No wonder Jiang Ran dared to boast about being the top freshman this session when the test was only halfway through. So he had already planned to rob all the new students' tokens, blocking the exit. If others did this, Shurian might have found it amusing. After all, no matter how weak the new students were, there were many of them. If a few hundred banded together to resist, what could a single new student do? Fight 1 against 100. But now even Yanyu, who was at the 9th level of Harmony Realm, had wilted, and Shurian, no matter how foolish, could figure it out. If one could easily defeat someone at the 9th level of Harmony Realm with a shared extreme martial arts technique, then the opponent's strength was already quite evident. Jiang Ran was at the Ascension Realm. In half a month, he crossed a major realm. This could no longer be called a genius, it should be labeled as a monster. Thankfully, he was smart enough not to think about resisting. Otherwise, he would have ended up with a panda. I just like them. At the boundary between the red desert and the green grass, over 100 new students hid in the grass, anxiously watching the other side of the desert. Unlike Shurian and Yanyu, who were top-tier lone wolves in terms of talent and strength, most new students chose to band together after entering the secret realm. Even those who initially thought of being lone wolves, after experiencing being chased by strange beasts a few times, some compromised. They couldn't win, they really couldn't. They nearly had their pants bitten off. With a team news naturally. So when someone found the exit, even if most people were reluctant to disclose its location, a few foolish ones under someone's instructions still leaked the news. A group of new students who were blindly wandering in the secret realm instantly found a way to vent their frustrations and surged toward the desert. Rongu, what should we do now? The crew-cut boy called Rongu was observing the movements in the distance with binoculars. 10 minutes ago, the 2 new students sent out by Lu Rong to scout had not responded yet. In this situation, they were most likely done for. Lu Rong squinted, looking through the specially made binoculars, and saw the secret realm exit in the desert. At this moment, the exit had shrunk to half its size from an original diameter of 8 meters to 4 meters. If they delayed any longer, the exit would continue to shrink until it automatically closed. By then, even if those who remained in the secret realm found 10 tokens, they would still be deemed unqualified. In front of the exit, a few people were either squatting or standing. Lu Rong saw two of them talking, but they were too far away for him to read their lips, and had no idea what. Seeing that Lu Rong remained silent, the other new student, who had initially called him Rong-gu, gritted his teeth, and said, "Rong-gu, why don't we rush over and fight them? There are so many of us, and they only have 4, we should definitely have the upper hand." Lu Rong furrowed his brows, about to say no, but suddenly hesitated. In the nearby woods, a long-haired boy strolled out. Judging by his direction, he seemed to be heading toward the exit. Lu Rong's eyes lit up. He knew this person, Jiang Ran, the only freshman at Lingshu University to awaken an SS-level ability this year. Lu Rong had seen him during the enrollment process. What a coincidence. Lu Rong hurriedly stepped out to call out to Jiang Ran, "Classmate Jiang. Classmate Jiang. Hey, classmate Jiang." Jiang Ran still held his broken wooden sword in his arms, intending to ignore the people behind him, but since someone kept calling him, he reluctantly paused his steps. Lu Rong grabbed Jiang Ran, "Classmate Jiang. You can't go to the exit now?" Jiang Ran, seeing Jiang Ran's impatience, Lu Rong quickly explained some new students from who knows which school, relying on their decent strength, have occupied the area in front of the exit. If you want to get out, you must hand over your tokens to them. Otherwise, they'll beat you up. Very vicious. Seeing that Jiang Ran still didn't respond, Lu Rong swallowed hard and continued, "We've been unhappy with those people for a long time. The tokens are hard-earned by everyone. Why should we give them to them and let them reap the benefits? So we've joined forces with other new students to launch a counterattack. Let's get rid of those few bad apples in one go. Classmate Jiang is also heading to the exit, right? Why not join us? I'm Lu Rong, also from Lingshu University. Many of the new students behind me are also from Lingshu University, people we know well, so we won't have to worry about anyone slacking. What do you say, classmate Jiang?" Lu Rong blinked his not-so-big eyes, trying to convey his sincerity to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded, agreeing to Lu Rong's invitation. Lu Rong excitedly clapped his hands. Great. With Jiang Ran, this SS-level genius freshman, plus there more than 100 people, would they still be afraid of those few? Even with a war of attrition, they could exhaust them. When that time comes, that position will belong to Lu Rong. Just thinking about how the tokens that his opponents had already obtained would soon be his made Lu Rong almost want to laugh out loud. He truly was a genius. It's been so long, why hasn't anyone come yet? The now accustomed bandit Xiang Jingji pouted with some dissatisfaction. Jiang Ran paused momentarily, while counting the tokens, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, someone will be here soon. Although the fire element is abundant here, his wind element holds little advantage, and he can't even sense the approaching figures from afar. But that was just an ordinary situation. If only 1 or 2 people came, he wouldn't sense them due to their small presence. Now, however, over 100 people were approaching the exit in a dense mass. When over 100 individuals stood together, even the air felt congested, and the wind blowing from the forest towards the desert was obstructed by that wall of people. Let alone Jiang Ran, who was a top-tier SS-level wind element user. Even an A-level user would have sensed it. Jiang Ran finished counting the tokens. There were exactly 622, unchanged from 5 minutes ago, not a single one less. Jiang Ran stored the tokens in his spatial item, stood up, and began to stretch his body. Beside him, aside from the forcibly retained Xiang Jingji, there was also Xiang Jingxing, who feigned concern for his brother, while actually enjoying the spectacle, along with Shi Yin, who bluntly expressed his desire to watch the show. Seeing Jiang Ran so serious this time, even starting to warm up, the 3 of them couldn't help but step back a few paces, distancing themselves from him. If they didn't hide now, they would be crying if they got accidentally hurt later. Moments later, the crowd of over 100 surged towards them. Xiang Jingji didn't care about their numbers. Standing firm, he stretched out his arm, palm open, and declared, "Surrender your tokens, or face death." Lu Rong first glanced at Jiang Ran, saw he was unresponsive, and then cleared his throat, taking a righteous stance. "What do you all intend to do? We're all classmates. How can you just snatch someone else's belongings?" Xiang Jingji had heard such words many times before, and was already immune to them. He replied impatiently, "Why are you talking so much? If I tell you to give it, just hand it over. Know what you're doing is wrong." Lu Rong continued to put on a show. Behind him, Jiang Ran rolled his eyes, yanked Xiang Jingji behind him, crossed his arms, and looked at Lu Rong. "Let me ask you one thing, will you give it or not? Which fool was brave enough to act tough in front of so many of us?" Lu Rong scrutinized Jiang Ran without showing any signs of fear. "These tokens were painstakingly collected by us. Why should we give them to you? Jiang Ran grinned, unexpectedly throwing a punch. Because my fists are bigger. Lu Rong was completely unprepared and was knocked down by Jiang Ran's punch. Seeing Lu Rong get hit, the others prepared to rush in and help him, but a greenish whirlwind with hints of red suddenly erupted, sweeping up some of those closest to it into the air. But that was not the end, as soon after 2 more whirlwinds howled in from both sides of the crowd, completely sealing off their escape route. When the stunned Lu Rong stood up, covering his eyes, what he saw was 3 whirlwinds rampaging in the desert, and the new students in the air, shrieking as they were tossed about. This scene, reminiscent of an apocalypse, made Lu Rong's legs tremble. He suddenly felt that his desire to snatch this person's tokens was overly naive. Wait, it seems he still had a backup plan. After searching for a while, he finally spotted Jiang Qingye, who appeared unaffected by the whirlwinds, and Lu Rong felt as if he had found his long-lost parents. Jiang, quickly do something, stop him. The students can't hold on any longer. Hearing the shout, Jiang Qingye turned to glance at Lu Rong. Only then did Lu Rong realize that the wooden sword Jiang Qingye had cherished like a treasure was missing. Looking again, he exclaimed, "What the heck? How did Jiang Qingye's weapon end up in the hands of that monster?" Jiang Qingye was defeated. When did that happen? Could he have been taken out in an instant? Even Jiang Qingye, an SS-level ability user, was beaten so quickly. Could it be that the red-haired kid is also SS level? Lu Rong's mind was racing with turmoil, and neither he nor the others cared to ponder. At that moment, he was inspecting Jiang Qingye's broken wooden sword. After a long look, Jiang Ran couldn't discern anything special about the sword. To him, it appeared to be an ordinary wooden sword, even comparable in material and fragility to the wooden tokens made at the school. However, seeing Jiang Qingye's focused gaze on the wooden sword, Jiang Ran speculated that it must hold special sentimental value for him. This is quite easy to repair. Jiang Ran returned the sword to Jiang Qingye and added, but no matter how well it is repaired, it remains just an ordinary weapon lacking any grade. Let alone the 3rd-tier beast you encountered before. Even the attack of a 1st-tier beast might be more than it can withstand. If you truly value it, you should store it carefully. It would be better for both you and the sword. Jiang Qingye was stunned, remaining silent for a while before softly saying, "Thank you." Jiang Ran waved his hand and turned to observe the other new students being tossed around by the tornadoes. With a snap of his fingers, the whirlwinds suddenly dissipated, and a group of people exclaimed, falling to the ground like dumplings. Jiang Ran wasn't a murderous monster. He still knew how to control the situation. The height of the whirlwinds was moderate, and the awakened individuals fell from that height without serious injury. At most, they would just have sore bottoms. Looking at the dazed crowd, Jiang Ran waved his fingers and smiled. "I'll give you all one more chance. Hand over your tokens, and I'll let you go." I will. One new student had just landed and couldn't help but vomit everywhere. Hearing the monster's voice, he didn't care what the monster wanted, as long as it wasn't his life. He would give anything. The others were no better off. They couldn't even tell the direction and were clutching onto anything for support, their heads bowed and mouths open to vomit. Xiang Jingji, being dragged by one student's clothing, pushed him away in terror, leaping to the other side, but his shoes still ended up with some vomit on them. My shoes. Watching his beloved limited edition sneakers get ruined, Xiang Jingji felt a heart-wrenching pain that made it hard to breathe. Just as he was about to take off his clothes to wipe his shoes, he caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure out of the corner of his eye. "Hey, you over there, where do you think you're running off to?" Lu Rong, who was about to sneak away, heard someone call him and instantly froze, abandoning his attempt to hide. He took off running. Before he could take more than a few steps, the sand beneath his feet began to shift, and a centipede, almost blending in with the sand, suddenly burst forth from the ground, its open mandibles aimed at Lu Rong's head. The attack was so sudden that Lu Rong didn't react at all, standing frozen in place. If it hadn't been for Xiang Jingzi's timely intervention causing the centipede to abandon its attack, Lu Rong might have already ended up as a corpse. Xiang Jingji hopped over on one foot, kicked Lu Rong down, and immediately began to strip him of his clothes. Lu Rong was terrified, his face pale. No. They'll give you the tokens, I will. Just don't do this, I'm a straight man, ah. Looking at Lu Rong, who was harder to restrain than a pig during New Year's, Xiang Jingji frowned and punched the other eye of Lu Rong, which wasn't already blackened. Shut up. Be honest. The person he brought had dirted his shoes, so he was using Lu Rong's clothes to clean them. What was the problem with that? As for the screaming, as if he was bullying him, Jiang Ran, who was directing the free labor of Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yin to collect tokens one by one, also heard the commotion and turned his head to look. What the heck? What's happening here? Jingxing, your brother has this peculiar habit. Why aren't you managing him as the older brother? Xiang Jingxing didn't need to look to know it was surely another misunderstanding, but he was too exhausted to explain. The vomit scattered everywhere was making him queasy, with every breath that smell invaded his nose and mind. Seeing Xiang Jingxing not speaking, Jiang Ran thought it was because he was also helpless regarding Xiang Jingxi's peculiar habit. Watching Xiang Jingxi tear Lu Rong's clothes into strips, Jiang Ran clicked his tongue and shook his head. Though he couldn't comprehend or understand, he chose to respect and wish them well. Counting the number of people, Jiang Ran felt that most had already left and stepped out of the secret realm just a minute before the exit closed. Bai Yu, who had been waiting at the exit for Jiang Ran, grabbed him and pulled him out, saying, "What are you hesitating for? Don't you want to pass?" Jiang Ran, just stepping out, was momentarily stunned by the two circles of strangers surrounding him, wondering, what is going on? What are you all doing so close? Go away. The principal of Tianfu Academy, Yuan Pu, finally squeezed through from the outskirts, shielding Jiang Ran protectively, like a hen with its chick. "I say, why are you all here? Shouldn't you stay at your own schools?" A burly man from the War Academy, Hua Yihong, rubbed his hands excitedly, ignoring Yuan Pu and showing a well-timed smile at Jiang Ran. "So you're Jiang Ran. I am Hua Yihong, the director of the Student Affairs Office at the War Academy, and also a teacher in the Combat Department. I'm not sure if you know about our academy, but I think your personality and style would fit right in. If you're willing to come to the War Academy, we..." A woman wearing towering high heels kicked Hua Yihong hard and elegantly nodded at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, hello, I am Yao Ling, the director of Lingshu University. I noticed you seem to be chatting well with Jiang Xingye from our school in the secret realm. Would you be interested in joining Lingshu University and becoming his schoolmate? I see you are from Qinzhou in Qin province. You probably haven't been to the north much. You should consider coming to our northeast and experiencing the local customs." "Hey Jiang Ran, don't listen to her." A bald man wearing sunglasses immediately rebutted. "The winter in the northeast is so cold it can freeze a person to death. You must not go. If we're talking about the best scenery, it must be our Xingxin University." Upon hearing the bald man's words, a man wearing SpongeBob SquarePants beach shorts immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "Pa, you don't even have a feather there. If we're discussing economic development, it has to be our Canaan Academy. You." Shut up." Yuan Pu's commanding voice instantly silenced the entire room. But one person was an exception. Bai Yu, oblivious to the tense atmosphere around them, continued whispering to Jiang Ran, "Exciting, isn't it? Stimulating, right? 7 academies are vying for you. This is an on-syndicate spectacle." Jiang Ran, confused, responded, "Has no one ever been jointly pursued by the 7 academies before?" Bai Yu replied him, "Besides you, there's only been one in the last 50 years. Who? Do I know him? This guy in front of you." Jiang Ran fell silent for a moment. Why did he have to cooperate with Bai Yu and give him such an opportunity? An SS-level spatial ability, unless the people from the 7 academies are fools, how could they possibly not come to snatch him? Cough. Yuan Pu could no longer bear to listen. Here he was blocking 1,000 troops in front while the 2 behind him were either showing off or playing the supporting role. What nonsense. However, thinking of these 2, one was someone who had been fought over by the 7 academies 2 years ago, while another was someone who had been stomped on by the 7 academies this year, yet still wanted to compete. Yuan Pu's eyelids twitched. He felt embarrassed to reprimand them in front of this crowd. Otherwise, he feared that the moment he finished speaking, Jiang Ran would be taken away by others from different schools with the excuse, "Your principal just pressures people come to us. Our principal is much kinder." "Oh Yuan, you really don't need to worry so much." Bai Yu draped an arm over Jiang Ran's shoulder, lounging lazily. "I had already anticipated this, so I arranged his enrollment when I reported, which means Jiang Ran has already become part of Tianfu Academy." Yuan Pu exclaimed. This tremendous surprise came too suddenly. The other 6 academies were also astonished. "What?" Jiang Ran was taken aback. "Wait, when did this happen? How come I, the person involved, didn't know?" In the office, Yuan Pu was visibly delighted. He kept patting Bai Yu's shoulder, saying, "Good, good, good. You finally did something right." Bai Yu rolled his eyes, sitting on the sofa like a master. "As if what I did before wasn't anything worth mentioning." Yuan Pu replied, "Don't you have any self-awareness?" Seeing that neither of them was willing to explain, Jiang Ran raised his hand timidly. When did you arrange my enrollment?" "How come I didn't know?" Bai Yu looked puzzled. "How could you not know? Didn't you log onto the website with your student card?" "What does that have to do with my enrollment?" "Of course it matters. Only after officially enrolling as a student of Tianfu Academy can you receive your student card that is linked to you." Jiang Ran was even more shocked. Didn't Bai Yu take him from his home to the principal's office, then to the dormitory, and hand him the student card directly? He hadn't left during that time, right? So when exactly was it arranged? Could it be that Bai Yu had already completed the enrollment before he came to Tianfu Academy? Feeling Jiang Ran's shock, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Do you not want to come to Tianfu Academy? Want to go to another school?" As soon as he said this, even Yuan Pu turned to look at Jiang Ran. The accusatory gaze seemed to suggest that if Jiang Ran said yes, he would immediately cry and throw a fit. Jiang Ran tiredly closed his eyes and said, "That's not the case. Since I've decided to come to Tianfu Academy, I won't regret it." "Oh, that's right." Bai Yu and Yuan Pu nodded in satisfaction at the same time. "By the way," Jiang Ran rummaged through his storage device and pulled out a pile of tokens. "Here are my tokens, a total of 2,469. You can count them yourselves." As he took out over 2,000 tokens, Jiang Ran felt that his storage device suddenly had much more space. Yuan Pu, who had witnessed Jiang Ran's entire robbery process, looked helplessly at the tokens filling half of his office. Is it still necessary to announce this result? Your first place is already set in stone. No way, it must be announced. Jiang Ran insisted vehemently. These tokens were all collected with my hard work. Why shouldn't they be announced? Moreover, the results cannot only be announced for Tianfu, the other 6 schools must announce their results as well. Yuan Pu looked a bit troubled. Jiang Ran had monopolized all 2,000 tokens from the new students, so the other scores didn't need to be counted at all. They were all zeros. Such behavior was already enough to attract resentment, and now he insisted on posting the scores. Did he want everyone to relive the fear of being dominated by him before the exit? Wasn't this a bit too cruel? Yes, it must be announced. Bai Yu slammed the table and stood up. No matter how many tokens Jiang Shaoran got, it's all his own skill, and everyone can see that it's not cheating. Why shouldn't the scores be announced? If they can't accept their true level and the excellence of their peers, it only proves that this batch of new students has a poor mindset. They need to train more. Jiang Ran nodded like a chick pecking at rice beside him. Exactly. If Grandfather Yuan thinks it's too difficult, I can transfer to a school that is willing to announce the total scores of the entrance test. I would just need your help with the transfer at that time. Yuan Pu felt like he might pass out from anger. He had thought there was only Bai Yu as a rebellious student in the school, but he didn't expect that now there was Jiang Ran, who appeared honest, but was actually full of schemes. Yuan Pu suddenly felt that for the next year, Tianfu Academy would never be peaceful again. The next day at noon, Jiang Ran woke up and picked up his phone only to find that the results of the entrance test had already been posted on the official website of the 7 great academies. That was quite fast. It seems that my request to transfer schools truly startled Yuan Pu. Looking at the leaderboard with Jiang Ran 2469 at the top, Jiang Ran felt a wave of satisfaction. As for the string of 0 scores below, Jiang Ran conveniently chose to ignore them. Before awakening, he had never been first. He had been last, though. With that thought, Jiang Ran quickly took a screenshot of the results and sent it to Yan Feng. Jiang Ran image. Less than a minute after sending the message, Yan Feng called. Yan Feng's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. "Damn, it's really you." Jiang Ran responded in confusion. "Have you seen this already?" Yan Feng laughed a little. "I haven't seen the report card, but I heard there's a monster among this year's new students who has single-handedly defeated all the newcomers. I thought someone just had the same name as you. I didn't expect it to actually be you." "Wow, 2469. Did you leave them with nothing?" Jiang Ran rubbed his nose. He didn't expect his glorious deeds to have already spread outside the school. Who was the big mouth spreading such rumors? By the way, Jiang Ran recalled, "I met someone in the secret realm who looks a lot like you, a girl. By the way, do your family members give off a similar vibe?" "Huh." Yan Feng on the other end was a bit taken aback, but quickly reacted, "Does that girl have a golden bow as her power?" Yes. "Oh, that must be my sister. Her name is Yin Yu and her power is in the equipment category, just like yours, SSS grade. By the way, since you two have met, how do you think her strength compares to yours?" Jiang Ran fell silent for a moment. Feeling Jiang Ran's silence, Yan Feng seemed to understand a bit. "You two have already fought, haven't you?" Jiang Ran coughed lightly, sort of. Yan Feng became interested. "What was the result? Is her bow impressive? After all, it's SSS grade. It should be quite powerful, right? I've heard them say that equipment-type abilities are basically monsters in the early stages once they awaken, but I haven't seen it myself. I'd say it's about 3,070 in her favor." Jiang Ran displayed modesty. Yan Feng replied, "Who is 30 and who is 70? It should be Yin Yu with 70, considering your elemental ability needs to reach the mid to late stages before it can erupt. But don't be too disheartened. The initial stage of the extreme martial arts is indeed incredibly dominant. It's normal to not be able to beat her." What on earth is this guy talking about? The meaning of 3070 was that I land 3 punches, she receives 7. Now it was Yan Feng's turn to fall silent. No wonder I heard that after Yin Yu emerged from the secret realm, she locked herself away and didn't see anyone, looking rather downcast. It wouldn't be because of you, would it? If she cares about her image, then it should be possibly maybe because of me. What do you mean? I beat her up and bruised her face. Yan Feng. What is this guy talking about? Feeling the odd atmosphere, Jiang Ran immediately became alert. You don't want to help your sister seek revenge, do you? Let me tell you, she was the one who attacked first. Oh, I was just defending myself. Yan Feng. What do you take me for? How could I possibly seek revenge on you for a sister who doesn't even like me? Jiang Ran relaxed. That's good. He wanted to chat a bit more with Yan Feng, but he realized his phone had run out of battery and was beeping a low battery alert stating that it would shut down in 5 seconds if not charged. Jiang Ran could only hastily hang up using the speed of escaping from a third-tier beast to find the charger, managing to plug it in just in time. Phew. Jiang Ran wiped his hair that was close. Good thing I'm more skilled. On the other end, Yan Feng was about to share good news with Jiang Ran, but after talking for a while the other side remained silent. Only when he checked his phone did he realize that the call had been disconnected at some point. Tisk, it seems I'll have to surprise. After the entrance test, summer vacation begins. Although it's only a week long, no one would give up on school, just because the vacation is too short. Each school will take advantage of this week to recruit students from other schools, while also assigning classes, dormitories, and schedules for their new students. How are we supposed to split this? In the office, a balding man looked at the test scores on the computer and felt himself losing more hair. In the past, they would divide new students into 3 classes based on their test scores. Those who failed would go to Class C, those who barely passed would go to Class B, and those with excellent scores would go to Class A. But this year, apart from the first place, why is everyone else failing? How are we supposed to sort them? The principals, upon hearing the news, were also quite troubled. This situation is indeed unprecedented in recent years. Even by year, although troublesome, did not result in everyone failing. The 7 principals held an overnight meeting and ultimately decided to classify students by the level of their powers as they did 20 years ago. Those at B grade and below would go to the yellow class, A grade to the mysterious class, and S grade, and above to the earth class. On the last day of vacation, Jiang Ran was lying in his dorm scrolling through his phone. For the entire week, apart from occasionally going out to eat, he hadn't stepped out of the dormitory. Every day in the dorm he either practiced or played on his phone. During this time, Bai Yu came once, bringing Jiang Ran some snacks and fruits that he had somehow obtained, and then disappeared again. However, his grandfather Jiang Qinglin had yet to make contact. Jiang Ran had sent him the results of the entrance test at the first opportunity, but it was as if Jiang Qinglin had vanished into thin air as he had not replied. Jiang Ran had long since grown accustomed to this. After losing his parents at the age of 8, he had always stayed with his grandfather. But when Jiang Ran turned 13, Jiang Qinglin suddenly began disappearing for long periods, often not returning for 10 days to half a month each time he vanished. Jiang Ran had asked his grandfather what he was doing, but Jiang Qinglin only said, "I'm going to do something very important." As time went on, and the disappearances became more frequent, Jiang Ran stopped asking. After all, Jiang Qinglin had left him enough money and a capable bodyguard, so he was not a helpless child, he could take care of himself. Thus, after entering middle school, Jiang Ran became a loner with no one attending parent-teacher meetings, and was seen as a pitiful orphan by teachers and classmates. He couldn't care less about what they said behind his back. Did they really expect him, a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, to argue with a bunch of immature kids about not being an orphan? Whether he was an orphan or not was unclear. Anyway, the fools were indeed quite foolish. In the evening, the internal website of Tianfu Academy automatically updated the course schedule and dormitory information sections. Jiang Ran took a glance at the course schedule, which resembled the university schedule from his previous life, starting classes at 8:30 in the morning with 4 classes a day, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, without any early or evening study sessions. The courses were not as densely packed as those in his previous university. According to Jiang Ran's schedule, he had 2 classes on Tuesday and Wednesday mornings, 1 class on Thursday afternoon, while the rest of the schedule was blank. After noting down the schedule, Jiang Ran opened the dormitory information. In the dormitory information section, he clicked in to find a table and a floor plan of the dormitory. There were a total of 39 students in the class, divided into 10 groups. However, Jiang Ran, with student number 1, was not on this list. His dormitory could be viewed in the personal information at the top right. Water Engineering, Jiang Ran Dormitory, A107. Jiang Ran began to understand. He lived in the A1 villa area while others stayed in B2. In other words, not everyone's dormitory is a standalone villa. Tianfu Academy also has regular dormitory buildings with standard 4-person rooms. It makes sense. There are thousands of students in the entire school. If everyone lived in villas, how large would the campus need to be? It would probably require half of Shangjing to accommodate Tianfu Academy. However, from the floor plan, even the 4-person rooms are quite spacious with all essential living facilities. Much better than the cramped 6-person rooms at the second-tier university Jiang Ran attended in his previous life. As for why he was the only one in the A1 villa area, Jiang Ran thought it might be due to his SS-level special treatment. The next day, Wednesday, 8:33 a.m. Damn, Jiang Ran opened his eyes and knew he was in trouble. Why didn't that damn alarm clock ring? Could it be that there's a problem with the phone? He checked and found out that the phone was fine. It was just that he was too tired last night and had set the calculator as the alarm. Looking at the time, a minute had already passed. Jiang Ran decided not to rush and began leisurely picking out his clothes. Since he was already late, being 5 minutes late or half an hour late made no difference. He thought he would have. Is Jiang Ran not here yet? Kinfu Academy has assigned each teacher a separate office. Even those with little power and almost no work to do, merely holding a nominal title, have their own independent offices. Shen Yuan sat behind a specially customized executive chair at the desk, listening to the report from a visitor, her mood not particularly pleasant. Everyone on the playground knew that Jiang Ran had personally killed Shin Siyu, yet not a single person stood up to propose punishment. Why? Just because Jiang Ran was SS level. Does being SS level give one the right to kill at will? Yes, Siyu initially intended to eliminate Jiang Ran without anyone knowing. But she didn't succeed, did she? Would a grown man really hold a grudge against a young girl like Siyu? Thinking about how Siyu hadn't even left behind a complete corpse, how his sister had cried to the point of near fainting, how his brother-in-law had repeatedly questioned him, and how Jiang Ran, who should have died, was now free to attend class. Shen Yuan felt a deep rage in her heart. Director Shun, I saw Jiang Ran. A sophomore also from the Shen family and a relative of Shun Yuan's suddenly reported. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran, after spending another half hour enjoying a lavish breakfast, finally made his way to the teaching building. However, just as he reached the second floor, someone stopped him. Jiang Ran, the director wants to see you. Come with me. Jiang Ran looked at the person who seemed to be a student blocking his way and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Director? Which director? The boy snorted. Who else could it be? It's the student affairs director, Director Shun. Jiang Ran's interest deepened. At that time, when he came out of the secret realm, aside from the teachers from the 7 major academies who came to seize him, there was no one else around. Jiang Ran thought his grandfather had secretly intervened, preventing Shen Yuan and the Shun family from continuing to harass him. He hadn't expected that this group could endure managing to wait an entire week before coming back to trouble him again. But if Shen Yuan only wanted to use power to pressure him, then she would be disappointed. Jiang Ran didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. Oh, so it's Vice Director Shun. He deliberately emphasized the word vice. If it's just the vice director, then I won't go. Jiang Ran smiled. Either let Vice Director Shin come out to meet me, or I'm going to class. After all, the time of an SS-level awakened one is very precious. After saying this, Jiang Ran deliberately raised his empty wrist and pretended to check the time. The student who came to block him probably had a slow internet connection and hadn't heard of the ruthless behaviors during this year's entrance exam. Otherwise, he likely wouldn't dare to adopt such a senior's attitude towards Jiang Ran. After all, this was someone who had boldly killed a new student in front of the school and had single-handedly defeated over 1,000 new students with great success. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm going to class. Jiang Ran sighed. I thought Vice Director Shin would go to any lengths to eliminate me, but it turns out you're just a turtle that doesn't dare to show its face. Jiang Ran. A gloomy voice echoed each word, pronounced with emphasis. Shen Yuan appeared at the staircase, her cold gaze fixed on Jiang Ran like a venomous snake, as if she was ready to pounce at any moment. Seeing Shen Yuan finally show up, Jiang Ran was not surprised. In fact, he even felt like greeting her with a smile. Good morning, Vice Director Shun. I didn't know how your niece's funeral went. You really should have informed me about such matters. After all, we were classmates. I originally wanted to give $200. Shen Yuan had been mentally prepared, but Jiang Ran's provocation nearly pushed her to the edge. On the other side, seeing Shen Yuan's tightly clenched fists, yet still maintaining her composure, Jiang Ran felt slightly disappointed. Why wasn't she taking the bait? Jiang Ran was not the kind of person who was overly merciful, who would spare this, and that leaving hidden dangers for his own future. For those like Shen Yuan and the Shen family with whom he had completely irreconcilable hatred, Jiang Ran's consistent thought was the sooner it can be resolved, the better. It would be best to eradicate the root of the problem. As long as his enemies were eliminated from the start, there wouldn't be a sudden appearance of a major antagonist with a life-and-death grudge in the later stages of the story, like in most novels. What's that saying again? As long as I kill fast enough, the villain won't catch up to me. But now, since Shen Yuan wasn't making the first move, Jiang Ran had no appropriate reason to kill her. TSK, we're all middle-aged now, can't we be a bit more passionate? Jiang Ran, you wantonly harmed classmates during the entrance examination, a grave violation of Longwa law. If you surrender voluntarily, you may still be granted leniency. Xin Yuan clenched her teeth and swallowed the curse that threatened to burst forth, then coldly began to recite the lines she had long prepared. If you persist in resisting, not even the school can protect you. Jiang Ran feigned alarm. Is it that serious? Well, what am I supposed to do then? Watching Jiang Ran's reaction, Xin Yuan sneered inwardly. Heh, so you can be afraid too. No matter how prodigious his talent, he was still a freshly coming-of-age stripling. Young men of that age can be cowed by a few words about law and punishment. Since this is your first offense, if you truly repent and turn yourself in at most 7 or 8 years, and you could be released. She smirked inwardly. Think you'll really walk free? Although the Shun family wielded little influence in Shangjing, if they could contrive to drag him back to Qingzhou, then whether Jiang Ran ultimately received a prison term or the death penalty would largely be within the Shun family's control. They would even make him understand what it meant to be worse than dead before the end. Really? Jiang Ran tilted his head. Can I truly get out, or will you take me back to Qingzhou and secretly subject me to private punishment? Xin Yuan's expression changed. Of course not. You're overthinking. Jiang Ran nodded. All right, I trust you. But... Her momentary relief snapped away, her face shifted repeatedly. But, can you take me away? Whether I surrender or not isn't decided by me nor by you. Jiang Ran smiled brightly. If there's anything, speak to my bodyguard. From the shadow around the corridor's corner, the broad-shouldered Jiang, who stepped out. Though he did nothing, each step he took radiated an oppressive force that made Xin Yuan's heart involuntarily. As Jiang, who drew nearer, Xin Yuan finally lost her composure and shouted, Jiang Ran, think carefully. Ordering others to attack a schoolteacher is a grave crime. Do you want to make matters worse? Damn it, why hasn't he arrived? If he doesn't come soon, he won't hold on much longer. What exactly is Jiang Ran's status? Wasn't he supposed to be an orphan with no parents? An orphan, and yet he has such a terrifying guardian, and can even bring him into the school. Do SS level awakened truly wield such power? Deputy Director Shin, what are you saying? Jiang Ran had stood there the entire time, not moving an inch. Seeing Shun Yuan finally lose her composure, his smile grew a fraction more genuine. When did I ever intend to order someone to attack you? Do you have some misunderstanding about me? If there is nothing else, I will return to class now. If I have truly broken the law, then let the law punish me, not Deputy Director Shun's idle words. Jiang Ran curled his lips, finished speaking, then ignored Shun Yuan, and escorted by Jiang, who walked straight into the classroom. By the time Jiang Ran reached the classroom at the far end of the second floor, half the lesson had already passed. He felt no embarrassment. So what if he was an hour late to the first class? No one in the class dared to gossip in his presence. Unless they wanted to relive the thrill of a tornado-like drop ride. The teacher for this lesson was a kindly middle-aged man, surnamed Chao Wanming. His temper matched his appearance and name, gentle and forgiving. At least regarding Jiang Ran's hour-long tardiness for the first-class teacher, Chao chose to turn a blind eye, merely telling him to arrive earlier next time and allowing him into the room. Jiang Ran said, "Thank you, teacher," and instinctively moved toward the back row, only to see that the rear seats were already fully occupied. A cluster of students stared at him with varying degrees of wide-eyed innocence, as if terrified that for failing to secure a back seat, he might suddenly erupt and hurl them into a tornado. Jiang Ran fell silent. Enough. If he lived another life, he would change. With that resolve, he decisively sat in the very center of the front row, directly opposite the podium. Chao Wanming cleared his throat twice, ignored Jiang Ran, and continued with his lecture. We were just discussing a force that suddenly emerged 150 years ago. Does anyone remember the name of that faction's original organizer? Come on, this student here, answer it. The bell for the end of class rang, and before long the bell for the next lesson. Chao Wanming opened his water cup and took a sip, intending to continue narrating the development of a particular cult that suddenly appeared 50 years ago, which he had just begun discussing before the last class ended. Just as he was about to conduct a random check on the class participation, he heard someone knocking at the door outside the classroom. Who? Chao Wanming opened the door, and his previously slightly curved lips instantly fell. What are you doing here? This is a classroom full of students, not a hideout for fugitives. Chao Wanming's tone was far from polite. Standing outside were two people, a man and a woman, both dressed in matching blue and white uniforms. The woman spoke in a businesslike, monotone voice. We received a report of an awakened individual maliciously slaughtering civilians. Then go catch the person. Why are you here? I told you this is just a classroom full of students. However, the man did not even glance at the obstructing Chao Wanming. His gaze was fixed directly on Jiang Ran, who was sitting alone in the center of the first row. The person we are looking for is in this classroom. The woman remained unfazed, cold as a robot. His name is Jiang Ran. Chao Wanming was taken aback for a moment, but immediately retorted, Jiang Ran. Impossible. He could never do such a thing. You have the wrong person. You are mistaken. The man who had been staring at Jiang Ran finally spoke up. As for whether he intentionally committed murder, it is not for you to decide. The law will decide. At least this is the situation we have investigated so far. He added, call him out. The person we need to take away cannot be protected by a mere teacher like you. As he said this, an almost imperceptible hint of mockery crossed the man's gaze. At this moment, Jiang Ran, who was sitting in the front row very close to the door and had overheard their entire conversation, was not in the slightest bit nervous. He even casually crossed his legs, feeling that sitting in the front row today was indeed the right choice. So this is the external assistance that Xin Yuan found. They are clever enough to know they cannot directly act against him, especially since Jiang, who a peak expert of the Yuan realm, has been by his side. To guarantee killing Jiang Ran right under Jiang Hus knows they would need a super expert above the third transition of the Su realm to have any chance of success. Not to mention whether such a small matter requires deploying a third transition expert. Jiang Ran was already skeptical about whether the Xin family could actually invite experts from the Su realm. After all, even if the population of Long Nation is vast, it shouldn't be to the extent where spiritual beings roam freely, and Su realm experts are as common as dogs. The Shun family is merely a business in a not very developed city. Having even one Yuan realm expert in their family is already a sign of extraordinary fortune. As for Shin Siyu, who awakened in class elemental ability, she could only be considered as having just begun to show signs of potential, only to be ruthlessly extinguished by Jiang Ran. Now, realizing they cannot move against Jiang Ran for the time being, there are clearly some smart individuals in the Shun family who immediately thought of a second plan, using a knife to kill. To escalate this matter to the divine day, letting the officials come to trouble Jiang Ran. When the time comes, they can maneuver things internally. How could they not deal with a mere ordinary university student like Jiang Ran? Shenzhou was founded 250 years ago. Initially, it was just a special army, but as the number of awakeners gradually increased, Shenzhou became independent from the military system, transforming into the official department that oversees all awakeners. If entering one of the 7 academies is something one can boast about for half a lifetime, then graduating and being able to join Shenzhou is akin to having ancestral graves emitting smoke of all colors. From what Jiang Ran understood, getting into Shenzhou was several times more difficult than passing the civil service exam in his past life. However, just because it was hard to enter didn't mean that everyone inside was a fair and just person. Qiao Wanming's furrowed brows could crush a fly. He knew the person was right. Shenzhou's authority surpassed that of the school, so they could take anyone they wanted, and he, a mere teacher, could not stop them. However, those taken away by Shenzhou rarely returned unscathed. Qiao Wanming did not distrust the authorities. It was just that the Shenzhou of today was no longer the same as it once was. They had speculated to some extent about Jiang Ran's family background, but Shenzhou's operations did not take into account who your father or grandfather was. They had the confidence to withstand any accountability from powerful forces. Seeing Qiao Wanming silent, yet stubbornly standing at the door, the man grew impatient. Are you planning to obstruct the law enforcement? What do you want to go in with him? Teacher. Qiao Wanming turned in surprise, discovering that Jiang Ran had approached without him noticing. There's no need to worry, teacher, Jiang Ran said with his usual smile. I haven't committed a crime, so nothing will happen to me. The man snorted coldly. Whether you have committed a crime or not is not for you to decide. Oh, so you have the say in this. I wasn't aware that Shenzhou is now under your control. Has sharp-tongued. The man shot him a fierce glare. Laugh while you can. Oh, once you're on my turf, let's see if you can The woman beside him maintained a blank expression, cold and indifferent like a machine, showing no concern, and simply stating, Jiang Ran, please come with us. Since you're out, then let's go. Stop dawdling, if our time is valuable. The man stepped back, clearing the Jiang Ran obeyed, and followed them out, patting Qiao Wanming's shoulder as he passed. Watching Jiang Ran walk away with the 2, Qiao Wanming was momentarily stunned. After pondering for a moment, he managed to throw out a quick, you all study on your own for now, before he left the classroom. The remaining 38 students looked at each other, all with bewildered expressions. So did the big bad actually kill someone? It can't be, although he's ruthless and brutal like a tyrant, but he. Someone hesitated to continue. Why do I feel like that guy is very arrogant, as if he looks down on us? Relax, people from Shenzhou are all like that. They look down on others from the top of their heads. TCH, who knows what they're pretending to be? Honestly, it's precisely this attitude from Shenzhou that makes me not want to join them. Since you're not going, then neither will I. Me neither. 1100087. Are you going to put it on yourself, or shall I help you? Han Wu held a special silver handcuff. This handcuff was invented by some anti-dragon forces 200 years ago. Once an awakener is put in these handcuffs, their abilities will be sealed, rendering them an ordinary person. Later this force was eradicated and these handcuffs were adopted by the authorities, transforming into a special tool for awakener criminals. However, these handcuffs are not without flaws. A pair of handcuffs can only seal one ability at a time. Jiang Ran did not expect Han Wu to be so. Currently, they only intended to take him back for a full investigation. It had not yet been confirmed that he had indeed violated the laws of Longhua, yet Han Wu dared to directly put a suppressive handcuff on him. I'm not a criminal, why should I wear this? Han Wu impatiently clicked his tongue. If I say wear it, then wear it. Why so much talk? Regardless of whether you have committed a crime or not, in the end you will still become guilty of intentional homicide. What difference does it make whether you wear it now or later? At that time, he would probably still have to thank himself for having him adapt to the suppressive handcuffs in advance. Jiang Ran slightly furrowed his brow, but still obediently extended his hand, allowing Han Wu to cuff him. Once in the car, Han Wu drove at breakneck speed towards Shenzhou's headquarters in Shangjing. Jiang Ran glanced at the car's speedometer, which was nearly stuck at the speed limit of 120. It seemed they were truly eager to convict him. He felt the ability within him. The suppressive handcuffs could only seal one ability, and it just so happened to seal this level water ability he had previously robbed from Shinsiyu. As long as Jiang Ran wanted, he could easily use the wind to tear apart these bothersome handcuffs. Yet for some unknown reason he chose not to do so. Initially he feared that the fun would not be enough, and that it would be quite dull, but now that Han Wu had delivered the fun right to his doorstep, how could Jiang Ran refuse their goodwill? The headquarters of Shenzhou sounded grand. However, in reality, its exterior looked quite ordinary, even less magnificent than branches in other provinces. The moment Jiang Ran stepped out of the car and into the gates of Shenzhou, a man in a 4-story building who was in a meeting suddenly paused. Noticing his distraction, the few people at the round table exchanged glances, and one of them cautiously spoke up. "Commander, do you have any new thoughts?" Or were they unsatisfied with what they had said? Jiang Yueqin waved his hand, signaling for the meeting to pause. Then without saying a word he stood up and left the meeting room, leaving the others puzzled. What happened? The bald man rubbed his bald head, somewhat confused. Could it be that our performance last quarter was so poor that the commander was angered by us? That shouldn't be the case. The woman wearing a large gold chain around her neck stroked her chin. We've had worse times and the commander didn't leave then either. Next to the bald man, a woman in a black business suit said with a glint in her eyes, something must have happened that forced the commander to pause the meeting to resolve it. Let's go see too. Although she knew more about Shenzhou than others, this was actually Jiang Ran's first time at Shenzhou, and it was the headquarters. Watching Jiang Ran look around like a country dog in the city, Han Wu sneered disdainfully. People from small places have no experience. Where to now? Jiang Ran memorized the surrounding terrain and building layout, then turned to ask Han Wu. Han Wu coldly replied, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Jiang Ran rolled his eyes. "What are you pretending for? Let's see how long you can keep it up." Han Wu led Jiang Ran directly towards a small 2-story building. Jiang Ran followed behind, casting a few more glances at this building that appeared so out of place within the entire Shenzhou, suspecting that it was not a good place. Didn't he notice how the people coming and going tried to avoid this place? However, ever since Jiang Ran left the school, their little schemes were no longer concealed. At that time it was said nicely that he was being brought back for investigation. Now it seemed they intended to directly inflict punishment on him. In the end, regardless of whether he committed a crime, as long as he did not personally admit to having intentionally killed Shinsi, it was unlikely they would release him. What a fine investigation and enforcement. This is how the investigation is conducted. One wonders how many times this has happened besides himself, and how many wrongful cases have been fabricated by this group for personal gain. However, if even the headquarters situated beneath the emperor was this murky, one could only imagine how many provinces and districts in Longhua had been corrupted. The large door of the small building was made of a special high-density metal equipped with a keyhole and an advanced facial recognition system. Just as Han Wu pressed his face against it, the lock clicked open. "Good day, Commander." This greeting nearly scared Han Wu's soul out of him. But he quickly steadied himself. "Calm down, relax." The commander was not the type to ask many questions. Perhaps he was just coincidentally going out and wouldn't notice what's going on here. But the reality was cruel. Often the very thing one least wanted to happen would inevitably occur. Jiang Yueqin emerged from the central building, not even glancing elsewhere, and walked straight towards the small 2-story building. Feeling the rising tide of greetings, Han Wu's expression was truly unpleasant. Why would the commander suddenly come here at this time? Logically speaking, he should have been in a meeting all day today. No, he couldn't think too much. Although he heard Jiang Ran had considerable talent, it shouldn't be to the extent that even the commander knew him. Didn't Xin Yuan say he was just an orphan? See Commander. Looking at the expressionless, imposing figure of Shunzhou's commander, Jiang Yueqin, Han Wu, despite having comforted himself in his heart, still stuttered a bit. Jiang Yueqin ignored his greeting and coldly asked what is happening here. This we received a real name accusation that someone violated Article 3041 of was laws so. Jiang Yueqin directly interrupted Han Wu, so you skipped the investigation steps and directly used suppressive handcuffs to bring someone here for torture and coercion. Han Wu was momentarily flustered. No. That's impossible. How could we do such a thing, Commander? But under Jiang Yueqin's seemingly all-knowing gaze, Han Wu gradually found himself unable to continue. Jiang Yueqin then shifted his gaze to Jiang Ran, who had been smiling and watching the commotion. He didn't see how it happened, but Jiang Ran's handcuffs suddenly turned to dust, falling to the ground with a rustling sound. Jiang Ran shook his arms. Having been forced to stay in one position for a long time, his shoulders felt sore. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with your body? Jiang Yueqin, noticing Jiang Ran shaking his arms, suddenly spoke in a gentler tone. No, nothing at all. Jiang Ran crossed his arms behind his head, stretching his shoulders, and casually replied, it's just that your Shunzhou operates quite swiftly. I didn't even have time to explain before you put handcuffs on me. Well, from the looks of it, just now it felt like you wanted to directly take me away for execution. What's this? Are you lacking in KPIs? But to use an SS-level elemental ability awakener to boost your KPIs, well, I can't say it's unheard of, but it should be quite shocking to the mundane world. Jiang Ran rambled on for quite a while, and even those with the dullest minds could tell that he was being sarcastic. As a result, those who had just followed Jiang Yueqin were momentarily taken aback by his words. The bald man, seeing that the commander was silent, thought he had been rendered speechless by the child's words, and immediately jumped out, trying to help the commander out of the situation, saying, hey, what nonsense are you spouting, kid? We in Shunzhou always act based on evidence. Don't think that trying to turn black into white in front of the commander can help you clear your suspicion. Even if you are SS level, we still handle things according to the law. Don't think that just because you are SS level you are so special. Wait a minute. The bald man suddenly realized what he had just said without thinking. What level did he say his ability was? Hearing that someone was backing him up, Han Wu, who had just felt he was doomed, immediately lifted his head proudly and shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Ran. See, what does having high talent matter? He still has to listen to them in Shenzhou. After being countered like this, Jiang Ran curiously looked at the bald man who spoke. I don't recognize him. He shouldn't be a notable figure. No need to pay attention. Jiang Ran then shifted his gaze back. Jiang Yueqin gently exhaled. Uncle is in the wrong. I apologize to you, Xiao Ran. It's Uncle who has not managed Shenzhou well that has led to this kind of situation. Uncle not only owes you an apology, but also your grandfather, and those who have always believed in Shenzhou. Rest assured, Uncle promises you that such things will never happen again from now on. I will also reevaluate cases that have already been processed, ensuring that no innocent person is wronged, and that no wrongdoer escapes. So can you tell me what exactly happened to you? As soon as Jiang Yueqin spoke his first words, everyone around seemed to freeze like statues standing still. The commander was apologizing to a child who just looked like they had reached adulthood. The commander even referred to himself as the child's uncle. Oh, so the orphan from a so-called small place with no connections whom Shun Yuan wanted to take revenge on was actually the nephew of Shunzhou's commander Jiang Yueqin. Han Wu felt darkness before his eyes, realizing he had reached the end of his life. How could he have been so foolish to agree to Shun Yuan's ridiculous demands? Damn it. Han Wu wished he could travel back in time and slap himself hard. Look at your greed. Look at your greed. Now look at the mess you're in. He had completely thrown himself into this situation. On the other side, the bald man who thought he had helped the commander out felt weak in the knees. So just now in front of the commander he insulted his nephew. Now not only did Han Wu feel like it was over for him, but the bald man also felt like he had reached the end of the road. The few people behind them who hadn't had the chance to speak looked at the bald man with a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. Among them, sympathy accounted for one, while the remaining 99 was purely a desire to see the drama unfold. Serves you right, bald man. You're usually so good at flattering others. Jiang Yueqin, not yet 40, had ascended to the position of commander of the Divine Day, known to the outside world as the most ruthless judge. At this moment in the office, this legendary figure was half squatting in front of a red-haired boy, his expression a mix of gentleness and helplessness. Jiang Ran was patting Jiang Yueqin on the shoulder, as if they were brothers, showing no regard for his status as commander or his elder. Don't worry, Uncle, with our relationship, how could I possibly report you? Upon receiving Jiang Ran's affirmative reply, Jiang Yueqin's anxious heart finally settled down. Jiang Ran's grandfather Jiang Qinglin had only one child, which was Jiang Ran's father Jiang Fan. Although his father had no siblings, his grandfather Jiang Qinglin had two older brothers. Both brothers passed away early. The elder left behind a son and a daughter, while the second brother, like Jiang Qinglin, had only one son. This son was Jiang Yueqin, who was also the youngest among Jiang Ran's paternal generation. Logically speaking, Jiang Ran and they should be considered cousins. However, everyone felt that adding the term cousin made the relationship seem too distant, so it was omitted. As for why Jiang Yueqin feared Jiang Ran would report him, there was indeed a reason for it. Jiang Ran's grandfather was the youngest among the three brothers, and naturally favored, which extended to Jiang Ran's parents, who were also well-liked by the two uncles. Later, when the two passed away, Jiang Qinglin turned almost gray overnight. Thus, as the only legitimate third-generation descendant of the Jiang family, and the sole bloodline heir of both Jiang Qinglin and Jiang Fanjiang, Ran naturally became the person with the greatest voice in the entire Jiang family. Jiang Ran's uncles and aunts had long felt guilty for not saving his parents back in the day. If they were to find out that Jiang Ran had been handcuffed to the Divine Day and was almost subjected to private punishment by Jiang Yueqin's men, they would probably be furious enough to skin him alive. With Jiang Yueqin as a connection, Jiang Ran, upon seeing that the visitors were from the Divine Day, felt not only calm, but even had a sense of humor at the thought of what might happen. His uncle to this day remained single and kept himself clean, having no white moonlight or illegitimate, thus being the only legitimate third-generation descendant of the Jiang family in the territory of the Divine Day, made Jiang Ran nothing less than a crown prince. Although his background was so substantial that others wouldn't dare to believe it, Jiang Ran was not the kind of person to act recklessly because of it. At least regarding the matter of killing Shinsiyu, he truly had committed no crime. The laws of Longhua had been continuously amended and perfected for over 200 years, culminating in the legal framework everyone sees today, after several historically significant meetings. And in Article 1206 of the Awakener's Criminal Code, it clearly and explicitly defines the meaning of justifiable defense. In essence, it simplifies to say that if the other party initiates an attack likely to be fatal against you, whether direct or indirect, regardless of whether there are casualties, in the end you may retaliate without committing a crime. Thus, in theory, when faced with a second-tier mutated beast, Shunsiyu's deliberate action of pulling Jiang Ran and throwing him behind her provided Jiang Ran with ample reason to retaliate. He simply delayed the timing of his counterattack. Exploiting loopholes was something Jiang Ran had done countless times in his past life. Doing it again in this life was as easy as pie. Hearing Jiang Ran's explanation, Jiang Yueqin almost instantly grasped the situation. He even suspected that being brought to the Divine Day was part of this boy's scheming. He stood up and rubbed his temples, saying, "What can I say about you?" Jiang Ran had occupied the most comfortable boss chair in the office, leaving Jiang Yueqin to sit on the wooden sofa beside. Jiang Ran, indifferent to his uncle's current mood, was still in the mood to boast. "Of course, it's about how clever and decisive I am. Moreover, I saved you so much trouble. Shouldn't you be happy, uncle?" Jiang Yueqin chuckled helplessly. "You've caught me there." As the commander, how could Jiang Yueqin have been oblivious to the internal affairs of the Divine Day for so long? He knew and wanted to change things, yet he had always lacked an opportunity. Jiang Ran's deliberate act of getting handcuffed and brought to the Divine Day was precisely to help Jiang Yueqin create a breakthrough in this matter and accelerate the internal reform of the Divine Day. After all, if an SS-level awakened one could be maliciously framed and even nearly subjected to torture, it was entirely reasonable for the commander to declare a thorough investigation of the Divine Day in a fit of anger. "Then, uncle, I must thank Ran first." However, Jiang Yueqin's words took a turn, carrying a hint of reproach. "You mustn't do such things again. Aren't you afraid that I won't be at headquarters today? If something happens to you, how will I explain it to your parents and grandfather?" Jiang Ran hummed dismissively, showing no concern. "Don't worry, uncle, I'm not that foolish. I had already prepared an escape route before coming here." Tianfu Academy Principal's Office. Principal Yuan. Jiang Ran has been taken by the Divine Day. Chao Wanming rushed in only to find Principal Yuan unusually calm, even having the leisure to... "I already knew." Yuan Pu leisurely poured hot water into the tea, set completely unfazed. When Yuan Pu arrived at Shenzhou, he saw Jiang Ran calmly holding a tray and eating Jiang Yueqin, who was somewhat surprised to see him, and Baiyu, who was devouring his food like a starving ghost. "Yuan Pu." He pointed at Baiyu in disbelief, even forgetting why he came here. "How come you're here, and where did you take my tea leaves?" Baiyu barely swallowed the food in his mouth, gulping down half a cup of cola before he could speak clearly. Hey, I advise you not to talk nonsense. What tea leaves? Do I look like someone who steals?" Baiyu rolled his eyes ungracefully. "If something's lost, just call the police. Don't casually accuse a good person, okay?" "You? A good person?" Yuan Pu snatched the chicken leg from Baiyu's tray that he hadn't had the chance to eat, his eyes widening to twice their usual size. If you are a good person, then the whole world must be filled with normal people. Isn't that good? Good, how is that not good? Although Jiang Yueqin didn't know Bai Yu well, they had both been in Beijing for the past few years, so he knew a bit about the rumors surrounding Bai Yu. Therefore, regarding the inexplicable disappearance of Principal Yuan's tea leaves, Jiang Yueqin didn't find Bai Yu particularly innocent. But he wasn't going to invest his thoughts in such trivial matters. He just greeted Yuan Pu and planned to leave. He indeed had a pile of meetings scheduled for today, but Jiang Ran's unexpected appearance threw his plans. Now Jiang Ran was unharmed, and almost everyone at the Shenzhou headquarters knew he was Jiang Ran's uncle. Even his senior colleagues, and the principal, had come personally to pick him up. So even if some cult sent someone to assassinate Jiang Ran, he could leave in one piece without worrying about his personal safety. Thus, after accompanying his nephew to finish lunch, as the uncle, he should return to handle official business. With Jiang Ran's influence, he would only be busier in the coming time. Seeing that the struggle between Yuan Pu and Bai Yu finally came to an end, Jiang Ran perceptively offered Yuan Pu a cup of warm water. However, the old man had no concept of health preservation and pointed to Bai Yu's cup saying, "I want cola too. Make it Pepsi, not Coke, and remember to add more ice." After finishing a round of battle and massaging his stomach, Bai Yu jumped up at the words, looking even more excited than when he was wrong. "Damn. You old man. How dare you drink Pepsi and not Coke? I will battle you for 300 rounds. Jiang Ran, who was shrinking back, didn't dare to speak, but quietly kicked a bottle of Pepsi into the corner and picked up the Coke on the table, pouring a glass full of ice for Yuan Pu. Returning to school, the three of them tacitly avoided mentioning Shen Yi until they parted ways. After all, Jiang Ran's background was prominent. He was still one of this year's SS class awakeners. Moreover, judging by Jiang Ran's currently displayed talents, even if he were just a singular ability awakener, he would undoubtedly rank among the top SS class awakeners to emerge in the last 50 years. Such a super genius, even if Jiang Ran were to kill Shen Yi without reason, he would ultimately face no consequences. After all, this is not Earth. In the world of awakeners, sufficiently monstrous geniuses can have the rule. Very good. Back in his high-end single dormitory, Jiang Ran stretched satisfied with his half-day's arrangements. Another class skipped. Awesome. Tisk, is that all you aspire to? Bai Yu, who returned with him, clicked his tongue, treating the sofa like his own home and seemingly not planning to move again. What do you mean, is that all you aspire to? Isn't that aspiration grand enough? Jiang Ran curled his lip, feeling somewhat displeased that his great pursuit was being belittled. Bai Yu made a unique sound that only a rebellious person would make. It's obvious you've never really played before. You're at the right age to play now. If you're not passionate, what do you call a young person? Just so happens that I have something to do tomorrow. I might as well take you to see the world. Jiang Ran thought about his class schedule and seemed to remember he had a class tomorrow afternoon. Is it really okay to skip 2 classes right after school starts? Jiang Ran, still a well-behaved student for now, sincerely questioned this. Then I'll hurry and finish up, and I promise to get you back in time for class in the afternoon. Actually, you don't have to rush. The next day, just as Jiang Ran picked up a piece of toasted bread, a hand suddenly reached out, grabbing his shoulder and pulling him away. In the next moment, that hand appeared again, accurately targeting the remaining slices of toast on the table, directly taking the whole plate away. Choo-choo-choo, this time it's fine. Choo-choo, at least let me dry my hair. Choo-choo-choo, going out with wet hair easily causes migraines. Choo-choo-choo. Then you think too much. I choo-choo-choo, this time it's purely because I woke up late. Choo-choo, you don't need to thank me specially. The 2 red-haired boys squatted on the side, still holding a slice of bread in their mouths. From any angle, they looked just like the delinquents wandering outside a middle school. I slightly overcooked it while toasting. Jiang Ran evaluated the toast he made in his heart, took a couple of sips of the soy milk that Bai Yu specially bought to clear his throat, and asked him, "So why does toast need to be paired with soy milk?" Bai Yu, biting the straw, answered without looking up, "It's a combination of Chinese and Western styles. You'll understand when you reach my age." Jiang Ran, while he couldn't be seen, subtly rolled his eyes. He certainly didn't believe that 2 years later he would become as shameless as Bai Yu. What are we doing here? Jiang Ran finally remembered to ask the important question. Early in the morning, Bai Yu took him across several provinces, arriving in Shanghai City, nearly 1,000 kilometers from Beijing. However, after arriving, Bai Yu didn't mention what they were going to do, and even had the leisure to buy 2 cups of ordinary soy milk that cost $15 each. Surely they couldn't have come here to be the foolish ones. After finishing his big slam dunk, Bai Yu leisurely answered Jiang Ran's question. Waiting for someone. Waiting for someone. Sure, they're coming. Jiang Ran followed by Yes gaze and saw 2 young women in familiar blue and white uniforms chatting as they walked out of a building. The corner of Jiang Ran's mouth slightly tightened. People from Shenzhou. What are you waiting for them for? Don't ask, just watch. Bai Yu shushed again, grabbing Jiang Ran's shoulder, nonchalantly moving him to a different spot. Jiang Ran seemed to realize something, closed his mouth, and stood in the corner, watching as the two women chatted, and walked into a coffee shop. The name of this coffee shop is a string of English words, and from the outside, it has a somewhat niche and exquisite feel. Jiang Ran, coming from a small place, honestly couldn't comprehend what that long English name specifically meant, but he guessed that the people in this coffee shop likely referred to themselves as the owners. The menu was entirely in English, and there probably was a cat or a dog in the shop. Well, it certainly matched his stereotypical impression of coffee shops in Shanghai City. After the two entered, Bai Yu adjusted his clothes, seemingly planning to enter through the front door. Jiang Ran looked down at his outfit for the day. He still wore an ordinary unbranded white t-shirt and shorts, which someone unfamiliar might mistake for a popular item available for 9 yuan and 9 cents on a shopping app. If he just walked in like this, would people secretly roll their eyes at him in disdain? After watching too many videos, he felt that strange stereotypes had increased considerably. As he pushed open the overly elaborate door, Jiang Ran's gaze involuntarily fell upon a Pomeranian wearing a silver collar at the entrance. Seeing two more people enter, the little Pomeranian ran over while barking. A younger man who was attending to two women turned his head to glance, his tone somewhat helpless, and stopped barking. Then he gave a slight nod to Jiang Ran and Bai Yu. 5 minutes later, the man placed the menu in front of the two. "Hello, I am the owner of this specialty coffee shop. My name is Yu Jia. May I ask what you two would like to drink?" Jiang Ran couldn't help but glance up at him. Surprisingly, it wasn't an English name. He looked down at the menu again. Aside from the prices at the back aligning with the consumption level of Shanghai City, the entire menu was written in Chinese. Seeing that, Bai Yu merely glanced at it before shifting his gaze away. Jiang Ran had no choice but to take on the responsibility of ordering. Looking around, Jiang Ran, who wasn't very enthusiastic about coffee, really couldn't find a name that suited his taste. Glancing at the two women who seemed to be perfectly fine on the other side, Jiang Ran closed the menu. "Well, have what those two ladies are having." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Ran clearly sensed a slight change in Yu Jia's gaze towards him. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" No, but you'll need to wait a few more minutes, as the drinks ordered by the previous two are quite complex and will take a little longer to prepare," Yu Jia explained with a smile. Jiang Ran also smiled. "No problem, we have plenty of time to wait." "Alright." After Yu Jia finished speaking, he turned to leave. Bai Yu rested his head on his hand, looking at his phone, and after hearing him leave lazily, said, "Just so you know, those 2 cups of coffee aren't on the house." "Why didn't you say that earlier?" "They'll go tell him I only want 1 cup. Jiang Ran said this, but he didn't really get up to find the owner. Having seen the menu, the most expensive item was only around 200 yuan. The 2 cups combined would be at most 500 yuan. He could still afford such a small amount. "So what exactly do you want to do?" He couldn't help but ask again. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you guess already? I just can't believe they would be so bold." Jiang Ran leaned his arm on the table, resting his head on one hand. The headquarters of Shenzhou under the emperor was already in chaos, so it made no sense that the branches in other places were completely silent. Yesterday afternoon, Jiang Yueqin was still continuing the meeting. Any real mobilization could only start at night, perhaps even later. Therefore, from last night to today, on the eve of turbulence, certain individuals would definitely take action. However, Jiang Ran couldn't understand why Bai Yu chose to come to Shanghai City 1,000 miles away from Shangjing to wait for a rabbit. It couldn't be that everything was fine elsewhere. Thinking about it, it seemed impossible. So he could only conclude that Bai Yu had his own sources of information and knew that the movement was greatest in Shanghai City, which was why he specifically rushed over. But this undercover meeting, how was it so different from what Jiang Ran had imagined? I mean, we are already in an era of abilities. Why are we still using the spy handoff scenes from 200 years ago TV shows? While he was mentally complaining, the bell at the door of the shop jingled crisply. Someone else had arrived. Jiang Ran immediately looked over. Could it be another group? Or were those who came now the main dish? As Jiang Ran curiously waited, a group of young people who looked quite simple and foolish walked in. Jiang Ran suddenly felt a pang of pain and covered his face. It seemed he saw an exceedingly familiar acquaintance. Brother Jiang. Li Kai originally planned to come out with his roommate to see the world today, but unexpectedly, he casually entered a coffee shop, took a look around, and saw an extraordinarily familiar figure. With his shout, everyone else in the coffee shop immediately turned to look at Jiang Ran, including the 2 women who had entered first. "Brother Jiang, what are you doing here? Didn't you go to Shangjing?" Jiang Ran helplessly put his hand down. "Cough, nothing, just came out for a trip to relax." "Oh really?" Li Kai scratched his head. "But I remember Brother Jiang's school has officially started, right? Today isn't even the weekend." "Okay, stop talking. Li Kai, who is this?" The 5 boys following Li Kai glanced at Jiang Ran, then at the indifferent Bai Yu. As far as he knew, the schools that were officially starting seemed to be only a few. and the one located in Shangjing wasn't that just. Li Kai was completely unaware of Jiang Ran's helplessness and excitedly introduced him to his roommates. Jiang Ran, my high school desk mate, an SS level awakened. Well, what? SSS? Holy cow. Mom, I've seen a living SS level. Is that real? SSS. You can't be bluffing, right? Li Kai was the first to hear this doubt, and immediately glared back as if questioning Jiang Ran was questioning him. I say, Lu Fangda, if you have no knowledge, don't speak recklessly and expose your own intelligence. My brother Jiang is an SSS. Could it be that you are? The tall and thin boy named Lu Fangda was rebuffed by Li Kai and snorted disdainfully, moving to the side and saying no more. The two people sitting in the corner exchanged glances. SSS level went to Shangjing. Looks like he's a student from Tianfu. Tianfu Academy. That's a bit troublesome. Troublesome or not, it still has to be done. The 7 major academies officially started yesterday. Logically, they should all be in class these days. But now students from Tianfu appeared in Shanghai. Do you believe they just came here for a vacation? I certainly don't. The short-haired woman sighed. I don't believe it either. But I really wouldn't want to interact with people from Tianfu. We don't have much time left. The long-haired woman said, while subtly observing Jiang Ran, who was surrounded by several people. They seem to just be freshmen. In a month's time, even if they have high talent, at most they would just reach the ascension stage. So what are you afraid of? By then we'll finish what we need to do and leave. After all, Shangjing is 1,000 miles away. Can those old fellows teleport here? Well, alright, I'll listen to you. Excuse me, here are your 2 cups of coffee you ordered. Enjoy. Yu Jie placed the 2 cups of what appeared to be ordinary lattes on the table and turned to serve the newly arrived Li Kai and others. Jiang Ran picked up the coffee, examined it, and sniffed it, feeling perplexed. This certainly doesn't seem worth over 100 a cup. Do people in Shanghai City really enjoy being taken advantage of? In the corner, watching Jiang Ran bring the coffee to his lips, the short-haired woman felt inexplicably excited. Drink it, hurry up. Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran instinctively turned around to see Shi Yin dressed in a similar minimalist outfit, standing at the door. Shi Yin was equally surprised to encounter Jiang Ran in Shanghai. Isn't he from Tianfu Academy? Isn't Tianfu Academy located in Shangjing? How could Jiang Ran possibly be in Shanghai? Yu Jie, who was waiting for Li Kai and the others to place their orders, also felt a bit gloomy. His coffee shop rarely saw many customers in half a month, so why is it so lively today? Could it be that their actions have been exposed? It really is you. Shi Yin walked over and glanced at Baiyu, who had put on sunglasses at some point, his eyes widening slightly. You are. Baiyu raised his index finger to his lips, and Shi Yin paused for a moment, swallowing the rest of his words. How come you are in Shanghai? Realizing Baiyu didn't want to reveal his identity, Shi Yin shifted the topic and began chatting with Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran set the coffee down again, saying, just traveling to relax. You still need to relax. Shouldn't those new students be the ones needing to unwind? Thinking of how the school posted the report cards at the top of their website, the first thing they saw every day was Jiang Ran 2469. Even with a good mindset, Shi Yin couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy after seeing it so often. Let alone those new students who had been beaten up by Jiang Ran. It's good enough if they're not depressed. Why wouldn't I need to relax? Jiang Ran said confidently. I'm human too, and being human means experiencing low emotions sometimes. Alright, you're right. The long-haired woman's gaze fell on Shi Yin. That's the young master of the Shi family, SS level ability, a new student at Tianfu Academy. Her tone was very certain. The short-haired woman recognized him as well, and thought of his file, saying his ability is quite interesting. Didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Let's get ready to act, we can't delay any longer. Tianfu Academy won't send anyone for a while, but that doesn't mean Tianfu Academy can't send someone. Receiving the signal, Yu Jie stretched his neck. Initially, the task assigned to him was merely to receive and transmit information. Today was supposed to be their last meeting. After today, they would temporarily withdraw from Shanghai City. Unexpectedly, there was still a surprise before they left. 2 SS-level new students. If he could bring their heads back, he could compete for the position of the division. Tangyuan. Woof! Jiang Ran, who had been chatting aimlessly, suddenly stopped. Li Kai beside him was still immersed in the excitement of seeing SS-level abilities, but Shi Yin, who had been observing him, sensed something amiss. Casually glancing around, Shi Yin lowered his voice. Did you sense something? Jiang Ran didn't answer him, and poked Baiyu, who was dozing off. You didn't bring me here to get killed, did you? Of course not. Baiyu's eyes, hidden beneath the sunglasses, were closed. Trust me a bit more, kid. At the moment he received the information carried by the wind, Jiang Ran wished he could grow wings and fly back to Shangjing. But Li Kai was still here. Baiyu had spatial abilities, and if he wanted to escape, no one could catch him. Shi Yin was an SS level, and also a young master from a prominent family. Moreover, they were in Shanghai, which could be considered the stronghold of Tianfu Academy. Jiang Ran didn't believe there wouldn't be anyone secretly following him. If he left, what would happen to Li Kai and his roommates? They were just a few ordinary people. When chaos ensued, no one would care about the lives of a few B and clever awakeners. Jiang Ran instinctively grabbed his hair, forcing himself to ignore the oppressive feeling carried by the wind, and continued to sit casually on the stool. Li Kai and his roommates were still asking Shi Yan for his autograph, when suddenly a fierce wind swept in from the back of the shop, accompanied by a beastly roar. Baiyu opened his eyes. Boom! The pillar standing in the middle shattered as a gigantic white figure lunged toward Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's pupils constricted, and in the next moment the scenery around him changed in an instant. In the blink of an eye they appeared where Jiang Ran and Baiyu had been crouching at first. Opposite them was the cafe with a long string of English names. However, at this moment the cafe had lost its previous elegance. A large hole appeared in the wall, and a nearly 5-meter turtle beast with disheveled white fur stood before the hole, its blood-red eyes staring directly at them. What kind of monster is this? Upon seeing the appearance of the beast, Li Kai's roommate felt his legs turn to jelly. Jiang Ran and Shi Yan stood in front of the others, their expressions increasingly serious. Can you tell what level of beast this is? Shi Yan's body tensed. Jiang Ran was not much better off, but managed to force himself to calm down. Level 6. His gaze passed over the beast to the person standing beside it, and he added, "This isn't a wild beast, it's a tamed beast." Shi Yan's expression darkened further. Li Kai, who also overheard their conversation, was on the verge of tears. To be able to contract a level 6 beast means that the other party is at least a tamer awakener who has reached the sea realm. What the hell is going on? Why is there no signal? The boy preparing to call for help found that his phone had no signal at all, and was also about to cry. Could they really do this to them? They hadn't even left the novice village. How could there be such a big boss? Oh, come on, look at your lack of ambition. Baiyu pushed his sunglasses to the top of his head, looking at them with a face full of disappointment. Men don't cry. You're acting like you're about to die. Really, is it really not going to die? Another boy had already started writing his will on his notes. Why are you crying? Yu Jie stepped closer, watching the group either panic or act strong, and calm, his smile becoming even more twisted. Don't worry, my Tang Yuan has very sharp teeth. I guarantee you won't feel any pain. Hey, are you looking down on me? Baiyu placed his hands on his hips, feeling very dissatisfied with being ignored. Yu Jie glanced at him twice. My. He looked at him a few more times. Strange, why does he feel so familiar, as if he has seen him somewhere? Oh my gosh. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Baiyu casually placed the sunglasses on Jiang Ran's head, saying, "Hold this for me," then vanished from the spot. Seeing Baiyu disappear, Yu Jie instinctively moved closer to Tang Yuan. Previously, he thought those two SS-level awakeners had some protective gear that could teleport them a distance when feeling danger. But now, seeing Baiyu disappear in place, Yu Jie realized that it wasn't a tool. It was this person's ability. What are you thinking? A cold voice suddenly appeared above Yu Jie. Yu Jie did not look up, but quickly dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, just as he dodged to the other side, at the moment his foot landed, countless metallic spikes shot up from the ground, forming a circular barrier. This perfectly trapped Yu Jie inside. Before he could react, a fireball fell from the sky, heading straight for Yu Jie's head. Sensing that his master was about to face a life-and-death crisis, the previously adorable dog Tang Yuan let out a furious roar and charged forward. "Did I ever say you could go?" Accompanying this remark, the space around Tang Yuan instantly distorted, fixing the leaping beast in a somewhat comical position in midair. From this angle, one could clearly see how Yu Jie, trapped in the metallic cage, was brutally blasted apart. If Tang Yuan could speak human language, it would surely let out a thunderous roar of despair. No. Meanwhile, Baiyu stood in midair at the spot where Yu Jie had previously been, his clothes billowing in the wind, and even remembered to wink at Jiang Ran on the other side. "Baiyu, so how do I look, brother?" Jiang Ran, who inexplicably understood what Baiyu wanted to express. Just as he was about to let Tang Yuan enjoy the same treatment as his master, Baiyu's hand suddenly halted. After sensing for a moment, a smile crept onto his lips. Interesting. In the next second, he vanished again. Is it ready yet? Almost. At the back door of the cafe, two women in Shenzhou uniforms were standing there. One of the women with short hair had a slightly pale complexion, and beads of cold sweat were forming on her forehead. The woman with long hair held a black notebook in one hand, while her other finger was bleeding, writing something in her own blood on the notebook. The notebook already had a few characters written on it. The long-haired woman paused for a moment before changing to a new line to continue writing. However, just as her index finger touched the notebook, a hand reached out from midair and swiftly snatched the black notebook away. "Who?" The long-haired woman suddenly retreated several meters, shouting angrily. Baiyu glanced at the blood-written characters on the notebook, his expression darkening before slowly turning to confusion. On the pure white paper 4 characters were written in bright red blood by Jiang Ran. Below there was another vertical line which was intended for a third name, but before she could finish writing, Baiyu snatched the notebook away. The short-haired woman turned pale at the sight of Baiyu. She abruptly looked at the equally shocked long-haired woman. "You didn't write his name." "I did. He was the first name I wrote." Baiyu of Tianfu Academy, an SS-level space ability user, was hailed as the continent's greatest genius in 200 years. How could she possibly not recognize him? Thus, when she decided to use her ability, the long-haired woman immediately wrote Baiyu's name. "But how is he still alive? This is impossible. Who exactly are you?" "Me." Baiyu looked again at the notebook, lingering on Jiang Ran's name for a moment. "You wrote my name, yet you still ask me who I am." "Impossible. You can't still be alive." The long-haired woman trembled all over. Her ability, like Yin Yes, was object-based. It was that black notebook. As long as she wrote a name in her own blood and sacrificed a portion of her lifespan, the person whose name was written would die silently. It was akin to a supernatural version of a death note. However, since using it required sacrificing her own lifespan, and the stronger the target's strength, the more lifespan she needed to sacrifice, she generally would not use this ability unless it was a critical character. In their speculation, Baiyu was at most at the C boundary. As a fellow C boundary individual who had already reached the 6th transition, the long-haired woman only needed to sacrifice 30 years of her lifespan to eliminate any C boundary opponent. Although this would lead to her having only a few years left to live, the thought of eliminating such a genius made her feel it was worth it. However, the long-haired woman never expected that despite having written Baiyu's name, he was still alive. Could it be that her ability had failed? "Your ability isn't working, huh?" A familiar grin reappeared on Baiyu's face. "You didn't buy a notebook to cosplay as Kira, did you?" "You don't get angry while my ability is still active. Let's get out of here." The short-haired woman had already retreated beside the long-haired woman, whispering, "But my notebook." The long-haired woman was still a bit reluctant. "Is the notebook more important, or your life?" The long-haired woman fell silent. Seeing that she no longer resisted, the short-haired woman grabbed her. "Let's go." "Where to?" Baiyu appeared behind them at some point, gazing at them with a smile. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The cafe owner has already matured. Moreover, I had already sealed this space earlier since my ability is far superior to yours." He winked at the short-haired woman. "So none of your messages have gotten out. Why hasn't that guy come back yet?" Li Kai squatted on the ground, hugging his knees, looking miserable. Jiang Ran leaned against a streetlight, arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation. Hearing Li Kai mutter for the 4th time, Jiang Ran said somewhat helplessly, "Don't worry, he will be back soon. Nothing will happen." After seeing Baiyu deal with Yu Jie and the 6th-tier beast in no time, Jiang Ran realized he had indeed underestimated Baiyu. Given the strength Baiyu had just displayed, he was at least at the peak of the C boundary. He might have even stepped into the abyss boundary. Furthermore, Baiyu seemed to possess more than one ability. Jiang Ran had seen it clearly. The metallic spikes that emerged from the ground, and the fireballs that appeared out of nowhere. Aside from space, Baiyu seemingly had abilities related to gold and fire elements as well. No wonder Baiyu always claimed to be a genius. It turned out to be true. Is this what makes him so sought after by the 7 academies? And as the second new student in 50 years aside from Baiyu to be contested by the 7 academies, doesn't that imply that my value and potential can match by yes? Jiang Ran was not lacking in confidence. With his plundering skills, he could acquire not just 3 abilities, but 30 or even 300. He could reflect on this simply because he suddenly realized that the people from the 7 academies had a pretty good eye for talent. The phone has a signal. Li Kai's roommate suddenly stood up, excitedly holding his phone. Quick, call the police." "I'm calling the police." "Will it really be useful?" one of the boys suddenly said in a low voice. The others froze momentarily. Initially, there were 2 people in the cafe wearing blue and white uniforms. This uniform is recognizable throughout the entire Long Kingdom. It represents Shenzhou. If someone encounters a crisis involving beasts and awakened individuals, and calls the police, these are the people who will come to rescue and handle the scene. But when the cafe owner Yu Jie had gone berserk earlier, those 2 did not intervene and even disappear. If they call the police now, will anyone still come? "It's fine, just call." The last to speak was Shi Yin. As a member of the Shi family, he was somewhat aware of the current situation of Shenzhou. Although there are many internal pests in Shenzhou, they wouldn't dare to casually ignore public emergency calls. As for which faction would ultimately arrive, he couldn't say.
Gong Hao replied with a sorrowful expression, "Think nothing of it. Your father and I were friends for many years and partners in business. Helping take care of the company's aftermath is only natural."
And regarding such matters, it was better not to let ordinary people know too much. Jiang Ran seemed to sense something, and opened his eyes only to see Baiyu carrying something back. Bai casually threw the two men who looked like beaten dead dogs next to the now mature Yujia. The metallic spikes acted like automatic sensing doors stretching upward and twisting into a six-sided cubic cage upon detecting someone entering. Bai walked over and slapped a black notebook into Jiang Ran's arms. Hold this tightly, it's important evidence. Huh, what is it? Jiang Ran picked up the notebook and shook it, feeling that there was seemingly no danger. He casually flipped through it and saw numerous names written in blood that had naturally oxidized and turned black. On the latest page, two names were prominently written by Jiang Ran. However, the name Bai was complete, while Jiang Ran's name was only partially written, with the character for Ran only 2/3 complete. What is this? A death note. Congratulations, you guessed right. Bai showed no signs of unusual emotion, as if this ability posed no more threat to him than a mere tickle. Jiang Ran glanced at Bai's name again, choosing not to ask why he was unharmed now, but instead flipped back to the front and frowned at the densely packed names. So all these are people they killed. Oh. Shurian also leaned in to take a look, but when he saw the pages filled with red-tinted black names, his expression darkened even more than when facing a sixth-tier mutant beast. Who are they? Bai, fiddling with his phone, casually answered, well, as far as I know, they should be from the Nine Nether. Nine Nether? Jiang Ran and Shurian both paused in surprise. It wasn't that they were unaware of Nine Nether. On the contrary, 80 of the awakened individuals in Longwen knew about this organization. This was a colossal entity that had emerged 150 years ago with profound resources and a large number of members. Even the authorities lacked thorough understanding of them. It was only known that the abilities of the mid to high-level members of Nine Nether seemed to be related to death. Jiang Ran looked at the death note in his hand. Could it be that this person is also a mid to high-level member of Nine Nether? Not likely. Bai finally finished fiddling and put away his phone. Noticing Jiang Ran's gaze, Bai candidly admitted, I've beaten them before. Alright, the matter is settled. Someone will come to handle these shortly. We can head back to Shanjing now. He seemed unwilling to say more, quickly changing the subject. I told you I'm very efficient. I won't delay your class. Jiang Ran replied. He hadn't expected that after such a thrilling battle, Bai was still thinking about ensuring he returned to class on time. Didn't they say it wasn't necessary? I think since we've come all the way to Shanghai City, we should have some fun before heading back. Jiang Ran's tone was polite. At this moment, Li Kai finally snapped back to reality from Bai's imposing figure. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, he eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. Why rush back? We should have more fun. Others chimed in. Yeah. Shanghai City is really fun. You'll definitely have a great time. This was a powerhouse who could eliminate awakened individuals in the Sea Realm with ease. If they could establish a relationship with him, even if it was just adding him on WeChat, they would have bragging rights in the future. They absolutely couldn't let this powerhouse leave just like that. They had to make him stay longer. Bai raised an eyebrow. What? Are you going to cover all the expenses for the whole venue? Jiang Ran was unfazed. Sure. How much could he possibly spend? He was the distinguished young master of the Jiang family, the Prince of Shenzhou. Could he possibly be unable to afford such trivial expenses? Brother, I suddenly feel that since school has just started, I can't leave a bad impression on the teacher. You should quickly take me back so I can attend class. I really want to attend class. After Jiang Ran finished saying sure, Bai's eyes visibly lit up. Before Jiang Ran could react, the next moment the two appeared in a 4S shop. Bai stroked a red McLaren and turned to Jiang Ran with a bright smile. What do you think? It matches my hair color perfectly. He winked with a sly grin. I've had my eye on this for a long time. Now it's finally within reach. Thanks, young Master Jiang, you're so generous. Huh? Jiang Ran replied. Dude, you really have no shame at all. To his surprise, Bai was still not satisfied. Rubbing his hands together, he flatteringly said, well, I also have my eye on those two apartments over there. I suddenly want to go back to class. After all, knowledge is power. What the heck could an ordinary person casually buy property in Shanghai City? If he really agreed to swipe a card for Bai to purchase an apartment, his grandfather would definitely appear out of nowhere to scold him. After all, his uncle was merely the commander of Shenzhou, not the richest man in Longhua. He wasn't at a level where Jiang Ran could spend money like confetti. Oh, you woke up so quickly. Bai's tone hid an undeniable disappointment. Actually, I also wanted to buy a... What are you even disappointed about? Do I look like someone who has money to burn? After returning to school, Jiang Ran even had time for a nap before heading to the cafeteria for a delicious, visually appealing, and healthy lunch. During this time, Shurian, who had already exchanged contact information, told Jiang Ran everything he had learned about the situation. Those two women were indeed from Nine Nether, and the coffee shop owner was also from Nine Nether. Every half-month, the two who were undercover in Shenzhou would come to the coffee shop to inform Yujia about the events that had occurred in Shenzhou, and the internal information they had gathered, which Yujia would then relay to his superiors. This time the meeting was not yet half a month since the last one primarily, because the two sensed something was off within Shenzhou, and speculated that there might be some action, so they intended to notify Nine Nether in advance to prepare and avoid the spotlight. However, before their message could be delivered, 3 operatives were directly captured by Bai Yu. Bai Yu's initial plan was to hold back and see how Yu Jie communicated with his superiors. He intended to follow the lead and surprise them at the right moment. Unexpectedly, those 2 women were too cautious. Upon seeing Bai Yu and Jiang Ran, they instantly realized something was amiss and attempted to kill them before fleeing. As a result of underestimating Bai Yu's strength, her death note failed to take effect, and she was swiftly knocked. As for the other short-haired woman, her ability merely created a barrier that prevented anyone inside from conveying any information, and it was not harmful. It was like a buy one get one free situation. Sure, Yin said, now Shenzhou has completely turned into a chaotic mess with large-scale investigations happening everywhere. As far as I know, at least 3 undercover operatives from different forces have already been found. So the previous Shenzhou was just a big sieve that anyone could enter. Wasn't it said the thresholds were very high? Sure, Yin replied, indeed they are high, but those several forces are too willing to invest. Jiang Ran thought for a moment, and suddenly realized the truth. Take those 2 women responsible for conveying messages, one was at the 6th tier of the Sea Realm, and the other at the 3rd tier, so it wasn't too difficult for them to enter Shenzhou. Although Bai Yu claimed he couldn't compare to the mid to high levels of Nine Nether, possessing such strength alongside that truly abnormal ability meant that the long-haired woman was certainly not an ordinary lackey in Nine Nether. It was worth noting that those from the Sea Realm could simply give up when they wanted to. It was indeed a case of, the afternoon class starts at 2 o'clock. Having learned from the last lesson, Jiang Ran arrived early and took a seat at the edge of the second to last row. The students from the class who came in one after another showed a hint of surprise upon seeing Jiang Ran. Wasn't he taken away by the people from Shenzhou yesterday? So soon he was released. Jiang Ran rested his chin on one hand, lightly glancing at them. What are you all staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Unable to fight back or scold him, they decided to let it go. So when the teacher for this class entered, what he saw was over 30 students sitting in the middle and left rows, while only one person occupied the 2 rightmost rows. Goodness, was he isolated. Jiang Ran didn't care whether anyone sat with him, but his eyebrows instinctively raised upon seeing the person who entered. Jiang Sharon, why are you sitting so far back? Come to the front and sit in the 1st row. A smiling voice rang out, and Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows calmly, standing up and leisurely walking to the center of the 1st row, offering a smile to the man at the podium. All right, Teacher Yan. The teacher for this class turned out to be an old acquaintance of Jiang Ran, his high school homeroom teacher, Yin Feng, the 2nd son of the Yin family from North China. Jiang Ran really wanted to ask him how he suddenly came to Beijing and why he wanted to teach at Tianfu Academy. But clearly this wasn't the time for nostalgia, so Jiang Ran had to maintain his smile and temporarily set those questions aside. Yin Feng wore a dark red shirt and gold-rimmed glasses. If someone who didn't know him saw him, they would probably think he was a cultured and successful individual. Yin Feng merely glanced at the well-behaved Jiang Ran before withdrawing his gaze to introduce himself to the other confused students in the back. For Jiang Ran, who was openly slacking off, an hour of class passed quickly. As soon as the bell rang, Yin Feng shot Jiang Ran a look and was the first to leave the classroom. Naturally, Jiang Ran followed him. Hey old Yin, not bad. You're teaching at Tianfu now? Jiang Ran unceremoniously draped his arm over Yin Feng's shoulder, reaching to touch the glasses on his face with the other hand. Dressed up in a shirt and glasses, tisk, you're not trying to find me a wife, are you? What nonsense are you spouting? Yin Feng slapped Jiang Ran's outstretched hand away and rolled his eyes. I told you I have connections. Being a teacher is a piece of cake for me. Not what I meant. I was wondering if you can teach well. Don't lead a bunch of good kids into the mountains. They are the future combatants of Longhua. Come on, I'm a top student from Longting University. Teaching them is more than enough for me. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's doubts, Yin Feng appeared somewhat helpless. Do you really consider me useless? Jiang Ran was taken aback. Isn't that the case? Go to hell. All right, no more bickering. Jiang Ran wasn't trying to provoke him, it was just that seeing an acquaintance in a completely strange place made him subconsciously happy. So why did you come to Beijing? Miss home. Want to visit your family often? Stop guessing randomly. Yin Feng said, pushing open the office door and walking in. How could I miss home? I'm not a 3-year-old kid. Moreover, he would prefer never to return to that broken place. Yin Feng turned around and sat on the sofa, only to find Jiang Ran still standing outside the door, puzzled. What are you still doing outside? Are you on guard for me? Jiang Ran looked at the sign next to the door that read Director of Academic Affairs, staring at it 3 times before finally confirming it was indeed in Chinese. Did you hit Principal Yuan? Jiang Ran looked at Yin Feng, who was lounging in a casual posture and without using the Yin family's influence. Yin Feng was at best a normal high school teacher who had only taught for 2 years in a remote provincial city with decent talent. With such a background, how could he have become the director of academic affairs so quickly? This position was even higher than Xin Yuan's. My. Yin Feng blinked. Also, he was shocked by this. He immediately laughed. I told you I have connections. Jiang Ran realized. Wow, aside from the Yin family, there are other people behind you. Quite the hidden character. However, hearing this, Jiang Ran felt relieved. I heard you were taken away by the people from Shenzhou yesterday. Yin Feng looked at Jiang Ran, who was sitting opposite him, and asked with interest. Yes. Jiang Ran casually replied, while fiddling with the Rubik's Cube on the table. Was it done by the Shen family? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. What shocking thing did you do to make them act like that? Not much really. Jiang Ran's hands moved almost in a blur, the Rubik's Cube spinning in his hands smoother than silk. I just cut off Shen Siyu's head, that's all. Oh, is that so? Wait, what did you just say? Hearing Jiang Ran's account of the events, Yin Feng stroked his chin, his expression somewhat dazed. My goodness. He thought Jiang Ran was a bit reckless at times, but most of the time he was quite composed. But unexpectedly, this kid turned out to be ruthless. He dared to openly kill in front of all the teachers from the 7 academies right after awakening. With such a temperament, how would it end in the future? Since the Shen family is determined to use Shenzhou against you, how did you come back? Yin Feng finally reacted. Jiang Ran's expression was a mix of a smile and a smirk. Of course, it's because I have people behind me too. Calculating the time, the Shen family should have begun to face consequences by now. After all, just the long-term bribery of public officials was enough to bring them trouble. Not to mention the unspeakable things they had done behind the scenes. Realizing this, Yin Feng looked at Jiang Ran, who was still focused on playing with the Rubik's Cube, and felt a chill running down his back. Wow, it turns out Jiang Ran intends to make all those who provoked him disappear. He originally thought he was a tough guy, but compared to Jiang Ran, he felt like a small fry. Alright, I've sat long enough, but it's time to go lie down. Jiang Ran stood up, stretched lazily, tucked the Rubik's Cube into his pocket, and flashed a grin at Yin Feng. Old Yin, I'm off. No need to see me off. Wait, you. Yin Feng looked at Jiang Ran's bulging pocket, his mouth twitching. He finally understood why things in his office mysteriously disappeared during high school in Qingzhou. Turns out they had all been secretly taken by Jiang Ran. Is this guy like a locust? Leaving no trace behind wherever he goes. Yin Feng covered his head, waving his hand weakly. Hurry up and go, don't come back here again. If Jiang Ran comes again, he's really afraid his office will be completely emptied. It seems he should hang a sign at the office door, saying no entry for Jiang Ran and dogs. In the days that followed, Jiang Ran withdrew into his habitual seclusion, rarely leaving the gate, and spending his hours either secretly cultivating or lying inert on his bed. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Still splayed on the bed, Jiang Ran opened his eyes, gauged the level of his anomalous ability, and let out a long sigh. Progress is a little slow. Half a month had passed, and he still had not reached dojing. Could it be that his aptitude was truly mediocre? Jiang Ran stared at the ceiling, oblivious to the fact that if anyone else heard such thoughts, they would likely want to strangle him. An ordinary awakener who can break from Hujing to Xingjing within 3 months of awakening is already deemed a prodigy. To advance from Shangjing to dojing, however, most people need a year or more. You managed Hujing to Shangjing in half a month. That was one thing. Now you expect to vault into dojing in another half month. Not even in your wildest dreams. When Baiyu entered, he found Jiang Ran motionless on the bed, his eyes vacant. What's up? Feeling. Jiang Ran was long accustomed to Baiye's habit of never knocking. At the sound of his voice, he sighed again. It's nothing. It's just that my strength feels like it's improving so slowly. Jiang Ran was long accustomed to Baiye's habit of never knocking. At the sound of his voice, he sighed again. It's nothing. It's just that my strength, playing along. I'm merely stating the facts. I'm a man of candor. Baiyu grinned, then began to rummage around the room, as if searching for something that caught his eye. Don't bother, there's nothing here. Jiang Ran swung his legs out of bed, shuffled in his slippers, and poured himself a cup of water. Ever since he discovered that Baiyu, like him, leaves automatic pickup on, Jiang Ran no longer left good things out in the open. After all, the previous Principal Yuan had been a lesson. Baiyu, who could see through his thoughts, showed no embarrassment. Instead, he sat on the bed as if nothing had happened. What do you take me for? How could I be interested in that rubbish? Actually, I'm here to bring you news. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. What news? Worth you coming in person? Baiye's expression turned slightly serious. A new mystic realm has appeared in Liangxi City. Preliminary estimates place its level between E and C. But when the authorities tried to send people in to explore, they discovered a restriction: only those below dojing. Only below dojing. Jiang Ran's eye showed a flash of puzzlement. If only Hejing and Shengjing are permitted, doesn't that effectively peg the realm as a tier? There are artificial mystic realms, and there are wild ones. Whenever a new wild mystic realm appears, the authorities roughly judge its level by the concentration of spiritual energy it emits, and then decide which rank of awakeners should be allowed to enter. For example, Infire is the lowest. It harbors no real danger, and even ordinary people can enter unharmed. Such realms seldom contain monstrous beasts. They are mostly rich in rare minerals or medicinal herbs, and are thus called resource-type realms. An A-tier realm, by contrast, contains beasts mostly in the first to second tier, with perhaps a few reaching the third tier. The artificial 361st realm used in the entrance test had belonged to the E-tier. A tier realm hosts beasts largely of the third to fourth tier, with some reaching the fifth. The levels continue upward in that manner. In principle, yes. Baiyu yawned. But word is this realm's spiritual energy concentration is higher than a typical A-tier. Sometimes it even reaches tier levels. So those old men suspect either there are higher-tier beasts inside or a large quantity of rare resources. Baiyu spread his hands. You know how they treat resource-type realms. They handle them with top priority. Jiang Ran began to understand. So they want me to go in and scout. Back in the 361st realm, he had used Shengjing's strength to bludgeon a third-tier beast's head, and even performed a bare-handed extraction, like plucking a tiger's fawn. Though no one had asked about it afterward, that did not mean they had forgotten. Now faced with a realm whose level was uncertain, they immediately thought of him. The one who can fight above it. Sigh. Geniuses are always so conspicuous. No, Baiyu waved his fingers. You're overestimating yourself. There's no way they'd let you alone Shengjing go into an unknown realm by yourself. Others will go in with you. Jiang Ran's disappointment was visible. Oh, then why tell me at all? I haven't finished. Because only those below Dojing may enter. The higher-ups have decided this opening will allow all members of society from Hejing to Shengjing to participate. At the same time, the 7 academies will each send 5 freshmen to take part in this mystic realm pioneering operation. Most important of all, whether you are a civilian or an academy freshman, only 10% of the resources collected inside the realm must be turned in. The remaining 90% belongs to the individual. The more Jiang Ran heard, the more alarmed he became. Had the authorities lost their minds? Or had Long Country grown so affluent? As far as he knew, whenever a new wild mystic realm appeared within the country, the authorities normally dispatched suitable official teams at the fastest speed to pioneer it. Only after the official assessment concluded there was no major threat or no extremely precious resource would they open it for society's awakeners to enter and train. That is to say, the first foray into a wild mystic realm is the most dangerous, but the opportunities it offers are likewise the greatest. And yet now the authorities planned not only to open the realm to the public immediately, but to take only 10% of what was found inside. That generosity was astonishing. Could it be they already knew there was nothing of value inside? What are you thinking? Baiyu saw Jiang Ran zoning out, and knew he was taking the wrong turn. He rapped the younger man's forehead with a mixture of exasperation and faux maturity. You're still too naive. Think carefully. What has changed recently in Long Country? Startled by the tap on his head, Jiang Ran suddenly felt a click of understanding. He finally grasped what the higher-ups intended. So, basically they've decided to use us as bait. Bingo. Baiyu snapped his fingers. Not entirely stupid, are they? Even so, understanding the scheme didn't erase Jiang Ran's unease about the freshman, who couldn't even withstand one of his punches. He couldn't help frowning. I don't mind going, but those others. Why not just let me go alone? Do you really think the higher-ups are that foolish? Baiyu shot back. They've considered everything. Trust me, they're prepared. He glanced at him sideways. And dropped that selfish notion of sneaking in alone to hoard all the resources. Even if I support your grand idea, do you think your younger uncle would agree? Caught off guard, Jiang Ran coughed lightly. Damn, he had nearly forgotten about his younger uncle. It seemed he would have to think of another plan. I've already explained everything that needs to be said. Once you're inside, adapt to the situation. If things go awry, there's always Jiang Ran. As the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Yan Feng was giving his final instructions to the 4 lucky individuals selected by Tianfu Academy. Jiang Ran was lounging with his legs crossed, engrossed in his phone, when he suddenly heard his name, and he reluctantly looked up. Don't exaggerate my abilities too much. No matter how I put it, I'm just a minor figure in the Ascension realm. I can't make much of a difference. The 4 others who were still stuck in the harmonization realm were silent. Yan Feng, who was also in the know, felt a bit of a sigh coming on as he thought about the situations they might encounter in the secret realm. In any case, once you're inside, don't run around, keep an eye on them. Yan Feng was genuinely worried that Jiang Ran would abandon the 4 and act on his own. He had his ways to survive, but these people would just be crushed. Jiang Ran smirked, but did not refuse. To him, if it was so unsafe inside, why send this group of harmonization realm people in? What are you afraid that Jiang Ran can't catch enough fish on his own? Are you done talking? At that moment a figure appeared out of thin air. Jiang Ran and Yin Feng showed little reaction, but the other four were startled. Jiang Ran stood up, having intentionally worn a branded outfit today, still dressed in white, but compared to his usual attire, he looked significantly more prestigious. Alright, let's go. There's not much to say. Jiang Ran took out a mirror from somewhere to check his hairstyle, and after confirming it was perfect, he put it away with satisfaction. He'll protect you all when the time comes, okay? Not that you an Ascension Realm person can pretend to be a big deal. Why you shot him a glance wanting to slap him. But if he really did that, Jiang Ran would definitely get angry. Forget it, he decided to endure it this once. Then we're leaving, huh? After speaking without giving them time to prepare, a sharp snap of his fingers echoed, and in the next second several people appeared hundreds of kilometers away. Yin Feng looked at the suddenly empty office, shrugged his shoulders, and the concern he had just displayed vanished in an instant. After all, he had only been at the school for half a month and hadn't even memorized the names of all the staff. It was impressive enough that he could maintain this facade. Even if someone did die, it had nothing to do with him. He had already said what needed to be said, and they could only blame themselves for not being capable. Jiang Ran looked around puzzled. This doesn't seem like Liangxi City, does it? Of course not. Bai had left his sunglasses with Jiang Ran last time, so this time, he wore another pair of frameless glasses. Without saying a word, he indeed looked cultured and refined. He pushed his glasses up, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. Do you think him like that group in the spirit realm, able to carry so many people across thousands of kilometers in an instant? Weren't you? Jiang Ran was somewhat skeptical. He remembered last time Bai took him to Shanghai City, and they arrived in an instant looking quite relaxed. Are you referring to the trip from Shangjing to Luoshui City? That's close. Oh, and besides, I only had to bring you, which is much easier. Bai fanned himself with his hand and said, Alright, let's continue on our journey. After experiencing 3 more spatial shifts, the group of 6 finally arrived at Liangxi City. During this time, Jiang Ran remained silent, and the other 4 understood that they couldn't provoke either of these two, so they didn't utter a word from beginning to end. After another shift, Jiang Ran finally beheld an untouched wild secret realm. It resembled a black hole quietly standing there, continuously emanating dense waves of spiritual power. Before Jiang Ran and the others arrived, the other 6 academies had already deployed their representatives. Jiang Ran even spotted a few teachers from the schools who had tried to recruit him right after he completed his admission test. In addition to the representatives from the 7 academies, there were also numerous representatives from various factions, both large and small, within the Dragon Kingdom, along with awakened individuals from the civilian sector looking to seize an opportunity. Thinking that there might be various cults and subversive elements hidden among this crowd, Jiang Ran silently committed the appearances of most awakened individuals and their corresponding faction names to memory. He had expected that the War Academy or the representatives from the Yanqing Division, where Liangxi City was located, would be the ones to take charge. However, after waiting for a long time, he saw neither side stepping forward to speak. Could there be a higher-up? While Jiang Ran pondered who it might be, the crowd suddenly stirred. Silence. The voice imbued with supernatural power caused the thousands of people present to fall silent in an instant. Jiang Ran, who had been quiet, became even quieter upon hearing this voice, lowering his head as if he wanted to hide. A tall, handsome man walked in from the horizon, seemingly stepping on an invisible staircase that allowed him to move gracefully with each step. Who is that? One of the lucky 4. Ling Zai was wide-eyed. This is way too impressive. His chubby companion was equally dumbfounded. Oh my, it seems like he's looking at me. Ling Zai nudged him. What nonsense are you talking about? Would someone like that even look at you? If he was going to look, then. Oh my, it seems like he really is looking over. Jiang Ran, who was hiding behind the 2, wanted to cover their mouths to stop them from speaking. With them speaking so loudly, it was hard for the man not to look over. The representatives of other factions who had come specifically also showed surprise. Clearly none of them expected that the visitor would be this high-profile individual. The representatives from the Yanqing Division hurriedly approached respectfully, yet somewhat nervously, saying, Commander. Jiang Yueqin slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Ran, and then turning towards the black hole that was the entrance of the secret realm. After sensing the waves of spiritual power emanating from it, Jiang Yueqin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the spiritual power concentration was much higher than that of an 11th secret realm. In 5 minutes, the secret realm will open. I want to elaborate on the precautions for this expedition, but one point must be emphasized. Jiang Yueqin was here merely to establish authority. It was still the head of the Yanqing Division speaking. This secret realm only permits awakened individuals of the fighting realm and below to enter. If anyone tries to force their way in through underhanded means, they will be responsible for any consequences that arise inside. He cast a meaningful glance around and smiled slightly. All right, those who are confirmed to enter should step forward and prepare to enter the secret realm. Stop playing ostrich. Bai Yu patted Jiang Ran on the shoulder. I've seen you for a while now, so what are you hiding for? Hurry up and go in. Don't forget what I told you. I know I won't forget. Jiang Ran nodded slightly, then looked up at Jiang Yueqin, who was hovering in midair exhaling, and stepped out first, waving to the four behind him. Let's go, kids. Once we're in, follow me closely, you'll take you flying. Ling Zai was the first to follow, and the remaining three exchanged glances before stepping forward as well. Although the big boss could be ruthless, his strength was indeed formidable. They weren't foolish enough to pass up such a valuable ally and venture into the secret realm on their own. At the War Academy, Xiang Jingxing had been keeping an eye on Tianfu Academy's movements. Seeing Jiang Ran step forward first, he nodded to the teacher leading the group and left without hesitation along with Xiang Jingji and the other three. The other 5 academies were the same. Upon seeing Jiang Ran move, they hurried to follow, fearing they would fall behind. In an instant, the 7 academies became the most decisive group. The head of the Yinxing division, Zhai Qi, nodded in satisfaction. This year's freshmen from the 7 academies are quite impressive. Jiang Yueqin, lost in thought, showed a hint of a smile, and unexpectedly agreed, they are indeed impressive. Jiang Ran turned toward the voice and saw 2 identical young men, dressed in exactly the same clothes, approaching him. Xiang Jingxing was about to speak when Xiang Jingji gently stopped him. Guess which of us is Xiang Jingxing, and which is Xiang Jingji? Jiang Ran arched an eyebrow. The 2 were indistinguishable, not only in facial features, but even in the tiniest details. To an ordinary person, even one familiar with them, it would take considerable time to tell them apart. You're Xiang Jingji, he said, then pointed to the other. And this is Xiang Jingxing. Not only was Xiang Jingji stunned, Xiang Jingxing himself looked momentarily baffled. Was it a blind guess, or had he truly discerned them? They exchanged a glance. Xiang Jingxing suddenly broke into laughter. Huh, you guessed wrong. I'm actually Xiang Jingji. Oh, Jiang Ran raised his brow even higher. No, you are Xiang Jingxing. You got it right, yet refused to admit it. Must you be so childish? Someone else seemed to be calling him from afar. Jiang Ran waved dismissively. You 2 are easy to tell apart. Anyway, first help me check on these 4. I'll be right back. Left utterly abandoned, Ling Zai and the other 3 stared blankly at each other, just as bewildered as Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji. Xiang Jingji stroked his chin. Something's off, deeply off. How did he possibly tell us apart? Xiang Jingxing ran a hand through his hair, equally mystified. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran had already plunged into the crowd of Taiyan's Divine Academy and Lingshu University students. Jiang Ran already knew Jiang Qingye belonged to Lingshu University, so Yin Yu could only be a freshman from Taiyan's Divine Academy. Thus, seeing Yin Yu standing beside Shi Yin elicited no surprise from him. It appeared all 6 of Longhua's SS-class cultivators had gathered for this expedition. What an extraordinary bait. Their collective worth eclipsed that of the remaining 29 freshmen combined. What do you want? I'm still busy babysitting. Babysitting? Shi Yin blinked, momentarily flustered. Wait, since when do you have children? Look around you. Jiang Ran tilted his chin toward the group nearby. Oh, so that was the babysitting he meant. A dark line slid down Shi Yan's forehead as he suppressed his exasperation. I meant to ask, shall we proceed together once inside? He glanced at the unfamiliar faces surrounding them. There's safety in numbers. Jiang Ran paused for 2 seconds, neither refusing nor accepting outright. We'll decide later. First, let's assess what lies within. Shi Yan wasn't surprised by the reply, he simply nodded. Fair enough, and offered no further persuasion. Just as Jiang Ran returned to his former position, the black vortex before him emitted a soft, radiant glow. Everyone's spirits lifted instantly. The realm had opened. Jiang Ran glanced upward once more at Jiang Yueqin hovering midair, and only after catching the faintest nod of acknowledgement did he step forward into the vortex. When solid ground reappeared beneath their feet, they found themselves standing upon a vast, open grassland. Lu Xuqing, the plump boy, crouched and ran his fingers over the lush, springy turf, stunned. Whoa, we just teleported from northwest China straight to the steppes. Ling Zai placed a hand over his chest and closed his eyes. This air, this greenery, it's like I've returned to my days herding cattle on the grasslands. Lin Xian, the sole girl in the team, remained composed. After surveying their surroundings, she turned to Jiang Ran and asked directly, Brother Jiang, where shall we head next? Though Jiang Ran was their age, his cultivation strength commanded natural deference, and everyone habitually addressed him as Brother Jiang. Jiang Ran too scanned the horizon. The grassland wasn't immense, but stretched far beyond. The terrain lay flat and unbroken, offering clear visibility in every direction, revealing not a single soul, nor even a solitary beast. Even the wind whispered emptiness. Could this realm truly be a resource-based one? Snapping back to awareness, he found all four staring at him in unison. Why stare at me? We're here to pioneer. What this realm holds I don't know either. Jiang Ran shrugged, utterly nonchalant. Let's just wander, wherever the path leads. Right you. He pointed to the quietest youth in the group. Pick a direction. Han Lu faltered. Come on, don't decline. We'll follow Brother Jiang anyway. Ling Zai nudged him. Just choose. What's there to fear? Brother Jiang won't devour you, will he? Han Lu swallowed hard, glanced around, and steeling himself jabbed a finger blindly toward one side. Jiang Ran studied the chosen direction, detecting nothing amiss, and nodded. Very well, that way it is. An hour passed. Lu Shuqing puffed, and wheezed on the verge of collapse. Hey little fat Cheng, you're really not cut out for this. Jiang Ran shot him a sidelong glance, a wry smile playing on his lips. I'm only in the Xin class. Of course I can't compare to Brother Jiang. Sweat drenched Lu Shuqing's face. Each word came between ragged gasps. Lin Xian's also in the Xin class, and she's a girl, yet she shows no fatigue. And Han Lu's in the Huang class, he's not exhausted like you. Jiang Ran shook his head, clearly undertrained. Once we return I'll have Elder Yin assign extra physical conditioning. No, Brother Jiang. Panic seized Lu Shuqing, and now Han Lu and Lin Xian leapt up too. Our free time is already vanishingly scarce. No more training. Ling Zai strolled leisurely, arms crossed behind his head. Hearing their protests, he tilted his head curiously. My, our class is really that numerous? Absolutely, they're overwhelming. Just picturing her densely packed schedule, Lin Xian grimaced in anguish. It's even more exhausting than high school. Whoa, seriously. Ling Zai recoiled in disbelief and instinctively turned to gaze at them. Jiang Ran had been walking mid-formation when a gust swept past. His expression hardened instantly. Stop. He seized Ling Zai's arm before he could take another step, and with his other hand barred the other's advance, eyes sharpened with alertness. Lu Shuqing popped his head out from behind Jiang Ran. What's wrong, Brother Jiang? Why halt? Jiang Ran remained silent. His gaze narrowed, fixed intently ahead. TCH, impressive perception. A voice sliced abruptly through the air. Grass trembled violently ahead. Then with a thunderous rupture, a shadow burst forth from the earth. Upon recognizing the creature, the group behind Jiang Ran instinctively swallowed hard. A black scorpion stood poised, 6 legs braced, twin tails lashing, body nearly Oni and a half meters long. Beside it stood 3 figures. Jiang Ran's expression remained unchanged. What is your intent? Tianfu Academy has never provoked you. Indeed it hasn't. The scarred man leading them, apparently the scorpion's master, was likely a beast-taming cultivator. The scarred man smiled. We're merely society's forgotten. Why would we entangle ourselves with elite academies? Then what do you want? Jiang Ran didn't buy such infantile pretexts. As stated, we're outsiders, penniless, and the scarred man's gaze locked onto the ring adorning Jiang Ran's right hand. After all, we're all Longwa citizens. Mutual aid is our duty, so you want to take our things? Ling Zai understood the situation. No, how can this be called stealing? We just want to discuss with you amicably and have you voluntarily allocate some resources to support us. Besides, if we become stronger, won't the Dragon Kingdom become stronger too? The scarred-faced man couldn't help but chuckle at his own words. What do you say, right? He thought this was just a bunch of inexperienced kids from school who had never faced the harsh realities of society. As long as he invoked the moral high ground of this is for the good of the Dragon Kingdom, they would surely crumble. Even if there were clever individuals among them who wouldn't be fooled, what use would that be? If the soft approach didn't work, he had a more forceful one. Just as the scarred man was lost in his fantasies, the 2 people behind him suddenly looked terrified. Watch out, boss. Boss, duck. Huh. Before the scarred man could react, a heavy punch landed squarely on his face. With a crack, intense pain shot through his face, and the scarred man even felt as if his nose had been broken by that punch. But that was not the end. A sharp pain struck his chest again, and before the scarred man could process what was happening, he was sent flying. Jiang Ran retracted his foot and brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. Damn it, how dare you covet the things of Jiang Shao? You've gone too far. Cough, damn it. The scarred man clutched his chest, momentarily unable to get up. The 2 who were shocked finally reacted and hurried over to help him up. Cough, spit. The scarred man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide as saucers, trembling as he pointed at Jiang Ran. You're dead. Jesus can't save you, mark my words. Black Scorpion, get him. Hiss. Jiang Gu, can we win? The four huddled behind Jiang Ran, cautiously peering at the intimidating black scorpion waving its two tails. Upon receiving the master's command, the black scorpion raised its pincers and dove underground. Don't worry, it's a guaranteed win, Jiang Ran said with a smile, raising his hand. The eyes of the four lit up. This gesture and expression were all too familiar. Was the green tornado about to make a comeback? However, 2 seconds passed, and nothing happened. Ling's eye blinked. Jiang Gu, did your ability malfunction? No sooner had he spoken than a giant black scorpion suddenly burst from beneath the ground in front of Jiang Ran, its massive pincers aimed directly at him. Before the scarred man could show any signs of joy, a powerful jet of water shot up from the hole under the black scorpion, violently propelling it into the air and crashing it onto the grass several dozen meters away. Ling Zai and the other scarred man and his companions. Jiang Ran lowered his hand. I'm waiting for an opportunity. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die, eh? Scarred man suddenly regretted robbing them. How many people admitted to the 7 academies were simple characters? How could he have been so foolish as to try to rob them? Now he had run into hard trouble. B-boss, please don't let us go. The scarred man forced a friendly smile. Actually, we were just joking. Oh, just a joke. The three nodded vigorously like garlic. We just thought you must be getting bored after walking for so long, so we thought we'd lighten the mood with a little joke. It was really just for fun. Jiang Ran nodded. Okay, I understand. Why thank me? Jiang Ran looked at him oddly and gently snapped his fingers. A green tornado shot up from the ground, and the next second screams and curses echoed across the empty grassland. Han Lu asked, dumbfounded, Jiang Gu, didn't you say you were going to let them go? When did I say that? Jiang Ran replied in surprise. I'm not in the business of letting horses go. The four were. Although it was cruel, this style felt all too familiar. After walking for nearly another hour, Lin Xian rubbed her arms and hesitantly asked, don't you feel like it's getting colder? Huh, cold. Lu Shuqing wiped the sweat from his forehead. I don't feel it, it's obviously very hot. Look at me, I'm sweating all over. Ling Zai was speechless. That's just sweat from exhaustion, right? Is that so? Jiang Ran suddenly spoke up. The temperature is indeed dropping. Jiang Gu feels cold too. I'm not cold. Jiang Ran pointed in the distance. The wind tells me there's a snow mountain ahead. Their direction was indeed towards the snow mountain, and the closer they got, the colder it became. Wasn't that supposed to be cold? Snow mountain. 20 minutes later, the group stood dumbfounded, staring up at the snow mountain ahead, utterly bewildered. Is this normal? Ling Zai pointed at a clear boundary line. This side is still under the bright sun with green grass, but why is it snowing on the other side? Just then Jiang Ran was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. Sure, there are people. For some reason the wind had stopped, unable to move even a little further, almost as if this were truly two separate worlds. Without the wind, the amount of information he could gather was greatly reduced, and he couldn't even tell if there were people around. However, he could see that there were people ahead, and it wasn't because of the wind. He saw them directly with his own eyes. In the white snow in front of the snow mountain, two groups of people were confronting each other, and the atmosphere was quite tense. When Jiang Ran spotted them, it was clear that they had seen him too. One group suddenly became agitated, waving their arms at him. Jiang Ran tentatively stepped forward, encountering no obstacles, and smoothly arriving in the snow. The four behind him quickly followed suit. Jiang Ran. As soon as they crossed the boundary line, the surrounding sounds seemed to spring to life. The invisible barrier not only blocked the wind, but also cut off all sound. Jiang Ran. Come over here. A figure in a dark blue jacket, Xiang Jingji, was waving at him. As Jiang Ran walked, he rummaged through his storage ring for warm clothes. Fortunately, his ring had a large space. He usually stored all sorts of items inside. Otherwise, he would carry winter clothes in the middle of summer. When he reached Xiang Jingji and the others, Jiang Ran had just pulled out a white fleece-lined snow jacket that he had never worn. 666. Jiang Gu, you are so generous and wealthy. Xiang Jingji gave Jiang Ran a thumbs up, then lowered his voice with a somewhat fawning expression. Jiang Gu, do you have any extra clothes? Jiang Ran was about to say, aren't you wearing a windbreaker? Why do you still want more? But when he scanned the crowd, he realized that apart from Xiang Jingji and his brother Xiang Jingxing, who were wearing the same deep blue windbreakers, the other three were huddled together in the back, shivering for warmth. Even the people across from them were not faring much better, all dressed in short sleeves and shorts, their legs shaking from the cold. Jiang Ran couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wait, where did you get this jacket? Xiang Jingji spread his hands, looking innocent. My brother brought it. I definitely wouldn't bring winter clothes in the middle of summer. But my brother only brought 2 pieces, nothing extra. Alright. Jiang Ran shook his head helplessly and took out 3 down jackets of varying lengths from his ring to give to the 3 from the War Academy. Just as one of them was about to take the only long-down jacket, Jiang Ran quickly withdrew his hand, dodging. Facing the puzzled looks of the three, Jiang Ran maintained a calm demeanor. We're all young men, let's show some gentlemanly conduct and give the long one to the girl. In the 5 from the War Academy, the ratio of boys to girls was the same as in Tianfu Academy, 4 boys to 1 girl. As soon as Jiang Ran said this, the 2 boys instantly felt embarrassed while the girls showed gratitude. After distributing the clothes, Jiang Ran finally had the time to ask Xiang Jingxing what was going on. Xiang Jingxing pointed towards the snow mountain. It seems there's something up there. We came here with Lingshu University, and they've already gone up. Then what about them? They're from Xingqian University, and they've gone up together with the people from Jinan Academy. Jiang Ran realized, so you're responsible for picking them up and making sure they don't go up. That's right. Xiang Jingxing nodded. After understanding what they were all doing, Jiang Ran became interested in the snow mountain. Is there really something good up there? Are you sure? About 80 sure. Xiang Jingxing didn't dare to be completely certain, only saying there was a high probability. That's enough. Jiang Ran glanced at the 5 from Xingqian University who had been tense and serious since they saw him, and gave them a friendly smile, which caused them to collectively take a step back in fright. It seemed the shadow from the entrance test still lingered. He patted Xiang Jingxing on the shoulder. I'll leave these 4 kids to you. I'm going up to take a look. You're going up too? Xiang Jingxi scratched his head. Actually, we can't guarantee there's really something up there. Besides, by this time, they should be almost at the top. Oh, we just need to wait. No, I can't be at ease. Jiang Ran shook his head, sighed. You all know that this secret realm won't be as peaceful as it seems on the surface. The expressions of the 2 slightly changed, clearly aware of the situation. But they didn't expect Jiang Ran to have such a strong sense of justice. Could it be that they had misunderstood him before? I'm afraid if something unexpected happens, my treasures would be lost. Several people. Are you serious? We're not even sure if there are treasures yet. You're assuming it's yours already. Why are you looking at me like that? Did my noble spirit touch you? Go, hurry up and leave. Even Xiang Jingxi, who was usually so carefree, couldn't hold back anymore, waving his hand like swatting flies, his face full of exasperation. I'll take care of the people. You just go with peace of mind. Jiang Ran scratched his head. Why does it feel like you're sending me off? Who? At the halfway up the mountain, the snow was getting heavier. Jiang Ran stopped to catch his breath, squinting his eyes towards the peak. The higher he went, the heavier the snow became. According to his estimate, before reaching the peak, the snowflakes would be thick enough to obscure the road. Xiang Jingxing said that both groups wore the same clothes they had on when entering the secret realm. This meant that these 10 people were climbing the snow mountain in short sleeves and shorts. Damn, they are all tough people. Although their abilities might have played a significant role, it's unreasonable for everyone to have such strong physical fitness. Jiang Ran blew warm air into his palms to ease his numb hands, then took out a pair of goggles from his ring and put them on, continuing to ascend. This mountain wasn't very high. With Jiang Ran's stamina and speed, it took him less than half an hour to. However, strangely enough, contrary to his expectations, once he reached the top, the heavy snow that resembled goose down actually stopped, and the temperature even rose slightly. The summit was bare, and most of the snow on the ground had melted, revealing dry soil. Besides this, there was nothing else on the mountain. Where are the people? Didn't they come up? But the people from the War Academy had no reason to lie to him. Jiang Ran walked around looking carefully, even checking under the stones. But there were no living people, not even a feather. The temperature was indeed higher than below, so Jiang Ran had to unzip his jacket, put away his goggles, and crouch on a rock to think quietly. There was no reason for Xiang Jingxing to deceive him, but it was impossible for 10 living people to disappear into thin air, unless there was some existence at the summit that he didn't know about. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew in. Jiang Ran seemed to hear something, and his expression slightly stiffened. After listening carefully for a while, Jiang Ran's expression grew increasingly strange. It seemed he heard someone calling him. Tentatively, he took a couple of steps forward, and the voice immediately diminished. Jiang Ran bit his lip and stepped back, and the voice gradually grew louder again. He tried in all directions, and finally stopped in the southwest direction. No doubt the sound here is the loudest. Jiang Ran looked at the empty air before him, listening to the faint shouts in his ears, and felt a headache for a moment. He had found the place, but how was he supposed to enter? He had walked through this place just now without any issues. It seemed it was not a trap that would trigger when stepped on. Then what could it be? Jiang Ran pondered. Assuming there really was something at the summit and all 10 people came up in perfect condition almost simultaneously, what would they do upon seeing it? Just like the confrontation between the War Academy and Xingqian University below. It might even escalate. If a fight were to break out, what would definitely appear at the summit? Just as Jiang Ran came to this realization, a fierce wind blew in from afar. The wind howled past, but the white figure that had just been standing there suddenly vanished without a trace. The summit returned to a state of silence as if no one had ever been there. I'm about to start the recommendation, so feel free to urge me on. Jiang Ran. Oh my, I actually made it in. Great, it's the big bad guy. We're saved. Shush. He can hear us now. Who? The big bad guy. Him. How ridiculous, he was so focused on finding a way to rescue us. And this is what they say behind his back. It's so heartbreaking. It feels like his little heart has shattered. Not even 100 or 80 good things could cheer. Jiang Ran opened his eyes to see a group of people huddled together, their bodies slightly purple from the cold, cautiously watching him. Oh no, why can't I remember the lines I practiced just now? Sighing, he tossed out 2 blankets from his ring and threw them to them, then pointed to the inconspicuous Jiang Qingye in the crowd, motioning for him to come over. Before leaving, Jiang Ran reminded them, "You all stay right here and don't move. We'll be back soon." He was truly worried that the people he had finally found would disappear in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qingye didn't continue holding the wooden sword, but he was dressed similarly to that day. Seeing his face turning slightly pale, Jiang Ran looked down and rummaged through another corner, pulling out a beige cashmere coat to hand to him. Jiang Qingye stared at the coat, slightly dazed. "Put it on. Why are you dawdling? Are you frozen, stupid?" Jiang Ran pushed it forward again. "I really don't have any new down jackets left, but the temperature isn't that low here. Oh, just wear this for now." Jiang Qingye hesitated, wanting to say something, but Jiang Ran wasn't patient enough and directly shoved the coat to him. "What's your situation? Really, there are good things." Jiang Ran's eyes lit up. Jiang Qingye, holding the coat, was still a bit at a loss, instinctively shaking his head. "No, there's nothing here." "Nothing at all." Jiang Ran frowned. "Then how did you end up trapped here?" It seemed like a storage space where those who entered could see the outside, but the outside world could not see them. "We arrived at the mountaintop, and after finding nothing, we planned to leave. Unexpectedly, people from the Jialan Academy happened to arrive, thinking we took something and refused to admit it, and it escalated from there. The others from Lingshu University didn't listen to me, and in the end we started fighting and then ended up here." After hearing this, Jiang Ran not only gained a clear understanding of this group's intelligence, but also began to question Jiang Qingye's status at Lingshu University. Jiang Qingye had an SS-level ability with considerable lethality. Logically, someone like him should be very popular. After all, it's normal to have a few fools in a university, but not everyone can be a fool. There must be those who want to attach themselves to him. How could he be living so humbly? Could there be some hidden truth? Seeing Jiang Ran lost in thought, Jiang Qingye unconsciously tightened his hand at his side. "You don't believe there's really nothing here?" "My." Jiang Ran came back to his senses, murmuring, "Of course I believe it, why wouldn't I? Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? Why would you lie to me?" This nonsensical conversation only made Jiang Ran more convinced that this group's brains were probably frozen. Otherwise, how could one or two of them talk so confusingly? Sighing and shaking his head, Jiang Ran didn't want to think too much and walked back slowly with his hands behind his back. Wrapped in blankets, the 9 people who seemed to have finally thawed were watching Jiang Ran's relaxed expression, blinking. One person mustered up the courage to ask, Jiang, brother Jiang, do you have a way out?" "Yes." "Really?" A group of people suddenly became excited. "It's true." Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow, walking to the spot where he had just entered, slowly extending his hand. He felt a layer of something glass-like. "So that's how it is." After talking with Jiang Qingye earlier, Jiang Ran understood. Previously, he always thought there was some heavenly treasure at the mountaintop. And beside every heavenly treasure, there must be one or more exotic beasts guarding it. So when Jiang Qingye and the others mysteriously disappeared, Jiang Ran instinctively thought it was the exotic beasts playing tricks in the dark. But after entering, Jiang Ran felt something was off. Later, when he saw Jiang Qingye, the latter told him there were no heavenly treasures here at all. Since there were no treasures, there wouldn't be any exotic beasts waiting here for humans to deliver themselves. Therefore, the thing that had trapped them here, unless this snow mountain had come to life specifically to catch people, it was quite obvious who had set this up. Someone wants to use this snow mountain to fish. But it's unclear whether that person is trying to catch a fathead fish or is open to anyone. These thoughts only flashed through Jiang Ran's mind before disappearing. He suddenly felt ripples where his palm touched, and the next moment the sound of shattering glass echoed. Although the surrounding environment hadn't changed at all, everyone knew they had truly exited. Jiang Ran curled the corners of his mouth. Though he had entered the secret realm only to act as bait, who said that bait must obediently do nothing? He certainly wasn't some fool fish that could be casually caught. Trying to trap him would be impossible in this lifetime or the next. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, 4 men and 2 women were walking on a mountain. Suddenly, the man walking in second place paused. "The barrier on the snow mountain has been broken." The leading woman glanced at him. "Can you tell who broke it?" The man closed his eyes and carefully sensed, shaking his head, his expression darkening. "I can't feel anything." The woman nodded, seemingly unfazed. If it's broken, then so be it. The mission is what matters. Yes. All right, since there are no treasures, I'll take my leave now. Jiang Ran stood at the edge of the mountaintop, facing the group, smiling and waving his hand. The next second his body leaned back, and he fell straight down. What the hell? Jiang Ran. A group of people was suddenly stunned by Jiang Ran's reckless action, scrambling to the edge to look down only to see a white expanse of snowflakes. He just jumped down like that. A man stammered in fear. Another girl covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Jiang Qingye stood nearby, staring down blankly, his lips pressed into a straight line. But in less than a second his expression suddenly relaxed. He even rarely took the initiative to say a sentence. Don't worry, he's fine. Suddenly the snowflakes floating down below began to swirl, as if enchanted, spinning faster and faster, almost forming a pure white vortex. In the center of the vortex no snowflake could squeeze into. The only color there was that familiar white jacket. In the center of the vortex Jiang Ran seemed to have seen the few people peering down from the mountaintop. He raised his arms, saluting with his index and middle fingers placed on his forehead, then slid out. The people at the mountaintop fell silent in an instant. After a long time someone muttered, "Damn, The enormous tornado vortex enveloped Jiang Ran, slowing his descent to an almost glacial pace. It was not until he was 3 meters above the ground that he looked down and noticed something seemed off. Weren't there only 2 schools of people when he left? Including his 4 companions, there should only be 14 in total. Why did it now seem like there were 140 people below? At that moment the descending Jiang Ran also captured the attention of many. Make way, be careful not to step on me." With just one sentence from Jiang Ran, the area beneath him instantly cleared. A group of people watched him warily, as if he were a monstrous beast. Jiang Ran turned his head, searching for a while, before spotting Xiang Jingxing and the others in a corner of the crowd, desperately gesturing at him. Just as Jiang Ran was about to ask what was going on, he took a step forward, and the people surrounding him moved in tandem, treating him as if he were a precious treasure. Jiang Ran's temple throbbed twice, and he couldn't help but smile. "I say, everyone, what is it that you want?" A big bearded man looked at him with cold eyes. "Be sensible and hand over what you obtained from the mountaintop, and we will let you leave." Huh. Where did this group learn that there was treasure on the mountaintop? Jiang Ran's gaze flickered, and he tilted his head. "But there is only one treasure. With so many of you, who should I give it to?" The bearded man Dao weighed a large hammer in his hand. "Kid, can't you see who is the strongest here?" On the other side a long-haired man chuckled. "You? The strongest?" A woman in a red shawl curled her hair, with her fingers a cold smile playing at the corner of her bright red lips. "I say, you two without a mirror, shouldn't you take a piss to see your reflection? If you can't recognize yourselves, you might as well take a leak and look at it." A person shrouded in a black cloak spoke in a hoarse voice, sounding like a ghost that had 1 foot in the grave. "Kid, give me the thing, and the old lady will ensure you exit the secret realm safely." The woman Ming Yuer's eyes turned icy. "Old ghost, aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted by boasting?" Dao swung his hammer with great vigor. "I say, Lan Lao, you're getting old. Why don't you stop trying to show off? Otherwise I fear I might crush you with one blow, and then your people will come looking for me to settle the score." Yet Nian Yulan did not seem angered by their provocations. Instead, she turned to Jiang Ran. "Kid, have you made your decision?" Jiang Ran beamed brightly. "You all are just talking big. I can't see your sincerity, which makes it hard for me to comply. How about this? You 4 can have a competition, see who can keep slapping themselves until one of you gives in. The last one standing is the winner. What do you think? Isn't that fair?" "Impudent!" Nian Yulan shouted fiercely, and a thick black mist began to emanate from her, startling everyone into retreating from her. The expressions of the other 3 also darkened in an instant. Meng Yuer lowered her hand, adjusted her shawl that was about to slip off, her tone chillingly cold. "Little brother, overconfidence can cost you your life." "Not at all, auntie. You look older than my mother, and you still dare to call yourself my sister." Jiang Ran scoffed, rolling his eyes before pointing at the bearded Dao and the long-haired Li Jin. "I say, you two, one is all muscle and no brain, and the other has a life shorter than his hair, yet you dare to rob me." After cursing the 4 of them, Jiang Ran felt it wasn't enough to stir the pot, and sneered, "To be frank, all of you present are fools." The hidden Ling Zai and others were stunned. Xiang Jingji couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. What does Jiang Ran want to do? Even if he's strong, surrounded by so many people, they could drown him with a single spit each. Feeling the suddenly tense atmosphere around him, even in his specially designed windbreaker Ling Zai felt a chill run down his back. Is Brother Jiang really that fierce? Does he dare to fight back in such a situation? You're asking for death. The first to explode was not the seemingly hot-tempered Dao, but the long-haired man Li Jin. He leapt out from the crowd and his hair, which had only reached his shoulders, suddenly grew wildly, shooting towards Jiang Ran like black thorns. With Li Jin's sudden attack, the other three no longer concealed themselves, and three similar oppressive auras erupted simultaneously. Locked down by four auras with over 100 subordinates lurking around, Jiang Ran was not flustered. In fact, his smile grew even wider. 4 peak ascendants. In this secret realm, they can indeed walk with swagger. No wonder they all act so pretentious. However, just as the hair was about to pierce Jiang Ran's body, a water-colored tornado roared upwards, scattering Li Jin's hair. Through the fierce water curtain, they could only vaguely see a white figure standing at the center of the vortex, not having moved an inch. Yet his voice was crystal clear. But 4 cobblers really think they can outsmart Zhuge Liang. Arrogant. The black mist emanating from Yan Yulan grew thicker, but no matter how she tried to manipulate it, she could not penetrate this terrifying water tornado. Meng Yuer's shawl was almost sucked in her face, darkening severely. What are you all standing around for? Charge! Only then did the people beside her react, yelling and rushing forward. The other 3, after witnessing the terror of the vortex, also hesitated, letting their subordinates move in first. Li Jin's venomous gaze was fixed on the white figure at the center of the vortex. He had indeed underestimated this kid at first. He never expected that this young man who looked like a student had also reached the peak of the ascendant stage. How old is he? After cultivating for over a decade to reach the peak of the ascendant stage, how could he accomplish it in just a year or 2? If they knew that Jiang Ran had transitioned from the harmonization stage to the peak of the ascendant stage in less than a month, they would probably all have their Tao hearts shattered. But what use is strong talent? Even at the peak of the ascendant stage, he did not believe that his extraordinary abilities could endure against the consumption of over 100 people. Having retreated to the foot of the snow mountain, Xiang Jingxing and the others' expressions gradually shifted from shock to seriousness. They couldn't believe Jiang Ran had already reached the peak of the ascendant stage. Weren't they all awakened on the same day? How could he be so outstanding? But after the shock, they realized the intentions of those people. They wanted to use their numerical advantage to exhaust Jiang Ran. By then, Jiang Ran's extraordinary abilities would be depleted while the 4 would still be at full capacity. 4 peak ascendants against one who is exhausted, Jiang Ran would undoubtedly lose. Brother Jiang is being reckless. Lu Shuqing lamented, just give them the treasure, we can always reclaim it later. Jiang Ran has indeed acted impulsively. Xiang Jingxing furrowed his brows tightly, clearly lacking confidence in Jiang Ran. Everyone knew he was abnormal. But no matter how abnormal he was, could he withstand the desperate consumption of over 100 people? Why don't we run first, said a student from Starry Sky University. This year Starry Sky University had no SSS ranks, so the one leading them was merely an SS rank, and none of the 5 had reached the ascendant stage. Upon hearing this, Ling Zai jumped up first. No way. We can't just leave Brother Jiang behind. If we die together with Brother Jiang. Oh, you care so much for me. Ling Zai was startled by the voice, and upon realizing it, his expression instantly turned to one of wild joy. Jiang Gu. Everyone turned around simultaneously, only to see a young man with red hair and a white windbreaker standing behind them, his eyes sparkling with joy. Jiang Ran. How did you get out? Xiang Jingji was taken aback and turned to glance at the crowd, only to find that the white figure at the center of the vortex still remained. Just a shadow, Jiang Ran shrugged. But it's enough to fool them. Xiang Jingxing also appeared somewhat surprised. I thought you really wanted to fight them. How is that possible? Do I look silly to you? Ling Zai, still feeling apprehensive, patted his chest and sneakily glanced at the group that was still foolishly attacking the water vortex. So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and run now. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ran shook his head. We can't leave yet. The team leader of Xingxin University, Zhou Yongtian, frowned upon hearing this. Are you worried about those 2 academies? Don't worry, they aren't that foolish. As long as they voluntarily hand over their goods, they won't come to harm. Jiang Ran glanced at him, helplessly spreading his hands. The main issue is that there's nothing up there at all. Then just tell them there are no treasures at the mountaintop. Han Lu still didn't quite understand. At this moment, Xiang Jingxing couldn't help but sigh. Do you think those people would believe that? A group of people fell silent in an instant. Feeling the despair emanating from others, even Xiang Jingji furrowed his brows, and Xiang Jingxing couldn't help but look at Jiang Ran. What he saw was that this guy, instead of being pessimistic, actually had a slight smile on his face. Do you already have a plan? I've always had one. Lu Shuqing widened his eyes. Then Jiang Gu, what was with that tone just now? What tone? Jiang Ran blinked. I've always been speaking normally. You guys are just overthinking it. Alright, among the more than a dozen people, the only normal one was Xiang Jingxing. He stretched out his hand to signal for silence, stopping the others from continuing. and looked at Jiang Ran asking, "Do you have any ideas?" "No need," Jiang Ran firmly declined, then thought for a moment and explained, "Actually, I just came to let you guys stay away so you don't get hurt by mistake. Who would have thought you all were thinking so much? Alright, I've finished my piece. You all should leave. The farther away the better." Before Jiang Ran could finish speaking, a group of people suddenly took off running, quickly distancing themselves from him, almost reaching the other side of the mountain. Xiang Jingji was still waving his arms from afar. "Is this far enough?" Jiang Ran. "Oh, so this is how it's going to be." Jiang Ran helplessly waved his hand and looked ahead. The water vortex formed by the two major abilities of water and wind gradually weakened under the bombardment of over 100 people, probably dissipating completely in another 2 minutes. 2 minutes is still too slow. A small black orb appeared in Jiang Ran's hand at some point, being tossed up and down. "It's time to accelerate." As he spoke, he gently flicked his hand, and the small orb shot straight out. Nian Yulan suddenly turned her head. "What is that?" But by this time the orb had already reached the edge of the vortex. A few drops of water splashed out, landing on the orb. Almost instantly the black orb, the size of a glass bead, expanded and exploded, releasing large clouds of white mist. The speed at which the mist spread was extremely fast. By the time everyone realized what was happening and tried to hold their breath, it was already too late. Jiang Ran counted another 10 seconds before slowly stepping out, while the imposing water vortex finally dissipated, revealing a humanoid white figure. Nian Yulan, who had some resistance to the toxic gas due to her ability, still found herself weak all over, unable to use her powers, unlike others who had fainted. Seeing Jiang Ran appear from another direction, she chuckled softly, her voice becoming even raspier. "I didn't expect it. Even this old woman can misjudge sometimes. If you want to kill or mutilate me, feel free." Jiang Ran looked down at her from above, suddenly smiling. "If I told you there's nothing at the mountaintop, would you believe me?" Nian Yulan took a breath like a deflated bellows and slowly shook her head. "Whether there are treasures or not is none of my business. You're quite open-minded." After saying this, Jiang Ran stopped talking to her and began picking through the fallen people, ultimately selecting the bearded man who had spoken to him first. After a glance at the mink coat on Dai Ao, Jiang Ran looked somewhat satisfied, yanked it off, spread it out on the ground, and sat down. Zhou Yongtian, who had just rushed over, looked at Jiang Ran and then at the mink coat under him, hesitating to speak. Jiang Ran noticed his gaze and lifted his eyelids. "Just say it." Zhou Yongtian bit his lip. "Could you let us have that coat?" He initially thought the other party also wanted a cushion, but when Jiang Ran saw the 5 people who were almost frozen solid, he suddenly realized. Although he understood what they wanted, the mink for Jiang Ran still refused. "This is already dirty. You guys can make do with something else." As he said this, he took out a blanket from his ring. Xiang Jingji couldn't help but touch it. It felt smooth and exceptionally light, clearly expensive. Ling Zai looked on in amazement. "Jiang Gu, is this a ring from Doryman? How come you have everything?" "It's just some essentials." So when the group from the mountaintop finally came down, they saw a crowd lying densely in front of the snow mountain. On the other side of the open space, Jiang Ran sat cross-legged on a mink coat, propping up his head, with one hand playing chess in the snow, with Xiang Jingxing opposite him. Around the 2 dozens of people were either standing or squatting, with even a few engaging in a snowball fight. The 10 who had just come down. "What's going on here?" Xiang Jingxing, with sharp eyes, spotted a few people who were shocked by the absurd scene before them, quickly got up to greet them. "You finally came down." Jiang Ran glanced at the chessboard that was about to be won, then at Xiang Jingxing, who looked as if he was ready to flee, his entire back radiating a sense of guilt, and finally rolled his eyes silently. Originally, it was only the 5 from Xingqian University sharing a blanket, passively enduring the snowball fight, but seeing the same 5 from Canaan Academy and the War Academy crowded under a single blanket, they suddenly felt as if they had found their comrades. The team leader of Canaan Academy, a girl with short hair, named Shi Huizhu, was also an S-level ability awakener. With a handsome flick of the blanket, she almost gave it a cloak-like appearance. "From now on, we are all members of the Blanket Alliance. Though we cannot be born on the same day, we do not seek to die on the same day either. Long live the Blanket Alliance. Long live. The Blanket Alliance rises. Let's defeat the lone army of clothing." The grand momentum even startled a few minions who had inhaled only a little mist. But every time they opened their eyes, they were promptly put back to sleep by others. Xiang Jingxing dragged Xiang Jingji, who wanted to join the Blanket Alliance for fun, to gather with Jiang Ran and Jiang Qingya. "We just need 2 more people, and this year's SS level will be complete." Jiang Ran nodded absently. Though the 5 of them together might not even be able to defeat him, they were still the best of the best. He couldn't undermine their confidence. While he was lost in thought, sensing something, his expression suddenly froze. Jiang Qingya noticed immediately. Jiang Ran shook his head silently, taking out a hexagonal stone. The stone was engraved with a series of incomprehensible symbols, which were now flashing with red light, the frequency of the flashes slowing down and the color growing fainter. This is the Fate Bond stone. Xiang Jingxing recognized the stone at a glance. Jiang Ran was unsurprised he could identify it, yet his expression remained grave. In contrast, everyone else, except Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji, looked utterly bewildered. What stone? Xiang Jingji craned his neck, peered twice, confirmed it was indeed the Fate Bond stone, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Fate Bond stone is a rare spiritual artifact, typically appearing in pairs, though occasionally in sets of 5 or 6, albeit extremely rarely. It possesses neither offensive nor defensive capability, yet its function surpasses most artifacts in sheer world-defying potency. When several individuals each hold a different stone from the same set, and drip their blood upon it, should any one of them face mortal peril, the stones held by the others will glow with luminous resonance. See, just like this, Xiang Jingji pointed to the crimson glowing Fate Bond stone clutched in Jiang Ran's palm. As the red light dimmed further, Xiang Jingxing hurriedly asked, "To whom is this stone bound?" "Shi Yan. Can you pinpoint his exact location?" Jiang Ran nodded, then shook his head. "I can only sense the general direction. His precise whereabouts remain obscured. I must go there immediately. Remain here. You need not search further. This secret realm almost certainly holds nothing of value. My paralytic powder lasts 18 hours. If you do not deliberately rouse them, they will not awaken." Jiang Ran spoke as if instructing children, raised the Fate Bond stone to orient himself, and turned to depart. "Wait, we're coming with you." Xiang Jingxing closed the distance in 2 swift strides, followed closely by Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingye. "If you all leave, won't?" Jiang Ran glanced back over his shoulder. "It's fine. You yourself said there's no danger there, didn't you, eh? Besides, Zhou Yongtian and Shi Huizhu are still here. They'll be safe." Though Xiang Jingxing's ability was neither enhanced physique nor speed augmentation, he somehow kept pace with Jiang Ran, who accelerated using wind currents. Jiang Qingye too lagged little behind. Though lacking Jiang Ran's effortless grace, he managed to keep up. Slowest of all was Xiang Jingji, whose talent lay in beast taming. Beast tamers typically devoted all cultivation to their bonded creatures, seldom honing their own physical prowess. Even as one of the swiftest among beast tamers, Xiang Jingji now resembled a raw recruit beside these 3 prodigies. Seeing Xiang Jingji about to fall behind, Jiang Ran summoned a gust of wind, guiding it to propel Xiang Jingji forward. After sprinting a stretch, Jiang Ran stared at the Fate Bond stone, its crimson radiance nearly extinguished, and clenched his teeth hard. This pace would not suffice. Even if he could accelerate further, he sensed only a vague bearing, not enough to locate Shi Yan precisely. Damn it, Shi Yan always appeared broad-browed and steady, unshakably grounded. How could he possibly trigger such calamity merely by entering a secret realm? No, it was already too late. Jiang Ran halted abruptly. Unwarned, the other 3 overshot by over 10 meters before skidding to a violent stop. Why stop? Xiang Jingji suddenly felt a chill of foreboding. Surely, Shi Yan hasn't succumbed already. Not yet, but soon. Jiang Ran lowered his gaze and began rummaging through his ring. Moments later, he withdrew another orb. Unlike the earlier paralytic sphere, this one gleamed pure white, flawless, translucent, like a flawless pearl. He had no time to admire its beauty or appraise its worth. With a subtle press, the orb shattered cleanly in half with a soft pop. Before the trio's astonished eyes, a crimson-haired young man materialized out of thin air, wearing an oversized white t-shirt and matching loose trousers. "Hello, everyone." "Hey there." Baiyu waved cheerfully at the 3, then turned to Jiang Ran, only to pause, startled by the rare severity etched across Jiang Ran's face. "Well now, what's wrong? Who dared upset our dear Ran?" "Take us to Shi Yan." Jiang Ran tossed the Fate Bond stone toward Baiyu. "It bears his aura and approximate bearing. Can you track him?" Baiyu glanced at the stone, its glow so faint it was nearly imperceptible, then at Jiang Ran's uncharacteristically cold visage. "I can." His smile softened, his tone turning sober. "But let me be clear, this is but a manifested avatar. My power pales beside my true self. Locating that person consumes energy. Transporting all 4 of you will deplete this avatar's reserves entirely." His meaning was unmistakable. He could ferry them there, but offer no further aid. Should unforeseen peril arise, he would be powerless to intervene. At those words, Jiang Ran showed no reaction, but Xiang Jingxing hesitated. Though he knew not when Jiang Ran and Shi Yan had grown so close, they bore no bond with Shi Yan, and risked nothing by staying behind. Jiang Ran's brow furrowed deeply, but he voiced no demand. "Then take only me." "No way." Xiang Jingji, far less calculating than his brother, shot up his hand. We're going to. Don't worry, we won't slow you down. Bai clicked his tongue, sensing Jiang Ran's tightly coiled fury, and granted them no more time to deliberate. He snapped his fingers. The landscape dissolved. Vast grasslands vanished, replaced by a deep, silent forest. The three, experiencing spatial translocation for the first time, gazed around in quiet wonder, while beside Jiang Ran, Bai's avatar grew nearly translucent. He glanced ahead, gave Jiang Ran's shoulder a gentle pat, and without uttering a word dissolved into On the open ground before them, 4 of the 6 figures, 4 men and 2 women, stood rigid, eyes locked warily on the sudden intruders. Behind those 6 stood another group, members of Shi Yan's Tian's Divine Academy, alongside a second larger contingent. They numbered nearly 30, every figure splattered with blood, indistinguishable whether their own, more fledglings delivering themselves to us. A woman licked her blood-red lips, her eyes startlingly emerald green. Their leader possessed unremarkable features, utterly ordinary, easily lost in any crowd. Yet the aura she exuded sent a primal lethal tremor through Jiang Ran's very bones. Ning Qiuyu watched Jiang Ran and the others appear, her previously expressionless face slowly curving into a glacial predatory smile. So, 4 big fish have come swimming right into our net. Never expected us to seek you out, yet you've delivered yourselves instead. Jiang Ran's gaze flickered. His cultivation level was Ascension peak, placing him at the apex of this realm's food chain. Yet these figures radiated an absolute visceral dread. The last time he'd felt such terror was confronting the 6th-tier aberrant beast in Shanghai City. Thus they likely employed some clandestine method to suppress their levels to Ascension rank upon entry, only to unleash their true strength once inside, embarking on a slaughter. No wonder Shi Yan had been driven to the brink of death. For even as an SS-tier cultivator, an heir to the Shi clan, he ought never to fall so easily to any peer, not even before reaching Ascension peak, especially armed with unique techniques and rare artifacts. Though I know not how you found us, nor does it matter. Ning Qiuyu toyed idly with an exquisitely crafted blood-hued iron fan, then snapped it open with a sharp shink, her voice slicing ice gold through the air. Leave none alive. After observing for a while, seeing that Shi Yan and the others were drenched in blood, yet their chests still heaved, Jiang Ran let out a gentle sigh of relief. With his worries eased, a faint smile reappeared on Jiang Ran's face, though this smile did not reach his eyes. I say, do you think so little of me, You. Before Ning Qiuyu could speak, another man burst into laughter. Jiang Ran, we know you well. I have to admit you indeed have some skills deserving to be called the first in the realm of Ascension. But what good is it if you're invincible in the same realm? The man laughed heartily, and as he spoke his aura was no longer concealed. The suddenly unleashed might caused the faces of Xiang Jingxing and the others to change dramatically. Is this the Sea Realm? Xiang Jingji exclaimed in shock. What nonsense, it's just a mere peak of the Jiang Realm. Jiang Ran replied, not only unafraid, but also disdainfully curling his lips. After all, he had just encountered a true Sea Realm awakened being and a 6th-tier exotic beast. Though the man's aura was terrifying, it was far from that of the Sea Realm. Among these 6 people, only the plain-looking woman in the middle could reach that level. 5 from the Jiang Realm and 1 from the Sea Realm. No wonder Shi Yan fell. With his level ruthlessly exposed, the man's face darkened instantly. Kid, you talk too much. What if you're from the Jiang Realm? Killing all of you is more than enough. Today none of you will leave this secret realm. Even if the commander comes, it won't matter, I tell you. Die. Is that so? The voice was calm and steady, echoing from the air. Accompanied by those 2 words, the attack launched by the man vanished without a trace. As if an invisible hand had erased this attack, capable of severely injuring any awakened being below the Jiang Realm from this world. Ning Qi's pupils constricted. How is this possible? That person, how could he appear here? The man who had just been arrogant was now dumbfounded. He stared upwards in shock, trembling uncontrollably from fear. Impossible, he shouted, nearly breaking his voice. No, he can't possibly be here. This must be an illusion, a projection. You can't deceive us. Jiang Ran placed one hand on his waist, his demeanor becoming arrogant as he pointed at the man, fiercely declaring, Uncle, he is the one who wants to kill me. Then he shifted his finger to point at the leading Ning Qiuyu. It was her who instigated it. What, little uncle? The mention of little uncle shocked not only Ning Qiuyu and her companions, but also Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji behind Jiang Ran, leaving them utterly astonished. The group instinctively looked up at the sky, where a familiar figure stood quietly above Jiang Ran's step. That face was known throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The youngest commander of the Divine Day in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and also the most ruthless judge, Jiang Yueqin. But just now, what did Jiang Ran call him? Wait, Jiang Yueqin, Jiang Ran. They both share the surname Jiang. So Jiang Ran's Jiang is this Jiang. With such a background, why didn't you say so earlier? Since his appearance, Jiang Yueqin's gaze automatically scanned over to Jiang Ran first. Seeing him unharmed and his aura calm, he then shifted his gaze to Ning Qiyu and the others. Upon seeing the scene behind the six, which could only be described as a bloody massacre, Jiang Yueqin's expression remained unchanged, but Ning Qiyu suddenly felt an immense pressure bearing down on her, almost pinning her to the ground. Damn it! Ning Qiyu's waist slowly bent down, her heart shaking violently. What level of power does this person possess? Just the pressure alone is enough to keep her from standing up. Haven't you seen enough, everyone? Jiang Yueqin said faintly, and in the next moment the nearby leaves trembled as dozens of peeping observers in various poses were forcefully brought forth by Jiang Yueqin. The group was diverse in appearance and clothing, and if it weren't for the fact that they all emitted an aura of at least the Jiang realm, no one would believe they came from the same organization. Seeing Jiang Yueqin effortlessly control more than a dozen people, without even moving a hand, Xiang Jingji looked on with stars in his eyes. Jiang Ran, what level is your little uncle? That's just too impressive. Wow, simply stunning. Jiang Ran, with his hands in his pockets, shrugged at Xiang Jingzi's words. I don't know, he never mentioned it. Though I don't know, Jiang Ran had privately speculated before. His bodyguard Jiang Hehu was already a peak powerhouse of the Abyss realm, but his little uncle Jiang Yueqin gave him an even more mysterious feeling, as if he were fathomless like an abyss. Thus Jiang Ran boldly guessed that Jiang Yueqin was very likely a master of the Void Realm, and perhaps even in the late stages of the Void Realm. With such strength, to be honest, he could already walk through the Dragon Kingdom and nearby countries with ease. After all, most of the spiritual realm elites today are either guardians of prominent families or significant protectors of small nations. Regardless of which type, they wouldn't easily appear in public. In fact, even those in the Void Realm seldom show themselves frequently. They mostly train in silence, preparing to break through to the spiritual realm, truly stepping into the ranks of the continent's top experts. But who let Jiang Ran have a trump card? The supreme art of summoning allies. The Nine Hells sent you this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Jiang Yueqin could see through these people's strength at a glance, and his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. 2 from the Sea Realm, and 17 from the Jiang Realm, is that it? Isn't that a bit too dismissive of the divine day? Ning Qiyu tightly gripped the blood-red iron fan in her hand, remaining silent. Little uncle. Don't wait. I still want to save people. Jiang Ran waved his hand, urging Jiang Yueqin to resolve the situation quickly. In truth, he was somewhat puzzled by the Nine Hells arrangements this time. Logically, even the 3 initial contacts were Sea Realm awakened beings. It made no sense to set such a huge trap and only catch a group from the Jiang Realm. Had the fish become clever, seeing through that the secret realm was a complete scam from the start, or were the true big fish still lurking behind, observing silently? Though he had doubts, they no longer had time to delay. Shi Yin and the others were severely injured, and if they didn't receive treatment promptly, they could be left with hidden ailments. Jiang Ran did not want to see a few good people being ruined like this. So even though the possibility of bigger fish lurking was high, Jiang Ran did not want to continue. Seeing the unwavering determination on these people's faces, Jiang Yueqin also understood that it was impossible to obtain clues from them for the time being. A red glint flickered in his eyes, and in the next instant all of the people except Ning Qiyu holding the iron fan fell dead in an instant. Jiang Yueqin reached out, and Ning Qiyu was lifted by an invisible force, slowly rising in. The man glanced at her, and with a crackling sound, Ning Qiyu's hands and feet twisted at odd angles. She gritted her teeth and remained silent. She knew that if it weren't for her still having some value, her neck would have been broken just now. But she could not Meanwhile, in Yin Province at the Divine Dawn branch, with a loud bang, a certain building was blown to smithereens, and everyone inside and nearby was sent flying. What happened? There's a situation. Gather up. Quick report to the minister. Bang! Before everyone could gather, completely explosions erupted in different locations, and in an instant the entire branch was thrown into chaos, nearly turned upside down. What the hell, has the third battle begun? Gung Lijia was just blasted away by the explosion, having barely poked his head out of the rubble, when another person flew over and crashed onto his head, sending him back into the debris. Damn it! Struggling to push the person off his head, Gung Lijia clumsily crawled out from the rubble and discovered a group of mysterious individuals in black robes had appeared in the branch. The aura emanating from them left Gung Lijia with an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. Yuanjing. Gung Lijia gasped coldly, his heart racing uncontrollably. But in that brief moment of confusion, 2 of the black-robed figures turned to look at him. Boss, The leader of the black-robed individuals coldly uttered a single word. Kill. The two black-robed figures exchanged glances and simultaneously approached the rubble where Gung Lejia was hiding. Oh no, don't come over here. Gung Lejia was already terrified and could only mechanically shuffle backward. One of the black-robed figures had already spotted him, and the corner of his mouth hidden beneath the hood curled into a sinister grin. Relax, it will be over soon. Drops of blood splattered falling onto Gung Leji's face. He felt as though he had been struck by a paralysis spell, almost unable to breathe. Suddenly, a red-haired young man appeared like a ghost behind the black-robed figures, and with a single strike the two Yuanjing experts were instantly decapitated. In the blink of an eye he had killed Tu Yinjing, yet his expression remained unchanged. He merely glanced at Gung Lejia before vanishing again like a specter. Outside the secret realm. They're out. Someone's coming out. Which faction are they from? Quick, block them. Tell them we'll pay top price for anything from inside the secret realm. A crowd surged forward, instantly blocking the entrance to the secret realm. Everyone stretched their necks and leaned forward ready to rush in and grab someone. With the Supreme Commander of Divine Dawn absent, only the Provincial Branch Minister, Zhai Qi, was present. Everyone knew each other well, so they were no longer as restrained as before. Zhai Qi, with his hands behind his back, tried to appear calm and unbothered, but inside his heart was racing, wishing he could quickly return to the branch. He knew the branch must be in complete disarray now, with calls coming in one after another, but following the Supreme Commander's earlier instructions, Zhai Qi pretended not to see them, letting the phone ring. They're coming. They're coming. Strange, do you smell something? What kind of smell? It seems to be the smell of blood. The first to emerge were 5 individuals from Xingqian University. Even though it was still midsummer, the leader Zhou Yongtian was holding a blanket that felt out of place for the season. Almost spotless, the group looked as if they had just come back from a picnic in the secret realm. Yet their expressions were quite peculiar. Some instinctively wanted to step forward to block them, but the teacher from Xingqian University merely stood there, the unabashed aura of Yuanjing instantly causing the surrounding crowd to hesitate. Following Xingqian University were other colleges, but like Xingqian University, everyone's expressions were very odd, with some looking a bit confused. The teacher from Lingshu University was Yao Ling, who had previously introduced herself to Jiang Ran. Seeing the team, now missing one person, her brows furrowed slightly. Where is Jiang Qingya? The 4, also holding blankets, exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Yao Ling's expression instantly turned cold. Did you leave him behind in there? No. We didn't. The only girl among them bit her lip and whispered, Jiang Qingya left with Jiang Ran from Tianfu Academy. They will come out together later. Jiang Ran. Yao Ling's eyes flickered. She had noticed during the entrance test that Jiang Ran seemed to have some admiration for Jiang Qingya, but she couldn't understand where this admiration stemmed from. However, teacher. The girl paused, hesitating, but finally said, could you please help the students from Tian's Academy? How did Tian's Academy get involved? Why does the smell of blood seem to be getting stronger? Someone else is coming out. Ling Zai emerged from the black hole, and as soon as he appeared the smell of blood intensified significantly. As Ling Zai stepped out, the previously chattering crowd fell silent. His clothes were soaked in blood, and behind him a bloodied figure almost unrecognizable was slung over his shoulder. Where are the students from Tian's Academy? Ling Zai gritted his teeth. The leading teacher from Tian's Academy was also stunned. He is Wang Yong. Brother Jiang said he needs immediate treatment. Wang Yong. Isn't he one of the 5 representatives from our school? What? What happened? Yin Jiafan was completely dumbfounded, even a bit flustered, not knowing. He had just started teaching this year, having only successfully entered Tian's Academy last month, so in a sense he was just as much a novice as the new students. To encounter such an incident on his first solo outing, Yin Jiafan didn't even know where to put his hands. First, just give him to me. Unexpectedly, Ling Zai shook his head. No, there are others behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Lu and Lin Xian carried another person out. This time, Yin Jiafan recognized her. It was the girl named Yi Xiaoyi from Tian's Academy. As soon as Lin Xian emerged, she saw Yin Jiafan standing beside Ling Zai, and immediately walked over her, tone urgent. Teacher, can you find a few awakeners with healing abilities? They can't hold on much longer. They'll do it. A female voice sounded. Yin Jiafan turned in surprise, and found Yao Ling had come up behind them at some point. In addition, Hua Yihong from the War Academy, De Yingyue from Jinan Academy, Hang Fong from Longting University, and Bian Wenong from Xingqian University all stepped forward. The 4 simply stood there quietly, their powerful aura easily suppressing everyone present. At that moment, excluding the Tianfu Academy personnel who had mysteriously vanished, all 6 major academies were present. Though they were unaware of what had happened within the secret realm, and despite the ongoing competition among the academies for students, that didn't mean they wouldn't join forces. After all, for them, if any one academy's students suffered serious casualties, it would be a provocation to all 7 academies. Make way, make way. Following this, one blood-soaked person after another was brought out. Aside from a few students from the Tian's Divine Institute, the rest were all from other factions. At this moment, the entire venue was in an uproar. After handing over Wang Yong to Yao Ling, Zai craned his neck to look at the entrance of the secret realm. A few minutes later, just as Zhai Qi was struggling to maintain order, Jiang Ran stepped out of the secret realm with an expressionless face. Behind him, Shi Yan, drenched in blood, his clothes clinging to him, and his face as pale as paper, slowly emerged while clutching his abdomen. Behind them, Xiang Jingji furrowed his brows, and together with Xiang Jingxing each extended a hand to support Yin Yu, whose face was equally devoid of color, followed by Jiang Qingya. Jiang Ran coldly surveyed the surroundings. The cacophony of screams, curses, and shouts only served to deepen the chill in his expression. Everyone shut up. The people around were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances, and someone couldn't help but chuckle. I say, kid, who do you think you are to boss us around? A middle-aged man with a receding hairline let out a loud laugh. I'll say what I want and laugh when I want. Even if your ancestors came, they couldn't control me. Is that so? A cold hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. The receding-haired man shuddered in fear and spun around, only to see a youth behind him, his red hair and blood-soaked clothes radiating a murderous aura that seemed almost tangible, grinning at him. Although Bai Yu was smiling, his eyes were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. He abruptly reached out, gripping the man's neck, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. Laughing, huh? Why aren't you laughing anymore? In that moment, Bai Yu resembled a deity of death, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone. None dared to meet his eyes. Why aren't you speaking? Keep going. The receding-haired man's face turned bright red as he struggled desperately, but Bai Yu's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Let me go? The receding-haired man stammered. Too was wrong. Bai Yu's gaze slightly shifted upwards, still smiling, yet that smile seemed more terrifying than a vengeful spirit to the receding-haired man. Does he have the right to boss you around? Yes, he's more than qualified. Humph. With a cold laugh, Bai Yu released his grip, and the receding-haired man crumpled to the ground like a piece of rotten meat. Jiang Ran observed everything that transpired, but maintained his expressionless facade, not uttering a single word to intervene. When Bai Yu let go of the receding-haired man, Jiang Ran merely cast a light glance before shifting his gaze back to the crowd around him. Next, whoever makes a noise will die. Though some still felt dissatisfied with a deity of death standing behind him, no one was foolish enough to provoke Jiang Ran further. Zhai Qi, who was originally standing with the students from the 7 academies, was now somewhat dazed upon seeing Bai Yu, whose body was half drenched in blood. He was the only one present aside from Jiang Yueqin, who knew the entire plan, making him the sole person aware of why Bai Yu had suddenly disappeared and where he had gone. He had thought there would be a fierce battle, but seeing Bai Yu's demeanor, he seemed even more flushed than Jiang Ran. It was as if he hadn't gone to fight, but rather watched a movie. No wonder the commander entrusted such an important task to a student who hadn't even graduated yet. It turns out he's a monster. Whose blood is this? Glancing at Bai Yu, who had appeared beside him, Jiang Ran discreetly moved away from him. Bai Yu closed his eyes for a moment, then reopened them, his gaze returning to normal. Then he reached out and pulled Jiang Ran back, even purposefully rubbing his bloodstained hand on Jiang Ran's white t-shirt before retracting it just before Jiang Ran was about to explode. Not my blood anyway. Jiang Ran glanced at the annoying red stain on his shirt and ground his back. Damn it, when he reaches the spiritual realm later, he will make sure to beat this kid to a pulp. If he can't, then at least he should be clean. Bai Yu wanted to pat Jiang Ran on the shoulder, but abruptly stopped, his arm twisting to scratch the back of his head. Let's go. The entire northwest of Yanxi is about to turn into chaos. Staying here is pointless. Jiang Ran casually nodded. Staying here was indeed unnecessary. Aside from enduring the sharp daggers of gazes thrown at him, he couldn't be of much help. It would be better to return to school early, and at least it was safer there. Oh, are we going back now? Ling Zai and the others crowded around Jiang Ran, trying to distance themselves from Bai Yu. Mainly because Bai Yu had been too terrifying just now, and they genuinely thought he was going to strangle that Though Bai Yu now appeared normal, that scene was too deeply imprinted in their minds, causing them all to instinctively avoid him, even daring not to look at him. Ling Zai hesitated, but they're still unconscious. Staying here won't help them recover any faster. After all, I don't have any healing abilities. Jiang Ran blew a puff of air to lift the bangs that had fallen over his eyes, glanced at Bai Yu, and said, at that moment Shi Yan, who had been scrutinized by Yin Jiafan several times, seemed to sense something, and turned his head. Oh, Jiang Ran just happened to look over and nodded slightly at him. Shurian opened his mouth, a thank you caught on his lips, but he struggled to express it for a long time. He knew just how severe his injuries were, so for Jiang Ran to pull him back from the gates of death, the cost must have been significant. At the very least, it certainly wasn't something that could be brushed off with just a simple thank you. Thank you. Shurian was unsure how to start, but another person was much more straightforward. Yanyu was clutching her chest, her face still devoid of color. But compared to others who remained unconscious, the fact that she could still stand was already quite impressive. Jiang Ran muttered an acknowledgement, not saying much more. At that moment, Yanyu's condition was similar to Shurian's, although not as severe. She was also unconscious with a faint breath. Jiang Ran saved her not because of their close relationship, but primarily due to Yin Feng's reputation. Even though Yin Feng had previously stated that he and Yanyu weren't particularly close, Jiang Ran couldn't just stand by and watch his sister die before his eyes. Baiyu indeed appeared to be in poor condition. Since his arrival, he hadn't glanced at anyone present, not even the 30-odd blood-soaked individuals on the ground. Clap. The crisp sound of a finger snap. Lu Xuqing and Ling's eye exchanged glances, then looked down at their feet, and then at Jiang Ran, feeling somewhat bewildered. Huh. Baiyu glanced at his hand that had just snapped his fingers, a hint of confusion crossing his face. What's going on? Are you just playing around with finger snaps? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Something's not right. It's not just a little off, it's extremely off. Baiyu maintained a smile, but his eyes began to grow colder. He snapped his fingers again. Snap. The others still stood rooted to the spot. Baiyu's smile slightly faded. This space is locked down. Though Baiyu didn't open his mouth, Jiang Ran heard his voice. The person who locked this space is formidable. I currently lack the strength to take you all away. Jiang Ran's heart skipped a beat, an overwhelming sense of unease surging within him. Brother Jiang, what's going on? Even the dullest among them could tell that Baiyu's supernatural ability seemed to be malfunctioning. Jiang Ran pursed his lips. Nothing. He barely uttered a word before abruptly stopping. The others were puzzled, but Jiang Ran offered no explanation. Instead, he slowly lifted his head and gazed toward the sky. Those who had been watching him also raised their heads. What the? There's a person in the skies. Above the entrance to the secret realm, a middle-aged man dressed in a white shirt stood on empty air, observing the crowd below with keen interest. Baiyu narrowed his eyes and spoke bluntly. No wonder this space is sealed. It was your doing, old. The middle-aged man remained unperturbed, a smile gently curling on his lips. Baiyu, long time no see. Compared to our last encounter, you've improved quite a bit. Baiyu chuckled. I'm nothing like you buried in the past. As a new generation prodigy, a day without progress is tantamount to regression. But you probably won't take another step forward in this lifetime. If not a waste, then what? Though he spoke arrogantly, Jiang Ran's gaze sharpened after hearing Baiyu's telepathic warning. Be careful, he is Yin Zhan, one of the 7 kings of the 9 Nether. 2 years ago, he was at the 9th cycle of the Ruined Realm. No one knows if he has advanced since. He's troublesome. I can't defeat him. You needn't attempt to provoke me, as you did 2 years ago. Yin Zhan descended step by step from the sky. Everyone present, including several teachers at the Abyss Realm, seemed frozen, as if paused except for Baiyu and Jiang Ran, who could still move freely. My. Yin Zhan also noticed the only 2 exceptions, Jiang Ran among them. An ascendant able to act freely under his own ability. Intriguing. Could this be the youngster they said might become the second Baiyu? Boy, are you Jiang Ran. Yin Zhan pondered for a moment before recalling the name. As an ascendant, Jiang Ran was only the second person whose name he remembered. The first was Baiyu 2 years prior. It's your grandpa. Jiang Ran remained silent at first, but once he spoke, his tone was equally unrestrained, even more arrogant than Baiyu's. Indeed, despite Jiang Ran's provocation, Yin Zhan maintained his composure, not even the slightest smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. He even nodded slightly. You do resemble Baiyu back then. Jiang Ran smacked his lips, sensing this was not exactly a compliment. If that's the case, then I certainly can't let you live. Yin Zhan muttered to himself, suddenly revealing a bright smile toward Jiang Ran. To Yin Zhan's surprise, Jiang Ran did not flinch, but calmly locked eyes with him, even curling his own lips into a slight smile. Something was amiss. Very amiss. Having been stung 2 years ago, Yin Zhan instinctively grew wary, a sight that made Baiyu want to laugh. Old relic, you really are scared stiff after being bitten once. Baiyu clicked his tongue twice, pulling a phone from thin air and pointing its camera at Yin Zhan. Your expression is quite amusing. I must document this to compare with how you looked 2 years ago. The flash from the phone briefly lit up. Oops, sorry, forgot to turn off the flash. Even with Baiyu's provocations, Yin Zhan did not lose his temper, but took 2 steps backward. Jiang Ran glanced at Baiyu in disbelief. What on earth did you do 2 years ago to terrify a master, at least at the 9th cycle of the Ruined Realm, to this extent? Such steadiness. Jiang Ran felt somewhat inferior. Baiyu, what are you planning now? Zhan could no longer maintain his smile. I advise you to think carefully. There are nearly 1,000 innocent people here. Aren't you afraid I'll slaughter them all? Baiyu shrugged carelessly. Do as you wish. Even if you want to desecrate my corpse, I won't stop you. I don't know any of them anyway. Besides, their lives for mine. Not a bad trade, is it? Had the others been able to move, they would have likely risen up and beaten Baiyu to death after hearing his words. Even Zhan struggled to keep a straight face. Brother, between you and me, who is truly the villain? Your ideology is more extreme than mine as the leader of the reactionary forces. Jiang Ran twitched at the corner of his mouth, thinking, those who know see you are stalling, those who don't might think you are the ultimate villain. Is this something a loyal son of the Long Kingdom would say? Moreover, such talk should be kept private. With so many people here, do you really dare to say it out loud? Aren't you afraid of being ambushed on a dark road? Zhan watched them warily for a long time, yet it seemed they were only posturing with no backup prepared. Are you two mocking me? Zhan's face darkened instantly. Damn it, Baiyu, what do we do? He's caught on. Well, looks like he's really grown wiser these 2 years. Zhan snorted angrily, clenching his right hand tightly. You two die. 2 seconds passed. Jiang Ran touched his face, stomped his feet, adjusted his clothes, and then took out a mirror to tidy his hair. Meanwhile, Baiyu, further mocking, held a can of some unknown Coca-Cola in one hand and his phone in the other, leisurely scrolling through videos. Sensing the silence, Baiyu glanced at Jiang Ran. What's up? Keep going, don't mind us. Zhan's hair bristled in anger. Before coming, he had prepared himself mentally. No matter how Baiyu tried to provoke him, he would not fall for it. He thought his preparation was foolproof, yet he was still outwitted. Why? How could his supernatural ability fail once more? Could someone be aiding them this time? Baiyu, knowing him well, could tell from Zhan's shifting expressions that he likely guessed this. He sighed silently inside. Damn, this old relic has really grown wiser. He still missed the foolish Zhan from 2 years ago. Having come to a realization, Zhan cast a cold glare at the two before surveying the surroundings. Which cultivator hides here? With such strength, if you won't fight Hedon and resort to tricks, it's rather beneath you. Zhan was confident others were secretly assisting the two, but after waiting a long time, no one appeared. He frowned. So patient are you, a turtle? What could it be you have no face to show and are hiding? Several more seconds passed with no response. Zhan began to doubt if anyone was really there. Was the acting of Baiyu and Jiang Ran too convincing? Perhaps they weren't unafraid, just holding on. Mind your own business. Suddenly a rascal-like voice. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Zhan felt an unexpected relief. Since you've spoken, why not show yourself? What's the point of hiding forever? Hide? Haha, the voice laughed heartily. I'm afraid you'll lose your nerve when you see me. Zhan's expression darkened further. He wanted to rage, but restrained himself. One must admit this fellow was remarkably composed. If you don't come out, how can I know whether you'll lose your nerve? Fine. Then you better widen those dog eyes and look clearly at my face. Zhan's gaze was as cold and sinister as that of a venomous snake. He had encountered many who hid in the shadows, boasting loudly. They were mostly lowly characters. Moreover, he was no longer the person he was 2 years ago. Even if Jiang Yueqin came personally, he would not be afraid. However, upon seeing the man, he could not help but show a hint of terror, exclaiming, "Is it you? What are you so happy to see me?" A man in his 30s stepped out from the shadows, wearing frameless glasses and a long black coat, looking like a scholarly intellectual from the 80s or 90s. Even his name carried the aura of a scholar, the principal of the War Academy, Ru Chun. Yet the words that came from his mouth along with his unique abilities were anything but refined. Ru Chun's abilities were well known throughout Longhua. It was a very common ability. Extreme body. Yes, it was that type of person who was a typical brute with an extreme desire to achieve physical sanctity. Logically speaking, how could such a common ability be so famous? Because Ru Chun had another more illustrious title, the first person in Longhua's history to possess the extreme body ability. Anyone who had fought against him was afraid of him. How did you end up here? Aren't you supposed to? Supposed to be tied up by your people and unable to escape, right? Ru Chun took off his glasses, wiped them with his clothes, and put them back on. What did you really think? I was just another mindless brute from the extreme body faction. Besides, do you really think they could stop me? Zhan was becoming flustered. Seeing Ru Chun approach step by step made him scare and retreat several meters, increasing the distance between them. Ru Chun tilted his head. Didn't you say to let me come out? Now that I'm here, why are you hiding? Hiding? I'm not hiding at all. I just think two big men shouldn't be too close. After all, distance creates beauty. Zhan forced a smile, uttering words he himself didn't want to hear. Although Jiang Ran recognized that the man was the principal of the War Academy, he did not have a clear understanding of just how terrifying this man was. However, seeing Injan, who had just been so arrogant, become so frightened just from a glance at Ruchun raised Jiang Ran's evaluation of Ruchun to a whole new level. Look at you talking nonsense again. Ruchun shook his head then smiled gracefully. It's been a long time since we last met. Of course we should get closer and have a good chat. No, that's unnecessary. Really unnecessary. Injan exclaimed in shock. But his resistance only excited Ruchun further. Jiang Ran didn't even see how he moved, and in the next moment Ruchun had already appeared beside Injan, wrapping his arm around the latter's neck. Ruchun smiled at the cold-sweating Injan and gently said, "Old rules, let's go over there for a drink and chat about our feelings." "No, don't." Bayu squatted on the ground watching as Injan was roughly dragged away by Ruchun, unable to help but shake his head in dismay. Encountering this pervert, that old man will either die or suffer greatly today. Unexpectedly, Ruchun, who had already walked away, seemed to have ears everywhere, his gentle voice drifting back. "Pervert. Are you talking about me?" Bayu was startled, immediately standing straight to argue. No, how could I say you are a pervert? I was clearly talking about that old man. You must have misheard." After waiting for a while without hearing any further response, Bayu finally sighed in relief and wiped his forehead, which was not sweating. This was the first time Jiang Ran saw Bayu display a fearful expression. They were both principals, yet he had never seen him afraid of Yuan Pu. Noticing Jiang Ran's curious gaze, Bayu coughed lightly and explained, "You just haven't experienced it. That Ru principal's strength is truly frightening. Almost no one who has been targeted by him ends up well. The lightest ones even end up with more than half of their bones broken." Jiang Ran nodded, suddenly asking, "That person who had more than half of his bones broken, isn't you right? How could that be?" Bayu immediately retorted back, "Then I almost fell apart. If it weren't for a healing awakened one waiting nearby, I might have ended up with one leg at 181 meters and the other at 1.2 meters. That does sound quite terrifying. However, being humble and respectful to elders, the principal should not make things difficult for him. His brother Jiang, what just happened to us?" After Injan was taken away by Ruchun, the crowd, which had been paused, came back to life in less than a minute. But it seemed as though they had no memory of what just occurred, which surprised Jiang Ran. According to Bayu, Injan had two abilities. One was telekinesis, and the other was the same as his wind. Logically, controlling someone with telekinesis should not be the same as pausing time. They should have awareness. But now, aside from Jiang Ran and Bayu, not a single person knew what had just happened. Their memories even remained at the stage of someone being in the sky. Bayu disdainfully tugged at his almost dried-up clothes, frowning tightly, but still took the time to reply, "That's why I said he's tough to deal with. If it were just ordinary telekinesis, I would have long since broken space and run away with you." After returning to school, Jiang Ran first took a shower, then changed his clothes. He glanced at the shirt that had been stained with a bloody handprint and threw it directly into the trash without a second thought. Tisk, young Master Jiang, how extravagant. Such a fancy piece of clothing, only worn once before being tossed away. Bayu, who had also taken a shower and changed into new clothes, was sitting on the sofa and devouring the takeout on the coffee table. Jiang Ran's eyelids twitched. "Was it you who called Principal Ru?" Earlier during the secret realm, Jiang Yueqin had directly taken the only survivor away, not coming out with them through the main entrance. If Bayu hadn't said that someone else would come to save the day, Jiang Ran would not have been idly chatting with Injan there, but would have activated the great summoning technique directly. "No, it wasn't me." Unexpectedly, Bayu denied it. "Even if I went crazy, I wouldn't actively seek out that pervert." Jiang Ran pondered for a moment and found some logic in it. If he had almost been torn apart by Ruchun, he wouldn't have such a favorable view of him. Unless he had become strong enough to beat Ruchun up. Since Ruchun wasn't a helper sought by Bayu, why was he there? Was it just a coincidence? That seemed a bit too coincidental. Why think so much? Bayu had already unwrapped the packaging, and a fragrant smell of pepper-fried chicken wafted out. "Anyway, what happens next has nothing to do with you. Just obediently attend class later." "Damn, I still have to attend class." Jiang Ran suddenly snapped to attention. He had already been driven mad by classes for the past half-month, with the teachers discussing the most basic things that made Jiang Ran drowsy every time. But coincidentally, every teacher recognized him and insisted that Jiang Ran sit in the front row. He felt too embarrassed to even sleep. "Why do I still have to attend class, even though I've crossed over to the era of abilities?" Another month has passed. For ordinary people, the fulfilling summer vacation is coming to an end, and they are about to embark on a new academic journey. But for the students of the 7 academies, their suffering has only just begun. What the heck, there's still a monthly. Haven't I already entered university? Why is there a monthly exam? I'll just kill me. Jianggu, I beg you, Jianggu, save my life. After that false expedition into the secret realm, Ling Zai's fear of Jiang Ran has dissipated significantly. At this moment in the classroom, he was clinging to Jiang Ran's leg, wailing loudly. The others around him ignored this scene. During this month, this scene has occurred frequently, and the other students in the Earth class gradually shifted from being shocked to silently counting down the seconds until Jiang Ran would throw him out. 1, 2, 3, bang! Ling's eye flew across the classroom, landing headfirst on the ground. Fortunately, the classroom was over 3 meters high, otherwise he would have crashed directly into the ceiling. After being thrown out, Ling's eye was not angry, but instead cried out even louder. Wu Jiangge, you can't do this. Can you really bear to see me die? I can bear it. I don't believe you. Jiang Ran rubbed his temples in frustration. Over this month he has fully witnessed just how thick-skinned a person can be. Helpless, he could only resort to his trump card. If you keep making noise, I will hit you. Usually this tactic was very effective against Ling's eye, but this time the looming monthly exam was simply too overwhelming, overshadowing all his fears of Jiang Ran. Therefore Ling's eye not only did not stop, but instead lunged at Jiang Ran again, attempting to cling to his leg. Ling's eye, what are you doing again? A chilling voice of Teacher Yan rang out, causing Ling's eye to stiffen. He first shot an icy glare at those who were enjoying the spectacle, and didn't bother to remind him that the teacher had arrived. Then he forced a grim smile, and slowly turned around to try to argue. Teacher, I wasn't doing anything. Then why were you shouting so loudly that the whole floor could hear? Yan Feng maintained a stern face, trying hard to play the role of a strict teacher. Is it entertaining to watch? Huh. Our class is the loudest on this entire floor. Jiang Ran secretly rolled his eyes. This was something Yan Feng had been saying since high school, and he was still using the same line in college. He should consider that aside from their class, there was hardly anyone else in this building. The sophomores, juniors, and seniors of Tianfu Academy were all in other areas, making it nearly impossible to meet them. After the freshmen were divided into Earth Xian and Huang classes, each class had its own separate teaching building, mutually independent. With only their class in this building, it was impossible for them not to be the loudest. Okay, everyone quiet down. I saw Jiang Ran sneaking a roll of his eyes and shot him a glare before changing the subject. I'm sure you all know that there will be a monthly exam tomorrow. This is actually an old tradition of our 7 academies. After all, how can you determine how much you've learned over the past month without an exam? However, aside from this good news about the monthly exam, there is also bad news to share with you. Ling's eye, who was sent back to his seat, couldn't help but murmur, the monthly exam is already the worst news, okay? Yan Feng pretended not to hear and cleared his throat to continue. After this monthly exam, the school will reshuffle all the freshmen based on their scores. A group of students was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the freshmen from the other 6 academies also received the same notification. What? Based on scores for reassigning classes. Wang Yong, who had just recovered from a half-month stay in the hospital, felt like the sky was collapsing. He had been injured in the secret realm, and although it wasn't fatal, it had kept him in the hospital for a full 2 weeks. Half a month is neither long nor short, but certainly enough for him to fall behind the rest of the class. Moreover, the monthly exam should mostly be written right. He had missed 2 weeks of classes compared to others. This is simply the heavens wanting to ruin him. What the heck, why are you only telling us about this now, teacher? Ling's eye was going crazy. He was already struggling academically, and if he were to participate honestly in the entrance exams, he wouldn't even qualify for an ordinary first-year university, let alone one of the 7 academies. However, he was fortunate that he had awakened an S-level ability which allowed him to finally hold his head high, transforming from the mouse droppings that ruined the pot of porridge or some students in class into look at Ling's eye and learn more from him. With his S-level ability, he not only got into Tianfu Academy, but was also placed in the top-ranking Earth class. He had heard from other classes that the Xian class and Huang class not only had more courses than the Earth class, but also various strange mandatory courses. Just the day before yesterday, Ling's eye was mocking Lu Xuqing on his phone, and now he was about to become one of them. It wasn't that he lacked confidence. The main issue was that he had never escaped the bottom 3 in all the exams he had taken since childhood. It's all over, it's completely over. Ling's eye panicked, instinctively wanting to cling to Jiang Ran's leg and beg him to save his life. But as soon as he lifted his head, he saw Yan Feng standing at the podium staring at him. Ling's eye swallowed hard and sat back down. The exam is scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so make sure you don't be late, otherwise you will receive a score of 0. Jiang Ran rubbed his nose, feeling that these words were directed at him. In just this month alone, Jiang Ran had already been late 3 times, and all were in Yan Feng's classes. Feeling an ominous gaze on him, Jiang Ran tactically cleared his throat and asked a key question: what will the monthly exam mainly cover? Yan Feng smiled mysteriously. That's a secret. After class, Jiang Ran planned to catch up with Yan Feng and appeal to their relationship, hoping Yan Feng would reveal some exam content. Although Jiang Ran was very confident in himself, and believed he could rank first no matter the exam. Wasn't there still Ling Zai? As a good brother to Ling Zai, it wouldn't be a problem to ask about the exam questions and guide him in advance, right? Unfortunately, it seemed that Yin Feng was aware of what Jiang Ran was thinking. The moment the bell rang, Yin Feng dashed out of the classroom at lightning speed so fast that even the exhaust fumes were nowhere to be seen. In that moment, one would think that a fierce beast was chasing him. Jiang Ran sighed helplessly, and just as he withdrew his gaze, he saw Ling Zai clasping his hands together, making an effort to widen his eyes as he looked at him. Seeing Jiang Ran look over, he even exaggeratedly blinked, holding his hands in front of him in a pose reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, holding her heart, his eyes filled with eagerness. Jiang Ran. The next morning, although Jiang Ran was not nervous at all, he unusually woke up early and arrived at the classroom by 7:30. When Yin Feng came in and saw Jiang Ran sitting obediently at his seat, he almost thought he was hallucinating. Not only was Jiang Ran not late, he even arrived early, which was more shocking than the sun rising from the west. Ahem, this month's exam is divided into two parts: the written test and the martial arts test, each accounting for 50 of the total score. The written test will take place this morning starting at 8:10 and ending at 10:10. In a moment, I'll distribute the papers. Once the bell rings, you may begin answering the questions. Upon receiving the paper, Jiang Ran clearly paused for a moment. What? Are you telling me this thick paper, almost the size of a book, is the exam paper? Opening to the first page, the first question read, what are the names of the principals of the 7 academies? Jiang Ran. The second question, a strength-enhanced awakener capable of lifting 10 tons, and a speed-enhanced awakener sprinting 100 meters in 0.5 seconds. Rush towards the last bowl of braised pork in the cafeteria. Please answer. The strength-enhanced will win because he can throw the speed-enhanced one away. B. The speed-enhanced will win because he can grab the meat first. C. The cafeteria lady will win because she can use a spoon to fend off both. D. The braised pork will win because it will evaporate due to the energy collision and no one will get to eat it. Jiang Ran. The third question, a mental awakener uses his mental abilities to make his roommate genuinely love cleaning and feel immense joy. Does this constitute a moral infringement? Please discuss from the aspects of behavioral outcome and freedom of will with no less than 50 words. Jiang Ran, damn it. Are these really the questions that a person can come up with? If the questioner finds out who he is, he'll get beaten up so badly he won't recognize him. Ding Ling. Pencils down. Continuing to write will be considered a violation and will result in 0 points. Yin Feng, who had been playing 2 games at the podium, stretched lazily. Hand in your papers, placing them face up and neatly. Ling Zi, he wanted to cry. Brother Jiang, am done for, really done for. He cried to Jiang Ran while wiping the corners of his eyes. How can I understand even one of those questions? Brother Jiang, from now on we will completely part ways. I can't bear to part with you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Ran pushed Ling Zihe aside just as he was about to find Principal Yuan to inquire about who set the questions for this month's exam. He was stopped by Yin Feng. What is it? Yin Feng organized the test papers, looked around, and confirmed that everyone else had left before speaking. You don't have to participate in the martial arts test this afternoon. Jiang Ran furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Why? After seeing the questions in the written test, he had completely lost confidence, and now they were telling him he wouldn't participate in the martial arts test. Might as well just rank him last and toss him into the yellow class. You should have some idea why, right? Yin Feng rolled his eyes at him. You've already reached the combat realm, haven't you? Jiang Ran cleared his throat, looking somewhat embarrassed. Be Loki. Loki, my foot. You're at the combat realm competing in martial arts with a bunch of harmonization realm folks. Does that sound reasonable to you? Do you want to kill them all? Jiang Ran awkwardly scratched his head. Isn't it a problem to progress too quickly? Moreover, rather than not letting me participate, it would be better for them to find their own reasons. After so many days, have their cultivation levels increased? Have they been training seriously? Yin Feng. Yin Feng was stunned for a second by his words, and once he came back to his senses, he unceremoniously slapped the back of Jiang Ran's head. Ow! Jiang Ran stumbled from the slap, almost falling to the ground. Are you crazy hitting me? Get lost, I'm talking about serious matters. Yin Feng's expression became much more serious. You should know about the Global Awakeners Ability League, right? Jiang Ran rubbed the back of his head after being hit. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Of course I know. But wasn't it boycotted and suspended by multiple countries overseas 6 years ago? The Global Awakeners Ability League was initially proposed by the Eagle Nation, held every year, gathering the top new generation awakeners from around the world, competing in various events to strive for first place. Participating in this league is essentially a genius first step from the domestic stage to the international stage. Exactly. Yin Feng nodded first, then lowered his voice. But this year the Eagle Nation submitted a proposal to the Ability Alliance, and they want to restart the Global League. Restart the league. Jiang Ran's eyes widened. Wasn't it the Eagle Nation that led the boycott back then? Why do they want to take the lead in restarting it now? Does changing faces not cost beans? Yin Feng shrugged. I don't know what they're thinking. After all, I'm just an ordinary university teacher. I just wanted to give you a heads up so you could prepare in advance. After all, you are the brightest among the new generation in Long Nation. If the Eagle Nation's proposal passes and the league restarts, you definitely won't be able to escape it. In the afternoon, all first-year students were taken to the training hall for the martial arts test, even by you attended, as the student council president. In an instant, the entire first district was empty. Although Jiang Ran's dormitory, A1 district, was not in the first-year area, the villas were far apart. Since enrollment other than Baiyu, he had not seen anyone living in the A1 district. Messages sent to Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji went unanswered, probably also attending the martial arts test. However, he did receive a reply from Shuryan. Jiang Ran, have you already finished the test? What did they test in the martial arts exam? Shuryan, I didn't take it. Jiang Ran, you didn't take it either. Did they isolate you as well? Those two heavenly academies are really something else. Shuryan patiently explained. No, the school saw that I was severely injured before and was afraid there were still hidden injuries in my body, so they exempted me from this month's martial arts test. Shuryan, not just me and you and the others were also exempted, we only participated in the written test. Before Jiang Ran could finish reading, Shuryan sent another message. Although we didn't participate in the martial arts test, our scores are calculated as full marks. After Shuryan sent the message, he waited for a long time. Jiang Ran's screen was still showing typing, but no message came through for a long time. After a long while, Jiang Ran sent a series of ellipses. At that moment, Jiang Ran suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen. He thought he had found a fellow sufferer, only to realize he was the clown. Could he still switch to Tiansu Divine Academy at this point? In fact, he was also injured in the secret realm. He suffered significant psychological trauma. It would take at least 2 to 3 years to recover from that. Jiang Ran wiped his face, trying to calm himself, and forcefully changed the topic. The Global League might be restarting. Has your school mentioned it? The other side, Yin raised an eyebrow. Global League. Restart. Are you sure you haven't been so angry that your brain went numb? Jiang Ran. If it weren't for the fact that this was indeed Yan's WeChat, and that other academies were currently taking the martial arts test, and couldn't be on their phones, seeing this message made Jiang Ran almost think the other person had been possessed by Xiang Jingji. After listening to Jiang Ran's narration, Yin pondered for a moment, and slowly typed Yin. Actually, it's quite easy to guess. The Global League was proposed by the Eagle Nation from the very beginning, and they set a condition: the country that wins the league championship will receive 40 of the resources from the Ability Alliance for the next 2 years. Jiang Ran was unaware of this. He initially thought it was just an ordinary global competition that could bring fame to ordinary people, but he didn't expect there to be this layer of relationship behind it. Since the league began, the Eagle Nation has basically monopolized the championship until 10 years ago, when the situation changed. Jiang Ran understood the champion is Longhua. That's right. After that, for the next 2 years, Longhua finally enjoyed the exclusive support of 40 of the Alliance's resources. With these resources, Longhua once again claimed the championship in the Global League 8 years ago. So after that, in order to prevent our country from continuing to win championships and gaining resources, the Eagle Nation simply canceled the league. Jiang Ran realized. So now the Eagle Nation suddenly plans to restart. Doesn't that mean they have absolute confidence in winning the championship? Yes. Shuryan leaned against the headboard, calmly replying, those white people are quite clever. Jiang Ran paused for a few seconds before replying, doesn't that ruin everything? What's wrong? If I lose one, I'd be embarrassed globally. Shuryan wanted to refute, questioning whether you could even become an official player, so why worry so much? But suddenly recalling Jiang Ran's many extraordinary traits, he fell silent. Now it was Shuryan's turn to be in a state of typing. For a long time before he quietly reassured, don't worry. Even if it's blackered, it's still red. After learning such significant news from Jiang Ran realized that his understanding of the Global League was still insufficient. After ending the chat, he opened his computer browser to search for some historical league records and video replays. The Global Awakened Ability League is divided into 3 phases: preliminary round, knockout round, and finals. The preliminary round is open to participants from all countries, generally held between October and November, where contestants from all nations compete to select 32 winners for the knockout round. The knockout round follows a similar format and is usually held in March of the following year, narrowing from 32 to 8, with only 8 countries advancing to the final championship. In June, it's time for the finals. Top talents from various countries will fiercely compete in the lead-up to this summer, ultimately determining the sole victor, the global champion. It is worth mentioning that the Global League is not a solo battle. Its format consists of 5v5 team confrontations. In other words, even if a country has an unprecedented genius, they may not necessarily win. Because this is a team competition. Therefore, the Global League not only tests the talents of each country's elites, but also assesses the depth of talent. What if you have 2 SS-level players? I have 10 level 5 substitutes and 5 official players. I can just rotate and exhaust your 2 players, can't I? What will you use to compete with me? It sounds like quite an interesting competition. After watching several videos, Jiang Ran gained a better understanding of the league. What intrigued him the most was that the content of each competition varied greatly. Perhaps in the previous league, the 2 teams would directly engage in a brawl to determine the winner, but in the next league it could turn into a math competition where the group with the highest score wins. It's that random. At the same time, Jiang Ran couldn't help but become curious. If it really restarts, he wonders what type of competition will appear in this league. That night, the school released the monthly exam results on the official website along with a pinned post. Jiang Ran casually set his message bombardier Ling Zi he to do not disturb, then opened the document. As expected, the first place was not him, but a girl named Xia Shi. Xia Shi scored 89 in the written exam and 92 in the martial exam, resulting in a total score of 95, with a gap of 5 points from the second place. Jiang Ran couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How could such abstract questions in the written exam yield a score of 89? This Xia Shi is quite a character. However, he had never heard of her name before, indicating she was not from the local class. This means that an awakened individual who isn't even classified as S-level managed to score an impressive 92 in the martial exam. Although 92 isn't the highest score in the martial exam, Jiang Ran just glanced and found that anyone scoring above 90 is generally from the local class. Only a few names he hasn't heard of. Considering this, it seems the school's decision to reclassify students was indeed correct. Look at Xia Shi. She isn't even S-level and still came in first. Now look at the S-level Ling Zi, he who doesn't even know where he ranks. After searching for a long time, Jiang Ran finally found his name, which was nearly in the 200s. His martial exam score was decent, 96 points, just shy of being first in the martial exam. As for the written exam, Jiang Ran looked at the glaring 12 points in the table and felt embarrassed. If it weren't for his martial exam bringing up his overall score, Ling Zi, he would likely be at the bottom again. After reviewing the entire score sheet, he still didn't see his name. Jiang Ran went through it again from start to finish and confirmed it was indeed absent. Could it be that he was really isolated? Is this how he gets cut off from the outside? Rubbing his head, he realized thinking about it wouldn't help, so Jiang Ran decided to directly ask by you. After all, that guy is the student council president. Over the past few days, Jiang Ran has also discovered that the student council president has tremendous power in Tianfu Academy. By S-level, is even on par with Yin Feng, the director of the academic affairs office. However, he didn't know whether it was not yet the time for the student council to recruit, or if the student council didn't accept first-year students. Since enrolling other than Bai Yu and the minister of the organization department Song Chung, he hadn't seen any other student council members. Strangely, Jiang Ran felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed that the scenes in novels where the protagonist deliberately makes things difficult and then encounters the main character were not going to happen. Sigh. After sending a screenshot of Ling Zi's results, Jiang Ran was just about to message Bai Yu when a message from Yin Feng came in. Yin Feng, did you see the results? Jiang Ran had no choice but to click on the chat page with Yin Feng first. I saw it, but why am I not included? Is my score so outstanding that the school didn't want to undermine their confidence, so they specifically left it out? On the other end, Yin Feng, who was worried he would think too much, was ready to explain. Indeed, it's outrageous. A score of 59, barely passing. What a... Jiang Ran's eyes widened. I can't believe you actually got a 59. I thought I would score in the single digits. This was his heartfelt confession. That exam paper, aside from the first question he could answer, he couldn't solve any others. He guessed all the rest. Yin Feng was nearly infuriated by his words. So you didn't listen at all these past 2 months? I did. Did you not look at the questions? Do those questions have even the slightest relation to what you usually teach? Yin Feng indeed hadn't looked, but that didn't stop him from being stubborn. There is definitely some relation, but I don't care. Your results are too poor. I feel embarrassed to share them. I'm afraid it will tarnish my reputation. Jiang Ran fell silent. Good. So he didn't get a score because of this. Alright, I was just kidding. Regardless of whether you score in single digits or 100, your results won't make it to the list. What isolating me? Why are you always thinking that others want to isolate you? We just think since you're not in the same class with him, there's no point in putting your results up. It would also embarrass him as a teacher. In the following 2 days during the weekend, Jiang Ran for some reason rarely left his dormitory, wanting to stroll around the capital. Although the capital is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Ran had lived in the northwestern province of Qin for the first 18 years of his life far from the capital, and having lost both parents at a young age with his grandfather often going missing, he had never actually visited the capital of this world. Now that he had the time, of course he had to take a good look around. Ugh, still tastes awful. Although he had never been here in this life, Jiang Ran had visited the capital many times in his previous life, and had even tried the capital's famous doji. However, harboring the thought that the differences between the two worlds might extend to taste, as well, Jiang Ran stubbornly ordered a bowl again. As soon as he took a sip, he wanted to spit it out. It was too horrible. Who on earth drinks this stuff? He even suspected that no one in the capital actually drank this. The reason it was still sold was just to rip off these stubborn and curious outsiders. Jiang Ran bought a cup of lemon tea and drank nearly half of it in one go, finally feeling that the strange taste in his mouth had faded significantly. Refreshing. After finishing the lemon tea, he tossed the empty cup into the trash can inside the shop and officially began his sightseeing journey in the capital. The price of gold is already 1,500. Hearing the salesperson's introduction, Jiang Ran nearly doubted his ears. Is this world really so insane? How did he remember that the last time he bought gold it had just risen to 1,000? Sir, would you like to look at anything else? The female salesperson maintained a polite smile in response to Jiang Ran's shock. After all, working in a gold store, she had seen all kinds of customers. Other than those who truly didn't regard money as money, hardly anyone could hear about this skyrocketing gold price without feeling shocked. No, I'm done looking. Jiang Ran felt a bit pained. He'll take this one. In the end, he chose a hollow 6-pointed star pendant made of pure gold with a red gemstone embedded in the center. Priced at 199,999. Don't be fooled by the sky-high price, as the majority of the cost wasn't the gold, but rather the gem on it. That was the blood pearl of the 5th-tier exotic beast, the Qi-yin leopard, which was rare and only produced when a female Qi-yin leopard gave birth. This item not only provided warmth in frigid conditions, but also nurtured the wearer's spirit. Although Jiang Ran didn't need such minimal buffs, it was still a good choice for decoration or as a gift. After paying, Jiang Ran stored the necklace and gift box in his ring and walked into a large shopping mall. The winter clothes he had stored in his ring from the last adventure had almost all been given away. In order to have clothes to wear next time he encountered a special adventure, Jiang Ran had no choice but to do another big shopping trip to replenish the items he had consumed from his storage ring. Take a look at this one. The lining is made from the fur of a 3rd-tier exotic beast, the Qingwei beast, ensuring it's windproof and warm. Jiang Ran. While Jiang Ran was listening to the salesperson's endless chatter, he turned around at the sound to see a few people looking in his direction not far behind him. Standing in the middle was a girl dressed in a white silk chiffon blouse and a houndstooth skirt. The look in her eyes held a hint of surprise, seemingly not expecting to run into him here. Xiaoyu, do you know him? This person was Yanyu. Yanyu paused, seemingly pondering how to introduce Jiang Ran. I know him. His name is Jiang Ran, a student from Tianfu Academy. In the end, that was all she could say. Jiang Ran. Yanzhe muttered in his heart. This name sounds somewhat had he heard it somewhere before. Jiang Ran's relationship with Yanyu wasn't particularly close. They were more like acquaintances, plus he had saved her life in the adventure. Although Yanyu, as the 3rd young lady of the Yin family, should have a valuable life, Jiang Ran had no expectations of them repaying him. He preferred to keep as far away from the Yin family as possible to spare Yin Feng any trouble. But the salesperson was simply too annoying, continually dragging him along, so Jiang Ran quickly approached, using the opportunity to shake off that foolish salesperson. After glancing a few more times at Yanzhe, who stood beside Yanyu, Jiang Ran nonchalantly withdrew his gaze. Aren't you supposed to be in Shanghai City? Yanyu lowered her eyes. My family is in Bishui City near the capital. It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival, so I came back to take a look. Oh, I see. Jiang Ran didn't want to chat much either. He casually nodded and intended to leave. Yanyu simply kept her head down, not saying anything. Yanzhe pondered for a long time in his mind, but still couldn't recall where he had heard that name. It wasn't until he returned home that he slapped his forehead. Isn't Jiang Ran the SS level from Qingzhou City? Yan's father and mother in the living room looked over. Yanzhe, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. Yanzhe clenched his fist, suppressing his inner excitement. Just feeling a bit tired from shopping. I'm heading upstairs. After going upstairs, Yanzhe didn't return to his own room, but went to see Yanyu. Xiaoyu, are you hiding something? Yanyu was sitting at her desk, maintaining her long bow, and upon hearing Yanzhe's words, she didn't even lift her eyelids. No. Really? Yanzhe's expression was somewhat meaningful. Of course, how could I have anything to hide from you, big brother? Is that so? Yanzei walked into the room and closed the door firmly. The Jiang Ran you met today is a student taught by Yin Feng, right? You clearly know. Why didn't you say anything? Yin Ye's fingers on the bow suddenly trembled slightly. Seeing that she remained silent and did not respond, Yin Zhe crossed his arms, lightly tapping his arm with one hand. Then let me ask another question, shall you? What exactly do you want to do? By Tuesday, Jiang Ran returned to the classroom and discovered that half of his classmates had been replaced. The new classmates were not so familiar with Jiang Ran. When they saw him enter, they instinctively shrank their necks, too afraid to meet his gaze. Jiang Ran walked slowly to a girl with her head down, his hands in his pockets. Do I look very ugly? He suddenly asked. The girl was taken aback, seemingly stunned by the question. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. What? Is it hard to answer? No, the girl shook her head, repeatedly frightened. You are very handsome. Not ugly at all. Then why is it that none of you dare to look at me? Jiang Ran touched his face. I thought I was hideously ugly and you all couldn't bear to look at me. You're overthinking it. The girl's voice became increasingly soft, wishing she could find a hole to hide in after being scrutinized by Jiang Ran. Jiang Gu. Suddenly a call rescued her. Jiang Ran turned around and saw Lin Xian and another girl he didn't recognize standing at the door, looking at him with some surprise. Surprised. Jiang Ran walked back to the middle of the first row and patted the seat beside him, indicating for Lin Xian to come over. The girl next to Lin Xian bit her lip, tugging at Lin Xian's sleeve, seemingly reluctant to go over, but ultimately was dragged over by Lin Xian. Why are you so surprised to see me? With a few minutes left before class, Jiang Ran seized the opportunity to chat with the only familiar face in the classroom. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment and explained somewhat indirectly. I heard Ling Zai say that Jiang Gu, you don't seem like someone who would arrive before the class bell rings, so when I saw you in the classroom just now. Jiang Ran. Suddenly there was nothing more to discuss. Jiang Ran ruthlessly shooed her away like a fly. Go sit over there, don't disturb me during class. Upon hearing this, the other girl instinctively wanted to get up and move elsewhere, but Lin Xian quickly stopped her. Although Lin Xian and Jiang Ran's relationship couldn't be described as particularly close from the moment Jiang Ran had specially given the two girls long down jackets in the mysterious realm, it was clear he was not a cruel or easily angered person. In fact, it could even be said that he had a tough exterior but a soft heart. Don't Jiang Gu. Thus Lin Xian not only felt unafraid, but even dared to joke with him. That was all Ling Zai's words, not mine. Actually, when I first heard it, I knew he must be spreading rumors. The next time I see him, I will definitely drag him over to apologize to Jiang Gu. Lin Xian rambled on, but Jiang Ran quietly raised a hand and covered his ears, looking as if he was thinking, I'm not listening. The tortoise is reciting scriptures. Helpless Lin Xian had to change the subject. Jiang Gu, let me introduce you. This is my friend Xiao Jai. She used to be in the same class as me in the Xin class. After speaking, she turned slightly toward Xiao Jai, saying, Jai, Jiang Ran actually has a very good temper. He isn't as scary as you think. Suddenly hearing the name, Jai, Jiang Ran felt a shiver run through him and nearly jumped up. Lin Xian noticed Jiang Ran's sudden discomfort. What's wrong, Jiang Gu? It's nothing, Jiang Ran wiped his forehead. I just thought of a very disgusting person. Seeing Lin Xian's expression of curiosity, Jiang Ran silently added, he's already dead. Instantly Xiao Jai, who had just started to believe Lin Xian's words, turned pale, now even more frightened. The onlookers around them also changed their expressions. So when the teacher Gue Shu entered the classroom, the entire class was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Gue Shu nodded in satisfaction, secretly marveling. Not bad, this is how a class should be. After finishing class on Wednesday, Jiang Ran rubbed his stomach, which was growling from hunger due to skipping breakfast, preparing to go out to find food, when suddenly a hand appeared from the air and grabbed him. Before Jiang Ran could react, he found himself in the principal's office. Yuan Pu was sitting behind the desk with a smile looking at him. Jiang Ran felt a bit uneasy under that mysterious gaze and couldn't help but rub his arm. Grandpa Yuan, did you call me for something? Jiang Ran, after our research and discussion, the higher-ups have decided to nominate you to participate in next year's Global Awakened Ability League. Jiang Ran immediately became alert. Didn't they just say that the Eagle Nation submitted their proposal? Jiang Ran's eyes widened in shock. Was it approved so quickly? Yuan Pu shook his head. Not yet officially approved. He paused for a moment and added, but it will be soon. 2/3 of the countries in the alliance have been in close contact with the Eagle Nation recently. If the Eagle Nation wasn't fully prepared, they wouldn't have brought this up. Jiang Ran realized this was indeed a significant matter, so he didn't rush to leave, but stepped back and sat on the sofa. Since the Eagle Nation dares to hold the league again, they must have confidence in winning. Jiang Ran ruffled his hair. Does the higher-up trust me so much? What if I lose? Then you lose, Yuan Pu scoffed lightly. Our Dragon Nation can't afford to lose, right? You don't need to feel pressured. The reason for sending you is that you are indeed the most outstanding awakened individual from the current new generation, and they want you to go out and gain more experience. Next to them by you who had just finished an apple let out a burp and added, you can think of it as a public-funded trip. Winning or losing isn't a big deal. Our Dragon Nation hasn't fallen to the point where losing a match would leave us in despair. Jiang Ran was a bit confused by this. He thought these two would give him a long motivational speech like telling him to believe in himself and strive to cultivate for the glory of the nation blah blah blah. Instead, they are telling him that winning or losing doesn't matter at all. Just treat it like a trip. Huh, are the higher-ups this relaxed? But, Jiang Ran sat up straight. Was there a twist? But for now you are only nominated, it's not finalized yet. Yuan Pu crossed his hands on the desk, becoming much more serious than before. You know that the league's rules require participants to form a team of 5. And there are 6 of you. Moreover, you 6 are just the first batch to receive the notification. Once the news of the league being held again is released, the higher-ups will open registration to the public, and you won't just be competing against the other 5 SS-class individuals for a spot. Baiyu was peeling a banana and couldn't help but laugh at this point. Yuan Pu didn't understand what he was laughing at, and could only glare at him to keep quiet, continuing. I know you have high talent, but our Dragon Nation has billions of people who amongst them there could be extraordinary prodigies. Your advantage lies in the fact that you are among the first to learn about this, giving you more time to prepare than. So from now on work hard in your training. I hope to see your name among those 5 official spots. Yuan Pu had spoken for a long time and was parched. He had expected Jiang Ran to be excited, waving his fists and swearing that he would work hard to meet their expectations. Unexpectedly, this kid did not follow the script, sitting quietly on the sofa with his head down, not saying a word. Suddenly the room fell silent. Jiang Ran slowly opened his eyes and yawned. Oh, that's it. Seeing his expression, Yuan Pu finally understood. After spending half a day writing a speech, this kid hadn't listened at all and had fallen asleep instead. Don't worry, Grandpa Yuan. Jiang Ran stood up to stretch his stiff body, and after doing so, he smiled faintly at Yuan Pu. Not only will one of the spots be mine, but the championship of the Global League will also be mine. Don't stop me. I want 10 updates tomorrow. In this rebirth, I aim to astonish the world with 10 updates a day. The air in the northeast is truly different, Xiang Jingji said, dressed in a beige casual outfit, hands clasped behind his head, enjoying the moment with squinting eyes. My. Beside him, Jiang Ran wore a blue striped shirt layered with a white short jacket, a blue checkered tie knotted at his collar, a golden hexagram shining brightly on top. Combined with his handsome face, he exuded youthful charm, the kind that could easily debut in a talent show with high votes. What's so different? Isn't it just carbon dioxide? No, Xiang Jingji shook his head vigorously, rebutting. You wouldn't understand, it's just different. Last night Xiang Jingxing called, informing that both he and Xiang Jingji were scheduled to participate in the league. He then asked Jiang Ran if he wanted to explore the secret realm. After all, they would eventually form a team for the league, so they could practice teamwork in advance to enhance their rapport. It seemed these two had an unusually high confidence in themselves, leaving no room for doubt about the possibility of being eliminated. Jiang Ran, suffering from a headache during class, agreed, without a second thought. Thus the three created a group chat, each selecting several suitable secret realms, spending a long time discussing in the group. Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji preferred the A-grade secret realm. Although both had reached the fighting stage, Xiang Jingji was a beast tamer, and his strength mostly came from his otherworldly beast. Even if Xiang Jingji could cultivate to the ocean realm in one go, as long as his beast remained at the second tier, his actual strength would only be at the joint realm. Therefore, to be cautious, the A-grade secret realm was the best choice. But Jiang Ran thought otherwise. Come on guys, you've already reached the fighting stage, let's be bold. I say we choose A-grade secret realm. Only in adversity can we grow faster. In the end, Jiang Ran even resorted to moral persuasion. Don't you want to quickly enhance your strength and win the championship for Longhua? Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji. This was bad. There was no way to refute that. It's fine, don't you trust me? Back when Shi Yan was nearly defeated, I managed to bring him back. What do you have to fear? If worse comes to worst, I can still rally support. Jiang Ran, skilled in the art of persuasion, employed both hard and soft tactics, determined they would. In the end, either voluntarily or under pressure, the two agreed to Jiang Ran's suggestion, choosing the 472nd secret realm located in Shihai City, Heilongjiang Province. By the way, have you two checked the strategy for 472? Xiang Jingji was like a curious child wanting to explore everything. At this moment the three were seated in a private room of a northeastern specialty restaurant. Xiang Jingji was looking at the menu while chatting with Jiang Ran. No, I haven't. Why bother looking? Xiang Jingxing poured himself a cup of tea, answering succinctly. Which big shot check strategies before entering a secret realm? Jiang Ran glanced at his phone, not knowing who he was messaging. That would be so unrefined. Xiang Jingji wanted to say he was scared to death, but he felt that admitting it would be even more embarrassing than secretly checking the strategy, so he gave up on the topic. Why are you always on your phone? Chatting with your girlfriend? Nope. Jiang Ran turned off his phone. I plan to bring Jiang Qingya along. Jiang Qingya. Xiang Jingxing paused while holding his cup. That one from Lingshu University. Jiang Ran nodded. Exactly. After all, they would all be teammates in the future. Having one more person wouldn't hurt. You have such confidence in him. Hearing that others might join, Xiang Jingji set down the menu. I actually think Yin Yu from Taiyan's Academy is stronger than Jiang Qingya and has a better chance of being our teammate. And that sure Yin, I heard he has dual abilities, he should be fine. Jiang Ran looked at Xiang Jingji, putting down the menu, casually taking it over while doodling on it, and said, Don't be so reserved, he's a Northeast local, he must be tired of these dishes, let's order what we like. Yin Yu indeed has some skills with SS-grade artifact-related abilities. Once awakened, he wields weapons, his future is bright. Then why do you still say Jiang Qingya is a teammate? You look down on Shi Yin. Xiang Jingji raised an eyebrow. How could that be? Jiang Ran handed the menu to the waiter to have the dishes served first. I just said, Yin Yu has some skills, I never said she is better than Jiang Qingya. Xiang Jingxing also showed interest. Is he really that impressive? Jiang Ran shrugged, knowing that merely speaking wouldn't convince them. You'll see for yourselves in the secret realm. When Jiang Qingya arrived, the dishes were nearly all served. Xiang Jingji had been fixated on a plate of guabao roe for a full 5 minutes, and seeing everyone finally gathered, eagerly added a piece to his plate. Jiang Qingya maintained his minimalist style, wearing only a storage ring on his hand and no other adornments. Sit down, you haven't eaten, yet let's eat together. Jiang Ran casually handed him a pair of chopsticks, then focused on competing with Xiang Jingji for every dish. Meanwhile, Xiang Jingxing, the most elegant eater, smiled at him and politely greeted, Good to see you again. After a satisfying meal, the four were ready to set off. The 472nd Secret Realm is located in a deserted park in the northern part of Shihai City. It was once a favorite spot for the elderly, frequently used for group square dancing. However, after the appearance of the Secret Realm, the entire park was immediately sealed off by the authorities, and it remains under the jurisdiction of Shenzhou to this day. Given their physical strength, although they could walk there, it would take too much time. Besides, why would anyone take bus 11 when a perfectly good taxi is available? After waiting for a long time at the intersection, they finally hailed a cab. As Xiang Jingji got in, he couldn't help but murmur, At least it's SS grade, shouldn't we get a decent car? Immediately Xiang Jingxing jabbed him, urging him not to speak out of turn. Xiang Jingji, having just eaten, nearly lost his meal. Realizing he had misspoken, he dared not utter another word, blinking innocently at Xiang Jingxing and mimicking a zipping motion in front of his mouth. Although Jiang Ran was already in the car, he heard Xiang Jingji's faint murmur. He smiled at Jiang Qingya, who was sitting in the passenger seat, then glanced at Xiang Jingji. Xiaoji, you don't understand. Little Jiang is conserving energy. Otherwise, if we drove around all day, the exhaust would pollute the environment so much. Right. Xiang Jingji seemed to suddenly realize, slapping his forehead. That's indeed the logic. I'm so slow-witted, or look who's that. Jiang Ran's lips twitched. No bro, your attempt to divert attention is a bit too outdated, isn't it? Just as Jiang Ran was about to scoff, he heard Xiang Jingxing exclaim in surprise, Isn't that Shi Yin? Xiang Jingxing, with his thick brows and big eyes, also joined in on the deception. Jiang Ran thought to himself, while his body obediently followed their gaze. Oh wow, it really is him. Quick, call out to him. Shi Yin. What the hell is wrong with you, Shi Yin? You deaf or something? Shi Yin, walking alongside his schoolmates, abruptly halted mid-step. Had someone just cursed his name? Screech. A taxi slammed to a halt beside him. Jiang Ran flung open the door and kicked without hesitation. Yet Shi Yin, as if eyes sprouted from his spine, executed an impossibly fluid sidestep, evading the blow entirely. Jiang Ran. Ugh, this temper of mine. Seeing his opponent refuse to play fair, Shi Yin instantly conceded, Easy. There are people watching. Xiang Jingxing hurriedly restrained Jiang Ran. Calm down. You wouldn't want your reputation ruined all the way in Shihai City, would you? Get lost. Jiang Ran rolled his eyes, shrugged off both hands, rubbed his wrist, and refrained from striking again. Shi Yin exhaled, inexplicably relieved. If it came to blows, he knew full well he stood no chance against Jiang Ran. And if his fellow students witnessed that, where would his legendary charm go? Sure, Yin shot Xiang Jingxing a grateful glance. So, where are you two headed? Off to explore a secret realm for a couple of days, Xiang Jingxing replied candidly. A group of Tian's Divine Academy students nearby stared utterly stunned. Goodness, while they treated every secret realm excursion as a life-or-death trial, these people treated it like a leisurely vacation. Is this what true masters look like? Terrifying beyond measure. Sure, Yin nodded thoughtfully. Xiang Jingxing countered. And you? What brings you all the way from Shanghai City to Shihai City? Same as you. To enter a secret realm. Sure, Yin shrugged indifferent. Truth be told, he hadn't wanted to come at all. A mere class secret realm, the lowest tier, and yet he'd been forced to shepherd this entire group inside. Did they intend to rely on others forever? Last time, guiding a group of novices nearly cost him his life. Now they were back again, and sure, Yin was developing genuine psychological trauma. No wonder Styathome parents so often succumb to depression. Anyone would crack under such pressure. Which secret realm are you entering? Might be the same one we're going to. A flicker of hopeful fantasy lit Shi Yan's eyes. Sector 472. And yours? Sector 472. Shi Yan blinked in disbelief. If I recall correctly, wild secret realms numbered below 500 are all class or higher. Ours is Sector 602. Yes, Class D. Xiang Jingxing uttered Class D with the same casual nonchalance one might use discussing lunch, utterly overwhelming the Tian's Divine Academy group. Was this the chasm between geniuses and ordinary cultivators? While they trembled before even the lowest tier class realm, their peers, awakened in the same cohort, were already touring Class D realms and teams. Did human disparity have to be this staggering? Suddenly Shi Yan's eyes gleamed. How about Xiang Jingxing? Now there'd be another one. Tian's Divine Academy students. Wait, wasn't he supposed to guide them into the secret realm for exposure? And now halfway there was their escort abandoning ship. Uncertain, Xiang Jingxing instinctively turned to Jiang Ran. Though he had initiated this expedition ever since Jiang Ran confirmed his participation, the entire rhythm had shifted irrevocably into the other's hands. His sole remaining duty was to keep Xiang Jingxi in check, lest that foolish younger brother stir up trouble everywhere he went. Jiang Ran finally acknowledged after their prolonged neglect, nearly rolled his eyes into orbit. If you accompany us, what about these bean sprouts? Dubbed bean sprouts, the youths fell silent, trembling. Not from cold, but sheer indignation at such blunt insult. Yet the moment they glimpsed that face, familiar beyond doubt, their defiance wilted instantly. That visage belonged to the freshman tyrant of their year, a prodigy so fearsome that all of them combined couldn't lay a finger on him. If it was him, please, insult us freely. With a grand sweep of his hand, Shi Yan declared, let them go on their own. It's only Sector 602, a class realm. Nothing perilous about it. I believe in them. Fine, fine. They'd even resorted to faith-based reasoning. If they protested now, wouldn't that prove their incompetence beyond doubt? A lanky young man immediately thumped his chest in solemn vow. Rest assured, Brother Yin. We are students of Tian's Divine Academy. A trivial class realm poses no challenge whatsoever. Exactly. We've got class realms mastered. Brother Yin, you may depart with peace of mind. Hearing the first two lines, Shi Yan felt a warm swell of pride, like watching his own protege blossom into maturity. But that last line, something felt subtly off. Names, ages, identification documents. Please present them. Outside the derelict park, two men in navy and white uniforms barred their path. Entry into any secret realm under the jurisdiction of Longwa's official authorities required this age verification prevented unawakened minors from sneaking in for illicit exposure. UID checks served dual purposes, confirming truthfulness and verifying Longwa's citizenship. Foreign nationals seeking entry into Longwa's secret realms faced far more stringent bureaucratic hurdles. Jiang Ran's group, well-versed in protocol, promptly handed over both identification cards and student IDs. Student IDs were mandatory because, upon exiting any secret realm, 30 of all acquired resources must be surrendered to the state, effectively functioning as a resource tax. Students from the 7 great academies enjoyed one privilege exemption from this resource levy upon exit. Yet this privilege lasted only 4 years, expiring upon graduation. The left-hand officer accepted Jiang Ran's documents, and his expression shifted startled. 7 academies, Tianfu Academy student ID. Name Jiang Ran. Gender male. Student ID 301-101-0101. Rank SSS. A plain silver card bearing only 5 simple characters. Yet those 5 characters alone radiated palpable oppressive weight. Damn, what was an SS-ranked student from Beijing's Tianfu Academy doing in Shihai City's secret realm. If anything happened here, he could already envision Tianfu Academy leveling this entire secret realm in retribution. Meanwhile, the officer on the right trembled outright. 7 Academy's Tian's Divine Academy Student ID. Name Shuryen. Gender male. Student ID 301-102-0101. Rank SSS. 2 SS ranked students were already unnerving, but after reviewing the remaining 3 IDs, both officers collapsed, inward limbs gone weak. The left-hand officer even began questioning whether to grant entry at all. After all, Sector 472 ranked last among Class D realms, yet it remained undeniably Class D. Judging by their student IDs, all 5 were freshmen. Even at SSS rank, they likely hadn't progressed beyond harmonized realm cultivation. What if disaster struck inside the realm? May we proceed? Noticing their daze, Jiang Ran waved his hand before their faces. The right-hand officer snapped back first, offering the widest, most strained smile imaginable. Of course, please enter. After the 5 departed, the left-hand officer frowned deeply. Just let them— This is a Class D realm. What if they perish here? We'll all be finished. Why fret? The other officer waved dismissively. If their academy permits entry into a Class D realm, they've clearly assessed their capability, or at minimum embedded failsafes to preserve their lives. Rest easy. You make a valid point. Simultaneously, 4 students, excluding Shuryen, who'd secretly slipped away from school, and teachers sneezed in unison. Shuryen opened his mouth to ask if they'd caught cold, then erupted into an even louder sneeze himself. Strange, Jiang Ran rubbed his nose. Who's thinking of me? Although the 472nd secret realm is located in the northeast, its internal environment resembles that of Jiangnan, teeming with greenery, and the air much more humid than in the northeast. With each breath Jiang Ran took, he felt as if he were inhaling not air, but rather clusters of water. Upon entering the secret realm, they would appear in a fixed location, which also serves as the exit of the secret realm, referred to as the starting point. Behind a small table sat 2 personnel from the Divine Day, exuding a terrifying aura. They were responsible for collecting 30 of the resources, and if one refused, there would be no way out of the secret realm. Previously, there were some audacious individuals who attempted to blend in with the crowd and slip by, and some even boldly pointed at the Divine Day and cursed, "What can you do to me?" Inevitably, these individuals met with a dismal fate. Jiang Ran smiled and nodded at the 2 taking the lead in stepping out of the starting point. Xiang Jingji watched this unfold, unable to suppress his curiosity, and finally asked Ranzi, "Do you know those 2? Why is your address so variable?" Jiang Ran muttered in his heart, "I don't know them." Xiang Jingji stared wide-eyed. "You don't know them, and yet you greet them. So what?" Jiang Ran tugged at his collar, feeling warm as the temperature changed rapidly. Anyone on duty at the starting point of a grade secret realm must be someone from Jiangjing, right? Building a good relationship with them in advance means that if something happens later, you can seek their help. This statement left not just Xiang Jingji, but even Xiang Jingxing and Shuryen stunned. Wow, can it really be played this way? The entire starting point serves as a safe zone within the secret realm. As soon as they stepped beyond its boundaries, a rabbit hiding in the grass suddenly jumped, its powerful hind legs akin to those of a bodybuilding athlete charging straight towards Jiang Ran's face. Jiang Ran didn't even dodge. He raised his hand and slapped it away, remarking, "Grade secret realms are indeed different. Even the beasts inside are far braver than those in lower grade realms. A first-tier beast dares to actively attack a fighter. This isn't just courage, this is truly fearless." However, is there really a first-tier beast in a grade secret realm? Xiang Jingji retrieved the rabbit that had just been knocked unconscious by Jiang Ran's slap, looking somewhat astonished. There must be. First of all, you must understand that the higher the grade of the secret realm, the denser the spiritual energy within it, and thus the beasts inside naturally level up faster. But that doesn't mean there are no lower-tier beasts in higher-grade realms. Let's not even mention those with potential capped at first or second tier. Most beasts have their own clans, and they will reproduce. Especially for rabbit-type beasts, they give birth to a large number at once, resulting in varying levels. This rabbit should be a baby rabbit. Jiang Ran replied calmly. How do you know? Shuryen asked in surprise. Have you raised rabbits? No, Jiang Ran shook his head, denying. I guessed based on the actual situation. Actual situation? What situation? Shoo. Jiang Ran made a gesture for silence. A gust of wind blew, making the grass, which was as tall as his calves, sway like waves. At the same time, the group suddenly heard a strange sound. Creak, creak. This was the sound of sharp objects continuously rubbing against each other, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Xiang Jingji furrowed his brows upon hearing it. Just as he was about to complain about the strange noise, Xiang Jingxing suddenly yanked him closer. In the spot where he had just stood, a gigantic rabbit with a body length of about 1 meter and a bluish-white coloration materialized. Xiang Jingji was left dumbfounded, instinctively glancing at the mini version of the rabbit he was holding by its ears, then looking back at the furious, oversized rabbit that was huffing angrily. This really is a baby rabbit. Before he could say more, the surrounding grass erupted and more than a dozen rabbits, all the same size as the previous one, emerged. Damn it, this is all your fault. Why did you hit it? Now look, its family has come for revenge. Staring at the dozen reed rabbits, standing nearly up to his chest, Xiang Jingji shouted in panic, unhesitatingly turning and running. The leading rabbit didn't even glance at the others, taking off towards Xiang Jingji. Damn it, I clearly was the one who hit it. Why is everyone chasing me? Jiang Ran twitched at the corner of his mouth. Before you say that, could you put the rabbit down first? I want. It was evident that since the last incident in the secret realm, Xiang Jingji had indeed worked on his physical abilities after being held back by Jiang Ran. At the very least, now being chased by a group of second and third tier rabbits, he was able to keep up and even had the energy to speak. I'm just holding the baby rabbit to negotiate with its mother, okay? As long as its child is in my hands, they can't just kill me. Xiang Jingji ran with shadowy afterimages, even having the leisure to turn back and provocatively wave the baby rabbit at the leading rabbit. Xiang Jingxing covered his face, unable to bear watching. Jiang Ran was also struggling to hold back laughter. They were standing right in front of the starting point. The commotion was too great, and if more people came in later, wouldn't they lose face? He pushed Jiang Qingye, hurry up, and help it, don't let him waste any more time. Jiang Qingye pursed his lips without saying a word, but obediently walked over a shimmering blue-bladed sword appearing in his hand. Jiang Ran moved to stand beside Xiang Jingxing, nodding towards Jiang Qingye. Hey, don't you want to? Xiang Jingxing raised an eyebrow in surprise. He's also a weapon-type ability user. However, after scrutinizing the sword closely a few times, he immediately dismissed his thoughts. No, that sword doesn't have the aura of a destined weapon. It should just be an ordinary weapon. In response, Jiang Ran offered no explanation, simply saying, just watch. Over there, Xiang Jingji noticed Jiang Qingye coming to help and immediately made a smooth turn, running towards him. Jiang Qingye had no expression on his face, simply gripping the sword tightly. Phew. I'm exhausted. Xiang Jingji supported himself on his knee, with one hand, the other still clutching the rabbit. Why is it suddenly so quiet? After wiping off some sweat, Xiang Jingji was about to ask Jiang Qingye if he needed help, but when he turned around, he saw that Jiang Qingye had already put the sword away. In front of Jiang Qingye, the dozen rabbits had long since vanished, replaced by a ground littered with severed limbs, and remains the stench of blood overwhelming. What the hell? Xiang Jingji's eyes nearly bulged out. What just happened? He merely stopped to catch his breath. Why did it seem like half a day had already passed? At this moment, not only was Xiang Jingji stunned, but so was his brother Xiang Jingxing. Seeing Jiang Qingye had sheathed his knife and returned, Xiang Jingxing finally snapped back to reality. Previously, he thought that this male student from Lingshu University was unassuming, rarely spoke, and treated everyone with indifference, likely possessing rather weak abilities. How could he possibly compare to Yen Yu, who had a powerful innate weapon? But now, witnessing Jiang Qingye annihilate dozens of second and third tier beasts, with just 2 moves, Xiang Jingxing's gaze towards him was filled only with apprehension. If it were Jiang Ran displaying such strength, Xiang Jingxing would not have been surprised or frightened. Instead, he would have cheerfully praised him with a well done. Because Jiang Ran, being a person of extreme flamboyance, usually wore his emotions on his sleeve, allowing one to easily guess what he was thinking with just a little observation. However, Jiang Qingye, who seemed uninterested in everything, had a demeanor as calm as a chrysanthemum, making him the most unpredictable of all. You could never guess what he would do next. Such individuals often harbor many thoughts, but remain silent, bottling everything inside until they reach a breaking point and suddenly erupt. To be honest, if it were any other time, Xiang Jingxing would avoid dealing with such people. But now, having witnessed Jiang Qingye's strength, he had to admit that Jiang Qingye was indeed far stronger than Yen Yu. Beside him, Shi Yan's shocked eyes widened slightly. During the entrance examination, although he had fought alongside Jiang Qingye, at that time Jiang Qingye had shown no lethal force. What is going on? Is Jiang Qingye's ability such that every time he levels up, his attack power increases exponentially? If that's the case, it's truly terrifying. What exactly is his ability? Shi Yan couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ran. The latter merely smirked, seemingly unfazed. In response to Shi Yan's question, Jiang Ran simply blinked and said, "Why don't you just ask him yourself?" Jiang Qingye. The first to react was Xiang Jingji, who rushed over with quick steps, grabbing Jiang Qingye's shoulder and leaning in to whisper, "So what exactly is your ability?" Noticing Jiang Qingye's slight pause, Xiang Jingji realized that this question was indeed a bit presumptuous, but he was too curious and quickly signaled his brother to come up with a good excuse. Xiang Jingxing took a step forward, opening his mouth sincerely, but he was interrupted by Jiang Qingye. Jiang Qingye first glanced at Jiang Ran, saw he had no reaction, lowered his gaze, and spoke softly, "My ability is the Blade God." Blade God. Xiang Jingji was taken aback, almost blurting out, "What is a Blade God?" before being swiftly silenced by Xiang Jingxing. Just then 5 people walked out from the starting point, and both sides exchanged glances. The leader of the opposing group, Sharpie, noticed the bloody ground behind these few and wisely chose to bypass them and head in another direction. Once it was confirmed that the group had moved far away, Xiang Jingxing glared at his younger brother, who blinked obediently before letting him go. Jiang Ran shrugged at the scene. He certainly wasn't afraid of that group of people, but being cautious was not a bad idea. After all, they were SS level, and there was no telling how many eyes were watching. If the people from Jiuyu obtained detailed information about them, he couldn't say for others, but Jiang Qingye would definitely be hunted down by those madmen. Alright, let's talk about our feelings once we get outside. Tour group leader Jiang Ran finally started to initiate the process. Let's hurry up and leave. If we daunt those two over there, we'll faint from laughing at our predicament. Yin couldn't help but glance back at the two sitting at the starting point, and seeing they were indeed watching them, he immediately turned and left. Half a day later, inside the secret realm number 472, Xiang Jingzi's screams echoed throughout much of the secret realm. Damn it! Why is it that the beasts are only chasing me? On the slope, Xiang Jingji was running for his life. 3 beasts resembling rhinoceroses, clad in dark red scales, and with small volcanic protrusions on their backs, were firmly locking onto him. Among them, the fastest beast was of the 4th tier, while the other 2 were 3rd tier. At the bottom of the slope, Xiang Jingxing's face was slightly pale, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead. The long knife in Jiang Qingye's hand was stained with blood. Jiang Ran, on the other hand, appeared quite relaxed, showing no signs of fatigue, looking as if he were simply there to relax. At that moment, a soft glow flew out from beneath Jiang Qingye's feet and landed on Xiang Jingxing, slightly restoring some color to the latter's face. I will deal with the beast on the left, while Jiang Qingye and Shi Yin will handle the one on the right. Jiang Ran swiftly issued tactical instructions, not waiting for the others to respond. He raised his hand, and the wind around the beast suddenly surged, each gust causing splashes of blood. Next, Jiang Ran raised another hand, and countless light blue droplets of water coalesced in the air. With a snap of his fingers, the droplets shot towards the beast like bullets. The speed of the droplets was already impressive, but for some unknown reason their velocity surged again, nearly reaching the sound barrier. At the same time, the beast on the left, which was previously fine, suddenly stepped on its own foot, causing it to trip over itself. As its massive body fell, countless droplets arrived just in time, shooting into its body like a machine gun, instantly turning it into a sieve. On the other side, at the moment the droplets were fired, Jiang Qingye also sprang into action. He gently flicked his wrist, and the blood on the long knife was shaken off by an unknown force. In an instant, the magnificent blade was restored to its pristine condition. Then he lightly stepped, and his whole person seemed to float, appearing in the blink of an eye behind another third. As Jiang Qingye swung his knife, ripples suddenly spread from his shadow, and a white figure leaped out, launching a fierce attack aimed directly at the beast's vital point. Still running for his life, Xiang Jingji couldn't help but pay attention to the battlefield, and upon seeing the 4 of them swiftly take down 2 beasts, he couldn't help but shout, "Damn awesome." But that single moment of distraction allowed the beast trailing him to seize the opportunity and charge. Just as its hoof was about to touch Xiang Jingzi's backside, the grass beneath his feet suddenly shifted, and a torrent erupted from below, launching Xiang Jingji into the air, just in time to evade the attack. Gasping for breath, nearly having a heart attack, Xiang Jingji clutched his chest, but still didn't forget to offer moral support to the others. He stretched out his hand to give Jiang Ran a thumbs up, saying, "Brother Jiang, you truly are my real brother." Hearing this, Xiang Jingxing, whose face had returned to a pale shade, felt as if it would be better to just faint. Shi Yin, emerging from the shadows, immediately tossed over 2 orbs of light, but the effect was minimal. Xiang Jingxing weakly waved his hand, saying, "No need to waste abilities, regular healing does nothing for me." Jiang Ran ignored the praise from Xiang Jingji, who was lying on the fountain like a statue, and instead he grabbed Xiang Jingxing by the collar and started to run. While running, he shouted at Shi Yin and Jiang Qingye, "Run, damn it. That beast has gone berserk." Actually, I did plan to post 10 chapters yesterday, but plans changed. I was preparing to stay up late to work hard when I accidentally opened Tomato Novel and ended up losing track of time, letting the whole day slip by. Classic long complicated sentence. His attack had been dodged once again, and the volcano beast was genuinely enraged. The small volcano on its back began to boil with thick black smoke billowing out as if it was about to erupt. The volcano beast scraped the ground with its front feet, and suddenly black-red flames ignited on its four hooves. Following that, it raised its front feet, standing upright, its gaze firmly locked onto Xiang Jingxing behind Jiang Ran. After confirming its target once more, its front hooves stomped down fiercely. In an instant, the ground cracked open and countless streams of lava and flames surged up from beneath, rushing towards Xiang Jingxing. Xiang Jingxi on the fountain was so frightened that he almost fell off. "Brother, be careful." Jiang Ran sensed a wave of heat approaching from behind, turned around to take a quick look, and his pupils constricted. To be honest, this fourth-tier volcano beast was the most difficult creature he had ever encountered in his life. After all, the sixth-tier beast in Shanghai City had been killed by Baiyu before it even had a chance to attack. And now among their group in the fighting realm, aside from him, everyone else was just starting out. While they could work together to take down a third-tier beast facing the full power of a fourth-tier beast, almost no one could withstand it. Damn it, it's just a piece of grass taken from your doorstep. It's not anything precious. Why get so worked up about it? Come on, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Ran muttered under his breath, suddenly tossing Xiang Jingxing ahead of him. He then abruptly stopped, turned around, and faced the beast. Jiang Ran. Xiang Jingxing, who had been thrown forward, shouted in panic. He reached out to grab Jiang Ran, but it was already too late. Am I avoiding your edge? Jiang Ran's face turned cold, his entire being exuding an overwhelming aura that left Xiang Jingxi in awe. Wow, is brother Jiang this handsome? But in a place where no one could hear, Jiang Ran was frantically calling out in his mind, "Jiang Ran. Ranzi, help me." In a dark corner, a pair of eyes slowly opened, and in that moment a flash of red light darted across. Upon realizing the current situation, he sighed softly. "I finally had a good sleep, and now you want me to wake up and clean up your mess. Didn't you say you are me? The trouble I cause is your trouble. Stop talking and log in quickly." "Not in the mood, don't want to log in." Jiang Ran was choked with a damn it stuck in his throat, unable to curse or refrain from cursing. "But I can lend you a bit of power." Jiang Ran dodged a stream of lava that spouted from below, cautiously asking, "How much is a bit?" "Well enough for you to beat this beast 300 times. Okay. Jiang Ran's eyes brightened, overjoyed. "Quick, lend it to me. Don't be too happy, this isn't free, there will be a price." Hiss. Jiang Ran, unable to dodge in time, had half of his shoe burn off by the splashed lava. Looking painfully at his limited edition sneakers, he could no longer care about whether it was free or not. "It's fine, I've got plenty of money, just give me the best." Heh. With a light chuckle, a surge of violent energy instantly engulfed Jiang Ran's entire body. Caught off guard, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and a trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Moreover, his body was screaming in agony from the impact of this energy. It hurt. It felt as if countless needles were deeply stabbing into his body, and then someone was hammering his whole body, needles and all, not sparing his head. Right now it was painful to stay still, and moving would hurt even more. Damn it, could it be that this guy is doing this on purpose? The voice seemed to guess what he was thinking, and lazily explained, "Don't worry, I'm not in the mood to mess with you. The reason it feels like this is that your strength is too low to bear this power. Once you reach the spirit realm, it won't hurt anymore. So during the entrance exam when you logged in, it felt like this too. Of course it hurt, even more than you do now. Just a friendly reminder, if you don't move soon, that little bull will kick you away." "What the hell is that little bull?" Jiang Ran wanted to shake his head to clear his mind, but he only thought about it, and did not dare to move. The volcano beast keenly sensed that this human was in a strange state, and immediately shifted its primary attack target to Jiang Ran. As the volcano beast charged once again, the ground along its path began to collapse, with countless streams of scorching lava erupting, turning the once vibrant grassland into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Jiang Ran took a deep breath, forcing himself to ignore the pain, and raised his hand. Suddenly the entire sky darkened. The air, once parched from the lava, became humid again, even more so than during the southern rainy season. The previous fountain had long since dissipated. Xiang Jingxi, seizing the opportunity while the volcano beast went crazy against Jiang Ran, joined up with the others. They watched from a distance as the confrontation unfolded, with Xiang Jingxi sweating profusely. "Can brother Jiang win?" Xiang Jingxi glanced at the gloomy sky, his brows furrowed. If it were the usual him, he wouldn't win. Jiang Ran was separated from them by hundreds of meters, but at that moment it felt as if he had keen hearing, clearly hearing their discussion about whether he would win. Damn. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile. "I guarantee victory, okay?" As soon as the words fell, a muffled thunder rumbled from the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. At the same time, Jiang Ran's right hand clenched lightly, and a long sword green in color with edges that appeared pixelated appeared in his hand. In the moment before the volcano beast charged right in front of him, a glint of golden light flashed in Jiang Ran's eyes. He leaped into the air, twisting his wrist, and where the sword tip passed, a 3-meter-long crescent of green light formed, crashing into the beast like a cannonball. Boom! Xiang Jingji excitedly waved his fist. Awesome. Is that rhino dead? Jiang Qingye's gaze lingered on the sword in Jiang Ran's hand for 2 seconds before slowly shaking his head. Not yet. In midair, Jiang Ran's gaze remained calm. As expected of a rhino breed, its hide is quite thick. He murmured, his hands never stopping, drawing one green crescent after another, all landing on the beast. Now it must be dead, right? Xiang Jingji anxiously forgot about the soreness in his legs. Jiang Ran's eyes widened slightly. No way, it's still not dead. The voice within him seemed a little surprised. This little bull is somewhat interesting. To withstand this many hits and still not die, impressive. Actually, you could let that insect-controlling friend try to contract it. There might be a surprise. A severely injured near-death 4th-tier beast with incredible defense and decent attack would probably be irresistible to any beast-controlling awakened individual. However, Jiang Ran did not feel pleased and instead furrowed his brows slightly. He is only in the fighting realm now. Oh, can he contract a 4th-tier beast? Even if the volcano beast had been sliced to the brink of death, it still remained a 4th-tier beast, a whole rank above Xiang Jingji. As far as he knew, for beast-controlling awakened individuals to contract a beast, they could only contract those of equal or lower rank. He had only heard of cross-border battles, but he had never heard of anyone successfully contracting beasts across ranks. As Jiang Ran landed on the ground, the violent energy within his body dissipated completely. Though the energy faded quickly, the bone-chilling pain remained, intensifying to the point where he could barely stand after landing and ended up kneeling on the ground. Seeing that the battle seemed to have ended, a few people who had just rushed over reached out to help him up, but the moment their fingers touched his arm, Jiang Ran trembled and couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. This startled the 4 of them. What the hell, what happened? In a flash, Xiang Jingji jumped aside in fright, while Shurian quickly withdrew his hand, throwing a few light orbs at Jiang Ran without daring to touch him again. However, even after Shurian had used healing, Jiang Ran's condition showed no signs of improvement. His body was covered with countless red lines and blood began to seep out. At first glance, Jiang Ran looked like a porcelain vase riddled with cracks on the verge of shattering. You didn't say the price would be this steep. Jiang Ran gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, while cursing that unreliable source in his heart. The other party looked innocent. Didn't you say you had the resources and wanted the best? Damn you. My grandfather is also your grandfather. Jiang Ran coughed up another mouthful of blood. It was hard to tell whether it was from anger or pain. Ranzi, old Jiang. Jiang Gu. Xiang Jingji reached out to touch him, but hesitated and withdrew his hand again. But seeing Jiang Ran in such distress, he wanted to touch him, yet feared it would cause more pain. For a moment, Xiang Jingji reached out, and then pulled back repeatedly, like a tireless perpetual motion machine. Are you fanning me, or what? Jiang Ran gritted his teeth, unable to hold back a sarcastic remark. Oh no, Jiang Gu, you're not. Dead, are you? Xiang Jingji blurted out instinctively, but immediately realized after speaking. If he could still talk, it meant he wasn't dead. The 4 of them inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ran's current appearance was truly terrifying, making them all afraid to touch him, fearing that he would shatter with just a single contact. No, I'm not dead. Jiang Ran lowered his head and coughed twice, spitting out 2 drops of blood. Just give it a little more time, I'll be fine. He had just asked how long this situation would last. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Enduring the pain of his body being torn apart, and sometimes feeling as if being stabbed with needles or hammered, lasting 10 minutes felt longer than sitting through 10 math classes. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps 5 minutes, or a lifetime, Jiang Ran finally sensed the pain within him gradually subsiding. He could no longer hold back and collapsed onto the ground, rolling over to gaze up at the sky. The torrential rain that had extinguished all the magma had dispersed on its own, revealing the previous blue sky and white clouds once again. If it weren't for the fact that the grass was gone, only exposed rocks and yellow earth remained, this place would look like a painting. What just happened? Although Jiang Ran was no longer bleeding, his entire body was soaked in blood and the dense red lines still hadn't faded, making him look comparable to Shi Yin, who had almost been obliterated during the initial exploration of the secret realm. Jiang Ran succinctly explained, taking medicine, exploding with power side effects. Xiang Jingji displayed an expression of sudden realization. Xiang Jingxing, however, slightly frowned. Indeed, there were drugs that could unleash a person's latent potential for combat, but nearly all of them had been classified as forbidden drugs. because their costs were too great. Some could even harm a person's foundation, preventing them from advancing further in the future. As the nephew of the Supreme Commander of the Divine Day, Jiang Ran obviously had means to protect his life. But why would he choose to take forbidden drugs directly? Was he not afraid of ruining his foundation? Shi Yin and Jiang Qingya also thought of this. Their expressions varied, unsure of what to say. Jiang Ran keenly sensed the emotions of the three and blinked. Don't worry, it was developed by my father. Aside from the side effects being a bit frightening, it's nothing serious. Your father developed it? Shi Yin asked, puzzled. Is he a researcher? Xiang Jingxing recalled and confirmed he hadn't heard of this forbidden drug. Is it newly developed? He is a researcher, but this thing isn't something that was recently developed. Jiang Ran regained some strength and could no longer tolerate the feeling of his wet clothes sticking to him, so he quickly did a sit-up, starting to rummage in his ring for something. It was developed a long time ago, but unfortunately he passed away before it could be mass-produced. Jiang Ran casually pointed to a clean patch of grass, and a small fountain erupted from the ground. He walked over to wash his hands and face, continuing, so this thing is only available to me. Even with this absurd claim, Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yin found no grounds to dispute it. After all, his father was indeed a researcher, and such a sudden power surge ability truly was unique to him. Even if someone doubted, so what? They couldn't possibly summon his father's soul to ask if he had researched such a drug, could they? Even if they did manage to summon him based on his father's workaholic nature in life, it was likely he wouldn't remember whether he had conducted such research. Your father? Xiang Jingxing hesitated for a moment. Jiang Ran, however, didn't care. My parents passed away when I was 8. In an instant, the four fell silent. Jiang Ran didn't pay much attention to why they were silent. He was currently facing a difficult choice. If he didn't change clothes, his carefully dressed outfit was now completely soaked in his own blood, clinging to him in a wet, sticky manner, which was extremely uncomfortable. But if he did change, there were no buildings in the secret realm. Would he really perform a public changing act in this vast grassland? If someone accidentally saw him, would he still have a face left? Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Jiang Ran could only make the difficult decision not to change clothes, leaving it as is. Though uncomfortable, it was better than losing face. Let's not talk about this anymore. Ignoring the uncomfortable, sticky feeling on his body, Jiang Ran walked over to the volcano beast that was almost as miserable as he was surprised to find that even after more than 10 minutes, it was still breathing. Such a strong vitality. Xiang Jingji, you're an SSS level beast master, right? Jiang Ran suddenly spoke up. Xiang Jingji was taken aback. Yeah, why? Then try to contract it. Huh? Who? Xiang Jingji pointed to himself in confusion. Me. Seeing Jiang Ran nod affirmatively, Xiang Jingji gulped. I'm just a fighting realm, but this is a 4th-tier beast. I can't do it, Jiang Ge. Jiang Ran pulled him back to stop him from escaping, then patiently explained to him, and the other 3. Other people definitely can't do it, but you are an SSS level. Besides, even though it's a 4th-tier beast, look at it now, how can it still resist? Xiang Jingji glanced at the 4th-tier beast covered in sword wounds, its injuries comparable to Jiang Ran during the recent side effects. There was indeed no need to worry about it resisting during the contracting process. And you see, Jiang Ran continued to persuade, this is a 4th-tier beast. Think about it, a 4th-tier beast is equivalent to a human awakener at the river realm. Although you are currently in the fighting realm, your beast is only at the 2nd tier, right? I happened to encounter Yin before, and I can assure you she has definitely been in the fighting realm for quite some time. You only have a 2nd-tier beast now, how can you beat her? Xiang Jingji honestly shook his head. Jiang Ran pointed at Shi Yin and Jiang Qingya. Can you beat the 2 of them? Xiang Jingji paused for a moment, recalling Jiang Qingya's previous feats, and thinking about Shi Yin's dual abilities of healing and explosive power, shook his head again. But if you contract it, think about it, among these people, who else could possibly beat you? Even in the Global League, it's likely that very few can break through this guy's defenses. The more Jiang Ran spoke, the brighter Xiang Jingji's eyes became. That's right. Even though he had his brother's help, he couldn't rely on him for a lifetime. Beast masters require a lot of time to cultivate their beasts, but now with the preliminary competition approaching, he simply didn't have time to nurture a beast bit by bit. With just a 2nd-tier beast, not only would he struggle against these SS-level freaks, but if an S-level or S-level prodigy emerged from somewhere, he might even face defeat. At that point, while his brother and Jiang Ge participated in the Global League, he would only be left in the dormitory, quietly watching the live broadcast of the matches on his computer. Was he content with that? Xiang Jingji asked himself. No, he wasn't. He was also an SS-level talent, 1 in a million across the world, who just because his ability grew too slowly, he missed the chance to compete alongside others. How could he possibly be content? Damn it, I'm going for it. After coming to a conclusion, Xiang Jingji couldn't help but clench his fists to encourage himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran didn't continue to persuade, and even his own brother Xiang Jingxing fell silent. Seeing Xiang Jingzi's determination, Xiang Jingxing simply patted his shoulder, offering him silent encouragement. Xiang Jingji crouched alone, meticulously drawing the contract formation, while Jiang Ran and the other three stood not far away, each displaying different expressions. This was Jiang Ran's first time witnessing the entire process of a beast tamer awakening and contracting a mystical beast. Although one fellow was uncertain whether Xiang Jingzi's contract would succeed this time, he confidently assured that even if it failed it wouldn't lead to death. Thus Jiang Ran had been subtly encouraging Xiang Jingji to give it a try. Although it was termed encouragement, the initiative remained firmly in Xiang Jingzi's hands. No matter how beautifully Jiang Ran spoke, if Xiang Jingji disagreed, he would not force him into the contract. At most he would think that Xiang Jingji lacked courage and lament that his team was missing a mood enhancer. After all, even if Jiang Ran didn't wish to have dealings with other members of the Yin family apart from Yin Feng, as long as Yin Yu possessed sufficient strength, he wouldn't be a hindrance to Jiang Ran's quest for the global competition championship. Therefore, becoming teammates with her wasn't particularly hard to accept. After all, they were only teammates during the competition, not bound together for life. However, Xiang Jingji did not disappoint him. Even if this contract did not succeed, once they exited the secret realm, Jiang Ran would ask Uncle Jiang, who to personally select a peak, third-tier mystical beast for him. While the Xiang family had surely prepared a suitable mystical beast for Xiang Jingji, to contract Jiang Ran's actions were merely a gesture to express his attitude. As for what the other three were thinking at that moment, Jiang Ran paid it no mind. He focused on Xiang Jingji, watching him as he sliced open his palms and slowly placed them atop the volcanic beast's head. As his mouth opened and closed, the formation beneath both human and beast suddenly blazed with light, illuminating Xiang Jingzi's previously pale face, now flushed with crimson. It resembled a monkey's backside. Jiang Ran pursed his lips, suppressing a laugh that was on the verge of escaping. Hold it in. This was a crucial moment. He could not make a sound. If he were to laugh, it should be after little Jizi succeeded. Approximately 5 minutes passed, yet Xiang Jingji still had his eyes tightly shut. But unlike the calm demeanor he had at the beginning, his face was now devoid of color, even paler than when his brother had overexerted his abilities. Blood began to trickle from both his eyes and ears, dripping onto the ground, only to be devoured by the formation the next second. Xiang Jingji clenched his teeth, daring not to relax for even a second. Since the start of the contract, it felt as if a great bell was incessantly striking in his mind again and again, nearly shattering the link of the contract he had only just established. Xiang Jingji was not frustrated. He once more began to establish the connection from the beginning. Each segment he built was immediately demolished by the sound of the bell's impact. Thus a battle unfolded in his mind between one individual and one bell. Ultimately, after enduring this lengthy 5 minutes, the bell finally fell into a state of fatigue, unable to produce any further sound. Xiang Jingji held back his laughter, mustering all his strength to send the contract link into the mystical beast's brow. At last the contract was successfully established. Half a day passed. After experiencing pursuits by second-tier, third-tier, and fourth-tier mystical beasts, the entire team had become akin to half a bloodied figure. Jiang Ran caught a whiff of the pervasive scent of blood in the air and smiled contentedly. His efforts in stirring up trouble had not been in vain, as these four were now suffering just like him. Pooh. Shurian spat out the grass roots that had flown into his mouth, panting heavily, his image utterly ruined. Who knows how long it has been outside? Each secret realm has a different flow of time. For instance, in the previous artificial secret realm, the time flow inside matched the outside at a 1:1 ratio, making it almost indistinguishable from reality aside from not getting dark. Some secret realms have a faster time flow such that a day inside equates to only 2 hours outside. Shurian had joined halfway through and hadn't had the chance to check the information, so he was unaware of the specifics of secret realm now. For 72, and could only ask others. Jiang Ran, sitting on the ground, heard Shurian's question and shrugged his shoulders in resignation, indicating he didn't know either. It was said that true experts never check guides before entering secret realms, so aside from knowing that secret realm no. For 72 was a relatively simple grade secret realm. Jiang Ran's knowledge about it was not much better than Shurian's, even though this secret realm was his choice. I know. It's 1-2. Xiang Jingji immediately raised his hand. We have spent a day in the secret realm. It should have been 2 days outside. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed Jiang Ran and Xiang Jingxing simultaneously turn their heads, staring at him with a strange gaze that made Xiang Jingzi's heart race. Why are you two looking at me like that? Xiang Jingji swallowed hard, discreetly stepping back. Could it be that you are captivated by my intellect and charm? That little evasion means nothing to Jiang Ran. Smack. Jiang Ran slapped Xiang Jingji on the shoulder. Did we not agree that before entering the secret realm, no one would check the guides, eh? Xiang Jingji stiffened. Smack. Xiang Jingxing slapped the other shoulder. So you did check the guide. His brother's tone was extraordinarily gentle. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Xiang Jingji was drenched in sweat. 3 didn't check. He was still stubborn. I simply possess broader knowledge than you and happen to know the time flow of this secret realm. Does knowing this imply that I checked the guides? What evidence do you have? Xiang Jingji would never engage in such a disgraceful act. Xiang Jingxing smiled slightly and dropped a heavy bombshell. Actually, I saw you checking the guides on the computer that night. Xiang Jingzi's breath hitched, feeling as though his heart had stopped. The gazes from Jiang Ran and the other two felt suffocating, like being constricted by a snake. At that moment, Xiang Jingji had only one thought: may there be no social death in heaven. At the starting point, Jing Guangji sat behind a small table idly reading a novel on his phone. The secret realm had no network connection to the outside world, so he had to download several novels beforehand before each shift to keep himself from getting bored once inside. By the way, it has been almost 2 days. Why haven't those kids come out? Jean Eason casually asked while combing her hair with a mirror in one hand and a comb in the other. I don't know. Jing Guangji was engrossed in a critical plot and did not lift his head. Perhaps they are still playing inside since it's their first time in an advanced secret realm. Hello, here are my ID card and student ID. We are preparing to exit the secret realm. A cold voice sounded, accompanied by an extremely strong scent of blood. The smell made Jean Eason want to frown. A slender but blood-stained hand presented 2 thin cards to Jing Guangji. 7 Academy War Academy student ID: name Xiang Jingxing, gender male, student number 301-104-0101, level SSS. At another small table, Shi Yin casually handed 2 identification cards to Jean Eason. Jean Eason, displaying a strong sense of professionalism, did not reveal any other expressions. She merely scanned the ID card and student card on a device before returning them to him. Shi Yin softly expressed his gratitude and took the documents before leaving. Once the 5 of them had departed, Jing Guangji and Jean Eason exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of astonishment and interest in the other's eyes. They initially thought that these 5 individuals, relying on their SSS rank, would surely have a protector shadowing them, which was why they came to the level secret realm for a leisurely experience. However, they did not expect that these youngsters were all ruthless characters. Just from the lingering bloodthirst emanating from them, Jing Guangji and Jean Eason could guess how fiercely they fought in the secret realm. Thinking that these were the number 1 seeds of their country's future, the 2 exchanged a silent smile. Please book 5 rooms, thank you. At the nearest 3-star hotel to the 472nd secret realm, even though Jiang Ran and the others were all dressed in bloodstained clothes, looking so disheveled that their appearances were barely recognizable, the front desk remained unfazed, showing no signs of surprise or disdain. Their hotel was very close to the secret realm, and the environment was excellent. Many who exited the secret realm chose to rest and recuperate here. So, having worked as a front desk staff for 3 years, she had seen many similar states as Jiang Ran's. There was really nothing to be surprised about. As for disdain, anyone who could enter a level secret realm was surely at least at the river realm. She was just a mere worker at the fighting realm. What right did she have to look down on them? Room 502. Oh, refreshing. After taking a good shower and changing into a clean set of clothes, Jiang Ran's mood at that moment could only be summarized with one word: refreshing. As for those dirty clothes, even the towel was directly packed and thrown into the trash can. He took out his phone, which had not been used for a long time, and checked it, and not bad, it still had 50 battery. They had entered the secret realm on the afternoon of September 10th, and now the lock screen displayed that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon on September 12th. Indeed, a day in the secret realm equaled 2 days outside. Just as Jiang Ran connected to the hotel's Wi-Fi, a flurry of messages popped up in quick succession. Most of them were from a single person. Yinfeng, where are you? Yinfeng, usually I can let your tardiness slide, but this time you didn't even show up. Yinfeng, good. Jiang Sharon, you really are something. After a long delay. Yinfeng, you're not at school. Where did you run off to? The last message was sent an hour ago. Yinfeng, reply quickly. When you see this message, it's urgent. Jiang Ran just glanced at it and directly ignored Yinfeng's messages. He knew Yinfeng's habits well. If there was really something urgent, he would either call or come find him in person, so it was impossible for him to just keep sending messages. He was just trying to get a response from him. Let him wait a bit. As Jiang Ran scrolled down the message page to clear out some useless public account messages, he finally saw that his grandfather Jiang Qinglin had actually replied to him. The timing was just shortly after they entered the secret realm 2 days ago. Grandpa first replied to all the messages Jiang Ran had sent him earlier, then asked how he had been and if anyone had made things difficult for him at school. Finally, Grandpa mentioned the Global League. It seemed Jiang Qinglin, although unable to reply during his disappearance, was not completely cut off from the world. Grandpa, you can participate in the Global League if you want, and it's fine if you don't want to. I'm supportive of you either way. With me around, no one dares to say anything to you. Upon seeing this message, Jiang Ran felt a warm current flow through his heart. His grandfather was worried that someone might use moral coercion to force him into doing something he disliked, thus clarifying his stance in advance, telling Jiang Ran that as long as he was there, no one would dare bully him. Jiang Ran first inquired about his grandfather's health, and finally replied, "Don't worry, Grandpa. Just wait for me to bring back the championship." Jiang Qinglin did not reply again, leaving it uncertain whether he had not seen the message or disappeared again. Jiang Ran wasn't concerned. After replying to all the messages sent by others over the past 2 days, he then opened Yin Feng's chat page, saying nothing, but sending him a location instead. Finally, Jiang Ran opened the news. Just yesterday, the Ability Alliance released detailed documents regarding the 37th Global Awakened Abilities League, officially confirming that the preliminary matches would start on October 17th of this year. October, huh? Jiang Ran mumbled, only 1 month left. He wondered if he could further enhance his strength. Jiang Ran refreshed the page, and the next second, a freshly released official news from Longwa popped up. Registration process. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow and clicked in. The entire page was extremely simple, with no unnecessary elaboration. The first line contained information about the league. League participation requirements: ages 17-19, citizens of Longwa must be awakeners who awaken their abilities in June of this year with strength at the ascending realm or above. Number of participants: 10 people. Registration locations: headquarters of the Divine Day in each province. Registration process. Although the official team participating in the league requires 5 members, each country will arrange a team of substitutes. If any official team member encounters an accident, substitutes can quickly fill in, ensuring that the team does not get eliminated due to insufficient numbers before even participating. Strength at the ascending realm or above. That could indeed filter out 90 of the participants. Jiang Ran pressed his neck. Based on the match replays he had seen before, simply being at the ascending realm would definitely not be enough. If the preliminary matches were a bit more intense, even making it to the elimination rounds would be challenging. However, individuals like them who had gone from the merging realm to fighting realm in just 2 months could almost be considered unique. If the official requirements were directly set to the fighting realm or above, then others could just give up without even playing, and they might as well just be directly appointed. Jiang Ran pulled Shi Yin and Jiang Qingye into the previous group he had with Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji, instantly turning the originally 3-person group into a 5-person one. What are your plans afterward? Are you going to register directly in Shihai City or discuss it after returning? After bringing people into the group, Jiang Ran did not give them time to respond and threw out a question. Shi Yin, I need to return to Shanghai City first. The teacher is looking for me. As for why, Shi Yin did not say, but Jiang Ran guessed. It was nothing more than wanting him to take someone to the secret realm for some experience, but Shi Yin ended up ditching them to run off with someone else. No matter how valid Shi Yin's reasons were, a verbal scolding was definitely unavoidable. Jiang Qingye's messages were limited to just a few words: I'm going back to school. Following that, Xiang Jingxing added Jingji, and I need to go home for a bit. The 5 who had originally shared hardships now seemed to be parting ways, leaving Jiang Ran alone as a solitary figure. Jiang Ran clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat helpless. Alright then, I'll head back to Shanjing. Contact me on WeChat if anything comes up. Just the thought of facing Yin Feng's wrath upon returning made Jiang Ran's head ache. To avoid being incessantly nagged by Yin Feng, Jiang Ran sighed and asked the front desk lady about the specialties of Shihai City and where they could be bought, then resignedly planned to spend some money to avert disaster. This data is even worse than my previous work, head hurting. I've been in poor condition these days, struggling to produce a few words, and seeing the data makes it even harder to bear. After parting with 2 boxes of specialty delicacies from Shihai City, Jiang Ran finally escaped from Yin Feng's grasp. Returning once again to the headquarters of Shenzhou in the capital, the dilapidated architectural style had not changed. However, the 4 guards at the entrance were all unfamiliar faces compared to his last visit. One of the guards immediately spotted the red-haired youth, comparing him to a photo in his mind, confirming that this handsome young man was none other than Jiang Ran, the nephew of their commander. Prior to their shifts, the deputy commander had specifically emphasized that each of them should memorize Jiang Ran's appearance well to avoid mistakenly apprehending the wrong person in the future. It appeared that Jiang Yueqin had a thorough understanding of Jiang Ran's troublemaking capabilities, reaching a level of preparedness that was quite proactive. In the hall, 3 long tables were lined up side by side where a man and 2 women sat somewhat bored behind the tables, their eyes lighting up as Jiang Ran entered. Noticing their gazes, Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. I can't be the first one here, can I? Surely not. This is the capital. There can't be no one pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Jiang Ran walked to the middle table, handed over his documents, and began filling out forms, asking as he wrote, "Are there many people signing up?" "Oh, not many at all," replied the young man next to him. All 3 looked relatively young, likely having just graduated from university and recently passed the civil service exam. "I thought there would be a lot of people," Jiang Ran said with a smile, chatting with them. "After all, this is a global league. Surely no one would want to miss out." "Of course, everyone wants to go. Even I want to go," the young man said, appearing to be quite chatty. "But there are requirements. You have to be awakened this year, and at least at the ascendant level. With those 2 requirements, who would still come? We've been sitting here for half the day, and you're the only one." While Jiang Ran diverted their attention, he wrote, quickly finishing the form and chatting with them for a few more moments before leaving. After he walked out, Zulin stretched and said, "This job is really easy. If only we could play on our phones," he added, but no one paid him any mind. "Why are you 2 silent? Is there a superior coming?" Zulin glanced around, but saw no one. Turning his head, he saw the 2 girls surprisingly synchronized, leaning together and staring blankly at a registration form. "What are you looking at? Why are you both so dazed? Is there something interesting?" Zulin peeked closer and found it was the same form filled out by the young man earlier. "What's wrong? Is there something?" Zulin suddenly paused, his words caught in his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the elegant handwriting on the form. "Strength must be at ascendant level or above, 8th transformation of the fighting realm." How much? 8th transformation of the fighting realm? Am I hallucinating? Is it possible that he meant to write 8th transformation of the ascendant level, but accidentally wrote fighting realm instead? "That's a possibility," said the girl in the middle, biting her lip. "But we can't correct it for him. How would we? But I'm just an ordinary civil servant who just started. How have I seen such a prodigy?" She momentarily felt uncertain about how to proceed with the registration. "How about we just leave it as is?" said the other girl, calming down. "After all, we are only responsible for registering. Verifying authenticity is not our concern. Whatever they write, we just enter it as is, and the higher-ups will make the judgment later." "You're so smart. That makes so much sense. Let's do it that way." Jiang Ran, who had already returned to school, was completely unaware of the series of doubts that arose among the 3 due to his strength. Even if he knew, he would likely just smile and let them guess wildly. At this moment, he was sprawled on the sofa in the living room of the villa dormitory, holding his phone and playing games. After 2 continuous days, the registration finally ended. In the middle of the night, Jiang Ran received a text message from the official channel informing him that his registration was successful and that he should gather at the Tianqiao Training Hall in the capital at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. "Few next, I just need to convince them all, and I can become an official participant in the league." Jiang Ran put down his phone and stretched his body, cracking with a series of pops. Then he sent a message to Bai Yu. "Are you going to dye your hair?" Bai Yu seemed to not know what to do all day, appearing as if he was always free, replying to Jiang Ran's messages almost instantly. "Bai Yu, well, you have to treat me." Jiang Ran. The next morning, Jiang Ran had not yet recovered from his late-night gaming state when a hand suddenly grabbed him, and in the next moment the 2 appeared in a high-end hair salon. Bai Yu yawned, looking as if he too hadn't woken up. "What color are you dyeing?" Jiang Ran had already made up his mind. "Platinum, the lighter the better. After 2 months, the red color I previously dyed has faded quite a bit. It's just right to change to a new color, symbolizing a good start from tomorrow onwards." Bai Yu, sitting in another chair, snapped his fingers. "Just give me the same as his." Jiang Ran silently. Damn it, what a copycat. At the Tianqiao Training Hall in the capital, Jiang Ran discovered that many people had already gathered inside, even though the Tianfu Academy was not far from the training hall. "I can't believe there are so many at the ascendant level." Jiang Ran roughly counted and found that there were indeed hundreds of them. He had thought there would only be a few dozen. Wow, so many people. Along with Jiang Ran was Ling Zihe. This kid had already reached the ascendant level before the monthly exam and had been boasting about it everywhere. He thought that while he couldn't compare to a freak like Jiang Gu, he would at least be a unique talent. But now there were so many geniuses like him here. Ling Zihe's mentality suddenly felt a bit shaken. "Jiang Gu, over here." The 2 brothers from the Xiang family who had arrived in the capital the night before spotted Jiang Ran and waved frantically. "Are you coming with me?" Jiang Ran glanced at the unusually quiet Ling Zihe, who seemed to be feeling a bit off. "Me? No, I won't go to the front. I'd just embarrass myself with my strength." He had expected Jiang Gu to comfort him, or at the very least say, "It's okay with me here, who would dare to laugh at you?" Unexpectedly, Jiang Ran nodded in agreement. "That's true, so you can just stay here in line." Ling Zihe. Jiang Gu, your words are quite hurtful. Jiang Ran's newly dyed light platinum hair stood out strikingly in the crowd. Coupled with his recent shout towards Jiang Ji and his audacious insertion into the front of the line, more than half of the people in the training hall turned their attention to him. Wow, Jiang Gu, your new hair color looks amazing. Since successfully contracting a fourth-tier exotic beast with his combat prowess, Jiang Ji's attitude towards Jiang Ran was even more deferential than towards his own father. Jiang Ran was not modest, saying, after all, with my looks it's hard not to be handsome. The boy behind him who had been cut in line couldn't help but snicker. Jiang Ran's ears perked up as he turned around. Brother, do you disagree with my statement? The boy scrutinized Jiang Ran up and down, suddenly realizing he couldn't actually refute what Jiang Ran had just said. Yet even if he was indeed handsome, the boy would not relent, crossing his arms and coldly snorting, a narcissistic and arrogant fool. Before Jiang Ran could respond, Jiang Ji couldn't hold back. What do you mean? Do you want to fight? With a fourth-tier exotic beast in hand, Jiang Ji was no longer the Jiang Ji of the past. Now brimming with confidence, he dared to confront anyone, not just Jiang Ran. The boy came from the northwest and dared to mock Jiang Ran because he did not recognize him, thinking he was just a pretty face without substance. However, he did recognize Jiang Ji and Jiang Xing. Seeing that Jiang Ji had already spoken, the boy, knowing he couldn't defeat the two, shrugged and took a step back, silencing himself. Though the boy had backed down, Jiang Ji was still quite aggrieved, saying, Jiang Gu, he mocked you like that, and you're not even angry. I am. Then why are you so calm? Jiang Ji was puzzled. What's the rush? Jiang Ran smiled slyly like a cunning fox. Good things should always come last. In the following minutes, Shi Yin and Jiang Qingya arrived one after another, and after a while Yin Yu entered with a neat ponytail. Jiang Ran nodded in greeting to a few familiar faces, and then quietly waited. As soon as the clock struck 9, regardless of whether everyone was present, the door of the training hall slammed shut with a bang, and the overhead lights flickered on. As the lights brightened, 2 men stood silently in the center of the training area, as if they had been waiting for a long time. One of them, the older man, wore a dark green military uniform, while the other donned a familiar blue and white uniform. A subtle glint flashed in Jiang Ran's eyes. Others also fell inexplicably silent for a moment. A single thought crossed everyone's mind. When did these two arrive? Just a moment ago there had clearly been no one there. Hello everyone. The man in the Shenzhou uniform scanned the surroundings and spoke first. I am the deputy commander of the Shenzhou headquarters in Shangjing. My name is Feng Haiming. The other man introduced himself less elaborately than Feng Haiming, simply stating his surname Kuang and his name Kuang Feng. Kuang Feng was terse and to the point. After introducing his name, he swiftly pointed at 8 individuals in the crowd with his large hand. You 8 leave immediately, and I will not pursue your responsibilities. A wave of murmurs erupted below. Jiang Ji couldn't help but lean in to see, what does that mean? Did they commit a crime? Or are they not from Longhua? Jiang Ran turned his spinning head back. Stop guessing. It's because they haven't reached the Ascension realm. Huh. Jiang Ji initially looked enlightened, then turned curious. How did you know, Jiang Gu? Just guessed. Jiang Ran and the others were already standing at the very front of the line, and since the two spoke, without reservation, Kuang Feng and Feng Haiming on the platform heard their conversation clearly. Feng Haiming glanced at Jiang Ran with a calm demeanor. Although he had long heard of the nephew of his superior, this was indeed his first time meeting Jiang Ran. He had always heard Jiang Yueqin praise how excellent his nephew was, even if he often caused trouble. Jiang Yueqin still believed his nephew was the best in the world, and now he was finally seeing the real person. To respond so quickly to Kuang Feng's intent showed a quick wit somewhat resembling his uncle. What's wrong? Still not moving. Do you want me to invite you out? Despite Kuang Feng's expressionless demeanor, for some reason upon hearing his words the crowd felt a strange sense of anger emanating from him. Why should we leave? A boy with a punk hairstyle retorted defiantly, his voice filled with an unyielding spirit. What have we done wrong? Why should we be kicked out? At this point this person was still trying to feign ignorance. This registration only allows those in the Ascension realm and above to participate. Do you think we can't see through your little tricks? Feng Haiming, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke coldly. You clearly are only at the combined realm, yet you're trying to impersonate someone in the Ascension realm using props to deceive us. I must say that idea is quite juvenile. Since you don't want to leave on your own, fine, I'll help you a bit. As soon as Feng Haiming finished speaking, over a dozen Shenzhou personnel appeared from nowhere, swiftly dragging those 8 individuals out of the crowd, taking them who knows where. Alright, since the disobedient ones are gone, I will announce the rules for this selection. The rules are simple. It will be a unknown arena competition. Jiang Ran listened for a while, and found the rules indeed very straightforward. There were a total of 369 registered participants present. Each could freely choose an opponent and enter the arena for a unknown match. During the competition, the use of props is prohibited and life-threatening harm is not allowed. Anyone who falls for 10 seconds or is knocked off the arena will lose. The winner can remain in the arena and become the defender, accepting challenges from others until someone defeats them, at which point that person will become the new defender. This selection will last for 2 days, during which Kwang Fong and Feng Haiming will act as judges, scoring everyone comprehensively. The 5 individuals with the highest scores will become official team members, while those ranked 6th to 10th will be substitutes. Kwang Fong clapped his hands. I won't say more. There are a total of 7 arenas in the training hall, all available for use. So you can start now? After Kwang Fong finished speaking, he and Feng Haiming walked to the side of the podium, quietly observing below. Upon regaining his focus, Jiang Ran noticed Jiang Ji staring intently at him. What's up? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Are you thinking of challenging me? This startled Jiang Ji, who quickly waved his hands. No, how could that be? Challenged Jiang Ran. He wouldn't even think of doing such a thing. After all, Jiang Ran could take on a 4th-tier exotic beast after going berserk. If he angered Jiang Ran, wouldn't he be beaten to a pulp? Oh, Jiang Ran's tone was ambiguous, neither disappointed nor anything else, but he didn't ask why Jiang Ji was looking at him like that. Instead, he turned around and grabbed the boy who had called him a fool. Comrade. Jiang Ran's smiling expression appeared somewhat cold in the boy's eyes. Here's an opportunity for you to challenge me. What? Li Yin was bewildered. He thought this guy was challenging him, and he was all prepared, but what did he actually— You want to challenge me? Isn't this reversing the situation? Jiang Ran tilted his head. Are you challenging or not? If you miss this opportunity, you won't find another one. Or are you afraid of losing too badly and don't dare? You should worry about yourself. Li Yin glared at him. Fine, I choose to challenge you. After all, it didn't matter who initiated the challenge, he was not going to lose. Moreover, since no one else had stepped onto the stage yet, being the first could potentially leave a good impression on the 2 examiners, earning him extra points. Li Yin was still secretly pleased with his cleverness, completely oblivious to Jiang Jingji, watching him with glee. Oh, the first challenger has appeared. Kwang Fong squinted at Li Yin as he walked up to the stage. 5th level of ascension, barely acceptable. After Li Yin stepped onto the stage, he looked down. What's the matter, not coming up? Are you afraid? You can still admit defeat now. Afraid? Jiang Ran smiled without speaking. The reason he waited for Li Yin to step onto the stage before moving was mainly to prevent Li Yin from backing out of the fight. After all, as long as they hadn't stepped onto the stage, the match wouldn't officially start, and they could back out at any time. But now Li Yin had already stepped onto the stage, and the only way out was to admit defeat and jump down. A fool walking into his own trap. Jiang Ran walked out slowly under the curious and amused gazes of everyone, looked up at Li Yin on the stage, and smiled lightly. Then he jumped lightly. Although it seemed like he didn't exert any effort, in the next moment, he floated effortlessly onto the stage. Whoa! A wave of gasps erupted around. The stage was at least 2 meters high from the ground, and aside from those who were powerful in the physical realm, very few would train their bodies to that extent, let alone jump 2 meters high. Didn't Li Yin choose to take the stairs? Li Yin's expression was somewhat unsightly. Was this guy doing it? Was he deliberately letting himself come up first, and then he would perform a big move to highlight how he was inferior for taking the stairs? A physical realm awakener could actually have such cunning. Clearly, Li Yin had mistaken Jiang Ran's abilities for physical prowess. After all, how could an ordinary awakener who had just reached the ascension stage and had never trained their body achieve such a feat? Even professional athletes couldn't jump over 2 meters without a running start, could they? But since it was physical prowess, it was even more assured. His ability counters physical prowess. Alright, let's show these mortals the power of an S-level ability. Bang! A figure flew out. Jiang Ran still maintained his punching posture, raising an eyebrow as he watched Li Yin fly out in a parabolic arc. Seriously, I just got up here, and you dare to be dazed? Is this how you show respect for me? At first, seeing Li Yin standing boldly in the middle of the stage, Jiang Ran thought he was lucky to have found a worthy opponent. Even when he attacked, this guy didn't even dodge. Did he have such confidence in taking his punch? But upon seeing Li Yin fall to the ground with a dazed expression, Jiang Ran finally realized. So it wasn't confidence, it was pure insanity. But that was fine, he was best at helping others with their mental issues. After his treatment, he would ensure Li Yin would be clear-headed and fit, embarking on an unbeatable path. You use sneak attack. You're not following martial ethics. Li Yin covered his face, looking incredulous. Jiang Ran twisted his wrist and flashed a smile at him. Why should I care about martial ethics? In the next moment, Jiang Ran appeared instantly in front of Li Yin, delivering another swift and decisive punch, sending Li Yin flying again before he could react. Thus, for the next 5 minutes, the audience witnessed an extremely brutal one-sided beating in the arena. Li Yin went from being bewildered and angry at first to now being terrified. Bang. I admit. Dong. Enough Bang. After being knocked away by Jiang Ran countless times, Li Yin finally found the opportunity to shout at the top of his lungs, I admit defeat. Who? A gust of wind from Jiang Ran's punch brushed past his cheek, stopping just 1 centimeter from Li Yan's face. If Li Yin had taken even 0.1 seconds longer to shout, Jiang Ran's fist would have connected. Li Yin tightly closed his eyes. I have already admitted defeat. You can't hit me anymore. Jiang Ran stared at him for 2 seconds before finally withdrawing his hand, disdainfully clicking his tongue. TCH, who cares about hitting you? Your grip isn't even as good as Jiang Jingxi's. What Jiang Ran said, Li Yin could no longer hear. His mind was filled with regret. He regretted why he had let himself be provoked into challenging him, and regretted why he had to say that one sentence. Since you've lost, get down, and do I have to ask you to step down? Although Jiang Ran had said it casually, it sounded colder than a snake's tongue in Li Yan's ears. Although Jiang Ran's strikes appeared ruthlessly, Yin only felt pain in his muscles. His bones were fine, and he could still move freely. Thus, when he limped down from the stage among the 7 stages in the arena, only Jiang Ran remained standing. Jiang Ran looked down at them with a smirk, his light-colored hair reflecting the lights, casting a small fragmented shadow on his forehead. I guess I am the first defender of the stage. Jiang Ran smiled brightly. So who wants to challenge me? People exchanged glances, and the next second a muscular man stepped forward. He'll come and have a go at you. The muscular man squinted as he walked up to the stage step by step. What was there to be arrogant about for an awakener who could only win by sneak attacks? He was about to show him what it meant that there are people beyond people and skies beyond skies. Come on. Bang. Silence. Dead silence. Kicked off the stage, the muscular man was completely bewildered, not even having seen how Jiang Ran moved. Who am I? Where am I? How did I end up down here? Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Jiang Ran still wore that cheerful expression, completely unconcerned about any wrongdoing in his sneak attacks. I'll come. In an instant, not a single person on the other stages moved. Nearly everyone's gaze was fixed on Jiang Ran, wanting to see how long. I'll come. In an instant, not a single person on the other stages moved. Nearly everyone's gaze was fixed on Jiang Ran, wanting to see how long he could hold out. But to everyone's shock, no matter who stepped up, they were almost immediately kicked off the stage by Jiang Ran. They didn't even get to unleash their abilities and mysteriously lost. This isn't right, he's too fast. A clever person noticed the flaw. Is there any speed-type awakener willing to give it a shot? Tried it, but they weren't as fast. After taking 2 punches they couldn't bear it, and admitted defeat. What about control type? Is there anyone with control abilities? Tried that too. They were kicked off before they could even unleash their abilities. What kind of freak is this? They had seen physical awakeners before, but they had never encountered one with such speed at this level. Anyone left? Having faced dozens of challengers, those defeated either had swollen faces or bruised backs, while Jiang Ran hadn't even messed up his hair. The gap was too vast. Who would dare to step up now? Seeing that no one dared to come forward, Jiang Ran rolled his eyes. How about you all come at once? Considering whether to change the cover, but I haven't earned enough for the cover fee yet. Together. Although Jiang Ran didn't say anything else, the group felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. What does this mean? Are we being insulted? Don't go too far. Someone couldn't hold back and shouted. Go too far. Jiang Ran had one hand in his pocket, and with the other hand spread open, he looked quite innocent. I didn't curse at anyone, nor did I make personal attacks. What did I do that was too much? Oh, I understand. He pretended to have an epiphany. You guys wouldn't think that I look down on you, and that I'm deliberately insulting you, right? Aren't you? A crew-cut man relying on the crowd glared at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran blinked and smiled slightly. Correct, I do look down on you, and I am deliberately insulting you. But what can you do to me? On the podium, Feng Haiming had an odd expression. Is this really the dear nephew of... Not to mention his poor character, this is just too much. No wonder Commander Jiang worries every day that his nephew will be bagged. It can only be said that he really understands him too well. Damn, brother Jiang is really good at attracting hatred. Below the stage lings, I stood in the middle of the back row, clearly feeling the rising anger from the crowd. But I'm just too kind-hearted. So kind that I'm willing to give you all a chance. Let's go together. Jiang Ran even took 2 steps to the side, leaving enough space for them. I have to say, this extreme provocation is particularly effective for these young people who have just awakened and are full of vigor. Even those from the 7 academies started rolling up their sleeves. Classmates from the same school around him looked at him in shock. Are you crazy? That's the big devil. So what if he's a big devil? Big devils are still human. During the entrance test, he only relied on his high ability level to defeat us instantly, but now it's different. Excitedly rubbing his hands, the boy explained, in 2 months he'll at most reach the 7th or 8th transfer in the Ascension realm. Although he is indeed higher than me, with so many of us in the Ascension realm, are we afraid we can't beat him? But another person wanted to say something, but was interrupted. Oh, I say, you're just too timid, always afraid of this and that. If you don't go, I will. When the time comes, we'll beat that guy down to his knees begging for mercy, and you better not regret not going. Under Jiang Ran's unabashed provocation, surprisingly 2/3 of the more than 300 people present chose to go up on stage. Some people stepped onto the ring, and after making eye contact with Jiang Ran, a long-lost feeling of fear suddenly surged in their hearts. This won't violate the rules, will it? Looking at Jiang Ran's familiar smile that seemed to assure victory, some people began to waver, wanting to back down. But the others wouldn't give them the chance to escape. After all, if you run, who will pave the way for me? Who will help me take the hits? No way. Look, Deputy Commander Feng hasn't said anything from beginning to end, so it must be fine. You're not afraid, are you? If you are scared, hurry and leave. We don't need cowards here. He's mocked you so much, and you can still endure. Don't be afraid. We're so many people. Are we really afraid of not being able to take down one big devil? Exactly, one punch each of us can turn him into a Chaozhou beef ball. People around chimed in, but the boy was not comforted at all, and became even more fearful. Only just now did he vaguely remember that the big devil's ability was not the extreme body. In other words, among so many people challenging him just now, not a single one could force him to use his abilities. Jiang Ran defeated them entirely relying on his solid physical qualities. So just how terrifying is the big devil's current strength? Someone has already sensed that something is off. Below the stage, Shi Yan had unknowingly joined Xian Jingxing, and the three of them were watching the ring with their arms crossed, showing no signs of nervousness. It's fine. Xian Jingxi snorted with a smile. Brother Jiang won't give them a chance to escape. Jiang Ran maintained that relaxed posture, even facing a crowd of people. He didn't feel nervous at all, and even had the mood to smile. Is it just you guys? What? We aren't enough. A boy with glasses at the front said coldly. Well, just barely acceptable. Jiang Ran raised his hand. Since no one else is coming up, let's begin. Snap. A crisp sound of fingers. The familiar blue tornado rose from the ground again, instantly awakening the fear buried deep in the hearts of most people in the crowd. The fear they experienced 2 months ago, dominated by the tornado at the exit of the secret realm, reappeared in their minds. And the others were equally stunned upon seeing the tornado. Your ability is an extreme body. You did this on purpose. The bespectacled boy shouted in terror just a second before being blown away. Jiang Ran stood still, his bangs blown wildly by the wind, and his clothes rustled. Extreme body. Jiang Ran was puzzled. When did I say my ability was extreme body? You all misunderstood, and now you want to blame me. On the podium, Kuang Feng shook his head helplessly. So disappointing. Feng Haiming also felt a bit of a sigh. Yes, they really have not studied seriously in these 2 months if they can misjudge the other party's ability. Although the extreme body ability does not have any flashy effects, every time they strike, a faint white mist would emit from their body. That is the misty spiritual energy that escapes, because they cannot fully control the energy within. Except for some powerful extreme body awakeners like the principal of the War Academy, Ru Chun, who can contain their spiritual energy. Without a trace, others find it very difficult to achieve. However, although Jiang Ran's strikes were clean and decisive, there was never any white mist appearing around. At his age, it is impossible to be at the same level as Ru Chun, so one can easily conclude Jiang Ran is not an extreme body awakeners. Though disappointed in these people, Kuang Feng also didn't forget his task these days to observe the battle and to record and rate it meticulously. This kid is not bad. Kuang Feng stared at Jiang Ran for a long while. His control over abilities is quite good. If I'm not mistaken, he has already reached the battle realm. Feng Haiming nodded. Yes, I've seen his registration form. He registered as Battle Realm 8th transfer. Oh, already at the 8th transfer. Kuang Feng visibly became excited. If it were just the Battle Realm, Kuang Feng would merely be slightly surprised, but it wouldn't reach the level of astonishment. Because in his army, geniuses and monsters are truly not lacking. But if it's Battle Realm 8th transfer, that is indeed worthy of shock. You must know that within the same level, the gap between the early and late stages can be quite significant. A normal person with slightly higher talent can cultivate from the 1st transfer to the 5th transfer in a month, but to let him go from the 5th transfer to the 9th transfer in a month is almost impossible. The further you go, the more energy is needed, and even going from the 9th transfer to the peak is harder than going from the 5th transfer to the 9th transfer. Therefore, Jiang Ran's ability to reach Battle Realm 8th transfer in such a short time cannot simply be called a genius. He should be called a monster instead. The whirlwind blew and spun, filling the training hall with screams. Yet amidst it all, there were still those who stood steadfast, refusing to concede. They refused to give in, and Jiang Ran remained calm. He even seemed to conjure a chair from nowhere, casually sitting back with his legs crossed, watching them being tossed up and down by the whirlwind. Xiang Jingji noticed the corner of the chair twitch. Ran's ring must truly be a treasure chest. The people trapped in the whirlwind clearly saw Jiang Ran's actions. If Jiang Ran's earlier taunts had merely stirred them up, now they were in a state of extreme agitation. Isn't this a bit too condescending? If you have the ability, let us down. Let's fight fair and square. Someone shouted, forcing back their dizziness and nausea. With his elbow resting on his knee and his chin supported by one hand, Jiang Ran smirked at their words. How can you claim to want to fight me when you can't even withstand the simplest of attacks? Does he really think he is one of those naive protagonists from mindless novels? Just because you said you want to fight, I should engage. Should I then deliberately lower my strength and fight you for 300 rounds to spare your dignity? He merely controlled the whirlwind's power to be below the combat realm. Even with a bit of effort, breaking through at the peak of the ascendant realm wasn't impossible. Yet now not a single person could escape. Could it be that none of the over 200 challengers possessed even the combat realm? Jiang Ran rubbed his chin. It seemed his provocations were still too weak, and he needed to learn more from Baiyu. But since there were no combat realm experts, it was meaningless to remain seated. Jiang Ran waved his hand casually, and the whirlwind vanished without a trace. The people who had just been suspended in midair were instantly shocked. What the hell? No martial ethics. Even if you don't dare to fight us, you want to drop us to our deaths. A series of thuds echoed, and anyone unaware would think dumplings were being dropped in the training hall. Some unfortunate souls fell directly to the bottom of the arena, sparing Jiang Ran the trouble of acting. In an instant, only Jiang Ran remained steadily seated in the chair, while a few dazed individuals lay on the ground struggling to regain their senses. Saihu told me I'm too kind. Jiang Ran stood up, stowed away the chair, and leisurely walked to the few individuals. Since you all can't move, I shall graciously assist you on your way. As he spoke, he reached out towards one of them, seemingly intending to grab their collar and toss them off the arena. Just as Jiang Ran was about to make contact, a flash of cold light surged towards his neck. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Jiang Ran's eyes. He did not even glance back, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. As those around him couldn't help but show their joy, the cold light halted just 2 centimeters from Jiang Ran. How could this be? The ambusher froze. At that moment, the boy lying face down on the ground in front of Jiang Ran suddenly leapt up, unleashing a surge of scorching energy right in front of Jiang Ran's face. This strike was like a signal. Everyone around them rose simultaneously, a variety of supernatural powers raining down towards Jiang Ran. Lingzai panicked, pacing back and forth. It's over, this group is too sinister. Jiang Gu won't have an accident, right? The two on the podium were not surprised, however. Huang Feng lightly tapped his arm and commented nonchalantly, a bit of intelligence, but not much. At this point, the boy using fire element abilities had already retreated to a safe area. Upon seeing his face, the spectators below couldn't help but express their surprise. It was the bespectacled boy from before. Chigu, this should be secure, right? Though the strong man phrased it as a question, his tone was extremely certain. The bespectacled boy squinted his eyes, remaining silent. Logically, his recent attack should have been enough to deal with anyone below the ascendant realm, let alone the combat realm. But to be safe, he still joined forces with others, signaling them to attack simultaneously, aiming to ensure they would take him down. From the earlier onslaught, people below the 5th level of the combat realm should not have been able to endure. Yet for some reason, an ominous premonition lingered within him. While that was quite a forceful hit. Hearing that irritating voice, Chi Mu instead felt a sense of relief. His 6th sense had always been accurate, so upon sensing that ominous premonition in his heart, Chi Mu knew their ambush had likely failed. If they had truly succeeded, it would only mean that even worse things awaited him. How could it be? Although Chi Mu was not surprised, the others lacked his acute 6th sense. When they saw Jiang Ran stepping out unscathed from the white smoke of the explosion one by one, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. How could it not be possible? Jiang Ran brushed off the dust on his clothes. If you had truly succeeded in your ambush, where would my title of number 1 in the combat realm go? Arrogant. Do you think you're the only one in the combat realm? The strong man bellowed, his muscles bulging, and a wave of white mist emanated from his body. This was the true extreme state. The thought process of those in the extreme state was quite simple. Since their ambush had just failed, they would face him heat until they completely brought him down. Come. Seeing the strong man enter his state, the others tacitly stepped aside to clear space for him. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Ran's mouth, but his eyes remained exceptionally calm, indicating that he was now serious. This seriousness did not stem from believing the person before him was difficult to deal with, but rather as a show of respect to his opponent standing on the arena. He ceased his taunting and instead extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. The white mist around the strong man thickened, and he shot off the ground his large fist aimed at Jiang Ran's head. If a normal person were to take this hit head-on, they would likely be knocked out. However, Jiang Ran didn't even dodge. Instead, he charged directly forward. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Ling's eye could hardly bear to watch. Boom. Upon their collision, a violent shockwave erupted between the two, nearly sending the glasses off Qi Mu's nose. He shielded his precious glasses with one hand, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Moments later, one figure was sent flying out, crashing towards the edge of the arena, nearly falling off. Upon recognizing who had been sent flying, everyone's expressions turned grim. Ling's eyes jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Jiang Gu defeated a practitioner of the extreme state in close combat. Cough cough. The strong man coughed twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. I lost. He struggled to stand and clasped his fists towards Jiang Ran. You are strong, I concede. Without waiting for the others' reactions, he turned and jumped off the arena. The girl who had initiated the ambush swallowed hard. Qi Gu, should we continue fighting? Some had already started to back away, unable to hold back. How about we just concede? Even the extreme state has fallen. If we go up, we'll just be punching bags for him. Qi Mu frowned tightly as he looked at Jiang Ran. Before coming to the capital, he had believed himself to be an unparalleled genius among thousands. Though his ability was only a rank, he had cultivated to the peak of the Ascendant Realm in just 2 months through his efforts and talent. Even the principal had said he was the most gifted awakener he had ever seen. But now, after seeing Jiang Ran, he suddenly felt differently. This guy no longer struck Qi Mu as merely fearsome. He felt unfathomable. This feeling was something he had only experienced with his teacher before. What level of power does this person possess? Are we still fighting? Jiang Ran looked down, adjusting his clothes. Though it was a simple action, to others it bore an immense sense of pressure. Qi Mu pondered for a long time, but ultimately stood up. I'll fight you. Seeing Qi Mu striding over, Jiang Ran slightly nodded, saying nothing. He could easily discern the intentions behind the little bespectacled one's actions. It was simply because he believed his wind-based ability could not be countered by Jiang Ran's fire, and to some extent it could even bolster its power, which is why he dared to come up and test it. One must admit he was still too naive. Tisk, does he think his fire can definitely overpower Jiang Ran's wind? Below, Xiang Jingji clicked his tongue. At first, Jiang Ran only used his fists and feet, leading them to mistakenly believe he was an awakener of the physical system. Later, when Jiang Ran unleashed his wind elemental ability, they learned nothing from the lesson and firmly concluded that he possessed only a wind-based ability. Xiang Jingji couldn't help but shake his head, sighing. He thinks he's on the first level, not realizing that our Jiang Ran has already reached the stratosphere. Shi Yan stroked his chin, saying, I actually think Jiang Ran is likely to continue using wind. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiang Jingji's hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiang Jingji asserted, Jiang Ran is no fool. How could he leave something that counters him unused? Shi Yan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, casting a vague glance at Xiang Jingxing beside him, then took 2 steps aside, closing his mouth, and saying nothing more. Xiang Jingxing, who fully understood Shi Yan's expression of how could you have such a foolish brother, touched his nose, unsure of how to explain. On stage, Jiang Ran and Qi Mu faced each other. Qi Mu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He looked deeply at Jiang Ran, who stood at ease, and his lips moved. I'm sorry. In the next second, a burst of flames erupted from Qi Mu, forming a ring of fire that rapidly spread outward. Jiang Ran looked at him with some curiosity. He had heard Qi Mu's earlier words, but he couldn't understand why he suddenly apologized. Did he think this little spark could hurt him? Disinterested in pondering, Jiang Ran chose to remain still, just like Qi Mu. Qi Mu frowned slightly. What does this mean? Not dodging again. How confident is this person in himself? Just as the flames were about to touch the hem of Jiang Ran's clothes, countless azure crescent moons sprang from his body, instantly slicing the arc of flames into chunks. Qi Mu was shocked. How could this be? The wind should have merged with the fire, making his flames larger. How could it cut through the flames? Noticing Qi Mu's astonishment, Jiang Ran's smile remained unchanged. How could a mere grade fire ability compare to his SS grade wind ability? Even if he agreed, his wind would not consent. As if hearing Jiang Ran's thoughts, the wind, which had only been keeping the fire ring at bay, suddenly surged in power. In an instant, a tempest erupted in the training hall, and some slight students were nearly swept away. Several delicate-skinned girls even had streaks of blood scratched onto their cheeks by the wind. Ling's eye struggled to stabilize his stance to prevent being blown away, silently grateful that no corners were cut when building this training hall. Otherwise, he suspected the roof would be blown off by this wind. With the situation already this severe outside, Chi Mu at the center of the storm was almost rendered speechless. The flames around him had all extinguished. Even if he used his ability again, as long as the slightest spark appeared, the omnipresent hurricane would immediately snuff it out. If it weren't for Jiang Ran deliberately holding back, Chi Mu would have been torn to shreds by now. Realizing his abilities were completely suppressed, Chi Mu closed his eyes in resignation. I concede. As soon as this was said, Chi Mu suddenly felt the vague pain on his body disappear. The crowd who had been blown hither and thither lost their support and nearly fell to the ground due to inertia. Even the swaying roof let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Ran's clothes had remained firmly pressed against him from start to finish, not even a strand of hair was. Noticing the gazes of others upon him, Jiang Ran smiled slightly. Thank you for the challenge. 666. Oh, Jiang Ran using wind to break fire is just too cool. Xiang Jingji surrounded Jiang Ran, gesturing animatedly as he showered praise from every angle. Shi Yan on the side coldly interjected, "Weren't you just calling Jiang Ran a fool?" Jiang Ran turned to Xiang Jingji asking, "What do you mean? Do you want to challenge me?" Xiang Jingji broke out in a cold sweat, glaring fiercely at the talkative Shi Yan while trying to force a smile and explain, "Brother Jiang, let me explain." Jiang Ran had now noticed a pattern. When there's nothing going on, it's Jiang Ran, but when something happens, it's Brother Jiang. Flattery seems to have taught you a lesson at. Alright, stop making excuses. Jiang Ran swatted Xiang Jingji's hand away. You go challenge Jiang Qingye. Xiang Jingji straightened up, involuntarily recalling Jiang Qingye's incredible swordsmanship and those rabbit ghosts that had perished under his blade.
Host, are you looking down on the newbie gift pack I gave you? But Nuonyuo really has only this one thing to give you. I've only just been born, and this is the birth present my mother just tucked into me.
Xiang Jingji blinked. Can I really? Jiang Ran nodded emphatically. Good. Xiang Jingji instantly fired up with fighting spirit. Since Brother Jiang said he could, then he could. Charge. Jiang Qingye, I challenge you. Seeing Xiang Jingji successfully led away by his own words, Jiang Ran's gaze fell on Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yan. The two being observed suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. You go challenge Yin Yu. Jiang Ran skillfully assigned tasks to Shi Yan. Shi Yan paused slightly, but didn't ask why, silently turning to leave. With just himself left, Xiang Jingxing rarely made a joke. You aren't going to make me challenge you, right? I didn't join in cursing you with Jingji. Jiang Ran chuckled. No, you just watch. Xiang Jingxing was taken aback. He remembered he had never told Jiang Ran what his ability was or what its drawbacks were. But if he carefully considered Jiang Ran's current arrangements, how did it seem like he knew everything? On the other side, Shi Yan passed through the crowd and saw Yin Yu standing in place, seemingly lost in thought. Yin Yu came back to herself, noticing it was Shi Yan, and nodded slightly. Is something the matter? Shi Yan politely said, I want to challenge you. She had initially thought Yin Yu would not refuse, but unexpectedly she hesitated and shook her head. I don't want to fight you. My. Shi Yan was somewhat surprised. Then who do you want to fight? Yin Yu tilted her head towards a certain direction. Without her saying, Shi Yan could see that it was the direction he had just come from. Yin Yu neither confirmed nor denied it directly. Shi Yan understood. Yet it was precisely because he understood that his expression became increasingly complicated. What could he say? To bluntly tell her, don't even think about it. If you challenge Jiang Ran, you might not even touch a single strand of his hair. Isn't that a bit too hurtful? But if it means fulfilling her dream, should she go to Jiang Ran and say, let's have a duel? Although Jiang Ran was much gentler towards girls and likely wouldn't refuse, would he be caught and beaten together with Jiang Ran for not completing the task? Yin Yu noticed Shi Yan's dilemma and bluntly asked, why do you want to challenge me? Shi Yan exclaimed, I've heard that the life-defining extreme martial arts is very powerful, and I want to give it a try. This was indeed the voice of Shi Yan's heart. He was indeed very curious about Yin Yu's unusual ability and wanted to find a chance to test its might. Thus, when Jiang Ran suggested he challenge Yin Yu, Shi Yan was quite decisive. How about you fight me first? If you can defeat me, then you can challenge Jiang Ran. Shi Yan thought of a more compromised solution. However, this seemed a bit unfair to Yin Yu. After all, even if she really won after fighting him, she would definitely expend a lot of energy, and then she would definitely suffer when fighting Jiang Ran. But neither Shi Yan nor Yin Yu thought about this issue. Yin Yu hesitated for only a second before nodding in agreement, then immediately started walking towards the arena. Shi Yan, who lagged behind, rubbed the back of his head. Although he expected Yin Yu to agree, when she did, he still felt a bit strange. Was it because she thought she had him all figured out, and that he was easy to bully? Did he really give off such a weak impression? There were already people on the 7 arenas, so Shi Yan could only wait for a while. However, coincidentally, when he and Yin Yu reached the 6th arena, right next to them on the 5th arena were Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingye. At the same time, 4 SS-level individuals were publicly dueling on the arena, instantly attracting a large crowd, and the two arenas were nearly surrounded. Ahem. Suddenly, a very deliberate cough came from the back of the crowd. Upon recognizing who made the sound, the previously chaotic crowd instantly quieted down, then spontaneously parted to make way. Jiang Ran nodded in satisfaction, swaggering through the middle to stand in the best view ahead. Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingye simultaneously glanced down, and upon seeing Jiang Ran, their eyes lit up. Xiang Jingji clenched his fist. Jiang Qingye, I'm sorry, but since Brother Jiang is supervising the battle, I won't hold back. As for my brother standing next to Jiang Ran, he is completely ignored by me. On the other arena, Shi Yan and Yin Yu also noticed Jiang Ran. Shi Yan's shadow, which had been quietly still, suddenly surged for a moment. In order to secure his position as the first under Jiang Ran and their team, he had to take it seriously. Otherwise, even Xiang Jingji might ride on his head. Who do you think will win? Next to him, Xiang Jingxing asked with interest. Jiang Ran knew he was asking about the duel between Shi Yan and Yin Yu. Although Jiang Qingye's sword skills were indeed domineering, facing a 4th-tier beast known for its defense, he couldn't win without risking everything. But this was just a regular assessment, and it hadn't reached the point of needing to risk their lives. As for Shi Yan and Yin Yu, one was a rare weapon-based ability user, and the other had a compatibility level of 200% with her dual abilities. It was truly hard to say who would win. Jiang Ran took out the chair he had sat on earlier and casually handed another one to Xiang Jingxing. Hearing his question, Jiang Ran didn't hesitate at all, saying Shi Yan will win. Xiang Jingxing was slightly surprised. But he didn't ask why Jiang Ran was so certain. He just smiled and said, your ring really is just like Doraemon's ring. Jiang Ran waved his hand. It's just a necessary item when going out. He had expected the four of them to contribute to a spectacular showdown, but unexpectedly the battle on the 6th arena ended in less than 10 minutes. Indeed, the victor was Shi Yan. Noticing Xiang Jingxing's curious gaze, Jiang Ran shrugged nonchalantly, not intending to explain. In fact, as long as one knew what Shi Yan's ability was, they would quickly realize that Yin Yu could not possibly defeat Shi Yan. Shi Yan's dual abilities were light and shadow. The light element is one of the elemental types, and very rare. It has both extensive damage and strong healing capabilities, embodying both offense and defense. However, it also has a serious drawback. When the awakened one's strength is low, it can hardly exert its power. The early-stage light element ability has damage that is not as strong as ordinary elemental types, and its healing ability is inferior to that of ordinary healing types. This is an ability of a ground mage type that requires a long growth period. On the other hand, Shi Yan's shadow ability strongly compensates for the light's lack of damage in the early stages. He can emerge from any shadow, launching stealthy attacks like an assassin. As long as the ambush is successful, the damage is explosive. Yet this ability also has a clear drawback. If there is no shadow, he cannot enter the shadow to ambush. But let's not forget Shi Yan's other ability, light. Although the attack power of light is weak and its healing capability is mediocre, light is still light. Any object illuminated by light will cast a shadow. Shi Yan can artificially create the most suitable environment to maximize the damage of his shadow. Have you ever played games? It is well known that what a marksman fears the most is mid to late game mages and assassins lurking in the dark to catch people. Coincidentally, Shi Yan is both. Thus, Jiang Ran can easily conclude Yin Yu cannot defeat Shi Yan. When Shi Yan came down, his expression was very relaxed, as if he had used less than 1/10 of his strength. In contrast, Yin Yu slightly lowered her head, making it hard to see her expression, but the low pressure around her told everyone nearby, don't mess with me. Shi Yan resolved his battle very quickly, while Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingye took nearly 40 minutes to end theirs. If it weren't for Xiang Jingji losing patience and ordering the volcanic beast to directly throw Jiang Qingye off the arena, the two could have fought for another 300 rounds until it got dark. Meanwhile, the others in the crowd went from shock to numb upon seeing the 4th-tier beast, and eventually they silently dispersed to look for their own challengers. Thus, among the 6 SS-level individuals, only Xiang Jingxing had not yet stepped onto the arena. However, it was one thing for the unserious commander Jiang Ran to have no such thoughts. It was surprising that Xiang Jingxing himself also had no intention of challenging anyone. Facing Shi Yan's curiosity, Xiang Jingxing merely smiled and explained evasively, even if I used my ability, they wouldn't notice, so there's no need to go. After nearly 2 days, this selection process finally reached its climax. Jiang Ran, who had been huddled in a corner of the training hall playing 5 matches with 4 other guys all afternoon, suddenly stood up, startling Xiang Jingji beside him. What's wrong, Ranzi? Are you feeling heated? We've only lost 6 matches, it's fine, we can still win it back. Jiang Ran, who wasn't feeling heated at all, twitched the corner of his mouth at the words, shut up. Xiang Jingji immediately shut his mouth and made a zipping motion. Jiang Ran's gaze turned to Xiang Jingxing. Xiang Jingxing leaned back slightly, putting some distance between them. I've scored in the top 3 every match, losing is not my fault. The two brothers really shared a unique focus. The selection is about to end. Jiang Ran decided not to dwell on the previous games. The more he thought about them, the more heated he felt, and the more heated he became, the more he wanted Xiang Jingji to challenge him. He glanced at the podium and said, you need to go on stage for a match, otherwise there won't be any scoring. Hearing it wasn't about the 6 consecutive losses, Xiang Jingxing straightened up again. Who do you want me to challenge? As long as it's not you, I have no problem at all. How afraid of me are you? Jiang Ran fell silent for a moment, pointing at Shi Yan, who was buried in his phone, trying to lower his presence, challenge him. Shi Yan looked up in shock. What, just because I scored 5th in a few rounds you want to torture me like this? Of course not, am I that petty? Jiang Ran said seriously. It's just that fighting him will allow others to see clearly what Xiang Jingxing's abilities are all about. And don't you want to fight for 2nd place? Without defeating Xiang Jingxing first, how can you challenge Jiang Qingya? How can you compete for 2nd place? Is that really the case? After finishing, Jiang Ran reached out and affectionately ruffled Shi Yan's head. The best way for men to bond is to have a fight. Once you two get familiar, remember to ask Jingxing for advice on how he plays the game. Shi Yan, it's really just revenge, isn't it? Right? Although everyone was quite exhausted now, some had even been challenged dozens of times, and were nearly worn out, barely hanging on by a thread. But when Shi Yan and Xiang Jingxing went up on the same stage, it still attracted a crowd to watch. Isn't that the little monster with the 4th-tier beast? Someone mistook Xiang Jingxing for Xiang Jingji. To contract a 4th-tier beast while crossing a major boundary with combat strength is indeed worthy of the title monster. Nearby, someone puzzled, little monster. Then who's the big monster? The person who spoke immediately became alert. He first looked around privately, confirming that a certain someone wasn't here before whispering, it's that big bad guy who took on 244 at once. In the crowd, Xiang Jingji heard the term big bad guy and couldn't help but look at Jiang Ran, curious about his reaction to this nickname. He expected Jiang Ran to laugh, to frown, or perhaps to directly come over and ask, are you talking? But when Xiang Jingji looked over, he found that Jiang Ran was surprisingly calm, as if the person just mentioned wasn't him at all. Jiang Ran merely crossed his arms and stood quietly in the crowd, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the stage. On the podium, Kuang Feng's eyes lit up. I thought that kid wouldn't make a move. Feng Haiming also looked towards Xiang Jingxing, who was facing Shi Yan. Although he and his brother look identical, their auras are worlds apart. Indeed, even as the two marveled on the stage, Shi Yan and Xiang Jingxing exchanged glances. Their previously polite smiles all vanished, clearly ready to get serious. Shi Yan took out a 3-inch-long small knife, flicked his wrist, and the knife shot straight towards Xiang Jingxing's head. As Shi Yan initiated the attack, Xiang Jingxing remained calm, simply standing in place waiting. The imposing stance of this big shot made the crowd momentarily envision a certain dark lord. Just as the small knife was about to reach Xiang Jingxing's face, an invisible force appeared, causing the originally targeted knife to change direction, as if it were intoxicated, brushing past Xiang Jingxing's hair. Shi Yan, seeing this scene, was not surprised. He merely squinted slightly, and in the next second his figure suddenly vanished. Meanwhile, Xiang Jingxing, who witnessed Shi Yan disappear, felt a sudden chill at his back. He knew that Shi Yan had slipped into the shadow of that small knife, intending to launch a surprise attack on him. However, Xiang Jingxing still didn't move, standing there without any protection, seemingly unbothered about whether his back would be pierced by Shi Yan. Sure enough, Shi Yan appeared at the location of the small knife, holding another dagger that gleamed with cold light. Although they had been friends before, he showed no mercy at this moment, striking directly towards Xiang Jingxing's back. Just as everyone's eyes widened and breaths quickened, prepared to witness a limited edition bloody scene, Shi Yan's hand suddenly trembled, and the dagger slipped from his grip, falling to the ground. Shi Yan immediately reacted, seamlessly transitioning to grip the small knife and aimed it straight at Xiang Jingxing's neck. But perhaps due to an unfortunate misstep today, that small knife unexpectedly broke in half. At that moment, Xiang Jingxing stepped forward slightly, and the broken knife just grazed past his collar without inflicting a single injury. In an instant, the entire training hall fell silent. It wasn't until Shi Yan took 2 steps back, helplessly tossing the remaining half of the small knife to the ground with a crisp sound, that everyone was jolted awake from their confusion. Someone rubbed their eyes, feeling incredulous. What just happened? When did the little monster's luck become so good? Could it be that he's not only skilled with beasts, but has also been blessed with a strong luck ability? Damn, it makes sense now, it all makes sense. No wonder he could contract a beast that was a whole tier higher than himself. It turns out he has strong luck on his side. Some people are really foolish. Even now some still think the one on stage is Xiang Jingji, not someone else. To make their reasoning even more logical, this group even attributed the absurd notion of strong luck to Xiang Jingji. Xiang Jingji, hiding in the crowd with Jiang Ran, felt a twitch in his eye. What the hell is this? How can there be so many abstract thinkers in a country with a complete ban on drugs? The ability to rewrite. Indeed a fascinating power. Jiang Ran's gaze flickered uncertainly. Everyone stop. The selection ends here. Quan Feng's voice, though not deliberately raised, clearly reached everyone's ears within the hall. Everyone turned in unison to look at the two individuals on the podium who could determine their fate. Shi Yin and Xiang Jingxing had already joined Jiang Ran, standing at the edge, quietly awaiting the final result. Watching the others display expressions more tense than during the college entrance examination made Jiang Ran momentarily envision the scene when civil service exam results were announced in his past life. "Ranzi, are you nervous?" Xiang Jingji squeezed his older brother aside and leaned close to Jiang Ran, his hands fidgeting with his hair chin and adjusting his clothes, unable to settle down. Jiang Ran shot him a glance. "Do you have fleas? Then keep your distance from me." No, I bathe every day. How could I have fleas?" Xiang Jingji struggled to control his hands. I don't know why I feel a bit nervous." "You understand, Ranzi, that kind of nervousness?" "I don't understand." Jiang Ran's single remark silenced the rest of Xiang Jingji's words. His question was utterly pointless. What was there for him to be nervous about? In just 2 months, he had progressed from merely awakening to reaching the 8th transition of combat realm, single-handedly defeating over 200 opponents. If he still couldn't be selected, Jiang Ran would seriously doubt whether his uncle's deputy commander was secretly accepting bribes. "I will announce the list of reserve team members first." Quan Feng surveyed the crowd with no symbolic form in hand. He simply spoke with his hands behind his back. "Qi Mu Wu Ikai Dong, Xinyao Fengzhen." Everyone awaited the 5th reserve team member. Beside him, Xiang Jingji was gripping Jiang Ran's arm tightly, wishing he could squeeze the life out of him. Jiang Ran's forehead creased into a cross, but since Quan Feng was still speaking, he had to temporarily suppress the urge to give someone a good beating. "Yanyu." In the crowd, Yanyu did not show much of a reaction upon hearing her name, but the tightly clenched fist at her side revealed her inner turmoil. Originally, she was quite confident. She believed that as long as she worked hard enough, combined with her talent and unique ability, she could easily crush everyone else. She even thought she might keep pace with the one referred to as the most talented prodigy in the past 200 years. But after encountering Jiang Ran, she realized just how foolish her initial thoughts were. When she learned that this year's competition had 6 SS-level participants, she had already inquired about the twin brothers from the Xiang family. The elder's ability was well hidden, known only to involve a hint of rules, while the younger's power was easily discovered to be beast taming. Shi Yin from the Shi family, an awakened dual ability user, was evaluated by her brother Yin Zhe as a formidable opponent. Jiang Qingye from Lingshu University seemed to be a background character who rarely spoke, yet he awakened an extremely domineering ability. He was the second person after Xiang Jingxing that Yanyu feared the most. After reviewing the information on these 4, Jiang Ran's SS-level elemental ability of wind appeared somewhat pedestrian. Thus Yanyu initially did not regard him highly, and she didn't even remember what he looked like. However, during the entrance examination, when she encountered him in the secret realm and realized that this Jiang Ran, whom she had never looked at before, had already advanced to a higher realm, before her mindset began to crumble. At that moment, she had no way of knowing that this sense of collapse would accompany her for a long time. Just 2 months in, and she was already struggling to keep up with him. Even Xiang Jingji, whose abilities were inferior to hers, inexplicably contracted a 4th-level beast and completely overshadowed her. She thought that with her strength at the 4th transition of combat realm, she would never lose to Shi Yin. The slap in the face arrived surprisingly quickly. As for Xiang Jingxing and Jiang Qingye could leave wounds on that 4th-level beast, and Yanyu knew that she could not do that at present. And after witnessing the duel between him and Shi Yin, Yanyu had already guessed the other's abilities. That ability was a natural counter to her precise long-range attacks. She couldn't defeat him. Yanyu let out a soft breath. It was futile. She had to accept that others were superior, and all she could do was continue to work hard in her training. After finally being released from the training hall, the first thing Jiang Ran did upon returning to his dorm was to take a good shower. "I'm so tired." After showering, as Jiang Ran slumped onto his bed, his phone on the bedside vibrated twice. Too lazy to get up, he simply rolled from the foot of the bed to the head and picked up his phone to unlock it. Someone had sent him a message, but Jiang Ran couldn't be bothered to reply. He casually opened the top message, which was a notification from the Tianfu Academy official website. There was a red dot in the information section at the top right. Clicking in revealed that he had received 13000 points. Of these, 1000 points were the reward for ranking first in the entrance exam, 200 for bringing people out of the secret realm safely, while also saving others, and the remaining 1000 points were the reward for becoming an official participant in the league. Wow, how generous. Jiang Ran's eyes lit up. He had previously browsed the items in the points shop, and the prices for ordinary items applicable to the Foundation and Combat realms generally range from 50 to 200 points. This meant that just the 1000 points reward for ranking first in the entrance exam was enough for an ordinary student to indulge in a shopping spree in this shop. However, Jiang Ran was not an ordinary person. AU items below the river realm were nearly useless to him, and he already had a bunch of higher-level items in his ring. If it weren't for the faint sense of thrift instilled from his past life still lingering in Jiang Ran's mind, he might have treated those high-level treasures that could fetch sky-high prices outside as if they were mere firecrackers. In this points shop, truly valuable items would not be available for less than several thousand points. In an instant, Jiang Ran felt that the 1300 points were no longer appealing. However, there was one piece of good news: the task shop was now open. The bad news was that he could only see tasks in areas D and C. Glancing through Area D, he found it to contain trivial tasks, some of which could even be completed in the Convergence realm. Jiang Ran pouted, losing interest again. At this moment, another message popped up at the top of the screen indicating he had been added to a group chat. Although he did not recognize anyone except for those 4 individuals, he could guess that those 5 were their reserve team members. In the group, aside from their 10 members, there were also 2 accounts that clearly belonged to individuals with a significant age gap. Feng Haiming, I along with Quan Feng will be responsible for all your matters. If you have any questions, feel free to come to us. We are essentially your teachers during the league. Feng Haiming, although you are divided into official and reserve teams, your training content will not differ, so do not let your status lead to any other thoughts. Quan Feng, none of you are irreplaceable. If your performance is poor, you can be replaced at any time. Feng Haiming, I have already arranged for you to take leave from school. For the next period until the preliminary competition begins, you likely will not have time to return to school. Quan Feng, if you all understand, gather at 9 a.m. tomorrow. A secret realm beginning with 5. Nearly in the morning, the group, already en route to the realm, stood before its entrance. Xiang Jingji glanced at the numeral 532, inscribed above the threshold, and curled his lips in mild disdain. Xiang Jingji, now possessing strength rivaling that of a river realm cultivator, was no longer the same youth who, upon hearing of a Class D secret realm, would frantically and secretly scour guides behind others' backs. He was now the indomitable Neo Gulu Xiang Jingji. In Quan Feng, walking ahead, twitched an ear, but before he could utter a word, a heavy palm slammed squarely onto Xiang Jingji's occiput, sending him stumbling forward. "Whyd, you hit me, Ran Z." In Xiang Jingji cradled his head, wearing a pitiful, crestfallen expression. Jiang Ran, standing beside him, had already withdrawn his hand and cast him a look reserved for fools. "I haven't even complained, and you're complaining. What do you outrank me now? Should I start calling you Brother Ji?" Xiang Jingji blinked, then flushed faintly. "Well, it's not entirely out of the question. Then later you'll call me Brother Ji, and I'll call you Brother Ran. We'll swear brotherhood as sworn siblings." And Jiang Ran's temples throbbed twice. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he delivered a sharp kick to Xiang Jingji's backside, propelling him from the rear of the formation straight to the very front. Feng Haiming tilted his head slightly, observing Xiang Jingji's sudden appearance beside him. A faint smirk tugged at his lips, yet he ultimately said nothing. "Do not disdain this class realm as beneath your prowess." Quan Feng too glanced at Xiang Jingji, now frozen stiff between 2 elders, and spoke words whose target remained deliberately ambiguous. "This realm serves only as training ground, to hone your coordination and deepen camaraderie among teammates. Those eager for higher-tier realms shall find ample opportunity later." In hearing such pointed remarks, Xiang Jingji instinctively shrank his neck, striving to vanish into invisibility. 2 teams, enter in staggered batches. Of the 5 reserve team members besides Yan Yu, who Jiang Ran and Shimu knew well, Xiang Jingji also recognized Wu Yikai, the hulking martial body cultivator who had once challenged him. The second was a short-haired girl with an innocent, youthful face, Dong Xinyao, whose ability belonged to the mental domain, surpassing even Shi Yan in stealth and ambush tactics. The third was Feng Jin, a young man with a precise 3/7 parting, a polished professional hairstyle, whose ability lay in healing. And among the entire reserve team, only Qi Mu and Feng Jun had reached the peak of the Ascension realm. The other three had all advanced to the combat realm. By contrast, the main team appeared significantly stronger. Yin Xiang Jingxing Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingye all stood firmly within the combat realm, each wielding an SS rank ability. And anchoring them all was Jiang Ran, the peerless demon sovereign of the same cultivation tier. Qimu glanced back at Jiang Ran, standing quietly at the rear of the formation. Seeing only detached indifference, as if they were strangers, he swallowed whatever he'd meant to say and entered the realm last. Seems that young fellow had something to say to you. Yin, ever observant, caught Qi Mu's hesitant pause before entering, and nudged Jiang Ran, eyes gleaming with anticipation of gossip. Did he, eh? Jiang Ran replied absently. Perhaps he's fallen in love with me. Yan's lip twitched. They'd never met anyone so arrogantly self-absorbed. Actually, that makes a certain kind of sense. Nate assumed Jiang Ran's boundless narcissism would make him universally detestable, yet here was someone willingly indulging him. Yin stared at Xiang Jingxing in stunned silence, his shock rivaled only by witnessing Xiang Jingxing transform into a 10th-tier aberrant beast before his eyes. And maybe he's developed Stockholm Syndrome after all those beatings. I hear it's surprisingly common. Xiang Jingxing continued his analysis with unflinching seriousness. Yin nearly fainted. And suddenly he wondered whether some unforgivable sin committed in a past life had condemned him to endure this league competition alongside these people. Was this not sheer torment for any sane person? Feng Hyaming, overhearing their banter, nearly lost composure. Are today's youths truly this unpredictable? Or have they grown so distant from the younger generation that the generational chasm between them rivals the Mariana Trench? Huang Feng, weary of their nonsense, gave the petrified Xiang Jingji beside him a light kick. Brother Ji, where do we go from here? Inside realm no. 532 stretched an unbroken range of snow-capped mountains. White peaks rolled one after another, vast, monochrome, and utterly devoid of color beyond ivory. In the moment they crossed the threshold, snow began falling from the sky, landing on Jiang Ran's face, jolting him fully awake with a sharp, icy shiver. Xiang Jingji nearly collapsed at that title, Brother Ji, and would have prostrated himself before Jiang Ran had he dared. Brother Jiang, please stop teasing. I'm your junior. My sole duty is to follow orders. Jiang Ran brushed away the snowflakes melting instantly upon his skin, then retrieved winter gear from his spatial ring, grateful inwardly for his foresight in purchasing extra cold weather attire. Otherwise he'd have been scaling snow-clad peaks in nothing but a short-sleeved shirt. Handing out insulated jackets one by one, he paused when offering one to Jiang Qingye, who did not immediately accept it, instead asking, what were you thinking about just now? And when Jiang Qingye hesitated, Jiang Ran simply thrust the jacket into his hands and replied unruffled, nothing at all, just sleep-deprived. Exhausted. All right, hurry up and dress. You wouldn't want to lose to the reserves, would you? Jiang Ran shook snow from his hair. The blizzard intensified, eye flakes settled upon his strands, dissolving seamlessly into them. A mere class realm. We'll clear it in 2 hours, no problem. Xiang Jingji raised his hand first. Brother Jiang, I'm ready. And the others nodded in agreement. Okay, move out. Halfway up the mountain, the gentle snowfall had transformed into a howling blizzard capable of hurling a person off their feet. Xiang Jingxing traced the discreet brand insignia on the goggles Jiang Ran had provided, mentally estimating their price, and sighed inwardly. Clearly Commander Jiang truly doted on Jiang Ran. Ordinary people would agonize for days over purchasing even a single item of this caliber, yet Jiang Ran ordered them wholesale. Though Xiang Jingxing could afford them, were he to hoard such quantities idly, his father would break both his and Xiang Jingji's legs without hesitation. As for why Xiang Jingji was brought along, in no particular reason, simply because he was insufferably— Do you think we'll run into them? Xiang Jingji's physical conditioning had long surpassed his former self. Now he kept pace steadily behind Jiang Ran, even turning to glance back at his elder brother lagging behind. Yet he offered no aid. No. Jiang Ran answered decisively. Why not? Intuition. And even as he spoke, Jiang Ran never broke stride, his left hand rising sharply to strike sideways across his body. In the next instant, a white spherical object shot forth from the point where his palm had struck, launching straight into the void. Something's happening. Xiang Jingji stopped in his tracks, leaning back, as if he had foreseen it. Almost simultaneously, a white figure dashed past him and dove into a nearby snowbank. The three behind them also noticed something was off, but they did not stop. Instead, they continued to ascend. When it was time to speed up, they wasted not a second. Jiang Ran slowed down a step to reach the middle of the group, pulling on the unaware Xiang Jingxing, and the next moment a round ball flew past Xiang Jingxing's back like a cannonball. Sensing the stirring of certain things in the snowy ground around him, Jiang Ran clicked his tongue. With a light step, a fierce wind suddenly whipped up within a radius of half a kilometer around him, blowing away all the snowflakes from the air and the ground. The visibility for the group finally improved. At the same time, they finally got a clear look at what had been ambushing them in the wind and snow. A group of round white snowballs had two thin brown branches sticking out from them, with a slightly smaller snowball perched above where the neck would be lacking facial features, except for two red beans serving as eyes. Xiang Jingji widened his eyes in astonishment. What the? Was it this group of little snowmen that ambushed me just now? Who told you to stop? Keep climbing. Seeing Xiang Jingji instinctively halt, Jiang Ran kicked out. But perhaps due to the many times he had been kicked, Xiang Jingji instinctively dodged forward, managing to evade it. Although everyone wore goggles and could not see their expressions, Xiang Jingji could guess that Jiang Ran was definitely squinting his eyes in displeasure. Feeling the icy gaze directed at him, Xiang Jingji coughed twice, pretending to be calm as he turned around, acting as if he hadn't done anything, and continued to climb the mountain diligently. Jiang Ran withdrew his gaze and made a gesture to Jiang Qingya, leading the remaining two weak and sickly companions forward. In just a few seconds, Jiang Qingya caught up from behind. The blizzard that had been blocked by the wind came crashing down on them again, almost instantly dyeing the hair of the other four to the same color as Jiang Ran's. Jiang Ran looked up. The mountain peak was still far from them. On the other side, the substitute team had also climbed several snow mountains. Compared to Jiang Ran and the others who had encountered snowmen blocking their way before, even halfway up the first mountain, their luck was quite good. Not only did they not encounter any third-stage beasts, but they also faced very few second-stage beasts. However, although there were no troublesome beasts obstructing their ascent, they encountered a more difficult predicament than beasts. They lacked warm clothing. Most of the environments in secret realms do not replicate reality in a one-one manner. Instead, they are more extreme than reality. So even though their team was more comprehensive than Jiang Ran's, with both a fire-type and a healing-type awakener without sufficient means to keep warm, the five of them were still unable to make any progress. Starting a fire was futile as it was extinguished by the blizzard before long. Using healing techniques to mend frostbite was necessary, but they had to keep using it, otherwise a wound that had just been healed would crack open again at the first contact with the wind and snow. Even Wu Yikai, the muscular man of the extreme body system, was frozen solid, let alone the other. Thus Jiang Ran and the others waiting at the entrance of the secret realm, with Feng Haiming, waited for quite a while only to see five pale-faced figures, their hair covered in frost, weak to the point of barely being able to move their legs. Xiang Jingji was nearly startled. What the? This is too tragic. He secretly whispered, seeing his younger brother finally remember he had an older brother. Xiang Jingxing shot him a glance. Maybe next time it will be us in such a dire situation. That won't happen, Xiang Jingji huffed. I trust Ranzi's ring. That day will definitely not come. Feng Haiming handed them the prepared recovery items, 2 bottles each. Originally it was 1 bottle per person, but since the others looked too rosy when they came out, there was completely no need for medication, so Feng Haiming simply gave everything to the substitute team. Qi Mu downed the recovery potion, looking at Jiang Ran, who was clean and rosy in complexion, clicking, "You guys got out already." The one who answered him was Feng Haiming. They took only 1 hour and 40 minutes to exit the secret realm. Qi Mu's glasses nearly slipped off his nose. Yan Yu, who was trying hard to breathe deeply to appear less disheveled, stiffened. Wu Yikai, who was hugging Feng Jin for warmth, and Feng Jun, who was sandwiched in his arms, were also dumbfounded. Dong Xinyao, who was stomping her feet in an attempt to regain feeling in them, almost stepped into thin air. Oh. After a long pause, Qi Mu finally reacted, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Ran, only to find that the guy had already put on a confident smile again. How long? 1 hour and 40 minutes. Wu Yikai's loud voice did not hold back, causing Feng Jun's ears to ache. But at this point he had no mood to complain about Wu Yikai anymore. For a moment he even doubted whether his ears had frozen in the secret realm, or else how could he hear such an absurd statement? Yin Ye's hands clenched and unclenched. Although he hadn't really paid attention to the time, just by looking at the changes in the sun outside it was clear that it was at least. They entered the secret realm at 9 o'clock, meaning they had spent at least 4 hours navigating through an agreed secret realm. This was under the premise that they had exceptionally good luck and had not encountered many beasts. Although there was indeed a gap between the two teams, the secret realm did not require constant fighting, so their differences had shrunk to a very small extent. But why were they still unable to catch up? The corners of Jiang Ran's mouth naturally lifted, not intending to mock, but appearing rather unhumble. Xiang Jingji rested his arm on his brother's shoulder, grinning broadly. Ha, just normal performance even 10 minutes later than we expected. Next time we need to work even harder. Feng Haiming was feeling a bit of a headache. He had thought one Jiang Ran was enough. Unexpectedly, there were so many unserious people. Saying such things was purely asking for hatred, wasn't it? If they were to strike down the substitute team, and in the middle of the night he received a message saying, "Coach, I want to switch to academics." Xiang Jingxing, who was serving as a support for Xiang Jingji, also slightly twitched his eyes and deftly dodged away from him. Oh dear. As the support suddenly vanished, Xiang Jingji was caught off guard, nearly tumbling to the ground, but fortunately his arm was long enough to grab Jiang Ran's clothes, preventing a faceplant incident. Vice Commander, what are the next arrangements? Jiang Ran ignored the skirmish between the two brothers and instead looked at Feng Haiming obediently, like a diligent student waiting to be told what to do. It must be said it was quite deceptive. If it were Kuang Feng here, he would have definitely believed it. One day's adjustment, and we continue tomorrow. After Feng Haiming finished speaking, he left, not caring how they adjusted, as long as they arrived intact tomorrow. In the substitute team, logically, Yan Yu, who should be the strongest, was to be the leader. But she refused, and after a round of push and shove it somehow ended up with Chimu. Chimu had almost recovered, took a few steps forward, and looked at Jiang Ran. What are you planning to do next? Jiang Ran didn't think twice. Of course I'll continue to focus on cultivation. Even though it's only for a day, 24 hours are still precious. Wu Yikai was internally shaken. In fact, he had originally planned to go for a massage to relax. After all, the body of the extreme body system was the most important, especially after entering the secret realm alternating between cold and hot. What if his muscles became too tense and caused issues? He had to get a massage. But upon hearing that even someone as strong as Jiang Ran didn't forget to cultivate and improve every moment, Wu Yikai suddenly felt he was being far too unproductive. This was the reason why they could win against him. No, they had to cultivate. Yin, it's time to test the results of your studies over the past 2 days. Jiang Ran said with great seriousness. Sure, Yin wore a confident expression. Bring it on, I am no longer who I used to be. Good. Let's log in. Jiang Ran waved his hand, first opening a game icon. Just so we're clear, if anyone drags their feet this time, they'll pay for dinner at Jin Yutong tonight. Xiang Jingxing chuckled. I have no objections. Xiang Jingji tightened his grip on his phone. I will not lose. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingye remained the quietest, lowering his head and silently selecting the one he was most skilled at. If Wu Yikai were here, seeing that Jiang Ran's so-called focused cultivation actually referred to playing games, he might just be dumbfounded. If anyone were to ask, Jiang Ran would confidently respond. Practicing hand speed and brain reaction ability. How is that not cultivation? Train, you must train well. Whoever performs poorly, I will beat them up. The next week, they spent their time in the secret realm. Although they weren't at the forefront initially, it must be said that the secret realms found by Feng Haiming and Kuang Feng were quite tricky, either with environments vastly different from the outside world, or with troublesome beasts. Even after coming out of the previous secret realm, Jiang Ran couldn't help but gulp down a tube of oral. After another day of adjustment, when they regrouped, Jiang Ran had transformed back into a figure clad in white, even his hair meticulously styled, resembling a handsome young gentleman. The secret realm we are heading to this time is in the northwest. No. 436. Let's get ready to depart. Upon boarding the plane, Xiang Jingzi's excitement was palpable. They had been circling around the North China region for the past week, but now they were finally expanding their map. The northwest area was finally within his territory. Though they were still in the skies above North China, Xiang Jingji had already begun planning where to take Jiang Ran and the others for fun after they exited the secret realm. Oh, and those restaurants with sky-high prices. Upon returning, he would ask his mother for a list. He had to make sure to recoup all the money he lost while gaming. After getting off the plane, they needed to transfer to a bus. The No. 436 secret realm was located in a mountainous area of Liangzhou, Gansu province. They would first take a flight from Beijing to Liangzhou, then transfer to a bus to the county, and finally change vehicles to go into the mountains. The last stretch would even require them to walk. It's hard to imagine that in this era of supernatural abilities, such primitive means of transportation still exist. One must admit that the person who discovered this secret realm back then was indeed remarkable. This time the team was led only by Kuang Feng, while Feng Haiming stayed behind in Beijing for other matters. A group of 11 people was currently seated in 3 small vehicles, swaying as they traveled into the mountains. Shi Yin, Xiang Jingxing, Jiang Qingye, and Jiang Ran were in one vehicle, while Xiang Jingji had been unceremoniously tossed into Kuang Feng's vehicle. In the vehicle, Shi Yin sat closely next to Jiang Ran, keeping a vigilant watch on the other side. They were currently driving on a one-way mountain road with a steep mountain on the right and a cliff on the left. No matter what they said, Shi Yin absolutely refused to sit on the side closest to the cliff. What's there to be afraid? Xiang Jingxing replied, but in reality, he also tried to lean towards the middle, not daring to sit near the edge of the vehicle. Although he possessed a bug-level supernatural ability that could significantly reduce the chances of their vehicle tumbling, what if something went wrong? This was also the reason they had tossed Xiang Jingji over to Kuang Feng's side. No one wanted to risk that kid potentially flipping the vehicle with his reckless brain. Jiang Ran had originally been resting his eyes. Though in this life, he was a young master without financial worries and seldom spent money, it didn't mean he had never ridden in a small vehicle before. So upon looking around apart from Kuang Feng, who had come from the army, Jiang Ran was surprisingly the most accustomed. Suddenly his ears perked up, and he opened his eyes. Something seems off. Moi. Shi Yin, who was closest to him, heard his murmur clearly. What's off? Jiang Ran pressed his lips together. It seemed that there were additional sounds in the wind. However, since he had never been to this mountainous area before, he didn't know if it was because they had entered the mountains that the wind had become particularly noisy. At that moment in the first vehicle, Kuang Feng, who was admiring the scenery, suddenly stiffened. The gentle Xiang Jingji next to him keenly sensed a shift in Kuang Feng's aura. Boom! Suddenly an explosive roar echoed from within the mountains. Although it sounded quite distant, the great noise caused rubble on the mountain to tumble down. Jiang Ran's pupils constricted. Without time to warn others, he quickly grabbed Shi Yin and Xiang Jingxing, leaping towards the rear of the vehicle. Jiang Qingye's reaction was also swift. He yanked the bewildered farmer who had been brought in to drive the small vehicle right behind Jiang Ran as they both jumped out. Just as the two were leaping out, a massive boulder crashed down with a thunderous sound, flattening the previously gleaming small vehicle into a two-dimensional shape. On this side, Jiang Ran and Jiang Qingye's remarkably quick responses allowed them to escape. However, the backup team in the third vehicle wasn't as fast. The boulder fell at an astonishingly rapid pace, and very suddenly. Not adept at physical techniques, Dong Xinyao and Feng Zhun were pulled down by Wu Yikai, while Qi Mu was a beat slow. Yin Yu immediately reached out to grab him and the driver in front, but was still a step too late. Just as two massive boulders were about to land on them, two green crescents shot over from not far away, striking one of the boulders. Simultaneously, a small stone shot from the front, moving faster than an ordinary bullet, and with a bang struck the center of another boulder. In the next moment, one boulder exploded outward while the other shattered from within. A fine powder rained down on several people. Damn, are you all okay? Xiang Jingzi's loud voice came from the front. Jiang Ran glanced over at Yin Yu, and seeing that everyone was fine, let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, we're alive, he replied, also reassuring Kuang Feng. The boulder that had fallen above them was larger than the combined weight of the two boulders above Yin Yu, effectively blocking the path. It perfectly separated Kuang Feng and Xiang Jingji from the rest of the group. Just as Jiang Ran was about to make a move to split the boulder, it suddenly trembled slightly, and then exploded into dust with a bang. Xiang Jingji dashed over like a cannonball, thoroughly checking his brother from top to bottom. Seeing that he was unharmed, he finally relaxed. Jiang Ran clicked his tongue twice. What about us? Are we just going to be ignored? Brother Jiang, I trust you, Xiang Jingji said, but still obediently came over to extend his hand for a check. However, Jiang Ran dodged him. What's going on? Others also approached, Wu Yikai still shaken. Was it an earthquake? Kuang Feng shook his head, and before he could explain, there were several more loud explosions in the distance, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Fortunately, this time the falling rocks were all small pieces, making them easy to dodge. It's a beast, Kuang Feng stated. The others simultaneously gasped in shock. Is it a beast from the forbidden area? Kuang Feng glanced at Jiang Ran with mild surprise, seemingly not expecting him to know. That's right, I sensed a multitude of chaotic auras. The beasts in the forbidden area have gone berserk, Jiang Ran said, his gaze growing solemn. He had been living in Qin province for 17 years since his arrival here, and the western side of Qin province borders Gansu province. So Jiang Ran was not completely ignorant of Gansu. However, to appear more knowledgeable, he had specifically checked the map before coming. The mountain they were currently on was called Gutsong Mountain on the map, and the No. 436 secret realm was situated between Gutsong Mountain and another smaller mountain. On the other side of Gutsong Mountain, there was a forbidden area. Its official name should be W04 Forbidden Area, where W stands for West, indicating that it was the fourth forbidden area discovered in the Western Theater. However, most people here preferred to refer to it as Gutsong Forbidden Area. Jiang Ran didn't know much about the forbidden area, only that each forbidden area housed one or more beast emperors. Only beasts above the 10th rank can be called emperors. Jiang Ran couldn't be certain about other countries, but in Dragon Country there definitely exist super strong beings capable of defeating 10th rank beasts. Otherwise the beasts wouldn't remain cooped up in the forbidden areas, too afraid to come out. However, just because they could win didn't mean it would be easy. Every time such a battle occurs, it costs Dragon Country a significant price. This is also the reason why the country, despite knowing the great dangers posed by the forbidden areas, still allows them to exist. So what should we do now? Feng Zhen's once exquisite 3-7 hairstyle had turned into a bird's nest after a week of life-and-death training like a raging storm. He certainly lacked the determination and patience to be a delicate boy at any time and place like Jiang. After all, just figuring out a way to escape the jaws of the alien beasts had already consumed countless of his thoughts. After emerging from the secret realm, all he wanted was to sleep, and he simply couldn't spare extra time to go to a barber shop. Jiang Ran's gaze grew solemn as he looked towards Kuang Feng. Emotionally, he really wanted to go to the other side of Gutsong Mountain to test the strength of the genuine wild alien beasts and see what that so-called forbidden area was like. However, rationally speaking, they were just a group of kids who had recently awakened. They only needed to complete their tasks honestly and embark on an unknown adventure in the secret realm. In fact, the alien beast riots in the forbidden area only sounded terrifying, but in reality these incidents occurred dozens of times every year. Most of them were minor skirmishes that could be resolved by the military station near the forbidden area. Therefore Jiang Ran could guess how Kuang Feng would decide. Sure enough, this matter has nothing to do with you. Continue on your way. Kuang Feng divided the two teams along with 3 drivers into 2 groups and boarded the 2 well-maintained tricycles. Xiang Jingji had managed to escape from Kuang Feng and sat on the back of the tricycle with Jiang Ran and the others, including their original driver. I thought I could go to the battlefield. Xiang Jingji burst out after holding back for a long time. Even Xiang Jingxing felt a bit of a headache, not to mention Shi Yan. With your half-baked self, you think you can go to the battlefield? Are you going to stuff your teeth with alien beasts? Facing Shi Yan's unreserved mockery, Xiang Jingji snorted and rolled up his sleeves, ready to give him a piece of his mind. Yet under Jiang Ran's oppressive gaze, he dared not make a move, only angrily shaking his fist at Shi Yan, indicating that in the secret realm, they would have a unknown battle, and whoever lost would be the grandson. Shi Yan ignored him, and even rolled his eyes, nearly driving Xiang Jingji to the point of smoke coming out of his head. On the way, although stones occasionally fell, there were no more significant disturbances. The road became increasingly bumpy, and by the end, even the tricycle couldn't go further. The group got out of the vehicle and began to walk into the mountains. Until they reached the front of the secret realm, there was no movement on the other side of Gutsong Mountain. They must have been suppressed. Jiang Ran glanced at the few people guarding the front of the secret realm. Even though the secret realm was located in deep mountains and forests, there were still people guarding it. The number had even increased from 2 ordinary personnel to 4, and the personnel had shifted from clerical workers to combat personnel in military uniforms. Although it was the era of superpowers, most criminals' little habits would not easily change. Some people just liked to take the unconventional route, specifically drilling into remote areas of deep mountains and forests. There was no way to be unprepared. Alright, stop looking, do what you need to do. Go on. Compared to Wu Yikai and Xiang Jingji, who couldn't help but keep glancing towards the forbidden zone, Kuang Feng was much calmer. After watching the 2 teams enter in batches, he turned and walked over to one of the guards. Have there been any suspicious people recently? The guard first stood at attention and saluted. Report, sir, there have been no suspicious individuals recently. Kuang Feng returned the salute, nodded, and stepped aside to take out a uniquely shaped communicator from his pocket. After thinking for a moment, he chose to send, "What is the situation in the W04 forbidden area now?" After a few minutes, a reply came back with 4 words, "Still under control." Kuang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This time the secret realm was a mountain forest more primitive than Gutsong Mountain. The eerie atmosphere was almost comparable to some ancient forest documentaries Jiang Ran had seen before. If it weren't for the presence of the original site and the 2 guards on duty, their looking quite formidable, Jiang Ran would really be a bit reluctant to go in. After all, it is said that once you enter such an ancient forest, you won't be able to come out. He personally respected the legend. Let's go, kids. Jiang Ran waved his hand to signal the departure. Then he deliberately patted Xiang Jingxi's shoulder. Don't be disheartened. When we encounter alien beasts, we will let you go first. You will definitely experience what it feels like to be on the battlefield. Xiang Jingxi was deeply moved. Jiangge, you are truly my real brother. After 3 hours had passed. Damn, how can you be so unfaithful? Xiang Jingxi's shout was filled with frustration. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the battlefield? Now it is the battlefield, don't be a coward. Shi Yan yelled back as well. There was no way around it. They were forced to split into 3 groups to escape, and they could hardly see each other without careful searching. Behind them, a creature with 2 horns on its head, covered in pitch-black scales, and measuring around 50 meters long, and as thick as 2 water barrels, was fervently pursuing them. Damn, no wonder they say that once you accidentally enter the ancient forest you won't be able to come out. Jiang Ran pulled Xiang Jingxing and desperately ran forward. They hadn't explored a third of the secret realm yet, and they unexpectedly encountered a fifth-tier alien beast. This luck was almost the level of losing money while buying a lottery ticket. However, the only good fortune was that this alien beast had no ranged attack capabilities, and the trees in this forest were very densely packed. As long as they ran fast enough, they wouldn't die for the moment. Ranzi, quickly take medicine and deal with it. Although Xiang Jingji was running at the back and closest to the alien beast, his mouth was non-stop, trying to use sound waves to interfere with the alien beast's judgment. However, in reality, he only interfered with his teammates. Jiang Ran was exasperated. Do you think that is the elixir of the Supreme Old Lord? Can it allow someone to jump 2 levels? Are you crazy? It can. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Jiang Ran was stunned for a moment. At this time you want to scare me? Believe it or not, I won't end up dying from the pain, right? He still vividly remembered the heavy cost of fighting a 4th-tier alien beast last time. This time, it directly increased a level to the 5th tier. Let's hope he doesn't die in the jaws of the alien beast, but instead painfully dies from this. No, this time I am in a good mood, he'll go. Jiang Ran abruptly hit the brakes, and Xiang Jingxing nearly crashed into him from behind. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Ran suddenly stop, Xiang Jingxing thought there was some other danger ahead, his heart sinking deeper. Jiang Ran suddenly turned around. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I've never been chased so miserably in my life. Xiang Jingxing suddenly had a not-so-good premonition. You're not thinking of. Damn it, let's go for it. Sai, why did you have to do this? Indeed, Jiang Guo, I'm certain that if we had walked it a bit longer it would have given up. Can it still move? If it can, open your mouth. Jiang Guo, come learn from me, ah. Jiang Ran was still oozing blood from all over, staining the rock behind him and the green moss beneath him red. Although that guy took the hit for him during the battle, the cost afterward was borne by Jiang Ran himself. He could have just gritted his teeth and gotten through it, but the noise from those around him was simply too much. Even if he was fine, they would have taken care of him, as if he were not. Sure, Yin was holding a bottle of oral solution, the same kind they received from Feng Haiming each time they exited the secret realm, but with a higher efficacy. Xiang Jingji was still trying to make Jiang Ran open his mouth like a child and obediently take the medicine. Jiang Ran rolled his only movable eye and unapologetically rolled it back. Hey, you can still roll your eyes. Xiang Jingji was suddenly excited. That means he's not dead. Jiang Ran rolled his eyes again. Nonsense, with my chest rising and falling so obviously, how could I be dead? As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Perhaps having experienced it once gave him a psychological preparation. Jiang Ran actually felt that the cost this time was not as hard to accept as the last. It hurt for less than 15 minutes, and Jiang Ran regained his vitality, looking as if he could still battle with the otherworldly beasts for 300 rounds. That's enough, everyone, we need to hurry. Jiang Ran, having recovered, had a serious expression on his face. We really need to speed up. Sure, Yin nodded, otherwise we'll end up falling behind the substitutes, and 10 Xiang Jingji's faces wouldn't be enough to save our pride. No, that's not what I'm considering. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ran rejected this. Xiang Jingxing thought for a moment. Are you afraid they might encounter 5th-tier otherworldly beasts as well, so you want to get out early to seek help? Jiang Ran was taken aback, seemingly not having thought of that layer. But after 2 seconds he shook his head. I know our luck and have heard about theirs. Since we encountered the 5th-tier otherworldly beasts, they definitely won't meet them again. I just want to get out quickly, and then. Jiang Ran tugged at his clothes, which were soaked in blood again. Have a nice bath, change into clean clothes, and order 2 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup for some nourishment. The 4 of them. They still thought too seriously of Jiang Ran. So where do we go now? Xiang Jingji looked at the towering trees that looked identical all around, and the winding paths leading nowhere, feeling a headache coming on. Before Jiang Ran could finish pondering, Jiang Qingya pointed in a direction this way. Oh wow. Xiang Jingji was overjoyed. We actually have a master in our team. Jiang Ran and the other 2 didn't even express their feelings and immediately turned to head in the direction Jiang Qingya pointed. It was Jiang Qingya who was now left stunned. You guys. He hesitated for a moment. Aren't you afraid I might be pointing the wrong way? Oh. Sure. Yin turned back to glance at him. If it's wrong, then it's wrong. Xiang Jingji shook his head and followed exactly. If it's wrong, it's wrong. You're a person, not some primitive forest creature. How could you remember so clearly? Besides, even if it's really wrong, we can just change direction and continue walking. Don't worry, buddy, my stamina is excellent now. Walking for 3 days and nights is no problem. I definitely won't hold you back. Jiang Ran couldn't even bother to turn his head back. Let's hurry. If we don't get out soon, I'll be suffocated by this bloody smell. Although they had rushed and hurried by the time Jiang Ran and the others struggled to escape the encirclement of the otherworldly beasts and finally reached the starting point, they found that the substitute team was right there as well. Jiang Ran's face was devoid of blood and looked as if he had just crawled out of a blood pit, and even the others looked the same, a group of people in a woeful state reeking of blood. In contrast, Chi Mu and the others were not only clean, but their hair hadn't even been ruffled. See, Jiang Ran sighed, I told you their luck is just the opposite of ours. Xiang Jingji was on the verge of tears from envy. Dear heavens, I will never call you grandpa again, you're truly playing with me like a grandson. After exiting the secret realm, a fair and slender hand offered an oral solution. Jiang Ran glanced at it. Something feels off. What are you doing here? By the entrance of the secret realm, Bai Yu dressed in black stood there, while the original team leader Kuang Feng was nowhere to be found. Why can't I be here? Am I not allowed to come for a vacation? Bai Yu pulled Jiang Ran aside, discreetly surveyed him, and only released him after confirming he was fine. Jiang Ran was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, frowning slightly. Could it be that something happened over in the Forbidden Zone? What could happen over there? Bai Yu knew he couldn't scare him, but his words weren't just directed at Jiang Ran. You kids can barely handle a level secret realm and have turned yourselves into this. Do you still dare to think about the Forbidden Zone? You might as well think about what to do during the next 2 days of vacation. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant everyone returned from the valley to the county. Jiang Ran once again marveled at how convenient spatial abilities were. How he wished to possess them. Unfortunately, his targets for plunder could only be those he killed with his own hands. He could only think about Bai Yu's abilities. This county was named after the mountain called Gutsong County. It's unclear whether Gutsong Mountain was named first or if the county was named after the mountain. The entire county was very poor, the kind of poverty that wouldn't be lifted even with focused poverty alleviation efforts. Usually not many people would come here, so there were only 2 or 3 inns, and the environment could only be described as average. Jiang Ran didn't care how the other young masters felt. He had stayed in inns worse than this in his previous life, and was completely fine with it. An hour later, Jiang Ran finally transformed from a messy boy back into a refined young master. Bai Yu was lounging in his room, playing games. What are you doing here? Looking to slack off in a different place. Jiang Ran snatched his own phone back from him, and upon seeing the battle scores exclaimed, what the hell, is this something a person can achieve? Yet this guy didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his playout. Instead, he looked a bit proud. How about it, brother's skills, aren't they impressive? Get lost. If you touch my account again, I'll kill you. Oh, come on, so aggressive. Is your temper this bad? In the secret, Bai Yu pointed with his index finger. The life bond stone almost turned you into a light bulb, you know that. Jiang Ran was genuinely stunned this time. He had always thought that the so-called cost was just a bit of blood and some pain for a while, but he didn't expect it could actually cause a reaction with the life bond stone. Doesn't that mean, according to the life bond stone's judgment, he was already in a near-death state at that time? So if the cost was too great, he would really be killed by pain. Jiang Ran felt an unusual sense of dread in his heart. It seemed he couldn't casually activate special forms anymore. He didn't want to go through the trouble of defeating an otherworldly beast only to die from pain afterward. Who would he complain to then? The audience in front of the screen thinks I should have picked the bubbles right. They spent less than a day in the secret realm, but the flow of time inside was significantly slower than outside. By the time they emerged, nearly 3 days had passed in the outside world. In the evening, Xiang Jingji searched for a long time and finally found a restaurant selling duck blood vermicelli soup. When Jiang Ran arrived, half of the dishes had already been served. While I was just saying it casually, but you really ordered 2 bowls. Of course. Xiang Jingji chuckled. Jiang, guess wishes are always my top priority. Alright, once I reach the source realm, I will appoint you as my top general. Jiang Ran was in a good mood, a smile on his face as he casually chose a spot to sit next to Bai Yu, who insisted on coming along. Did you not call them? Everyone knew who they were referring to. Shurian shook his head. I called them, but they said they were busy cultivating and couldn't come. Xiang Jingji couldn't help but laugh. You thought that casual remark wouldn't stick with them. Ever since then, they haven't taken a break during any holidays, always cultivating, fearing they would fall too far behind us. Bai Yu became a bit curious. What did you say? Jiang Ran blinked. Oh, it was nothing really. After we came out of the secret realm, we had a day off, and Chi Mu asked me what I was planning to do. I said time is precious, and I wanted to use it for cultivation. Who would have thought that your cultivation actually meant playing games? Xiang Jingji laughed uncontrollably. If Wu Yikai knew the truth, his Dao heart would probably shatter. I was wondering how you leveled up so quickly. Bai Yu pouted and pointed. So you spent all that cultivation time playing games, huh? With such a high rank, it made me get wrecked during my ranked matches. As soon as the topic turned to that previous game, Jiang Ran couldn't help but frown. You still dare to mention the password? He originally thought that sure, Yen was already a gaming black hole, but after witnessing by Yes skills, Jiang Ran realized what it meant to be outclassed with the talent to stand out on its own. In the middle of the night. Although Gutsong County's economy is struggling, the environment is quite pleasant, and even the moon shines brighter than in the city. At this moment, a sneaky figure was crouching cautiously, making his way outside. "Where are you going?" Suddenly a cold voice whispered close to his ear, startling Xiang Jingji almost to the point of jumping. He turned around abruptly, and the face of the person behind him was clearly visible in the moonlight. "Damn, Ranzi, don't you know that scaring someone can kill them?" Xiang Jingji, still shaken, patted his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. Jiang Ran didn't respond, but stared at him, asking again, "Where are you going?" "Me? I ate too much at dinner and can't sleep, so I'm just out for a stroll." Xiang Jingji chuckled awkwardly. "Ranzi, are you also unable to sleep from eating too much?" "That's perfect. Oh, we can keep each other company on a walk together." "Are you really just out for a stroll, or are you trying to sneak over to the forbidden area while we're not paying attention?" "How could it be? Am I that kind of person?" Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you?" Xiang Jingji patted his chest loudly, raising his voice to prove his sincerity. "Definitely not. I'm really just out for a stroll and to enjoy the scenery." "Oh." Jiang Ran nodded in understanding. "All right then, take your time to stroll." Before Xiang Jingji could express his joy, he heard Jiang Ran continue. "We're leaving now, so enjoy the view by yourself." Huh. Leave? Where are they going?" Jiang Ran didn't plan to explain, patted his shoulder, and turned away without a hint of reluctance. At that moment, as Jiang Ran walked in a certain direction, several more people emerged from the darkness. Xiang Jingji squinted. "Damn it, those three rascals are all here." Wait, where are you all going?" Baiyu casually pulled Jiang Ran over, curling the corners of his mouth, without saying a word. Jiang Ran smiled cheerfully. "We plan to check out the forbidden area over there for some experience. Since you want to stay here and enjoy the scenery, I won't force you." "All right, no more talking, we're off now." Xiang Jingji. Damn. He thought he had hidden his little scheme well, but these guys not only guessed what he wanted to do, but they also acted fast. Looking at their attire, it was clear they hadn't acted on a whim. They had been pretending this whole time for him. What happened to their camaraderie and brotherhood? What happened to their promise to make him their top general? He would never trust Jiang Ran's nonsense again. Each forbidden area in Longhua is guarded by troops, but conditions vary greatly, depending on the location of the forbidden area. Jiang Ran had already prepared mentally before arriving. Gutsong County was impoverished, so the Gutsong forbidden area would surely be more difficult than average. For instance, bedding made of earth and sky, or a mat spread out, and if lucky, a tent to shield from the wind and rain. But he never expected that just 10 kilometers from the forbidden area there would be a city. The pitch-black city walls towered at least 30 meters high, stretching for miles across a barren land illuminated by the moonlight, shining like obsidian. Jiang Ran and the others stood below, looking exceedingly small. My goodness. Xiang Jingji, who had barely managed to keep up, stared at the city wall, instinctively swallowing his saliva. This is too spectacular. It was nothing like what he had imagined before. Password. Suddenly a voice popped up, nearly scaring Xiang Jingji again. Where did that person come from? How did he not see him? Baiyu answered leisurely, the sticky, soft, chewy group that got stuck up there. The person said no more, and a small door opened with a snap. Baiyu nodded, said nothing more, and quietly led the group inside. Once inside, Jiang Ran realized that although it was far from a modern city, it was still light years away from what he had imagined. The streets were wide, much wider than ordinary national highways. On both sides of the roads there were not only houses, but also restaurants, supermarkets, and even a few billiard halls and mahjong parlors. Though the supplies weren't comprehensive, living here was not a problem. In fact, even though it was already midnight, most of the restaurants were still open. If there were tasks that required going out at night, or if someone returned from a task late at night, they wouldn't go hungry. As the group walked and looked around, if it weren't for the wrong time of their visit when most shops were closed, Xiang Jingji estimated, he would have gone into each one. He gained new insights. This time, he truly gained new insights. Baiyu led them through a winding path until they finally arrived at a hidden guest house. Judging by the familiarity, it seemed he had been there more than once. The guest house was not like a hotel, featuring only 2 standard rooms, with beds lacking any deluxe suites or presidential rooms. With 6 of them, 3 rooms were just enough. To be honest, Jiang Ran's emotions upon arriving here were nothing but surprise. Although he had seen much about the forbidden area online, this was indeed his first time visiting it. He would never have expected the country to establish a city here directly. They arrived in the middle of the night, and although they couldn't see the city's appearance clearly, they could vaguely sense its imposing aura. If seen during the day, it would probably offer a different flavor. Moreover, aside from the surprise of a city existing in the forbidden area, there was also the unexpected nature of the forbidden area itself. Before coming, he had shared similar thoughts with others. They all spoke of how mysterious the forbidden area was and how terrifying the exotic beasts within it could be. Even those who had not researched it could tell from the commotion they encountered on the mountain how frightening a beast. He had expected it to be a place of chaos with various supernatural phenomena unleashed. Unexpectedly, it was so quiet. The beasts in the forbidden area were as silent as chickens, and there wasn't a single person moving within the city. In fact, Jiang Ran didn't even catch a whiff of blood. The tranquility felt more like the calm before a storm rather than the aftermath of a riot and suppression. It felt more like the eerie calm before a storm. What are you thinking? Baiyu was leaning on another bed playing a game, this time with his own account. At such a young age, why are you so worried? I told you there's nothing interesting here, yet you insisted on coming. Are you disappointed? Not exactly disappointed. Jiang Ran snapped back to reality. I'm just a bit curious about what the forbidden area is like. After all, it's just separated by a mountain. It's really just a snap of your fingers away. Since we have nothing to do in the next couple of days, why not come and broaden our horizons? If you're just too naive. Bai's gaze never left the screen, his fingers moving rapidly, as if they were leaving after images. When you see it in the daylight, you'll understand just how boring it is. Double kill. Triple kill. Ace. Suddenly a series of voice notifications rang from the phone. Moi. Jiang Ran rolled over and leaned in to look at his screen. Wow, you've improved so quickly. You can even get a triple kill now. Just as Jiang Ran leaned in, he heard another notification. At the same time, a capitalized word appeared on the screen: defeat. Jiang Ran. It turned out Baiyu didn't get a triple kill, it was the opposing team that had achieved it. You? He looked at Baiyu with a complex expression. Even Baiyu with his thick skin felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. Ahem, that was just an accident. As he spoke, Baiyu quickly tucked away his phone beside his pillow, lying flat on the bed with his hands folded over his stomach. It's getting late, I'm going to sleep now. Don't bother me anymore. People need to keep their distance. Jiang Ran couldn't help but twitch his mouth, unable to hold back his laughter. He really hadn't expected that Shi Yin and Baiyu, both exceptionally gifted in supernatural abilities, would turn out to be useless in the game. They were practically hopeless cases. The next morning, Jiang Ran was dreaming of fishing on the sea, and suddenly the fishing float plunged down sharply. Just as Jiang Ran was about to reel in the line, an immense force from below yanked him into the water. He wanted to struggle, but his mouth and nose were completely blocked by seawater, leaving no air. His eyelids grew heavier. Huh. Jiang Ran suddenly awoke from the bed, only to realize that there was no drowning or seawater, but rather Baiyu had pinched his nose, preventing him from breathing. Thus, for half a day, Jiang Ran didn't spare a single glance at Baiyu. He completely treated him as air. If he couldn't beat this bastard, could he not avoid him? During the day in the city, although various shops were open, there were still very few people on the streets. The sunlight shone on the dark city walls, not bringing warmth, but making them appear even colder and more imposing. Xiang Jingji wandered through several shops and discovered that most of the shopkeepers were ordinary awakened individuals, not military personnel. Although some had cold attitudes, most of the shop owners were quite perceptive and treated them warmly. Shi Yin took the opportunity to ask about the city and the forbidden area, but it was unclear whether the shopkeepers genuinely didn't know or were under orders not to speak. In the end, Shi Yin didn't obtain any useful information. Instead, he was forced to buy a bunch of random items, not knowing what they were for. By the time they finished lunch, they had yet to see a single person from the military. The messages sent to Quang Feng were like stones sinking into the sea with no reply. Xiang Jingji felt a bit frustrated. Ranzi, what are we going to do next? Jiang Ran finally understood just how boring Baiyu had meant. There really wasn't much to see here. There was no advanced technology, nor any unique local customs, or exquisite souvenirs. Since that's the case, let's go out and take a look. Jiang Ran hadn't forgotten his initial idea to witness the forbidden area with his own eyes. Baiyu lagged behind, and upon hearing his words, he couldn't help but chuckle. Without him, no one would know the command. How could they leave the city without the command? No way. If he thought he could ignore him, how childish. He would probably come back to beg him soon. Baiyu crossed his arms and walked leisurely behind them as they approached the city wall. Before they even approached the city wall, a voice suddenly called out, "Command." Baiyu's smile grew wider. "Bubble milk tea that's so good it makes you dizzy." The small door opened immediately. Jiang Ran, who answered with the correct command, let out an ambiguous laugh and went out first. Baiyu's smile froze on his face. "What the hell, Ranzi, how did you know the command?" Xiang Jingji had thought they would be stopped, but he didn't expect Jiang Ran to know the command. Wait, hadn't they all been together? Why did Jiang Ran know it while he didn't? Had he missed something? But that didn't seem right, judging by his brother's expression. He looked surprised too. Jiang Ran raised a finger and shook it a secret. After leaving the city, he walked a distance before looking into the distance. Although it was a sunny day with the sun shining brightly overhead, there was a deep red sky at a distance of several kilometers away. The dense red mist completely obscured that area, making it impossible to see anything from the outside. Not to mention the exotic beasts inside Jiang Ran could hardly feel the wind from there. It was as if beneath that deep red sky lay another special space. Jiang Ran's gaze seemed fixated, nailed to that deep red canopy. Suddenly his eyes flickered. Whether it was an illusion or not, he seemed to feel that the sky there was alive. This thought just emerged and uncontrollably occupied his mind. Jiang Ran frowned, forcefully suppressing the inexplicable notion. Yet he couldn't resist looking at those deep red, dense, fluffy mist again. In the next moment, the red mist he was staring at suddenly began to boil, rolling up and down, as if something inside was desperately trying to break free from the thick mist. Before Jiang Ran could react to what was happening, the ground suddenly shook. A deafening beast roar echoed throughout the world. Bai Ye's expression changed suddenly as he snapped his fingers. However, they did not appear in the city. Instead, they found themselves at the foot of the city wall. This continuous stretch of city wall can block spatial movement. A harsh alarm sounded within the city. In an instant, everyone's expression turned serious, and without caring about what they were doing, they immediately stood up and ran towards the city wall. The password is ice to the cracked, soft, and snowy ice. Bai did not wait for anyone to ask for the password, and spoke it out proactively. As soon as the small door opened a crack, he snapped his fingers again. Before the others could react, they had already appeared in the lodging where they stayed last night. The alarm continued to blare, and suddenly the city wall seemed to be struck by something, the explosion sound momentarily overshadowing the alarm. But then a dark light suddenly illuminated the pitch-black city wall, and the invisible attack was dispersed in an instant. Although these events unfolded in quick succession, it had only been a second. Had Bai reacted just a bit slower, they would have been crushed to dust by that invisible attack. At this moment, Jiang Ran finally understood why the entire mountain had trembled when they were on the mountain before. It wasn't a giant beast colliding with the mountain that caused it, but a magical attack. Is this the power of high-level beasts? Just a roar had such terrifying might. What's wrong? Are you all stunned? Bai turned around to see the five of them, all wearing contemplative expressions, raising an eyebrow. Now you realize the gap between you and them, right? But you don't need to despair. Go back, train hard, play fewer games, and if luck is on your side, you might be able to match such a level of beasts in 10 or 8 years. Listening to Bai Ye's rambling, Jiang Ran almost rolled his eyes to the sky. Bai patted Jiang Ran's shoulder. Alright, don't keep rolling your eyes, or your eyes will cramp up. You've seen enough, young master. Shouldn't we head back? I'm not saying it harshly, but you few bean sprouts don't count as combat power. Staying here just causes more trouble. Well said, don't say it again in the future. If it weren't for Bai being somewhat mysterious and appearing strong to them, even Xiang Jingji would want to roll his eyes. Let's go. Given Bai Ye's voluntary concession, Jiang Ran couldn't be bothered to fuss over his mixed mess. They arrived in the middle of the night, and aside from the city guards and the innkeeper, they hadn't disturbed anyone, so they didn't need to greet anyone when they left. Their disappearance was sudden and without nostalgia. After returning, Jiang Ran checked online and learned that each time the beasts in the forbidden area went on a rampage, it did not end with just one incident. It was similar to an earthquake. After a significant quake, there would be numerous aftershocks, and it could even lead to a series of more terrifying chain reactions. In several public records, Jiang Ran saw records of other battle zones experiencing beast rampages in the forbidden areas. The E02 Forbidden Zone experienced a very high-level rampage over 20 years ago, which lasted for a full half-month. On the third day of the E02 rampage, E03 and E04 also began rampaging one after the other. Even in the overlapping areas of these forbidden zones, earthquakes and torrential rain landslides occurred. This is a chain reaction. Fortunately, the W04 rampage did not seem as intense, at most at a level of 3. Based on past rampage levels in forbidden zones, only those reaching above level 7 have the potential to trigger chain reactions. Thus, this time's W04 rampage could be handled by the station troops without needing additional support. It wasn't until the evening that someone from the backup team came out for a meal. These few people seemed to have no idea they were absent last night and this morning. They ordered a few meals to take away and hurried back after greeting Jiang Ran. Seeing Wu Yikai not wasting a second and glancing at his teammate, who could take 2 hours to eat, Jiang Ran rubbed his chin. In comparison, it felt like they were slacking off. This holiday, although it was a day longer than before, subjectively, it didn't feel any longer. Feng Haiming rushed from the capital to replace Kuang Feng in leading the team. Bai Yu warned Jiang Ran with a nod, then his figure flashed, and he ran off again. The group took a vehicle from Gutsan County to Liangzhou City, then boarded a plane to the 441st Secret Realm located in E Province Sang City. With less than half a month until the preliminary matches, they had to seize every moment to enhance their strength. Although it was clearly stated that their participation was merely to give certain countries face, and that rankings were not important, just consider it a trip. But a group of passionate 17 or 18-year-olds would not take such words to heart. For them, since they were going abroad for an international competition, they must bring back the first place to defend the Dragon Kingdom's champion title. Jiang Ran slept throughout the flight, yawning continuously upon disembarking, and even before entering the secret realm, he appeared listless. Xiang Jingji poked him. "Ronner, did you go thieving last night?" "No way," Jiang Ran replied, unable to resist another big yawn. "I practiced all day yesterday, and by night I felt just right, so I practiced all night long." Xiang Jingzi's eyes lit up. "How's the progress? What level did you reach?" Quite a bit, but now I'm hitting a bottleneck, so it depends on whether there's an opportunity for a breakthrough." "That's great. Should we go for a speed run this time? Let's leave more time for Ronner to try for a breakthrough." "I'm fine with anything." Shurian shrugged. After all, he wasn't keen on gaming. Who would keep playing something they always lost at? That would be masochistic. Neither Jiang Ran nor Shurian cared, and there was even less need to mention Xiang Jingxing and Jiang Qingya. Xiang Jingji tidied his clothes and eagerly took the position of the tour guide. "Then let's get started. Off we go." Although they intended to speed run at the start, this secret realm actually took longer than the 436th did. They didn't encounter 5th level beasts, but the group ran into a pack of beasts consisting of over 10 3rd level beasts and 6 4th level beasts. Jiang Ran dared not use his special form carelessly, so the group could only fight while running, spending most of the day to shake them off. However, the only good thing was that the time flow in the 441st secret realm was almost the same as the outside world. They spent a day inside and about a day passed outside too. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Yan Yu and the others emerged looking disheveled. Jiang Ran glanced at the time and nodded in satisfaction. Good, just in time for dinner. This time Feng Haiming did not leave immediately, but instead accompanied them to the... Jiang Ran didn't mind. After all, having a guardian with them meant they wouldn't have to pay for their own meals. Though he wasn't short on money, saving a bit was still nice. The others shared the same sentiment, ordering ruthlessly during the meal, picking the pricier items, and some even ordered more than one portion. Feng Haiming looked at the ever-growing list of dishes with a helpless smile. Well, they were of an age that could be considered his own children, so he might as well go along with them. Halfway through dinner, Jiang Ran's eating speed visibly slowed down. Suddenly, as he reached out to pick up a dish, his hand paused. Xiang Jingxing thought he had taken the dish Jiang Ran wanted, and just as he was about to change his hand, Jiang Ran withdrew his hand. Xiang Jingxing was a bit confused. So should he pick it up or not? Feng Haiming had finished eating 5 minutes ago, and in order to not make the kids too awkward, he had excused himself after eating. At the same time, Jiang Ran was lost and thought Feng Haiming's hand holding the phone also froze slightly. Then, regardless of whether the person on the other end had finished speaking, he quickly hung up and rushed into the restaurant. In the private room, Jiang Ran suddenly stood up. An earthquake is coming. Earthquake. At this moment, the gap between the teams became evident. While Qi Mu and the others were still contemplating the truth of this statement, Shi Yan and his companions had already swiftly stood up and rushed outside. Xiang Jingji didn't even finish his last bite of food, throwing down his chopsticks and sprinting away, his speed astonishing. Yan Yu had already dashed out, but when she looked back, she found her 4 teammates still seated, instantly feeling a surge of anger. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." "Huh. All right." Feng Haiming rushed into the shop and happened to encounter Xiang Jingji, who was the first to run out. But he only paused for a moment before continuing inside. Along the way, he encountered others one after another, yet Feng Haiming remained vigilant, quickly diving into other private rooms. As soon as he entered, he bumped into Jiang Ran, who was rushing out. This isn't even their dining room. How did Jiang Ran end up here?" Although Feng Haiming was puzzled, he didn't ask anything and immediately yielded his position. Several burly men who had been seated in the room were now following Jiang Ran out with bewildered expressions. Feng Haiming understood the situation and quickly turned to head in another direction. But before they could act again, the floor beneath them suddenly began to undulate erratically. Boom! A tremendous sound approached from afar, as if a giant beast was awakening beneath the ground. Somewhere the ground suddenly began to collapse, and a car was swallowed by a crack without warning. There were several consecutive loud crashes. Buildings began to crumble and glass shattered with flying shards resembling hidden weapons. The earth continued to shake, and even standing upright became a test. Boom! This restaurant barely held out for even a minute before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Just before the ceiling fell, Feng Haiming lunged forward to shield Jiang Ran beneath him. Jiang Ran's pupils constricted, and he had no time to think as a powerful gust of wind erupted around him, rapidly expanding outward. Countless large chunks of wall were ruthlessly torn to dust by the hurricane. Seeing this, Feng Haiming grabbed Jiang Ran and pulled him outside. Jiang Ran suppressed the urge to cough, controlling his abilities to ensure that the power only shattered the debris without causing harm. Outside, Xiang Jingji was anxiously pacing. Natural disasters were unavoidable, yet their powers seemed almost useless in such situations. They were adept at fighting, but when it came to rescuing people, they were utterly lost. Moreover, with Jiang Ran, who typically took charge, and the only experienced adult in the team, both absent, the 9 of them felt momentarily bewildered, unsure of what to do. The shaking of the ground gradually subsided, but no one knew if there would be another tremor or when an aftershock. Cough. A few violent coughs erupted, and a gap suddenly opened in the rubble as Feng Haiming and Jiang Ran rushed out one after the other. Shi Yan immediately stepped forward, but noticed something was off as soon as he got close to Jiang Ran. "Are you injured?" "No." Jiang Ran waved his hand, but couldn't help coughing again, spitting out 2 drops of crimson. "You're coughing up blood and still saying you're fine." Shi Yan panicked and immediately sent over 2 orbs of light. But then he quickly remembered that another team had a professional healer. Feng Zhen. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran wiped his lips and glared at them fiercely, saying, "What are you looking at? Go get away from here." Feng Haiming noticed Jiang Ran suddenly coughing blood for some reason, but at that moment his phone was about to explode with calls. In the face of significant issues, he had no choice but to temporarily ignore Jiang Ran, hastily moving aside to answer calls while sending messages. Earthquake A6. 2 magnitude earthquake occurred in Sang City, Hubei Province. A 5.6 magnitude riot in W04 restricted zone. Chain reactions erupted in W01 and W02 restricted zones. Lines of red text that looked like blood dominated the trending topics. Jiang Ran was still coughing, and the amount of red was increasing. Feng Zhen, who had been pulled over by Xiang Jingji, was a bit at a loss. He had used all the healing methods he learned, yet still could not make Jiang Ran feel better. For a moment, he even began to doubt whether his abilities had gone awry, making Jiang Ran's condition worse. Looking at Xiang Jingji beside him, his eyes seemed as if he wanted to devour him. "Cough, cough." Xiang Jingji toned down, "Your gaze, you're scaring him." "Cough, I said I'm fine, hurry up and disperse. If you all cluster here, you'll be caught when the aftershocks come." Finally, Jiang Ran stopped coughing blood, and after straightening his back, the first thing he did was point out each person around him and scold them fiercely. "If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Are you all staying back just to drag me down? Go, all of you, get out." Jiang Ran glared at Shi Yan. "Can't you understand human speech? What are you still doing here?" Shi Yan frowned. "Why aren't you leaving?" "Because I'm more useful than you," Jiang Ran replied bluntly. His attitude toward everyone seemed to suddenly revert to the time of their entrance exam when they first met. Arrogant, looking down on others, and speaking harshly enough to make one want to hit him. Useful? What use can an injured person have? Since they first met Jiang Ran until now, aside from the 2 times he suffered side effects from taking forbidden medicine in the secret realm, they had never seen him get injured. This guy was clearly the same age as them, no, even younger than some, yet he gave the impression of being excessively reliable. Whether it was encountering a 6th-tier mutated beast in Shanghai City, confronting the Sea Realm during their exploration of the secret realm, or challenging a beast 2 tiers higher than himself in the secret realm, they had never seen Jiang Ran display a look of despair. It was as if all these matters were under his control. No matter what he encountered, he had absolute confidence in resolving everything. Therefore, he had never told them to leave first, no matter what they faced. However, this time, in the face of a natural disaster, Jiang Ran's proud ability to control the situation had completely failed him. No matter how strong the people behind him were, could they control a natural disaster? He knew that this earthquake was triggered by the riot of mutated beasts in the restricted zones, and he could even mobilize people to suppress the beasts at the fastest speed. But he couldn't guarantee that the earthquake wouldn't happen again. He also couldn't assure that under such a disaster his teammates would definitely be safe. It was very possible that he just turned his head and the next second a steel bar could fall down and impale Shi Yan. One hit kill, and there would be no saving him. This was not what Jiang Ran wanted to see. Thus, he could only deliberately say some harsh words to provoke them, hoping these fools would quickly leave his sight and find a safe place to hide. But why were these few so stubborn? After hearing this, they became even more resolute in their decision. They wouldn't leave, absolutely not. "If you're staying here, then we will too. You can yell as much as you want, and we'll take care of our own legs. As long as you don't leave." "I'm really considering changing the cover." Upon returning from the phone call, Feng Haiming was immediately ruthless in driving away the stubborn bunch still lingering there. No matter what their abilities were, they were still just children who had just come of age with one even suffering backlash while trying to save someone. How could he allow a group of children to remain here? The adults were not all gone. The rescue teams arrived swiftly and with exceptional professionalism. At the same time, the Central Theater quickly assembled a troop to head to the W01 and W02 restricted zones for support and suppression. 2 aftershocks followed, but fortunately, they were minor, causing no significant difficulties for the rescue. Jiang Ran's once pristine white clothing was now covered in dust and splattered with crimson, yet he found himself too preoccupied to care. He looked up at the sky, which had darkened, but for some reason began to turn crimson, as if a vast expanse of fiery clouds spread overhead. For some reason, Jiang Ran felt an uneasy premonition in his heart, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. Although a level 6 riot was terrifying, it was not enough to trigger a chain reaction that could incite riots in 2 restricted zones. Yet that was precisely what was happening. Jiang Ran rubbed his forehead and sighed internally. Forget it, as a mere fighter in the realm, thinking about such matters was futile. Surviving itself was already not causing trouble for anyone. Jiang Ran had no idea how he fell asleep. He only remembered losing consciousness the moment his eyes shut, and when he opened them again, it was already noon the next day. Beside him, Xiang Jingji was perched with his legs crossed, engrossed in his phone. Last night, to ensure they could escape together after the incident, the 5 of them had squeezed into a single room. Jiang Ran sat up and noticed that aside from him, the other 4 had long been awake, some meditating, while others were on their phones, mutually tacit in not calling him. He picked up his phone to find an explosion of messages. His elder uncle Yan Feng, even his usually busy aunt, had sent 2 messages inquiring about his safety. But there were no messages from his grandfather. Fortunately, few knew where he was now, otherwise it would take Jiang Ran an hour just to reply. The riots in W01 and W02 had been largely suppressed, and the epicenter of the earthquake was in Sang City, which had a sparse population and frequently experienced minor tremors, hence the casualties were not severe, allowing for swift handling. Now only W04 remained without any news. In the afternoon, Feng Haiming, who hadn't slept all night, came to take them back to the capital. The capital was also generous, directly sending a small private plane to pick them up. He initially thought that upon returning to the capital, they would continue into the secret realms, but unexpectedly Feng Haiming said that there would be no further arrangements for secret realms in the coming days, allowing them to have free time instead. In short, they were given a mini holiday for National Day, extending 2 days beyond the usual 7-day break for students. After informing them to gather on October 16th, Feng Haiming hurriedly left. The remaining 10 exchanged blank stares. If I had known there would be a holiday, I wouldn't have come to the capital. Xiang Jingzi's expression turned grim. His home was in Ning province in the northwest, and it would take him less than 3 hours to get there from Yi province. Now from the capital to Ning province, even by plane, it would take 7 hours. Not to mention there were no tickets available. Aside from Yin Ye's home in Bishi City, which was less than an hour's drive from the capital, the closest other places would still require at least 4 hours by car to reach. The group hesitated, wondering whether to take this opportunity to visit home or to continue striving to enhance their strength. Unable to decide, Qi Mu and Wu Yikai unconsciously turned their gazes toward Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran helplessly raised his hand. Don't look at me. I want to go back to school. You all do as you wish. I'm going home, Yin Yu said, turning to leave. The remaining 4 substitutes looked at each other, scratching their heads, and ultimately chose to part ways. As soon as the outsiders left, Xiang Jingzi's face immediately darkened. Ranzi, you can't be so heartless. We can't get into your school, and if you leave, what will we do? You can go wherever you like. The capital is so big, can it not accommodate the 4 of you? If nothing else, you can go explore other places. Jiang Ran was now preoccupied with thoughts of his own standalone villa, eager to return and lie in bed for a good rest. He felt no sympathy for Xiang Jingzi's persistence. Alright, we are all adults now. Oh, we need our own space. I have to go too, you all take care of yourselves. With that, Jiang Ran expressionlessly shook off Xiang Jingzi's hand and left without looking back. He left behind a resolute silhouette for the 4. Upon returning to school and meeting Principal Yuan Pu, Jiang Ran locked himself in the villa for 3 days, refusing to see anyone during that time. 3 days later. It should be about time. Jiang Ran looked at the golden victory displayed on his phone screen, nodding in satisfaction. Although it took him 2 days to overcome a minor bottleneck, fortunately the outcome was good. Moreover, he had spent an additional day consolidating his progress. He planned to give them a surprise. Before he knew it, it was October 16th, the day before the highly anticipated Global League qualifiers. This Global League's competition was set to take place in Mygenia, an island located in the center of the ocean. For this event the island had undergone significant transformation. 5 massive venues, 9 luxurious accommodation buildings, and even 6 restaurants were built offering cuisines from various countries. In addition, numerous common training facilities were constructed. They had transformed a once isolated island into a tourist destination. The rapid construction of such comprehensive facilities in less than a month likely cost a fortune. In reality, most of these developments were handled by the Eagle Nation itself. After the proposal was approved, the Ability Alliance designated Myjania as the venue for the league. Eagle Nation had indeed requested other countries to contribute. Even if they didn't send people or manpower, they should at least contribute some funds, as the league wasn't just for their country. After all, wouldn't their people need to stay and eat there too? However, this request was immediately rejected by the Dragon Nation. You proposed the league and chose the location. We never said we wanted to compete. You were the one begging us to join you. Why should we pay? If Eagle Nation is so poor that you can't even afford to build a few small buildings, then perhaps you shouldn't host the league at all. Let's just pretend the proposal never happened. Don't worry, I won't mock you when you leave. In fact, if you're really strapped for cash, I can lend you some with favorable interest rates. The representative sent by Eagle Nation was a proper Caucasian, but according to reports from the front lines, that person turned darker than the representative from the African countries after hearing what the Dragon Nation's representative had to say. The Dragon Kingdom team's accommodation was arranged in the 4th dormitory building, the entire 4th floor reserved for them. This number. The more one looks at it, the more it resembles a choice made deliberately to irritate them, picking the number 4, which is the least favored by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Wu Yikai felt a bit angry, yet the others displayed an indifferent demeanor, completely unbothered. Jiang Ran chuckled. Are you going to specifically challenge a bug just because it disgusted you? Broaden your perspective. After all, besides using some irritating tactics, they have no other means. While saying this, he even took the initiative to remove the number 404, which others disliked the most. After the meeting that night, the 4 of them gathered at 404. What do you think the preliminary match will be like? Xiang Jingji was washing cards and couldn't help but discuss tomorrow's preliminary match. I don't know. Jiang Ran didn't play along with them. In his words, if this gambling god were to participate, it would be too unfair to them. At this moment he was occupying an entire sofa by himself, reclining back, with a lollipop sticking out of his mouth. Who cares what it's like, let's just do it. Jiang Ran nonchalantly replied, while replying to messages. This time coming to Myjania, besides the 2 competing teams, and the 2 leading teachers Feng Haiming and Quang Feng, 2 unfamiliar strangers also accompanied them. Although Jiang Ran and the others didn't know them, it didn't mean that the representatives from other countries were unaware. 2 spiritual realms. A national-level powerhouse just sent abroad like this. 2 at once. Some were shocked, some were in disbelief, some were fearful, while others were pleased. In an instant the reactions from various countries were all different. But regardless of what they were thinking, what the Dragon Kingdom wanted to convey had already been communicated. The reason for participating in the league was firstly, to give you face, and secondly, to allow their children to broaden their horizons. If anyone tries to pull any tricks behind our backs, our family's spiritual realm is already abundant enough to serve as bodyguards for the children. You better have as many. Fuck. A middle-aged man on the top floor of a building looked furious, wishing he could crush the phone in his hand. Didn't they say that the Dragon Kingdom recently had a disturbance in the restricted area, which caused a chain reaction? How could they possibly send 2 spiritual realm individuals abroad at this juncture? Could it be that they aren't really from the spiritual realm, but just peak shujing? The person on the other end of the line spoke hesitantly, afraid of offending the other party. Are you implying that I'm so old I can't distinguish between peak shujing and true spiritual realm? Were all those surrounding countries just fools at that time? Didn't I just... Shut up. Listen, I don't want to hear any more of your excuses. I have only one demand this time. The champion of the league must be the Eagle Kingdom. Regardless of what means you use. I just want results. Bang. The phone was hung up. Shit. Why are you throwing a tantrum at me? Putting the phone down, the man's expression instantly shifted from flattering to resentful. It's just a cooperative relationship. Does he really think of himself as the ruler of Blue Star? And regardless of what means you use, I just want results. The man mockingly imitated this phrase. October 17th. The day the Global League officially commenced. The preliminary match venue was in Venue 3, which was also the largest venue on the island. As the reigning champion of the last league, the Dragon Kingdom's position naturally occupied the front and center. Looking at the fully packed audience, Xiang Jingji suddenly felt an inexplicable nervousness. He couldn't help but move closer to the crowd. Ranzi, are you nervous? What do I have to be nervous about? Sitting among a group of people, Jiang Ran had his left leg resting on his right, still chewing on a lollipop, appearing completely at ease. Even when the camera swept over him, his expression didn't change at all. Once the camera moved aside to film others, Jiang Ran turned to glance at the others, noticing that everyone seemed somewhat uneasy. Even the young masters and ladies from prominent families were no exception. Patting the somewhat stiff Xiang Jingxing beside him, Jiang Ran smiled and comforted them. "Oh dear, if you're this nervous, now won't you topple over when you get on the podium? Relax, just pretend you're the big leaders. Just sitting here is like a routine inspection. Think of the others as talking radishes. Think of others as radishes." Shurian looked slightly bemused. Hundreds of thousands of radishes. Even the radish king wouldn't be this grand. But after what Jiang Ran said, their tension did indeed dissipate quite a bit. They arrived relatively early and waited for over 10 minutes before the teams from various countries finally gathered. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the organizing committee announced the content of this year's Global League preliminary matches. Capture the flag. The competition arena was a spiritual energy dome created by supercomputers and top spatial artifacts, forming a unique space inside, similar to an artificial secret realm. However, unlike regular secret realms, the environment inside the spiritual energy dome would change in every round of matches, with the map of each match being completely random. Hidden within the arena were 50 energy nodes and the energy core at its center. As long as a team finds more than 25 energy nodes and injects them into the energy core in the center to light up the flag, they would be able to obtain victory. During the match, teams were allowed to steal energy nodes from each other, but the use of lethal attacks was strict. All match content would be recorded in real time, and a professional review would be conducted afterward. If anyone was found to have deliberately killed someone, they would be taken to the international court. This preliminary match would see 4 teams competing against each other, with only one team able to win and advance to the elimination round. However, since there were 130 participating countries in this league, which cannot be divided evenly by 4, a lottery would determine 2 countries that would directly advance to the elimination round. In other words, there would be 34 national teams advancing to the elimination round this year, 2 more than in previous years. Xiang Jingji smirked. "I could guess with my feet that one of those 2 countries is definitely the Eagle Kingdom." Shurian leaned back in his chair. "Then let me take another guess. No matter how the lottery goes, the 2 countries definitely won't include the Dragon Kingdom." Hey. Jiang Ran pretended to have a serious face. "Be cautious in your words and actions. You finished speaking. What else does the organizing committee have to say?" "The lottery is done by machine. Press a button, and the screen above begins to spin, eventually stopping on 2 country names. Eagle Kingdom, Mordor." Besides the team from the country called Mordor, who seemed pleasantly surprised, others showed no astonishment at drawing the Eagle Kingdom. It seemed they were already well aware of the Eagle Kingdom's reputation. This was merely a routine operation. After another round of drawing lots, the groupings and match order finally emerged steaming hot. The match for the Long Nation was scheduled in the 4th group. The 3 other countries in their group included a small country from Africa, 1 from Europe and America, and the last one another Asian country, Dahangua. Logically speaking, Dahangua reached the finals in the last league and secured a top 8 finish, so they In previous leagues, the organizing committee would deliberately separate the 8 seeds that made it to the finals during the draw to prevent them from meeting too early, ensuring that the knockout rounds and finals remained exciting and boosting viewership. But how could this happen this time? Other countries secretly observed them, unable to hold back their whispers. However, Quang Feng and Feng Haiming merely raised their eyebrows at the groupings, showing no further reaction. Are they trying to trip them up? Let them try. Just because they maintained the dignity of a great nation and didn't lose their temper, it didn't mean Long Nation wouldn't find a way to reclaim the stage elsewhere. Otherwise, would some people really think that the 2 spiritual realms they brought were just for show? Jiang Ran squinted his eyes, feeling inexplicably excited. Who arranged this draw? It really aligns too well with his wishes. In his past life, he had harbored resentment towards certain netizens from a country for a long time. He never expected to have such a great opportunity in this life. Whoever did the draw deserves a good review. Sitting diagonally behind Jiang Ran, Shi Mu watched the smile tugging at the corner of Jiang Ran's mouth, scratching his head in confusion. Is it really worth being so happy about being grouped with these 3 countries? As far as he knew, Dahangua didn't seem weak either. The 4th group of competitors, please enter the venue. The competition will begin in 5 minutes. Jiang Ran was the first to rise, giving a rather unstandard salute to the few people not going on stage, accompanied by a wink. Without waiting for others to offer him encouragement, he immediately led his 4 companions toward the entrance. Chi Mu's heart skipped a beat as he locked eyes with Jiang Ran just before he turned. Dong Xian Yao remarked, "Chi Mu, your ears seem red. Are you burning up? Do you want Fengjin to give you a healing?" Chi Mu replied, "No need, I'm just too hot." Wu Kai asked, "Hot? I actually think this air conditioning feels pretty cool." Chi Mu retorted, Shut up, just focus on watching. Once all 4 countries totaling 20 participants entered the competition venue, this spiritual energy dome began to change, ultimately confirming the competition area, the primordial rainforest. The expressions of the people from the other 3 countries turned serious. In the flag-snatching battle, the most important thing is not to fight with others, but to find a sufficient number of energy nodes. In a competition themed around searching for items, the venue becomes particularly important. An endless expanse of grassland or desert would be much easier to search in than a forest or indoors. The primordial rainforest is unlike an ordinary forest. It is almost devoid of sunlight, with dim lighting and various plants growing wildly, making it difficult to find even a place to step, let alone trying to find more than 25 energy nodes while keeping one's eyes open in there. In the viewing area of Dahangua, a curly-haired boy with a center part scoffed coldly. He initially thought the organizing committee was targeting Long Nation, but who would have thought they treated everyone the same? What a farce. Jiang rubbed his arms, looking at the unknown giant trees that seemed to reach the sky around him, suddenly recalling a rather unpleasant memory. He swallowed hard, unconsciously edging a bit closer to the others. There shouldn't be any fifth-tier exotic beasts in here. No, don't worry, Shi Yin replied, appearing much calmer than him. At least, he wasn't so tense that he had to stick close to Jiang Ran. Even if some people intentionally target us, they absolutely wouldn't dare to let fifth-tier exotic beasts in here. There are so many spectators outside watching. That's true, Ji scratched his head. Jiang Ran looked disdainfully at the green moss stuck to his shoes, feeling rather displeased. If it weren't for the tens of thousands of live spectators outside, and the online viewers in the official live room, Yin guessed this young master would have been sulking since he entered. What are you afraid of? Fifth-tier exotic beasts are not unbeatable. Jiang Ran rubbed the tip of his shoe against a tree trunk only to find it getting greener and giving up. How are we going to find the energy nodes next? Although Xiang Jingxing's cleanliness obsession is not as severe as Jiang Ran's after being chased by fifth-tier exotic beasts in the primordial forest, he has some PTSD regarding such dark, deep woods. He wished he could find everything and leave immediately. No rush, Jiang Ran shook his head. They were the 4th group competing, and 3 groups had already competed before them, each in different venues. The energy nodes hidden inside would also change, with the venue becoming more integrated into the current environment, adding considerable difficulty for the competitors. However, the energy core remained unchanged, simply a striking column with a transparent flag hanging. Whichever team fills the energy, the flag will gradually rise and transform into the flag of the country to which that team belongs. The more energy nodes injected, the higher the flag will rise. If it weren't for this flag, Jiang Ran might have simply found 26 energy nodes to light up the energy core without thinking too much. But since there is such a hidden rule, the plan will have to be adjusted slightly. As the competition began, the live broadcast room on the league's official website continued its uninterrupted stream. In the live broadcast room, various comments in different languages occasionally floated by. Haha, our Dahangua people are truly strong. They found an energy node so quickly. This venue feels so realistic, just like the primordial rainforest in those documentaries. Even the moss is so vivid. Of course, just look at what level of prop the spiritual energy dome is. Probably only a top global event like this would qualify for the spiritual energy dome to be used. Please support us, Amasanya. Heart. What are those people from Long Nation doing? They haven't moved since they came in. Really? In the viewing area, others also noticed that Jiang Ran and the others had not shifted their positions since entering the venue. They seemed in no rush to find the energy nodes. Wu Yikai was a bit puzzled. What are they doing? Why are they not moving? Feng Zhun expressed some concern. They aren't injured, are they? Their team lacked a proper healing type awakener, and the only one with healing abilities, Shi Yin, could only heal minor injuries and help restore mental states. Yin Yu looked at the few standing idly chatting and specifically glanced at Jiang Ran. Seeing his calm demeanor, her eyes flickered slightly. She seemed to have some inkling of what Jiang Ran was really up to. Even among the first-year students who participated in the entrance test from the 7 major academies, it was easy to guess what Jiang Ran intended to do. Can they do it? Xiang Jingji crouched down, pulling at the moss quickly, leaving patches of baldness around. They must do it whether they can or not. Jiang Ran said something that sounded like a tongue twister. He then raised his hand to check, and this time he really was wearing a watch on his wrist. Time should be about right. We should take action now. Captain, I found another one. Good. With this we have 22 nodes. The victors will surely be our Dahan Kingdom. In the Dahan Kingdom's team, there are 3 men and 2 women, among whom the one referred to as the captain has a standard Appa hairstyle and resembles a certain celebrity named Park Waijin. However, even this Appa lost his refined image management after entering the primitive rainforest. Park Wei-jin was eager to find energy nodes not just to win, but to leave this place quickly. If possible, he never wanted to enter such a dreadful place again in his life. 22. So slow. In the shadows, Xiang Jingji frowned and couldn't help but complain. An hour and a half, and we've only found 22. The old lady selling goods outside my school could find them faster. Are we harvesting now? Or should we wait until they find all 26? Shi Yan's gaze swept over the leader Park Wei-jin. I have an impression of this person Park Wei-jin, the SS level awakened of this year from Dahan Kingdom, and the only SS level 1 at that. But I'm not quite sure what his special ability is. No worries, we'll find out soon enough. Jiang Ran said casually, stretching out his hand to pick up the leaf that had fallen on Jiang Qingye's head. After a glance, he flicked it toward Park Wei-jin's side face. The originally soft and flimsy leaf was suddenly flung out like a flying knife so fast that it even created a whooshing sound. Park Wei-jin's ears perked up, and he instinctively tilted his head to the side. A sharp glint grazed his cheek, warm blood trickling down. Park Wei-jin's pupils dilated. Who? Come out. Not a bad reaction. A lazy voice emerged, speaking in a language the Dahan Kingdom team could not understand. Then 5 figures slowly stepped out from the shadows behind them. Park Wei-jin's gaze immediately fell on the leader Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's hair color was already very light. In the dim light of the rainforest, it was hard to discern any gold, making his skin appear even paler. Although his skin was paler than that of a Caucasian, the typical Asian features allowed Park Wei-jin to recognize their identities in a second. From the Dragon Kingdom. Park Wei-jin squinted. How could such good-looking people from the Dragon Kingdom not leave any impression on him? What do you mean just now, eh? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow in surprise. He did not expect this little Appa to speak Chinese. Although he understood and spoke Dahan Kingdom's language fluently, Jiang Ran simply didn't want to speak that strange language. He initially planned to use the fact that the other party didn't understand Chinese to deceive them and find a reason to beat them up. Who would have thought that a language genius would emerge from the Dahan Kingdom team? What a blunder. It's nothing, just happened to run into you, and thought I'd test your capabilities. Park Wei-jin was taken aback. His Chinese wasn't that good, and he could only barely understand some basic communication. What Jiang Ran just said about testing his capabilities was something Park Wei-jin couldn't quite grasp. His capabilities. Did he mean to ask about his weight? Do people from the Dragon Kingdom really ask such intrusive questions? Xiang Jingxing whispered from behind. It seems he didn't understand. Jiang Ran withdrew his surprise. Well, he thought he was a language genius, but it turned out he was just a half-baked one. With that in mind, he naturally reached out his hand. Park Wei-jin, what is going on? Park Wei-jin blinked, hesitating for a moment, before also reaching out to shake hands with Jiang Ran. He had heard that the greeting etiquette of the Dragon Kingdom was to shake hands, so this should be correct, right? Jiang Ran, know what the hell is going on? Who wants to shake hands with him? Jiang Ran ruthlessly shook off Park Wei-jin's hand, and then continued to stretch out his hand. Give it to me. What? Energy node. Park Wei-jin instantly turned vigilant. What do you want to do? This is immoral. Oh, so a person from Dahan Kingdom knows that stealing from others is immoral. This Appa couldn't be a rare, normal, and cultured person from Dahan Kingdom, could he? Unfortunately, he encountered Jiang Ran. And Jiang Ran had no morals. Not giving it. Then don't blame me. Jiang Ran smirked, but to Park Wei-jin, that smile looked like that of a devil. Don't worry, considering you're a normal person, I won't slap your face. What do you want to do? Stop chattering, let's just beat him up first. Fuck. You guys are simply devils. Demons. You will surely go to hell. Damn, you dare to curse at me. Watch my fist. Captain, think of a way. Yes, Captain, if this goes on we'll lose all our faces. What are you afraid of? Although Park Wei-jin's face was the only part that remained relatively intact, he was also angry, but not to the point of losing his mind. It's not just us who will lose face. Oh, what's there to be afraid of? After experiencing Jiang Ran's relentless assault, Park Wei-jin no longer had any thoughts of resistance. It was just about helping them find energy nodes and handing them over once found, right? So let's find them. During their search, they encountered 2 other teams from their group. After exchanging glances and noticing the familiar wounds on each other, the 3 teams seemed to have found kindred spirits, their eyes brimming with tears. The team leader from a certain European and American country was a white beauty, but her face was also bruised and swollen, indicating that the assailant had shown no mercy despite her beauty. Yet Park Wei-jin, the Appa, had somehow become the only one among the 15 who maintained a flawless face. The beauty frowned in dissatisfaction. Why weren't you hit? Could it be that there are fans of yours in the Dragon Kingdom team? The other party spoke in English, which Park Wei-jin could understand, but he didn't know how to answer. Could it be that they spared him because they thought he was a normal person? Wouldn't that just invite hatred? Perhaps it's because we found more energy nodes, and they were in a good mood. Park Wei-jin casually brushed it off. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the other two teams turned even darker. What did this mean? Was it mocking them for lacking strength and only finding so few energy nodes? Heh. The beauty captain turned around first and left. Let's see if this little appa can escape unscathed after they find the remaining energy nodes. Awesome. In the viewing area, Wu Yikai and Feng Zhen were practically ecstatic. I can't believe it can be done like this. Brother Jiang is too impressive. If it were me, I could only think of stealing energy nodes from others. I never expected they could help us find them. So heartless, just too heartless. Isn't being a slaver just like this? In the official live broadcast room, the barrage had already erupted. In 3 seconds, I want to know everything about this man. Is he from Longhua? What do they want? Are they trying to get close to our Dahan Kingdom? Obviously, after all, we Dahan Kingdom are the strongest. WTF, what are they doing? Stop. Damn Longhua people, how can they be so dishonorable? I will report you to the organizing committee and the alliance. Laughable, have you forgotten that the competition allows teams to snatch from each other? Besides, we only gave them a beating, we didn't kill them, why the urgency? Fuck. The energy nodes we worked so hard to find. To just give them away so easily. Traitors. Useless. Oh, here comes another one getting anxious. This is entertaining, I love it, bring on more of these scenes. No wonder the big demon really lives up to the name, I'm not surprised he would do such things. He is simply more like a slave master than a certain century's white people, especially the expressions of those African brothers, I can't take it anymore. Not bad, very good. In front of the energy core, Jiang Ran patted Pu Huijin's shoulder, making the latter stagger and nearly fall to the ground. Even if he valued his image, Pu Huijin's face was now completely unrecognizable. Part of it was due to running around in the rainforest being messed with by countless unnameable creatures, and the other part was from being beaten. In fact, many people were involved in the beating, with the heaviest hits coming from the captain of a team from European and American countries. Alright, go on, keep it up. After encouraging Pu Huijin, Jiang Ran immediately turned his back on him and kicked him out. 48, just 2 more to go. He raised his head to look at the Longhua national flag that had already risen on the pillar behind him, a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. The national flag, infused with 48 energy nodes, is rising so high. Just a little bit more, and it will reach the top. At that moment, one of the people from the European and American teams walked over. Mr. Jiang, we have found the last 2 energy nodes. You found them. Jiang Ran's eyes lit up slightly. Give them to me. To his surprise, this person instinctively took a step back when Jiang Ran reached out his hand. Jiang Ran stared at him, and the other party clearly felt awkward. Was his step back serious? Although we found them, we can't bring them back. After hesitating for a long time, he finally whispered it out. Can't bring them back. Could it be that they are stuck on top of a tree and can't climb up? That shouldn't be. They may not be able to climb trees, but they can directly cut the trees down. There are 2 exotic beasts guarding nearby. Oh, no wonder. What level? One is 3rd level, and the other is 4th level. Whatever Jiang Ran asked, the other party answered. But for some reason, after he finished speaking, Jiang Ran's gaze towards him became a bit strange. Even the 4 people next to him who had set up a table and chairs to play mahjong looked a bit off. The person couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Could it be that he exaggerated the level of the exotic beasts? Were they scared to go? No way. Didn't they say that Longhua people are very brave? With so many people, you can't handle a 4th level exotic beast. Xiang Jingji casually threw out a 2 of diamonds. Tisk tisk, didn't expect my opponent to only have this level. Clash. Shi Yin took the 2 of diamonds. Normal, after all, they are just some small countries. They haven't even had any SS level awakeners in recent years. 4 of circles. Is it that miserable? Hey, don't move. Xiang Jingji suddenly stood up excitedly. I've won. Xiang Jingxing leaned over to take a look at his cards and slapped him with a hand. Where did you learn to cheat? Although this grayed, fair-skinned kid didn't understand what these people were specifically talking about, just by looking at their expressions he knew he must have thought wrong. Then can you? Jiang Ran blinked. He understood. They wanted him to solve it personally. But he didn't know if this group of people really couldn't handle it and came to ask for help, or if they couldn't stand their slave master-like behavior and wanted to make them contribute. Or was it a third option? Not knowing what he thought of, Jiang Ran's smile widened a bit more. Let's go, lead the way. This sentence was in English, but the 4 playing mahjong still understood it. Xiang Jingji looked regretfully at his cards. So close just a bit. Hurry up, you lousy player. Shi Yin impatiently pushed him. If it weren't for Jiang Ran not playing, he wouldn't want to bring Xiang Jingji along to play mahjong or poker at all. As the older brother, Xiang Jingxing was also quite troubled. It was one thing to have a gaming black hole in the team, but he didn't expect to also be accompanied by a god of gambling, who always lost. Could it be that Jiang Ran had guessed it a long time ago, which is why he didn't play? Do we have to walk more? Xiang Jingji frowned more and more. He was a beastmaster, a noble SS-level beastmaster, so when it came to sensitivity towards exotic beasts, he was second only to Jiang Ran. However, they had already walked for so long, and he hadn't sensed even a trace of exotic beast aura. Moreover, this area didn't look like it would have a fourth-level exotic beast. This person, could he be a fraud? Just as he was about to remind Jiang Ran, he suddenly saw his older brother turn his head and give him a look. Xiang Jingji blinked, pondering what Xiang Jingxing wanted to express. Could it be that aside from him, all four of them knew this person was a fraud? So was he the last one to find out? This is the place. The person stopped in a very tight spot between two trees. The fourth-level exotic beast is just behind the tree in front. I dare not go over. Jiang Ran looked in the direction he pointed and then gave him a meaningful glance. The boy felt a bit cold sweat from being stared at, but still forced himself to finish his mission. After saying that, he took a few steps back, and seeing that Jiang Ran didn't stop him, he immediately turned and ran. The speed of his escape even made Xiang Jingji gasp in admiration. All right. Jiang Ran clapped his hands to redirect everyone's attention back to him. The cannon fodder has left. The main characters are already in place. Aren't we going to start? After all, my time is very precious. I can't stay with you guys for too long. You are truly the most unmodest Longwa person I have ever seen. A cold voice sounded from behind the tree. The teams from Han Kingdom and the European and American countries slowly walked out. Jiang Ran was not surprised to see them. Instead, he relaxed and shrugged. I just love to speak the truth. I hope your strength is as solid as your words. The girl snorted coldly and was the first to strike. Dozens of silver threads rushed towards Jiang Ran, and the opponent even predicted his next movement, sealing off both sides, where he could evade completely. However, for Jiang Ran, this was completely unnecessary, because he had no intention of dodging at all. He even had the mind to stand there and smile. A bit too slow, don't you think? He shook his head, and the next second a furious roar sounded beside him. Dozens of silver threads were suddenly stopped at a meter in front of Jiang Ran, unable to advance an inch. Then, in the terrified eyes of everyone, a watercolored Eastern dragon slowly rose from beside Jiang Ran, taking a protective stance behind him. Pu Huijian's pupils almost shrank to a point. This is a dragon. Dragon. It wasn't until all 10 people had collapsed that the audience finally came to their senses from the shock. Chi Mu excitedly grabbed Feng Haiming's sleeve. Coach, I want to learn this. Jiang Ran was of the elemental type, and so was he, which meant that whatever Jiang Ran could do, he should be able to do as well. The astonishment in Feng Haiming's eyes was unhidden. Upon hearing Chi Mu's words, he casually replied, "Let's talk about it when you reach the river realm." Chi Mu's face immediately scrunched up. Why can Jiang Ran use it now, but I have to wait until I reach the river realm? Coach, are you being biased? Chi Mu's words came to an abrupt halt. He suddenly thought of a more terrifying possibility. The expressions on the faces of certain national leaders kept changing. They had seen many river realm practitioners, and such levels were no different from ants to them. But an 18-year-old in the river realm. It had only been a little over 4 months since the awakening ceremony, right? 4 months from the foundation establishment to the river realm. What kind of monster is this? Not to mention that this kid's control over elemental power. It was terrifying. Not to mention the initial river realm, even the Jiang realm or high realm would find it hard to manifest elements so vividly. So vividly that at first glance they truly thought it was a real dragon. As the bright red national flag slowly rose to the top, the 4th round of the competition was finally declared over. Although there were still more than 20 groups left to compete in the live broadcast room, the Dragon Kingdom's flag fluttered at the top of the venue, standing tall above all the other countries, causing an uproar throughout Blue Star. The Dragon Kingdom's segment had taken over all platforms. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Unfortunately, I have no culture, just a phrase can conquer the world. I'm in tears, I'm really in tears, my brothers. Even though it's just a preliminary round, seeing this scene still makes me inexplicably excited. What should I do? I thought the heat would gradually subside with time, but as the results of the subsequent groups came in, the popularity of this segment not only did not decrease, but instead continued to rise. When all 32 groups had finished competing and the elimination list was officially released, the excitement truly exploded. No other reason, because out of 32 groups and 128 countries, only the Dragon Kingdom had gathered 50 energy nodes, raising its flag to the highest point. The leaders of the Eagle Kingdom had dark faces these days. If they had known, they wouldn't have held a lottery and would have participated in the competition themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed the Dragon Kingdom to monopolize this wave of popularity. The enraged man made another phone call, opening with a curse. Are you all useless? Useless? Worthless things. Your plan is simply terrible. Fuck. The other person who had just received the call and hadn't had a chance to speak was met with a string of curses. No way is this guy an idiot. In room 404, a Jiang Ran was leisurely leaning on the sofa playing games. Ever since it was revealed that he was already in the river realm, both Yan Yes substitutes and Shi Yan's 4 members had all fallen into a state of depression. Aren't we all together every day? Aren't you always playing games? How come you suddenly reached the river realm without a word? Is this reasonable? Yet Jiang Ran still looked innocent. I don't know, I just woke up and found myself in the river realm. Listen, is this even human language? If it weren't for the fact that they all knew they couldn't beat him together, Xiang Jingji would have really been enraged enough to punch him. Just as he was having fun, a knock came from outside the door. Not too much, just 3 knocks. Moi. Jiang Ran tilted his head, somewhat puzzled. He didn't know anyone here except for Xiang Jingxing and the others, so there wouldn't be anyone who would come to his room specifically to find him. But the person outside the door couldn't possibly be those 4 guys. They never knocked when they came over. After thinking for a moment, despite his confusion, he still went over to open the door. Outside stood a tall blonde boy. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Hello, I'm Jiang Ran. The other party spoke in pure American English. An Eagle Kingdom person. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hilaire, the captain of the Eagle Kingdom's competition team. Hello, Hilaire. Do you have something to ask me? This time Jiang Ran didn't deliberately speak in Chinese to make the other side unable to understand. Your English is quite good. Hilaire winked at Jiang Ran with his extremely beautiful blue eyes. Can I come in and sit for a bit? Being seen chatting at the door might not be good. Westerners are indeed very familiar with others. Jiang Ran thought to himself, but still took 2 steps to the side, making way for him to enter. Although it was a stranger's room, he had just met Hilaire, showed no hesitation at all, and sat down on a sofa, without waiting for Jiang Ran to invite him. Jiang Ran showed no reaction, sitting down across from him. So, is there something you want to talk to me about? Oh, don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. Hilaire explained. I watched your match earlier and your last strike was really impressive. I wanted to get to know you, but you haven't gone out these past few days, so I had to inquire about your room number to find you here. Huh. Jiang Ran understood everything he said in that long string of English. But precisely because he understood, he felt surprised. Hey, shouldn't our relationship be one of life and death enemies? What are you trying to do now? Want to be friends with me to influence me, so that I will show mercy to your people later? May I ask first, do the others in your team know you are looking for me? Hilaire blinked again. Why should they know? It's my freedom to want to get to know someone. You know our country values liberalism above all else. Upon hearing the emphasis on liberalism, Jiang Ran fell into brief silence. This joke was a bit cold. Although Hilaire's attitude was always very mild, as if he genuinely wanted to get to know him and be friends, Jiang Ran wouldn't be foolish enough to really believe it. How could someone who could lead a group of exceptional talents be such a naive character? Now that we've met, do you have anything else? If not, you can leave. Not wanting to ponder the other party's true intentions, Jiang Ran unceremoniously issued an eviction order. How heartless. Hilaire said this with his mouth, but his body obediently stood up, planning to leave. By the way, halfway out he suddenly remembered something and stopped. Let's exchange contact information. Keep in touch often. That night, Jiang Ran followed Feng Haiming onto the plane. Unexpectedly, just as he sat down in his seat, his phone suddenly vibrated, receiving a message. Hilaire, are you leaving so soon? Aren't you staying a few more days? Jiang Ran frowned. They were leaving at night, and no one had made a fuss, even taking a private plane. How did Hilaire know so quickly? The next second, Hilaire's message came again. Hilaire, remember to message me often after you go back. Looking forward to you visiting the Eagle Kingdom. Hilaire, sitting next to him, Xiang Jingxing glanced over and accidentally saw the screen, catching sight of the message Hilaire had sent. Who is this? A simp. Jiang Ran said, feeling too lazy to reply, and directly chose to block him. On the other end, Hilaire saw that there was no reply for a long time, and sent another emoji. A bright red exclamation mark popped up. Hilaire, who had never been blocked before, scratched his head, and handed the phone to the curly-haired guy beside him. Well done, Xiao Ran. In the center of the villa's living room sat a pile of gift boxes of various kinds. These were all gifts sent by people Jiang Ran had previously known, or those who merely claimed kinship with him, to congratulate him on leading his team to victory and securing advancement into the elimination rounds. Jiang Ran held little interest in any of them. After all, he barely knew these senders, and the gifts were unlikely to be anything remarkable. Baiyu, however, appeared genuinely thrilled. With Jiang Ran's permission, he settled onto the sofa and began unboxing each gift one by one for an impromptu review. Jiang Ran was placing newly purchased fruit juices into the refrigerator when he heard this, and shot Baiyu an exasperated glare. And, call me that again, and I'll actually kill you. Xiao Ran. Sounds like something out of ancient court eunuch address. Absolutely dreadful. N. How cruel you are, Ran. And Bai Yu clicked his tongue twice. Though Jiang Ran's threat carried no real sting, he obediently switched to a different appellation. Though defeating Jiang Ran would be easier than a father disciplining his son, provoking this young master too far risked summoning some formidable figure from the shadows. No one could predict whom he might call upon. Better than to stroke the fur the right way. And who sent this? Jiang Ran glanced over and saw before Bai Yu a delicately wrapped box, while in his hands rested another palm-sized yet undeniably luxurious. What's inside? And you open it yourself. And Jiang Ran closed the refrigerator door and approached 2 bottles of orange juice in hand. In peering down, he saw the box lined with crimson velvet upon which rested a golden hexagram. At its center gleamed a ruby-red gemstone. And Jiang Ran's eyes widened slightly, as if recalling something. Then he scratched his head absently. I think I have one of these. You do? Bai Yu sounded surprised. Was it a gift, perhaps from a girl? A suitor? With your spoiled prince temperament, who'd possibly fall for you and get lost? And Jiang Ran instantly snatched back the orange juice he'd been about to hand over. What's wrong with me? I'm exceptional. Of course someone would admire me. Besides, mine wasn't a gift at all. I bought it myself. You like it? Then take it. It's yours. And I don't want it. And Bai Yu curled his lips disdainfully. Regifting something others gave you. Honestly, how did you even think of that? Jiang Ran seemed to realize the impropriety and gently took the small box from Bai Yu's hands, setting it aside, before finally offering him the orange juice. Fine. Next time I'll buy you something else, personally. That should settle it, right? And now that's over the next week. Aside from attending classes, Jiang Ran never once stepped outside his dormitory. And there was no choice. The viral video of him conjuring a water dragon during the competition using his hydrokinetic ability had ignited unprecedented attention. He had effectively become a minor internet celebrity. Unfortunately, the far more widely shared national flag video had obscured their faces entirely, and most viewers knew only their names, not their appearances or personal details. Otherwise, Jiang Ran might not even have been able to leave campus, let alone walk freely without being mobbed like a rare panda. On Thursday, instructor Yin Feng stood before the class and announced yet another sleep-depriving revelation: in a unified midterm examination across all 7 academies would commence next Monday. As before, it would comprise both written and practical assessments. But this time no reassignment into new classes would occur, and the practical exam would differ significantly from the last. You've all reviewed the task marketplace, haven't you? Has anyone attempted a task yet? In the dozens of students exchanged glances. No one spoke. Yin Feng sighed softly. This time the practical assessment will revolve entirely around the task marketplace. And each student must accept 3 or more graded tasks. Final scores will be determined by cumulative evaluation of completed tasks. Students may form teams or undertake tasks individually. Teams may consist of no more than 12 members, and collective performance evaluations will factor into individual scores. Should graded tasks prove insufficiently challenging, grade C tasks are permitted, and only one such task is required for full credit. Jiang Ran raised his hand, high gaze blazing with intensity, as he locked eyes with Yin Feng. And that sincerity made Yin Feng feel almost guilty for not calling on him. Jiang Ran, what is your question? Ni's eyes sparkling, Jiang Ran asked. May we accept grade B tasks? And Yin Feng replied with the chilling detachment of a fishmonger who'd spent a decade filleting carp at Durunfa Market. No. Oh. Jiang Ran's eyes dimmed with quiet disappointment. And after class, Ling Zai, having surely heard the midterm news, began bombarding him with messages pleading pitifully for partnership. N. Ling Zai, brother Jiang, will you team up? Brother Jiang. N. Ling Zai, whatever you say. East I go, west I won't. Whatever you command I obey. Never once slowing you down. N. Ling Zai, please, brother Jiang. Sobbing, N. Jiang Ran, one more message, and you're blocked. In silence at last. And still Jiang Ran felt no strong aversion to Ling Zai's request for partnership. After all, grade B and grade A tasks remained inaccessible to them. And given his current cultivation level, neither graded nor grade C tasks posed any real challenge. Thus, guiding others through tasks came effortlessly to him, and having an extra pair of hands to run errands would only prove convenient. Yet he remained puzzled. Precisely how would the so-called team evaluation be assessed, and how would it translate into numerical scoring? Unable to resolve it alone, Jiang Ran turned the question over to Bai Yu. NAS Student Council President, the young man wielded considerable authority. Surely it was time he put it to good use. But unusually, Bai Yu did not reply instantly. Minutes passed, still no response. Whether he was simply overwhelmed or deliberately ignoring the message remained unclear. Jiang Ran ceased waiting and opened the Tianfu Academy website intending to browse the task marketplace briefly. Within the graded task module, several tasks Jiang Ran had seen earlier had vanished, presumably accepted and completed by others. In their place appeared numerous unfamiliar tasks, diverse in content, yet after prolonged scanning Jiang Ran found none that stirred his interest. All were trivial, devoid of challenge. As a River Realm cultivator, competing with Ascension Realm peers for such menial assignments would severely tarnish his standing. With that thought, he tapped once, switching to the Grade C task section. And compared to Grade D, these held marginally more appeal for Jiang Ran. But only marginally. And after extensive searching, he selected 3 tasks, and forwarded them casually to Ling Zai. And Ling Zai replied instantly. Ling Zai, brother Jiang. Am I supposed to pick just one from these? Ling Zai, brother Jiang. I can't believe you trust me so much. Don't worry, I'll choose carefully. Jiang Ran, you've misunderstood. Brother Jiang, I mean, all 3. Accept them all. The capital city in November is already shivering with cold winds. Yet Ling Zai's heart feels even colder than the temperature. When Jiang Ran arrived, he saw this kid wearing a black down jacket huddled up and looking pitiful. Jiang Ran looked down at himself. Dressed in an ordinary white coat and scarf, even his pants were just regular ones. He walked over and gently kicked the crouching Ling Zai. Is it really that cold? Jiang Gu. Ling Zai hurriedly stood up upon seeing Jiang Ran. Jiang Gu, you don't understand. It's not my body that's cold, it's my heart that's cold. Heart cold. Jiang Ran glanced at him from head to toe. Then why don't you not team up with me? I can just complete these 3 tasks by myself. Ling Zai's expression changed immediately. No. I'm not cold anymore, really. If he really separated from Jiang Ran, that would be the end for him. Although he had seen all 3 clever tasks and found them quite difficult, so challenging that just reading the descriptions made his head spin. But for Jiang Ran, it was definitely a different story. Although Ling Zai wasn't sure about Jiang Gu's actual from their previous competition performance, it was clear that he was no ordinary powerhouse. Why would he toil away at tasks if he could just rely on someone strong? Moreover, Ling Zai had a strong premonition. If he agreed to not team up with Jiang Ran, it was likely that Jiang Ran would never team up with him again. In other words, his relationship with Jiang Ran might very well end here. This was the last thing Ling Zai wanted. Even if people at school called him Jiang Ran's sycophant, and Jiang Ran didn't want to pay him any attention, he still tried to be close every day. But Ling Zai didn't care. A bunch of mediocre people, they don't know anything. Anyone who has spent time with Jiang Ran, even for a short while, can see that he is actually a very easygoing person. He was the classic example of being tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. As long as you are included in his circle, no matter what he says, he always keeps you in his heart. This is why Ling Zai dared to shamelessly bother him every day. Since you're not cold anymore, let's get going. The 3 tasks were all carefully selected by Jiang Ran, so he naturally knew the content inside out. Which one shall we tackle first? Seeing Jiang Ran turn and walk away, Ling Zai immediately followed eagerly. As for the looks from others at school, he already said it, a bunch of mediocre people not worth paying attention to. See 1022. Jiang Ran casually replied, and took a few steps forward before stopping. Ling Zai. Hearing his name, Ling Zai quickly rushed over. What is it, Jiang Gu? Jiang Ran's expression turned serious. Do you have a driver's license? Ling Zai was taken aback, and then scratched his head awkwardly. I do have one, but I haven't driven anything other than the instructor's car. No worries. Jiang Ran patted his shoulder and tossed him something. I believe in you, let's go. Ling Zai instinctively reached out to catch it, only to look down and realize it was a set of car keys. Before he could react, Jiang Ran had already walked over to a car, opened the door, and sat down in the passenger seat. Jiang Gu, do you really want me to drive? In the driver's seat, Ling Zai gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his palms sweating from nervousness. Looking at the car emblem on the steering wheel, he swallowed hard. What right did he have to drive such an expensive car? Even if he worked his whole life, he might only be able to afford if he accidentally crashed or scratched the car. He wouldn't be able to pay for it, even if he sold himself. Do you want me to drive, or not? Jiang Ran reclined the seat back a bit, leaning back with his eyes closed. I'm doing the task with you, and now I also have to be your driver. What do you want to fly? Ling Zai shrank back his neck. It seemed there was some truth to that. But Jiang Ran seemed to know what he was thinking, and sighed. Just drive, nothing will happen. It wasn't until they got the car onto the main road that Ling Zai finally understood why Jiang Gu was so confident that nothing would go wrong. The traffic situation in the capital is something everyone knows. Whether it's morning, noon, or night, there's almost never a time without traffic jams. But this time there was nearly 10 meters of space cleared next to their car. Cars were coming and going on the entire road, and from above the streets were filled with densely packed car roofs. Yet in such a congested area, there was a car that no vehicle dared to approach. What is going on here? Not only were passers-by shocked by this scene, but even Ling Zai, who was driving, looked utterly confused. Seeing Ling Zai's bewilderment, Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Didn't you check around the car before driving? How did you learn in the third driving test? Ling Zai's heart skipped a beat. He had indeed forgotten about that. Seeing his look, Jiang Ran knew this kid hadn't checked at all. If he had just taken a careful look, he would know why all the cars were avoiding them. The license plate number was Jing AJ6666. Oh, just looking at this license plate, who would dare to come close recklessly? Even the traffic police wouldn't dare to stop them casually. If Ling Zai could drive without any issues like this, Jiang Ran would truly admire him. The car drove all the way to Bishui City next to the capital and eventually stopped in front of a house on the outskirts. C1022 is the task number, and the requirement of this task is to help investigate a matter with rewards of 300 to 1,000 points based on the detailed findings. The task was issued by a middle-aged woman named Lu, who lives in Bishui City. Her husband went missing a month ago, and the police found no clues after she reported it. She has been searching diligently, but has come up empty. In desperation, she could only post this matter as a task, hoping for a miracle to happen. Even if they couldn't find the person, just knowing why her husband went missing and in which direction would satisfy her. This task is actually quite simple for a clever task. After all, it doesn't require finding someone, just providing some clues is enough to consider the task completed and earn points, which is much easier than those that require fighting with beasts. However, the reason this task was left unclaimed is that the details state that Ms. Liu's husband Liang Chuan is a 7th-tier awakener, and his ability has a strong offensive capability, able to contend even with peak-level opponents. Yet this very person has mysteriously disappeared without a trace, and even the Divine Day could not find any clues. Thus, what's involved behind this matter is definitely not something anyone below the river realm can handle. There aren't many fools who can enter the 7 major academies. First-year students lack the strength to resolve. As for those seasoned second and third-year students with sufficient strength, such a lengthy investigation task for just a few hundred points is not worth their effort. Hence, after going around in circles, this task happened to be seen by the bored Jiang Ran, who took it up. Lu Longwei was preparing lunch at home when she suddenly heard someone knocking at the door. Hesitating, she opened it to find 2 youths standing outside about the same age as her child. "Hello." Ling Zai, fully aware of his role, stepped forward to speak with Lu Longwei. "We accepted the task you posted and came specifically to learn more about the situation." "Oh, I see, please come in." Although still somewhat bewildered, Lu Longwei instinctively opened the door wide and welcomed the 2 inside upon hearing about the task. But as she closed the door, a sudden shiver ran through her. Were these 2 really here because of the task? They seemed far too young. Especially the one with white hair, who looked like a celebrity. His aura was unlike that of ordinary people, clearly a young master raised in privilege. Would a young master from a wealthy family personally take on a task? Luckily, Jiang Ran did not possess any mind-reading abilities. Otherwise, hearing Lu Longwei's suspicion about such a matter, he would have been unjustly accused. Is it a crime these days to be too handsome? "Please don't be nervous," Ling Zai said. It was his first time taking a task too, so compared to the tense Lu Longwei, he was no better. Thus his words, meant to comfort her, were also a way of reassuring himself. "Cheer up, Ling Zai, you must not lose face in front of brother Jiang. We just want to ask if your husband Liang Chuan has offended anyone recently. Before he disappeared, was there anything unusual about his behavior, like sudden mood swings or actions he never did before? Did anyone come looking for him before he went missing? And where had he been?" Ling Zai inquired while taking out a notebook and pen clearly prepared. Lu Longwei was not caught off guard by this barrage of questions. After all, she had reported Liang Chuan's disappearance to the police immediately, and these questions had been asked multiple times. So she repeated to them what she had told the police before. Liang Chuan is a kind-hearted man with no enemies. If he saw someone in trouble, he would willingly lend a hand. Before his disappearance, there was nothing unusual. His mood was stable, and no one had come looking for him. She paused thoughtfully before continuing. He mentioned before he vanished that he had accepted a task and would be away for a week. Ling Zai's expression hardened. Could it be that the task led to his disappearance? No, Lu Longwei quickly waved her hand. He completed that task in just 4 days. Apart from that one long trip for the task, he hadn't been anywhere else before he disappeared mysteriously. Jiang Ran listened silently. Seeing Jiang Ran remain quiet, Ling Zai pressed on which day exactly did he disappear? October 2nd, Lu Longwei replied immediately. "I remember clearly because it was during the National Day holiday. My daughter and I were traveling to the capital. When we returned home at night, he was gone. At first I thought he might have been called away on an urgent mission and left without informing us. But after waiting a whole week with no contact, not even a reply to my messages or calls, I knew that's when I reported him missing." I see. Ling Zai feigned deep contemplation. Though it seemed he was pondering, in truth he was at a loss for words, silently waiting for Jiang Ran to take over. We have a general understanding of the situation. Since that is all, we will take our leave now. Jiang Ran nodded, then gave Ling Zai a subtle glance. Ling Zai, perhaps enlightened by months of university, surprisingly grasped Jiang Ran's meaning. Let me get your contact information so we can inform you immediately if we discover anything new. Ling Zai smiled as he took out his phone and presented a QR code. Off. Lu Longwei was taken aback. Was that all? They had asked fewer and less relevant questions than the police, and both looked too unreliable. Could these two truly handle this task? She doubted it. Is there something else you wish to say? Seeing Lu Longwei frozen, Ling Zai waved his hand in front of her. No, my phone is inside. I'll go get it now. Lu Longwei shook her head and turned to retrieve her phone. She concluded that these were probably spoiled young masters casually taking on a task for fun, and the previous exchange was merely a formality. Regardless of whether they succeeded, it would not worsen her situation. She only needed to cooperate. In the car, Ling Zai complained while driving. Brother Jiang, there's no clue at all. How can we investigate? Even back then the Shunzhua group couldn't find anything. With just the two of us, is there any hope? This time Jiang Ran was awake, reclining with his legs crossed as he looked at his phone. Hearing Ling Zai's complaint, he lifted his eyelids to glance at him. What do you think? I shouldn't have taken this task. Afraid I'll fail and drag down young Master Ling's martial exam results. These words startled Ling Zai so much that he nearly swerved the car into a ditch. Fortunately, Jiang Ran's quick reflexes grabbed the steering wheel and corrected the direction. With such a prestigious license plate, it would have been shameful to crash into a ditch. So were you thinking about dragging me down with you? With the danger averted, Jiang Ran shot Ling Zai in. No, brother Jiang. How could that be? I'm just worried that so many people looked and found nothing, and now it's just the two of us. Maybe we need more help. If Ling Zai were not driving, Jiang Ran would have wanted to slap the back of his head. Are you truly foolish or pretending? The task reward is only a handful of points. It's just the two of us now, so when we get it we can divide it however we like. If you called more people, not only would the martial exam results be uncertain, but how would you split those few hundred points? Would you give them all away and keep none? Seeing Ling Zai's enlightened expression, Jiang Ran sighed and leaned back in his seat. Enough talk, just drive obediently. At this point, let's find a restaurant for a quick meal, and then consider where to start investigating next. In the private room, Ling Zai was still devouring the dishes on the table. If an uninformed person saw this, they might think Jiang Ran was mistreating him, only letting him drive without providing food. Jiang Ran sat opposite him, too lazy to pay attention, focusing solely on his phone, typing away. This task sounded mysterious, almost like a ghost story about someone who vanished for no reason. With few clues, Jiang Ran thought for a moment and decided to start investigating the task Liang Chuan took on before he went missing. Although the police must have already looked into it, who knows if they did so thoroughly? What if they overlooked some crucial clue? Jiang Ran had no confidence in those guys in Xinzhou. He dared not harbor even a sliver of hope for them. A bunch of good for nothings. The task Liang Chuan took on was certainly not one listed on their school's website. It was more likely obtained from a larger platform or organization specifically dedicated to issuing and accepting tasks. Based on Lu Longwei's tone and expression, it seemed Liang Chuan had taken on more than one task, and the rewards were substantial. Jiang Ran searched online and was surprised to find that it was indeed an official platform with an offline task hall where tasks could both be issued and accepted. Upon further investigation, he discovered that although this platform was official, they mainly served as a review and intermediary. They were responsible for reviewing tasks, publishing those that passed the review, waiting for others to accept them, and upon completion reviewing again to distribute the rewards prepared by the task issuer. The officials rarely published tasks themselves. In fact, to issue and accept more challenging tasks, a deposit had to be paid to the officials. Jiang Ran nodded. If every task underwent strict review, it meant that there should be backups of the information for those completed tasks on the official side. With backups and with the officials operating behind the scenes, that made things easier. Ultimately, after persistently bothering them, Jiang Ran finally obtained detailed information on all the tasks Liang Chuan had taken on before his disappearance. Jiang Ran first skimmed through all the tasks Liang Chuan had completed. He found that Liang Chuan had started taking tasks 3 years ago. In those 3 years, Liang Chuan accepted a total of 34 tasks, 29 of which were marked as completed, while the other 5 were tasks he had accepted but failed to complete upon returning. This was quite normal. After all, even the most capable person could not ensure 100 task completion. For example, if you accepted a task that required you to protect someone closely, and then you suddenly received news that the task target choked to death while eating. Who could have predicted that? Jiang Ran merely glanced at the first 33 tasks, and then opened the last task Liang Chuan completed before his disappearance. Recently a cult has emerged in the jurisdiction of Fufeng City. I find their stronghold and report it. Task reward 500 cash. 2. Recovery pills. Recovery pills are a type of elixir that can quickly revive someone from exhaustion, but they come with side effects. After use one would fall into double weakness and take 24 hours to recover. Despite this, the market price for recovery pills remained high, even once soaring to over 10,000 each. Occulte. Ling's Eye, having finished eating at some point, leaned over to look together. Could it be that the cult killed Liang Chuan in retaliation? That's possible, Jiang Ran replied, resting his elbow on the table and propping his head up with one hand. But did you notice anything unusual? What's unusual? Ling's Eye paused, confused. What was wrong? Where was the discrepancy? He didn't see it. Jiang Ran felt a sigh coming on at his foolishness. He tapped the screen. The locations for tasks Liang Chuan undertook were all around Bishi City, with the farthest being just next door to Bishi City. Yet this time he accepted a task in Fufeng City, which is over 1,000 kilometers away from Bishi City. Don't you find that strange? Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange. Ling's Eye scratched his head. Could it be that there are no tasks left to do in Bishi City, so he chose this one? Jiang Ran shook his head. There are always tasks to be done. He clicked on the completion status of this task, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional after reading. No wonder Liang Chuan completed it in just 4 days. If you exclude the time he spent on the road, Liang Chuan only took 3 days to finish this task, which is quite fast. The reason he could complete it so quickly was fundamentally that these cultists were simply too foolish. Liang Chuan took a flight to Fufeng City, and after landing he took a taxi to the task location in Xinxing. To his surprise, upon arriving in Xinxing, he encountered those cultists that very night. Since the task did not require capture, even though those cultists were in the fighting realm, Liang Chuan did not act recklessly. Instead, he hid in the shadows to observe. These individuals were just too foolish and played too carelessly. Liang Chuan watched them for 2 days before finally waiting for them to return to their stronghold after they had eaten and drunk enough. After confirming the location of the stronghold, Liang Chuan hurriedly reported it. The other side took a day to verify whether the stronghold location was accurate, and on the 4th day, they completed the review, confirmed the task was successful, and Liang Chuan received his reward before immediately flying back to Bishi City. As for whether Liang Chuan did anything else during those 4 days, there was no information, and Liang Chuan wouldn't be foolish enough to write anything down, so Jiang Ran and the police at that time had no way of knowing. Forget it, just sitting here staring wouldn't reveal any clues. Jiang Ran stretched his shoulders. Finished eating. If you're done, let's go. Ling's Eye eagerly took Jiang Ran's coat and draped it over him. Brother Jiang, where are we going next? With his brain, trying to take on such a task with no clues was simply a fool's errand. Fortunately, Ling's Eye had self-awareness. He now served as Jiang Ran's assistant, not needing to think, just doing whatever Jiang Ran instructed. Let's go check out Fufeng City, Jiang Ran said, putting on his coat and walking outside. I just saw the earliest flight is at 240. Send me your information and I'll buy the ticket. Jiang Ran was the kind of person who would act immediately once he decided on something. Since he thought of going to Fufeng City to look for clues, he wouldn't hesitate and would choose the earliest flight to go. Normally, Jiang Ran would be too lazy to go through the leave application process. As an SS-level player and a formal competitor in the league, he could go to any school without anyone caring as long as he ensured he would participate in the final exams. However, since he had Ling's Eye with him, Jiang Ran thought for a moment and still helped him apply for leave. Otherwise, if they completed the task and returned to wait for grades only for Ling's Eye to be penalized for skipping classes, that would be ridiculous. Fufeng City, like Shihai City, is under the jurisdiction of He Province and is located in the northernmost part of Longhua. Therefore, when Jiang Ran and Ling's Eye stepped off the plane, a gust of cold wind swept by, nearly freezing them into fools. Ling's Eye fared better. Perhaps he possessed some prophetic ability and had specifically worn a down jacket. However, Jiang Ran truly did not expect that such a trivial task would involve He Province. Not only was he wearing thin pants, but even under his coat, he only had on a single layer. At present, the only item he had to protect his neck from the cold winds of the northeast was a scarf. But fortunately, who was Jiang Ran? His ring was famously known as the Pocket of Doraemon. A mere cotton jacket was nothing to him. The two completed their outfit change in the airport lobby before following the crowd outside. Ling's Eye instinctively wanted to step outside to find a car, but Jiang Ran grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Jiang Gu, aren't we going to Xinxing? Ling's Eye, caught by the nape, cautiously asked. We will, but not right now. Jiang Ran, embodying a parental mindset, remained remarkably calm. Let's wander around first and find a place to stay for the night. Although a month had passed since Liang Chuan's disappearance, who knew if anyone was still tailing them here? As two recognizable outsiders, they had just disembarked and were heading straight for Xinjiang. If someone saw them, it might remind them of Liang Chuan. At that point, if those people became vigilant, it would be exceedingly difficult for Jiang Ran to investigate. Ling Zai surely couldn't fathom this layer. Although curious about why Jiang Ran wanted to wander around first before heading out the next day, Ling Zai was not foolish enough to ask everything. Regardless, he would do as Jiang Ge said. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, Ling Zai immediately took out his phone and opened a travel app, beginning to search for must-visit spots in Fufeng City. Jiang Ran, on the other hand, took out his phone, which had been buzzing since he got off the plane. Sure enough, it was Yin Feng. Yin Feng taking a leave. Yin Feng, no, Jiang Xiaoran, it's one thing for you to run around on your own, but why did you bring someone this time? Yin Feng, they are all talented individuals from the school, don't lead them astray. Yin Feng, I want to prove this, leave, hurry back. The latest message was from 5 minutes ago. Yin Feng. It was evident that Yin Feng was genuinely anxious. Jiang Ran merely curled the corners of his lips and remained silent, sending his location. After sending the location, feeling it was not enough, he aimed his phone at himself and recorded a video. The angle perfectly captured the airport behind him. After sending it without caring about Yin Feng's thoughts, he silenced his phone and tucked it into his pocket, following Ling Zai onto the car. By the time they arrived in Fufeng City, it was already past 6 o'clock and it was dark in He Province. Fortunately, the major shopping malls had not yet closed. Just as Jiang Ran was preparing to add more clothes, from his ring of voice suddenly rang out behind him. Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, who was chatting idly with the sales assistant, paused. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Could it be so coincidental that he could run into someone from the Yin family here? Turning slowly, he relaxed upon seeing the person's face. Thankfully, it was not Yin Yu. Jiang Ran. It really is you. Seeing Jiang Ran's face, Qi Mu's eyes lit up. Ling Zai, who was waiting beside Jiang Ran, furrowed his brows at the sight. The expression on the other party's face made Ling Zai inexplicably sense that his position might be challenged. What are you doing here? Ling Zai had a somewhat familiar relationship with Qi Mu. Ever since he lost to Jiang Ran in the arena, this kid had become much more obedient, so Jiang Ran's impression of him was not bad. My home and school are both here. Qi Mu adjusted his glasses. Isn't today Monday? Why aren't you at school, and how did you come all the way from Shangjing to Fufeng City? Jiang Ran couldn't directly tell him it was for a task, so he simply brushed it off with a vague, I have matters to attend to. Seeing the two standing there chatting, Ling Zai stepped forward and stood behind Jiang Ran. Jiang Ge, the sales assistant, is still waiting over there. As Ling Zai spoke, Qi Mu's gaze shifted to him, but only glanced once before quickly returning. It seemed that Ling Zai held less attraction to him than a chicken leg. What does Jiang Ran want to buy? Although he had looked at Ling Zai with disdain and scrutiny, when he turned back to Jiang Ran, he instantly resumed a charming smile. This made Ling Zai seethe with anger. What was going on? Why was he looking down on him just because he was a substitute player in the league? How could he not be worthy? He was a top student from Tianfu Academy, a dignified S-level awakened. During the selection days, Ling Zai was present and naturally recognized the person in front of him as part of the substitute team. Ha, mere substitute, what was so impressive about that? He was still Jiang Ge's defeated foe. No need. Jiang Ran waved his hand. Though he had no bad impression of Qi Mu, their relationship was not close enough for him to casually spend tens of thousands of yuan on him. After swiping his card and stuffing the items into his ring, Jiang Ran followed Ling Zai behind Qi Mu into a restaurant. Qi Mu mentioned that this was authentic iron pot stew, and normally one had to make reservations 2 days in advance to get a table. Fortunately, he was acquainted with the owner of the restaurant, who had a private room exclusively for him, which was perfect for bringing Jiang Ran to try. After a fulfilling meal, Qi Mu helped Jiang Ran find a nice hotel, and it was only at 9 o'clock at night that he reluctantly bid farewell. Jiang Ge, are you close with that Qi Mu? Ling Zai pondered for a long time before finally deciding to ask. Close. Jiang Ran had just finished showering, his hair still damp, but he didn't care sitting cross-legged on the floor fiddling with his computer. Hearing Ling Zai's question, Jiang Ran glanced at him. What? Do you have a grudge against him? No, I don't even. Ling Zai shook his head. I just feel like he's a bit strange. Jiang Ge, do you think he's pretending to be friendly because he's still resentful after losing to you last time, waiting for you to let your guard down so he can defeat you again? Jiang Ran truly felt that Ling Zai's thought process was not normal. What kind of logic was that? Did he think he was writing a novel? Was he returning as the Dragon King? You think about all sorts of nonsensical things every day. As Ling Zai continued to mumble, Jiang Ran, unable to tolerate it any longer, casually grabbed a cushion from the sofa and threw it at him. The speed was so quick that Ling Zai didn't react in time, and the cushion hit him squarely on the forehead. Ouch! Ling Zai covered his reddening forehead, looking even more pitiful. Jiang Gu, I'm doing this for your own good. You must not fall for that kid's tricks. Jiang Ran twitched the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, even if I let him use 90% of his strength, he still wouldn't be able to defeat me. But you Ling Zai, that Qi Mu isn't a level ability user, which is a whole tier above your S level. How can you shamelessly stand here and belittle him? What a disgrace. Ling Zai was momentarily speechless. When we go back, you must train harder. Don't show up in front of me until you reach the 5th turn of the combat realm. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up. Ling Zai was genuinely scared this time. Don Jiang Gu, please don't be so cruel. Dare to protest, and I'll beat you now. TT. The next day, even though Ling Zai had woken up early enough, he was still a step behind. Watching Qi Mu skillfully chat with Jiang Ran, Ling Zai's fists clenched. For the sake of his position as Jiang Gu's first subordinate, Ling Zai didn't care about Qi Mu's feelings and inserted himself between the two. Ling Zai shoved Qi Mu aside and followed Jiang Ran closely. Qi Mu pushed aside, gritted his teeth in anger, and gave Ling Zai the middle finger from Jiang Ran's blind spot, but Ling Zai completely ignored it. Jiang Ran was oblivious to the subtle rivalry between the two. His head hung low as he quietly walked forward, seemingly lost in thought. But only he knew that he had woken up too early and his mind had yet to fully awaken, still in a half-asleep. It wasn't until he stepped out of the hotel and was hit by the cold wind from outside that Jiang Ran finally jolted awake. Glancing at the time, he realized it was only 7 in the morning. Jiang Ran sighed, inwardly wondering if he had put too much pressure on Ling Zai last night. Otherwise, why would he be up so early looking for clues? However, since it was rare for Ling Zai to be so enthusiastic, he couldn't play the role of a spoilsport and forced himself to get out of bed. Although his body was up, his soul still lingered in the warm covers until the unique cold wind of the northeast finally woke him up. Jiang Ran pulled his scarf up, covering half of his face. You should head back. Once I finish up, I'll have time for you to show me around. Qi Mu knew those words were directed at him. Normally, if Jiang Ran was surrounded by the likes of Jing Ji and his group, he would put up a slight protest before leaving. But now, with none of the 4 most troublesome guys around, only a dim-witted kid following Jiang Ran, this was truly a godsend. It was the perfect moment for him to get closer to Jiang Ran. Missing this chance would mean missing out entirely. What are you guys going to do? I can help. I've lived in Fufeng City for over a decade. I know this place better. Determined, Qi Mu squeezed his way past Ling Zai, circling around to Jiang Ran's other side. Listening to Qi Mu enthusiastically pitch himself, Ling Zai was furious. Damn this sly guy. Didn't Jiang Gu defeat him without even lifting a finger in front of over 300 people? Was it really necessary to keep bothering Jiang Gu over such a trivial matter? Could it be that hitting him back then knocked something loose in his head? Jiang Ran paused for a moment. Have you been to Xinqiang County? I've been there. I attended elementary and middle school in Xinqiang, so I'm quite familiar with it. Hearing this, Ling Zai's heart sank. As expected. Jiang Ran's half-closed eyes brightened slightly. In that case, let's go. Jiang Ran originally had no intention of bringing Qi Mu along. First, he wasn't familiar with him, which would make it awkward to give orders. Second, he always felt there was something else hidden in this task, making it easy to stumble into trouble. If something went wrong and his originally competent substitute ended up getting harmed during the task, how would others perceive him? But thoughts move slower than events. Not only did Qi Mu keep pitching himself, but he also revealed he had studied in Xinqiang for 9 years, practically making it his hometown. Given that Jiang Ran was unfamiliar with the area, having a local guide would undoubtedly be more convenient. Thinking this over, Jiang Ran nodded in agreement. Since Jiang Ran had already agreed, Ling Zai, no matter how unwilling, dared not speak further. The 3 of them took a car straight to Xinqiang County. Despite the center of Fufeng City appearing luxurious and affluent, its geographical location was remote, so the economies of the surrounding counties were not very developed. However, comparing it to the Ganqing Liangzhou they had visited previously, Fufeng City still held the upper hand. After getting out of the car, the 3 stood on the main road, staring blankly at each other. Qi Mu was indeed familiar with Xinqiang County, but he didn't know what Jiang Ran specifically wanted to do, so he could only wait quietly for instructions. Although Ling Zai knew their purpose for coming, he hadn't been informed of Jiang Ran's specific plans or where to start investigating. So he could only stand by and wait, staring at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran rubbed his face, forcing himself. Let's go, we'll just take a look for now. If they headed straight to the location of the cult Jiang Chuan had pinpointed, wouldn't that clearly indicate to those people that they were there to investigate the matter? While he wasn't sure if anyone was secretly watching him, Jiang Ran didn't want to gamble on such matters. It was better to proceed step by step. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, Liang Chuan had already been missing for a month, and he surely couldn't still be alive. His body might have already dried up. My lord, they have gone to Xinqiang County. Xinqiang County. So they are investigating that matter. If Jiang Ran were here, he would certainly recognize this voice as somewhat familiar. He must have heard it somewhere. Then no need to worry, I'll let him have his fun. If not for the flat, cold tone reminiscent of water from a 1,000-year-old cold pool, the subordinates might have truly suspected their lord had some hidden relationship with that person. But such a thought was one they dared only to entertain fleetingly, not daring to linger even for a moment. Understood. The three of them explored Xinjiang County all day, and only as evening approached did Jiang Ran leisurely lead them to the location Liang Chuan had discovered. Is this the place? Ling Zai stood at the door, his brows furrowed tightly. This can be considered a stronghold. What were their tastes like? Before them stood a towering iron gate. Above the gate hung a curved sign. Xinjiang Mental Health Center. Even though Ling Zai had never been to a mental health center before, he wasn't ignorant. How could he not know what such hospitals were for? Jiang Ran was also somewhat taken aback. The location reported by Liang Chuan was precise to the coordinates, which street and which number, but it hadn't mentioned what the stronghold actually looked like. Since Jiang Ran had never been to Xinjiang County, he had no idea what the coordinates referred to and had only followed them to this point. Only upon arrival did he realize that it was a mental hospital. A group of insane cultists had turned a mental hospital into their base. Jiang Ran didn't know whether to commend their cleverness or to say it was to be expected. After all, the MAD and the mental hospital were indeed a perfect match. Boom. Are you only good at dodging? Do you think him like you standing there to be a living target? The old man with white hair shouted angrily, stomping down with one foot. His shirt burst apart, revealing a muscular physique more exaggerated than that of a seasoned bodybuilder who had trained for 10 years. Hey, are you serious? If you can't beat me, you take off your clothes and act like a rogue. How shameless of you, especially at your age. You looked down at the old man from midair. Beneath him lay a sea of corpses, blood flowing like a river, the stench of blood rising to the heavens. Despite being splattered with blood, you remained unfazed and even wore a smile. This made the old man feel even more wary. Do you know who we are? How dare you rashly take our lives? If you repent now and kneel to beg for mercy, perhaps I, the old man, may spare your life. He could not guarantee that he could defeat this overly young kid, so he could only rely on his background to intimidate the opponent. Oh, I know you're just a dog of the nine hells, so killing you is no big deal, you smirked. Anyway, no matter how many I kill, those old fogies won't dare to come at me. Alright, do you have any last words? If not, you can go on your way, Bai said, slowly raising his hand. Just as he was about to snap his fingers, he suddenly froze. It was in that moment of distraction that the old man seized the opportunity, launching a massive punch straight at Bai's head. Though Bai lifted his arm to block the attack at the last moment, the old man's force was overwhelmingly powerful, sending Bai flying. Bai flew back 5 meters, stumbling in the air twice before finally dissipating the force. His brow furrowed, the curve of his lips had vanished, and his expression was quite grim. The old man thought that his strike had pressured the opponent, and with one hand on his hip, he was about to burst into laughter, but Bai ignored him, completely expressionless, as he snapped his fingers. In the next second, a strange white flame suddenly erupted from the old man's body. In less than 3 seconds, the previously muscular old man was reduced to a pile of black ash. Where did that brat run off to? Bai murmured casually, taking a step forward. 1 second, he was hovering above a pile of severed limbs, and the next he was already in the school. At this moment, Yin Feng was leisurely sipping tea in his office. Previously, he had been a homeroom teacher in high school, where he barely had a moment's peace. Now, as the head of the academic affairs office at Tianfu Academy, he discovered that being a teacher could actually be so relaxed. He only had to teach 3 classes of freshmen once a week, and the rest of the time was all free. Not only did the school not assign him any tasks, but even among the students aside from Jiang Ran, no one dared to disturb him. It was leisurely, too leisurely. This was what life was supposed to be. He thought today would be another day of sipping tea and playing games, but unexpectedly Bai suddenly appeared in his office covered in blood. Yin Feng nearly jumped up in fright. What are you doing? We have no grudges against each other, please come. Without a smile, Bai still exuded a sense of pressure. He knew this matter had nothing to do with Yin Feng, but he was truly annoyed and couldn't be bothered to maintain any semblance of social etiquette. Where's Jiang Ran? Where did he go? Huh? Yin Feng straightened up slowly. Jiang Ran. He went on a mission. You know it's midterm exam season, right? What mission did he take? Where did he go? Seeing Bai's cold, icy face, Yin Feng's brows began to furrow. Is something wrong with Jiang Ran? Bai did not answer. He had been dealing with the remnants of the 9 hells these past few days, either killing or on his way to kill, hardly any time to spare. Thus he had not paid much attention to what Jiang Ran was doing. After all, he had Jiang Ran's life affinity stone. Oh, as long as something happened to him, Bai could rush over in a second. The reason he could reach him so quickly was that he had left a spatial seed on Jiang Ran when he first met him. With this seed, no matter where Jiang Ran went, even if he went abroad or entered a secret realm, as long as Bai Yu wished, he could find him instantly. Normally, when he did not consciously sense the seed, Bai Yu could only vaguely feel a coordinate connected to him without knowing the exact location. However, just now that always present vague coordinate suddenly disappeared. When the coordinate vanished, Bai Yu was momentarily stunned, leading to his successful ambush by the old man. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, that old fogey wouldn't have been able to touch even a corner of his clothes. Although the life affinity stone had not reacted, yet indicating Jiang Ran was currently safe, Bai Yu still felt anxious. Though he had never encountered a sudden disappearance of coordinates before, he knew what could cause this phenomenon. Either a spatial awakener of equal or greater strength had acted to forcibly sever the connection between Jiang Ran and Bai Yu, or Jiang Ran had entered a chaotic space-time zone. Such chaotic places could be naturally formed or artificially created by some powerful artifacts. In their time and space were completely distorted, and naturally the spatial seed Bai Yu left would lose its effectiveness. Bai Yu did not speak, and Yin Feng could not force him to. However, just by looking at his expression, one could tell that something must have gone wrong. Yin Feng immediately took the matter seriously. He sent me his location yesterday, and it showed he was in Haisheng's Fufeng City. But as for what mission he took, I didn't ask, and he didn't say. After all, that would not be proper manners. Before Yin Feng could finish his sentence, Bai Yu grew impatient and vanished on the spot. Yin Feng stared blankly for a moment, feeling a twinge of envy. Spatial abilities were incredibly convenient. The gate was locked with two enormous iron locks. Ling Zai examined it and found the locks were made of a special material. He couldn't break them even after a long time. But if a small lock could stop Jiang Ran, that would be underestimating him. Jiang Ran didn't even need to run. He simply leaped effortlessly over the wall, which was at least 4 meters high. Ling Zai and Qi Mu stood below, dumbfounded. Jiang Ran had such skills, but they didn't. So how were they supposed to get in? Jiang Ran looked down and clearly saw the confusion reflected in both their eyes. He sighed silently in his heart. Jump up here. Brother John, you can do it, but I can't. Qi Mu looked up, measuring the height of the wall. If I tell you to jump, then you jump, Jiang Ran said impatiently. If you don't listen, you can go back. Qi Mu immediately fell silent. Just as he expressed his doubts, Ling Zai had already started a running leap. Though Ling Zai had decent physical ability and jumped high, he still fell short of reaching the top of the wall. Just as he reached his limit and was about to be pulled down by gravity, a gentle breeze blew past, softly lifting his suspended feet and carrying him upward, until Ling Zai's upper body completely cleared the wall. Witnessing this, Qi Mu finally understood. So Jiang Ran had this trick up his sleeve. After being brought up by Jiang Ran in the same manner, Ling Zai looked at him with a provocative expression, even giving him the finger. Qi Mu. Damn it, just you wait. This hospital is not very large, or at least when Jiang Ran stood on the wall and looked inside, he could only see a few low buildings. Compared to the large hospitals in Shangjing, it was vastly inferior. However, there are some advantages to its small size. At least it would make their search much more convenient. Logically speaking, with 3 of them searching separately would be much faster, and they might even return before dawn. But after thinking it over, Jiang Ran decided that the 3 of them should stay together. For some reason, ever since he entered this mental hospital, an inexplicable sense of foreboding had arisen in his heart. It felt just like the ominous premonition he had during the initial outbreak in the restricted zone, which triggered a chain reaction. Whether in his past life or this life, Jiang Ran had always trusted his sixth sense. Thus he respected his intuition at this moment, insisting that the 2 others must remain within his line of sight at all times. At that moment, the sky in Haisheng had already turned dark, and the 3 of them were slowly moving in a dilapidated mental hospital that had been abandoned for quite some time. Jiang Ran wanted to move faster, but these 2 were utterly useless. Wasn't it just a bit dark, a bit quiet, and a bit desolate? Why were they so afraid? In the face of Jiang Ran's doubts, the 2 of them surprisingly aligned in their stance. If Qi Mu had known in advance that Jiang Ran would come to explore the abandoned mental hospital late at night, he would have done anything to avoid coming. Before entering, he hadn't felt anything, but after stepping inside, he realized just how desolate it was. It was so desolate that whenever Qi Mu walked inside, he felt a chilling sensation creeping up his back, as if someone was lurking behind him, breathing down his neck. As he thought this, all the hairs on Qi Mu's body stood on end, and he couldn't help but move closer to Jiang. Sandwiched between 2 idiots and unable to move an inch, Jiang Ran felt a burst of frustration, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, he kicked each of them away with his long legs. Then a voice colder than the winds of the northeast came through. Do not leave my sight, but maintain a distance of 1 meter from me. The 2 responded with a dismayed TT. The three of them first headed to the small building in the center which contained nothing but discarded waste and debris with no other traces left behind. Afterward, they spent half the night thoroughly inspecting the entire hospital, turning over every stone in an effort to leave no corner unexamined. Yet even after all this, they found nothing. There wasn't even a hint of a clue related to Liang Chuan, let alone any signs of cultists. If it weren't for the fact that Liang Chuan had indeed reported this location, and it had passed the review, Jiang Ran would have suspected that they had gone to the wrong place. The hour hand on the watch slowly approached 12. Jiang Ran's sense of foreboding intensified. He instinctively raised his head to stretch his neck. Unexpectedly, as soon as he looked up, he was frozen in place. It was a cloudy night with no moon, making the surroundings appear extremely dark. However, just as Jiang Ran raised his head, he discovered a crescent moon hanging in the sky, which he hadn't noticed before. Yet it emitted no light. Instead, a streak of red slowly spread upward from its tip. By the time Jiang Ran noticed, the entire moon, except for that upper corner, had turned blood red. Jiang Ran stood there in a daze. At that moment, the surroundings were eerily silent. He could almost hear his own heartbeat, much faster than usual. "Jiang, what are you looking at?" Seeing Jiang Ran standing in place with his head tilted back, Ling Zai curiously looked up from a distance of 1 meter away. "What the heck, why is that moon red?" Ling Zai exclaimed after just one glance. "Jiang." Shimu was about to ask if Jiang Ran knew what was happening, but when he turned to look, he found Jiang Ran still in a daze. Shimu and Ling Zai exchanged glances, puzzled by Jiang Ran's state. Jiang Ran hadn't heard what the two had said. He could only hear the pounding of his own heart. He pinched his palm hard, forcing himself to calm down. "Since there's nothing here, let's go." Jiang Ran lowered his head, refusing to look at the strangely eerie blood-red moon in the sky. But just as the three were about to reach the front gate, a beam of light suddenly shone in. Ling Zai instinctively looked up, and the next moment he was startled. He saw a small sun slowly breaking through the clouds in the previously pitch-black sky, stubbornly peeking out, contesting against the blood-red crescent moon on the other side. Qin Yu's face changed dramatically at midnight. "How can there be a sun?" Jiang Ran frowned, but remained silent, taking 2 steps toward the gate and slowly extending his hand. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the gate, the space in front of him rippled, and the next second his fingertip unexpectedly emerged from in front of Jiang Ran's face. Jiang Ran stared at it for 2 seconds before retracting his hand. The hand that had been hovering in front of his face quickly withdrew and vanished. The sun in the sky continued to shine brightly. However, what should have been warm sunlight felt bone-chillingly cold against his skin. Chaos in space-time. A phrase popped into Jiang Ran's mind. Time and space were completely distorted. The sun was rising at midnight, and the surrounding space began. To be honest, if he encountered such a place in the wilderness, Jiang Ran might have let his imagination run wild, pondering whether opportunities and treasures existed within. After all, that's how it was written in novels. But now in this long-abandoned mental hospital, it turned out to be a chaotic space-time. Jiang Ran's heart felt icy cold. If word got out that he was searching for treasures in a mental hospital, he would surely be labeled as insane. Moreover, chaotic space-time was genuinely troublesome. Entering was easy, but exiting was extremely difficult. Attempting to force it open was almost impossible. Just as Jiang Ran searched his mind for any previous knowledge on how to break through a chaotic zone, a cold wind swept by. Jiang Ran wrinkled his face as he moved his nose. What the hell, where did that stench come from? How could one describe this smell? It was like a new kind of soup brewed for 14 days, combining the stench of socks worn for 7 days, spoiled leftovers from 5 days, fresh vomit, and 10 years' worth of accumulated grease from the sewer. It was both foul and pungent. Even though Jiang Ran had wrapped his scarf tightly, the stench still drifted into his nostrils, making him feel nauseous. Even Ling Zai and Qi Mu, who had been maintaining a distance of 1 meter from Jiang Ran, were overwhelmed by the foul smell, their eyes watering. Logically, they should conserve their energy in such a place and only use their abilities at a critical moment. But Jiang Ran truly couldn't endure it anymore. With a gentle step of his left foot, a 2-meter radius of green light radiated from him, dispersing the odor in the air and isolating it outside the light circle. Jiang Ran took a deep breath, feeling as if he had come back to life. Damn, that almost suffocated me. Ling Zai wiped his eyes. Fortunately, Jiang Ran acted decisively, otherwise Ling Zai felt that after this his sense of smell would surely be ruined. The smell is coming from behind us. Qin Yu's entire face turned red, and after sneezing twice, he finally regained his composure. Let's go take a look. Even though the smell was isolated outside by the wind circle, Jiang Ran still didn't loosen the tightly wrapped scarf. Although the moon and sun coexisted in the sky, creating an eerie sight with the sunlight, Qin Yu's lost courage gradually returned. Ling Zai clenched his fist, motivating himself, and Jiang Ran. Let's go. The space in the chaotic land was unstable. To avoid the situation where the three of them would be teleported to different places, Jiang Ran had to retract his previous demand to maintain a distance of 1 meter. The three of them grabbed each other, moving forward like conjoined twins. After just a few steps, even though they were heading towards the front right, they astonishingly found themselves back at the entrance. Jiang Ran, it's fine, isn't it, just retracing their steps? It's not far anyway, so let's go. The three turned around, bypassed the small building in the middle, and continued towards the buildings behind. Just as the three reached halfway, they took a step, and the familiar large iron door appeared before them again. Jiang Ran. Damn. He couldn't believe it. He turned around and continued walking. They had gone around the right side before, so this time, they chose the left. There were paths on both sides. If one side wouldn't let him pass, he would just go the other way. This time the three were even more cautious, always testing the ground first with their feet. If the foot they extended did not suddenly disappear, they would take another step. Though this method was time-consuming and labor-intensive, it proved effective. The three spent a full hour before finally arriving at the nearest small building. This 4-story building had been searched by Jiang Ran before. It was a hospital wing with little inside. However, now the wind circle sealed off all smells. They only knew that the foul odor was coming from the buildings behind them, but they could not tell which one. Jiang Ran didn't want to smell that odor again, so they had to search those buildings again. He nodded to the other two and stepped onto the stairs first. Ling Zai and Chi Mu followed closely behind. The next moment, the scenery shifted. The familiar iron door appeared in front of them again. Jiang Ran. What the hell? Was this intentional? Ling Zai was also extremely annoyed. Damn, what does it mean? Are they deliberately teasing us? Huh? Jiang Ran sighed deeply, trying to suppress his inner irritation. Alright then, since they wouldn't let them go on either side, couldn't they pass through the middle? If it didn't work this time, then he wouldn't hesitate to use some special methods. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps hearing Jiang Ran's thoughts this time, they walked straight from the door to the hospital wing, without any mishaps, until they stepped inside. Jiang Ran coldly snorted in his heart. At least this thing knew its place. Otherwise he wouldn't mind turning the entire hospital into ruins. Jiang Ran didn't believe he wouldn't find anything that way. The three spent nearly 3 hours searching the entire building again. Although they found many more items than during their first search, they were all worthless medical waste. Jiang Ran speculated that the reason they hadn't found these items before was likely that they had been swallowed by the surrounding, already chaotic folded space. Even if they came back here half a day later, there might be more or fewer items. Yet even so, they couldn't afford. At the very least, the suddenly appearing foul smell indicated that there must be something else in this psychiatric hospital that had been expelled by those spaces. Though Jiang Ran did not say it, he already had a rough idea of what was producing the odor. Haihei Province, Fufeng City, Xinjiang County. The old site of the Xinjiang Mental Health Center. Baiyu had been standing here for half an hour, but still hadn't found a way in. As soon as he arrived, Baiyu realized that this was a man-made place of time and space chaos. He had walked around the hospital several times, but found nothing. However, when Baiyu tried to forcibly locate Jiang Ran's position using his abilities, he felt a sense of repulsion. The other party didn't want him to enter. A smile crept onto Baiyu's face. It was not one of joy, but of anger. Did he really give them face? Despite his anger, Baiyu did not take any coercive measures to attempt entry, instead quietly observing from the shadows. Jiang Ran would not be unaware that he had entered a chaotic land. Given the old man's character, he surely had provided Jiang Ran with some protective items, so it shouldn't be difficult for Jiang Ran to leave. But he chose not to leave. This indicated that Jiang Ran must have other plans. Since the Destiny Stone had not reacted at all, he might as well let him be and see how he intended to play. Otherwise, if he forcibly disturbed this place and disrupted Jiang Ran's plans, that brat would definitely... Jiang Ran had almost lost track of time here. He didn't know how many hours had passed, he only knew it must have been a long time. After all, they couldn't afford to walk carelessly, and sometimes they would suddenly be teleported to another place, forcing them to start over. It was quite annoying. If it weren't for the two little brothers watching beside him, Jiang Ran really wanted to lose his temper and blow this place to smithereens. Hard work pays off. After the sun and moon switched places, Jiang Ran finally found what he wanted to see. A familiar smile returned to Jiang Ran's face, even wider than before. Jiang Ran could still smile, but the other two did not share such a strong mental fortitude. Ling Zai retched while Chi Mu, although unable to smell the odor, instinctively held his breath and turned his head away, unable to bear to look. They were currently in the basement of the hospital wing located in the far corner. Since the hospital had been abandoned for a long time, the circuits were no longer functional, so Jiang Ran used a flashlight for illumination. Just a few meters in front of the three of them, at the convergence of the flashlight beams, was a small mountain. A mountain made up of countless corpses. The foul odor was emanating from here. Ling Zai's hand holding the flashlight was trembling. He had seen dead people before, but he had never seen so many dead at once. The ones at the bottom had rotted into mush with reddish-yellow fluids flowing out and pooling around. Higher up were the most disgusting, unviewable corpses decayed to 70. Fat white maggots crawled over them, and if one fell it would plop to the ground. Above them were corpses that still vaguely retained human shapes, decayed to varying degrees. Even higher, Ling Zai could no longer hold back and bent over to vomit. Chimu was not much better off. As a substitute player in the league, he had entered many secret realms and killed numerous exotic beasts in the past. But how could the feeling brought by the corpse of an exotic beast be the same as that of a human corpse? The moment he saw the mountain of corpses, Chimu instinctively turned to look at Jiang Ran, only to find that Jiang Ran not only showed no sign of disgust, but even had a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Why? Was he not afraid? These were once living people just like him. Jiang Ran didn't know what Chimu was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't care, and was too lazy to explain. In front of the mountain of corpses, several bodies were haphazardly piled up. Compared to the corpses on the mountain, these bodies appeared quite fresh, likely having died not long ago. Among them, Jiang Ran saw a face he had seen countless times before Liang Chuan. He was indeed dead. However, it was fortunate that due to the low temperatures in the northeast, Liang Chuan still looked human, allowing Jiang Ran to take him away. Ling Zai vomited until his stomach was empty before he finally calmed down. He trembled as he reached out to place a hand on Jiang Ran's shoulder, but Jiang Ran seemed to have eyes on his shoulder, silently stepping aside to avoid his hand. With his hand landing on nothing, Ling Zai pouted, feeling extremely wronged. What on earth is this place? Who did this? After a long pause, Chimu finally found his voice. But if one listened closely, they could hear the tremor in his voice. Who else could it be but the Nine Nether? Ling Zai answered without thinking. After all, he had only encountered the Nine Nether and knew they were not good folks, so it was natural for him to attribute this to them. It's not the Nine Nether. Jiang Ran shook his head. Though the Nine Nether are vile, they haven't sunk to this level of... Take a close look. What is different about these corpses compared to ordinary ones? Ling Zai scratched his arm. Jiang Gu was throwing questions at him again. But in a place like this, facing these things, is it really appropriate to pose such questions on the spot? Sensing the reluctance between the two, Jiang Ran mercilessly kicked each of them, saying, "Hurry up and look." Ling Zai huffed in grievance, but obediently widened his eyes, suppressing his nausea to observe. They... Chimu swallowed hard, forcing back the urge to vomit. It seems they have something extra on them. No, wait, some of them don't seem to be human at all. Ling Zai was a bit uncertain. Earlier he thought all the corpses were human. But now, after looking carefully, he noticed some corpses actually had beastly claws or tails, or their bodies were partially transformed into strange beasts. And such corpses were not in the minority. They are human, Jiang Ran said indifferently. Or rather, they once were human. Do you know about the Lingqing Pavilion? Lingqing Pavilion. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes reflecting the same bewilderment. Lingqing Pavilion sounds like a righteous force, the kind that seems very prestigious. Ling Zai ventured to say. Jiang Ran chuckled, unsure whether to feel helpless or angry. These are the works of the Lingqing Pavilion. The Lingqing Pavilion loves to dabble in inhuman experiments. For instance, how to combine humans and beasts to gain half-human, half-beast powers. And these are the failed experiment subjects. Ling Zai and Chimu were horrified. Humans combined with... How could this be possible? They thought it was some righteous force, only to find out they were doing such disgusting things. This is simply anti-human. Moreover, conducting experiments on living people. How many people did they kill? Just this mountain of corpses alone, there must be at least 1,000 bodies. Are they still human? Ling Zai felt his blood run cold. He could not comprehend how someone could commit such a heartless act against others who were just like them. When they were using others for experiments, did they not realize they were also human? Stop thinking about it. Jiang Ran patted Ling Zai's head. You will never understand the thoughts of a madman. All right, now I need to complete the task. Jiang Ran smiled and walked towards Liang Chuan's corpse. He first took out his phone and snapped a dozen photos of Liang Chuan from various angles. Then he reached out, intending to take Liang Chuan away. The storage ring could only hold inanimate objects, so Liang Chuan's corpse could naturally be stored. But just as he was about to touch Liang Chuan, Jiang Ran's hand suddenly stopped. No. To directly place him inside like this would be too disgusting. He wouldn't even want to use his own ring. Ling Zai, come here. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ran beckoned to Ling Zai. Ling Zai's heart skipped a beat when Jiang Ran called him out. But he didn't dare defy Jiang Ran's words, and could only slowly shuffle over. Jiang Gu, is there something? Ling Zai tried to force a bright smile, hoping to evoke Jiang Ran's sympathy. You take care of Liang Chuan's body. Ling Zai looked at Liang Chuan, whose abdomen had a large hole, and all his internal organs were gone, and he shivered all over. He attempted to resist, But Jiang Gu, the task only says to provide clues about Liang Chuan's disappearance. Is it really necessary to bring him back? He attempted to resist, but Jiang Gu, the task only says to provide clues. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ran again, noticing the other still wore an extremely calm expression. Ling Zai gritted his teeth and reached out towards Liang Chuan. Just as Ling Zai's hand was about to touch Liang Chuan's shoulder, with a whoosh, Liang Chuan's corpse suddenly burst into flames. The scorching flames surged towards Ling Zai's face. Jiang Ran, as if having anticipated this, swiftly pulled Ling Zai behind him, saving him from being burned to a crisp. As Liang Chuan's corpse ignited, other corpses began to emit red flames from within, rapidly consuming everything around them. Jiang Ran, we can't let them burn the evidence. Chimu panicked. He knew Jiang Ran possessed water-type abilities which were perfect for countering flames. However, Jiang Ran took 2 steps back, squinting. Their strength is greater than mine, he succinctly explained. Then, Chimu still felt reluctant. Jiang Ran chuckled coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. Rather than worry about that, it's better to worry about whether we can survive this. The entire mountain of corpses was engulfed in flames. Amidst the raging fire, the corpses that should have turned to ash actually began to rise, countless heads twisting and slowly turning to look at Jiang Ran. With over 1,000 corpses, their bodies engulfed in flames, half beasts and half humans were staring at him, many of them already highly decayed. Even Jiang Ran, with his strong mental resilience, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. In the next moment, a watercolored circle quickly brightened outside the originally blue halo. For a moment, Chi Mu seemed to faintly hear the sound of waves. No, he wasn't mistaken. Within the watercolored circle, countless waves surged, and a wave towering over 10 meters rose, crashing heavily against the burning corpses. Boom! Victory! Ha, this game isn't that hard. I feel like I'm truly gifted. Bayu sat on a black chair, hands cradling his phone as he played. Seeing the golden victory sign on the screen, Bayu smiled even brighter. He had been waiting for 3 hours, but that little brat still hadn't planned on coming out. In November, the northeastern temperatures had already dropped to single digits, and at night sometimes dipped below 0. Yet Bayu hadn't even worn a thick coat, still in his white shirt and long pants, as if he felt no cold at all. Just as he was about to continue to the next round, his expression suddenly changed. Are you sure you don't want me to come? Why would you come? Just stay put. Jiang Ran fumed internally while continuously dodging in the basement. Ling Zai and Chimu hid in a corner, watching Jiang Ran single-handedly confront hundreds, if not thousands of corpses, their hearts racing. Chimu initially thought Jiang Ran was just slightly stronger than him, and that he would eventually catch up. But now, witnessing Jiang Ran's full combat prowess, Chimu realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Those corpses, now more appropriately referred to as charred corpses, each possessed strength rivaling that of the river realm. The weakest among them was at least at the 5th level of the fighting realm. If there were only a few, Chimu could handle them. But now there were over 1,000, and half of them possessed strength at the river realm. Jiang Ran, a mere 2nd level of the river realm, could actually hold his ground against 1,000 charred corpses. If this news got out, it would shock everyone. Watching Jiang Ran weave left and right, toying with the mob of charred corpses, the admiration of the two for him surged like an unstoppable tide. Yet unseen by them, Jiang Ran's face was ashen, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. If one looked closely, they would see his fingertips trembling. It hurt like hell, more than the previous 2 times combined. But there was nothing he could do about it. Jiang Ran was now at the river realm, and to advance further, he needed to reach the river realm's next stages. And just being at the ordinary river realm was not enough. He needed to be at the 4th or 5th level. The higher the level, the more difficult it became to break through. Thus, as Jiang Ran's power increased, so would the suffering he had to endure to wield that strength in the future. After all, transcending realms to confront the fighting realm was an entirely different concept than transcending the ruins realm to engage with the spiritual realm. The greater the distance in levels, the more drastically it would expand. To gain inhuman power without paying a price, how could that be possible? Why not use what your grandfather gave you? The voice in his mind seemed to sense the pain Jiang Ran was experiencing. A few river realm climbers are not unbeatable. Jiang Ran forcefully swallowed the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. Using it now would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. No matter how rich you are, it shouldn't be used this way. If you don't use it, your body won't hold out much longer. The voice was extremely calm. Everything comes at a price. Even if you can endure, your body has already reached its limit. At most 3 minutes, if you don't leave now, your body will collapse before your soul does. Damn it! Jiang Ran cursed softly. Why was his body so fragile? Chimu, take Ling Zai and leave first. I'll catch up shortly. Jiang Gu. Ling Zai instinctively stood up, wanting to say something, but Chimu had already grabbed him and was pulling him towards the exit. What the hell? Are we just leaving Jiang Gu behind? Ling Zai was furious. Chimu ran ahead without looking back. Idiot. Do you think Jiang Ran needs us? We'd only be a hindrance. Just listen to him. Although Jiang Ran didn't turn back, he could tell from the sound of their footsteps that they must have escaped. Now he no longer held back. In an instant the entire basement was filled with blue and watery hues. Cough. After just a minute and a half Jiang Ran could no longer restrain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell onto the azure glow, causing the wind to surge once more, amplifying its power. With a loud bang, much of the small building above the basement was blown away, the icy sunlight pouring down on Jiang Ran, sharpening his hazy awareness. Originally Ling Zai was worried, but upon seeing Jiang Ran appear unscathed, he was overjoyed. Jiang. Before he could finish the second word, he suddenly stopped. Jiang Ran seemed to sense something and instinctively dodged to the side. But it was futile. He had no idea what had happened. A sudden pain shot through his abdomen, even more intense than the price he was currently paying. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building. And in the spot where he had just stood, a phantom black figure stood quietly with its hands behind its back. Cough, cough. Damn it, that was a vicious move. In the ruins, Jiang Ran spat out a mouthful of blood and unsteadily stood up under the astonished gaze of the opponent. Wiping his lips, Jiang Ran looked at the figure. The two locked eyes for 2 seconds, and Jiang Ran suddenly extended his hand, lightly beckoning with his index finger. What's the point of a sneak attack? Come at me if you dare. Are you insane? The voice in his mind finally lost its composure. It's already been 2 minutes. Your body really can't take it. But there's still a minute left, right? Jiang Ran smiled brightly, but his eyes were icy cold. Countless golden threads intertwined in his vision. 1 minute is enough for me. After saying this, Jiang Ran's figure flickered as he took the initiative to attack. However, in the next moment, a blood-colored figure was sent flying, once again crashing into the previous basement with a loud bang. Damn. Jiang Ran rubbed his chest. That really hurts. Why bother? The voice said again, wouldn't it be easier to just use what your grandfather gave you to deal with him? There are still 40 seconds left. What's the rush? Jiang Ran continued to smile, seemingly unafraid of death. I'm also quite curious about how big the gap is between me and the Sea Realm now. At first Jiang Ran didn't understand what this thing was when it suddenly attacked him. But after the second encounter, he had a rough understanding. This place was an artificially created chaotic realm specifically designed by the Lingqing Pavilion to conduct their inhuman experiments. Later it was accidentally discovered by Liang Chuan and reported. Left with no choice, the Lingqing Pavilion had to abandon this place and move everything away. Although they had always been low-key, the Lingqing Pavilion would never let go of anyone who exposed them halfway. Thus they killed Liang Chuan and left his body along with those failed experiments here. The people from the Lingqing Pavilion had left, but a chaotic realm couldn't just be taken away. So they left traps here. As soon as someone discovered the secrets of the basement, the corpses would launch an attack. However, even though the number of corpses was not large, their strength was far too weak. Thus the Lingqing Pavilion left a second backup. A member of the Lingqing Pavilion who had merged with the entire chaotic realm. This bastard was probably in the late stages of the Sea Realm, while alive, so even though his strength had significantly dropped after merging with the chaotic realm, he still possessed power at the Sea Realm. Moreover, merging with the entire chaotic realm meant that in this place this person would have the ability to manipulate the surrounding space. This meant that every attack from Jiang Ran was either dodged by him or redirected elsewhere using space manipulation. Jiang Ran was nearly driven to the brink of bloodlust. Damn it, can't he fight without cheating? With another loud crash, Jiang Ran was sent crashing into the ruins once more. Damn, I hate cheating bastards. Although Jiang Ran was in immense pain, he still had the energy to curse angrily. In less than a minute, the once intact psychiatric hospital had turned into a wasteland. Most of the destruction was caused by Jiang Ran's attacks, with a small portion being the result of Jiang Ran smashing through with his body. Seemingly bored, the figure no longer gave Jiang Ran a chance to rise again, suddenly appearing in front of him, gripping his neck and lifting him up. You really have gone too far this time. The voice finally grew angry. Without waiting for Jiang Ran to retort, it forcefully seized control of his body while he was still weak. Half-closed eyes reopened, and the once near golden pupils instantly turned blood red. You're here to find death. Seeking death. Two voices nearly overlapped. As Bai Yu entered, he saw a phantom figure gripping Jiang Ran's neck with one hand. Bai Yu's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could react, a torrent of white flames erupted from the figure's core. In the instant the flames burst forth, he appeared beside the figure and raised his hand, severing the figure's arm at the shoulder. Jiang Ran, who had been lifted into the air, immediately fell. Bai Yu reached out and caught him steadily, then delivered a powerful kick, sending the figure crashing into the ruins. In the next second, the figure exploded, spewing flecks of white flame that distorted the surrounding space. Are you crazy? Huh? Do you want to die? After dealing with the figure, Baiyu immediately looked down at Jiang Ran. Seeing that he was still breathing, he unleashed a torrent of scolding. While shoving various healing potions into Jiang Ran's mouth, as if they were free, Baiyu continued to berate him. Don't you have life-saving props? Why didn't you use them? Do you just love to show off? Huh? Do you know how much worry this causes people? This time, luckily, I finished my business in time to rush over. What about next time? What if I'm caught up and can't get away? Are you just going to let yourself be choked to death? Cough cough. Don't. Seeing Jiang Ran saved by you vanished without a trace, and Jiang Ran's eyes returned to their original black. Don't scold me. Jiang Ran gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words between clenched jaws. He simply couldn't help it, the pain was too intense. The healing potions could only address the injuries he sustained during the battle, but they couldn't do anything about the strange price he paid. He could only rely on his strong willpower to endure. As long as he could endure, everything would be alright. Watching Jiang Ran curl up almost into a ball due to the pain, Baiyu felt a lump in his throat, and suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Gu, seeing the danger pass, Ling Zai, who had been hiding in a corner, immediately rushed over. But upon seeing Jiang Ran covered in blood, trembling from pain, Ling Zai froze, unsure of what to do. Ling Zai had never seen Jiang Ran like this. In his mind, Jiang Ran had always been omnipotent, as if there were no problems he couldn't solve in this world. But now, this boy who once loomed like a mountain in his heart seemed so fragile that a gentle breeze could sweep him away. Ling Zai suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and regret. It was all his fault. It was all his fault for being too weak. Not only could he not help Jiang Ran, but him merely standing there was already a burden to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran had to fight against his enemies while constantly being aware of whether he would be caught up in the battle. It was his fault. He shouldn't have sought out Jiang Ran for a team. Jiang Ran, is he okay? Chimu also ran over. Upon seeing Jiang Ran's condition, he too was shaken. But then he turned his gaze to Baiyu, who was kneeling on one knee, tense all over. Ling Zai had seen Baiyu and knew he had a good relationship with Jiang Ran. But Chimu had never met him. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Thank you for saving Jiang Ran. Why don't you let me take him?" Get lost. Baiyu threw a word at him without looking up. If it weren't for the fact that these two came with Jiang Ran, Baiyu might have treated them like people from the Nine Nether. Two worthless fools. What qualifications do they have to follow Jiang Ran? Just look at the present. Jiang Ran is covered in blood and unable to move. What about them? They didn't even have a speck of dust on them. What do they take Jiang Ran for? Their exclusive bodyguard. When trouble arises, they push Jiang Ran to the front, thinking they can rest easy behind him. The anger in Baiye's heart surged like a volcanic eruption. If he weren't afraid of making Jiang Ran hurt more, he would have kicked Ling Zai and Chimu far away. It would be best if they never came back. 10 minutes passed. Although Jiang Ran still felt pain within, it had lessened considerably compared to before. At the very least, he could finally speak a few words. Don't be angry. Jiang Ran weakly clutched Baiye's white shirt had already been splattered with specks of red before he arrived. Now, it was completely soaked in Jiang Ran's blood, turning it a deep crimson. Baiyu tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I'm not angry." Suddenly a square object was thrust into his arms. Baiyu was momentarily taken aback. Looking down, he found it was a small deep blue box. However, it was now inevitably stained with blood. "This is a gift for you." Jiang Ran wanted to cough, but held it back, taking a deep breath to say. Baiyu was still a bit dazed. Suddenly he thought of something, and became even more stiff. So what Jiang Ran said that day wasn't just empty words. Chimu also saw the small box. He remembered that Jiang Ran had bought it last night in Fufeng City. Jiang Ran had spent a long time choosing it. He even offered to help with suggestions, but Jiang Ran had refused. The reason it left such a deep impression was that the price of this item was truly exorbitant. It was a price that Chimu would never come across in his lifetime. Yet Jiang Ran had swiped his card without even blinking. Chimu thought Jiang Ran had bought it for himself, but unexpectedly he used it as a gift for someone else. As the pain gradually diminished, Jiang Ran was finally able to relax and take deep breaths. A familiar smile reappeared on Baiye's face. "Can you move?" Baiyu spoke gently, completely lacking the earlier anger. "Then let's go back, otherwise Yin Feng will be worried sick." Without waiting for Jiang Ran to respond, Baiyu directly took him and vanished from the spot, leaving Ling Zai, who was reflecting on himself, and Chimu, who frowned deeply. Chimu's frown was so deep it could crush a fly. That young man, who also had white hair, seemed to glance at him before disappearing. Was it an illusion? After returning to school, Jiang Ran fainted. This startled Yin Feng, who had rushed over in a hurry, greatly. "What the hell is going on? How could he be fine before coming back then faint as soon as he arrived? Bai was equally unsure of what was happening, so the two of them called for help again, finally confirming that it was just a fainting spell from exhaustion and that there was no serious harm. Yin Feng let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness, as long as he was okay. Jiang Ran had no idea how he had fainted. He only felt as if he had been dreaming for a long time. Yes, that's right, the only one we call that here is him. From today on we will be your parents. Come, let me introduce you, this is your younger brother. You are the older brother, you must take care of him, understand? You are the older brother, you must take responsibility, right? We have raised you for so many years, spent so much money on you, shouldn't you give back to us? Doctor, please, I beg you, you must save him. We have money, we are not short of money. You must save him. Jiang Ran saw a bright white light being turned on, shining directly on his face. Several tall figures in green surgical gowns stood around him. None of them spoke, they simply exchanged glances before turning their gazes toward him. In the next moment Jiang Ran felt a sharp pain throughout his body. Pain, such pain, it was truly unbearable. It felt 1,000 times worse than the worst price he had ever paid. Jiang Ran felt something wet trickle down from the corner of his eye. Then a hand reached out, gently wiping away that tear. Jiang Ran instantly sat up from his position, startled by a concerned voice beside him. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Turning his head, Jiang Ran was taken aback. What the hell? How are you here? Bai was momentarily stunned, then immediately felt wronged. This is my dormitory, where else would I be? Jiang Ran was equally bewildered. What the hell? His dormitory? Nonsense. However, when Jiang Ran looked around, he noticed that although the layout of the room was the same, the items around were completely different from those in his own room. No way, it really is Bai's dormitory. Wait, why am I in your dormitory? Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Ran's expression turned horrifying. Damn it, are you plotting something against me? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. I'm a straight man. And taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state, don't you have any shame? Bai replied. Bai was so amused he couldn't help but slap the back of Jiang Ran's head, nearly knocking him senseless. I went all the way to wait for you all night, brought you back from He Province, and when you fainted I had to find someone and stay by your side. And in your eyes I'm just that kind of lecherous person. Jiang Ran rubbed the back of his head, remaining silent for a moment. It seemed a bit excessive. Mainly because Bai's previous behavior had been so unreliable. Suddenly being so serious, Jiang Ran felt a bit out of place. Seeing Jiang Ran fall silent at his words, Bai truly felt helpless now. If he hadn't checked on Jiang Ran and confirmed that he was really fine, he would have thought this kid had been hit on the head. Otherwise, how could he be so foolish? What's wrong? Did my words leave you speechless? Did you realize your mistake? Jiang Ran had been unconscious for 3 days, so Bai had naturally been tense for 3 days. Now that Jiang Ran was finally awake, Bai could finally breathe a sigh of relief. If something had really happened, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Jiang Ran's grandfather. Finally able to relax, Bai kicked back and put his legs up. Jiang Ran was still reflecting when he heard this and rolled his eyes silently. How could he possibly think Bai was being serious? Serious, my foot. Bai was still talking, but Jiang Ran was too lazy to listen any longer and threw off the covers to leave. Hey, don't go. Bai grabbed him. I haven't finished speaking yet. Jiang Ran was rolling his eyes to the sky. I just remembered I haven't submitted my task, otherwise I won't get any grades. Don't worry, your little sidekick already submitted the task long ago. Mentioning Ling Zai, although Bai's expression didn't change much, his tone became much colder. Jiang Ran opened his mouth about to ask how Ling Zai was doing, but Bai immediately changed the subject and took out a small box from the side. By the way, what did you give me? If you simply bought something to fool me, I'm not going to accept it. Bai wouldn't let him leave, and Jiang Ran truly couldn't get away. Sighing helplessly, he sat back down. Just open it, and see for yourself. Bai's gaze flickered a couple of times before he opened the box right in front of the gift giver. Inside the box was a pair of ear studs. The black crushed diamonds displayed different colors under the light. If one had to describe it, it would be a vividly colorful black. Bai blinked. He had expected something more practical, but unexpectedly, it was a pair of ear studs. Seeing his lack of reaction, Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Don't like it. If you don't like it, just give it back to me. Despite its small size and somewhat ordinary appearance, it was actually incredibly valuable, worth at least double what he paid for the necklace earlier. If Bai dared to dislike it, Jiang Ran felt he might just knock his brains out right there. Bai immediately suppressed his surprise. You give it to me, and now you want it back. Once it's in my hands, it's mine. As long as you like it. Jiang Ran's eyes twinkled. How about I put it on? Let's see how it looks. Bai obviously knew what this kid was up to, but since he was indeed in a good mood today, he waved his hand and agreed. Come on. Jiang Ran took out one of the ear studs, gauged it for a moment, and then swiftly pressed it against Bai's ear bone. Expecting to enjoy Bai Ye's grimacing expression, he was surprised to find that this guy didn't even flinch, maintaining a straight face, as if piercing his ear was less painful than a mosquito bite. Jiang Ran pouted. Keep pretending then. Just as he was about to grab the other one, Bai Yu pulled the box back. Jiang Ran smirked. He knew it. How could there be no reaction? Just as he was about to mock him, Bai Yu suddenly pressed down on him, and Jiang Ran felt a sharp pain in his right ear. This bit of pain felt like nothing to Jiang Ran, but it was too sudden, causing him to take a sharp breath. Instinctively reaching to touch it, he found a cool little object. Jiang Ran was momentarily confused. Why did you put it on me? I already said that once it's in my hands, it's mine. Bai Yu proudly swung his legs. Since it's mine, I can put it on whoever I want. What kind of twisted logic is that? This time it was Jiang Ran who was laughing in anger. This kid did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. Originally planning to watch him make a fool of himself, he didn't expect to be the one to cry out in pain. That damn kid. Jiang Ran was so angry he started to laugh, while Bai Yu looked like a cat that had just stolen a fish, grinning mischievously. However, he couldn't go too far. He didn't want to genuinely anger him to the point of causing harm. Bai Yu cleared his throat. Alright, there's one more thing. Do you want to hear it? Jiang Ran calmly scanned the entire room, discovering that it was even more minimalist than his own room, lacking any additional items, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Go on. The 7 institutes plan to hold a joint competition next month. Do you want to join in? The joint competition of the 7 institutes. What is that? Seeing the confusion on Jiang Ran's face, Bai Yu explained. You must have seen student IDs from other schools, right? Then you should know there's also a ranking among the 7 institutes, right? Jiang Ran recalled his student ID and those of others, and indeed it seemed to be the case. His student ID was 301, 101, 0101, Shiyan's was 301, 102, 0101, and Xiang Jingxing's was 301, 104, 0101. Though the 7 institutes are the top academies of Long Country, they still have rankings among them, and the various resources allocated by the state are naturally distributed according to these rankings. Every 7 years, the 7 institutes hold a competition to redetermine each school's ranking among the 7 institutes. Jiang Ran understood. This competition is similar to the Global League. Whoever wins the championship will receive the largest share of resource distribution. However, neither the country nor the schools would allow a fixed side to continually enjoy a skewed distribution of resources, so various forces came together to create competitions. This not only makes the allocation of resources appear more reasonable, but also stimulates the motivation of others, giving them hope and letting them know that as long as they work hard, they too can enjoy top-tier resources. Is this competition only for first-year students? No, Bai Yu shook his finger. It's for all grades. Everyone participates. All grades. Jiang Ran was surprised. Is it unknown or a free-for-all? It's a unknown point system. First years compete against first years, second years against second years, with one person from each grade participating in sequential matches. Winning adds a point, losing adds none, and the final ranking is based on the scores. At this moment, Jiang Ran finally understood why Bai Yu had used the term play around. Because regardless of whether other grades win or lose, Tianfu Academy had already secured a massive 6 points right from the start. Bai Ye's strength made it seem like he was playing with children when facing peers from other schools. When the competition starts, no matter who other schools send out, Principal Yuan, I will send Bai Yu. If Jiang Ran joins too. To be honest, the other 6 academies would have no need to compete at all. Isn't this just for fun? Are you going? Bai Yu asked with a smile. Jiang Ran blinked. Of course. If it's a competition, then we probably won't have to attend classes, right? Who wouldn't want to go? 5 days later, the midterm exams finally ended and the results were quickly posted on the official website. Jiang Ran performed decently in the written exam, scoring 68, which was a pass. However, when he saw his score for the martial arts exam, his eyes widened in shock. 92. Is this really not a mistake? Other students also took on clever tasks, but they only managed to get around 70 or 80 points. Even those who completed 2 clever tasks could only score 85. Let alone Tianfu Academy. Even when the 7 major academies are combined, there are very few who scored above 90 in this martial arts exam. Although Jiang Ran took on 3 clever tasks, he only actually completed 1, as the other 2 were cancelled by Yin Feng in the background when he was unconscious for 3 days. So how could he possibly have 92 points? After asking Yin Feng, he finally understood what was going on. The tasks Jiang Ran initially took were only clever, but unexpectedly they involved a large evil cult like Lingqing Pavilion, and he encountered hundreds of opponents from various realms, including one from the Sea Realm. Overall, this task had reached a level difficulty. Therefore, the school awarded him a high score. Jiang Ran stroked his chin. On Tuesday, he leisurely walked into the classroom only to find the surrounding students looking at him with strange expressions. He raised an eyebrow lightly. Why are you all looking at me like that? Have you finally noticed my handsomeness and fallen for me? Yuck! The crowd immediately averted their gaze in disdain. Jiang Gu. Lin Xian sat next to him. Jiang Gu, was your task with Ling Zai very dangerous? Were you hurt? My. Jiang Ran turned to look at her. Not dangerous at all. Where did you hear that? Lin Xian hesitated for a moment. After Ling Zai came back, he seemed like a different person. Not only did he stop talking, but he also went to the training room every day and stayed there all day. I asked him what was wrong, but he didn't want to say anything. So, I wondered if it had something to do with the task you two did. Jiang Ran's surprise was genuine. He truly had no idea Ling Zai had changed so much. After all, he hadn't had a chance to speak a word with Ling Zai in Fufeng City before Baiyu brought him back. He had just arrived at school and had fainted, staying unconscious for 3 days and 2 nights. During those 3 days, he couldn't possibly have contacted Ling Zai as he merely fainted and didn't have a soul out-of-body experience. Later on, Jiang Ran woke up, saw Baiyu, and exchanged a few words in his dormitory. Baiyu mentioned that Ling Zai had already submitted their task, so Jiang Ran assumed Ling Zai was fine. Subsequently, Baiyu brought up the inter-academy competition and later the midterm results with a high score of 92 in the martial arts exam. With a series of events piling up, Jiang Ran nearly forgot about Ling Zai. If Lin Xian hadn't mentioned it, Jiang Ran probably wouldn't have thought to check on Ling Zai, as it had always been Ling Zai who actively came to find him. Suddenly, without Ling Zai's interruptions and bombardments, Jiang Ran might have actually felt pleased with the newfound peace and quiet. Faced with Lin Xian's confusion, Jiang Ran scratched his head, feeling a bit bewildered. What is going on? Whether it was using his brain or physical exertion, wasn't he always the main force? He had been beaten by that dog thing until he vomited blood and fainted for 3 days, yet he didn't feel anything odd. Wasn't he still doing what he needed to do? Why did Ling Zai, a perfectly fine logistics personnel, have such a drastic change in temperament? Don't worry, you'll go find him later to ask what's going on. Seeing that even Jiang Ran didn't know what had happened, Lin Xian could only sigh silently in her heart. After class, Jiang Ran opened the chat box with Ling Zai, realizing for the first time that Ling Zai had only sent him one message in the past few days. It was also 3 days ago. Ling Zai, Jiang Gu, are you doing well? Other than this message, he hadn't sent anything else in the following days. What the heck, has he really been affected? Jiang Ran, I'm fine, not dead. Jiang Ran, but what's wrong with you? Lin Xian said you haven't replied to her messages and even complained to me. Are you rebelling? After sending the message, Jiang Ran kept staring at his phone. He stared during class, stared while eating, and continued to stare once he got to the dormitory. Half an hour passed, and the chat box remained eerily quiet. Now Jiang Ran was genuinely panicking. Hey Lao Yan, do you know any authoritative psychologists? It's not me, I'm fine. It's my friend, he's a bit off, and I want to take him to see a doctor. Damn it, I said it's not me, it's really my friend. Master, is he having fun? Should be having fun. Should be. No, extremely happy. The people below were immediately frightened and knelt down, trembling all over. How is the progress over there? The subordinate swallowed nervously and said cautiously, it's already in the final stage, and they say it can be completed and put into use at the latest in a month. A month. Hearing the disdainful cold laugh from their master, the subordinates lowered their heads, not daring to think of anything. All right, you may leave. Thank you, master. A slender hand lightly tapped the table, the crisp sound echoing in the vast hall. After a long while, the other party let out a soft laugh. I hope you will like the gift we sent. For the next half-month, Jiang Ran returned to an ordinary university life. Grandfather was still missing, and uncle was busy all day long wrestling with a group of old geezers, while also preventing the various branches from being infiltrated by other forces like before, working tirelessly. Baiyu had once again become elusive, while Yin Feng sighed daily, lamenting that this batch of students was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Ironically, it was Jiang Ran who had become the most relaxed. This is life, he sighed after waking up from an all-morning sleep, stretching lazily with his messy hair. Just as he was about to finish his thought, his phone on the bedside lit up. Jiang Ran glanced at the name and thought, no. First, a trip to the bathroom. After taking care of his personal matters, he felt utterly refreshed. Upon checking his phone, he noticed 3 missed calls. He leisurely dried his hands before picking up the phone to call back. As soon as he dialed, the other end connected, immediately followed by a barrage of untransmittable words. Jiang Ran held the phone away from him. Why are you so agitated? Did you miss me that much? I sent you so many messages and called 3 times, yet you didn't answer a single one. I thought something happened to you. I do have things to attend to, I was busy, didn't you see? Besides, your timing for calling is all wrong. Why did you choose to call when I was busy? Next time don't call at this time. So this is my fault now. I never said that. Jiang Ran's voice carried a hint of amusement. Not waiting for the other party to finish their grievances, Jiang Ran quickly interrupted with a spell. All right, enough teasing. What do you want? Did you really miss me? That doesn't sound right, or would your brother agree? A melancholic voice from the other end replied, I don't agree. Hearing that mournful tone, Jiang Ran couldn't help but chuckle softly. Xiang Jingzi's loud voice rang out again. You're still laughing. I'm not laughing. Jiang Ran lightly cleared his throat. So what's the matter? Let's go out to play Rans. On the other end, in a spacious living room, Xiang Jingji sat cross-legged on the carpet, while Xiang Jingxing leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on his phone. Go out to play? Where to? Anywhere is fine. Oh, I just don't want to stay in school anymore. You have no idea, I've been so bored lately that I'm about to mold. Xiang Jingji drew circle after circle on the blanket, saying, I know everything those teachers are talking about. There's nothing worthwhile to hear. If I weren't afraid of demoralizing them, I'd really want to pull the teachers down and take over the teaching myself. Oh, so brother Ji can teach too. Of course. Perhaps not having seen Jiang Ran for a long time, or maybe because they were now thousands of kilometers apart, Xiang Jingji had become much bolder. I think I would teach much better than them. If I were a teacher, I could definitely elevate the War Academy to a whole new level and perhaps even become the top dog. Randy, at that point your student ID will have to change. You'll start with 301,102. Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed that during his absence Xiang Jingji had truly become arrogant. Blind confidence is undesirable. But since he was his brother, Jiang Ran would reluctantly help him correct his course. How about going to the water town? Water town. Xiang Jingji blinked, looking at his brother. Xiang Jingxing shot him a sideways glance. Without needing to ask, he knew his foolish younger brother had not realized which place the water town was. Sure, if you want to go, let's go. It's up to you, replied Xiang Jingxing slowly. Just the three of us. Aren't we inviting those two? Jiang Ran asked again. Before Xiang Jingxing could respond, Xiang Jingji jumped up shouting, No, we let them continue to suffer. No, I mean continue to study hard. We can't delay them. Jiang Ran rubbed his chin, saying, You make a valid point. So shall we meet in the water town tomorrow? No problem. Water town, a small town located in the southern Ming province. Here it rains for 8 months out of the 12 in a year. Each household is built along the river with excellent air quality and beautiful scenery, making the tourism industry quite developed. If one is tired of the fast-paced big cities and wishes to retreat for a period, then the water town is indeed a great choice. Jiang Ran flew into the capital of Ming province, and then took the high-speed train to water town. Just as he stepped out of the train, it began to drizzle lightly. The whole water town appeared like a watercolor painting. Fortunately, Jiang Ran's ring had everything he needed. An umbrella was essential when going out, or else his meticulously styled hair would turn into a hairstyle reminiscent of a certain cold country's idol. Just thinking about walking around with a hairstyle like that made Jiang Ran shiver involuntarily. By the time he arrived at the hotel, the other two had just landed, still half an hour away. Forget it, let's go out for a walk first. It must be said that even after living 2 lifetimes, Jiang Ran couldn't find a single bad thing to say after arriving at Water Town. Since the era of supernatural abilities stabilized the world, whether in terms of economy, technology, or environment, has undergone a complete transformation. Although there is no significant difference in cultural aspects compared to his previous life, the differences in other areas are remarkable. At least this water town is far better in environmental management than the Jiangnan Jiang Ran had visited in his past life. Standing by the river and looking down, the water was crystal clear with not a single piece of trash in sight. The gentle drizzle falling upon it stirred up ripples. This is the true water town. Having rented a small boat, Jiang Ran let out a sound of surprise as soon as he got on. Originally, he planned to stand considering the rain had made the cabin wet. But upon seeing a boat in front of him to the left, he quietly lowered his body, casually wiped the cabin, and threw down a piece of clothing as a cushion before sitting down. After sitting down, he leaned back a bit, allowing his face to be in the shadow. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Jiang Ran stretched his head out to take another look, his brows slowly furrowing. What is he doing here? No way is he still alive. Jiang Ran tilted his body, trying to see better. All he could make out was half of the person's back, unable to see his face. He rubbed his chin and murmured, "Didn't he turn into an adult?" On a small boat to the left, 2 people stood. The long-haired woman was unfamiliar to Jiang Ran, but the one next to her was all too familiar. It was Yu Jie, a member of the Jiuyou who had opened a special coffee shop in Shanghai City for rendezvous. Wasn't he burned to death by Yu back then? How could he appear here? Jiang Ran recognized him at first glance, but it was precisely because he recognized Yu Jie that he needed a second confirmation. After comparing the features of the person with his memories of Yu Jie, Jiang Ran was absolutely certain that he was indeed the awakener of the Beastmaster system that he had encountered back then. But how could this be possible? A Beastmaster at the sea level with such a fragile body could survive under by supernatural abilities. That doesn't make sense. Even if he had survived by some stroke of luck, the people from Shinjo wouldn't let him go. Could it be that he has a twin? One died, and there's still another. A few months ago, the other party was already in the sea realm, and besides him, there was a mysterious woman. Jiang Ran dared not get too close, fearing that he would be recognized. He cautiously controlled the direction of the boat, while keeping his distance from the two, carefully sending a gentle breeze to eavesdrop on their conversation. After listening for a while, he realized the two were discussing trivial matters such as when will this rain stop, what to eat later, and the scenery of this water town is quite beautiful. Jiang Ran felt helpless. Such a good opportunity with each boat 6 or 7 meters apart, so why not discuss something important? Stop talking about what to eat later. The man who resembled a pair of mysterious twins and the mysterious woman exchanged a few more words before simultaneously falling silent, and they did not speak again until they disembarked. Jiang Ran, who followed them off the boat, wore a face of frustration. Could it be that they were not from the Nine Nether and were just an ordinary couple on vacation? But is there really someone in the world who looks exactly like another stranger? Watching the two meander and finally enter a hotel, Jiang Ran stopped, choosing not to follow. Although they never mentioned anything related to the Nine Nether, Jiang Ran still felt that they could not possibly be ordinary people. At the very least, he would not believe that the man had no connection to the original Yujia. Remembering the hotel where the two were staying, Jiang Ran held an umbrella, pretending to be an ordinary tourist, and continued walking as if nothing was amiss. It wasn't until he walked out of the hotel that he took out the phone that had been vibrating since earlier. As soon as he answered, he quickly interjected before Xiang Jingji could speak. "Shut up, let me talk first." 5 minutes later. "So the person who died before your eyes has come back to life." Xiang Jingxing's voice was filled with surprise. Jiang Ran strolled along the riverbank. "I don't think it's a resurrection. Yujia was definitely dead beyond recovery. This one either has a twin brother or the other has used some kind of ability to change his appearance. Then why would he want to look like a dead person?" Xiang Jingji murmured. "How morbid. It might be necessary for a mission." Xiang Jingxing analyzed. "Alright, you two, stop acting like strategists and come over quickly. We're out here to have fun, why worry about that? He'll report this to my uncle later, and let him handle it." "Hey, you're right." Xiang Jingji chuckled. "Then just stay there, we'll be there soon." 10 minutes later, the trio finally reunited. Xiang Jingji looked at Jiang Ran, who was completely dry, and then down at his own pants, soaked from the rain, feeling indignant. "I hate you elemental types." Jiang Ran, sitting on a high stool in a milk tea shop, couldn't help but laugh at this. "Why hate us? What have we done to you? Besides, your brother is fine, right?" Xiang Jingxing, who was being used as a shield by Jiang Ran, shrugged innocently, not speaking, completely absorbed in deciding what milk tea to order. Mentioning his brother, Xiang Jingji immediately wilted. "That's different. My brother is a freak." After considering Xiang Jingxing's outrageous ability, Jiang Ran nodded in agreement. Xiang Jingxing's awakened ability was entirely new, never recorded in the past 250 years. In terms of freakiness, it was almost on par with Jiang Ran's Plunder. His ability was called rewriting, which, as the name implies, allowed him to alter any content. For instance, he could rewrite the probability of an event occurring or change a person's perception, and so on. During the selection phase in the arena, Xiang Jingxing's match against Shi Yan, those unaware in the audience thought it was just luck on Xiang Jingxing's part, mistaking his ability for something like good fortune. But in reality, Xiang Jingxing had secretly modified the probabilities. If the probability of a deviation in Shi Yan's attack was only 1, Xiang Jingxing artificially altered that 1 chance to 100. That's why the attack suddenly changed direction, nearly brushing past Xiang Jingxing. Such an outrageous ability is why Jiang Ran claimed it was inferior to his own Plunder. From his repeated observations, Jiang Ran discovered that Xiang Jingxing's use of rewriting was not without limitations. When Xiang Jingxing used rewriting continuously for a period, his body would become increasingly weak until he was completely drained of energy. The more significant the content being rewritten, the faster Xiang Jingxing would weaken. This was similar to the price Jiang Ran paid after using his ability. The larger the ability scale, the greater the cost. The three only had to wait a moment for their milk tea, but the light drizzle suddenly transformed into torrential rain. The small boats floating on the river quickly disappeared, leaving not a single one. Xiang Jingji stood at the store entrance, staring at the almost gunfire-like rain outside, momentarily dumbfounded. "No way. I just arrived and I haven't had a chance to ride the boat. This old man in the sky is doing this on purpose." It's fine. Jiang Ran chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Just because I've sat on it means you've sat on it too. Don't be so gloomy. Get lost. I'm really angry." Xiang Jingji nearly turned into a pufferfish brother. Quickly change the weather, I want to ride the boat. Xiang Jingxing, my foolish little brother, do you even know what you're saying? Change the weather. If you want your brother's life, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Xiang Jingji had no awareness of what he was saying, and immediately turned his attention to Jiang Ran, who was laughing so hard his eyes were squinted. And you, aren't you a water elemental? Hurry up and make all this rain disappear. Jiang Ran, who was suddenly called out. Wait. I understand every word you're saying, but why doesn't it sound like Chinese when combined? I need a translation for this. Jiang Ran and Xiang Jingxing exchanged glances, and they both subtly nodded simultaneously, raising their hands to smack Xiang Jingji on the back of the head. Ouch, who ambushed me? Xiang Jingji stumbled forward and stepped into a puddle at the entrance. Now his newly bought limited edition sneakers from a week ago were once again gloriously retired. Xiang Jingji's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Jiang Ran sympathetically glanced at his shoes. Those shoes have really suffered for being with you. Not to mention stepping into puddles. Just last time, they got splattered on the shoe surface. Who would expect that? Most others would either keep them pristine or wear them only on special occasions to show off. Xiang Jingji, on the other hand, directly wore them into the secret realm. It seems even the shoes themselves couldn't have anticipated such calamities in their career. Xiang Jingji shoes that cannot adapt to all unexpected situations do not deserve to be my shoes. Jiang Ran and his companions spent 3 days in the water town. The town had been drenched in heavy rain for 3 consecutive days. Just as the three boarded the high-speed train to leave, the torrential rain suddenly diminished, transforming into a light drizzle within minutes. Finally, the clouds dispersed and large beams of sunlight poured down. Pressing his face against the window, Xiang Jingji was astonished, his eyes nearly popping out. What the hell does this mean? He was infuriated, his face reddened like a monkey's backside. As soon as I arrive, it rains, and now that I've just left, the rain stops. Are you playing tricks on me? Even Jiang Ran, who usually enjoyed teasing Xiang Jingji, fell silent. He truly did not anticipate such a turn of events. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Jiang Ran would not have believed that besides those cursed with supernatural abilities there could exist someone so unfortunate. One must admit this could be considered a form of extraordinary talent. With this thought, Jiang Ran quietly distanced himself from Xiang Jingji, fearing the misfortune would rub off on him. Upon returning to Shanjing, Jiang Ran first sought out his uncle at Shenzhou, wanting to inquire about the person who resembled a deceased member of the Nine Hells whom he had previously asked his uncle to investigate. But he wondered if it was because he had spent so much time with Xiang Jingji these past few days that he was influenced by it. When Jiang Ran arrived, Shenzhou was holding a conference. He waited in the commander's office for 2 hours, finally managing to catch Jiang Yueqin after the meeting concluded. However, before Jiang Ran could utter a word, Jiang Yueqin's phone rang. An urgent meeting had been called. Without even stepping into the office, Jiang Yueqin hurriedly turned and left. It was unlikely he would return today, and he probably wouldn't even have time to check his phone. A barrage of questions bubbled within Jiang Ran, but no one gave him a chance to speak, nearly suffocating him. In the end, Jiang Ran left school in high spirits, but returned with a deep sense of grievance. Just as he was about to vent his frustrations in the training hall, the assistant of Principal Yuan suddenly appeared, saying that Principal Yuan needed him urgently, and that he should hurry. At that moment, Jiang Ran felt like an overinflated balloon that could burst at any moment. Just as he intended to let off some steam to return to a safe state, he was interrupted time and again. Feeling like a volatile balloon, Jiang Ran looked at the assistant's smiling face, clenched his fists, and took a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil. Principal Yuan was not the sort to joke around. If he called for him at this moment, it must be something very important. He should just go. In the principal's office, Jiang Ran sat on the sofa, while Principal Yuan sat behind the desk across from him. Jiang Ran's expression was blank, and he seemed lost in thought. On the other hand, Principal Yuan looked relaxed as he leisurely brewed himself some tea. He took a sip of the hot tea, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction. Ah, this is the taste. Authentic. So, Grandpa Yuan. Jiang Ran endured for a long time, but could no longer hold back. You called me here just because you wanted to drink tea. Yes, Principal Yuan nodded with a satisfied expression. My stock was unknowingly taken by that little thief, and I haven't had any for days. I've been itching to drink it. Hey, I thought that since the tea was given to me by your grandfather, you as his grandson should also have some, so to his surprise, you really do have some. Ha ha. Principal Yuan was genuinely moved by his own cleverness and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Jiang Ran. Hold it together, you must hold it together, Jiang Ran. This is the head of one of the top 7 academies. You cannot strike him. Thinking of Principal Rukin from the War Academy. Just recalling Principal Rukin's heroic feats, snapped Jiang Ran back to reality. If the fourth-ranked War Academy's principal is so terrifying, then what kind of strength does the top-ranked Tianfu Academy's principal Yuan Pu possess? How could he even entertain the ridiculous thought of delivering a powerful Jiang family punch to Principal Yuan? No, something is off. Jiang Ran suddenly calmed down. It seemed that ever since he left the water town and returned to Shangjing, his emotions had become increasingly volatile. Just moments ago, he had even thought of venting in the training hall. This was simply too unusual. Since Jiang Ran enrolled, nearly 5 months have passed without him ever visiting the training hall. Not to mention that Jiang Ran was generally more emotionally stable than most of his peers, even those older than him, who were awakened. The first method that came to mind to calm himself was definitely not to go to the training hall for an intense battle. Instead, it was to return to his room, lie flat on his bed, and quietly space out for a while. Upon realizing something was off with his emotions, Jiang Ran's previously restless heart suddenly quieted. Was it an auxiliary ability that brings negative effects to others? Or was it a curse-type ability? He had only been out for 3 days, yet he had been trapped in the hotel for 3 days due to the heavy rain, hardly going out at all, so naturally, he had not offended anyone. Who would even target him? Suddenly Jiang Ran's mind flashed with the face of Yu Jie he had seen on the boat in the water town. Had the other party discovered him? Was it an accident, or were they actually coming for him? Seeing Jiang Ran's expression fluctuate like a Sichuan opera face-changing performance, Yuan Pu set down his teacup and cleared his throat. Well, this tea. Before he could finish, Jiang Ran suddenly interrupted him. Grandpa Yuan, can you tell if I have a curse on me? Principal Yuan's original words were abruptly cut off. After hearing Jiang Ran's question, he immediately responded, I can't tell, as only awakened individuals with curse-type abilities or detection abilities can see through a curse. However, there is a teacher at the school with curse-type abilities. She is responsible for the third-year mystic class. Her last name is Xia. You can go find her and check. Okay, thank you, Grandpa Yuan. He'll take my leave now. Jiang Ran stood up, nodded to Yuan Pu, who slightly nodded back, watching him exit the office. After the door closed, Yuan Pu's previously serious demeanor suddenly collapsed, and he slumped back into his chair. That was close. I thought I had angered him by taking his tea leaves for free. I almost offered to pay. That was too close. Yuan Pu patted his chest, secretly relieved. By the way, Grandpa Yuan, Jiang Ran, who should have already left, suddenly poked his head back in. The market price for the tea leaves is 7,000 per jean, but since you have a good relationship with my grandfather, he'll give you a discount. You just need to pay me 3,600 for half a jean. Someone of your stature wouldn't try to renege on the payment, right? Jiang Ran blinked his big eyes, looking at him with utmost sincerity. Yuan Pu's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly raced again. Of course not, don't worry, I'll transfer it to you shortly. Oh, okay, I trust Grandpa Yuan won't deceive a junior like me. Jiang Ran smiled shyly, then I'll be on my way. Yuan Pu weakly waved his hand. Go ahead. Feeling that Jiang Ran was indeed leaving this time, Yuan Pu slumped back in his chair, staring at the 3-jean tea container on the table for a long while before tremblingly taking out his phone to transfer money to Jiang Ran. Just as he sent the money, Yuan Pu suddenly realized something. Wait. The market price for the tea is 7,000 per jean, so half a jean is 3,500. Why did Jiang Ran ask for 3,600? Yuan Pu's small eyes widened for the first time. Damn it, that brat just played me. Just as he wanted to call out to Jiang Ran not to collect it, the other party had already received the money and sent an extremely irritating smiley face. Jiang Ran, thank you, Grandpa Yuan, grinning Yuan Pu. Sigh. Each grade area of Tianfu Academy is separated, but fortunately the second-year area is right next to the first-year area, and the building layout is quite similar, making it not difficult to find. Jiang Ran walked all the way to the teaching building of the second-year Xin class. Just as he reached the door, he heard someone seemingly calling his name from behind. Was it really him? Why did it seem like everyone recognized him wherever he went? Even a couple of people could call out his name just from his silhouette. Was his back so recognizable? He turned around slowly and saw a handsome boy walking towards him holding several documents. Jiang Ran let out a hiss. This person looked very familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. It really is you. The boy smiled when he saw Jiang Ran's face, his eyes squinting merrily, looking quite easy to talk to. Don't you remember me? I am Songcheng, we met during your entrance exam. Oh. Jiang Ran suddenly realized. You are from the Tianfu Student Council. Songcheng nodded. Yes, I am the head of the organization department. Are you here for class at this time? Are you from the Xin class? Jiang Ran looked him up and down, feeling he didn't quite fit the mold. Shouldn't the student council only recruit elites? Moreover, as the head of a department, he must be among the elite of the elite. No, I am from the D class. Songcheng chuckled. I came to deliver something to Teacher Xia of the Xin class. But what about you? Aren't you a first year? What are you doing here in the second year? Looking for someone? Or running errands? If it's delivering something, you can just give it to me, and I can take it for you. I'm not delivering anything. I'm also here to find Teacher Xia. Jiang Ran briefly explained his concerns about possibly being cursed, and how Principal Yuan recommended him to find Teacher Xia. Song Chung understood. Teacher Xia indeed has profound research into curse-related abilities. You came to the right person. Let's go, I'll take you there. Fortunately, you ran into me, saving you the trouble of searching each office for her. After all, the location of Teacher Xia's office. Song Chung thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a suitable adjective, ultimately having to bluntly say, it's quite hard to find. When Jiang Ran followed Song Chung through twists and turns, finally arriving at Teacher Xia's office door, he took a deep breath, finally realizing just how hard to find it truly was. Who would have thought that in a proper teaching building there would be 4 underground floors? Who would have guessed that a teacher's office would actually be located in the far corner of the 2nd underground level? As if that weren't enough, the office door even used an invisible door mechanism commonly found in secret rooms, and with an empty iron frame placed in the corner as a cover. Anyone without a guide would definitely struggle to find the door on their first visit. Jiang Ran stood before the door, looking at the nearly seamless invisible door blending with the wall, and couldn't help but feel a moment of doubt. Is there really a teacher inside? Is it sure this isn't some mysterious underground organization? Facing Jiang Ran's fleeting confusion, Song Chung merely shrugged, offering no explanation. He placed the documents under his arm, freeing one hand to knock twice on the door. A few seconds later, a young female voice came from inside saying, "Come in." Jiang Ran watched as Song Chung pressed his hand firmly on the door, and then a soft click sound was heard as a small door slowly opened outward. A realization crossed Jiang Ran's mind. It was indeed an invisible door created using rebound mechanics. The secrets of the Hidden Room entertainment show were not misleading. He thought that with such a hidden location for the office, there must be something extraordinary inside. But upon entering, he found it to be an ordinary office, similar in layout to Yin Feng's office, just not as spacious. Perhaps because one was the office of the head teacher while the other was just an ordinary teacher's office. There's a familiar little friend here. Jiang Ran's eyelids twitched. Why did everyone seem to know him? But upon seeing this Teacher Xia, who specialized in curse-related abilities, Jiang Ran's eyes widened in surprise. Just now he thought the voice he heard outside the door belonged to a woman around Yin Feng's age. But unexpectedly, the true appearance of the other party was an elderly lady with silver hair, looking even older than his grandfather, with a kind face. An 18-year-old voice, but an 81-year-old body. Song Chung handed her the documents, and just as he wanted to say something, the old lady raised her hand to stop him, her gentle gaze fixed on Jiang Ran. I remember you. Your name is Jiang Ran, right? I watched the live broadcast of the entrance exam. Your performance surprised us teachers who were observing. What? Jiang Ran was taken aback. She knew about him during the entrance exam, and they had seen everything. Oh. Jiang Ran tried to recall the entire process of the entrance exam, confirming that he hadn't done anything damaging to his image, which eased his mind a bit. Feeling relieved, Jiang Ran scratched the back of his head, revealing a shy smile that usually appeared in front of teachers and leaders. Really? Then I feel quite honored. Seeing Jiang Ran's smiling face, the old lattice expression softened even more. My surname is Xia, and my name is Xia Tingxua. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandma Xia. Upon hearing this, Song Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Ran had no idea what Song Chung was thinking. He was the type to take the lead when given an opportunity. Hearing this, he immediately sweetly called out, Grandma Xia. Good. Xia Tingxua laughed with delight. What brings you to see Grandma? Jiang Ran, I heard that Grandma Xia is very knowledgeable about curse-related abilities. I suspect I might be cursed, but I'm not sure, so I wanted you to take a look for me. Hearing the word curse, Xia Tingxua's smile slightly faded, and she became serious. Child, come here. Jiang Ran obediently walked over. Xia Tingxua guided Jiang Ran to sit on a stool beside her desk, then placed her fingers on his wrist, as if taking his pulse like an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. For a moment, Jiang Ran felt as if he were not in a classroom office, but in a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. A few seconds later, he distinctly sensed a strange energy entering his meridians from his wrist. The hidden blue energy deep within his body instinctively began to move, wanting to block this overly blatant intruder. Xia Tingxua softly said, Do not resist this energy. Jiang Ran nodded, focusing his mind to suppress the stirring energy within. After an unknown period, perhaps a minute, perhaps 5 minutes, Xia Tingxua finally withdrew her hand. Indeed, there is a curse within you. Hearing Xia Tingxua's response, Song Chung, who had been silently observing, could not hide his astonishment. Jiang Ran was equally surprised, yet amidst his astonishment, there was a hint of as expected. He said it. It's impossible. He's such a volatile person. What kind of curse is it? Before Jiang Ran could ask, Song Chung had already posed the question for him. The lowest grade, which only imposes negative effects on the person. Xie Tingxue said slowly, because this type of curse cannot harm others, and given the considerable strength of the one who cast it, it's difficult for most people to detect. As she spoke, a hint of curiosity and admiration appeared in Xie Tingxue's gaze when looking at Jiang Ran. This child was able to discover it himself, which indicates his high level of self-control. He is a good seedling. Listening to the elders praise, Jiang Ran remained silent, only smiling. Should he tell her that his ability to detect the curse wasn't due to his self-control, but rather his overconfidence in his own personality? Such a reason would ruin his good image in front of the elder. After all, saying it nicely would be overconfidence, but to put it bluntly, isn't that just arrogance and narcissism? Jiang Ran was quite self-aware. Seeing he was silent, Xie Tingxue continued, although the one who cast the curse is strong, this level of curse is still quite simple for me to handle. During the recent probe, I already removed it. Jiang Ran's smile finally became genuine, and a series of flatteries slipped from his lips. Really, Grandma Xie. You're amazing. Thank you so much. I wouldn't know what to do without you. Song Chung, who heard this, was taken aback. As someone who knew Jiang Ran's true nature, he found it hard to accept this sudden change. However, it just so happened that such elderly people were very fond of this kind of flattery. With just a few perfunctory and entirely repetitive compliments, Jiang Ran made Xie Tingxue ecstatic, grabbing his hand, as if she wanted to adopt him as her beloved grandson, without any blood relation. The old and the young engaged in conversation for half an hour, and finally, under Xie Tingxue's reluctant gaze, Jiang Ran stood up to leave. Meanwhile, Song Chung had become numb during this half hour. Xie Tingxue called him 3 times before Song Chung suddenly snapped back to reality. Xiao Song, what were you about to say just now? Song Chung, so you do know I wanted to speak. However, he only dared to voice this thought in his mind, and did not say it out loud. Unlike Jiang Ran, who could please Grandma Xie, Song Chung harbored a mix of respect and a touch of fear towards her. After all, she was a top-tier curse awakener. As the saying goes, you can offend anyone, but never a curse-wielding. After all, she could cause you to die silently, without even lifting a finger, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, those in this group of awakeners shared a common trait: they held grudges intensely. As Song Chung muttered to himself, he put on a smile. I was just about to report to you. After the curse was cleared, Jiang Ran felt as though he had regained his spirit, even walking with a certain swagger. Just as he was about to return to the main area, a man and a woman suddenly approached him. The two were holding hands, seemingly a couple. Jiang Ran merely glanced at them before turning his gaze away, while the young couple, upon seeing Jiang Ran, paused slightly, then their expressions turned contemplative. As the three were about to pass each other, the girl suddenly spoke. Are you Jiang Ran? Jiang Ran. Here it comes again, this scenario where seemingly everyone knows him, yet he has no recollection of them. Jiang Ran silently sighed in his heart, putting on a familiar smile. Yes, may I ask if there's something you need? Ah, it really is you. The girl's eyes lit up, evidently a bit excited. Hello, I'm Yuhan, and this is my boyfriend Wu Yang. We are both your fans. Yuhan was evidently much more talkative than her boyfriend. Even with her idol standing right in front of her, she was only excited, showing no signs of nervousness. In contrast, Wu Yang's shining eyes indicated that Yuhan was indeed speaking the truth, but perhaps due to social anxiety, he only dared to stand by and secretly observe Jiang Ran, not willing to initiate conversation. I watched the live broadcast of the preliminary league matches. Your last elemental transformation move was so cool. Yuhan chattered on. I know you're from Tianfu Academy, but you're a freshman, and the school rules don't allow students from other grades to go to the freshman area without special circumstances. I was quite disappointed for a while, but I never expected to run into you today. Oh my, how lucky we are. Jiang Ran's smile widened. Haha, it's nothing much, those were just basic moves. By the way, my boyfriend's ability is also related to the water element. After watching the live broadcast that day, he tried many times, but was never successful. Yuhan blinked her eyes. Is there any technique for that? Can you teach him? Jiang Ran's eye twitched slightly, and his smile faded. Oh, so the fans were just a facade. They genuinely wanted to learn from him. But to be honest, he couldn't answer that question. The elemental transformation was something Jiang Ran suddenly comprehended after arriving at the River Realm. He simply felt that he could do it, so he did. In fact, he found it quite easy. Therefore, at that time, Jiang Ran thought elemental transformation was a very simple thing that all elemental awakeners could do. It wasn't until later, when Jiang Ran stumbled upon videos about himself online and read the comments, that he realized it was an extremely difficult task. Without some talent, don't even think about transforming a dragon. You can't even create a dog. Others had also asked him how he managed to do it, and Jiang Ran had answered seriously, I wanted a dragon, so I created a dragon. It's that simple. And that earnest response earned him a sincere remark of damn, he can really show off. The technique is simply having no technique. Jiang Ran said with a serious expression, it comes naturally when the time is right. Wu Yang, who had perked up to listen intently. This was no different from saying nothing. Alright, I have something to attend to, so I must leave now. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, he left the two to ponder slowly, and quickly left the second area. Just as he returned to his dormitory, he saw Yin Feng at the door. What are you doing here? Jiang Ran suspiciously glanced at Yin Feng. Yin Feng casually draped an arm over Jiang Ran's shoulder. Missed, you just came to see you. Is that not allowed? Get lost. Jiang Ran rolled his eyes, elbowing Yin Feng in the stomach. Yin Feng exclaimed, stepping back 2 paces while holding his belly. Are you trying to murder your teacher? Jiang Ran ignored him, swiped his card to open the door, and stepped in, intending to shut the door behind him. Yin Feng widened his eyes. Hey. I'm not even inside yet. In the living room, looking at Yin Feng, who was crying and throwing a fit to get in, Jiang Ran felt a throb in his temples. Let me clarify, I have nothing here, so don't think about mooching food. Am I that kind of person? Yin Feng pouted, feigning a pitiful expression. I heard you were cursed. I really just came to check on you. It's better to believe in Qin Shi Huang still being alive than in your words. Jiang Ran crossed his arms. Now that you've seen me, why aren't you leaving? Why are you always trying to chase me away? The more Jiang Ran insisted he leave, the more Yin Feng wanted to counter him. Could it be that you have someone hidden in this house? Afraid I might see them. Yin Feng pretended to look around curiously. Don't worry, even if I see them I won't say a word. I definitely won't ruin your cool and handsome image to the outside world. Jiang Ran chuckled softly. If you don't start talking about serious matters, I might just post your romantic history on the school website. I believe many would find it quite entertaining. Yin Feng crossed his legs, unfazed. You have no evidence. As long as I don't admit it, it's just a rumor, and it can't threaten me. Jiang Ran smiled. Who said I have no evidence? Do you want to see the photos of you crying your eyes out back then? And there are several chat records. Tut, so cringeworthy. Yin Feng's smile froze. Impossible, stop lying to me. How could you possibly have my chat records? I warn you, no fabricating. Jiang Ran slowly took out his phone, clicked into the chat records with Yin Feng, and accurately selected a date. Yin Feng, image. Yin Feng, why is she ignoring me? Did I make her angry? I didn't do anything. Yin Feng, Jiang Sharon, brother Jiang Ran, good, you have to think of a way. Scrolling down, almost all were Yin Feng's lamentations. Yin Feng's eyelids twitched as he read. How could Jiang Ran still have chat records from over 2 years ago? And I also have photos of you crying and wailing after getting drunk. There are videos too. Wanna see? Jiang Ran said as he prepared to open the album for him. Yin Feng hurriedly stopped him. No. You are my brother, okay? Don't mess with me. Jiang Ran retracted his hand, dodging Yin Feng's feigned attempt to block him, which was actually an attempt to snatch the phone. Think carefully about how you should treat me in the future, or else. Jiang Ran shook his phone, the screen displaying Yin Feng holding a bottle, tears and snot streaming down his face. Or else you know what will happen. This time, Yin Feng truly felt fear. He could still argue that the chat records were fabricated by Jiang Ran, but those photos, even if he claimed they were AI generated, they would still ruin his image. No, he absolutely couldn't let anyone see these. Yin Feng sprang from the sofa to Jiang Ran's back, hands resting on his shoulders. Brother Jiang, I really came to check on you, because I was worried. My feelings for you are as bright as the sun and moon. Jiang Ran shot him a sideways glance. Yin Feng cleared his throat. Of course, there's another matter I wanted to bring up. Have you heard of the joint competition of the 7 academies? This competition is organized by the 7 major academies, and its purpose is... The purpose is to determine who is the top dog. Jiang Ran interrupted him. I know about this competition, just tell me why you're looking for me. Yin Feng was about to give him a detailed explanation when he paused for 3 or 4 seconds, then, since you know about this competition, it'll be straightforward. The school hopes you will not participate in the freshman competition. No. Jiang Ran, realizing the implication, froze suddenly. What? You want me not to participate? Yin Feng nodded yes. Why? They can't possibly think that apart from me the other SS-level students from other schools are all useless, right? Can you use your brain a bit, young master? Yin Feng's hand on his shoulder halted, and he sighed. Yin Feng understood Jiang Ran's meaning from his gaze. Since you can be the director of the guidance office, how smart can the others in the school be? Yin Feng. What does that mean? Is that a personal attack? The school wants to give others a chance to see what level their peers from other schools are at. Yin Feng explained tiredly. Oh, Jiang Ran nodded, understanding. It seems he was too exceptional, causing others in the school to feel powerless in his presence, fearing they would lose confidence if they were overwhelmed. Thus they wanted to allow these students to compete and interact with other normal peers. This idea is pretty good. After all, Tianfu Academy starts off with a massive 6-point lead. Letting these freshmen compete for fun isn't a bad idea. It seems the school's leadership isn't filled with fools. The date for the competition is set for December. Although it may not be as renowned as the Global League, the competition among the top experts of the Dragon Kingdom's 7 academies still attracts a considerable audience. The venue is set at the Shangjing Gymnasium, the second largest venue in the Dragon Kingdom, utilizing spatial abilities to accommodate up to 300,000 spectators at once. However, the joint competition of the 7 academies still doesn't reach the level that would draw such a large crowd, so the venue isn't crowded at all, rather it's quite spacious. Although Jiang Ran isn't participating in the competition, he still sat with the Tianfu Academy team in the contestant seats. To his left was the Tiansu Divine Academy, which placed second in the last competition, and to his right was Xingqian University, which took third place. On the outer side were the War Academy in fourth place, Longtung University in fifth, Ling Su University in sixth, and Jianan Academy in seventh. Jiang Ran sat in the third row, propping his chin on his hand, dozing off, while listening to the competition rules. Suddenly he felt a weight on him, and Jiang Ran couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. Aren't the contestants supposed to sit in the first 2 rows? Why are you here? Just here to check on a certain negligent student. Bai draped an arm over Jiang Ran's shoulder, his weight pressing down on him, looking lazy like a jellyfish. I don't need to compete, so everything you're saying is nonsense to me. Jiang Ran yawned leisurely, his eyes almost closing. Bai pouted. Even if you're not competing, I am. Isn't my appearance captivating enough? When it's my turn on stage, if you dare to fall asleep. Bai made a fist gesture. Humph. Alright, fine. Jiang Ran was truly very sleepy, and he didn't care about what Bai said, just nodding in agreement. Noticing Jiang Ran's indifference, Bai grabbed Jiang Ran's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Wake up, don't sleep anymore. Remember what I said. Get lost. If you keep making noise, you're dead. Jiang Ran's eyes glinted menacingly. Still feeling a bit unsatisfied, he stretched out his leg and kicked at Bai. Just as Bai's shoe was about to land on his rear, he vanished from sight with a premonition and reappeared beside Jiang Ran, continuing to squat on the ground and draw circles. Sitting in the front row, Song Chung could feel his president's overwhelming resentment even from afar. It's no exaggeration to say it was enough to sustain a rogue sword immortal. The draw for the competition was quite simple, with several pieces of paper bearing the names of various schools placed inside a small box, which had an opening at the top. The person drawing would reach into the round hole and randomly grab a piece of paper. The school written on the paper would compete against that school, continuing until all 6 other schools had faced each other. The competition operated on a point system. A win earned 1 point, while a loss did not change the score. Ultimately, the results and rankings depended on the total points accumulated. As the champion of the previous competition, Tianfu Academy enjoyed the privilege of drawing first. The person going up to draw was Song Chung, the head of the organization department of the Tianfu Student Council. Without any hesitation, Song Chung reached into the box and pulled out a piece of paper. Opening it, he revealed Canaan Academy. The members of Tianfu Academy patted their chests, letting out a long sigh of relief, their expressions visibly relaxing. After all, Canaan Academy had ranked last in the previous competition. What was there to fear about a team that had— What does this mean? What does it mean? Are you looking down on us? Even though you are the champions of the previous round, even though your school has 2 exceptionally talented individuals, even though we cannot defeat you, well. In any case, you shouldn't look down on others. The order of battles had already been determined through the draw. Lingshu University would face the War Academy first, followed by Tiansu Divine Institute against Longting University, and thirdly Tianfu Academy versus Canaan Academy. Xingqian University would temporarily sit out, entering the second round. The rules of the competition were simple. Each grade would send 1 representative, and they would compete one after another. During the competition, the use of props was prohibited, harming opponents was forbidden, and anyone who fell down for 10 seconds or was knocked off the stage would lose. Exchanges of players were allowed for each match, but only from the same grade, with no cheating or substitutes permitted. 10 minutes later, the 2 first-year representatives from Lingshu University and the War Academy stepped onto. Lingshu University sent out Jiang Qingye, while the War Academy did not send out the same student number 01, instead opting for Jiang Qingye's brother Jiang Jingji. Jiang Jingji had changed his shoes again. Those unaware might think his family dealt in bulk shoe sales. The 2 stood on opposite sides of the stage, quietly locking eyes. In the next second, both moved simultaneously. Jiang Qingye stepped forward while Jiang Jingji took a step back. Their movements were remarkably in sync. Below the stage, Jiang Ran squinted, uninterested in the duel. During the league selection, the 2 had already fought once on this very stage. To put it nicely, it was an evenly matched contest. To put it bluntly, it was a battle of attrition that wouldn't end in less than an hour. Moreover, just a few days ago, upon learning that Jiang Ran would not take the stage, the other 4 had all expressed that they did not want to compete either. Though they did not know why they ultimately went up given their personalities, it was likely they would not put in much effort. Thus there was not much to watch. If no one intervened, these two would probably fight until the universe collapsed and the Tao was extinguished. An hour and a half later, with a loud thud, Jiang Jingji was kicked off the stage by Jiang Xingye, who had maneuvered around his beast. Lingshu University's scoreboard changed to 0-1. This match, deemed one of the most unwatchable in history, finally came to an end. Next up was the second-year match. Lingshu University sent out a crew-cut boy while the War Academy fielded a muscular man. The battle between the two was about to erupt. Half an hour later, the contest ended as the muscular man knocked the crew-cut boy to the ground with a powerful punch, resulting in a 10-second countout. The War Academy's scoreboard increased by 1 point, leveling the score at 1-1. Jiang Ran perked up to watch the upcoming third-year battle. The two contenders were a mentalist and a curse specialist, both capable of killing without a trace. Since stepping onto the stage, neither had moved or defended, relying solely on their physical strength and mental intensity. In the end, Lingshu University's mentalist proved superior. After all, launching a curse takes time, whereas mental attacks can be instantaneous. It was normal that he couldn't withstand it. Lingshu University scored 2 points. Next, Tiansu Divine Institute would face Longting University. Neither Shi, Yin, nor Yin Yu participated. Instead, a girl with twin ponytails represented Tiansu Divine Institute. The representative from Longting University was a short-haired girl wearing black-framed glasses. Jiang Ran glanced at her and immediately knew the outcome. The short-haired girl was at the fourth transition of the combat realm, while the ponytailed girl was merely at the pinnacle of the ascension realm. Tiansu Divine Institute was bound to lose this round. As Jiang Ran predicted, within merely 7 minutes Tiansu Divine Institute was defeated. Perhaps due to losing the first round, or maybe it was part of their strategy, Tiansu Divine Institute won all subsequent matchups decisively and cleanly. Tiansu Divine Institute also accumulated 2 points, tying with Lingshu University. Next up was the match between Tianfu Academy and Canaan Academy. The battle between the previous champion and the previous last-place team was already an enticing narrative. Jiang Ran rubbed his face to wake himself up. Although he sat in the competition area, he actually had no idea who his school intended to send to compete. Canaan Academy sent out Shi Huizhu, whom Jiang Ran had previously met in the secret realm. When they first met, her hair was shoulder-length and cut evenly. Now her originally shoulder-length hair had grown long, and Shi Huizhu had even dyed it a subtle chest. This made her appear much more demure and graceful, a far cry from the girl who had once shouted "Long live the Blanket Alliance" while wrapped in a blanket. It was within Jiang Ran's expectations that Canaan Academy would send Shi Huizhu. However, he was surprised by the representative from Tianfu Academy. The first-year representative from Tianfu Academy was actually Ling Zai, who had been absent for days and had undergone a drastic personality change since returning from the Black Province. What surprised Jiang Ran even more was that just a month ago Ling Zai was merely an 8th transition novice. Yet now Jiang Ran could distinctly sense the aura of a 5th transition combatant emanating from him. Wait, has this kid been cheating? Was Jiang Ran the only one from Tianfu Academy who could level up so drastically? Ling Zai and Shi Huizhu were also familiar with each other. However, one had transformed from a boisterous girl into a graceful lady, while the other had changed from a carefree chatterbox into a cool and composed gentleman. Others who had previously encountered the two in the secret realm could not help but marvel at the unpredictability of fate. Shi Huizhu looked at the silent and serene Ling Zai across from her and felt somewhat unfamiliar. While her appearance had changed somewhat, her personality remained largely the same. On the other hand, Ling Zai, this transformation was too dramatic. If it weren't for the fact that the other person's face was still that same face, and that the competition scrutiny was strict, not allowing anyone to substitute for another, Shi Huizhu would have truly thought that the person standing opposite her was someone impersonating Ling Zai. Jiang Ran had no idea what Shi Huizhu's special ability was, nor did he care to find out. After all, for him, it was all about a single strike that would end things. But that did not mean Shi Huizhu was weak. On the contrary, the fact that Shi Huizhu could become the leader among so many S-class awakeners was enough to indicate her formidable strength. Although Shi Huizhu and Ling Zai were both at the 5th stage of combat, Jiang Ran couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Given Ling Zai's previous demeanor, Jiang Ran wondered if this kid would utter something like "ladies first" or "you go ahead," which might seem polite, but was actually quite foolish. At the moment the match began, Ling Zai acted decisively. Shi Huizhu felt as if a great mountain had pressed down upon her, directly crushing her into the arena. Jiang Ran, watching from the sidelines, had a slight smile on his lips. Not bad, he had become smarter. Using gravity to pin the opponent to the ground. Wasn't that a form of knocking them down? As long as Shihui Zhu did not break free from Ling Zai's ability within 10 seconds, this match would be a victory for Tianfu Academy. Shihui Zhu gritted her teeth, straining against the weight of the gravity imposed upon her. 3 seconds passed, and she still had not risen. 5 seconds. The first-year students from Tianfu Academy were already displaying smiles of delight. In contrast, the students from Ganon Academy showed no signs of worry, each one appearing calm. Jiang Ran casually rested his left leg over his right, quietly observing. Although Ling Zai's preemptive strike was indeed clever, Shihui Zhu couldn't possibly lose the match so easily. Otherwise, the people from Ganon Academy would have long been up in arms, cursing them as despicable and shameless. The entire venue was silent. Many were silently counting down in their minds. 5, 6, 7, 8. Just as the crowd reached the 8th second, Shihui Zhu, who had been pinned to the ground, finally moved. At that moment, she wore an expression of ease, as if the great mountain pressing down on her had vanished. Shihui Zhu stood up, even taking a moment to brush off the dust from her clothes. However, the previously calm Ling Zai seemed to have been triggered by something, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as he began to tremble uncontrollably. Was he afraid? Lin Xian, seated in the audience, looked at Ling Zai with a worried expression. She had never seen him this frightened before. It was as if the being facing him was not Shihui Zhu, but a terrifying and formidable giant beast. Jiang Ran glanced at Ling Zai, who had turned to stone, then looked at Shihui Zhu, who was smiling confidently, as if everything was under her control. His eyes flickered. Was it also a mental type ability? Could it make one see their greatest fears? Or did it create illusions that trapped people within? Jiang Ran pondered for a moment, his gaze unfocused, as he stared blankly at a spot, his thoughts racing. Yet from the outside it was impossible to tell he was daydreaming, or it appeared as though he was earnestly fixated on a particular direction. Suddenly a shadow moved in front of him, completely blocking his vacant line of sight. Jiang Ran snapped back to reality. He looked up and furrowed his brow. "Are you sick?" "Baiyu," hands on her hips, exclaimed him, about to go on stage, "and you still have the time to zone out." "TSK." Jiang Ran clicked his tongue, pushing Baiyu aside. "The match on the stage isn't over yet. Why are you in such a rush?" Though this exchange felt like it had lasted a long time, in reality, less than 2 minutes had passed. Mental-type awakeners like beast tamers were almost entirely defenseless and fragile. Shihui Zhu was acutely aware of her disadvantages. She did not advance to deliver a finishing blow, but instead stood her ground, quietly waiting for Ling Zai to falter. Minutes passed, and although Ling Zai was sweating profusely, he remained standing. Another 2 minutes went. Ling Zai, who had seemed enchanted, suddenly appeared to awaken from a nightmare, shuddering as he gasped for breath. Shihui Zhu's eyes widened in surprise. He actually broke free. Ling Zai took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. His eyes were bloodshot, icy, and ferocious, fixed directly on Shihui Zhu. Shihui Zhu felt a chill run down her spine under that gaze. This was not the Ling Zai she remembered. Who exactly was he? What had he just seen? Shihui Zhu's ability was, as Jiang Ran had guessed, as she could make those she targeted see the scene of their deepest fears. However, Shihui Zhu was only responsible for triggering their innermost terror. She had no way of knowing what they specifically feared. Moreover, the activation of this ability required a long preparation time, making it effective for sneak attacks, but disadvantageous in direct confrontations. Nonetheless, as her strength increased, the casting time would gradually shorten. But the current situation did not allow Shihui Zhu to ponder why Ling Zai had changed so drastically. She could sense that Ling Zai's mental state was not well. That was not a pleasant piece of information. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a greater weight suddenly descended, pinning Shihui Zhu to the ground, causing her bones to creak. The arena within a 5-meter radius around her cracked under the pressure. This time Shihui Zhu was smashed face first into the arena. She felt a sharp pain in her nose, likely broken. Damn, at least 10 seconds on the ground means a loss. I hope my nose can hold up. Shihui Zhu silently thought to herself. The gravity was over twice as strong as before, and she had barely escaped earlier, let alone now. In that moment of falling, she activated her ability against Ling Zai again. Unfortunately, his mental state was currently extremely tense, and for Shihui Zhu to succeed in a sneak attack, it would take at least 12 seconds. 12 seconds. By then the opportunity would be gone. 9. 10. Match over. With the referee's whistle signaling the end, Ling Zai blinked slowly, his eyes tinted red. He knew he had won. Tianfu Academy had won. Yet he held on for another 2 seconds before withdrawing his... Once Shihui Zhu got to her feet, she could only nod at Ling Zai, before hurriedly jumping off the arena, clutching her nose, seeking someone from the Ganon Academy team for help. Ling Zai returned, appearing somewhat dazed. It was unclear what he had seen that had frightened him so much. Next up was the match between the second-year students from Tianfu Academy and Ganon Academy. Jiang Ran had expected Song Chung to represent the second year, but to his surprise, it was the curly-haired girl sitting to his left. Baiyu, who had somehow seated herself beside Jiang Ran, raised an eyebrow as she noticed him staring at the girl. That's Mi Wei, the head of the Student Council's Rights Department. What are you interested in her? Oh, Jiang Ran began to feel drowsy. What interest? I'm just looking at who's participating in the match. I thought it would be Song Chung. No way. Although Song Chung is quite strong, he would still fall behind. Baiyu patiently explained, then suddenly changed the subject. When did you get so familiar with Song Chung? Jiang Ran lifted his gaze. What does it have to do with you? How does it not relate to me? Baiyu straightened up slightly. After all, he is my subordinate. Please don't lead him astray. Jiang Ran coldly uttered a single word. Get lost. Oh. The contestant from Tianfu Academy was Mi Wei, while the one taking the stage for Jiangnan Academy was a muscular man towering at 2 meters. His arm was thicker than Mi Wei's waist. Both stood on the arena, their contrast strikingly evident. The muscular man clearly recognized Mi Wei. He clasped his fists towards her with a bittersweet smile. Sister Mi Wei, please go easy on me later. Mi Wei smiled. Her appearance was different from Yin Yu and Lin Xian. She was the type of beauty with striking features, and her thick wavy hair made her seem even more alluring. Next time I promise to let you win, but this time it's not happening. Without waiting for the muscular man to respond, Mi Wei reached to her waist, and in the next moment a shimmering silver soft sword appeared in her hand. Jiang Ran narrowed his eyes, staring at the silver soft sword. It was a life weapon. Mi Wei was indeed an awakened one possessing a life weapon. No wonder Song Chung could only fall behind her. A smile played at the corners of Mi Wei's lips as she stepped forward, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. The muscular man sensed something and dodged to the side. A flash of silver grazed his sleeve. Despite his imposing stature, Jiang Ran realized that the man's agility was surprisingly nimble. After dodging Mi Wei's strike, the muscular man produced a long bow in his hand with 2 arrows knocked and shot out, nearly grazing Mi Wei's face. However, it seemed Mi Wei knew what he intended. At the very moment the arrows were released, she swiftly positioned her soft sword horizontally in front of her. Clang clang, the arrowhead struck the blade and fell to the ground. An archer. Jiang Ran shifted his gaze back to the long bow in the muscular man's hands. After a couple of glances, he felt somewhat certain. This man was likely a professional type ability user, most probably an archer. Such abilities were somewhat akin to Jiang Qing's blade god, requiring one to prepare their own weapons. Although the power of such abilities was not low unless they were among the top tier, they couldn't possibly defeat an opponent of the same level who possessed a life weapon. Already foreseeing the outcome of this battle, Jiang Ran crossed his arms and relaxed his legs, his entire demeanor utterly at ease. Just as Jiang Ran expected, by the 12th minute of the match, the muscular man was covered in wounds, and his legs trembled incessantly. In stark contrast, Mi Wei was unscathed, her condition exceptionally good. If she casually posted a picture online, people might even think she was on a fashion runway. In the 14th minute, the soft sword in Mi Wei's hand seemed to gain a soul, enveloping all space around the muscular man. He was helpless and had no way out. Ultimately, as he attempted to forcefully break through, Mi Wei seized the opening and sent him crashing down from the arena. The Jiangnan Academy students sighed in discontent, while the Tianfu Academy crowd erupted in loud cheers. Awesome, Sister Mi Wei. With Sister Mi Wei in action, 1 is worth 2. Is there anything in this world that Sister Mi Wei can't accomplish? The students from Tiansu Divine Institute sitting next to them scoffed, muttering with a hint of envy, if I didn't know better, I'd think you all had already finished all your matches and secured first place. Mi Wei wiped the blood off her soft sword and elegantly returned it to her waist. Upon returning, she did not sit down immediately. Instead, she raised her head and looked up. Jiang Ran suddenly felt a gaze sweep across him and settle on Baiyu beside him. President, good luck. Mi Wei winked at Baiyu. Baiyu casually waved his hand to dismiss her. Though he said nothing, his body language clearly conveyed, have I ever lost, President? After sending Mi Wei away, Baiyu slapped Jiang Ran's shoulder with a loud smack. Get ready to see my heroic figure. Jiang Ran rolled his eyes and shifted aside, avoiding his hand. You're about to take the stage, and you're still sitting here. Do you understand what respect is? You're still too young to understand this. Baiyu grunted twice. Experts always make their entrance last. Jiang Ran helplessly replied. All right, expert, go ahead and take the stage. The Jiangnan Academy representatives had already stood on the arena, looking around curiously. Baiyu shrugged, stood up, stretched lazily, and adjusted his clothing and hairstyle. Then he grinned at the students of Tianfu Academy, and under their watchful eyes, he snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the previously empty side of the arena. with short white hair that seemed to move without wind, wearing a white jacket and long pants. The only color on him was a black diamond earring on his left ear, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the lights. This is... The freshmen from other schools in the audience who didn't recognize you were stunned by this sudden transformation. Who is this? They look so impressive. Is this a student from Tianfu Academy? They're not a celebrity, right? What kind of ability is this? Space type. Wow, that's the power I've always dreamed of. I've heard of him. His name is Baiyu, said to be the first genius in 200 years, a space type awakener. What? The first genius in 200 years? That sounds exaggerated. I've never heard of it. Right now I just want to know if he has a girlfriend. Can someone find out? Brother Yu. It was fine that others didn't recognize Baiyu. After all, although Baiyu was indeed gifted, he hadn't had the opportunity to appear in public due to special circumstances over the past 2 years. But the third-year students from the 7 academies would definitely recognize Baiyu. Even though more than 2 years had passed, the fear they felt when dominated by Baiyu in their first year still lingered in their hearts. The representative sent by Jiang Ran Academy was a girl with long black hair and an exquisite face. If Yin Yu was the emerald bamboo and Mi Wei was the red rose, then she was like a snow lotus with an ethereal aura. Jiang Ran propped his chin with one hand, lazily observing the arena. Jiang Ran Academy seemed to realize that no matter who they sent out, they couldn't defeat Baiyu, so they resorted to a strategy from the 36 stratagems, the 31st stratagem, the beauty stratagem. I must say, while this tactic was risky, the odds of success were great. Brother Yu, do you still remember me? The long-haired beauty Hua Yue tried to open her big eyes wide and looked at Baiyu, attempting to play the emotional card first. Baiyu, originally standing with his arms crossed, immediately raised his hand to interrupt her. Wait. First of all, I don't even know you, and just based on age. If I remember correctly, unless you're a substitute, we should be from the same class, right? Hua Yu nodded in confusion. Baiyu excitedly clapped his hands. Then it's settled. Since we're from the same class, why do you call me brother? You're making me sound old, you know. Hua Yu looked bewildered. Wait a minute, this plot doesn't seem to be going like this. Is the way I address you important? Baiyu, how could it not be? Then Yu. Hua Yu tentatively tried a different address, but the result once again surprised her. Upon hearing this address, Baiyu actually took 2 steps back in horror. Hua Yu wanted to advance, but was ruthlessly stopped by Baiyu. Stop. Don't come any closer. Hua Yu awkwardly halted her steps. Baiyu retreated about 10 meters before finally stopping. First of all, I know that I am very handsome, and it's reasonable for you to like me. However, we really do not know each other, and I have no desire to get to know you. Please stop trying to get close to me. If you disgust me any further, I might just take action. Baiyu said this with a serious expression, showing no sign of joking. If Hua Yu dared to step forward again, he would immediately kick her away without any mercy. After all, it wouldn't be him who would embarrass himself. Hua Yu stood there awkwardly, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Damn it. Damn school. Damn teachers and leaders. Damn classmates who were just here to watch. Who came up with this absolutely terrible tactic? They even swore that this tactic would definitely work, claiming that no man could resist her innocent charm. What a load of nonsense. She was almost sick from forcing herself to speak in a way that made her uncomfortable, and what was the outcome? Baiyu looked even more terrified than she did. Not only was she directly rejected and humiliated, but he also misunderstood her feelings for him. Oh, if it weren't for the circumstances and her image, Hua Yu really wanted to go crazy right now. What nonsense about no man being able to refuse. Was Baiyu not a man? Hua Yu took a deep breath. The only thing keeping her sane was the fact that the audience was far from the arena, and Baiye's voice was not loud enough for everyone in the venue to hear. Otherwise, she would truly be embarrassed on a national scale. Baiyu couldn't care less about what she was thinking. It was merely about how to get close to him to make his attack lighter, or pretending to have a good relationship with him, while secretly planning to ambush him. Such petty tricks had been used by the Jiuyo clan hundreds of times. Baiyu was already tired of seeing it. Alright, even if you are my pursuer, I will not go easy on you. You might as well give up on this idea. Although Baiyu wore a smile, his words were utterly ruthless. Seeing that the beauty strategy was ineffective, Hua Yu simply ceased to pretend and waved her hand, conjuring a pale blue tornado that rose from the ground. The first-year students from the 7 major academies were shaken by this familiar scene. Oh no, the shadow of the great demon is still pursuing me. Moi. Jiang Ran straightened up slightly on the stage. This girl is also a wind element awakened. Speaking of which, this seems to be the first wind element awakened he has encountered besides himself. But he wondered what her level was. Jiang Ran closed his eyes to sense her power, although her strength surpassed his, her wind seemed slightly weaker. S level. Seeing the pale blue tornado, a hint of surprise flashed in Baiye's eyes, but it quickly vanished. His smile widened. Your ability is not bad, but encountering me you are indeed unlucky. The next moment a crisp sound of fingers snapping echoed. Hua Yu's face suddenly changed. The pale blue tornado in front of her, which had been expanding infinitely, suddenly began to fade, and the surrounding temperature rapidly soared. In less than a second, the original wind tornado was completely covered by dense white flames. They didn't burn fiercely from a distance, it looked like a mass of tiny white fluff, so small that a gentle breeze could extinguish it. But the reality was not like that. Hua Yu's face had turned from the lightest shade of foundation to a deathly pale. Originally, this was an attack she had brewed up that her ability wouldn't harm herself, so she was the closest. But now, concerning whether her tornado would harm her, Hua Yu suddenly felt uncertain, because she realized that she seemed unable to control it any longer. At the same time, because she was the closest, Hua Yu also felt the intense heat emanating from the white fluffy flames. This could not be an ordinary fire element ability. Jiang Ran stared at the white fluff on the tornado, stroking his chin. White flames. Is this a trait common to all SS-level fire element abilities? Or is it unique to Baiyu? Why does it feel like Baiyu has quite a few secrets up his sleeve? Hua Yu gritted her teeth, wanting to summon another tornado. Baiyu glanced towards the Tianfu Academy and noticed Jiang Ran looking this way. Although he wasn't looking directly at him, Baiyu still flashed a grin towards the direction of Tianfu Academy. This successfully elicited screams from the audience. Jiang Ran frowned at the noise, silently giving Baiyu the middle finger. Just trying to show off, huh? Baiyu smiled even brighter. This smile was a reward for the audience, but a provocation for Jiang Ran. However, in Hua Yu's eyes, that smile was more terrifying than a demon, because she noticed that the white flames on top of the tornado had inexplicably surged in intensity. This tornado could no longer be called a wind tornado. Calling it a fire tornado would be more appropriate. Hua Yu felt extremely bitter inside. She never expected that her ability would end up making a wedding dress for her opponent. Even if this fire tornado remained stationary without attacking, she could still feel its immense power. Even if she summoned 3 or 4 more wind tornadoes, it probably wouldn't make a dent in his might. It might even further fuel his flames. Hua Yu stood in silence. She had lost. From beginning to end, she had lost. After all, Baiyu still possessed a spatial ability, but he hadn't even used it after making his entrance. This was already showing mercy. Yet she still lost so thoroughly. If Baiyu knew what she was thinking, he would surely burst out laughing. What mercy? That was simply because Baiyu thought that using his spatial ability would end things too quickly, which wouldn't be beneficial for him to show off. It's that simple. Although she already knew in her heart that she had lost for someone like Hua Yue, who was a genius girl upon awakening, and had never faced any loss due to her looks, admitting defeat was still a difficult thing. And yet Baiyu was not a normal person. Not only did he kill, but he also struck at the heart. He stood there with his arms crossed, speaking in a teasing tone. Madam, why aren't you speaking? I know I'm very handsome, but you don't have to stall for time just to look at me a bit longer, do you? Everyone's time is precious. They haven't even had time to go to the restroom for so long. Can you really bear to make these thousands of spectators hold back their needs because of you? Hua Yue. What a jerk. Clearly he had a face like a star, yet why did he make people want to hit him as soon? Oh, not speaking yet. Baiyu raised an eyebrow. If you don't admit defeat, I might just have to publicize your secret crush on me. TSK Tisk, being so infatuated by the school flower of Jiang Ran Academy, Baiyu would have some face when I go out in the future. Hua Yu was so angry that she almost ground her teeth to dust. She decided that after returning she would definitely beat up that idiot who came up with this idea. What kind of nonsense beauty strategy was this? It was clearly meant for her to come up and embarrass herself. I admit defeat. Hua Yu's admission of defeat was squeezed out between clenched teeth, but the referee still heard it. One can't help but wonder if the referee had some sort of mechanism that triggered whenever they heard the keyword, admit defeat. After hearing the match result, Hua Yu couldn't care less about etiquette. She didn't even bother to look Baiyu in the eye and angrily walked towards Jiang Ran Academy. Baiyu swiftly returned to Tianfu Academy and saluted with 2 fingers in a very unstandard manner. I didn't let you down. How's it going? Am I handsome? Baiyu immediately leaned against Jiang Ran as soon as he returned. Jiang Ran disdainfully slapped his hand away. Did you even move a step from start to finish? What kind of handsome are you talking about? Hey, I did move. Baiyu suddenly got excited. She tried to sneak attack me while getting close, but I saw through it and dodged. Isn't this handsome? Jiang Ran rolled his eyes. Any normal person can see that, okay? Baiyu rested one arm on Jiang Ran's shoulder, shaking his head proudly. Not necessarily. The morning matches concluded, a meal was taken, and the afternoon matches were about to start again. This time in the first round, Longting University faced War Academy. The second round was Xingqing University against Tiansu Academy, and the third round had Jianan College battling Lingshu University. Tianfu Academy had a bye. Seeing the by Jiang Ran, Yan stood up and planned to leave. In the contestant area of Tiansu Academy, Yan, who was too lazy to participate in a match, was bored and resting his head while counting the heads in the audience. Just as he was counting to the 1023rd person, he suddenly caught sight of a white-haired figure. Yan turned his head, and sure enough, it was Jiang Ran. While others were sitting quietly in their seats, only he stood up unreservedly, hands in pockets, leisurely, leaving through the aisle. Yan's eyes flickered as he suddenly slapped Yan's shoulder, whispering, "It's up to you now." After saying that, he hunched his back and slipped out from the middle, then left through the back door openly. Suddenly entrusted with high hopes, Yan was left confused. What does this mean? You don't want to participate, so I do. Ranzi. As soon as Jiang Ran stepped out the door, Yan chased after him. Jiang Ran turned his head when he heard the sound, and was somewhat surprised to raise his eyebrows upon seeing Yan. Why are you out here? We agreed that if you don't participate, I won't either. Yan walked beside Jiang Ran, matching his pace. Sitting there was too boring, might as well come out for a walk. So what about you? What are you planning to do? Yan raised his eyebrows. Take me with you. Just tell me what to do, I definitely won't talk too much. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran's eyes brightened slightly, then his lips curled up. You said it yourself. Wait, you sneaked out just to do this? Yan's incredulous voice rang out. Yes, what's wrong? Didn't you insist on following me? Hurry, hey, that's not how you pack it. Oh no, you can't put that here. Jiang Ran's tone grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, revealing a tone of frustration. How can you not even know this? Yan looked a bit wronged. I've never used this before, how would I know? Jiang Ran pointed and lectured. Not knowing this after all these years is truly wasted time. Alright, let's just do it this way. Jiang Ran sighed. Get in the car. As he walked from the trunk to the passenger seat, he unexpectedly made eye contact with Yan sitting inside. Why are you sitting in the passenger seat? Jiang Ran glared. Yan fidgeted. I don't have a driver's. Jiang Ran was truly amused by his anger. You can't do this, you can't do that, and yet you dare to say that you'll do whatever I tell you to do. Under Jiang Ran's questioning, Yan coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. Well, if you insist on making me drive, I can do it too. It's just a safety issue. Jiang Ran gave him a thumbs up, helplessly walking to the other side of the car door. The loud slam scared Yan, as if he wanted to jump out of the car. Ranzi shouldn't be so angry that he loses his mind and takes them both down together, right? As it turned out, Jiang Ran's temper remained stable, without any curses. At least he was driving fast, but he hadn't reached the point of making the car fly and crashing both him and throughout Yan's nervousness, the car finally arrived at the destination, a scenic spot by the river, but rarely visited by people. Yan swallowed hard. Oh no. What if he planned to drown him in the river, since he couldn't act up in the car, and then pretended it was an accident? He had observed on the way here, and there wasn't a single household within a few kilometers. If someone were to die here, it would probably take a year and a half to discover it. Jiang Ran opened the car door and got out, then slammed the door with a bang. The sound of the door startled Yan, making his heart tremble. As Jiang Ran was about to grab something from the trunk, he suddenly remembered he had brought a laborer this time. Turning around, he found the little guy still sitting in the car, showing no signs of moving. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Ran tapped the window twice. What are you doing? Is your butt glued to the seat? Get out. Yan responded with a couple of ohs, stealthily getting out of the car. As Jiang Ran was about to grab something from the trunk, he suddenly remembered he had brought a laborer this time. Turning around, he found the little guy still sitting in the car. Oh, okay. Yan didn't know what to say, just repeatedly nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, the two sat a meter apart by the river. Jiang Ran held a fishing rod in his hand. Yan didn't know how to fish, and Jiang Ran was reluctant to let his precious fishing rod be used by a complete novice, so he just sat there staring at the fishing float on the river. After sitting for half an hour, Yan regretted it. If he had known Jiang Ran had come out to fish, he wouldn't have. Even staying in the hotel to play games would be more interesting than sitting here watching him fish. Yet Jiang Ran wouldn't let him use his phone and insisted he watch him fish. This was too torturous. Jiang Ran glanced at Yan, who was fidgeting uncomfortably, as if he had fleas, and silently sighed. When he first met him, he thought Yan was a very steady and cunning person. But what happened? He can't even play games well, and doesn't even recognize his grandma's bait. Hopelessly foolish. Now he couldn't even sit quietly beside him. It turned out that all that previous steadiness was just an act. Jiang Ran lifted the fishing rod, unhooking the small fish that had just bitten the hook, and tossing it back into the river, then shoved his valuable six-figure fishing rod into Yan's hands, who was fiddling with his fingers. Yan looked up in confusion. Give it a try. Jiang Ran looked at him seriously. You'll love it. Yan's mouth twitched. Love it. He felt like he would never like fishing, which was both boring and time-consuming. For hours later, Jiang Ran sat in a chair yawning heavily. I say it's been so long, and you haven't caught a single fish. He stretched his neck to glance at the fish bucket next to Shi Yin, which was completely empty. Shall we give up? I can go to the market and buy you 2 fish to take back, just say you caught them. Shi Yin gritted his teeth, no way. Damn it. Didn't they say newbies have a buff? He's a newbie too, the freshest kind. Why hasn't a single fish bitten yet after all this time? Jiang Ran looked up at the darkening sky and felt utterly helpless. Listen, at night fish go to sleep, let's come back tomorrow, okay? On the way back you'll buy you 2, get the big ones like 20 pounds and then you can take them home. Jiang Ran yawned again, his eyes squinting with sleepiness. Let's go, no more fishing, it's dark now. As Shi Yin packed up, he even felt like crying. That night before bed Jiang Ran habitually scrolled through his social media and stumbled upon a post by Shi Yin. It was a photo likely of an artificial lake, and in the lower right corner peeked a slender fishing rod. The caption read, I won't sleep until I catch a 50-pound fish. Jiang Ran. Yesterday afternoon's match was not intense. For some unknown reason, all the schools seemed to have reached a tacit agreement and did not send their elite players to the arena. In the end, the matches concluded with the War Academy losing to Longting University 1-2, Xingxin University defeating Tian's Academy 2-1, and Jinan Academy succumbing to Lingshu University 1-2. As of now, the points ranking for each school is as follows: Tianfu Academy 3 points, Tian's Academy 3 points, Xingxin University 2 points, War Academy 2 points, Longting University 2 points, Lingshu University 4 points, Jinan Academy 2 points. Lingshu University is currently leading by a single point. The next morning at 8:30 the matches resumed. This time Tianfu Academy drew Tian's Academy, which ranked second in the last competition. Jiang Ran was surprisingly not sleepy today, mainly because he saw Shi Yin's moments last night, making him smile, even in his sleep. He wondered whether Shi Yin actually caught any fish. Not to mention 50 pounds. Even catching a 5-pound fish would mean Shi Yin had successfully graduated from fishing. In the first round of the freshman competition, Tianfu Academy did not allow Ling Zai to compete again, instead opting for Xia Shi. She was the girl who ranked first during the monthly test. Her performance in the midterm exam was also commendable. Although she did not maintain her top position, she scored an impressive 83 in the martial arts examination. The participants from Tianfu Academy were well prepared, but on Tian's Academy's side something seemed to be amiss, as Jiang Ran vaguely heard them arguing about something. Eventually Yin Yu, who had been sitting quietly, snorted coldly and stood up to take the stage without a word. As soon as the match began, Jiang Ran's phone started vibrating. He took it out to check and saw it was a message from Shi Yin. Shi Yin, Ranzi, let's go. Shi Yin, I feel incredibly strong right now. Shi Yin, watch me show you a trick. Jiang Ran turned to glance at Tian's Academy's area and saw Shi Yin sitting at the far end looking down at his phone, hiding the screen as if afraid someone would see it. The next second another message came in. Shi Yin, the fish will be asleep tonight. It will definitely work today. Trust me. Shi Yin, are we going or not? Jiang Ran almost laughed out loud. Jiang Ran, you bring your own gear. I don't think you can use mine. He hoped that his rod wouldn't get jinxed. Shi Yin, oblivious to Jiang Ran's internal thoughts, instantly replied, Shi Yin, okay. They both left through the back door as openly as they had the previous day. The people from the two schools pretended not to see, maintaining their focus without casting a glance in their direction. Only a teacher from Tian's Academy in the front row turned to look and sighed. Alas, such a good seedling, how could they be led astray? The two returned to the same riverbank as yesterday, even occupying the exact same spot. The only difference was that the fishing gear had doubled. Jiang Ran looked at Shi Yin, who was determined to fish until he succeeded, and twitched his eye. At that moment, he truly wanted to say a phrase that every young person in the Dragon Kingdom had heard: if you were as dedicated to your training, you would have reached the spiritual realm long ago. Not wanting to watch Shi Yin intently staring at the water, Jiang Ran casually cast out his fishing rod and began playing on his phone while waiting. 2 hours passed. Jiang Ran looked at the hook with only a fish weighing 3 or 4 pounds, grimaced, and threw it back into the water. Shi Yin looked on with red eyes. 2 hours. He hadn't caught a single fish. This was actually a very normal occurrence. For seasoned anglers, 2 hours was merely a blink of an eye. But why was it that Jiang Ran could keep catching fish consistently? Shi Yin initially thought it was his bait that was lacking, and even used Jiang Ran's bait. In the end, he still didn't catch a single fish. Shi Yin was so angry, he almost threw his fishing rod into the river. Catching a glimpse of Shi Yin's furious face, Jiang Ran bit his lip, trying hard not to laugh out loud. In gaming, if one kept losing, they could blame their teammates, the matchmaking system, lag, low resolution on their phone, bad weather, or a lack of desire to win. But what could one say when they couldn't catch a single fish? The rod was faulty. The bait was bad. The fish were too smart to bite. The location was unlucky. The water quality was poor with no fish. If Shi were alone, he could easily find an excuse. But now, Jiang Ran, who was only a meter away, was using the same bait and the same brand of fishing rod. In fact, just moments ago Shi had even shamelessly swapped places with Jiang Ran. Yet no matter where they were, Jiang Ran kept catching fish without interruption. Meanwhile, Shi had been in a state of air force since yesterday afternoon. If it weren't for the embarrassment of a grown man crying like a baby, Shi would have truly wanted to drop a pearl of despair. This group of silly fish shouldn't bully people like this. Seeing that Shi was on the verge of exploding, Jiang Ran suppressed a laugh, put down his rod, and patted his shoulder. How about we go do something else? Don't worry, it's definitely more interesting than fishing. Not going, Shi coldly refused. He wouldn't give up until he caught a fish. He wasn't going anywhere. Alas, you should try to. Jiang Ran hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly stopped. Shi was visibly getting excited. The fishing float had sunk. A fish had bitten the hook. Jiang Ran's breathing slowed, fearing he would scare the fish away. This was the only fish that had bitten the hook for Shi in a whole day and night. Looking at Shi, his excitement was no less than if he had suddenly become a master of the Imperial realm. He was being extremely cautious, as if he were reeling in not a fish, but an epic piece of equipment. Shi tugged twice, and suddenly felt something was off. It was heavy, not the weight of an ordinary fish. Moreover, there was no struggle from the other side. He suddenly turned to Jiang Ran. Ranzi, you have more experience than I do. I have a question to ask you. Moi. Jiang Ran was puzzled by Shi's sudden change. What question? Have you ever caught a fish that was very honest, didn't move at all after biting, and weighed over 100 pounds? Jiang Ran's mind went blank for a moment. Then he was startled enough to almost jump up. No way. You can't mean. I feel like it's almost certain, Shi said bitterly. So do I still need to pull it up? Jiang Ran had never encountered such a situation, but after thinking for a second, he decisively said, pull. Although what they pulled up was likely that thing, what if it really was a fathead fish that was too dumb to struggle after biting the hook? 10 minutes later, Jiang Ran looked at the corpse on the riverbank, which had been gnawed at for a third of its body, its belly swollen like a balloon, and fell silent. Shi stood beside him, obediently holding the fishing rod, not daring to make a sound. Who would have thought that after fishing for a whole day and night, without a single catch, the first thing he would reel in would be this? It truly echoed a saying anglers can catch anything but fish. I solemnly declare I have never deleted any comments, whether they were posted by Yumi, him, her, or even ginseng and chicken. I have never deleted anything. 20 minutes later, Yanfeng hurriedly arrived after hearing the news, and exchanged glances with Jiang Ran, who was just standing outside the caution tape after finishing the statement. What did you say you caught? Yanfeng grasped Jiang Ran's arm, his eyes nearly popping out. Jiang Ran clicked his tongue. First of all, I need to say it again. That was not what I caught. All right. So what did he catch? Jiang Ran looked up at the sky, a person half-eaten by fish. Yanfeng fell silent upon hearing this. Just then Shi, who had been dazed while taking notes, walked out with vacant eyes. Yin Jiafan from the Heavenly Strategy Divine Institute quickly approached. How is it? What did they ask you? Did they make things difficult for you? Shi took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. No, they didn't ask much, just if I knew him, why I came here to fish, and some other random stuff. Phew. Yin Jiafan sighed in relief. That's good. Back then, when Yin Jiafan led a team to explore the secret realm, nearly all 5 of them were wiped out. Since then, Yin Jiafan thought he could face anything calmly. However, it hadn't even been a few months. At that time, he was watching a match from the stands, engrossed in an exciting moment, when his prized disciple Yin suddenly called him. He opened with the news that he seemed to have gotten into trouble. Yin Jiafan was instantly stunned. What? Got into trouble? What kind of trouble? Did you kill someone, or set a fire? Oh, just caught a dead body while fishing. It scared him to death, thinking it was a big deal. Yin Jiafan laughed as he realized something, and suddenly reacted. Wait, what did you say? In the capital, at the headquarters of Xinzhou, Jiang Yueqin looked at Jiang Ran, who was slumped in the commander's chair, with some annoyance. Why do you always get me into trouble? The chair representing the commander's identity was occupied by Jiang Ran, forcing Jiang Yueqin to sit on a leather sofa meant for guests. Luckily, there were no outsiders in the office. Otherwise, seeing such a chaotic scene would likely leave them wide-eyed with shock. The next morning, the trending topics across the Dragon Nation would all become shock. The commander of Xinzhou has changed hands, and the new commander turns out to be him. So what? Jiang Ran slumped in his chair, swinging his legs back and forth. You are the commander of Xinzhou, and I am just an ordinary citizen. Isn't it normal for you to serve me? I knew you would be glib. Jiang Yueqin shook his head helplessly. Recently, the person you asked me to investigate, I just got some leads, and was preparing to dig deeper. But then you went fishing and caught a floating corpse. What kind of physique do you have? The Jiang family hasn't seen such a bizarre physique as Jiang Ran's for many generations. Jiang Ran raised a fist to interrupt Jiang Yueqin. Uncle, it seems I need to repeat myself again and again. He looked determined. That was really not what I caught. All right, not you. Hearing his uncle's obviously dismissive words, Jiang Ran's previously ignited enthusiasm instantly extinguished, and he flopped back onto the chair. The corpse was caught by Shi Yin, and he hadn't touched it at all. Why were they all looking at him with such strange eyes? It really had nothing to do with him. Jiang Ran was about to swear to the heavens that every time he went fishing, he was just fishing, never caught any other bizarre things. He just wanted to show Shi Yin a bit more about the world and casually demonstrate his fishing skills. After all, isn't it a bit ridiculous not to show off this amazing fishing skill? But who would have known that with the addition of Shi Yin, such a big incident would occur? Just as Jiang Ran was staring blankly at the ceiling, silently cursing in his heart, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Jiang Yueqin straightened up a bit. Come in. With a click, the door was gently pushed open, and Feng Haiming, facing the chaotic scene in the office, Feng Haiming pretended not to see it, taking care not to disturb the dazed Jiang Ran. He closed the door and approached Jiang Yueqin. Commander. Jiang Yueqin keenly noticed that Feng Haiming's expression seemed a bit off. Is there something wrong with the corpse? Feng Haiming nodded, just about to say something, when Jiang Ran, who just heard the word corpse, suddenly sat up. Is there a feature of a strange beast on the corpse? Feng Haiming looked at him in surprise, but then recalled that Jiang Ran was the first eyewitness at the scene, so it was not surprising that he knew this. He nodded. Exactly. Jiang Yueqin frowned. Xiao Ran. He didn't immediately comment on why the corpse was unusual, but instead talked about the investigation results regarding the fake Yujie from some time ago. Our people have confirmed through investigation that the suspicious person you saw that day is from Lingxing Pavilion. His real name is still unknown, but we found out his code name within Lingxing Pavilion is Bai. His ability is most likely a power called replication. This person can replicate another person's ability once a day, and once successfully replicated, it cannot be changed. The replicated ability will refresh at midnight the next day. I suspect that day he most likely replicated an ability that can change his appearance, and used it on himself to transform into someone from Jiuyu, allowing him to get close to Jiuyu. That woman is relatively easy to investigate. She is a subordinate of a high-ranking official in Jiuyu who had been abroad and just returned to the country recently, so she probably didn't know that Yujie was already dead, which allowed Bai to take advantage. After listening to Jiang Yueqin's explanation, Jiang Ran's expression darkened. He wasn't foolish. He could tell why Jiang Yueqin chose to discuss the issue of the fake Yujie at this time. Lingxing Pavilion again, with Lingxing Pavilion. Every incident he encountered recently had some connection with Lingxing Pavilion. In the task section, he randomly selected a task, and ended up discovering the old site of Lingxing Pavilion's experimental area, which hid thousands of failed experimental corpses. Later, while traveling to the water town, he coincidentally encountered both Bai from Lingxing Pavilion and people from Jiuyu. Although choosing the water town was Jiang Ran's decision, the idea to travel was suggested by Xiang Jingji. Then today, while fishing, he caught a strange corpse. The corpse had characteristics of a strange beast, indicating that it was also a failed experimental subject from Lingxing Pavilion. If the first two incidents had some trace to follow, fishing was just a spuro-femin idea of Jiang Ran. To be honest, if Shi Yin hadn't followed him out, Jiang Ran originally planned to go back to the dormitory for a nap, without even thinking about fishing. Clearly, all three incidents were quite random. Why was it so coincidental that each one involved Lingxing Pavilion? Has Lingxing Pavilion's reach extended this far? Or is it that someone is monitoring him? No, to be more precise, it seems there has always been a large hand secretly guiding Jiang Ran toward the positions they want him to go. This feeling, if it were on an ordinary person, would be enough to scare them into staying indoors. Everything one does is calculated by others, every step taken is within someone else's plan, and even every move is known to everyone. This feeling is terrifying. It could even drive a person insane. However, there is one thing they calculated wrong. Jiang Ran is not an ordinary person. He is an ordinary person who has lived 2 lives, experienced enough, has a mature mindset, and in this life, has an overwhelming background of power. Jiang Ran placed one hand on the desk and gently tapped. The 2 elders in the office fell silent, watching him quietly. Facing their gaze, Jiang Ran suddenly smiled. Did I agree to play with him? Damn it, if they dared to plot against him without his consent, don't blame him for flipping the table. He was unwilling to play such a boring game. No one else should think they could play either. Although the incident of fishing up a floating corpse has significant news value, in reality, there is no news about it online. Even the group of people participating in the competition had no idea that Jiang Ran had merely gone out to fish and ended up with such trouble. Concerning Lingqing Pavilion and human experimentation, the authorities are treating this case with utmost seriousness. In the unseen corners of the capital, dark tides are surging. Logically, as the first discoverers of this case, Jiang Ran and Yin should not have appeared in public places these past few days. Who knows if Lingqing Pavilion will take action against them? After all, the thoughts of a group of madmen are utterly unpredictable. Yet young Master Jiang declared that's not a problem at all. What he wanted was for them to come. Thus, during the afternoon competition, the two attended, as usual, each appearing increasingly relaxed. The matchups were drawn quickly. The first match was between Canaan Academy and Starry University. The results were unexpected. In 3 matches, Starry University lost all. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd toward them changed. Not a chance. How could they lose to the last place? Were they bribed? The students of Starry University all kept their heads down, not daring to meet their eyes. It was utterly humiliating, truly humiliating. They could accept being shut out by other schools, but being defeated by Canaan Academy with a score of 3-0 was unbearable. The people from Canaan Academy were practically soaring. Last time they were in last place, that doesn't mean they will always be in last place. Exactly 30 years on the East Bank and 30 years on the West Bank, do you understand? Do not look down on poor schools. In the first 2 matches we were just conserving our energy, aiming to confuse you, and you fell for it, ha. Next we will unleash our full strength. He. Tremble opponents. The second match was between Tianfu Academy and Lingshu University. In recent matches, Lingshu University has consistently sent 3 fixed participants. The first year, Jiang Qingya, a second-year girl, named Wu Xiao, a dual-element awakener of fire and earth. The third-year participant is a buzz-cut, glasses-wearing boy, his appearance clearly that of a top student in the sciences, named Yuan. Yuan's special ability is psychic, allowing him to drag opponents into the illusions he creates. According to his opponents, those illusions are incredibly realistic and terrifying, which is why no one has managed to score a point against him so far. Jiang Qingya stepped onto the stage with his sword in hand, his face calm as he gazed ahead. For him, it didn't matter which school he drew or who his opponent was. They were just opponents to him, no need to learn about them. He only needed to wield his sword. As Jiang Qingya stared blankly at the stage beneath his feet, a sudden commotion arose from the audience. Jiang Qingya snapped back to reality. His current opponent seemed to be quite popular. But it didn't matter. After all, it was just a matter of a single strike. Jiang Qingya's thoughts halted abruptly when he saw the figure that jumped onto the stage. Jiang Ran usually wore all white, but today he happened to be wearing a red sweatshirt, making his already fair complexion seem even more luminous. His platinum hair appeared very light under the light, which made the black diamond earring on his ear stand out. Jiang Ran's lips curled slightly as his golden-tinged eyes under the sunlight looked towards Jiang Qingya. "Old Jiang, please go easy on me later." Upon hearing Jiang Ran's playful remark, Jiang Qingya jolted back to reality. Wasn't Jiang Ran supposed to not participate in this competition? Before this, Jiang Qingya had always thought his opponent would most likely be the student who often followed Jiang Ran. Although Xia Shi was decent compared to his peers, it was evident that Ling Zai's ability gravity would counter him more effectively. But who would have thought that Jiang Ran would personally take the stage? He even garnered cheers from the audience. Oh right, ever since the preliminary matches were streamed online, Jiang Ran's popularity has been soaring. It is said that he has quite a few fans. Jiang Ran thought Jiang Qingya wouldn't respond to him, as he was just joking because he saw a familiar face. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qingya looked at him and nodded. Jiang Ran stepped back in shock. What's going on? Did Jiang Qingya change his mind? Wait, what did he say? He said, No, I was joking. You don't have to go easy on me. Jiang Ran quickly raised his hands in explanation. Please don't hold back. Let's have a serious match. Jiang Qingya certainly understood that Jiang Ran was joking. He didn't say anything further, but simply gripped the hilt of his sword and slowly drew it out. Seeing this, Jiang Ran's smile widened. Old Jiang was using his actions to tell him that he would not hold back. If he needed the opponent to go easy on him against someone who had just recently advanced to the river realm, Jiang Ran might as well find a block of tofu to die against. Moreover, Jiang Ran genuinely wanted to face Jiang Qingya directly and fairly in a match. After all, he was truly curious about the sword god. With a twist of his wrist, a blue long sword suddenly appeared in Jiang Ran's hand. He casually spun it, positioning the sword horizontally in front of him, and winked at Jiang Qingya. Come on, let him see just how strong the true sword god is. In the contestant area, upon seeing Jiang Ran wield a long sword, eyes lit up completely. In the War Academy, Xiang Jingxing, who had been lounging around, suddenly sat up straight. Beside him, Xiang Jingzi's mouth dropped open in surprise. Oh my Ranzi, he is about to face Jiang Qingya hidden. In Tiansu Divine Academy, Shi Yin and Yin Yu wore identical expressions of shock. However, Yin soon smiled, while Yu remained serious. Does he even know how to use a sword? The only one who wasn't surprised was Jiang Qingye. He had seen Jiang Ran use a sword made of wind during a previous expedition. But while he knew Jiang Ran could use a sword, he had no idea how proficient Jiang Ran was until the two of them began their duel. After merely exchanging a few blows, Jiang Qingye's heart shook profoundly. A master. The further they fought, the more astonished Jiang Qingye became. Although on the surface it seemed that Jiang Qingye had the upper hand over Jiang Ran, only those who truly understood cold weapons could see that Jiang Ran was also an unparalleled genius in the sword arts. After all, the main reason Jiang Qingye could wield the sword so well was due to his ability Sword God. This top-tier talent and mastery-type abilities allowed him to easily defeat any sword master, even without formal training. But Jiang Ran's ability was not that of a sword god or sword immortal. He was just an ordinary elemental awakener. Yet this remote mage could use an ordinary sword to engage in a back-and-forth battle with Jiang Qingye, who had transformed into the sword god. Jiang Ran used his personal experience to firmly convey to everyone, even without using abilities in other aspects, Jiang Ran am still an unparalleled genius. Once again swords clashed, and both individuals were propelled backward simultaneously. The difference was that Jiang Qingye retreated 5 meters before coming to a halt, while Jiang Ran only fell back 3 meters before straightening up. With a gentle flick of his sword tip, Jiang Ran smiled radiantly. So this is the sword god. Indeed impressive. It's just that Jiang Qingye's current level is not high. He has only just reached the first stage of the river realm. Jiang Ran could still hold his own against him. If Jiang Qingye were to reach the abyss realm, no, perhaps even just the ocean realm, he would be able to defeat him with a single strike. Of course, this is under the condition that Jiang Ran does not use his abilities and only relies on swordsmanship in their battle. If Jiang Ran were to employ his powers, it would only take a single move against someone of the same level. Jiang Ran narrowed his eyes at Jiang Qingye. Not bad, old Jiang, you have some strength. Now I'm going to get serious. As he spoke, Jiang Ran lightly lifted his sword, and a faint dragon roar echoed, drifting into everyone's ears. Those who had seen that video brightened up. Could it be? Jiang Qingye's expression also began to turn serious. In the spacious arena, a wind began to stir from an unknown source. Beside Jiang Ran, a fierce wind surged, circling around him in rings of azure. Beneath his feet, a massive circle, nearly covering the entire arena, suddenly erupted with blue light. This radiance illuminated half of the arena in azure. The audience members had to squint their eyes. Some sharp-minded individuals had already raised their phones, turned on the recording, and pointed their cameras at the arena. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, the azure circle suddenly rippled with waves. A strand of blue mane floated out. Following that, a pair of blue dragon horns emerged, and in less than a second the entire dragon head appeared. Bang! A 5-clawed dragon's claw grasped the ground, using it for support as the upper body of the azure dragon revealed itself. The giant dragon raised its head. It did not immediately look at its opponent, but instead tilted its head to survey the entire audience. Anyone caught in its gaze couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiang Jingji gulped, nervously stuttering. Is Ranzi trying to win the match, or does he want to kill Jiang Qingye directly? Around them no one could utter a word. They had thought Jiang Ran summoning a water dragon with water elements during the preliminary rounds was already shocking. However, upon witnessing his wind element, they realized what it truly meant to be SS level, what it meant to be a genius. Watching the vividly lifelike azure eastern dragon, Hua Yu nearly dropped her jaw to the ground. Is this really wind element? How is it so different from hers? She is also SSS level. Could it be that there are disparities even among SSS levels? The shock among the surrounding crowd mostly stemmed from the astonishment of their eyes at this scene, but for Jiang Qingye, who faced the dragon directly, the pressure he felt was beyond their imagination. He, who usually did not display his emotions on his face, could no longer contain his astonishment when he sensed the immense energy contained within this azure dragon. If it weren't Jiang Ran standing across from him, Jiang Qingye might have truly believed his opponent wished to put him to death. Was this the gap between him and Jiang Ran? A bittersweet smile inevitably appeared on Jiang Qingye's face. I concede. Oh my, who was that so handsome on the stage just now? As soon as Jiang Ran returned to the contestant area, a cheeky voice rang in his ear. Without thinking, Jiang Ran elbowed the person, but they nimbly dodged. Then an arm landed on his shoulder. Baiyu, smirking, winked at him. Did you enjoy yourself? Jiang Ran found himself at a loss with Baiyu. If he tried to hit him, Baiyu ran faster than anyone else. If he ignored him, he would be annoyingly persistent, not to mention that he liked to be playful. Enjoy? What do you mean? Jiang Ran feigned a righteous expression. I'm clearly fighting for the school, bringing glory to Tianfu Academy. Bai Yu burst into laughter, alright, bringing glory to the school. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ran, feeling mocked at his serious statement, immediately pulled a long face and walked past him. Hey. Seeing Jiang Ran unhappy, Bai Yu quickly suppressed his laughter and chased after him. I wasn't laughing at you really, I just thought of something particularly amusing. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me, Ran, no, why are you walking faster and faster? 5 minutes later, Bai Yu was clutching his chest grinning, but he still didn't forget to sit in the next seat, next to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was now too lazy to even roll his eyes at him. After having been punched by him, he still wanted to come over, wasn't that just asking for it? 20 minutes later, the two fighters on the arena finally determined a victor. Tianfu Academy 20 Lingshu University. After being punched, Bai Yu slowly stood up, took a step forward, and in the next second, he had already appeared on the arena. The one sent out by Lingshu University was indeed that academic genius Yuan. With one hand in his pocket and the other ruffling his hair, he yawned and said, "Come on, you go first." Although the academic genius looked the part, he was not as rigid as others. Since his opponent had invited him to strike first, why would he refuse? Isn't refusing for fools. Moreover, he was curious to know how long it would take Bai Yu to break free from. Yes, Yuan didn't even think his illusion could trap Bai Yu, he just hoped Bai Yu could be trapped for a little longer, so that he would have something to brag about when he returned. 5 minutes, as long as he could trap Bai Yu for 5 minutes, Yuan would be satisfied. 5 minutes should probably maybe be possible, right? Hope shone in Yuan's eyes. However, while the imagination was plentiful, reality was harsh. After Yuan launched his mental attack, Bai Yu simply paused for a moment. But soon, in less than half a minute, he regained his clarity. Yuan was so shocked he nearly spat blood. No way. Less than half a minute. Is he even human? He knew Bai Yu was formidable, he had known that for 2 years. But Yuan thought that after 2 years of hard work, he should have closed some of the gap between him and Bai Yu. After all, the higher the level, the slower the progression. No matter how talented Bai Yu was, it couldn't be possible for him to leap from the ocean realm to the abyss realm in just 1 month. What was the result? Reality slapped him across the face, and while doing so, it told him some people are momentary geniuses, but some are lifelong geniuses, and those geniuses are ones you can never catch up to. He should just give up. Yuan was a bit on the verge of collapse. Even when Bai Yu kicked him off the arena, he wore a blank expression, as if he hadn't yet escaped from his state of despair. Thus, Tianfu Academy once again achieved a victory of 3-0 against Lingshu University. Simultaneously with 2 shutouts against their opponents, one match ending 2-1 and won by default, Tianfu Academy accumulated 8 points and temporarily ranked first among the 7 academies. Burned out this time, he truly burned out. By the way, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. That night, Jiang Ran once again quietly trended on social media. In the video, even half of the Azure Dragon's colossal form was visible, yet its awe-inspiring presence was unparalleled. It was larger, more intricately detailed, and more lifelike than the water dragon he had summoned during the preliminary global tournament. So lifelike that when it turned its gaze toward the camera recording from the audience stands, viewers behind their screens collectively felt the oppressive weight of an ancient mythological being. Yet after the initial shock came overwhelming adoration. What native of Longwa could resist their own celestial eastern dragon? Thus Jiang Ran, the one who had summoned it, once again drew widespread public attention. Scrolling through any video about him, one would find the comment section erupting in chaotic, feverish energy. 1 minute. I demand his full dossier. Brothers intel acquired. His name is Jiang Ran, an SS Steer, awakened one, a freshman at Tianfu Academy. Rumor has it he ranked unassailably first in the entrance examination, and later led Longwa to victory in the Global League preliminaries. Wow, seriously that powerful? Damn. Not only is he stunningly handsome, but also absurdly strong. Is this even fair? Husband is so handsome. Upvote or settle this with fists. He's my husband. Stop fighting. Jiang Ran clearly harbors no such mundane desires. Even if he did, he'd surely prefer us men. Ugh, die faggot, get lost. Do you have any shame? Wait, hey comrades. I've made a major discovery. What? Don't you think Jiang Ran's ear stud matches the one worn by Bai Yu, the third-year student at their academy? Did you misread that? I didn't even notice. Whoa, I hadn't thought of it until now, but after rechecking the photos, they really are identical. Do handsome men share identical aesthetic sensibilities? Apparently so. Oh, I just realized. Don't they even share the same hair color? That evening over dinner, Jiang Ran keenly sensed something odd in the way they looked at him. He'd rather ignore it. Except Xiang Jingji's gaze burned with unbearable intensity. Jiang Ran sighed and set down his chopsticks. What exactly do you want? Ranzi, you're biased. You value romance over friendship. You cling to the old while discarding the new. Xiang Jingji theatrically dabbed at the corners of his eyes. Wawa. I've known you for ages yet you've never gifted me anything. Isn't our bond deep enough? Why don't we wear matching brotherly accessories? Jiang Ran. What on earth is he babbling about? He pointed sideways. Your real brother is right there. Go match with him. I'm only a cousin. I'm unworthy. Xiang Jingji's tearful gesture froze mid-wipe. He assumed Xiang Jingji was dealt with, only to turn and find Xiang Jingxing Shiyan and even Jiang Qingya all staring at him in unison. Their expressions mirrored each other perfectly, a silent collective accusation. Is our friendship not close enough? Why gift by you but not us? Under that triple gaze Jiang Ran utterly lost his appetite. He lifted a napkin to wipe his lips, then calmly launched his counteroffensive. We've known each other for so long. Why haven't you gifted me anything? Do you dislike me? All three stiffened simultaneously. Silence. That settles it. Jiang Ran reached for another napkin and ostentatiously dabbed at his eye. I truly believed our bond was profound, only to realize I've been hopelessly deluded. You must despise me deeply, not even willing to offer me so modest a token. If that's how it is, then let our friendship end here. I refuse to force you to wear false smiles every time you see me, especially you, Shiyan. You're even compelled to accompany me fishing. It's all my fault. I should have seen sooner how utterly unwilling you were. Shiyan's temple twitched violently. Xiang Jingxing and Jiang Qingya wore identical expressions of bewilderment. Wait, how did this devolve into them hating him? When exactly had they ever hated Jiang Ran? Ugh, so it's just about gifts. As if anyone couldn't afford them. Fine, 100 gifts. And counting. After coaxing all four into pledging, at minimum, one gift each, Jiang Ran smiled satisfied. Thought you'd gang up on me. Go play elsewhere. The four deflated and sighing in unison conceded defeat. Can't beat him. Lost again. Ranzi, about that matter. How's the investigation going? Sure, Yin dragged his chair closer. How's it going? Just as expected. Jiang Ran shrugged. You were the first to spot it, and the one who reeled it in yourself. Didn't you sense something amiss at the time? Not at all. Shiyan spread his hands helplessly. My heart nearly stopped. I had no capacity left to scrutinize a corpse for anomalies. Jiang Ran tapped him reproachfully, wearing the look of a master disappointed by an underachieving disciple. All its internal organs had been replaced with those of a monstrous beast, and still you missed it. TSK you. Shiyan, what are you talking about? Hold on. He merely fished the body up, not performed an autopsy. How could he possibly detect organ substitution? That's outright unreasonable. Xiang Jingji, who'd been sulking over Shiyan's exclusive fishing trip with Jiang Ran, burst into laughter. Exactly. Shiyan, how could you possibly miss that? TSK, you're truly out of your depth. Hearing Xiang Jingji openly mock his inadequacy, Shiyan clenched his fists, ready to shatter that dog's skull on the spot. Before he could strike, boom, something outside the restaurant exploded. Shards of glass sharp as blades hurtled inward. In the next instant, a gust swept past, the once bullet-speed fragments dissolving instantly into fine dust. The explosion's firelight vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Darkness reclaimed the night. Suddenly a sonic crack split the air. Bang! Another thunderous impact, followed by a shadow hurtling backward. Jiang Ran remained seated throughout, left hand resting on his crossed right knee, right hand propping up his chin, eyebrows lifted as he observed the sight of the blast. Terrorist attacks in Shangjing. That requires considerable courage. A moment later, a broad-shouldered figure emerged silently from the shadows nearby, stopping precisely 1 meter before Jiang Ran, and bowing deeply. Young master. Jiang Ran gave a casual hum. Is he dead? No. I deliberately spared him. Already handed over to the Shenzhou operatives stationed nearby. Jiang Ran nodded, stretching languidly as he rose. He stepped forward and clapped the man's shoulder, his expression softening into genuine warmth. You've broken through to the Su Jing realm. Congratulations, Uncle Hu. My safety just became infinitely more assured, and I can now roam freely, indulging in reckless ventures without restraint. This person is the long-lost Jiang Hu. Uncle Jiang, who reached the peak of the Abyss realm a year ago, but due to Jiang Ran not having awakened at that time and lacking the ability to protect himself, Jiang, who had to stay by Jiang Ran's side to ensure his safety. It wasn't until a few months ago that Jiang Ran awakened his SS-level ability and enrolled in Tianfu Academy, officially stepping into the eyes of the higher-ups. Only then did Jiang Hu have the time to find a secluded place and officially begin to break through to the Ruins realm. After several months of closed-door cultivation, Uncle Jiang, who lived up to expectations and successfully joined the ranks of Ruins realm experts. With a Ruins realm expert by his side, Jiang Ran felt a bit more secure. Although he had never been afraid of anything, when Jiang, who wasn't around, having a protector nearby, certainly made him feel more at ease. When Shi Yin and the others saw a burly man respectfully calling Jiang Ran young master, they weren't particularly surprised. After all, the supreme commander of Xinzhou was his own uncle, so having a Ruins Realm powerhouse as a bodyguard was quite normal, wasn't it? Besides, if they wanted, they could have one too. What family doesn't have a few Ruins Realm experts? Xiang Jingxing walked over and stood beside Jiang Ran. Only one has come, isn't it a bit too simple? Could they have other hidden plans? Whether it's the Nine Nether or the Lingqing Pavilion, both are among the top powerful factions in Longhua. The fact that they have been entrenched in Longhua, the strictest of nations, for over 100 years is enough to demonstrate their strength. But for such two behemoths, no matter which side made the move, they shouldn't have sent only a small fry who can't even handle an assassination. There must be some hidden backup waiting for us to let our guard down. Jiang Ran smirked. A backup? Indeed, there should be one. But am I foolish? Just because they have a backup, I won't have one. Xiang Jingxing looked at Jiang Ran's confident smile and suddenly understood. No wonder this young master suddenly invited them out for dinner tonight, claiming it was his treat. Ah, well, you should all be full now, right? If so, let's settle the bill. As he walked to the front desk, the four of them exchanged glances, ultimately looking at Jiang Ran, who was standing aside looking at his phone. Jiang Ran, you should pay. Xiang Jingxi couldn't hold back. Jiang Ran raised his head looking puzzled. Pay? Why should I pay? Did you not say you were treating us? Xiang Jingxi opened his mouth. To his surprise, Jiang Ran looked even more confused. I just said I was treating. I never said I was going to pay. If I treat, shouldn't you pay? Isn't that only fair? The four of them. Moreover, didn't you just say our friendship is unbreakable? What, you refuse to help me pay for one meal? Jiang Ran said, extending his hand as if to wipe non-existent tears. Since I'm making it so difficult for you, then let our friendship end here. I know, in fact, you all don't like me, you all hate me, and don't want to be friends with me. The four of them. No way, is he crazy? Can't they pay? Please stop using this trick. The next day, although there was an explosion incident caused by an unknown object outside a restaurant in the capital last night, fortunately Xinzhou had anticipated this event, so it did not cause any uproar online. It also did not affect the remaining days of the joint competition of the 7 institutes. Ever since Jiang Ran's dazzling attack went viral online yesterday afternoon, the number of spectators in today's venue has visibly increased. Shi Yin, are you still going up today? The school that had a bye yesterday afternoon was Longting University, and this morning it was Lingshu University. The opponent Tianfu Academy drew this time was the War Academy, which had just accumulated 5 points. Jiang Ran lazily leaned back, replying to messages slowly. Jiang Ran, of course, why not? They were chatting in a small group. Seeing that Jiang Ran was going to participate again today, Xiang Jingxi instantly couldn't sit still. Xiang Jingxi, no, Jiang Ran, please don't go up again. Jiang Ran, don't worry, for the sake of my brother, I certainly won't kill the opponent. Xiang Jingxi, oh, that's not what I'm worried about. Shi Yin, then why don't you let Jiang Ran participate? Xiang Jingxi, I'm afraid that if Jiang Ran goes up, my teacher will definitely make me participate too. I don't have Jiang Qingya's strength, while I'm afraid of pain. Shi Yin. Shi Yin looked speechless while Xiang Jingxing quietly closed his eyes, choosing not to see or hear. Yes, he doesn't have such an embarrassing brother. This brother must be an enemy, trying to make him break. In the first match, Tianfu Academy faced the War Academy. In the freshman match, it was still Jiang Ran representing Tianfu Academy. As for the War Academy, the situation Xiang Jingxi was worried about did not happen. The other side still sent out that freshman. She was a girl with extreme body skills. Jiang Ran wore his favorite white clothes today, and when he entered the arena, it caused a scream from the audience. Wan Yihan ran forward for several steps before coming to a halt, narrowly avoiding a faceplant. She suddenly turned around into a defensive stance, but contrary to her expectations, Jiang Ran had no intention of launching a surprise attack. He even remained standing in place, not even taking his hands out of his pockets. Although Jiang Ran did not take the opportunity to kick Wan Yihan off the stage, seeing this situation still made her feel quite displeased. Although she knew that Jiang Ran was very strong, this behavior of completely disregarding her no matter who it was applied to would undoubtedly irritate anyone. Wan Yihan let out a long breath and assumed her stance once more. This time she was more serious than ever. She knew she could not defeat Jiang Ran, but as long as she could inflict some injury on him, or even just land a hit, she would consider it a success. Go! Wan Yihan silently urged herself, and the white mist around her thickened. In the next moment, she charged forward again. Jiang Ran had been pondering one thing since waking up that morning. The chaotic place he encountered in Fufeng City had most of its corpses dating back to the past 2 years. And since Lingqing Pavilion's existence, it had been around for decades, if not 100 years. So had these inhumane experiments begun decades ago, or were they only recently proposed? If they had existed for a long time, then what about the corpses from failed experiments? Surely there couldn't be a chaotic place for hiding corpses in every province and city. Given their depraved character of not treating exotic beasts as beasts and not treating humans as humans, the number of people or exotic beasts used for experiments over the years couldn't be few. Thus, a new question arose. With such an accumulation of numbers, how had Lingxing Pavilion not produced a single mature experimental subject until now? Logically, if a branch had killed 1,000 people within 2 years, that would mean 1,000 experiments conducted. With that many, even a pig could successfully manage the operations. Yet Jiang Yueqin had searched through the documents of Shenzhou from these past few years without finding a single record of hybrid beings injuring people. So what exactly did Lingxing Pavilion intend to do with these morally reprehensible creations? Surely they weren't planning to recruit an army to attack the Eagle Nation. Jiang Ran pondered for a long while about what Lingxing Pavilion aimed to do with those things, eventually recalling the Lingxing Pavilion member he had previously encountered, codenamed Bai Yi. Bai Yi, disguised as Yu Jie, had the purpose of approaching a high-ranking subordinate of Jiuyou. So what did a Lingxing Pavilion person hope to achieve by going to such lengths to get close to a Jiuyou high official? Jiang Ran tilted his head again to evade Wang Yihan's punch, then lifted his leg to block her sweeping kick. His vacant gaze fell upon Wang Yihan. Upon seeing the pure gold bracelet on her wrist, Jiang Ran's eyes lit up slightly, as he suddenly came to a realization. He understood what Lingxing Pavilion was truly after. The purpose behind all of Lingxing Pavilion's actions was to make money. The half-human, half-beast creations they had researched must possess some kind of powerful abilities. However, Lingxing Pavilion had no intention of keeping them for themselves. Their goal was to treat those beings as commodities to sell to other factions. What they truly desired was always just gold and silver. Suddenly enlightened, Jiang Ran's eyes began to sparkle, not feeling anything wrong with being in sync with a group of lunatics. Having figured it out, Jiang Ran snapped back from his dazed state. Wang Yihan, who had been continuously on the offensive, found herself in a different situation. After all, Jiang Ran had been in a daze, although he had managed to dodge every time, he was not retaliating, which made Wang Yihan feel both angry and somewhat relieved. She didn't have to think too much, as she just needed to attack mindlessly, which gave her a feeling akin to being in class at school. However, this feeling didn't last long before Wang Yihan sensed something was off. Jiang Ran's aura had changed. The previously languid Jiang Ran, even amidst Wang Yihan's frenzied attacks, had not bothered to take his hands out of his pockets. But just moments ago, the lazy aura emanating from Jiang Ran suddenly transformed, and he appeared like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and dangerous. The moment Wang Yihan sensed the change in Jiang Ran's aura, she instantly became fully alert. It was this seriousness that made her keenly observe that Jiang Ran's hand, which had been in his pocket, had moved. The hand that Wang Yihan had originally intended to strike with immediately altered direction, shifting from offense to defense. However, she still underestimated Jiang Ran and overestimated herself. The people from the War Academy merely blinked, and they saw Wang Yihan, who had been on the upper hand, suddenly fly backward. The crowd, who had not grasped the situation on the arena, were left puzzled. What just happened? Why did the one who had been attacking suddenly get sent flying? If it weren't for Wang Yihan being on their team, Xiang Jingji would have almost jumped up to cheer Jiang Ran on. Finally, Ranzi is no longer dazed. Xiang Jingji felt a sense of relief, as if his brother, who had been foolish for 18 years, had suddenly become enlightened. Noticing the gazes from others, Xiang Jingxing immediately pressed him down. He warned in a low voice, "You better behave. Jiang Ran is now our opponent, do you understand?" Xiang Jingji sulked under the seat, pouting. What's wrong with being an opponent? Wang Yihan could never defeat him. You can't encourage the opponent either. Xiang Jingxing shot him a glare, his voice barely audible. Just cheer for him in your heart, no need to say it out loud, there are so many people around. On the arena, the situation where Wang Yihan had been pressing the attack, while Jiang Ran dodged, had completely changed. Jiang Ran wore a familiar smile on his face, his eyes bright and round, resembling a harmless cat. Yet his offensive power was in stark contrast to the image he projected. Wang Yihan felt bitter inside. She couldn't fight back, in fact, she couldn't even defend herself. Jiang Ran's attacks seemed to have no gaps and were utterly illogical. Moreover, his movements were small and subtle, making it impossible for Wang Yihan to predict where Jiang Ran's next attack would land, leaving her to passively endure the blows. This was still because Jiang Ran was in a relatively good mood, intending to play around for a while, hence his strikes. Otherwise, during Jiang Ran's first strike, Wang Yihan would have been sent flying much further, probably landing directly in the spectator area. Well, at least that saved her the trouble of walking back herself. Jiang Ran continued his relentless assault for 3 minutes, and Wan Yihan endured a thorough beating for those 3 minutes. Although it was hard to see any injuries on Wan Yihan, she alone knew the excruciating pain she was in. The great Demon King truly lived up to his name, targeting spots that were invisible to others, yet inflicted agonizing pain on the victim. Wan Yihan felt like she wanted to concede. Seeing Wan Yihan grimacing in pain, unable to maintain her facial expressions, Jiang Ran's smile widened even further. It should be about time. He had played enough, the opponent must have gained a lot too. After all, his masterclass wasn't something just anyone could attend. Given her expression, she must have benefited immensely. Just look at her gaze, it was so moving it seemed she might cry. Not bad, not bad. In that case, he would show mercy and not charge her tuition. Jiang Ran swiftly moved behind Wan Yihan and lifted his foot. Down you go. There isn't much to say about the sophomore group's competition. However, the junior group was truly shocking for a while. Just when we thought Tianfu Academy would use Baiyu to sweep the competition unexpectedly, they changed their player today. They were unclear about how other schools and the audience felt, but the students from the War Academy were already overjoyed. The participants from the junior group of the War Academy, who were originally prepared for a brutal beating, were nearly jumping with excitement. Alright. If I can't defeat Baiyu, how can I not defeat you guys? Thus, 15 minutes later, a certain junior student from Tianfu Academy was left bewildered after being inexplicably beaten by an overly excited opponent. What the heck, are you on drugs? Why are you so excited? I don't have any grudges against you. After the match ended, he ran back to his designated area with a look of grievance. This caused quite the commotion among others. Jiang Ran had been sitting in the third row the entire time, never leaning forward. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but find it a bit. If Baiyu were present, no matter who the opponent sent in that point would definitely belong to Tianfu Academy. The other schools knew they couldn't win regardless, so they didn't feel bad about it. But once Baiyu was absent, the thoughts of the others changed dramatically. If we can't defeat Baiyu, do we still stand a chance against the others? Everyone is from the same year, and the educational resources and talent levels aren't vastly different. As long as Baiyu isn't there, what advantages do you have left? Once there was hope for victory, everyone would become as energized as if they had taken stimulants, doubling their combat power. After all, winning even a single point against the junior group of Tianfu Academy would be a matter of pride. No matter who the opponent sends in, if I win and you don't, then we are stronger than you. What? You say your points are higher than mine. But did you score a point against the junior group of Tianfu Academy? Gannon Academy, Tiansu Academy, Ling Su University. Time waits for no one. The remaining 2 matches were Tiansu Academy versus Gannon Academy and Longting University versus Xingchen University. The matches proceeded according to the rules, lacking any exciting moments. If it weren't for his uncle explicitly forbidding him from fishing these days, Jiang Ran would likely have already bolted. After playing games all morning, he finally awaited the conclusion. Calculating, Tianfu Academy still had 2 schools left to compete against Xingchen University and Longting University. This meant that once the 3 matches tomorrow morning concluded, this confrontation would finally come to an end. Provided there were no ties, otherwise there would be an additional match. Jiang Ran slumped in his seat, like a noodle too lazy to even watch the draws. Lucky draw, whichever is drawn is drawn. Let's just do this. 2 minutes later, the match list was freshly produced. Tianfu Academy versus Xingchen University. Jiang Ran nodded nonchalantly. Fine, let's say Longting University had good luck being the last to take the beating. The first match was Gannon Academy versus Longting University. Gannon Academy might have truly found their stride aside from the freshman group, who lost due to their abilities being countered. Both the sophomore and junior groups achieved victories, earning 2 points for their school. Jiang Ran went back to sleep after lunch without eating. Now it was almost his turn to compete, so he patted his belly, and for some reason suddenly felt a bit hungry. Well then, let's finish quickly and go eat. His uncle only said not to sneak out to fish during the competition. He didn't say he couldn't go out to eat during the match. Besides, people are iron and meals are steel. If I skip a meal, what if I faint from low blood sugar? His uncle probably wouldn't want to be beaten to death by his father either. Jiang Ran, ah. Hubby, look at me. As soon as Jiang Ran flipped onto the stage, the audience suddenly erupted in screams, leaving Jiang Ran momentarily stunned. What the heck, when did I become this popular? Due to certain considerations, Shi Yin was also banned from leaving the venue by the school, not allowed to sneak out during the competition. However, although he couldn't leave the venue, he could still walk freely inside. Unknowingly, he found himself sitting in the competition area of the neighboring War Academy. The War Academy had drawn a by this time, and everyone was exceptionally relaxed. So when they saw Shi Yin, an outsider, they mostly chose to ignore him. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would have kicked him back to Tiansu Academy with a single kick. Xiang Jingji crossed his arms, glancing sideways at Shi Yin. What are you doing here? This is the War Academy, not your Tiansu Academy. Shi Yan completely ignored Xiang Jingxi. What was there to argue with a fool? What do you think he will do this time? Xiang Jingxi noticed that Shi Yan's he referred to Jiang Ran, who was about to take the stage, and chuckled softly. How would I know his thoughts? The competition area of the War Academy was in the second outer circle, relatively close to the audience. So when Jiang Ran took the stage, the audience began to scream, and the three of them were just as startled as Jiang Ran himself. Xiang Jingxi covered one ear, saying, "Damn, has Ranzi already gathered so many fans?" Shi Yan frowned from the noise. But these were Jiang Ran's fans, there was nothing for them to say. Besides, they were cheering for their favorite idol. How could that be wrong? This kind of spectacle was indeed a bit terrifying. He even heard a few big guys shouting that their hubby was so handsome. Xiang Jingxi nearly jumped up to fight them. Jiang Ran was a bit dazed at first, but quickly realized that not only did he have popularity online, he actually had fans come to watch him live. Jiang Ran wanted to scratch his head, but then thought that there were fans watching. Maybe someone was recording, so he forcibly gave up on this somewhat silly action. You can't deny having people cheer during a competition is indeed a completely different experience. Hearing his name being called out, even with an empty stomach, Jiang Ran inexplicably felt a surge of passion. However, when Jiang Ran saw the freshman from Xinqian University, the excitement that had been building suddenly cooled down. The opponent was a short boy wearing thick black glasses, standing on the stage with a slight hunch and a retracted neck, making his already short stature appear even more awkward. Jiang Ran could immediately tell that this was a severe social anxiety case comparable to Jiang Qingya. However, Jiang Qingya appeared normal on the surface, at worst giving off a somewhat aloof vibe. But this one was clearly socially anxious at first glance. Ning Caiheng was already socially anxious and dreaded communicating with others. He had witnessed Jiang Ran single-handedly defeating over 20 people during the entrance exam, and since then Jiang Ran had become an insurmountable mountain in his mind. He believed he would never reach Jiang Ran's level. Yet now he not only had to challenge the mountain, but also do so under the gaze of nearly 100,000 people. Listening to the rising waves of the audience calling Jiang Ran's name, and feeling thousands of eyes on him, Ning Caiheng felt his legs trembling. This is so freaking terrifying. I want to run. I want to go home. If only there were a crack in the ground for me to hide in right now. Ning Caiheng's head drooped even lower. Please just let this all end quickly. Suddenly the previously noisy sounds vanished. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, as if everything had been paused. Ning Caiheng felt puzzled. Why is no one talking? What happened? After hesitating, he slowly raised his head. He saw Jiang Ran standing in place looking at him with a calm smile. Being gazed at in this way made Ning Caiheng's heart skip a beat. Why is he looking at me like that? Is my shirt on backward? Or do I have something on my face? Or do I have something stuck in my teeth? No, I haven't even opened my mouth. What's your name? Jiang Ran suddenly asked. Ning Caiheng was a bit taken aback by the question, but as he met Jiang Ran's gaze, he seemed to suddenly calm down for a second. My name is Ning Caiheng. Oh, Ning Caiheng, that's a nice name. Jiang Ran blinked, suddenly grinning. Don't be afraid, they aren't cheering for you just because they don't know your name yet. But it's alright now, I know. Ning Caiheng, you have to cheer, okay? Ning Caiheng, you need to give it your all. A simple phrase with just a slight rise in tone left Ning Caiheng stunned in place. Give him encouragement. His opponent encouraging him. Ning Caiheng was bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet for some reason his eyes felt a bit warm. He could sense that when Jiang Ran said those words there was no hint of mockery. His gaze remained calm throughout, like a placid lake, with sincerity reflected in his gentle eyes and tone. To be honest, this was the first time Ning Caiheng heard such genuine encouragement from anyone other than his mother. As a top-tier social phobic, he had never dared to actively engage with others, let alone taking the initiative to participate in activities or competitions. He had trapped himself in a small world, avoiding contact with the outside, and whenever someone attempted to talk to him, he would be at a loss, unsure of what to say. He was even afraid to make eye contact with others. Whenever he had to speak to someone, he would lower his head, slightly unable to meet their gaze. Over time, everyone who once wanted to be his friend had drifted away. Ning Caiheng was too dull and timid, no one wanted to be around someone like him for long. So every time he was drawn into mandatory events, others would have friends cheering for them. Ning Caiheng had never heard anyone cheer for him. Even in this competition, it was because the originally scheduled participant did not wish to fight Jiang Ran, fearing losing publicly would be embarrassing. Thus that participant could opt out. The spot was passed around among several freshmen before finally landing. His teacher patted his shoulder, offering no encouragement, merely stating, if you can't win, just admit defeat. Ning Caiheng opened his mouth, ultimately swallowing back the words, teacher, I don't want to go either. He dared not refuse. He feared that if he did, the teacher would never speak to him again. He was even more afraid of being viewed with strange eyes. Once on the stage, Ning Saiheng kept his head down, unwilling to meet the eyes of the spectators. Though he knew they weren't looking at him, there were just too many of them. There were just so many people here. He still felt nervous. Even when the audience erupted into cheers for his opponent, Ning Saiheng merely lowered his head, forcing a self-deprecating smile. It's fine, it's better if no one pays attention to him. This way, when he admitted defeat later, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Yet, upon hearing the entire crowd cheering for his opponent, Ning Saiheng had to admit the truth. He was indeed a bit envious. When the cheers and shouts suddenly ceased, Ning Saiheng thought something had gone, but now it seemed he was overthinking. Perhaps they had just suddenly gotten thirsty and couldn't shout anymore. It couldn't be that Jiang Ran had silenced them, right? No way did Ranzi just make a gesture and they all shut up. Are they really that obedient? Xiang Jingji was shocked, and after a moment of astonishment, he narrowed his eyes to look closely at Ning Saiheng. What did Ranzi say to that kid? If it weren't for the fact that they were on the territory of the War Academy, essentially Xiang Jingzi's family ground, sure, Yin truly felt like slapping him. Though unable to slap him, sure, Yin still threw him an eye roll. Jiang Ran can talk to whoever he likes, say whatever he wants, why do you care so much? What's wrong? Xiang Jingxing is your cousin and Jiang Ran is your brother. Xiang Jingji hurriedly kicked him from below. Damn, I warn you, stop trying to stir trouble between me and my brother. On the stage, Ning Saiheng was in a daze. Although Jiang Ran maintained a smile on his face, he was growing impatient inside. He couldn't hold out any longer. He hadn't eaten breakfast and skipped lunch. His stomach truly could not wait any longer. It was time for swift action. Jiang Ran's expression turned serious. Are you ready? Ning Saiheng. I'm about to make my move. Huh. Ning Saiheng wasn't really prepared, but years of ingrained habit made him instinctively nod. Jiang Ran wouldn't particularly focus on whether his opponent was ready or not. In reality, he was just being polite with that question. With a wave of his hand, a watercolored circle rapidly expanded outward from the center at Jiang Ran's feet. However, today he restrained himself. The circle wasn't as large as last time, but its diameter was still half the size of the arena. The audience's eyes lit up. Here it comes, the moment they had all been waiting for. Many newcomers among the audience came here for Jiang Ran's looks, but more were eager to witness the dragon produced by elemental transformation and see if it was as exaggerated as in the videos. However, after a long wait, the anticipated roar of the dragon never came. Some people's expressions began to change. Could it be that those videos were just special effects? Was the purpose simply to gain hype and attract them to watch the match? Before they could voice their doubts, the sound of waves crashing against the shore suddenly echoed from the stage. Waves? Where did the sea come from? Even Ning Saiheng, standing across, was momentarily stunned. Then his expression changed dramatically. But before he could think of a countermeasure, Jiang Ran's attack was already prepared. A towering wave tens of meters high appeared out of thin air, crashing down at Ning Saiheng like a massive palm. Behind it, several successive waves, each 7 or 8 meters high, followed one after another, splashing water droplets that even reached the audience. Some people nearby who had meticulously styled their hair before coming found their hairstyles ruined, sticking to their foreheads in damp strands. If they got hit by even a little, they would likely take ages to get back up, let alone Ning Saiheng's small stature. Even if Jiang Ran didn't use any abilities and just threw a punch, Ning Saiheng would probably need to lie in bed for a week. Let alone Ning Saiheng's small stature. Even if Jiang Ran didn't use any abilities and just threw a punch, Ning Saiheng would probably need to lie. After all, some people were exactly here to see this. Oh, what's the harm? It doesn't take much effort. As long as they don't ask him for money, he would fulfill all requests. Boom. Just listening to that sound made it clear how painful it would be to be hit. Sure enough, once the tide receded, Ning Saiheng was seen lying on the ground, completely unconscious. Jiang Ran shook his head. Sai, being young is great. They just fall asleep. As soon as the match was declared over, Jiang Ran didn't bother with the unconscious Ning Saiheng, as their schoolmates would take him back. Now for Jiang Ran, the top priority was to fill his stomach. However, to avoid being misunderstood as causing trouble again, Jiang Ran returned to the competition area of Tianfu Academy, bumping heads with Yin Feng. He told him he was going out to find something to eat and would be back as soon as he was full. Absolutely not fishing. Yin Feng eyed him suspiciously, but after Jiang Ran raised 3 fingers and swore he definitely wasn't going fishing, Yin Feng let him go. As soon as Jiang Ran turned around, he could no longer hold back his laughter. He felt much lighter, walking cheerfully toward the exit. Shi Yin, hiding in the War Academy, spotted Jiang Ran heading out, his eyes brightening as he crouched low to follow him. Xiang Jingji was puzzled, but thinking of Shi Yin's character, he immediately pulled his older brother to follow behind. Just as the 3 of them reached the corridor, a loud bang suddenly echoed throughout the venue. Xiang Jingji was startled by the loud sound, turning his head in confusion while muttering, "What the hell, which general is this?" It was so intense. However, when he turned back and saw the situation on the arena, his eyes nearly popped out in shock. Jiang Ran was leisurely preparing to leave through the passage, but upon reaching the exit he found it had been closed with two people standing in front of it. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow asking, "What does this mean?" The two men, one tall and one short, were both slender and wore oversized sunglasses that obscured half their faces. The tall man replied coldly, "During the competition no one is allowed to leave the venue without permission." Jiang Ran's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean? When did this rule come into effect?" "Just a couple of days ago I could come and go freely." Suddenly Jiang Ran thought of something, and his entire body trembled. It couldn't be that his uncle imposed this new rule to prevent him from leaving, could it? "No way." Jiang Ran tried to argue. "I'm hungry, I just want to go out to buy some food, and I'll be back right away, I won't go far." The man coldly repeated, "During the competition no one is allowed to leave the venue without permission." He added at the end, "No reason is acceptable, and especially not for participants." Jiang Ran. All right. Uncle, you really are something. If I faint from hunger, just wait for Uncle to come back, and he'll make sure you regret it." Jiang Ran was so angry his mouth twitched into a smile, but before he could curse Jiang Yueqin again in his heart, a loud noise suddenly echoed from the venue behind him. Jiang Ran was a bit confused. This morning, due to Bai's absence, the second and third years lost all their matches, with only Jiang Ran scoring a point. So in the afternoon the second-year team was replaced by the strongest Mi Wei. Logically, with Mi Wei's strength, they shouldn't be fighting so fiercely. Could it be that the opponent is an enemy of Mi Wei? Or perhaps they owe Mi Wei money? That shouldn't be the case. Mi Wei doesn't seem like the type to vent personal emotions in public. Since he couldn't exit through the main entrance for the moment, Jiang Ran sighed softly and decided to head back. He might as well watch the rest of Tianfu Academy's matches and hope nothing else happens. However, when he turned around and saw the situation on the arena, his brows slowly furrowed. A silver glow flickered in Mi Wei's hand, and her long curly hair was tied up in a high ponytail, making it more convenient for fighting. Currently, the opponent facing Mi Wei was a boy who could be described as frail, with a height almost similar to me. Logically, a boy of this stature would easily be deemed not worth mentioning, with just a glance from Jiang Ran. Yet he was surprisingly putting up a good fight against Mi Wei, even managing to provoke her. The reason was simple: the opponent's ability was too strange. Jiang Ran focused intently on the boy's hands, his brows knitting together. Where hands should have been, there were instead a pair of bare claws. With these claws, the boy could actually block Mi Wei's soft sword with his bare hands, causing Mi Wei's expression to shift. Although Jiang Ran had been thinking about Lingqing Pavilion these days, he wasn't at the point where he would see someone and immediately associate them with Lingqing Pavilion. As far as he knew, there was a type of beast transformation ability that allowed one to transform a part of their body into that of an animal. However, Jiang Ran had never encountered it before, so he didn't know if the transformation was random or if it could be controlled at will. Although this ability sounded similar to the experiments conducted by Lingqing Pavilion, in reality, they were worlds apart. Distinguishing between the two was quite simple: just beat them up, and those who could revert to human form after exhaustion were awakened beings with beast transformation, while those who maintained their beast form were the experimental subjects created by Lingqing Pavilion. As Jiang Ran walked back from the exit, he happened upon Xiang Jingji and the others, who were already dumbfounded. Jiang Ran lightly kicked at the obstructing Shi Yin, saying, "Why are you three standing in the passage? Did you come here specifically to block my way? What did you just say? Our friendship is beyond reproach last night, and now you regret it." "How could I, Ran Zi?" Xiang Jingji stepped aside, pulling Jiang Ran to the front, then pushing him towards the War Academy's. The competition area of the War Academy was right next to the passage, and Tianfu Academy was in the center. Jiang Ran, too lazy to walk through other schools, simply sat in the War Academy spot. Come, sit here, the view is good." Xiang Jingji didn't care how the people from their school looked at him. The priority was to settle this young master first. Otherwise, who knows what Jiang Shao might say? He would definitely cause trouble. Just as Jiang Ran was settled, Xiang Jingxing immediately stepped forward, floating over to sit beside Jiang Ran. Xiang Jingxi. But Xiang Jingxing didn't even glance at his younger brother. His gaze remained fixed on the arena. "Your senior sister is quite strong." Jiang Ran crossed his legs, sitting up straight. "Yes, she's my fate's ultimate martial artist. Watching her makes me want one too." "But..." Xiang Jingxing furrowed his brow slightly. The beast transformation awakened one on the opposite side doesn't seem simple. Those bare claws of his are powerful with high defense, and his movements are quite agile. Jiang Ran said nothing. Indeed, beast transformation awakened beings do have their advantages. Otherwise, why would Lingxing Pavilion go to such lengths to conduct those experiments on combining humans with beasts? If the opponent were a bear-like beast, Mi Wei could kite it based on its lack of agility, waiting for it to exhaust itself before striking. But now the bear's body had been replaced with a human body. Thus, the last disadvantage of lacking agility was eliminated. From a certain perspective, this was indeed a perfect body. However, resolving this was quite simple. One just needed to keep evading the opponent for a while until the beast transformation awakened, being exhausted, at which point their body would be unable to sustain the transformation, reverting back to human form. By that time, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? On the arena, Mi Wei had also figured out the solution. She stopped confronting the opponent head-on, instead striking with her sword, and retreating each attack aimed at the parts of the opponent that still resembled a human. This sudden change in strategy was making the opponent quite frustrated. Yet he was helpless against Mi Wei. Although his speed was fast, it was clear that Mi Wei was even faster. After all, someone who could wield a soft sword so well couldn't be slow in movement. Just as Mi Wei struck him on the face with her sword again and quickly retreated, he completely lost his composure. He suddenly halted, angrily pounding his chest with his massive bear claws, letting out an almost inhuman. Under the puzzled gaze of the spectators, a pair of black wings suddenly sprouted from his back. Wings. The wings were pitch black, spanning at least 3 meters. Unidentifiable as belonging to any known creature, yet undeniably elegant, radiating an aura of refined majesty. Yet the teachers stood frozen, their minds too overwhelmed to register aesthetics. A single shared question echoed silently within each of them. How had he conjured those wings? Jiang Ran froze for a heartbeat. Awakened beings with bestial transformation abilities could indeed manifest multiple body parts in beast form as their power ascended. Yet they could only assume the form of a single beast species. No matter how many limbs or features they transformed, all remained strictly bound to that one creature's anatomy. Claws, legs, skull, spine. All bore the unmistakable traits of a bear. Even fur color varied, black, white, or kaleidoscopically patterned. But the resulting shape remained rigidly, unalterably bear, never warped or grotesque like mythical beasts. And bears universally known possessed no wings. No bear, regardless of subspecies, was airborne. They were creatures of earth alone, incapable of flight. So, Uncle Hu. Jiang Ran's heart suddenly hammered against his ribs. Jiang Hu, already anticipating his charge, materialized beside him, gave a terse nod, and then surged toward the arena. On the arena platform, Mi Wei's pupils contracted sharply as wings unfurled behind her opponent, the very one she'd held firmly in check moments before. Though she failed to connect this anomaly to any deeper truth, she instantly sensed his power surging, rising with terrifying velocity the moment those wings emerged. She herself stood at the third stage of the Jiang realm. Post-transformation, her opponent could match her strength. Yet from the outset, Mi Wei had discerned his true level, merely peak He realm. Her strategy had been simple. Endure until his transformation expired, then conclude the match with a single stroke. She never imagined a He realm cultivator could activate a second transformation. And even more astonishing, this second transformation catapulted his power to a level so monstrous it defied comprehension. Even the ambient aura radiating from him, though its precise tier remained unknown, conveyed absolute certainty to Mi Wei. She could not withstand even a single blow. Are awakened beast transformers truly this terrifying? Damn it. What's even the point of fighting? Before Mi Wei could utter her surrender, a colossal black shadow descended upon her, swallowing the light, enveloping her entirely in darkness. Her pupils constricted to needle points. In that instant, death itself pressed against her throat. She had no time to ponder why. Survival demanded action, not reflection. An instinct drove her hand toward the life-saving artifact already prepared within her spatial ring. As her fingers closed around the artifact, his strike descended. His eyes burned crimson, his grin stretched ear to ear. Inhuman, feral, utterly devoid of reason. Die. Perish. Pay for your insolence. A thunderous boom reverberated across the arena. Spectators stared blankly into the billowing smoke, bewildered. Hadn't this been billed as a routine collegiate sparring match? Teachers from other institutions rose in unison, faces darkening with alarm. Several sprinted toward the arena, Tianfu Academy's faculty leading the charge. Shi Yan and Xiang Jingxing likewise sprang to their feet, startled by the eruption. All had faced fifth-tier heterobeasts, and recognized instantly that this assault far surpassed fifth-tier thresholds. Fifth tier corresponded to the Jiang realm. Beyond Jiang realm lay the High realm. Could a sophomore truly unleash a strike rivaling the High realm? This was even more preternatural than Jiang Ran. At the thought of Jiang Ran, Xiang Jingxing swiftly turned, only to find him utterly unruffled. Shi Yan followed suit. After all, he had retrieved the corpse yesterday, and knew the truth more intimately than anyone. If the assailant truly hailed from Lingxing Pavilion, then the most perilous figure in the entire hall might not be Mi Wei, but him. Yet when they pivoted anxiously toward Jiang Ran, they found him seated perfectly still, not a muscle tensed, not a single shift of posture. Seeing Jiang Ran's composure, Xiang Jingxing steadied himself. Right? He just shouted, "Uncle Hu." Uncle Hu was Jiang Hu, Jiang Ran's personal guardian, a Su realm expert they'd met only last. A mere high realm strike would crumble to insignificance before a Su realm master. And this was Shangjing, the stronghold of Shenzhou, teeming with faculty and authority. Unless Lingxing Pavilion had dispatched a Ling realm sovereign in person, Jiang Ran faced no genuine threat, barring of course self-inflicted calamity. The Tianfu Academy sophomore division's instructor was a man in his late 20s wearing sleek black sunglasses. Feng Xiling, as Jiang Ran knew. Feng Xiling flashed onto the arena. Close behind came Yin Feng. Though newly appointed and teaching only freshmen, his role as Dean of Academic Affairs bound him deeply to every student at Tianfu. The moment Feng Xiling stepped onto the platform, the thick veil of dust dissipated instantly, vanished as if by divine decree. Feng Xiling's glacial expression faltered, his gaze locking onto the scene before him. Yin Feng paused mid-step, then glanced instinctively toward the spectator seats. The arena lay wide and unblemished beneath the clearing mist. At its center, Mi Wei stood motionless, unharmed and scathe-dazed. 2 meters before her, her opponent lay sprawled, face down, defeated and disheveled. His bare claws had reverted to human hands, but the black wings remained stark against his back, resembling, upon distant glance, a colossal fluttering moth. A broad-shouldered man stood over the fallen youth, one boot planted firmly atop his skull, pinning him immobile. Feng Xiling stepped forward, shielding Mi Wei, his brow furrowed as he assessed the stranger who'd appeared without warning. Though the man had intervened to save Mi Wei, she clearly did not know him, and his motives remained opaque. One could not lower one's guard simply because a stranger had rendered aid. "Might I ask your name?" Feng Xiling inquired. Jiang Hu merely glanced back, cool, detached, dismissive. "Guard of the Jiang family." "The Jiang family's guard? Which Jiang family?" Feng Xiling's furrowed brow remained tense. He couldn't recall any prominent Jiang family in the capital that could send a guard from the outskirts. Moreover, a guard should have a target to protect. Mi Wei clearly did not know the other party, and she also did not bear the surname Jiang. So who summoned this so-called Jiang family guard? While Feng Xiling was still pondering, Yin Feng pushed him aside and stepped forward to converse with Jiang Hu. "You are Jiang Zioran's guard, right?" "I am his teacher and the school's principal." "Jiang Ran sent you to help, didn't he?" Jiang Hu obviously recognized Yin Feng. Given his good relationship with the young master, he naturally would give Yin Feng some face. Jiang Hu nodded slightly. "Yes, young master Yin. Since you are here, I'll take my leave." Yin Feng waved his hand. Hey, alright, you can go." Jiang Hu politely nodded again to Yin Feng, not sparing a glance at the other teachers that had rushed over, and in a flash he vanished from sight. The others stared at the suddenly vanished figure, still a bit dazed. "What just happened, Director Yin? Do you know this person?" The students from the War Academy were not shy, their curiosity compelled them to ask directly. Yin Feng shrugged. "I know him, didn't he just say? Jiang family guard." The people from the Tiansu Divine Academy were equally puzzled. "Then Jiang Ran is from a prominent family. How come I've never heard of any Jiang family in the capital? Why are you curious about that?" As Yin Feng spoke, he exchanged glances with Feng Xiling and Guan Huai, leading them toward the half-human, half-beast that lay unconscious on the ground. Receiving Yin Feng's signal, Feng Xiling suppressed his curiosity and first took Mi Wei away. Guan Huai squinted his eyes and turned to look at the others from Shingqin University. "Everyone, could we have an explanation? Otherwise, shall we go discuss this at the Divine Day? What exactly happened on the stage?" The audience stretched their necks trying to figure it out, but saw nothing conclusive. A teacher from the Jinan Academy had already sealed the entire number 1 arena, using their abilities, ensuring that the contents and discussions would not leak out. Jiang Ran remained lazily leaning in his seat when Jiang Hu appeared at his side. "Young master," Jiang Ran acknowledged with a wave of his hand, signaling him to leave. Although it seemed he was sending Jiang Hu away, Shi Yan and the others knew he wouldn't be far, always watching over Jiang Ran. Xiang Jingxing, who had been sitting beside Jiang Ran, glanced at the white barrier that had risen on the arena, and then looked at Jiang Ran, whispering, "Isn't something a bit off?" Shi Yan intended to sit on Jiang Ran's other side, but was overtaken by Xiang Jingxi, leaving him no choice but to sit beside Xiang Jingxing. Hearing Xiang Jingxing's words, he also turned his head. To expose him at this moment, it just doesn't sound right. What's not right? Where is it not right? Xiang Jingxi was completely confused by their conversation, not understanding what they were talking about at all. Jiang Ran was playing with his phone in one hand, while tapping lightly on his thigh with the other remaining silent. After a couple of minutes, the previously black-screened phone suddenly lit up. After glancing at the incoming message, Jiang Ran smiled. We'll know soon enough if something's off. Roar. A roar unique to beasts suddenly erupted, and before the others could react, a series of beastly roars began to echo throughout the venue. The first roar acted like a signal, prompting the hidden experimental subjects among the audience to stir and launch attacks on those around them. In an instant, the venue was filled with the sounds of roaring screams, curses, and the horrific sounds of flesh tearing and blood splattering. The students sitting in the competition area, separated from the audience by a distance, were all dumbfounded. But the next second, among the classmates who had been chatting beside them, someone suddenly erupted and viciously attacked their former brothers and sisters. Some didn't even realize what was happening before their throats were ripped open, blood gushing out like a fountain. Even Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yin were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. In the next moment, both of them stood up simultaneously, ready to rush down. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ran blocked them. Ranzi, why are you stopping us? To save them. Shi Yin said anxiously. He saw an experimental subject appear on the Tian Su Divine Academy side, already engaging with others. Save? How do we save them? Can you handle it? Jiang Ran remained calm throughout. Those creatures at the very least possess Jiang realm strength. If you want to save someone, fine, but how? Are you going to save them with your own lives? Shi Yin opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He knew Jiang Ran was right, and even sensed that Jiang Ran had more to say. Your value is far greater than those spectators. As long as you are alive, the losses will be minimized. Everyone understands the logic, but this bloody scene was something that these boys who had only recently come of age could hardly accept. After all, these people were all from Long Country. Are they just going to watch them die? Meanwhile, the white barrier on the arena had also lifted, and just when the matters of Shangqin University had not been resolved, another incident had occurred. Teachers from various schools immediately spread out, some going to save their own students, while others rushed to help the audience. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not match the speed at which the others were killing. Most of the spectators who had the leisure to watch the student competition were not strong at best, possessing He realm strength. How could they withstand experimental subjects with at least Jiang realm strength and the destructive power of beasts? In just a minute's delay, hundreds of people had their throats torn open and died. Xiang Jingzi's eyes turned. Just as he was about to rush over, without a second thought, he was grabbed by Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran. Xiang Jingzi turned his head sharply, looking at Jiang Ran in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Jiang Ran remained so calm in such a situation. After all, these were lives. Exchanging a glance with Xiang Jingzi, Jiang Ran silently sighed, gaining a deeper understanding of Xiang Jingzi's intellect. The reason he was not anxious was certainly because he had his own plans. Just look at your brother and sure, once he blocked them, didn't they immediately come to their senses? Aren't they just standing there quietly waiting now? What's the hurry? I've already told you I have a backup plan. Look, it's arriving now. Jiang Ran gestured toward the center of the venue. Suddenly, two figures appeared in midair. Before Xiang Jingzi could see who they were, he froze in place. Simultaneously, everyone present, nearly 10,000 people, including the experimental subjects killing the teachers and students trying to save others, and the injured lying on the ground, all froze at the same time. Jiang Ran stood up and greeted the newcomers. Hello there, uncle. I haven't violated your request at all. Oh, I never intended to go out today. Jiang Yueqin certainly knew Jiang Ran's little schemes. Did he really think he hadn't thought of going out? That was impossible. But this was not the time to discuss that. Jiang Yueqin raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, the entire venue began. The blood that had been spurting out began to flow back into its owner. The spectators who had been thrown out flew back to their seats. The already rampaging experimental subjects returned to their original positions, and the teachers were also retreating from various directions back to the arena. Even the white barrier reappeared, concealing the figures of a few people. Time had been rewound to 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, the incident where the test subjects violently killed did not yet happen. Nearly 100,000 people sat in the venue trying to discern who were the true humans and who were the test subjects, a task not easily accomplished. However, with the memories from 5 minutes later, capturing them was a piece of cake. Jiang Yueqin still stood in midair, maintaining the stillness of time. Bai Yu stood beside him, not in a hurry to take action, and first waved towards Jiang Ran. Subsequently, he successfully earned a roll of Jiang Ran's eyes. Bai Yu smiled amiably, regardless of whether others liked him or not. He always maintained a cheerful demeanor, carefree and oblivious. However, this was not a time for idle chatter. Casually surveying the surroundings and confirming nothing was overlooked, Bai Yu extended his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, in the competition area, all the test subjects that would erupt 5 minutes later vanished into thin air. Jiang Ran also scanned the venue and nodded at Jiang Yueqin after confirming everything was in order. It wasn't that Jiang Ran did not trust Baiyu, it was just that matters involving multiple lives required personal confirmation for peace of mind. Jiang Yueqin nodded to indicate he understood and gave Baiyu a glance. Baiyu shrugged, and the two once again vanished silently just as they had appeared. As soon as the two left, time that had been frozen began to flow again. Jiang Ran leisurely sat back down. Xiang Jingxing was still speaking, isn't it a bit? He didn't finish his sentence before suddenly pausing. He turned to look at the extremely calm Jiang Ran, his tone somewhat uncertain. Did something just happen? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Did it? I don't know. Xiang Jingxing stared at him, while Jiang Ran wore an innocent expression of complete ignorance, blinking his eyes. Xiang Jingxing withdrew his gaze. Yes, he knew, but he didn't want to say. What are you guys talking about? Even with a change of topic, Xiang Jingxi still looked confused. Not understanding at all, he couldn't grasp it. We didn't say anything, you just stay honest. Xiang Jingxing replied, irritably, feeling exasperated at having such a foolish younger brother. Shiyan let out a sound of surprise. Why does it feel like there are a lot fewer people? Jiang Ran listened noncommittal. Could there be fewer? Nearly 1,000 non-human test subjects accounted for about 1% of the total number. One could only say that those guys were truly generous. Simultaneously, the audience was also perplexed. Hey, where did the person next to me go? What the heck, where's my brother? We were just bragging, and now he's gone. No, I just asked the sister next to me to take a picture. Where is she? My phone is still in her hand. What the hell, how did all the people around me disappear? Students from the 7 academies were also a bit dazed. How could a classmate who was just chatting, well, suddenly vanish in the next second? Was it a magical transformation, or a haunting? Tianfu Academy and the War Academy had not lost anyone, while Tiansu Divine Institute, Lingsu University, and Jinan Academy each lost one, and Xingqing University and Longting University lost 2. However, there was still one lying on the arena. Counting at Xingqing University had 3 students who were unknowingly turned into test subjects by Lingqing Pavilion. As for who specifically was missing, although Jiang Ran recognized their appearances, he did not know those people personally, and could only confirm that no first-year students were among them. It was unclear whether it was because the first-year students had been around for too short a time for Lingqing Pavilion to execute their plans, or if they were skipped due to insufficient strength. In any case, this number was not low. Just because it sounded like only 1 or 2 didn't mean it was trivial. After all, in a competition, each school only brought about 20 or 30 people, teachers included. Subtracting the teachers, that meant there were 2 test subjects among 20 students. Therefore, how many students throughout the entire school, which had thousands of people, had been harmed by Lingqing Pavilion? From the battles just witnessed, the expressions of those test subjects had become indistinguishable from those of strange beasts, savage, violent, and devoid of any consciousness. They resembled puppets that never knew fatigue. Thus it could be inferred that once selected by Lingqing Pavilion to become a test subject, it was akin to being sentenced to death. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran felt a weight in his breathing. Ordinary civilians falling victim could still, after all, not everyone possessed high-level abilities. Most were merely ordinary people with limited strength, making it reasonable for them to be unable to cope with such a large-scale power like Lingqing Pavilion. However, even students who had yet to graduate, especially those from the top 7 academies in Longhua, had some of them turn into test subjects. It was even so quietly done that if they hadn't exposed themselves, no one would have noticed that their companions had turned into puppets akin to the dead. How did Lingqing Pavilion manage to accomplish this? Surely they couldn't have infiltrated all 7 academies to the point of becoming a sieve. Even if no test subjects appeared from Tianfu Academy and the War Academy, Jiang Ran still did not exclude these 2 schools. Just because there were none among the 20 or so people did not mean that there were none among the thousands in the entire school. The more Jiang Ran thought about it, the more his head ached, so he simply decided not to think about it. Forget it, after all, if the sky were to fall, it would be supported by someone tall. Such matters could be left for his uncle to worry about. He was merely an ordinary awakened individual who had just awakened this year with limited strength and average talent. Why bother thinking so much? Once his thoughts completely relaxed, Jiang Ran's entire posture became more relaxed. It was at this moment that he vaguely felt, damn, I'm really hungry. Jiang Ran suddenly stood up, startling the group from the War Academy, who were still in a state of confusion. Oh my, what's wrong? What is this young master dissatisfied with now? After several matches, even though the 2nd and 3rd year students did not know Jiang Ran before and were unfamiliar with him through the introduction of their first-year juniors, they had now gained about 70 to 80% understanding of him. The 3rd year students looked somewhat grim. Isn't this just a rehash of Baiyu? The only difference is that he looks a bit more pleasing than Baiyu and doesn't have such a despicable and irritating personality. But in terms of perversion, he was top-notch. For a moment, as the third-year students looked at their dear juniors, their gazes were filled with pity and a hint of glee. "Oh, my poor juniors, for the sake of us being fellow alumni, if you can't handle being oppressed by Jiang Ran, just come find us later. Though we can't stand up for you, we can teach you how to calm your emotions faster and not suffer internal injuries from it." Jiang Ran stood up, and under the gaze of the crowd stepped forward into the aisle heading towards the exit. He wondered if his uncle had taken anyone guarding the door with him. Even if they hadn't been taken away, Jiang Ran felt he couldn't endure it any longer. Today he was determined to leave through that door. Even Jiang Yueqin himself would be of no use. That's what he said. Jiang Ran ultimately managed to go out as he wished. However, he did not leave through the proper exit. Those rascals insisted on coming out with him, but Jiang Ran kicked each of them back with the excuse that too many people make it easy to get caught. After wandering outside for half a day and carefully selecting a restaurant, Jiang Ran patted his belly and strolled leisurely toward Shenzhou. After walking for a while, Jiang Ran slapped his forehead. "Damn, I really ate so much that my intelligence has decreased. It's still over 10 kilometers to Shenzhou. Why did I take bus 11? While taking out his phone to call for a taxi, Jiang Ran lamented, "It must be that Xiang Jingji infected me. Damn it, I need to stay away from him in the future." When Jiang Ran arrived at Shenzhou, Jiang Yueqin and Bai Yu were already there. Jiang Ran walked to the office door with one hand in his pocket and peeked inside. Jiang Yueqin was not present. Jiang Ran blinked, and just as he was about to push the door open to lie down for a while, Bai Yu suddenly appeared next to him and grabbed him. "What are you doing? Acting like a thief." Jiang Ran clicked his tongue. "What thieving? I am so open and upright. Do I look like a thief?" Bai Yu scoffed. "You never know. Maybe your appearance is just a disguise, but your inner self is actually quite twisted." Jiang Ran. "Get lost." Jiang Ran's face darkened, and he elbowed him without hesitation. "Where's my uncle?" "Hiss." Bai Yu rubbed his belly, wincing in pain. "He's downstairs. You should know that thing can't just be casually placed in the office." Jiang Ran thought for a moment. It seemed to make a bit of sense. "Then take me there." Bai Yu almost laughed in anger. "You elbowed me just now, and now you want me to serve you? You really are the young master." Jiang Ran shot him a sideways glance. "Are you going to take me or not?" Both the headquarters and branches of Shenzhou have underground floors, and each level serves a different purpose. Although Jiang Ran had never been there and didn't know how many floors his uncle had gone to, there were certainly other people in Shenzhou, and it wasn't necessary for Bai Yu to take him. He knew how much strength he used in that elbow jab, right? If Bai Yu kept pretending, Jiang Ran would really kick him. "Fine, you're the young master. What you say goes." Bai Yu sighed dramatically and gestured. "Please, young master." They went down to the 4th underground floor. The entire floor covers 15,000 square meters with a 6-meter-high ceiling, typically used to detain individuals or exotic beasts that cannot be revealed in the open. Of course, all sorts of other miscellaneous things are included as well. The whole floor is divided into rooms of varying sizes, and all the structures, including the walls, are made from top-grade suppressive materials, much stronger than suppressive handcuffs. Once you enter here, even if you are in the void realm, even if you possess hundreds of abilities, you will instantly become as powerless as an ordinary person. As for those in the spirit realm and above, this place is ineffective. Moreover, there are higher level and more specialized areas for detaining them, which have nothing to do with Shenzhou. "Uncle." Upon seeing Jiang Yueqin, Jiang Ran, who had been throwing a tantrum, immediately raised a standard smile, looking exceptionally obedient. Bai Yu behind him rolled his eyes. Jiang Yueqin was not surprised that Jiang Ran had come. He originally planned to call Jiang Ran over after the competition ended. However, Jiang Ran coming out early was also within Jiang Yueqin's expectations. After all, he had watched his nephew for 18 years and knew exactly what he was thinking. Would someone watching the door really keep him from sneaking out early? It was obviously impossible. This kid is Don't even mention assigning 2 people to each exit. Even if they arranged 10 teams to patrol and monitor him, Jiang Ran would still manage to sneak out. Seeing that his uncle had no excessive reactions and seemed very stable, Jiang Ran no longer stood outside, peeking in, and walked directly inside. "How's the person?" As he said, "Still alive?" Jiang Yueqin nodded towards the side. Actually, Jiang Yueqin had been concerned about the Lingqing Pavilion since Jiang Ran discovered the chaos it created in the Black Province. Later, Jiang Ran asked him to investigate someone, and as a result he traced it all the way up, finding himself at the Lingqing Pavilion. Originally, Jiang Yueqin planned to deal with that person first before telling Jiang Ran, but unexpectedly Jiang Ran managed to fish out that thing while trying to catch a fish. Thus, Jiang Yueqin had to share what he discovered with Jiang Ran at that moment. Jiang Ran had not paid much attention to that so-called avoidance before. If that person was really powerful, they would have attacked him back in the water town, so why bother with such a trash? If Jiang Yueqin hadn't mentioned it, Jiang Ran would have thought that avoidance was just an ordinary curse type away. But after hearing about avoidance's abilities, Jiang Ran's mindset did a complete 180. Can copy any ability at will. Damn, that's awesome. Jiang Ran's eyes lit up. With such an impressive ability, he had to get it for himself. If he wanted it, he had to have it. Jiang Ran went straight to his uncle asking him to capture avoidance and not kill him too quickly, leaving him a way to live. Facing Jiang Yukin's confusion, Jiang Ran placed his hands on his hips, justifying, he dared to scheme against me, so I definitely need to retaliate. Since I want revenge, of course I have to do it myself. Alright. Jiang Yueqin nodded nonchalantly. Oh, what's the big deal about leaving a breath? So this morning he and Baiyu went to the newly established branch of Jiyo, capturing all those trading with Jiyo and Lingqing Pavilion. Among them was that avoidance. Jiang Yueqin then deliberately spread the news, luring out the experimental subjects hidden in the venue, which he managed to deal with all at once. Jiang Ran walked up to Jiang Yueqin and glanced over. At that moment, avoidance was no longer using Yu Jie's face, but had transformed into a completely unfamiliar young man. His limbs and neck were all shackled with suppressive cuffs, but it seemed that he had suffered quite a bit before coming here. He was already gasping for breath. Jiang Ran didn't approach too closely, stopping 2 meters away to look down at him. Avoidance, do you remember me? Although it was difficult for him to breathe, it wasn't easy for an awakened to die. Avoidance struggled to lift his head, saw Jiang Ran, and managed to curl his lips, his voice hoarse. Of course I remember. If it weren't for that idiot from Jiyo, you would have long since died in the water town, dead at my hands. Jiang Ran thought he was talking about the Jiyo woman who had walked beside him that day, raising an eyebrow, so confident you could kill me. Baiyu, leaning against the doorframe, scoffed, what's there to say, with a little chameleon? He doesn't know much. His only role seems to be to sell his looks to attract sponsorship for his master. Further, Baiyu, leaning against the doorframe, scoffed, what's there to say, with a little chameleon? He doesn't know much. His only role seems to be to sell his looks to attract sponsorship for his master. Huh. Hearing Baiyu's words, Jiang Ran's expression gradually became a bit strange. Wait, why does it sound like there's a story behind this? I've been asked repeatedly, so let me clarify. Jiang Ran is the true and only protagonist of this book. There are no other protagonists. The other characters in the team can only be considered important supporting characters, not dual male leads. Half an hour later, Jiang Ran hummed a tune with a beaming smile as he exited the room. Oh, what a thrill. Not only did he gain a new ability, but he also developed a deeper understanding of plundering. The entire underground 4th level was constructed with special materials. Once one entered below the spiritual realm, no matter how many abilities one possessed, they would be rendered useless. Initially, Jiang Ran thought he would have to bring the avoidance to kill, but unexpectedly, that was entirely unnecessary. Even here, plundering could still be effective. What astonished Jiang Ran even more was that not only could plundering be utilized, but his wind ability could also be employed. Although its power was significantly reduced compared to outside, it was undeniably superior to the water element that couldn't be used at all. Is this the golden standard of an SS grade ability? I'm in love. Jiang Yueqin had already returned to the office, and Baiyu, not knowing whether he was looking to mooch a meal or what, stayed behind as well. Jiang Ran strolled upstairs and pushed open the office door. He immediately slapped towards Baiyu. Baiyu seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, blocking it without turning around. The surprise attack failed, but Jiang Ran was not annoyed. He directly grabbed Baiyu's wrist. Baiyu was momentarily confused, but quickly reacted, asking, what are you doing? Don't pull and tug in broad daylight. It would be bad if this got out. Jiang Ran scoffed, you're insane. If it weren't for the fact that this copying ability required touching someone for 5 seconds to succeed, and he was desperately craving the spatial ability, Jiang Ran wouldn't even want to touch him. This lunatic is even more narcissistic than I am. As for why he wanted to copy the spatial ability instead of his uncle's time ability, this ability refreshed daily. Couldn't he just copy the time ability tomorrow? Experiencing them one by one would be exhilarating. Such an impressive ability being wasted on the avoidance. He hardly came into contact with any rare abilities, spending his days just playing with face-changing and curses. Unlike him, who could encounter a multitude of great abilities with just a casual stroll around the school. Once the 5 seconds were up, Jiang Ran immediately released Baiyu's hand, even wiping his palm on Baiyu's clothing, as if he had touched something filthy. Baiyu, are you polite? Jiang Ran couldn't care less about politeness. He glanced at the office chair and found it already occupied by Jiang Yueqin. Disappointed, Jiang Ran could only sit on the sofa. Jiang Yueqin watched Jiang Ran's dejected expression as he leaned back on the sofa, his eyelids twitching. This brat, could it be that he is truly fixated on his commander position? Does he feel uncomfortable unless he sits there for a day? Noticing Jiang Yueqin's gaze, Jiang Ran waved his hand. Uncle, you continue doing what you need to do. I'll just sit here for a while, won't disturb you. After sitting down, Jiang Ran calmed his thoughts and began to study the ability he had just copied. His disappointment stemmed from 2 reasons. 1, the chair was occupied by Jiang Yueqin, and 2, it was about this ability. He waited a full 5 seconds only to find out that what he copied was not space at all. It was fire. If it weren't for Jiang Ran's decent control, he would have been furious enough to smoke from his head, wanting to go back downstairs and punch the avoidance's corpse to vent his anger. So this copying is random and not self-selectable. How useless. Why can't it work like his plundering, directly copying all the abilities possessed by the target? But thinking of by yes fire, Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. I wonder if that mysterious white flame was copied over. No, I can't wait any longer. I need to go try it right now. Jiang Ran suddenly stood up again. Uncle, the competition should be over too. I'm a bit worried, so I'll head back to check. Jiang Yueqin lifted his head from the stack of documents on the table, raising an eyebrow, without saying anything. This excuse was clearly made up, but he indeed didn't want Jiang Ran to stay in the Shenzhou for too long. Although it wasn't particularly safe outside or at school with Jiang, who around nothing major would happen. Baiyu, who had been sitting nearby in a daze, also stood up upon hearing the voice lazily stretching. Just in time, I need to head back too. Oh, let's go together. Jiang Ran immediately refused. No need, you go ahead. Oh, I'll just wander around myself. I overate earlier and haven't digested yet. What a joke. I plan to go out to experiment with the ability I just copied. If Baiyu sees me using the exact same white flame as him, how will I explain that? He intended to keep this copied ability under wraps for a little while longer before revealing it. In this era, nearly everyone had a small secret, and possessing multiple abilities was not particularly shocking. From the fact that when he previously revealed he possessed water element ability, not a single person asked him about it, it was evident. However, if he had just killed the avoidance and then suddenly had a copy, that would be a bit awkward. Even if Baiyu was one of his own, knowing wouldn't lead to any conversation, but Jiang Ran still didn't want to expose his plundering ability so soon. His own people would keep quiet about it, but what about others? If some sensitive-minded individuals found out that a river-level ability user possessed such a heaven-defying power, his days would be anything but peaceful. Especially those who had special abilities or high-level awakeners. Who knows if this plunderer would strike against us to acquire abilities? Just because you say it won't happen means it won't. Unknown dangers must be eradicated in the cradle. In the capital, at a high-end training facility, Jiang Ran generously opened a card and charged 500,000 yuan, successfully acquiring a dedicated training room. The training room was on the 6th floor, spacious and fully equipped with functional facilities. Of course, the most important thing was its high level of privacy. This was extremely friendly for someone like Jiang Ran, who had many small secrets. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Jiang Ran propped his head up with one hand, extending his index finger with. At the tip of his finger, a small cluster of white flame hovered quietly. Getting closer, one wouldn't feel any warmth, seemingly harmless, and without any lethality. Jiang Ran had been staring at this flame for quite a while. He couldn't believe he had actually managed to replicate Bai's mysterious white flame. However, it felt like something was slightly off. What exactly is wrong? Jiang Ran scratched his head, pondering for a long time, without coming to a conclusion, and simply gave up. Whatever, as long as it works, why overthink it? After all, he only had a Onati experience card. Once midnight passed, the ability would vanish. At that time, he would need to copy something else. It was just this issue of random copying that made Jiang Ran a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, all 3 of Bai's abilities were strong. If he had instead encountered an awakener with a mishmash of abilities where only one was high-level and the rest were trash abilities, just thinking about his luck made Jiang Ran want to sigh. Returning to school, because Jiang Yueqin had reversed time by 5 minutes during the day, those students were completely oblivious to the matters concerning the Lingqing Pavilion and the experimental subjects. However, those hidden experimental subjects certainly did not receive no instructions at all. In November, it was already getting dark quite early. Jiang Ran walked around the school. Even though it was only 6 o'clock, there were hardly any people outside the dormitory. Yet Jiang Ran always felt as though something was secretly watching him. But every time he turned to look, he found nothing. After doing this several times, Jiang Ran grew a bit impatient. Damn, here I am walking in the cold wind at night like a snail, and they can still hold back from coming out. Since they love to watch, they can take their time. I want to accompany them in leaving first. Returning to the dormitory, the feeling of being watched in secret finally vanished. It seems they have not yet descended into madness to the extent of peeping through the windows at him while he sleeps at night. Taking out his phone, Jiang Ran discovered several new messages in the group chat, some of which were directed at him. Jiang Ran scrolled up a few times and found a jumble of random chatter from all over, mostly directed at Jingji, with Shi Yin and Xiang Jingxing chiming in occasionally. Clicking on the most recent message that mentioned him, he replied with a question mark and tossed his phone casually onto the bed before heading to the bathroom. When he came out, 2 new messages had appeared in the group chat. Xiang Jingxing, what happened this afternoon? Shi Yin, someone inexplicably went missing from our school team, and the teacher has no idea what happened. However, after reporting it to the principal, they said it was nothing. Even the usually silent Jiang Qingye spoke up. Jiang Qingye, someone went missing from my school too. Jiang Ran, it's nothing serious, just took care of a few experimental subjects. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with us. Sure, Yin, it can't just be a few, can it? Jiang Ran, according to official data, it should be 953. Xiang Jingji. 953. Isn't that 1/10 of the audience? Xiang Jingji, if that's the case, then the entire long country must have 100 million experimental subjects. Jiang Ran. Sure, Yin. Xiang Jingxing sigh? On the other end, Xiang Jingji looked at his older brother. Why are you suddenly sighing? Did I say something wrong? Xiang Jingxing felt a bit of a headache. What do you think? 100 million. How could you even say that? Xiang Jingji widened his eyes. Isn't that right? Isn't it 1/10? Xiang Jingxing sighed heavily again. In the future, when you go out, don't say you're my brother. If anyone asks, just say we happen to look alike, or say you're jealous of my good looks and had surgery. Xiang Jingji. In the dormitory, Jiang Ran was also left speechless by Xiang Jingzi's bold statement. Why is there such a fool in their team? Is the Lingqing Pavilion a money printing machine? Or are the people of Lingqing Pavilion iron men who eat and drink nothing while crazily printing money to buy equipment for experiments and conducting experiments at the same time? 100 million people. Even the slavers of the past would bow down in admiration. Regarding this recent batch of over 900, both Jiang Ran and Jiang Yueqin agreed that although they could not be all the stock Lingqing Pavilion has accumulated over the years, they should have around 7,080. Lingqing Pavilion sold most of the experimental subjects to Jiuyo and some to other small factions, making a fortune. With the funding, Jiang Ran was certain that this group of people would not stop here. Even if Jiuyo and Lingqing Pavilion were caught in a net this time, they would not cease their activities. They are all a bunch of madmen. If they don't see benefits for a long time, their enthusiasm might gradually fade. But now, with so much money in hand, even the most fearful would lose their fear when they see money. Not only do they have their own twisted desires met, but they can also sell for a large sum of money. Who wouldn't love such a good deal? They cannot stop. Originally, Shenzhou was following the line of investigation related to Bai Yi, but some were worried that if Bai Yi died, it would affect future investigations. However, after hearing the explanation, the group suddenly understood. As long as they keep engaging in these activities, how could they fear not finding clues? Killing a small minion is nothing serious. Thus, no one opposed Jiang Ran killing Bai Yi, and the copy was smoothly obtained by Jiang Ran. The next afternoon, the joint competition of the 7 institutes officially came to an end. Tianfu Academy retained the championship title with a high score of 14, while Lingshu University came in second with 10 points. Since both Tiansong Academy and Jiana Academy scored 9 points, they held a tiebreaker match, with Tiansong Academy winning 3rd place and Jiana Academy 4th. The 5th place went to the War Academy with 8 points. The last two were Xinqian University and Longting University, both with 7 points. Since they were tied, they should have had another tiebreaker. However, due to yesterday's incident, Xinqian University was in the wrong and voluntarily proposed to forfeit the tiebreaker, but was ultimately rejected by Longting University. After a series of competitions, Longting University emerged victorious, while Xinqian University with 7 points took the bottom position, officially replacing Jiana Academy as the former 7th place. Fast forward to more than half a month later. Shenzhou's investigation into Lingqing Pavilion temporarily hit a bottleneck, and after much fruitless investigation, they decisively changed direction and began focusing on small factions across various regions, especially those small factions that lacked sufficient financial strength and could only afford some semi-successful experimental subjects that Jiuyo discarded. This investigation indeed revealed some clues. At the same time, during this period, the higher-ups worked overtime to develop a detection device that can determine whether a person is a pure human being. The 7 major academies took the lead and conducted tests on all students. The results were good, with only a dozen students from each school being converted into experimental subjects. All the principals let out a sigh of relief. As for how many people in society had suffered such a fate due to the limited number of detection devices and the fact that the specific reasons for testing could not be disclosed, some people were not very cooperative and progress remained slow. By December, the weather in Shangjing had fully entered winter. 3 days before the heavy snow solar term, the students of the 7 major academies received a notice that was more chilling than the cold winds of December. Finals are coming soon. Now, not only the Huang class and Xian class, but even the D class was in a state of panic. No one was distracted or sleeping during class. Everyone was trying hard to keep their eyes wide open, filled with a thirst for knowledge. After all, no one wanted to go home during the new year with a failing report card. Except for one person. On Thursday, Jiang Ran strolled into the classroom amidst the ringing of the class bell, unfazed by Yan Feng's hungry gaze. Jiang Ran, come on, no one at home cares if I pass or fail. If anyone really cared about my grades, I wouldn't have handed in blank papers every time in high school, because I was too lazy to take exams. It seems there were times he didn't submit blank papers. Once during the new year, when his uncle and aunt returned at the same time, Jiang Ran reluctantly took the final exam seriously to make them happy. In the end, he scored first place due to excessive effort, shocking Yan Feng, who chased Jiang Ran for 3 days asking if he cheated. When Yan Feng learned that Jiang Ran indeed knew everything, but simply didn't want to write, he was so furious that he nearly spat blood at Jiang Ran. Yet Jiang Ran still wore an innocent expression. Old Yan, it's not that I don't want to write, but these questions you set are just too easy for me, completely failing to pique my interest. It's really not my fault. At that moment, Yan Feng pointed at him, stuttering for a long time, before finally breaking down and pointing at the door, telling him to get out. So Jiang Ran casually pocketed the new ornament worth 5 figures that Yan Feng had just bought, and strolled out, leaving Yan Feng so angry that he ignored Jiang Ran for half the winter vacation. Yan Feng patted the podium, making an effort to ignore someone. Let's talk about tomorrow's final exam. The final exam is different from previous tests. The written exam accounts for only 30 of the total score, while the martial arts exam accounts for 60. Jiang Ran raised his hand. Teacher, 30 plus 60 doesn't equal 100. What about the remaining 10? This student has asked a very pertinent question. Yan Feng clapped his hands. The remaining 10 is crucial. It consists of the scores from the monthly and midterm exams, as well as your performance in class. You can also refer to this 10 as your daily score or performance score. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Ran, who was supposed to be the comic relief, felt his smile stiffen. Why did it feel like this 10 was specifically targeting him? Scoring based on class performance. Given that he had been late multiple times over the past 3 days, wouldn't that directly result in a negative score? Noticing Jiang Ran's frozen smile, Yan Feng raised an eyebrow with amusement. The martial arts exam for this final will be similar to the initial entrance test. You will enter an artificial secret realm and find the scattered score plates within it. The score plates vary in value, classified into 1 point, 3 points, 5 points, and 10 points. At that time, the school will provide each of you with a scoring device. After finding a score plate, simply align it with the device, and the score will be recorded in real time. The school's backend will also receive and log the scores instantly. Hearing that the martial arts exam would involve entering a secret realm, Jiang Ran felt a bit better. He then resumed his role as the comic relief. Teacher, will students be allowed to snatch points from each other this time? Yan Feng cooperated. Good question. Looking at Jiang Ran's bright eyes, he smiled. Of course it's allowed. There is a function in the scoring devices to transfer points between each other. Jiang Ran's smile was impossible to hide. The others in the class, however, wore expressions of bitterness. It's over, how can we compete now? If anyone runs a bit slower and gets caught by the big boss, won't they end up bringing home a 0? Yan Feng lightly cleared his throat to refocus the group's attention. Ahem, let me finish. This final exam will divide the 7 academies into 2 teams, Group A and Group B. Group A consists of the schools ranked 1st, 3rd, and 6th, namely Tianfu Academy, Tiankai Divine Institute, and Longting University. Group B is made up of the schools ranked 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 7th, Lingshu University, Jialan Academy, War Academy, and Xingqian University. Group A and Group B will be in competition with each other. When students from both groups encounter each other, the scoring device will display a special section, expulsion. As long as you transfer all of the opponent's points to your own device, a prompt will appear asking whether to expel. After clicking yes, the opponent will be forcibly removed from the secret realm, meaning their final exam will effectively end there. Note: expulsion can only be used against members of the opposing group. There is no expulsion feature within the same group. Jiang Ran felt as if this statement was particularly aimed at him. After the exam ends, whichever group has more remaining members will have their school students receive the title of Undisputed King in the next semester. Seeing that others showed little interest in this title, Yan Feng smiled slightly. This title will be added to your student ID. Suddenly the crowd who had shown no interest became excited. Added to the student ID. If that's the case, then I won't be sleepy at all. Just imagine when you and someone from another school are together in the secret realm, both of you pull out your student ID. The result shows the other person's student ID is blank, but yours has a shining golden mark. Wow, how exhilarating is that? But that's not all. At the same time, the losing group will also receive a title, which will likewise be placed on the student ID. However, this title will be selected by a vote from the students of the winning group. Now, even Jiang Ran became interested. One must admit that the organizing committee for the final exam truly came up with a brilliant idea. Who says this final exam is bad? This final exam is absolutely fantastic. The students from other schools displayed almost unanimous joyful smiles upon hearing the rules of the final exam. Especially Group A, they were practically ecstatic. With the big boss leading, why worry about losing? It's practically impossible to lose. Some even began to think about what title to give to Group B. Group B was also eagerly gearing up. Hee, so what if you have the big boss? Our Group B has 4 schools, a third more people than Group A. Not to mention, just having so many people standing together creates a significant pressure. With this, could we lose? You Group A, just wait to cry. The next day, the familiar minister of the Student Union's organization department, Song Chung, was waiting for them on the playground. This time, however, the teacher beside him was Yin Feng. This time, the secret realm was No. 323, also in a level secret realm. Although the top-tier students had already reached the strength to enter level secret realms, most were still at the ascension stage, with a few still. This time, the secret realm was No. 323, also in a level secret realm. Although the top-tier students had already reached the strength to enter level secret realms, most were still at the ascension stage, with a few still at the merging stage. After all, only half a year had passed since awakening, and not everyone had such high talent in cultivation. Transitioning from the merging stage to the ascension stage within 6 months is considered quite impressive in the outside world. As for Jiang Ran's upgrade speed, not to mention now in Blue Star, even looking back 200 years, he would still be at the As for Jiang Ran's upgrade speed, not to mention now in Blue Star, even looking back 200 years, he would still be at the pinnacle of existence. After 7 or 8 minutes by you finally arrived late. It was unclear if he had been up to no good last night, as he appeared quite sluggish, yawning repeatedly while looking for a secret realm key. After searching for a while in the space, he finally pulled out a small item, pressed it in midair, and the entrance to the secret realm slowly appeared. After opening the secret realm, Bai didn't rush to leave. He sidled up to Jiang Ran and patted him on the shoulder. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow, pretending to be indifferent. Go ahead and pat, no worries. Only anyone who touches him will trigger the replication. The final exam will last for 2 days and 1 night. Before entering, you can randomly draw an ability, and by the next day, you'll be able to replicate another one. By then, with thousands of people in the secret realm, wouldn't it be easy to choose whatever ability you want? How delightful. As the 5 seconds ticked down, feeling the additional ability, within him Jiang Ran smirked. Just as he was about to shake off someone's hand, Bai seemed to anticipate his movement and retracted his hand proactively. Jiang Ran glanced at him and noticed Bai still looked half asleep. Not saying anything, he followed behind the others into the secret realm. President Song Chung approached, intending to greet Bai and catch up. After all, this president was always mysterious, and encounters with him at school were few and far between. However, Bai seemed to ignore him, yawning leisurely before disappearing from sight. Song Chung. The 323rd secret realm is similar to the one from the entrance examination, with a suitable temperature primarily consisting of plains and forests, but its overall area is more than twice that. This time Jiang Ran was not assigned to the forest, but instead found himself on a plain, yet there was still no Fisk. After tugging at his collar and walking a few steps, Jiang Ran lifted the bangs that were sticking to his forehead, unable to bear it any longer, and took off his jacket, casually stuffing it into his ring. The temperature in this secret realm is likely around 20 degrees Celsius, which is quite comfortable, neither cold nor hot. However, it is December now, and the temperature in the capital has dropped to 3 or 4 degrees, even going below 0 at night. Jiang Ran had originally worn a long-down jacket, which was not cold outside, but after entering here and walking just a few steps, he started to sweat a bit. Fortunately, he was wearing thin clothes underneath, so after removing the jacket, it wasn't too hot. Otherwise, staying in this 20-degree temperature while wearing winter clothes for 2 days and nights, and occasionally having to fight with people or strange beasts, would definitely be a challenge. Unless you are okay with changing clothes outdoors. Jiang Ran had never been to any artificial secret realm other than the entrance examination, let alone knowing what they were like inside. Choosing a random direction, Jiang Ran started to walk. After just a few steps, he halted and silently pulled back his foot, bending down to pick up a small object from the ground. It was a palm-sized rectangular plastic tag with an Arabic numeral 3. Is this the scorecard, eh? Jiang Ran held it up to his eyes and examined it. It feels so ordinary. Saying this, he pulled out the scoring device issued by the school from his ring. Compared to the scorecard, the scoring device looked much more advanced. It wasn't large, only half the size of a smartphone, featuring a screen with Jiang Ran's name and student ID in the upper left corner, with an A in parentheses after his name. In the middle was a number representing the real-time score, which was still 0-0 for Jiang Ran. As he pressed the scorecard against the screen, the score jumped from 0-0 to 0-3. Jiang Ran glanced again at the unremarkable scorecard. A thought flashed through his mind, and he pressed the plastic tag against the screen once more. But this time the number on the screen remained unchanged. Jiang Ran stroked his chin. Well, someone actually anticipated his move. A scorecard can only accumulate points once it don't think about trying to cheat. He casually tossed the tag and scoring device into his ring and continued walking forward. After about half an hour, Jiang Ran found 2 more scorecards worth 1 point each. Transferring the scores to the scoring device and preparing to move on, his ears suddenly perked up. He heard human voices carried by the wind. There were quite a few people, both male and female, but he couldn't tell which group they belonged to. Following the direction of the voices for over 200 meters, Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows upon seeing what was happening ahead. What do you mean? We killed this strange beast. Why do you get to steal our points? What do you mean by stealing your points? Does it have your names written on it? I thought it was just a wild beast that fell on the ground and was unwanted. I picked it up to avoid polluting the environment. Is there a problem? Damn, are you not ashamed? You even picked up the corpse. So what? I'm hungry and plan to roast it to eat. Is that a problem? Alright, that's our score. What score? Can't understand, huh? Jiang Ran was currently standing on a steep slope about 7 or 8 meters above the ground below. Down on the flat ground, a dozen people were arguing heatedly face to face. Only 4 people were on the smaller side, while the other side had over a dozen. Yet the larger group was being cornered by the 4, their faces flushed with anger, not knowing what to say. After listening for a while from the top of the slope, Jiang Ran indeed heard a useful piece of information. The strange beasts they killed could also be converted into points. Seeing the few people below getting ready to take action, Jiang Ran casually kicked a small stone at his feet down the slope. The sound of the stone rolling immediately made both teams alert. Looking up towards the sound, they saw a boy with white hair standing at the top of the slope looking down at them. Ranzi. The team with fewer people immediately expressed their surprise. The other team, however, had expressions that changed constantly, showing both vigilance and a hint of barely perceptible joy. Oh, what a coincidence to meet you so quickly, Jiang Ran said, leaping directly off the top of the slope. This height was no problem for him, who possessed top-tier wind abilities. Flying in midair and standing on nothing were privileges of experts above the realm of Su Jing. That kid by you had the ability to manipulate space, making it easy for him to float. Once Jiang Ran's strength advanced further, he could also occupy a position among the aerial experts by using the wind. Is it a coincidence? It means we are fated. The leader of the 4-person team that had cornered the dozen was none other than Xiang Jingji from the War Academy. His brother Xiang Jingxing stood beside him along with a boy and a girl whom Jiang Ran did not recognize, and he quickly glanced at them before shifting his gaze away. Yes, indeed fated, Jiang Ran nodded, smiling as he walked towards Xiang Jingji. Xiang Jingji had not yet realized anything was amiss, but Xiang Jingxing suddenly pulled his foolish friend behind him, revealing a smile to Jiang Ran. How many scorecards have you found? The landing position was poor, so I only found 2 worth 1 point each, Jiang Ran said with a smile, not stopping his feet. But more will be coming soon. This time, even Xiang Jingji realized something was off. After reacting, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Ranzi, you don't mean to steal from us, do you? My. Jiang Ran tilted his head. Is that not allowed? Xiang Jingji retreated several steps. Calm down, we are brothers with strong ties. Jiang Ran grinned even wider. Outside the secret realm we are indeed brothers, but this is an exam. You are Group B and I am Group A. Encountering each other means we are enemies. In order to claim my title of the uncrowned king, hand over your points obediently, and I might let you off without expulsion. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Xiang Jingji fell into complete despair. Resisting, the 4 of them combined couldn't defeat Jiang Ran, and they would end up taking a few extra punches, trying to win him over with love. This kid had no conscience at all, or what could they possibly do to convince him? In the end, after Xiang Jingxing had coaxed him for a full 5 minutes, Jiang Ran finally showed mercy, leaving each of the 4 a single point, so they wouldn't end up with nothing. Watching his scoring device display a 2-digit score, Jiang Ran nodded in satisfaction. Scoring points through stealing is indeed effective. He had spent half an hour to find 5 points, yet when he encountered Group B, he secured 30 points in under 5 minutes. For a moment, Jiang Ran thought about trying the same approach he used during the entrance exam. But then he remembered that winter vacation was approaching, and when others visited relatives during the new year, they would definitely be asked about their scores. Forget it, it's better to save some face for his fellow alumni. Xiang Jingji left angrily with the people from the War Academy, while Jiang Ran turned to glance at the more than 10 useless fellows behind him. The leader blinked and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, brother Jiang. Jiang Ran walked around them, occasionally clicking his tongue. This scared the group into huddling together, like quail, not daring to look him in the eye. With so many people, not only did you fail to outnumber 4 in stealing, but you also couldn't win a verbal fight. With over 10 mouths, each could drown them in spittle, yet you were left speechless by them. Jiang Ran stopped side and shook his head. It seems Group A is finished this time. The others turned red and pale at his words, their mouths opening and closing, unsure how to rebut. After all, it was a fact that their points had been stolen, and it was also true that more than 10 of them couldn't win an argument against 4. Even they felt utterly embarrassed. Sigh, what a disgrace. They didn't speak, and Jiang Ran's one-sided monologue wasn't very meaningful. Besides those from the War Academy, did you encounter any other schools? The few shook their heads in unison. We learned by chance that killing the exotic beasts could also be converted into points, so we chased after that exotic beast. Jiang Ran nodded. All right, you all go about your business then. Seeing the relieved expressions on over 10 faces, Jiang Ran felt a bit speechless. What kind of expression is that? I'm also in Group A, okay? What, afraid I'll steal your points? No. The leader waved his hands in fright. How could we think that? With Brother Jiang in Group A, we couldn't be happier. Jiang Ran wouldn't believe such foolish words. However, having decided to let Group A off the hook, he wouldn't bother arguing with a bunch of useless fellows. He waved his hand impatiently. Get lost quickly. Sure thing, brother. 3 hours later. Yin, you don't let them escape. I'm not blind. Sure, Yin and Yin, you stood on either side, neither making a move. In front of them, 3 second-tier exotic beasts were frantically fleeing. Behind the exotic beasts, several students from 3 different schools were hunting them down. Just as one was about to strike, a green crescent flashed by, and one exotic beast was instantly severed. The student who was ready to unleash his strongest attack was dumbfounded. Wait, I haven't even made my move. How did the exotic beast die? Could it be that it was intimidated by my overwhelming aura? Sure, Yin and Yin, you who were responsible for keeping watch and ready to assist at any moment, exchanged glances. A smile appeared on Sure Yan's face, while Yin Yu furrowed his brow for a moment before relaxing. Then, before others could react, 2 more green crescent blades came floating in, and the remaining 2 exotic beasts fell instantly. The few who had been fighting with the 3 exotic beasts were stunned in place. Until a lazy voice rang out, "Are you 2 running a daycare now?" Sure Yin looked up to see a boy in a thin black shirt standing on a tree branch, slightly looking down at them. What nonsense is this? Sure Yin laughed and scolded. When did you arrive? Jiang Ran, holding a scorecard in one hand, was in no hurry to descend, standing on the branch and talking to Sure Yin. Just now. I heard the commotion and came over thinking there would be some big creature, but it turns out there were only a few little clumsy pigs. His words didn't imply anything about the others, as those 3 second-tier exotic beasts did indeed resemble wild boars. As for why he didn't use precise numbers and just said a few, well, that's a long story. Sure Yin didn't comment on this, seeing Jiang Ran brighten his originally not-so-pleasant mood. He even joked, "Aren't you coming down? What's wrong? Can't you come down? Do you want me to catch you?" Jiang Ran rolled his eyes and jumped down from the tree, landing lightly without a sound. A few meters in height was as simple as climbing stairs for him. If he needed someone to catch him from that height, he wouldn't have any face left. Brother Jiang. As soon as he landed, someone approached him. Jiang Ran stared at him for a long time before realizing who this somewhat familiar boy was. Lu Xuqing. Yes, that's me. Lu Zuking's eyes lit up. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to remember me. Jiang Ran's expression became a bit strange as he looked Lu Xuqing up and down. It really is you. How have you changed so much? Lu Xuqing, during the initial exploration of the secret realm, although not a ball, was definitely close to it. Looking at the current Lu Xuqing, not only had he not turned into a ball, but the word fat was now completely unrelated to him. Lu Xuqing was originally not short, but after losing weight, he even appeared to have grown a few centimeters taller. His round belly gone, and the flesh on his face disappeared. Even his looks had improved significantly. If the previous Lu Xuqing was a dead couch potato, the current Lu Xuqing would definitely have no problem joining the basketball team, and he would be quite popular. I don't mention it, Brother Jiang. Speaking of this, Lu Xuqing had a face full of frustration. You have no idea what kind of hard life I've been living after I got into the yellow class. Through Lu Zuking's rambling complaints, Jiang Ran finally gained some understanding of the differences between the yellow class and the Xian class courses. If the Earth class schedule is the ceiling among college students, then the Xian class schedule is equivalent to the density of medical student schedules. As for the yellow class, Lu Xuqing said it's even more exhausting than the hell mode of high schools in the 4 provinces before the era of abilities. Moreover, it's not just mentally exhausting, their bodies are even more fatigued. Just look at Lu Xuqing and you'll know he lost a full 50 pounds in just 3 months. It's more effective than those exaggerated weight loss training camps you see online. That's not bad at all. Jiang Ran patted his shoulder. Why, you really have no fat left, and you've even gained some muscle. In 3 months you've undergone a major transformation. You've struck it rich, you know. When you go home for winter break, your mom sees you now, she will be overjoyed. Hearing that Jiang Ran not only didn't share his indignation, but even thought it was a good thing, Lu Zuking's face fell, turning back into a bitter melon expression. Alright, you're no longer the little fatty you used to be. You need to make good use of your face, understand? Jiang Ran chuckled and patted him again, walking over to Shi Yin, who had been staring at him for a while. As he approached before he could speak, Yin Yu took the initiative to greet him. Jiang Ran nodded in response. Did you two start off together or meet later? Speaking of Xiang Jingji, Shi Yan's teeth clenched in anger. Damn it, just mentioning that idiot makes me furious. After walking for so long, I finally meet someone, and I just wanted to chat with them. What did I do wrong? That idiot Xiang Jingji just came over to snatch my points. While snatching, he also said something like, even though we are brothers outside here, we are just enemies, and I shouldn't think about getting close to him. Damn, it makes me so mad. What do you say, is he not an idiot? Jiang Ran. The phrasing feels, if he guessed correctly, the one who caused Xiang Jingji to become like this should be probably maybe it seems him. But fortunately Jiang Ran was not the kind of person who would feel guilty. Even if he muttered a few words in his heart, his expression remained unchanged, and he even joined Shi Yan in criticizing Xiang Jingji. By the end, Shi Yan was so moved that he said, "Whoa, I knew it, we are still the closest." Jiang Ran rubbed the back of his head, his gaze wandering. I'm glad you think that way. By the way, you guys can divide the points from these 3 exotic beasts among yourselves. Jiang Ran really didn't want to hear Shi Yan talk about Xiang Jingji's antics anymore, so he decisively changed the subject. Shi Yan, who was angrily cursing Xiang Jingji, suddenly stopped. After realizing what Jiang Ran had said, Shi Yan's eyes widened. We divide them. You don't want. Don't want. Swish, swish, swish. The others who had gathered around quickly stepped back a few paces. Yin Ye's face was tense, and he was in a defensive posture. Sure, Yin was even more excessive, pulling out a dagger. You're not Jiang Ran, who are you? Speak, what is your purpose pretending to be him? Jiang Ran. No, are these people crazy? Jiang Ran helplessly said, I am Jiang Ran himself. Still vigilant, sure, Yin asked, how can you prove you are the real one? What kind of question is this? In this day and age, if you give someone a benefit, the other party not only refuses, but also asks him to prove he is himself first. Damn, are they crazy? Jiang Ran took a deep breath. Sure, Yin, you played ranked until 2 in the morning last night, a total of 21 games, lost 17 of them, out of which 13 were negative records, the specific record being 0-31-25. Upon hearing Jiang Ran mention his name, Sure, Yin felt a sense of foreboding. And when he spoke, that foreboding was confirmed. Sure Yan's pupils constricted, and he rushed over, covering Jiang Ran's mouth. Stop, 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 I confirm you are the real Jiang Ran. Don't say anymore. Jiang Ran obediently closed his mouth and raised an eyebrow at the panicked Shi Yan beside him. You fool, now you know who I am, right? Shi Yan tightly covered him and whispered, don't say anything more, I know you are the real Jiang Ran now. If I let you go, will you stop saying this? Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows again, his gaze filled with mockery. Shi Yan looked around and saw only the faces of others holding back laughter. When the others met his gaze, they quickly averted their eyes, pretending they hadn't heard anything, afraid that if they made eye contact for even a second, it would all fall apart. Now Shi Yan's voice became lower. Let's call it a request, okay? Ran, don't mention my rank play outside anymore. Give me some face. After enjoying Shi Yan's panicked face, Jiang Ran smirked and nodded silently. Shi Yan stared at him for a moment before slowly letting him go. However, although he released him, his body remained tense. As long as Jiang Ran said anything disadvantageous, he would cover his mouth at the fastest speed. Fortunately, Jiang Ran had no intention of continuing glancing around. What are you all looking at me for? What is anyone still doubting him a fake? Who still doesn't believe it? Come on, stand up, I'll prove it to you. The others quickly shook their heads. No, nobody doubts it. We've always known you are the real Jiang Ran. Since you know, why don't you listen to what I say? Jiang Ran crossed his arms. What, don't you want points? Since you don't want them, just transfer all the points on your scoring devices to me. And if you find other scoreboards later, you have to transfer those points to me too. Is that okay? The others looked at each other, then silently turned towards the 3 exotic beasts with their heads cut off. Everyone thought, damn, am I stupid? It's hard to come across the great Demon King showing kindness, yet I still have to question it. Damn, I really am shameless. Watching them huddle together, discussing how to allocate points, Jiang Ran glanced at Shi Yan, who was standing next to him, looking hesitant. So what? Are you planning to take care of the children in the secret realm for the next 2 days, eh? How could that be? Shi Yan retorted without thinking, I just happened to run into them. And since we are in the same group, I accompanied them for a while. After that, I will definitely split up with them. And since I've run into you, I will definitely stick with you. When I run into Xiang Jingji again, I will definitely beat him into a pig's head, making him unrecognizable when he goes home to his mother. Jiang Ran. I don't even know what Xiang Jingji did to make sure Yin holds such a grudge against him. I didn't treat Xiang Jingji or Xiang Jingxing badly at the time, did I? I even left them each a point. Why did Xiang Jingji suddenly seem mutated as if he had opened some unmentionable meridians? What about Yanyu? What are your plans? Not wanting to listen to Shi Yan's revenge plans, Jiang Ran looked at the very calm Yanyu. Yanyu seemed surprised that Jiang Ran would ask her, paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She pondered for 2 seconds. Can I follow you? And Shi Yan. She didn't want to walk with this group of low-level classmates, as that would only slow down her progress. In fact, acting alone was the most suitable behavior for an archer, but at this moment, Yanyu was holding a bit of selfishness. She wanted to stay close to Jiang Ran to see what he usually did, how he managed to be so much stronger than her. This behavior, to put it nicely, was called observation and learning. To put it bluntly, she wanted to steal his techniques. Jiang Ran's temperament was usually unpredictable, and Yanyu was not familiar with him, so she was already prepared to be rejected when she said this. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ran actually agreed. Sure. Yanyu was a bit surprised, and Jiang Ran winked at her. The 7th Academy is divided into 2 groups this time, and there are exactly 3 SS-level students in each group. Their intention is to have us participate in a 3-on-3 match, right? I suspect Xiang Jingxing will definitely seek out Jiang Xingye to team up. In that case, I definitely can't let you act alone. What if you run into someone from Group B? That could be a real pain for you. Jiang Ran said, pointing at Shi Yan. See, Shi Yan is a prime example. Shi Yan used as a negative example by Jiang Ran. Thank you for remembering me at this moment, but I don't need it next time. The artificial secret realm, no. 323 is evidently much more advanced than the previous one, even featuring a division of day and night. It is now evening, although there is no moon, the realm is not pitch black. Jiang Ran crouched on a tree branch, while Shi Yan stood beside him, and Yanyu was on the nearby tree. Less than 100 meters in front of the 3, more than 10 people were sitting in a circle on the ground with a bonfire burning in the center to provide light. Even though the voices of that group were low, Jiang Ran still heard every word they spoke through the wind. Shi Yan, unable to hear what they were saying, was anxiously scratching his ears. He crouched down next to Jiang Ran and nudged him. What are they talking about? Why do their expressions change from laughter to frowns? Jiang Ran glanced at him. What else could they be discussing but us? Shi Yan became a bit interested. What are they saying? Do they think defeating Group A is hopeless and want to... Listening to Shi Yan's dreamlike words, Jiang Ran nearly slapped him down. Are you out of your mind? Controlling his hand, Jiang Ran rolled his eyes at him. They said the easiest one to deal with is you, and they want to eliminate you from the exam first, then deal with me, and Yanyu one by one. Shi Yan was momentarily stunned. What? No, clarify this for me. Why am I the easiest to deal with? It's not me saying it, I'm just repeating what they just talked about. If you don't believe it, ask them yourself. Fine, I'll go and ask. Damn it. Shi Yan was genuinely angry. People said he was bad at games, and he tolerated it. When someone said he always came back empty-handed from fishing, he clenched his fists, but still held back. But this time, someone actually said he was the weakest among the 6 SS-level individuals without having seen him. Shi Yan truly couldn't hold back anymore. He initially planned to wait until they fell asleep before taking action, but after hearing what this group said, he could no longer hold back. He had to show them what it meant to be SS level, what it meant to be a dual-element awakened individual, and what it meant to be the strongest after Jiang Ran. If Jiang Ran heard his thoughts, he would probably just look up to the sky in speechlessness. Forget about anything else, just the title of the strongest after Jiang Ran. Who gave you that title? Did the others acknowledge it? If those 3 guys heard it, you can just wait for a mixed beatdown. Shui Peng is a freshman at Xinjiang University. Since that incident during the competition, their school has been unable to hold its head high within the entire 7th Academy, and students from Xinjiang University have felt inferior in front of students from other schools. For example, right now, when students from 4 schools of Group B are sitting together chatting, Shui Peng could only shrink in a corner, quietly watching others talk. Whenever he wanted to join the conversation, others would look at him with inexplicable gazes, and no one would engage. Shui Peng tucked his neck in and had to silently close his mouth, comforting himself in his heart. At least they weren't kicking him out of the group, even if they weren't talking to him. Well, it's not like no one is talking to him, right? After all, he's not that talkative himself, so it's fine. Shui Peng sat in the farthest corner from the bonfire, hugging his knees and staring blankly at the sky. There isn't much to see in the sky, no moon or stars, but it's okay. He could still count the leaves above his head and identify what kinds they are. Well, he couldn't identify them. His neck was getting a bit sore. Shui Peng rubbed his neck and looked, but just as he looked down, he noticed that the shadow of the student from the War Academy, sitting directly in front of him, seemed to change a bit. The surroundings were dim, and Shui Peng was far from the bonfire, so he couldn't clearly see how the shadow had changed. But as he squinted and looked carefully for a while, he found that it didn't seem off. Did he see it wrong? Shuepeng rubbed his eyes and looked again, still just an ordinary half-shadow. He must have been too sleepy to see it correctly. Shuepeng yawned. He had been feeling sleepy for over half an hour, but everyone else seemed to be full of energy, so he didn't feel comfortable just going to sleep. But those who often feel drowsy in class know that sometimes that kind of drowsiness cannot be overcome by sheer. Shuepeng had to keep twisting his neck looking here, and they're trying to distract himself from dozing off. After turning his head a couple of times, Shuepeng's gaze suddenly paused. To his left sat a boy from Jiang Ran Academy, seemingly named Guanbin. Further left there was another student from Jiang Ran Academy, a girl who seemed to be Guanbin's girlfriend, named Yang Xia, if he remembered correctly. Although they were not facing the bonfire directly, the light from the fire could still illuminate them, especially Yang Xia. With light shining on them, shadows naturally appeared. But just a moment ago, Shuepeng saw that Yang Xia's originally long and thin shadow gradually became flat. It was as if a piece of stretched putty. Yang Xia's shadow slowly changed from a vertical rectangle to a strip, even spreading toward the shadows of others. Even though Shuepeng witnessed its movement, it showed no intention of hiding. Instead, it continued to stretch out on its own. Soon the tentacle formed from Yang Xia's shadow touched Guanbin's shadow next to her. Upon contact, the effect was directly greater than the sum of its parts, causing the spreading speed to double. A portion had already reached under Shuepeng. Shuepeng suddenly snapped back to reality, jumping up from the ground in terror, drawing puzzled or displeased looks from others. The shadow. Shuepeng didn't care about how others perceived him. He took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Guanbin, and pointed at the ground beneath Guanbin's feet. Your shadow. What the hell are you talking about? Guanbin felt bewildered as he was pointed at. Shadow. What happened to his shadow? It was still fine. What the hell? Guanbin turned his head to take a look, and an exclamation burst out. He immediately grabbed Yang Xia beside him and jumped to the side, but the shadow that should have been following him was still motionless, writhing like a blind snake. Yang Xia instinctively glanced back, her face turning pale. No, it's gone. Her shadow was gone. Only then did the others react to what had happened, and for a moment the entire camp was filled with exclamations. In less than 5 minutes, the isolated person had changed from Shuepeng to the couple from Jiang Ran Academy. After all, among the more than 10 of them, only their shadows had disappeared. Who would dare stay close to them? Who knew if they would suddenly mutate? Yang Xia and Guanbin were utterly speechless. No matter how much they explained that they knew nothing, no one dared to approach them. Now the two truly understood Shuepeng's previous helplessness. Just as the group split into 2 factions, standing watch against each other, a burst of bright light exploded in the middle of the crowd, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Some even found themselves unable to control their tears from the brightness. The following events can be easily described. The intense light caused everyone to experience temporary blindness. Shi Yin leaped out from the shadows and unleashed a flurry of punches on the crowd. In particular, Shi Yin paid special attention to the individuals from the War Academy, landing punch after punch on their faces. It was as if the strangers before him were not unfamiliar faces, but rather Xiang Jingji and Xiang Jingxing. After delivering a series of blows, Shi Yin let out a long sigh of relief. It felt good. Standing on a tree, Jiang Ran and Yin Yu witnessed the entire process. They watched as Shi Yin took out a tissue to wipe his hands while those around him lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, causing their lips to twitch. Who are you? The 4 individuals from the War Academy had just been blinded by the sudden light, and now Shi Yin had turned their faces into swollen messes. Now they couldn't even open their eyes, let alone see who had attacked them. Shi Yin glanced at him, saying, I am your grandfather. Jiang Ran, who was perched on a branch, nearly slipped and fell upon hearing Shi Yin's words. Huh, I'm your grandfather. What are you, a sneaky little man who only attacks from the shadows? If you have the guts, wait until I recover and face me head-on. Exactly. You despicable little coward. If you have the guts, don't run away. Wait for my brother to arrive and you won't have a good time. Shi Yin, who was about to leave after wiping his hands, suddenly froze at the mention of a certain title. Jiang Ran, eavesdropping in the tree, thought, oh, here we go. Shi Yin stood frozen for a full 3 seconds before a smile suddenly appeared on his face. So you can contact him? Of course. Don't you see the relationship between me and my brother? We are like close-knit brothers, dear to each other. Hearing this, Shi Yin's smile widened. All right, then call him over. I want leave. I'll wait for him here. Jiang Ran stood by, unsure of what to say. How did this guy manage to hit Shi Yin's sore spot with every word? Shi Yin said he wouldn't leave, and he truly meant it. He walked straight to a nearby tree, and in Yin Yes' bewildered gaze, he pulled out a folding chair from his storage ring and sat down. At this point, Jiang Ran could no longer hold back. He jumped to Shi Yin's side and asked, dude, where did you get that chair? Shi Yin replied, honestly, learned it from you. I also think carrying a chair with me is a very correct and useful thing to do. Jiang Ran was taken aback, then his face broke into a satisfied expression. Finally someone understood him. Jiang Ran reached out and ruffled Shiyan's hair like kneading dough. Yeah, no wonder we get along so well. You really understand me. I'm a bit touched. Shurian maintained a straight face. I know we get along well, so please don't touch my head again, thank you. Jiang Ran acted as if he hadn't heard, playfully patting Shurian, as if tapping a watermelon. Don't worry, when Xiang Jingji arrives, he'll make sure to give him a couple of extra punches, ensuring his father won't recognize him. Oh, then thank you very much. No need to be polite, we're brothers. Bro, are we really going over? But I was just saying that casually. I didn't intend to intervene. Isn't this wasting our time? Xiang Jingji looked puzzled. Xiang Jingxing, walking in front, paused not a moment at his brother's confusion, saying, who knows, there might be a surprise if we go over. Xiang Jingji scratched his head. Bro, how do you know? What surprise? It's a sixth sense. You'll know when the surprise arrives. Oh, then okay. Seeing Xiang Jingxing not elaborate, Xiang Jingji decided not to ask further. The two individuals from the War Academy who had followed them during the day were nowhere to be seen, replaced by a long-haired boy walking alongside Xiang Jingxing. They had encountered Jiang Qingye after coming across Shi Yin, and at that time Jiang Qingye was also being followed by a few small followers. Even though Jiang Qingye coldly rejected their attempts to follow him, the few students from Lingshu University still chose to stay behind him. After meeting Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji, Jiang Qingye visibly relaxed. He was not good at talking, and although Xiang Jingji might not be very reliable, at least his brother's mind was fairly agile. Xiang Jingxing also speculated that the purpose of the 7 courts was to split their SS grade group into 2. Thus he made the same decision as Jiang Ran. The 3 of them would operate separately from the others. The 3 had made considerable gains throughout the afternoon, and by evening Xiang Jingji planned to take a break, which both Xiang Jingxing and Jiang Qingye agreed to. Unexpectedly, just after finishing their meal and closing their eyes, someone from the War Academy contacted Xiang Jingji seeking help. They claimed that someone was provoking the War Academy and insulting Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji, showing no regard for them, and urged Xiang Jingji to hurry over and teach the offender a lesson. Xiang Jingji could only feel speechless after hearing this. Just because he was slow to react didn't mean he was truly foolish. This entire message likely contained at least half of the fabrications from that kid, aiming to get him to rush over. What time is it now? It's examination time. Time is precious, you know. Even if what they said was true, Xiang Jingji wouldn't run over just to deal with such a trivial matter. Can't any issues wait until after the exams to be resolved? After all, every school is always there and won't run off. The person provoking them must be a student from the 7 academies, or would he really be unable to find them later? Just as Xiang Jingji was sneering and preparing to forget about the person, his older brother suddenly spoke, saying they would go over immediately and just let the other side wait. Xiang Jingji, what is happening? Has his brother been possessed? Facing Xiang Jingji's confusion, Xiang Jingxing offered no explanation, simply stating that he would know when he arrived, as surely there would be a surprise. He wasn't lying. Xiang Jingji could only helplessly shrug. Fine, you're the older brother, whatever you say goes. Meanwhile, Jiang Ran, sitting in a noticeably more upscale chair with his legs crossed, suddenly opened his eye. He nudged the nearly sleeping Shi Yin beside him. Wake up, they're coming. Shi Yin, with his head drooping and half asleep, suddenly became alert. They're here. Where? Look. Jiang Ran nodded toward the forest to the west, that way 50 meters away. Now it's 40 meters. As they neared their target, Xiang Jingji also sensed an unusual aura. He frowned slightly, glancing at his older brother, who wore a calm expression. He then turned to look at Jiang Qingye, noticing that this guy also had a calm demeanor. Suddenly alarm bells rang in Xiang Jingji's mind. Something was off, extremely off. If he could sense something unusual, there was no way these two couldn't. If they could sense it, why were they still so calm? There must be something fishy. Just as Xiang Jingji was about to stop and ask Xiang Jingxing what was going on and what he was thinking, before he could speak, a shadowy gleam shot straight toward him from the darkness. What a... Xiang Jingji recoiled in shock. At the critical moment, Jiang Qingye beside him shot out a hand and yanked him backward, just in time. The attack whistled past his hair, then struck the trunk behind with a sharp clang. A shadow flickered across Xiang Jingxing's eyes. Xiang Jingji's pupils dilated slightly. What the hell is going on? Damn, it's that serious. No one answered him, because from directly ahead several more attacks surged forth in rapid succession. Jiang Qingye drew a long blade from thin air and stepped forward to meet them heat-in. The forest erupted in a ceaseless clatter of cold steel striking steel. Xiang Jingji shoved his elder brother behind him, then summoned his spirit beast, a slender dark red centipede barely 20 centimeters long. During his entrance examination, this little creature had been merely a Tier 1 spirit beast. Now it had ascended to Tier 3. Though Xiang Jingji possessed another spirit beast, Tier 4. He knew this was only an artificial class secret realm. Those lying in ambush across the clearing could be nothing more than students from rival academies. There was absolutely no need to deploy a Tier 4 beast for overwhelming dominance. From the first whisper of wind, Jiang Ran knew. It was Yin Yu who'd been perched silently in the trees all along. 2 seconds later the woods echoed with another metallic clang-clang. Yin Yu and Jiang Qingye have engaged. Why aren't you moving yet? Jiang Ran nudged Shi Yan, who sat even more calmly than he did. It had been this man who'd sworn earlier he'd give Xiang Jingji a proper welcome upon seeing him again. Yet now with Xiang Jingji standing right there, he remained motionless. What's the rush? Sure, Yin murmured, eyes still closed. True masters always make their entrance last. Jiang Ran clicked his tongue inwardly. Who on earth had taught this kid such theatrical arrogance? No, this indulgence had to stop. If left unchecked, sure, Yin would soar straight into the heavens. But I believe seizing initiative grants decisive advantage and commands greater awe. A sly smile curled Jiang Ran's lips. Besides, didn't you vow to beat Xiang Jingji so thoroughly, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him? As your closest brother, I'll stand by you without fail. Go ahead, I'll follow right behind. Shi Yan opened his eyes puzzled. Before he could even ask what had come over Jiang Ran, his surroundings dissolved and reformed. The fallen pig-headed figures before him vanished, replaced instead by the 2 identical faces he dreamed of day and night. The pair across from him flinched at Shi Yan's sudden appearance, but Xiang Jingxing reacted fastest. Beneath Shi Yan's backside, the previously intact chair splintered into dust. Shi Yan, damn it, you unscrupulous Xiang Jingxing, you've thrown away all chivalry. Fortunately, at the very last instant, just as his rear hovered millimeters above the ground, Shi Yan lunged sideways, vanishing into the shadow beneath a nearby tree. Thankfully, the night wasn't pitch black. Otherwise, Shi Yan couldn't possibly have reacted so swiftly. By the time Xiang Jingji regained his bearings, Shi Yan had already melted into oblivion. Knowing Shi Yan likely remained nearby, even within the shadows, Xiang Jingji scoffed deliberately, voice dripping with scorn. He fled just in time. Otherwise, those hard-won points would have ended up paying tribute to me once more. Inside the shadow, Shi Yan clenched his fists. Truth be told, his lightning reflexes owe much to me. Had I not acted earlier, he'd have plopped onto the ground, and still wouldn't have thought to run. So perhaps I'm his benefactor after all. After all, in combat, speed is mastery. Shi Yan finally lost patience. A blinding sphere detonated inches before Xiang Jingji's face. As Xiang Jingji instinctively shut his eyes against the searing flash, Shi Yan erupted from the shadow. A streak of frost-laced steel aimed straight at his throat. Xiang Jingxing, shielding himself behind Xiang Jingji, narrowed his eyes and saw it all. Just as he prepared to trigger a trip trap of his own, a gust swept past him. A silver-haired youth materialized beside him. Xiang Jingxing's taut nerves instantly unwound. His entire body sagged in relief. This was all part of your plan, Jiang Ran. That brief interruption sealed it. Shi Yan and Xiang Jingji were now locked in full combat. Shi Yan was a master assassin, but Xiang Jingji's centipede was no ordinary spirit beast, excelling in silent, lethal ambushes. For now, they stood evenly matched, neither gaining nor losing ground. Me? Not at all. Jiang Ran wore an expression of pure innocence. I haven't done a thing. Such hollow denials, especially from Jiang Ran's mouth, were best heard, not believed. If Xiang Jingxing had harbored any doubt before Jiang Ran's words, paired with that telltale, guilt-ridden mask of feigned innocence, confirmed that every move had been orchestrated by Jiang Ran. So what's your strategy? Onion, am I your opponent? Seeing Xiang Jingxing utterly dismiss his protest, Jiang Ran puckered his lips. Of course not. We simply can't fight. Why? We'd be a 9-tune mismatch. I'd never risk it. Even compensation wouldn't cover the damage. Anyone familiar with Jiang Ran knew his 9-tune meant something far more lopsided than conventional odds. Jiang Ran spread his hands. One punch from me and you'd plummet straight into the 9th netherworld. I dare not test fate, nor afford the funeral. Xiang Jingxing, though he braced himself for Jiang Ran's barbs, hearing himself so casually dismissed still stung. How was he supposed to handle this surge of indignation? Well, it's not that extreme. Xiang Jingxing tried to salvage his dignity. Do they really see me as that weak? Normally, no. But I'll let you activate your abilities several times first, then we fight. 9-tune odds become near certain. Xiang Jingxing fell silent. While the two exchanged banter, Jiang Qingye and Yin Yu's duel reached its climax. With the long blade resting against her throat, Yin Yu sighed and closed her eyes. I yield. Jiang Qingye studied her face, twice, confirming her surrender was genuine, not a ruse to buy time for counterattack, then sheathed his blade. Sensing Jiang Qingye's wariness, Yin Yu felt even more exasperated. Unwilling to speak to the victor who'd just bested her, she leapt down from the tree and strode straight to Jiang Ran's side. Jiang Ran needed no words. Her weary expression alone told him everything. Instinctively, he raised a hand to pat her shoulder in consolation, then froze midair, jolted awake to reality. She was a woman. His hand swerved sharply upward, landing awkwardly atop his own head. Ahem. Don't dwell on it. It's meaningless to despair. Jiang Qingye's ability is uniquely rare. Over 80% of awakened beings find themselves inherently disadvantaged against him. Even I, if matched evenly with him in cultivation tier, would struggle to prevail. Xiang Jingxing rolled his eyes inwardly. Keep weaving your tale. Struggle to prevail. Please. Never mind tiers. If you're merely 2 or 3 ranks below him, defeating him wouldn't take more than 3 strikes. Yin Yu knew full well Jiang Ran was fabricating. She'd never formally sparred with him, but during last season's Inter-Academy tournament, the image of him summoning a tempestuous wind dragon remained seared into her memory. That single spectacle had laid bare the chasm between them, and his swordsmanship, equally monstrous, capable of trading blows with Jiang Qingye, the Blade Saint himself. So, he couldn't beat Jiang Qingye. Was he trying to fool a child? Yet despite knowing Jiang Ran's lie, Yin Yu chose silence. Would she truly expose him, after he'd lowered himself to soothe her pride? That wouldn't be foolishness. That would be sheer idiocy. In the presence of the 4 witnesses, after 10 minutes, the fated duel between Xiang Jingji and Shi Yan concluded with Shi Yan's left shoulder swollen to the size of a bodybuilding champion due to a centipede bite, while Xiang Jingzi's right cheek was battered into a pig's head by 3 punches from Shi Yan. Seeing the two of them looking disheveled, yet still defiant, Jiang Ran smacked his lips and stepped forward to deliver a punch to each of them. This time the two were completely subdued. Sighing, Jiang Ran stood in front of the two, letting out a long breath. Look at the two of you, and then look at them. You both look at each other. Do you still resemble SS-level awakened beings? Huh, what were you two just doing? It was as if you were about to throw mud at each other. Especially you, Xiang Jingji, using your mouth to bite. Are you human or a dog? Huh. Does this even sound right to you? With teammates and opponents like you, I feel nothing but immense shame. Xiang Jingji and Shi Yan's faces turned crimson, looking as if they had been poisoned by some dubious fungus from a distance. Jiang Ran was about to say more when Xiang Jingxing pretended to stop him, saying, "All right, that's enough. They're neither children nor fools, they understand perfectly." Jiang Ran rolled his eyes at the two of them. "Not fools. You overestimate them." Shi Yan felt increasingly aggrieved, saying, "No, Ranzi, you didn't say that before. You said you'd help me. Look, you've become naive again, haven't you?" Jiang Ran patted Shi Yan's shoulder, whether by mistake or on purpose, aiming right at the swollen area, causing Shi Yan's expression to contort in pain. Jiang Ran acted as if he hadn't seen it, continuing to speak. "You can trust my words. If you go out into society later, wouldn't you be easily deceived by others?" Shi Yan nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. "Aren't we on the same team? How can you trust anyone?" Who would have thought that the one with the highest combat power in the team would suddenly falter at a crucial moment? Perhaps Shi Yan's gaze was too full of grievance. Jiang Ran felt a bit embarrassed to meet his eyes and quickly glanced away to Xiang Jingji. "Hand over the points." Even with half his face swollen into a pig's head, Xiang Jingzi's confusion was evident. "Well, we've finished scolding, but why do you want my points?" Jiang Ran glared. "Because you lost. The loser has to give the winner points. Hurry up, I'm in a good mood this time, so they'll let you keep 2 points. Xiang Jingji pouted, "But I didn't lose to Shi Yan. It was a tie." "Then do you have any attacking ability right now, eh?" "I do. I still have other beasts to summon." "Oh, Jiang Ran pondered for a moment before giving up. "Forget it, let's not complicate things. You just tell me if you have a chance of winning against me." Xiang Jingji was on the verge of tears. No chance of winning. Jiang Ran clapped his hands. "Then that's settled. The reason we didn't fight is that I was taking care of you, giving you face. Otherwise, do you think you could still stand here now? Right? Now let's assume we had a match. You said you have no chance of winning, so that means you lost. Since you lost, you have to give me your points. This is the exam rule. We good students must abide by the rules, right?" This series of remarks not only left Xiang Jingji dumbfounded, but also left Yin Yu standing behind Jiang Ran utterly speechless. Although she had known from the first entrance examination that Jiang Ran was someone who enjoyed playing by his own rules, she never expected she had initially thought too highly of him. It was hard to imagine that a person could interpret shamelessness so refreshingly and uniquely. Did Jiang Ran's fans know that he was like this in private? Xiang Jingji was still hesitating until Jiang Ran raised his fist. Watching the three-digit score on the scoreboard, Jiang Ran's smile never faded. Sure, Yin stepped closer, rubbing his hands with a flattering expression that Ranzi. Jiang Ran did not look up, speak. Although I tied with Xiang Jingji, I did consume a lot of his energy, so shouldn't that score be split with me? Moi. No, just one-third will do. Jiang Ran finally diverted his gaze from the scoreboard and glanced at Shi Yin, expressionless. Scram. Oh, just as Shi Yin was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, I have one more question. Why did I suddenly appear in front of them? Shi Yin looked at Jiang Ran suspiciously. Did you do something? Facing Shi Yan's probing gaze, Jiang Ran remained unfazed. Yes, I did it. I used a prop to teleport you over, so what are you going to take revenge on me? If you say that, then I have to talk about the value of my prop. Upon hearing this, Shi Yin turned and left. Suddenly feeling a bit tired, I'm going to take a nap. Good night. That night in the secret realm, aside from the ridiculous duel that occurred in a certain grove, everything else was peaceful. However, this tranquility was ruthlessly shattered early the next morning. A fierce battle between Group A and Group B unfolded within the 12 hours leading up to the end of the exam. Jiang Ran, along with Yin Yu and the re-energized Shi Yin, launched a grand and exceptionally ruthless siege against all the B Group students in the 323rd secret realm. Even though on the other side Xiang Jingxing was leading Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingya in pursuing the A Group students, compared to the three of them, they seemed like mere rookies. Their speed was lacking, their robbery techniques were unprofessional, and coupled with Jiang Ran's almost unpredictable thoughts and endless schemes, the decline of Group B had become inevitable. At 1800 Beijing time, the exam officially concluded. As Group B students exited the secret realm, they all bore expressions of confusion. In contrast, the students of Group A were all excited, as if they had just won $1 million in the lottery. Some teachers, facing the bizarre state of these students, were somewhat bewildered. However, some teachers who had observed this year's freshman entrance exam were not surprised at all. Jiang Ran was the last one to emerge, and as soon as his left foot stepped out of the secret realm, a big hand reached out and pulled him out. Yin Feng grabbed his arm, making a series of exaggerated gestures. How did it go? Jiang Ran pretended to be profound. I performed normally. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng immediately understood. Great. He excitedly patted Jiang Ran on the shoulder. I knew you could do it. Jiang Ran brushed his hand away and rubbed his shoulder. It's not you, Lao Yin. It's my exam, not yours. Why are you getting so worked up? You don't understand a thing. Yin Feng laughed, unable to contain his joy. Just started as the head of the teaching department and already brought out the top student from the 7th Academy. The bonuses will be pouring in. Jiang Ran realized. Then you should thank me. Since that's the case, I won't ask for much, just give me half. Yin Feng turned around without hesitation and left. I suddenly remembered I have unfinished business, so I'm off. You head back yourself. Looking at Yin Feng's indifferent back, Jiang Ran spat. Damn, so stingy. That night the results were tallied. Group A won with a significant advantage. Although the new student IDs would not be ready until the next semester, the titles for the losing team were to be voted on in advance. Xiang Jingji was crying out in the group chat, begging them to go easy on him and not to give them a name that was too embarrassing. He didn't want to lose face. However, the more Xiang Jingji said this, the more enthusiastic Shi Yin became. He quickly wrote down 3 titles and threw them up for others to vote on. Practice makes perfect, both bad and loves to play, a tired donkey. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and contributed one as well. Why does your QQ farm keep making sounds? Some people saw this option and were somewhat confused. What does Big Demon King mean? What is QQ farm? My chicken. You don't know this. QQ farm is about growing vegetables. If the vegetables you planted die, it will notify you. Oh, I understand now. Low emotional intelligence, your vegetables died. High emotional intelligence, why does your QQ farm keep making sounds? 666, not bad, I like this one. I Wang Dui, you voted for this. 1. Not only did others not expect it, but even Jiang Ran himself did not foresee that the random statement he had written just to add to the count would actually receive the most votes. Watching the number of votes for his contribution on the page rise at a rocket speed, Jiang Ran scratched his head. Why does it feel like everyone's mental state is a bit off? Besides this vote, there was another matter that nearly drove all the students of the 7th Academy to madness. Winter vacation is coming. On December 14th, which is the day after tomorrow, winter vacation officially begins. The return date for the next semester is yet to be determined, but it will not be earlier than January. The happiest ones were the students of Class Wang. Lu Shuqing was so excited that he jumped up and down. Great. This is wonderful. Ha, I finally don't have to suffer anymore. I'm finally free. Other classes were not as excited as Class Wang, but were not doing much better. Originally, the summer vacation for the 7th Academy was only 1 week, and they thought the winter vacation would not be any longer. Unexpectedly, the winter vacation would last at least a month and a half. We're rich now. A vacation of at least a month and a half. Who wouldn't be excited? Oh, it seems there really is someone who isn't excited. In dormitory area A, building A107. Yanfeng lay on the sofa with a face full of despair. Jiang Ran leaned on another sofa playing a game. It's just that the bonus was cut in half. Why act like the world is ending? Besides, you should go find Principal Yuan for this. Why come to me? It has nothing to do with me. Sigh, you rich kids will never understand the pain of us, ordinary folks. Yanfeng stared blankly at the ceiling, not wanting to move at all, seemingly drained of all energy. Jiang Ran glanced at him sideways. You ordinary folks. Don't make me laugh. How I have nothing to talk about with you. If you have nothing to say, just get out. Yanfeng turned over, hugged a cushion, and presented his back to him. I want. Jiang Ran muttered something, and Yanfeng perked up his ears. Are you cursing me? No, I'm cursing my teammate. This teammate is really stupid. It's just about losing a little economy. Why act so dramatic? Yanfeng. Do you really think I'm too dumb to understand? By the way, isn't your home in Bingshui City, which is so close to Shanjing? Aren't you going back to take a look? Jiang Ran only said a couple of sentences before changing the subject. Otherwise, if he really provoked Yanfeng, he might end up getting beaten. Yanfeng turned over again, facing Jiang Ran. How do you know my family is in Bingshui City? I don't remember mentioning it. Your sister told me. My sister? Yanfeng paused. Yanyu. Why would she tell you this? He seemed to have imagined something, and suddenly changed his expression. You two don't have some relationship you can't tell me about, do you, eh? Jiang Ran was in the middle of a game, and didn't quite catch what he said. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Yanfeng was no longer gloomy, sitting up straight with his eyes wide open. You tell me honestly who brought it up first. Who took the initiative? Hiss. Looking at the dimming screen, Jiang Ran frowned in annoyance. Only then did he realize that Yanfeng seemed to be talking to him, looking up at him. What did you just say? What initiative? Seeing Jiang Ran's expression, Yanfeng belatedly sensed that he might have misunderstood. Someone like Jiang Ran could really date Yanyu. It would be more likely for them to be enemies instead. They would probably be sworn enemies who would shout for a fight upon meeting. However, to be safe, Yanfeng still asked seriously. You and Yanyu, there's nothing special between you, right? Baiyu had just come over and heard Yanfeng asking a rather absurd question with a serious expression. In an instant, Jiang Ran felt another burning gaze on him. In the living room, there were only 2 long sofas. Jiang Ran and Yanfeng each occupied one, while Baiyu completely ignored the small sofa and plopped down next to Jiang Ran, pushing him to the edge. So, I heard you went into a secret realm and started dating. That was fast. Jiang Ran. What is wrong with these two? What a load of nonsense. Go get out of here with your nonsense. He pushed Baiyu away and rolled his eyes at Yanfeng. What relationship do I have with Yanyu? I don't even have her WeChat, and the total number of words we've exchanged is less than 10. Yanfeng raised an eyebrow. Then what kind of girl do you think Yanyu is? Just that, eh? Yanfeng's mood was hard to define, as either satisfied or dissatisfied. Isn't there anything else? Like, is she pretty? My. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow in confusion. What does her looks have to do with me? Besides, no matter what she looks like, it doesn't change the fact that she is very outstanding. Yanfeng was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ran's response. Baiyu, listening on the side, had a brighter smile on his face. Jiang Ran couldn't care less about what these two were thinking. Perhaps their brains had been frozen silly. One kept asking absurd questions while the other only grinned foolishly. He hoped he wouldn't catch their stupidity. Pushing Baiyu, who had come over again, aside, he picked up his phone and resumed playing. Once Yanfeng came back to his senses and saw Jiang Ran focused on his phone again, he quickly pounced over, wanting to pinch his face. Wowu Jiang Xiaoran, I didn't expect your worldview to be so normal. I learned something today. Jiang Ran leaned back to dodge his gaze, never leaving the screen, his tone completely flat. Get lost. If you annoy me, I'll kick you out. On the other side, Baiyu pulled out his phone. I want to play too. You quickly log out and take me with you. Thinking about Baiye's gaming record being on par with Shi Yan's, Jiang Ran couldn't help but shudder. Without caring that the game wasn't finished, he directly put away his phone, stood up, and planned to go upstairs. I suddenly feel that playing games all the time isn't a good idea. I've been stuck at the 4th transition of the river boundary for a long time. I'm going to cultivate you all. Do as you please. Baiyu. Yanfeng blinked. How about I play with you? Sure. Come on, log in. 2 hours later, looking at the screen filled with red notifications, Yanfeng expressionlessly stood up and left. I suddenly feel like my bottleneck is loosening. I'm going back to enter seclusion now. Baiyu, alright, see you next time then. Yanfeng. No, there won't be a next time. Jiang Ran lounged in his dormitory for 2 days, only emerging when the school began clearing out students, making his way to his uncle Jiang Yukin's house in the capital to continue his lazy state. When Jiang Yuqin returned home from work that evening, the sight that greeted him was his nephew sprawled on the living room sofa in a white plush pajama, aimlessly flipping through channels with a remote. Although he knew Jiang Ran was already on winter break, the thought of having no holidays himself, even having to work during the new year, made Jiang Yukin's gaze towards Jiang Ran less amiable. "Uncle, you're back." Jiang Ran was completely oblivious to Jiang Yukin's change in attitude, lazily raising his hand to greet him. Hearing Jiang Ran call him Jiang, Yuqin sighed inwardly. "Forget it, what's there to fuss about with a kid still in school?" So are you staying here for the new year this year?" "Is that not allowed, uncle? Are you not welcoming me?" Jiang Ran propped himself up. "Or is it inconvenient for me to stay here getting in your way?" "It's fine, uncle. If it's inconvenient, I can just leave." Jiang Ran drooped his eyes, feigning innocence. "Although there's no one at home in Qingzhou, it's okay. I've gotten used to spending the new year alone every year. It's no problem at all. I'm not lonely at all. I don't envy others at all, and I don't blame you guys." Jiang Yuqin. He felt that if he didn't stop him, Jiang Ran might just keep saying more outrageous things. Outrageous to the point that his elder brother would directly scold him. "There's no one not welcoming you, and I don't have any issues." Jiang Yuqin sighed. He felt like every time he saw Jiang Ran he would involuntarily sigh. He seemed to have aged a lot. Just checking after all, many things need to be arranged in advance. "Oh." Hearing this response, Jiang Ran flopped back onto the sofa, no longer giving Jiang Yuqin any glance. Seeing his nephew's attitude shift so quickly, Jiang Yuqin felt another sigh coming on. Although Jiang Ran confirmed he would spend the new year in the capital this year, he still boarded a flight to Qingzhou in the early hours of the 16th. There were no direct flights from the capital to Qingzhou. He first had to fly to Liangzhou in Gansu province next to Qin province, and then transfer to a flight to Qingzhou. The total duration was 9 hours. By comparison, spatial abilities truly are essential for home. But leaving aside the fact that Jiang Ran hadn't seen Baiyu for 2 days, even if he could indeed replicate space with his current strength, he could not directly traverse from the capital to Qingzhou. He had already tried this during the final exam a few days ago, and with his current abilities, he could only move freely within a radius of 10 miles. Sigh. Thinking about it this way, Baiyu was indeed quite abnormal. By the time Jiang Ran set foot on the land of Qingzhou, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. He first went to a mall to buy a bunch of things, and then took a taxi back to his house in Qingzhou. He then slept. "Ouch, my head hurts. Feels like someone ambushed me while I was asleep." Jiang Ran groaned as he got up from bed, chugging down 2 large cups of water, before finally waking up. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he organized the things he bought in the afternoon, glanced at the time, and then headed out. "Hello again, and back to see you." It had started raining in Qingzhou at some point, pouring from around 5 or 6 in the evening until midnight, not letting up, and only getting heavier. Jiang Ran squatted on the ground under a black umbrella, rummaging through his ring for something. In front of him stood a tombstone. There was also an umbrella placed atop the tombstone to shield it from the rain. Arranging the items he bought in the afternoon neatly in front of the tombstone, Jiang Ran squatted there, not continuing to speak, quietly lost in thought for a few minutes. A minute past midnight, Jiang Ran stood up. "All right, I've looked, and I've spoken, so we'll be leaving now. You both just lie here peacefully." After saying that, without caring whether anyone responded, Jiang Ran turned and walked away. He showed no longing. The rain continued to fall, pattering on the umbrella over the tombstone, resembling a mysterious melody. On the tombstone, several powerful characters were clearly visible in the rain. Mother, when Runling, Father Jiang Fan's grave. Jiang Ran had originally planned to go back the same day, but an unexpected heavy rain disrupted his plans. Due to the thunderstorm, all flights in Qingzhou were canceled that night, so he had to stay another night. Just when he returned to his house, his phone in his pocket began to ring. "Aunt, happy birthday, Xiao Ran. Aunt, the situation here is special this year. I can't return for now. The birthday gift has been sent to the capital. Remember to pick it up when you return." "Uncle, happy birthday." "Uncle, the weather forecast says there will be thunderstorms in Qin province these days. Flights are likely grounded. If you want to go back to the capital, just let your uncle know, and he will arrange it." His elder uncle remained as practical and brief as ever, not even sending a single punctuation mark on WeChat, while Jiang Ran's bank account simultaneously received a large transfer. The note said, "Happy 18th birthday, treat yourself," while no need to save money for him. Grandfather, as always, had no news, and Jiang Ran had already gotten used to it. After all, this situation happened often in previous years. Accepting some of the transfers, Jiang Ran scrolled down and finally saw that at 1 minute past midnight, Yin Feng had sent him a message. He just hadn't seen it at the time. "Yin Feng, happy birthday, Jiang. Xiao Ran, remember to treat me to cake." Jiang Ran casually replied with an OK emoji before shutting his phone. As he went upstairs just as he turned on the light, he saw a certain white-haired man sitting on his bed, completely treating himself as a guest, legs crossed, playing with his phone. "Oh, you're back." Jiang Ran was momentarily stunned. "What are you doing here? Why can't I be here?" Bai's fingers moved quickly across the screen, creating a blur. "There's nothing much going on these days. I'm bored, so I came to find you." "I don't have anything fun here." "I'm not listening." Bai shook his head while playing. "Today is your birthday, and this is still your hometown. You have to take me to have fun for a day, right? Treat me to a meal, or something." "How did you know today is my birthday?" "Guess." Jiang Ran snatched his phone. "You're like a primary school student guessing and guessing." Hey, I haven't finished the game yet. I'm going to die, don't mess with me." Bai jumped up to snatch the phone, but Jiang Ran dodged, glancing down at the screen, and yep, still the familiar negative score. Is this necessary to continue? Better to surrender. Although he thought this in his heart, Jiang Ran still returned the phone to Bai. He had to give it back, otherwise if he lost later he'd be blamed. Few still saved. Bai sighed in relief after retrieving his phone. However, within 2 minutes the screen went completely dark. Bai nonchalantly put away his phone as if he had never played this round at all. Then he reached into the space and pulled out a white gift box the size of 2 palms and handed it to Jiang Ran. "Here, a birthday gift. Happy 18th birthday, Jiang Ran." Jiang Ran froze in place. He stood stunned for a full 3 seconds before snapping out of his shock. Yet he did not reach for the gift immediately. "What's inside?" Bai held his arm outstretched. "Open it yourself and find out." Jiang Ran glanced at him, then accepted the package. Without a second thought, even with the gift giver still standing beside him, he plopped down onto the bed and began unwrapping the box. Inside, a layer of velvet cushioned a single bracelet resting precisely at the center. The bracelet consisted of 2 slender flattened bands intertwined, one engraved with dense, indecipherable runes, the other smooth-surfaced, bearing a miniature sun symbol etched at its core. Jiang Ran picked it up with mild surprise, only then noticing a line of script inscribed along its inner rim. It was written in Arabic. Seeing Jiang Ran study it so intently, Bai leaned against the desk and arched a brow. "Well, don't you like it?" Jiang Ran let out an ambiguous snort. "It's passable." "Passable? What does that even mean?" Bai frowned. "This is my first ever gift to anyone. You must like it. No exceptions, no alternatives. You're such a nuisance." Though his words dripped with disdain, Jiang Ran slipped the bracelet onto his left wrist. Bai, observing this, finally relaxed and nodded satisfied. "Remember, you owe me dinner." "Huh." At those words, the faint warmth of gratitude that had flickered in Jiang Ran's chest moments earlier vanished entirely. "It's my birthday. I'm supposed to treat you." "That's absurd." "Not my problem," Bai huffed. "You will treat me. End of discussion." "Oh, shut up." Jiang Ran kicked out, sending Bai tumbling straight out the door. Rubbing his nose, Bai muttered, Fine. If you won't treat me, no need to kick so hard. It even bruised my backside. Truly unfair." The heavy downpour over Qin province arrived suddenly and persisted relentlessly. From the previous evening until noon the next day, the rain not only refused to cease, but intensified steadily. Jiang Ran curled up on the sofa, citing the torrential weather as his excuse to flatly reject Bai's plea to go out. Rejected without mercy, Bai crouched silently before the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing idle circles, a silhouette steeped in melancholy. Jiang Ran didn't spare him even a glance, fingers flying across his phone screen. "Jiang Jingji, ugh. This endless rain is maddening. My winter break travel plans collapsed before they even began." Jiang Jingji and Jiang Jingxing lived in Ning province, where intermittent rainfall over the past 3 days had accumulated to nearly half a year's total precipitation. Jiang Ran seriously irritating. The damn rain chose now to pour. Jiang Jingxing, huh? Isn't Beijing clear these days? Jiang Ran, not in Beijing. I've returned to Qingzhou. Jiang Jingji, Qingzhou, the one in Qin province. Then you're practically next door? Come visit me, Jiang Ran. I'll arrange everything flawlessly. Jiang Ran, no. Jiang Jingji, why not? Don't you miss me? Sure Yin miss you. You fool. Whose idle mind would ever dwell on you? Jiang Jingji, go to hell. You loser, don't even have the nerve to speak. Watching the two inexplicably reignite their squabble in the group chat, Jiang Ran's eye twitched. Ever since finals, Jiang Jingji and Shi Yin had been locked in bitter rivalry. No matter what either said, the other inevitably surfaced to deliver a barbed retort. Predictably, every such exchange spiraled into an all-out war of vitriolic banter. Once or twice it might have amused, but repeated ad nauseum, even Jiang Ran grew weary, wondering if the pair suffered some profound psychological affliction. So just as Shi Yin and Jiang Jingji prepared to launch another round of verbal sparring, Jiang Ran tapped rapidly across his screen, activating his admin privileges to mute them both instantly. Jiang Jingxing, well done. Even Jiang Xing, yeah. The quietest member who rarely chimed in, surfaced briefly. Jiang Qingye finally, silence. Clearly, even the most reserved among them had long endured Shi Yan and Jiang Jingji's infantile antics. With Jiang Jingji silenced, Jiang Jingxing and Jiang Ran conversed with newfound ease. Jiang Jingxing Wai Qingzhou. Didn't you plan to spend Spring Festival in Beijing? Jiang Ran nothing urgent, just came back to visit. I'd originally intended a same-day round trip, but then the rain struck. So now I'm stuck. Jiang Ran paused mid-typing. Wait, something felt amiss. His gaze swept the entire living room, finally landing on Baiyu crouched beside the curtain of the floor-to-ceiling window. What are you doing squatting there? Jiang Ran sighed. Baiyu didn't turn around. Leave me be. I'm contemplating the essence of life. Jiang Ran leapt off the sofa and peered over Baiyu's shoulder, finding nothing remarkable. Actually, I've reconsidered. I should treat you to dinner. It's pouring outside. Hardly any restaurants are open. What exactly would we eat? Jiang Ran rubbed his nose, recognizing his own morning excuse verbatim. Qingzhou may be drenched, but Beijing is clear. We can simply return there for dinner. In that instant it dawned on Jiang Ran though flights were grounded by the storm, wasn't there another option? Baiyu, the ultimate mode of transport, swift, seamless, indispensable for any journey. Baiyu ceased drawing circles and turned slowly, locking eyes with Jiang Ran. You wouldn't seriously intend to have me teleport you back to Beijing, then renege on your promise? Freer-eyed me. Jiang Ran nearly choked on his own saliva. Damn, it was exactly what he'd planned. He'd thought it, yet would never admit it. Absolutely not. You're overthinking it. Jiang Ran widened his eyes, striving for utter sincerity. Do I strike you as the sort who exploits others' generosity? Of course not. I swear if I say I'll treat you, I will. Trust me. Baiyu scrutinized him twice. Then under Jiang Ran's unwavering, earnest gaze reluctantly agreed. Satisfied, Jiang Ran declared, then let's go. We'll catch dinner right on time. Fine, fine. I'll grant you one chance. Baiyu brushed dust from his trousers and rose. Nothing else to pack. I offer 0 after-service support. No, let's go. Though Beijing basked in clear skies, its temperatures plunged far below Qingzhou's daytime readings, even dipping below freezing. Baiyu, ever cunning, feared Jiang Ran might bolt, so he teleported them directly into the restaurant. Jiang Ran could only sigh in resignation. Fine, just one meal. Let him eat his fill. It wouldn't bankrupt him. Midway through dinner, Baiyu's chopsticks paused midair, then he turned toward the window. Puzzled, Jiang Ran followed his gaze, and realized only then that delicate white snowflakes had begun drifting silently beyond the glass. Is it snowing? Jiang Ran was a bit surprised. Isn't it a clear sunny day? The sun is still hanging up there. How could it suddenly start snowing? This is the first snow of the winter this year. Baiyu didn't think too much about it. He directly put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, and started taking pictures of the snow outside. Is it snowing? Jiang Ran was a bit surprised. Isn't it a clear sunny day? The sun is still hanging up there. How could it suddenly start snowing? Jiang Ran didn't expect Baiyu to be so leisurely. Watching him change angles and snap several pictures, Jiang Ran finally couldn't hold back. Why don't you go outside to take pictures? What can you capture from here? I won't. Baiyu completely ignored him. It's so cold outside, my hands will freeze. I'm not going out. I just want to take a couple of random shots. It's not like I'm entering a photography competition. Fine, do whatever you want. Aunt Jiang Siggy sent a gift to Uncle Jiang Yukin's address, and Jiang Ran happened to receive it when he returned home. It seems Uncle mentioned that he would be spending the new year here this year. Compared to others, Jiang Ran's birthdays are quite ordinary every year. It's just that his uncle, aunt, and grandfather send him a mysterious gift, then his elder uncle transfers a large sum of money, and others who know send a few blessings. That's how it goes. Except for a few big birthday parties Jiang Ran had when he was younger, this is how it has been for many years. Although for others it feels like he didn't celebrate at all. Jiang Ran doesn't celebrate his birthday not because the day before is special, but because he feels it doesn't really matter whether he celebrates or not. Even before his parents passed away, his home was basically empty. Everyone had countless important things to attend to and couldn't spare time to celebrate his birthday. It's not that his birthday isn't important, it's just that compared to matters related to the country, an ordinary birthday seems somewhat trivial. Thus for Jiang Ran, every year, whether it's the New Year, a festival, or his birthday, he is always alone. There's really no need to celebrate. This year is relatively special. Not only did he receive gifts from people other than his aunt and uncle, but he also went out to a restaurant for a meal. He wasn't alone. This can be considered a pretty good birthday. Uncle Jiang Yueqin was as busy as ever today, having sent Jiang Ran 2 messages in the early morning and then disappearing. He didn't even know if he had replied to the messages. Jiang Ran took the items sent by his aunt upstairs and sat on the carpet to unpack. Every time Aunt Jiang Siggy sends gifts, they are always exquisite and exceptionally practical items. Many of the little trinkets in Jiang Ran's ring were contributed by her. However, this year's birthday gift was somewhat unexpected for Jiang Ran. It was a sword. This sword was a light silver color, its blade appearing as if it was forged from ice crystals radiating irregular starlight under the illumination. At the hilt was embedded a green crystal. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that green energy was flowing within. Jiang Ran looked at it somewhat puzzled as to why his aunt would give him this. Could it be she saw his previous matches and thought he really liked using swords? He might not understand, but after all it was his aunt's intention, so Jiang Ran decided to accept it. Reaching out to take it out of the box, as soon as Jiang Ran's fingers touched the hilt, an icy chill surged through his fingertips into his body. Jiang Ran couldn't help but gasp. Yet instead of letting go, he tightened his grip on the sword. This must be something good. Feeling the rampant chill within him, Jiang Ran's eyes sparkled. No wonder his aunt wanted to give him this. Putting aside its power, just the overwhelming coldness alone indicated this sword was extraordinary. Sensing Jiang Ran's tightening grip, the sword appeared even more displeased, its intent to resist quite evident, causing the temperature in the room to drop significantly. Feeling its resistance, Jiang Ran smiled, and a burst of green energy erupted from his body, directly shattering the invading chill. After defeating the intruder, the green energy, still unwilling to relent, surged up Jiang Ran's hand and began to invade the sword from the opposite direction. The momentum had instantly reversed. I must say, if this sword had consciousness, it would definitely be quite a character. Upon sensing the opponent's strength, the blade trembled slightly, and then became as still as death. Jiang Ran chuckled, flicking the blade. Is this how you concede? Not going to resist a bit more? The sword ignored him. Jiang Ran smiled even more triumphantly. Tisk, you better behave well in my hands from now on. I will treat you well, and ensure you gain fame alongside me. Seeing the sword still ignoring him, Jiang Ran wasn't angry. He simply tossed it into his ring. Alright, the big pie is drawn, now go inside and collect dust. Around 11 at night, the snow outside had turned from light flurries into a heavy snowfall. When Jiang Yueqin returned, the living room was still lit. As usual, Jiang Ran was snuggled in his pajamas on the sofa waiting for him. Oh, uncle even bought me a cake. Jiang Ran peeked out upon hearing the commotion and saw Jiang Yueqin in clean clothes holding a cake in his left hand as he entered the living room. Seeing Jiang Ran, Jiang Yueqin's originally indifferent face revealed a smile. Happy birthday. Jiang Ran climbed up from the sofa as Jiang Yueqin placed the cake on the coffee table, unpacked it, and took out the candles he had specifically requested to be sent. Jiang Ran blinked. Although he felt this was a bit childish, it seemed like uncle still treated him as a child. But despite the childishness, Jiang Ran felt a bit warm inside. He knew Jiang Yueqin usually didn't come home at night when he was busy, especially since he hadn't replied to any messages during the day. It was clear he had been very busy. Yet he still returned before midnight, even specially buying a cake. Jiang Yueqin inserted the candles and lit them with a lighter. Then he took out his phone, pointed the camera at Jiang Ran, and initiated a video call. Jiang Ran sat obediently and didn't rush to blow out the candles. The ringing lasted a few seconds before being answered. Sister, Jiang Yueqin called out. A short-haired woman who looked slightly tired appeared on the screen. Even though Jiang Ran couldn't see her, he still obediently called out, Aunt. Happy birthday, Xiao Ran. Quickly blow out the candles and make a wish, otherwise time will pass. Jiang Siggy rubbed her face to make herself look less tired. Jiang Ran responded with an symbolically closed his eyes, counted to 3, opened them, and blew out the candles on the cake. Meanwhile, Jiang Siggy had already taken a bunch of screenshots. What did Xiao Ran wish for? Tell your aunt, and I will make it come true. Jiang Siggy's voice was filled with laughter. Jiang Ran chuckled. I won't tell you all. Birthday wishes can't be revealed. Alright, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Jiang Siggy didn't press further. Did you receive the gift I sent you? How is it? Do you like it? I like it a lot. Jiang Ran replied without hesitation. I feel like it, and I are simply a match made in heaven. Together we will be unstoppable. That's good to hear. Jiang Siggy wanted to say more, but suddenly several urgent knocks on the door sounded in the background. Jiang Ran heard it and immediately said, Aunt, you go ahead and be busy. I'm going to eat cake with uncle, so I won't tempt you with video calls. When you have time, remember to get me a cake too. Jiang Siggy's expression slightly changed upon hearing the knocking, but her voice remained gentle. Alright, don't worry, even if it's not 1 cake, I can get you 10. Then she exchanged a glance with Jiang Yueqin, who had been using his phone as a stand, and they nodded at each other, silently greeting one another. After that, the video call was ended. How's the situation over there? We have already dispatched 2 teams for support, but the situation is still somewhat grim. Jiang Siggy frowned as she listened. The person behind her immediately explained, "The main issue is that the rain is getting heavier, which adds significant difficulty to the rescue efforts. Moreover, if it continues like this, it's hard to say whether it will lead to other disasters." "Then let the rain stop." Jiang Siggy made a decisive command after pondering for less than half a second. At the same time, strengthen the vigilance at the W04 restricted area and report any abnormalities immediately. Understood. At 0002, several familiar trending topics surged up again. Liangzhou has experienced a 5.9 magnitude earthquake. Liangzhou earthquake, heavy rain, mudslide occurred at Gutsong Mountain. Jiang Ran had just finished showering and was drying her hair while checking her phone, seeing these news alerts. Jiang Ran slightly furrowed her brows. Liangzhou, Gutsong Mountain. Isn't the W04 restricted area right there? Although the news didn't mention the restricted area, it seemed that this earthquake had nothing to do with it. But for some reason, whenever she thought of the W04 restricted area, Jiang Ran's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Earthquake, heavy rain, mudslides. Jiang Ran dried her hair and recalled what her aunt Jiang Siggy had said yesterday morning. She mentioned that the situation over there was special and that she couldn't return for the time being. Just now someone knocked on her office door during the video call, probably because of the earthquake in Liangzhou. Putting everything together, Jiang Ran could roughly guess what the situation was like. It was likely that the entire Northwest had not been stable for the past 6 months. Although some lower-level disasters wouldn't be reported, there surely were people involved over there. Thinking of her uncle, whom she hadn't seen for almost a whole year, and her grandfather, who was always elusive, Jiang Ran felt that compared to them, her little uncle was quite at ease. Fortunately, these were her inner thoughts, and Jiang Yueqin couldn't hear them. Otherwise, he would be handling sudden or special events across the country for 20 hours a day, and spending the other 2 hours playing cat and mouse with various cults. Even Commander Jiang, who had to squeeze out time to buy a cake for his nephew's birthday amidst his busy schedule, would surely feel emo. On WeChat, several messages popped up. "Sure, Yin, Liangzhou has had an earthquake. Did you feel it strongly in Qingzhou? Are you okay? Sure, Yin, hey, where are you? Xiang Jingxing, Qingzhou is too close to Liangzhou. Why don't you come to me? They'll send someone to pick you up." It was only then that Jiang Ran remembered that they didn't know she was back in the capital. But it wasn't entirely her fault for forgetting. As soon as she arrived, Bai had dragged her out for a meal. Then in the afternoon, she had opened a package and gained some inspiration from the sword. In short, she had an epiphany. Therefore, from the afternoon to the evening, Jiang Ran diligently and disciplinedly worked on improving her strength. Cultivation, after all, required a state of mind that was free of distractions and forgetting the passage of time, let alone thinking about telling them where she was and what she was doing. "Look at how this turned out," she replied to Xiang Jingxing first. Jiang Ran, "No need, I've returned to the capital. It's very safe here." Jiang Ran, "What about you guys? If you're scared, you can come to the capital and stay with me." Then she replied to Shi Yan. This time she didn't say a word, she just sent a photo from her album, a crucian carp weighing at least 2 pounds. Within 2 seconds of sending the message, Shi Yan's reply came back. Shi Yan, I was worried about you, so worried that I couldn't sleep, fearing that you got knocked out by the earthquake and no one was around to save you. But you took half a day to reply because you were fishing. Shi Yan, do you have any humanity left? Any brotherly loyalty? I'm really furious. Shi Yan, unless you tell me your location, don't expect me to forgive you. Jiang Ran, I'm in Qingzhou, but I'm currently in the capital and can't take you over. Shi Yan. The entire WeChat chat went quiet. The next day, Jiang Ran, who had slept until noon, rubbed her belly and went downstairs, and sure enough, she was the only one left in the entire house. Skillfully leaning back on the sofa, she took out her phone to order takeout. However, before she could open the takeout app, a news alert from 2 minutes ago caught her eye. It was the list of individuals who had been missing for more than 12 hours in the Liangzhou earthquake. On this list, Jiang Ran caught sight of a very familiar name. Li Kai, phone number 143. If it weren't for the series of personal information following it, Jiang Ran would have thought it was just someone with the same name. After all, the name Li Kai is quite common and surely has a high duplication rate in the Dragon Country. But upon seeing the phone number, Jiang Ran was certain. This was the Li Kai who was her deskmate in high school. For a moment, Jiang Ran felt a headache coming on. Li Kai's hometown was also in Qingzhou, and although Qingzhou was very close to Liangzhou, there were still over 100 kilometers in between. What was Li Kai doing in Liangzhou? And how coincidentally did he happen to be there during the earthquake? Jiang Ran suddenly felt that among the people she knew, very few were without some sort of misfortune. Sigh. Jiang Ran slumped back on the sofa, losing her appetite for takeout. Why is everything? She took a screenshot of the entire list and sent it to Jiang Siggy. Then Jiang Ran rummaged through her phone album for quite a while before she finally found a photo that clearly showed Li Kai's features and sent it along. After telling her aunt to remember to inform her if this person was found, Jiang Ran took a deep breath and decided not to neglect her own appetite. Just as the takeout arrived, her aunt's message came back. But it wasn't news of finding anyone. "Aunt, this list is what I asked someone to compile and send out. We have roughly grasped the locations these individuals were in before going missing, which is between Gutsong Mountain and another mountain. And we have already sent people to search 3 times without finding anyone. Finally, we found a space system awakener to check it out, and the response was that it was very likely a naturally occurring area of spatial chaos." Without needing Jiang Siggy to say the rest, Jiang Ran had already understood. These missing individuals were most likely caught in the chaotic area. The newly formed chaotic areas are the most disordered in terms of space. Those inside cannot come out, and it is also very difficult for outsiders to enter. Although Jiang Siggy said they were still trying to find the entrance to the chaotic area, Jiang Ran couldn't help but feel a bit heavy-hearted. Don't be fooled by how simple the chaotic area they encountered in Haixing seemed. Aside from the spatial disarray, there were hardly any terrifying aspects. That was only because that particular area was artificially created and had already been abandoned, which couldn't be compared to those naturally occurring ones in the wild. If one had to describe it, it would be the difference between a robotic vacuum cleaner and a transformer. To put it nicely, one could say they are both robots. To be more realistic, even 100 robotic vacuum cleaners combined would not be able to withstand a single punch from a transformer. Boom! The sky over Liangzhou in Hubei province was pitch black. Even though it was only 2 o'clock, the continuous rumbling of thunder echoed endlessly. From the perspective of the neighboring provinces, dark thunderbolts flashed one after another across the sky of Hubei. It seemed as if some powerful figure was undergoing tribulation transcendence. Minutes later, a blue beam of light shot up from a location in Hubei, piercing through the clouds. The entire cloud layer began to tremble. The roaring thunder finally ceased. If anyone looked up at that moment, they would see something moving within the thick clouds. After another 2 minutes, the cloud layer over Hubei suddenly began to dissipate. Large patches of cold sunlight poured down. At the same time, the torrential rain that had plagued the northwest region for several consecutive days also came to an end. Mission accomplished, awaiting further instructions. Stay there for now, waiting for orders. Received. Few, is it winter or not? Can someone give me an accurate season? In a certain grove, Jiang Ran wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he was in the capital, he still needed to wear a down jacket and thermal pants. Now that he was here in the woods, he had even removed the inner lining of his tactical jacket. Yet, after just a few steps, he was already slightly sweating. Continuing to walk towards the front right, Jiang Ran suddenly stopped. "Come out." The previously swaying branches immediately froze, followed by a surprised voice, "Jiang Ran." Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Ran let out a light sigh. He initially thought the person merely resembled someone he knew, but to his surprise it was indeed the real person. "What are you doing here?" Looking at Jiang Qingye, who was slowly walking out from behind the tree, Jiang Ran felt an even worse headache. If it had been Xiang Jingji or Xiang Jingxing, he would have found it completely normal. After all, Ning province, where the two of them were located, was quite close, so it was not impossible for Xiang Jingji to suddenly have a whim to embark on a jungle adventure. But Jiang Qingye, wasn't he in He province? If he recalled correctly, He province was several thousand kilometers away from here. A top-level social phobic who was not good with words and hardly interacted with others, suddenly running thousands of kilometers to the deep mountains and forests was undeniably strange. Jiang Ran suddenly became serious. "Stop, don't explain why you're here first. First you need to prove to me that you are really Jiang Qingye." "Jiang Qingye? What do you mean prove that I am myself? How do I prove that?" Seemingly thinking of Jiang Qingye's character, Jiang Ran's eyes shifted, and he changed his approach. "How about this? I'll ask you a question, and if you answer it correctly, it proves you're the real deal. Today during the day, how many times did Shi Yan and Xiang Jingji argue?" Jiang Ran's gaze was sharp. This question was actually easy to answer. The other party only needed to guess. Even if they guessed wrong, they could just say they weren't paying attention or remembered incorrectly, easily passing off without trouble. Without thinking, Jiang Qingye replied, "Not even once." Why not? Faced with Jiang Ran's relentless questioning, Jiang Qingye appeared helpless because they were muted by you in the early hours and haven't been unmuted till now. Jiang Ran relaxed. Yes, confirmed this was the genuine Jiang Qingye, not someone impersonating him. "So why are you here?" Jiang Ran took a couple of steps closer and asked. Jiang Qingye succinctly replied, "Looking for someone." Looking for someone. Although Jiang Ran was eager to ask who he was looking for, he thought better of it and held back. Forget it, forget it. He didn't ask why Jiang Qingye was here, yet he kept pressing him. After all, everyone could have friends. "Then let's go together." Jiang Ran changed the subject. "Okay. The two of them walked in one direction for a full 2 hours, finally emerging from the hot and humid woods that made one feel irritable just by standing in them. They arrived at a slightly open area. Just as Jiang Qingye was about to continue forward, Jiang Ran pulled him back. Jiang Qingye turned to look at him in confusion. Jiang Ran's expression was somewhat serious. No need to go any further. I can sense the entrance now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingye's pupils slightly dilated. Found it. They found it just like that. Despite his usual trust in Jiang Ran, at this moment Jiang Qingye couldn't help but feel a ripple of unease. Why would he travel a long way to find someone? Was it not because the authorities had used various means, but still couldn't locate anyone? Even if it was not anyone's fault, Jiang Qingye simply could not wait any longer, so he flew over directly to search. Although he was insignificant compared to the authorities, what if? Coming here to test his luck was certainly better than staying at home feeling anxious. But who knew not only did he run into Jiang Ran, but Jiang Ran also found the entrance just by casually glancing around. When did Jiang Ran's luck become so extraordinary? Jiang Ran did not pay much attention to Jiang Qingye's expression, nor did he know that his inner thoughts were so rich. If Jiang Ran had known, he would have jumped up and given him a throw. What is luck? This is clearly skill, okay? Seeing that Jiang Ran remained still after finishing his sentence, Jiang Qingye had to temporarily set aside his doubts. So where is the entrance? 15 meters to the front right. Jiang Ran did not hesitate for a second, but after speaking he paused and added now it's 35 meters to the left front. Noticing Jiang Qingye wanted to move again, Jiang Ran gripped his hand with a bit more strength. What are you trying to do? Looking for someone. Jiang Qingye's tone was as calm as ever, but his tense body betrayed him. He was anxious. How can you be sure the person is inside? Under Jiang Qingye's surprised gaze, Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. In other words, how do you think there is only one chaotic place here? Jiang Qingye was taken aback. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but unsure if he opted. Are you wondering why so many people have searched multiple times without finding anything, yet I come and find it? Jiang Ran smiled at his hesitant expression. Jiang Qingye found it hard to meet Jiang Ran's gaze, and looked away, finally squeezing out an from his throat after a while. Jiang Ran laughed. Of course it's because I didn't discover it as someone else told me. After saying this he added, however, I can still sense where the entrance is, just not as accurately. Jiang Ran's words finally eased some of the doubts in Jiang Qingye's heart. If Jiang Ran had said that it was because he was better than others, that others were useless, Jiang Qingye would not have rebutted him, as it was indeed something Jiang Ran might say. Nonetheless, a lingering doubt always hovered in Jiang Qingye's heart. Even if Jiang Ran had taken the initiative to test him when they first met, there was no rule stating that one couldn't take the initiative to test someone while impersonating another. Jiang Qingye replied sullenly, so what are you planning to do? What else can I do? Jiang Ran had one hand in his pocket, while tightly gripping Jiang Qingye with the other, afraid that if he let his guard down this kid would just run off. Of course I will directly shake them down. The task of finding someone and bringing them back safely is not mine. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Jiang Ran felt the approach of several individuals who arrived within 10 minutes. The leader seemed to know him and took the initiative to greet him. Jiang Ran did not recognize him, but it was likely that these people had been informed about him beforehand, perhaps even shown his photograph. This is for the best, at least it avoids some classic scenes from novels. Although he did not mind the trope of slapping the Dragon King, and even looked forward to it a bit, such foolish plots were better avoided in this place. Young Master Jiang, just call me Rongli. Rongli was tall with well-defined features, speaking in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, exuding a unique military aura just by standing there. Jiang Ran nodded, aware that everyone's time was precious, and directly moved to the point. I sensed 3 different entrances, but there are at least 5 chaotic areas present here. Are there other ways to find the entrances? Rongli inquired calmly. There are, but I cannot do it. Jiang Ran admitted decisively, we need to shake someone out. After a moment of thought, Jiang Ran added, however, the person may not be able to arrive immediately, so I suggest we first explore the 3 chaotic areas I discovered. Rong Li's expression was neither disappointed nor pleasantly surprised. He maintained his calm demeanor. However, his next words unsettled Jiang Ran somewhat. Young Master Jiang, our orders are to enter and find people, bringing them out. At the same time, we are instructed to keep an eye on you and prevent you from entering. Jiang Ran, what does that mean, throwing him under the bus? He found the entrance, and now they're saying he can't go. The reason Jiang Ran stopped Jiang Qingye and called for assistance was simply to find a helper, not to completely kick him out. Ahem. Jiang Ran pulled Rongli aside and lowered his voice. Actually, sometimes you don't need to follow orders so strictly. Besides, think about it, since I can find the entrance, I can definitely find the exit too. Letting me in would be the wisest choice. I won't slow you down, and will help save time. Rongli listened quietly, and after Jiang Ran finished speaking he nodded. Before the light in Jiang Ran's eyes could brighten, Rong Li coldly replied, "Sorry, young Master Jiang, our orders are as such. Military orders are like mountains, and I will not allow you to enter." After saying that without giving Jiang Ran a chance to rebut, Rong Li turned and signaled to the remaining 5, who nodded to each other and swiftly split into 3 small groups. With Rong Li was a dark-skinned man with a buzz cut who flashed a polite smile at Jiang Ran and asked, "Young Master Jiang, may I ask where the 3 entrances are located?" Jiang Ran rolled his eyes inwardly. "I don't know, I can't see them." "Don't joke around, young Master Jiang," the buzzcut man said with a smile, appearing much easier to talk to than Rong Li. "Your friend is likely inside. The situation is unclear, and you wouldn't want anything to happen to your friend due to a little delay, would you?" "Good talking, my ass." Jiang Ran took a deep breath, feeling utterly helpless. One is half a meter beside the second tree on the right, one is 8 meters directly ahead, and the last one is 2 meters to the left of the 6th tree on the right. "All right, thank you for your cooperation." The buzzcut man nodded, and the other 2 groups also heard Jiang Ran's words. After obtaining Rong Li's consent, they headed towards the right front together. One group disappeared after taking a few steps, while another group walked forward for more than 10 meters before also vanishing without a trace. "Young Master Jiang, please wait here with your friends, or return to the foot of the mountain. Do not proceed forward." After Rong Li finished speaking, he did not care whether Jiang Ran agreed or not, and walked straight ahead. Jiang Qingye frowned and looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran shrugged at him, but his hand hanging at his side subtly curled. Jiang Qingye was slightly taken aback, but showed no sign of it. He moved a couple of steps closer to Jiang Ran and spoke in a slightly anxious tone. "Are we really just going to wait here?" Jiang Ran pouted, clearly unhappy. "What else can we do? They won't let me enter. Honestly, they're making too much of a fuss. I'm already an adult, I'm not that fragile, and yet they keep saying no to everything. And that guy Rong, he's really rigid. Why did they send him to lead? I really don't understand." Jiang Ran continued to grumble, without pause, while his left hand secretly pinched Jiang Qingye's sleeve. Rong Li must have heard what Jiang Ran said, but Jiang Ran's intention was for him to hear it. Rong Li's steps remained steady, unaffected by Jiang Ran's unabashed complaints. Jiang Ran squinted slightly as he watched the backs of the 2. In his line of sight, the open space in front of him was densely filled with many glowing dots. They were constantly shifting positions, some shining like small suns at times, while at others dimming, as if they might disappear at any moment. This was the entrance to the realm of chaotic spacetime. Jiang Ran had previously mentioned at least 5, but that was an underestimate. Just the ones he could see were already more than 10. However, Jiang Ran did not reveal this. It wasn't that he was acting coy or throwing a tantrum about not wanting to inform them and secretly entering. It was simply that Jiang Ran could sense that aside from the 3 he mentioned earlier, he couldn't enter any of the others. Some fools still thought these chaotic areas were always in an open state, but that was far from the truth. Their openings were extremely irregular. Sometimes they did remain open waiting for unsuspecting individuals, but more often they would open for just a second, and then close for a year and a half. Otherwise, the number of people who went missing each year due to accidentally entering chaotic spaces would be astronomical. It's actually quite simple to open a chaotic area that is in a closed state. The realm of chaotic space-time is a special space where both time and space are completely distorted. As long as these 2 types of extraordinary abilities appear near the entrance and stimulate the already stable chaotic area, the entrance will open. The disappearance of the 2 groups earlier was due to Jiang Ran exerting force from behind, causing those 2 entrances to open for just a second. As for the other entrances, no matter how much Jiang Ran stimulated them in secret, they remained utterly unresponsive. Seeing that Rong Li and the others were about to reach the glowing dots, a glimmer of silver flashed in Jiang Ran's eyes. The legs of Rong Li suddenly halted midair. Jiang Ran pulled Jiang Qingye, who hadn't reacted. "Let's go in." Once Jiang Ran and Jiang Qingye's figures disappeared, Rong Li and the buzzcut man returned from their frozen state. But they seemed unaware of what had just happened, keeping their feet in the same position as they stepped forward. In the next second, both of them also vanished without a trace. Rong Li only felt as if he had passed through an invisible membrane, and in the next moment the world before him suddenly turned upside down. The environment was still the same. They were still in a jungle facing a clearing. Yet everything was completely opposite to before. The trees grew upside down, their roots reaching for the sky, branches pointing downward. All the trees were overturned, suspended above the ground. In the sky, it was not the sun that shone, but a moon instead. And not just one. 7 moons hung in the sky in all directions, each one different in appearance. There were crescent moons, full moons, and even square ones. But none of this was enough to make Rong Li feel anxious until his gaze swept across the top of an inverted tree. The crew-cut man beside him stared with eyes wide as Saucer's young master Jiang. Jiang Ran was not feeling good either. He had been grateful that he had copied Jiang Yukin's time in the morning, and now it was just the right moment to use it. However, before he could rejoice for even a second, he suddenly found himself flipped over head down and feet up. Damn it! Jiang Ran muttered under his breath. This position made the blood rush to his head, leaving him a bit dazed, and even feeling nauseous. But this was not what bothered him the most. What truly troubled him was that aside from him, whether it was Jiang Xingye who he had dragged in with him, or Rong Li and the crew-cut man beside him, they all appeared normal. Only he was forced into this upside-down position, unable to move no matter how hard he struggled. Wasn't this just giving others a reason to laugh at him? In that instant, Jiang Ran suddenly felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, Jiang Xingye was not one of the other three fellows. Otherwise, they could mock him for an entire year. Watching Jiang Ran hanging upside down like the trees around him, Rong Li's temples throbbed twice. He finally understood why they had specifically told him before coming that if Jiang Ran did anything unusual, he must suppress his emotions and try to avoid talking to him, maintaining silence instead. Initially, Rong Li had thought that this kid whom they valued so highly might be an arrogant second-generation official, the kind who could cause trouble and was oblivious to others. But upon meeting Jiang Ran for the first time, he had dismissed that thought. Then through their subsequent communication and Jiang Ran's behavior of secretly mocking him from behind after he had refused Jiang Ran's request to follow Rong Li, had formed an image of him as a child who was stable, yet somewhat naive. From Rong Li's understanding of such personalities, they often behaved obediently in front of others and would not do anything shocking. However, the slap to the face came so swiftly. How on earth did Jiang Ran get in here? What are you all standing there for? Think of a way to get me down. Jiang Ran struggled fruitlessly for a long time, and looking up saw that all three of them were standing there dazed, staring up at him. Jiang Xingye was the first to come back to his senses. Although he was curious about the momentary rigidity of the two earlier, he also knew it was not the time to ask those questions. Jiang Xingye was the first to come back to his senses. Although he was curious about the momentary rigidity of the two earlier, he also knew it was not the time to ask those questions. However, when Jiang Xingye approached Jiang Ran, he was once again at a loss. He had no idea how to help. Looking at Jiang Ran's face, which was red from blood rushing to his head, Rong Li sighed inwardly. Yusheng. Got it. The crew-cut man Fu Yusheng responded, and stepped towards Jiang Ran. But with just one step, he suddenly appeared more than 10 meters away, and his posture also changed to the same upside-down position as Jiang Ran. Fu Yusheng. Oh no. Rong Li. Jiang Ran. Not you, buddy. After a struggle that still couldn't shake off this cursed position, Fu Yusheng began to empathize with Jiang Ran. Realizing he couldn't resolve this on his own, he urgently shouted, "Li, go save me." Rong Li felt an even worse headache coming on. Shut up. First, Rong Li wanted his clumsy teammate to be quiet. He glanced at the ground, thought for a moment, and tentatively threw an attack toward Fu Yusheng. Bang! The tree beside Jiang Ran, nearly 10 centimeters away from him, fell in half. Jiang Ran fell silent for a moment, watching the trunk thicker than the combined width of the two of him being neatly cut. Captain Rong, if you have any objections to me, you can just say, so you don't need to do this. Rong Li's face darkened, but he said nothing and waved his hand, sending another attack towards Jiang Ran. But this time the attack did not change direction and flew straight towards Jiang Ran. Jiang Xingye, standing beside Jiang Ran, instinctively drew his knife to block it, only for the world in his eyes to flip upside down the next second. Great! The upside-down army gained another member. Watching the attack that was about to hit him and looking at the two hanging beside him, Jiang Ran felt utterly helpless. Teammates, a bunch of teammates. At the same time, Rong Li also felt helpless. He waved his hand, and the originally unstoppable attack dissipated instantly. Seeing that Rong Li still wanted to do something, Jiang Ran immediately shouted, "You are not allowed to move again." Rong Li's actions paused. Jiang Ran quickly continued, "You don't move around, just stand there obediently. Yes, stand still and at attention." Rong Li, what do you want to do? Self-rescue, what else? Watching Rong Li really stand still and not move around, Jiang Ran took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Though he had copied the time, this ability was still too much for him, who was in the river realm. Forget about reversing time like Jiang Yuqin did a few minutes ago. Even pausing time, Jiang Ran could only do it for a brief minute. Moreover, it was an indiscriminate pause for everyone. Unless someone was touched by him, that person could be exempted from the time pause. And now they were in a chaotic space, visibly twisted around them. If he had copied space, it would have been simple to resolve, but he happened to possess time. Gosh, couldn't they send over a few awakeners with spatial abilities? Look at this Rong Li, and then that dark-faced man, they are just clumsy teammates. Jiang Ran desperately sensed the flow of time around him, hoping to use the power of time to return the three of them to their state, before being upside down. However, it was simply too chaotic here. It was even more tangled than hundreds of balls of yarn intertwined. Forget about finding a specific timeline. He could hardly even perceive the traces of time. Jiang Ran felt the anger rise within him again. Damn it, he truly did not believe it. Wasn't it just a little chaotic space? How could the esteemed young master Jiang not handle it? Jiang Ran, activate your powers for me. You're so noisy. Those 3 simple words almost made Jiang Ran spit out blood. I see you are practicing your body by doing a handstand. Jiang Ran. His already congested head was provoked by those casual words and nearly shut down. Hurry up. Jiang Ran's voice started to lose strength. I feel like I'm seeing stars in front of my eyes. Well, that's good, you can enjoy the starry sky without looking up. As soon as the voice in his head finished speaking, Jiang Ran felt a sudden loss of control over his body. Then he flipped in midair and returned to a normal standing position. Beside him, Jiang Qingye and Fu Yuxing watched Jiang Ran suddenly regain his ability to move. Before they could even ask how he did it, the tight restraints on their bodies suddenly vanished. Fu Yuxing fell headfirst to the ground. Jiang Qingye fared slightly better, supporting himself with his hands on the ground to avoid the tragedy of landing face first. From the moment Jiang Ran lost control of his body to when the two regained their freedom, less than half a minute had passed. Jiang Ran stood on the ground, feeling the control over his body return to him. Why didn't I bleed this time? Not only did he not bleed, he felt no pain at all. He had no sensation throughout his body. Was it because the time was too short? For such a trivial matter, there's no need to make such a big deal about it. Oh, so it's such a trivial matter. Just say it was because he was too useless to handle even this. Jiang Ran secretly pouted. You should just continue sleeping, it's better if you don't speak. It would be even better if you could wake me up less. Jiang Ran didn't want to talk to him anymore, and maximized his perception, trying to capture the timeline. After a moment, he finally opened his eyes, slowly lifted his leg, and took a step forward. Nothing happened. Rong Li's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. Then he saw Jiang Ran, after taking that step, without any hesitation, directly started to walk forward in large strides. His speed was so fast that it almost seemed like he was about to run. Rong Li's heart began to fluctuate again. Good heavens, couldn't you be a bit more cautious? Don't you know how Fu Yuxing ended up in that handstand position just now? Under the astonished, confused, or worried gazes of Rong Li, Fu Yuxing and Jiang Qingye, Jiang Ran walked unhesitatingly to Fu Yuxing's side. He took a close look at him. Fu Yuxing, who had already gotten up from the ground, blinked. What would happen? Did I get... Jiang Ran remained silent, continuing to look at him. Jiang Qingye glanced at Jiang Ran, and then at Fu Yuxing, hesitating whether to approach. Rong Li was also somewhat puzzled, unable to understand what Fu Yuxing had done to attract the young master's attention. Fu Yuxing, who was being stared at by Jiang Ran, clearly became more flustered. Young Master Jiang, please stop looking at me, it's putting a lot of pressure on me. Looking at you won't cost me a piece of meat. What pressure could there be? Jiang Ran finally spoke. By the way, your luck is quite good, huh? Fu Yuxing didn't know how to refute Jiang Ran's last sentence, so he simply ignored it and asked, what do you mean by that? Actually, my luck has never been great. Jiang Ran smiled. The exit is less than half a meter behind you, and you're saying your luck is bad. Fu Yuxing's eyes widened suddenly. Huh. He turned around abruptly, eyes wide open, to look behind him. He didn't see anything. Stop, calm down, you three, don't make any sudden movements. Seeing Fu Yuxing seem to want to turn and get closer, Jiang Ran quickly stopped him. My. Fu Yuxing stopped in confusion and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Although he didn't say it outright, his meaning was clear. If we can't move, why can you walk freely? Jiang Ran spread his hands and answered in a somewhat smug manner. Of course, it's because I'm too strong. Fu Yuxing wanted to roll his eyes, but held it in, considering that the person in front of him was actually his task target. Rong Li sighed. So what do you plan to do? We can't move, and we have no idea how big this chaotic place is. How can we search for others? Rong Li now understood that Jiang Ran could not be viewed through the lens of ordinary thinking. This person had a rebellious nature, sometimes spoke provocatively, and occasionally liked to create small troubles. But he also possessed the ability to resolve such troubles. In short, he was the kind of person who could make his elders both fond and exasperated. To deal with someone like Jiang Ran, one could either ignore him completely, or try to go along with him, satisfying his desire to show off. Master Rong Li, who considered himself well-versed in human nature, analyzed. Isn't it obvious how big it is? Jiang Ran maintained his open hand gesture. What you can see now is already everything. Rong Li was stunned for half a second before quickly responding. Are you saying this is just the open ground? You can even see this. He didn't say the last half of that sentence. Although he was indeed curious about what kind of supernatural ability this young Master Jiang possessed, his professional demeanor and character made him suppress his curiosity. That's right, Jiang Ran nodded. So there's no one in this chaotic place. I suspect this area was created after they went missing. We can be considered the first batch of tourists here. Though this rundown place is quite unfriendly to tourists, making them do handstands at any moment. But if viewed purely from an environmental perspective, it is actually quite captivating. After all, people nowadays are already tired of those popular tourist spots. The more peculiar and bizarre things can pique their interest. So does that mean we can just leave now? Fu Yuxing said, unable to help, but looked back at the exit that was so close, yet completely invisible to him. Yes, theoretically it should be like that. Jiang Ran, having experienced the upside-down situation for a few minutes, seemed a bit hesitant, while speaking, looking like he was about to drive an impatient person mad. So what do you mean by not theoretically? But you three cannot move right now. Oh, any movement will get you hung up. You're fine now. If you're lucky, you can get out in one step. But those two definitely can't come over. Jiang Ran shrugged. Then is there no other way? There is actually. Jiang Ran paused mid-sentence. Fu Yuxing was exasperated. If a genuinely impatient person were here, they would probably end up fighting Jiang Ran for being so coy. Young Master Jiang, just say what you want to say. Oh, as long as it's not too absurd, I think Team Rong will accept it. Hearing this, Jiang Ran stopped being coy. I have a prop that can break through spatial limitations and send us directly out of here. Hearing that Jiang Ran possessed such a miraculous item, Fu Yuxing looked at him, but didn't feel happy right away. He could tell that Jiang Ran still had more to say. But this prop is very precious, so precious that I only have one, and I originally planned to keep it for emergencies. Now not only Rong Li and Fu Yuxing understood his words, but even Zhang Qingye grasped the meaning. We can leave, but the prop is very expensive. You all need to pay up. The three of them exchanged silent glances. Fu Yuxing turned to Rong Li. Generally, necessary expenses incurred during a mission can be reimbursed, as long as they are reported accurately and truthfully. However, this time, they had two tasks. One was to find and bring back 32 missing personnel, and their current progress was at 0. The second task was to look after the informant, ensuring his safety and preventing him from entering chaotic. Now the target stood right before them. Although he was unscathed, more vigorous than ever from the moment Jiang Ran appeared here, their mission had already failed, let alone ensuring the mission target's safety. They even needed Jiang Ran's help to get out smoothly. If the higher-ups found out that he and team leader Rong, two elite representatives, not only botched one task, but also spent a large sum of money, then would there be any chance of reimbursement for that money? Just thinking about voluntarily losing a huge sum made Fu Yuxing's gaze towards Rong Li turn resentful. Brotherly, say something. Hurry up and say you have such items too. So Jiang Shout doesn't have to spend money. They can just come. Please say it. Under Fu Yuxing's eager gaze, Rong Li fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Rest assured, Jiang Shao, we will compensate for your losses. In the fiery glare of Fu Yuxing, Rong Li added slowly. I personally will compensate you. Fu Yuxing's initially fierce gaze shifted to one of shock. Ah, what did you just say? Personal compensation. That can't be reimbursed. Brotherly, think it over. Hearing Rong Li's words, Jiang Ran finally smiled. There's no need for compensation. I was just casually saying. Look at you, where did your thoughts wander? I'm not someone who can't afford to eat just because I lost a tool. Rong Li wouldn't believe a word of that. Did he really think he was a fool, just casually saying it? Then thank you, Jiang Shao. If I need help in the future, I will assist you as long as it doesn't conflict with principles. Jiang Ran's smile deepened. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. We've already wasted too much time here. We should hurry up and leave. Upon hearing what he wanted to hear, Jiang Ran immediately changed the topic. He took out a plain-looking white stone from his ring, pretended to close his eyes, and sensed it, then suddenly crushed it with force. Immediately after, the scene before them changed again, finally reverting to normal. Fu Yuxing tentatively took a step to the side. No way. They just came out. What kind of tool is this? Isn't it too awesome? If they had such a top-notch tool during missions, they could act without restraint, escaping whenever they wanted without anyone stopping them. Thinking of this, Fu Yuxing couldn't help but feel elated. Just as he was about to ask Jiang Ran what kind of tool this was, he turned around and saw Jiang Ran standing there, blood pouring from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. What the hell? Fu Yuxing nearly jumped in fright. Just a moment ago, he was perfectly fine jumping around, and now he had turned into this. Oh no, the mission target was in trouble right under his nose. The moment he saw the blood, Fu Yuxing felt like his career was coming to an end. Rong Li, who had maintained a stable demeanor and never changed his expression, also began to panic. What was happening? Was there a mental awakening user ambushing them? But he hadn't sensed anyone around. Although he didn't know what had happened, both of them looked frantic, rummaging through their storage containers for healing tools. Originally, their team had a healer, so they usually didn't carry too many healing tools. But now that person had teamed up with another, and was still in the chaotic area. Jiang Qingya also saw the bloody Jiang Ran, and just a glance made him guess what Jiang Ran had done. Instantly his brows furrowed. Jiang Ran had just used a fake tool. He was lying. But with outsiders present, it wasn't convenient to bring up Jiang Ran's matter here. Moreover, Jiang Qingya didn't trust them either. Seeing the two about to give Jiang Ran something, he quickly stepped in front of them. Ron Li frowned. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qingya coldly replied, "Jiang Ran is fine. He doesn't need your things." "What do you mean he's bleeding like a river, and you call that fine?" "Cough cough, I'm fine." Jiang Ran, shielded by Jiang Qingya, casually wiped the blood off his face, his expression remarkably calm. "Just a little heat lately." "Can heat cause bleeding from 7 orifices, eh? You don't understand, we fiery people are just like this." "Well, as long as the time of the boost is short enough, the negative effects can be minimized." In the moment he crushed the stone, Jiang Ran's power surged to the sea realm, and his mastery, over time, reached a new height. He searched through the chaotic timelines, and found the time fragment from before they entered the chaotic area, overlaying it onto the present. As for what he mentioned about the valuable tool, it was just to attract their attention. The entire process sounded long, but in reality it took less than half a second. Then if he resolved things fast enough, wouldn't there be no issues? Jiang Ran seemed to have discovered a useful Although this reason was absurd, looking at Jiang Ran's expression that seemed genuinely fine, Ron Li calmed down. "Then I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup when you have time." To Ron Li's somewhat prickly remark, Jiang Ran, who was thinking about other matters, smiled nonchalantly. "Sure." Then he shifted the topic. "Shall we continue to the other 2 chaotic areas?" After regaining his calm, Ron Li's intellect returned to the forefront. "Fu Yuxing and I will go. You and your friend wait outside." This time Jiang Ran couldn't even be bothered to persuade them. Regardless of whether they let him in, he could enter anyway. He nodded. "All right, you guys go. The entrance is 20 meters northeast." Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ron Li took out a metallic sphere from his pocket. Upon seeing the small sphere, Jiang Ran's previously confident expression suddenly changed. Before he could react, Ron Li threw the sphere over. The metal ball landed on the ground, quickly forming a semi-spherical orange translucent protective shield that enveloped Jiang Ran and Jiang Qingya. "Ron Li, how could you not play fair?" Jiang Ran was somewhat thrown off balance. "You used a tool meant for dealing with rank fugitives on me. I want to file a complaint against you." Ron Li's expression remained indifferent. "Feel free." Watching the two head in the direction, he indicated, Jiang Ran was nearly unable to maintain his composure. "What does this mean? What does this mean?" He recalled that when he publicly killed someone during a live stream, he was only put in the most ordinary energy-suppressing handcuffs. And now, just for coming to find someone, he was experiencing treatment fit for a rank fugitive. It's worth noting that those rated as rank fugitives all had strength starting at the sea realm, and each of them had at least 10 lives on their hands. And what about him? He was just an ordinary university student. Why put so much emphasis on him? How much did they fear him running away? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Jiang Ran could only coldly snort at Ron Li's back. "Don't be fooled by how ordinary this little gadget looks. It can shatter with a single hit, but its defensive capability is top-notch and also suppresses supernatural abilities." All the entrances were currently closed, and only Jiang Ran's time ability could stimulate them to open. But now he was locked in here with all abilities, except for plundering, completely disabled. Just thinking about how those two would walk around in circles for a while and still not get in made Jiang Ran want to laugh. This time Ron Li really shot himself in the foot. "I developed a new type of cover. Let me show you first." Changing it rashly may lead to criticism. However, just as Jiang Ran was preparing to enjoy the show, he saw that at the moment Fu Yuxing was about to crash into that entrance, an entrance that had always been inaccessible to him suddenly opened. A powerful suction emanated from within. Ron Li and Fu Yuxing had no time to react before they vanished from Jiang Ran's sight. Jiang Qingya thought they had entered the chaotic place Jiang Ran had just mentioned, and comfortingly patted the dazed Jiang Ran. "Is it okay to bleed so much?" After experiencing the side effects that had once caused the Fate Stone to light up and red, the minor negative impact just now was nothing to Jiang Ran. A few more pieces of pig liver would make up for it. This time the effect lasted less than 2 minutes. The bleeding had already stopped, but Jiang Ran hadn't had the time to clean up properly, making it look somewhat terrifying. "It's fine. What could happen to me? I'm doing well." Jiang Ran watched helplessly as the entrance closed immediately after sucking in Ron Li and Fu Yuxing, feeling somewhat depressed. "It's ruined. It's really ruined now." Although he could always see that entrance, even if he could get out of this barrier, he couldn't open that exit. And yet Fu Yuxing still claimed to have good luck. If that's good luck, what does that make him? A reincarnated While rummaging for tissues in his ring, he intended to get some water to wipe his face, but realized he couldn't use his abilities at all. "Damn." Jiang Ran patted his head. "This barrier has a disabling effect on abilities." He was still inside the barrier. How could he forget such a... Jiang Ran felt that ever since he had experienced a 5-minute upside-down special tour inside, his intelligence had started to decline severely. Could this damned chaotic place be jealous of him, a world-class genius with both looks and intelligence? Damn it, can the chaotic place at least compensate him a little? Jiang Ran tossed the dry tissue back into the ring and found a pack of wet wipes instead. Thankfully, he usually kept everything in there. He had whatever he wanted. Otherwise, if someone were rescued from being missing and came out just to see a bloodied person covered by a barrier, it would be quite a scene. At that point, even if Jiang Ran was just an ordinary college student, he would be mistaken for a murderer by those who didn't understand the situation. Would he still have any face left? Wait. Even though he had cleaned his face, revealing his exceptionally handsome face, would he still not be mistaken for a fugitive? But he was still inside the barrier. If someone saw this scene, it wouldn't be much better than being mistaken for a fugitive. Jiang Ran slowed his movements of wiping his neck. After contemplating for a few seconds, Jiang Ran casually stuffed the dirty, wet wipe into his pocket and began rummaging through his ring again. No, he couldn't just stand here foolishly. He had to find a way to get out. Although Jiang Ran was usually carefree, he really couldn't stand being surrounded by 20 or 30 strangers like a rare animal. After searching through the bizarre props in the ring for a while, he finally found something suitable. The Earth Core Stone, which when used would teleport the user underground by 100 meters and randomly shift them a distance. Jiang Ran didn't know much about this barrier specifically designed for A-level fugitives, but A-level fugitives were usually from the Sea Realm or Abyss Realm, so this thing likely wasn't that comprehensive. At least it shouldn't be so extreme as to extend hundreds of meters underground. Although Jiang Ran was a bit uncertain about whether it would succeed, well, whatever. Let's just give it a try. After all, even if he failed, it would just be losing a prop. As for how to get out once he reached the soil layer, that would be easier. Remember, Jiang Ran was no longer the usual Jiang Ran. He was the noble Nukalu Jiang Ran with the most precious time ability. As long as he activated his little cheat again, he could easily escape in the moment before being buried in the soil. Old Jiang, get ready, or I'm taking you out of here. Jiang Ran patted Jiang Qingye, giving him a heads up. Otherwise, if they suddenly ended up underground, he might not react in time. What would happen then? Then Jiang Ran would really become a fugitive. Jiang Qingye wasn't surprised by Jiang Ran's plan to break out. If Jiang Ran were to wait patiently for those people to come back, that would be a problem. Confirming that all the entrances around them were closed and showed no sign of opening, Jiang Ran placed one hand on Jiang Qingye's shoulder while crushing the Earth Core Stone with the other. In the next second, darkness enveloped both of them, and an unbearable, suffocating feeling and extreme pressure surged in an instant. Before they could be turned into meat pies by the soil layer, their position shifted again, becoming a more humid and warm soil layer. Jiang Ran tried it out. Indeed, the previous sensation that had restricted his abilities had disappeared. Okay, I really am a genius. Jiang Ran smugly muttered to himself. Cheat mode activate. Jiang Qingye had just moved from one underground soil layer to another, and before he could hold his breath, the suffocating and pressing sensation had vanished. They had already emerged from underground. Jiang Qingye instinctively turned to look at Jiang Ran, only to be horrified to find that this person had started bleeding from his 7 orifices again, droplets falling to the ground. He quickly took out a few of his limited healing props and handed them to Jiang Ran, asking, "Are you okay?" Even though Jiang Ran seemed fine after the previous bleeding this time, it shouldn't be a problem either. But Jiang Ran wasn't a blood bag, losing so much blood in such a short time would be tough for anyone. Jiang Ran initially wanted to refuse, but he thought that doing so might make the other person worry more, so he took one of the not-so-expensive healing props. Although this thing had little effect on his side effects, using a healing item at least provided some reassurance to others, better than nothing. Jiang Ran only took one and waved his hand to indicate he was fine. But when he looked up, he discovered that they were still in the same open space as before. Only their position had shifted a bit. The orange translucent barrier that had been above his head a few minutes ago was now located in the northeast corner of where they stood. Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows. It seems that encountering bad luck repeatedly could also lead to a rebound. Before using the Earth Core Stone, Jiang Ran had even prepared for him and Jiang Qingye to be teleported hundreds of miles away. Although their position hadn't changed much, a difficult problem now lay before Jiang Ran. He couldn't find out which entrance Rong Li and Fu Yuxing had been sucked into. Looking at the star-like lights hovering above the clearing and constantly shifting, Jiang Ran squinted hard, but could not tell what set any of them apart. Aside from the 3 entrances he could open, he could not distinguish a single other one. He sighed softly. Jiang Qingye regarded him with a puzzled look, asking with his eyes what was wrong. Nothing. Jiang Ran rubbed his face, and as expected felt the smear of blood on his hand. This time his anomalous ability had returned, so he could wash his face with water. After cleansing the blood from his face, neck, and hands, Jiang Ran shook his water-dampened bangs and addressed Jiang Qingye with solemnity. It is time to test our luck. Jiang Qingye did not reply. He was taciturn, but not foolish. In the secret realm, they had encountered oddities every time. He had long since formed an understanding of their party's luck. Luck. It did not exist. Not encountering something utterly catastrophic was already considered good. If Jiang Ran could hear others' thoughts, he would have leapt up to protest. All their past misfortunes were surely the fault of Xiang Jingji and Shi Yan. It had nothing to do with him. Now that those two unlucky fellows were gone, they would surely succeed. Jiang Ran's expression grew more resolute. Since those two had been pulled in while approaching entrance 2, they would try approaching entrance 2. Perhaps the entrance still lay beside number 2. Jiang Ran confirmed entrance 2's position and strode toward it first. Though Jiang Qingye did not know what Jiang Ran planned, he fell into step when Jiang Ran suddenly quickened his pace. Just as they neared the glow, a somewhat dimmer light beside it began to flicker. An intense, irresistible suction seized them. Jiang Ran's eyes brightened. See, I told you so. All those strange occurrences before must indeed have been caused by the cursed luck of Xiang Jingji and Shi Yan. How could ordinary people be that chronically unlucky? Relaxing slightly, Jiang Ran did not bother. He had expected entering the chaotic realm to take a second. He was even braced for being tossed into another inverted position. Instead, after being drawn in, he lingered within a void for 5 or 6 full seconds. Only when he began to suspect the entrance was jammed was he reluctantly spat back out by the clingy chaos. Being ejected in that manner left him disoriented, and before he could grumble, a burning heat struck him. Jiang Ran's pupils contracted. He leapt backward instinctively. A fraction of a second later, a ball of flame flew past, grazing where he had been. He had assumed it an accident, but once he landed, the ground shook, and a purple vine as thick as an arm shot up, coiling around his ankle. What is that? Startled, Jiang Ran slashed twice with cyan crescent arcs, which only left faint white marks along the vine. Offended by the attack, the vine recoiled in displeasure. The ground beneath his other foot trembled, and 2 more vines burst forth in an instant. One wrapped around his other foot, the other aimed for his throat. Could he not sever them? Jiang Ran felt surprised. He immediately increased the output of his ability. When the strike landed on the 2 bound vines, it failed to cut them at the root, but did shear through 2/3 of their thickness. For the vine lunging at his neck, Jiang Ran flicked his wrist, and a streak of silver flashed. The once sturdy vine split in 2 and fell to the ground. He then severed the vine at his foot, and only then allowed himself a moment of astonishment. The blade in his hand was the sword his aunt had given him for his birthday yesterday. Even knowing it was no ordinary blade, Jiang Ran had not expected such might. Where his Aiton's strength could not break the vine, the longsword skimmed through and cleaved it cleanly. It seemed his earlier plan to tuck it away inside a ring to gather dust had been rash. Jiang Ran stroked the blade and vowed, "Brother, I will make your name renowned." The sword shivered faintly, whether in scorn or in moved response he could not tell. He had no time to muse on the sword's mood. Jiang Ran. A somewhat familiar voice roared. Jiang Ran raised his arm to parry. With a screech, a claw larger than his head slammed against the sword and was stopped. Repelling the lunging beast, Jiang Ran swept his gaze around. To his surprise, ring upon ring of various monstrous beasts circled him. Jiang Ran's mouth twitched. Damn chaotic realm. Was that necessary for saying a single thing? Must it toss him into a den of beasts? One should not be so vindictive, whether in life or on earth. Yet this time it could not be said that Jiang Ran and Jiang Qingye were wholly unlucky. At least Jiang Ran had found the correct entrance, and had successfully met Rong Li. It was just that the 2 of them were not in good condition. He had glimpsed them. Each was wrestling with several level 6 and 7 beasts. Each time one was driven off, another immediately filled the void. Thus Rong Li could not break free to assist Jiang Ran, and could only shout a warning. Some dozens of meters behind them stood a white hemispherical barrier, keeping out some lower-ranked beasts of roughly levels 3 and 4. They had found people. Jiang Ran blocked another beast's strike, and using his feet as a center, a 50-meter cyan ring flared to life around him. Within that cyan circle, a slightly smaller blue ring also shimmered. A distant resonant dragon cry issued from beneath Jiang Ran. 2 great dragons, one cyan and one blue, slowly rose. Most beasts surrounding Jiang Ran were level 4, with a few reaching level 5. If Jiang Ran unleashed his full strength, he could not instantly fell a level 5, but he could easily slaughter those below level 5, and then deal with the level 5s individually. But the instant the 2 dragons fully revealed their forms, Jiang Ran's heart began to pound uncontrollably. A deep unease rose from his core. It felt as though something terrible was about to occur. Before Jiang Ran could warn the others, a piercing beast roar tore through the horde. That single roar shook Jiang Ran so fiercely he spat blood and his head throbbed. Rong Li's expression changed. A level 8 beast. Careful, it's. Before he could finish, 4 horrifying auras erupted from the beasts in the front back left. Rong Li felt his heart sink. Had there been only one level 8 beast, he and Fu Yuxing together might have held it long enough for Jiang Ran and the rescued missing people to find an opportunity to leave. But 5. Rong Li suddenly regretted agreeing to let Jiang Ran use that precious device. If at the time he had found another way to exit, Jiang Ran could have used the device to carry the others away now. Alas, such an item existed in only a single copy. Even Jiang Ran possessed only one. One level 8 beast had already thrown Jiang Ran's mind into chaos. Now there were 4 more. Had he been any weaker, he would have perished. Although Jiang Ran could still hold on, Jiang Qingye, who had accompanied him, but was not nearby, fared far worse. Even if those 5 level 8 beasts were not targeting him personally, the unreserved malice they radiated almost stripped him of the will to fight. And in a place surrounded on all sides by beasts, losing the will to fight was a near certain death. Jiang Ran watched helplessly as Jiang Qingye was surrounded by the beasts. He wanted to rush over, but the pressure from 5 8th-tier beasts weighed heavily upon him, nearly forcing his head down. If it weren't for the sword that was propping him up, Jiang Ran would have almost collapsed to the ground. Just a 4th-tier human. A voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. 7th-tier beasts already possess intelligence, while 8th-tier beasts are akin to normal humans in terms of IQ. Certain races with outstanding talents or noble bloodlines can even speak human language at the 8th tier. However, to transform into a human form, one must at least reach the 9th tier. As soon as the voice echoed, Jiang Ran let out a muffled groan, a metallic taste flooding his throat. Damn it, this beast. Human, I find you quite interesting. The voice continued, how about this, if you voluntarily stay, and let me study why you can summon a dragon soul at such a low level, I will spare all the humans here. What do you think? Rong Li and Fu Yuxing, overwhelmed by countless beasts, still managed to shout out, don't. Jiang Ran certainly knew that these 8th-tier beasts wouldn't directly kill them. The Dragon Kingdom had an agreement with the Beast Kings in the restricted area that 8th-tier and above beasts could not act recklessly, and on the human side they wouldn't send Awakener of the 8th transition or above to deal with the restricted area. However, if either side violated this agreement, the other would have justification to take action. Thus, constrained by the Beast King's authority, these 5 8th-tier beasts would at most exert pressure on them with their aura or command lower-tier beasts to attack. They wouldn't dare to act rashly. But if Jiang Ran agreed to their suggestion and voluntarily stayed, then even if something happened to him at their hands, others would have no reason to seek revenge. Jiang Ran spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, why pressure him with the 8th-tier aura while talking? Trying to show off your strength? That's so naive. Another voice chimed in, as long as you all die here, who would know it was us who acted? The original voice spoke again, so human, have you made up your mind? Your life in exchange for theirs is quite a... Jiang Ran's sword, which he used to prop himself up, began to tremble, seemingly reaching its limit. He forced a smile. I've made my decision. So you agree? I agree, your grandmother. You beast, you want to study me? Just take a look at what you are. After speaking, Jiang Ran spat out another mouthful of blood. Just as the beast was about to attack him in anger, Jiang Ran's eyes unexpectedly turned golden. His aura began to soar, infinitely silver energy, filling his entire being. Time stood still. The next moment, the previously frozen second hand began to turn backwards. The golden light in Jiang Ran's eyes flickered. The reversing second hand spun rapidly, completing dozens of rotations in an instant. Just as blood began to seep from his pores, the second hand's movement finally halted. Everything around changed. Time flowed back 2 minutes. 2 minutes ago, Jiang Ran and Jiang Qingye had just been expelled from the chaotic area and dropped into this place. W04 restricted zone. That chaotic space actually connected to another realm. As the pain in Jiang Ran's body intensified, time resumed its flow. Jiang Ran raised his hand to block the flames shooting towards him, then in a flash appeared beside the dazed Jiang Qingye. Before Jiang Qingye could react, Jiang Ran grabbed his collar and hurled him backwards. At the same time, Jiang Ran kicked at a beast charging towards him, using the momentum to leap into the air. A cyan circle with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in midair. Next, a wind dragon emerged, and the aura of 5 8th-tier beasts erupted explosively. Everything unfolded just as it would 2 minutes later, except Jiang Ran brought this scene forward a bit. Moreover, because Jiang Qingye was thrown out of the battle circle, he now faced only a few 2nd and 3rd-tier low-level beasts, making it much easier for him to handle. Feeling the pressure weighing down on him again before the 8th-tier beast could speak, Jiang Ran showed a hint of a smile. Old Jiang, here's a fortune for you, be sure to watch closely. With a flick of his wrist, the sword that was once in his hand transformed into a delicate wooden carving. The carving, only 5 or 6 centimeters long, resembled a sword. It emitted no aura, appearing merely as a wooden ornament. Human, don't struggle futilely. The 8th-tier beast continued, I can offer you a chance as long as you. Before it could finish speaking, Jiang Ran interrupted, I have a suggestion for you all. Jiang Ran looked up with a smile, you can start running now. As soon as he finished speaking, he let go of his hand. The exquisitely crafted small wooden sword fell straight down. A beast resembling a gray wolf exhaled, instantly reducing the small wooden sword to ashes. The lower-tier beast showed no immediate reaction, but at that moment 5 8th-tier beasts simultaneously sensed a terrifying aura. This aura was tremendously overwhelming. Even their beast king could not compare to even a fraction of it. The 5 beasts were horrified and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. A white sword energy spanning nearly 100 miles appeared out of nowhere, sweeping forward with the force of a mountain pressing down on an egg. Wherever the sword energy passed, whether it was 4th-tier beasts, 7th-tier beasts, or even 8th-tier beasts hiding among them, in an instant they were all reduced to ashes. Indeed, not just cut in half, but turned directly into flying dust. This sword energy annihilated thousands of beasts in one go, yet its momentum showed no signs of diminishing, sweeping deeper into the restricted area. Just as it was about to delve deeper, a female voice rang out, human friend, you've killed tens of thousands of my beast kin, are you not satisfied? You can stop now. Jiang Ran fell from the air, the silver sword appearing in his hand, which he used as a cane to support himself. However, on the surface Jiang Ran wore a smile, his entire demeanor relaxed, making it impossible for anyone to tell what he was currently enduring. You are the beast king of this restricted area. You've misunderstood me. Jiang Ran chuckled innocently. I'm just an ordinary college student who I wouldn't dare to kill. I just came out for a vacation and suddenly found myself here without knowing how it happened. Before I could react, your kin had already unleashed their wrath upon me. You know, every time we humans go out, our elders worry and like to send us some protective trinkets. The moment they attacked me, those trinkets were automatically triggered. Such passive life-saving items must release their full effect once triggered. I couldn't stop it even if I wanted to. The Beast Emperor was not swayed by Jiang Ran's lengthy discourse, especially not by the final remark. She could indeed block it, but it would come at a cost. If she sensed correctly, the owner of this sword, she had likely reached that level as well. Once one attained such a realm, the attacks unleashed, whether by human or beast, could not simply be blocked at will. The Beast Emperor fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly in contemplation. All the inner cores of the beast tribes you have slain will belong to you, and in addition, I shall compensate you with 3 materials of your choice. I can choose. Jiang Ran asked with a hint of interest. Anything goes. As long as I have it. Jiang Ran's eyes brightened, and even her body, trembling from pain, straightened slightly. He forced himself to lift his hand, and waved it, causing the once unstoppable sword chi to suddenly dissipate. Only then did Rong Li and Fu Yuxing, who had been stunned on the side, regain their senses. Seeing Jiang Ran so easily agree to the Beast Emperor's words and retract the sword chi, Fu Yuxing was so anxious he started hopping. Young Master Jiang, how can you put it away now? Aren't you afraid it might suddenly go back on its word and crush us all here? Jiang Ran truly lacked the strength to raise his hand any further. Any movement would amplify his pain. In the end, he could only shake his head slightly. Don't worry, even if it is a Beast Emperor from a forbidden zone, it wouldn't be so shameless as to deceive a child. And besides, who told them I only have one of these? Jiang Ran is not foolish. If he didn't have something to rely on, how could he so easily trust the words of the other party? After all, it didn't matter if the other party was an alien beast and not of his kind. Even if they were human, no matter how sweetly they spoke, in his currently most vulnerable state, Jiang Ran would not grant them an ounce of trust. After all, he occasionally liked to put on a show, but that didn't mean he truly didn't value his own life. Those who weren't sure they could protect their own lives, yet still pretended to be tough, were nothing but fools. And this female Beast Emperor did not disappoint Jiang Ran. After he retracted the sword chi, she did not make any further moves. The few humans were not foolish. How could she be? The existence of a life-saving artifact left by someone of that caliber was enough to indicate that this human and the owner of the sword chi had an extraordinary relationship. She was indeed the Beast Emperor of this forbidden zone, but that did not mean she was invincible. She did not wish to unwittingly provoke such a terrifying enemy. After all, within this very forbidden zone, there was more than one alien beast wishing to replace her as the new Beast Emperor. Even a slight injury could lead to her downfall from the throne. That was not what she wanted. I will naturally not go back on my word. What do you want? Speak up, but you can only choose 3. To be honest, I don't really want anything. Jiang Ran's vision began to darken, and the hand gripping the sword started trembling slightly. The long sword seemed to sense his poor condition, and a chill flowed down the blade into Jiang Ran's body, slightly clearing his mind. So you're not planning to ask for anything. The Beast Emperor was somewhat surprised. In her view, the reason Jiang Ran had said so much earlier was to convey a single meaning. I have someone backing me. If you don't give me an explanation, I will have someone deal with you. That was why she had so straightforwardly proposed to compensate him with 3 items, and even let him choose. Although this indirect plea for peace would lower her majestic image as a Beast Emperor, it was a small sacrifice compared to retaining her position. However, she did not expect why this human who had clearly agreed to her peace offerings suddenly changed his mind. If I definitely want something, it's just that I don't lack anything right now, or what I want you probably don't have either. Jiang Ran's condition was not good at all, so he decided not to waste any more words. Anyway, the Forbidden Zone is right here, and you can't escape, so I think you can owe me those 3 items for now. When I figure out what I want, I will come to ask you for them. As soon as Jiang Ran spoke those words, the few people listening nearby gasped in shock. This statement was a bit too arrogant, wasn't it? After all, that was at least a 10th-tier Beast Emperor, a being who could blow them all away with a single sneeze. Moreover, the other party controlled an entire Forbidden Zone possessing resources that were surely beyond counting. Yet Jiang Ran not only boldly stated that the Beast Emperor could not provide what he wanted, but he even dared to negotiate terms with her. To owe the items now and come back for them later. How dare he? Did he think this was a bank vault where he could just take things whenever he wanted? However, what they did not expect was fine. Agreed. Just like that. Huh. Fu Yuxing was left speechless. So 10th-tier alien beasts were this easy to negotiate with. Then please lift the restrictions here. Jiang Ran's vision was almost completely black, but he still strained to speak to the Beast Emperor. Having activated his powers 3 times in 1 hour, especially with that last time, he had already pushed himself to his limits. Therefore, the side effects this time were particularly severe. But he had not yet resolved all the crises, he had not managed to ensure everyone's safety, so Jiang Ran did not dare to simply collapse. He feared that if he fell, the others would be unable to contain the Beast Emperor and would suffer greatly at her hand. The Beast Emperor could naturally see that Jiang Ran was in a poor state, yet whether it was because she was a trustworthy beast or genuinely wary of the person behind Jiang Ran, she was unusually accommodating. Uncertain of how it was done, a gap appeared at the edge of the dark red clouds that had shrouded the sky. A beam of sunlight shone through that gap, but there was someone who arrived even faster than the sunlight. Jiang Ran's consciousness began to blur, but just before he could no longer hold on, a hand supported him. The extremely familiar and reassuring aura from the other person relaxed Jiang Ran's tense nerves significantly. Why do you always put yourself in such a dire situation? The familiar voice was filled with displeasure. Jiang Ran forced a smile and said, have them collect those inner cores and other materials. I don't want to suffer too much loss. Bai Yu was so exasperated by this remark that she almost slapped Jiang Ran on the forehead. After everything, with his consciousness fading, he was still thinking about those trifling items. Only alien beasts above the 5th tier possess inner cores, which can be used for contracts with beast taming systems or for refining items. If it were someone else, the inner cores of 6th or 7th tier alien beasts would indeed be rare and hard. But for Jiang Ran, the wealthy young master, let alone a 7th tier inner core, if he wanted it, even a 9th tier alien beast's inner core could be easily procured by his grandfather. Looking at the already unconscious Jiang Ran, and then at the few people standing nearby like henchmen, Bai Yu truly did not know what to say. After fuming for a while within her heart, she ultimately felt anger toward herself. So weak, unable to even break through the restrictions of the Forbidden Zone, yet still waiting for others to let him in. With such a level, how could she still have the face to be called the #1 person in 200 years? Bai Yu, are you not ashamed? After cursing herself inwardly a couple of times, Bai Yu pointed to Jiang Ran's only friend that she recognized, instructing him to take those 2 and the few in the barrier to collect everything on the ground. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yu also took out a storage ring and tossed it to Jiang Qingye. Have them pack everything in there, and she would retrieve it later. Well, although Jiang Ran looked down on these items, she could not let others benefit from them. At worst, she could use them as marbles later. Jiang Ran's unconsciousness this time lasted even longer than before. He lay dormant for a full 5 days before awakening. For 5 days, Jiang Ran was tormented repeatedly by fragments of memories from his past life, until finally, perhaps out of pity, someone exerted a bit of power to forcibly rouse him. Yet no sooner had he regained consciousness than he heard someone wailing not far from him. The noise was so persistent that even before opening his eyes, his brows furrowed in irritation. I told you to stop howling. There, you've woken him up now. Bai Yu's voice sounded beside him. The doctor said he just fainted from excessive blood loss and would be fine after a couple of days' rest, yet you come here, howling every day? What are you howling for? Someone might think someone died. As Bai Yu's words grew increasingly absurd, a twitch formed between Jiang Ran's brows as he struggled to open his eyes. When he finally did, the first thing he saw was a stark white ceiling. Then he saw Bai Yu sitting cross-legged by his bedside, arms folded against the wall, Jiang Qingya leaning nearby, and Li Kai, whose eyes were swollen like walnuts, tears streaming down, looking utterly miserable. Jiang Ran felt the headache that had almost subsided begin to throb again. What was going on this time? Oh, you're finally awake. After Bai Yu's teasing of Li Kai, he turned to glance at Jiang Ran. Li Kai, seeing Jiang Ran awake, desperately wanted to rush over and thank him for saving his life, then express his gratitude personally. But unfortunately, with the unpleasant senior figure beside Jiang Ran, Li Kai could only keep his thoughts to himself, for now, waiting for a chance to speak with Jiang Ran later. Jiang Ran rubbed his temples and decided to temporarily ignore the strange atmosphere in the ward. Where am I? How long have I been asleep? Bai Yu handed him an apple. You were unconscious for a full 5 days. If I hadn't stayed here, your junior classmate would probably have been preparing your coffin by now. Bai Yu handed him an apple. You were unconscious for a full 5 days. If I hadn't stayed here, your junior classmate would probably have been preparing your coffin by now. Jiang Ran pushed the apple back with a somewhat disdainful expression. I don't like eating apples. Li Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately rushed over. You don't even know this. Jiang Ge never eats whole apples. You have to peel and cut them into pieces first. Let me do it, I'm the most skilled at this sort of thing. Finally, he had found an opportunity to talk to Jiang Ge. How long have you all known Jiang Ge? He's been Jiang Ji's deskmate for 2 years. He knows all of Jiang Ji's habits like the back of his hand. Do any of you know how to care for Jiang Ran properly? Step aside and let me handle this. Bai Yu reacted swiftly. First, he slapped Li Kai away, who was trying to get close to Jiang Ran, then reached into the space nearby to search for something. Where he acquired a fruit knife again was unknown, but once he took the apple, he began peeling it effortlessly. Li Kai was waiting to see him fail miserably at peeling, but unexpectedly Bai Yu's hands were steady. The peel came off in one continuous strip, and the apple's surface was impeccably smooth. Though Li Kai dared not show it openly, he secretly curled his lips inward. Such practiced movements clearly meant countless repetitions. Hypocrite. Surely he wasn't as sincere as I am. Watching Li Kai being ruthlessly pushed away as he tried to approach Jiang Ran felt helpless. Why do you always stop him? He only wants to say a few words to me, he won't kill me. Jiang Ran sat up on the bed, only then realizing he had been changed into a blue and white hospital gown. He slapped Bai Yu sharply. Step away, don't get in the way here. Bai Yu nearly broke the apple peel from the sudden slap. His mouth twitched slightly, but seeing that Jiang Ran was just a patient waking after 5 days of unconsciousness, he yielded. In swift motions, he sliced the peeled apples into small pieces, placing them on a small plate he had just obtained. Remember to reassure them. I don't want your uncle hunting me down, Bai Yu said before vanishing entirely. With Bai Yu finally gone, Li Kai could at last approach and speak with Jiang Ge. Jiang Ge, are you okay? You have no idea how terrified I was seeing you like that. You were covered in blood, your face as pale as snow, completely unconscious. Li Kai rambled on without pause. Jiang Ran's head ached from the torrent of words, so he quickly raised a hand to stop him. I'm fine, just lost some blood. A plate of stir-fried pig liver will help me recover later. Weren't you on winter break back in Qingzhou? Why did you go to Lianzhou again? Even ventured into the mountains? Now that the person was found, Jiang Ran no longer needed to wonder why Li Kai had gone missing there. He could simply ask him directly. Hearing the question, Li Kai scratched his head. I did return to Qingzhou originally. But one day I suddenly saw some classmates in the group chat talking about a new wild resource secret realm appearing in Guzong Mountain. Many were eager to explore it. I checked the map and found Guzong Mountain wasn't far from me, so I thought I'd join in. Maybe I could get something good. But instead of encountering the secret realm, they ran into an earthquake and mudslides. During their escape, they were inadvertently sucked into a newly born spatial chaos zone. Fortunately, their misfortune wasn't extreme. After being drawn in, they remained in a chaotic space for an indeterminate time, facing no danger except the absence of food, until 2 strong individuals were also drawn into the space. Nobody knew how those 2 had offended the chaos zone, but as soon as they arrived, the once calm space trembled violently, and everyone was expelled. After being ejected, they inexplicably found themselves in a forbidden zone. The 2 pulled out a device to shield them, then began fighting beasts while seeking a way out. Before they could find a solution, Jiang Ran and Jiang Qingya appeared. They knew the rest of the story. After hearing Li Kai's explanation, Jiang Ran finally understood. No wonder so many disappeared simultaneously in one place. It was all because they were seeking the secret realm. Whether that rumored wild resource secret realm truly existed or not remained unknown. If it never existed from the start, then the intentions of those spreading the news online were questionable. But such matters were not for him to worry about. After these people were found, specialized personnel would conduct interviews and necessary examinations, compiling detailed reports for the authorities. Once the higher-ups reviewed the reports, they would realize that someone was deliberately luring awakeners into Guzhong Mountain. Regardless of whether the resource secret realm existed, the authorities would not ignore the matter and would initiate thorough investigations. Though the investigation results wouldn't be publicly disclosed, simply knowing the issue wouldn't be swept under the rug was enough for Jiang Ran to lose concern. After all, while he was uncertain about other regions in the northwest, his aunt's territory, this matter would surely reach a conclusion. After listening to Li Kai's explanation and heartfelt concern, Jiang Ran unceremoniously sent him away. He then had a brief conversation with Jiang Qingye, who voluntarily mentioned that he was returning to Heixing province for an afternoon flight. Jiang Ran didn't say much, just nodded and watched Jiang Qingye leave. Once he was alone in the hospital room, Jiang Ran took out his phone, first checking in on his uncle and aunt, then responding to a few messages from others. Opening the news, Jiang Ran scanned through the headlines. Besides the somewhat trending news of a missing person being found 5 days ago, nothing else had happened during that time. On the surface, the entire dragon country appeared calm and peaceful. Even a few countries across the ocean had been unusually quiet lately. After dealing with all the accumulated matters, Jiang Ran casually set up a barrier in the room to prevent eavesdropping and extended his index finger. Above his fingertip, the previously calm space suddenly rippled. Then a young dragon, entirely light blue and faintly glowing, flew out and circled around Jiang Ran's finger twice. Jiang Ran gently tapped the little creature's head with his curved finger, and it squinted its eyes in contentment, looking quite obedient. The reason why the 5/8 tier beast did not appear at first, but suddenly erupted after Jiang Ran summoned the wind dragon, was primarily due to this little thing. Dragon Soul. Looking at the tiny dragon clinging to him, only a few centimeters long, Jiang Ran rested his chin on one hand, allowing it to play on his palm. The Dragon Soul is the spirit of a true dragon. It is not an extraordinary beast, nor is it an item, and certainly not an energy entity. It is a rather mysterious entity, no one knows the specific conditions required to summon it. However, since the era of awakening began, anyone capable of summoning a dragon soul, whether awakeners or extraordinary beasts, has achieved remarkable success. At the same time, attacks enhanced by the dragon soul hold a significant suppressive effect on beings of the same level, especially extraordinary beasts. For those extraordinary beasts related to dragons, even if they are one level higher, they may find it difficult to raise their heads. However, although these extraordinary beasts are greatly suppressed, the dragon soul also provides certain, for example, serpentine extraordinary beasts or koi with the potential to transform into dragons. If they refine the dragon soul of a true dragon, stand a chance to evolve into a real dragon. Dragons. Mysterious and powerful beings. Although no one knows their exact strength, many extraordinary beasts aspire to become one, and many awakeners wish to possess a true dragon. The reason Jiang Ran chose to reverse time to 2 minutes ago instead of just 1 minute, which would have consumed less energy, was to prevent others from hearing about the dragon soul from the extraordinary beast. Although Jiang Qingye is one of his own, and since Rong Li and Fu Yuxing were sent from above, they could be considered half on his side, they would not speak carelessly. However, there were not just those few people in the restricted area at that time. There were still 20 or 30 people hiding in the back. Even if they were not very strong, they likely had no idea what the dragon soul was. But Jiang Ran is a cautious person who dislikes trouble. He prefers to avoid potential issues. If news of his ability to summon a dragon soul were to leak, the trouble would be as severe as someone discovering he could steal others' abilities. If Jiang Ran's strength were as great as by yes, he wouldn't mind letting such news spread. But he is currently just a small player, some troubles are better avoided. He certainly doesn't want to worry about assassins, even while trying to sleep. For the next period of time, Jiang Ran stayed obediently in Jiang Yukin's house, ordering takeout, when hungry, sleeping, when tired, and practicing, or playing games, when bored, never stepping outside. He perfectly portrayed the image of a homebody. Xiang Jingji Ranzi, aren't you coming out to play? Staying at home every day won't drive you crazy. Jiang Ran looked at the messages in the group, then stood on the second floor, and glanced down at his uncle, who was starting to work from home, in the living room. He resolutely replied, Jiang Ran, no, I just like staying at home. Definitely not, because his uncle had ordered him to stay home and not participate in any dangerous activity. Jiang Yuqin in the living room below seemed to sense something, and looked up, seeing Jiang Ran standing on the second floor. What's wrong? Want to go out? Jiang Ran scratched his face, speaking honestly, not really. It's just that Xiang Jingji and the others mentioned they were getting a bit bored, and asked if I wanted to explore a couple of secret realms. Jiang Yuqin lowered his head again, saying, if you want to go, then go. but it can only be secret realms numbered after 450. Huh. Jiang Ran blinked. His uncle actually agreed. Though he didn't know why his uncle suddenly changed his mind, Jiang Ran quickly returned to his room to change clothes and dashed out the door. Seeing that no one came to stop him after he left, Jiang Ran looked up at the snowing sky, feeling inexplicably good. In a good mood, he directly initiated a voice chat in the small group. The first to join was Xiang Jingji, probably because he had been keeping an eye on his phone, so he connected quickly. What's up, Ranzi? Missing your buddies. Why are you calling? Missing you, of course. The voice of Shi Yin quickly followed. Every time Xiang Jingji shows off a bit, Shi Yin always pops up to fire back a couple of remarks, even if the topic has nothing to do with him. After all, if Xiang Jingji feels proud about something, Shi Yin won't let him have the satisfaction. Jiang Ran ignored their banter, speaking cheerfully. I suddenly feel that staying cooped up at home all the time isn't too good. Occasionally I should go out and relax both physically and mentally. What do you all think? Xiang Jingxing didn't join the voice chat, but since he and Xiang Jingji were inseparable, his gentle voice also came through Xiang Jingji's speaker. I'm fine with anything, so have you thought about where you want to go? Not really. I was hoping to discuss it with you all. Jiang Ran walked down the road, the snow falling heavily, and Jiang Yueqin had purposely chosen a very secluded location for his house. Therefore, after walking for a while, he hadn't seen a single person. Otherwise, it would seem quite strange for someone to be walking down the street alone in the heavy snow while making a phone. How about the 411 secret realm? Xiang Jingji must have already chosen a secret realm, speaking quickly. Jiang Ran rejected him without hesitation. No way. We're going out to relax, not to push our limits. Let's find a few with lower numbers and nice environments instead. Xiang Jingji on the other end looked disappointed. Oh, what about the 492 secret realm? The 486 secret realm is also an option. I'll post it in the group for you to check out. Shi Yin checked which secret realms were available in Shanghai City and picked out 2 based on their descriptions and some photos shared by Awakeners. Jiang Ran looked at the 492 secret realm, which was an island surrounded by the sea, picturesque, and with few weak, extraordinary beasts on the island. It was a perfect place to relax. The 486 secret realm, on the other hand, was a desert with a few uniquely shaped ruins, and there were also not many weak, extraordinary beasts inside. From the photos shared by the Awakeners, if one wore some specific outfits and posed a little, the chances of taking great shots would be high, fully capturing the exotic atmosphere. Island. Desert. Xiang Jingxing and Xiang Jingji exclaimed almost simultaneously, but their choices were completely opposite. On the other side, Shi Yin silently rolled his eyes, unheard by anyone. What about Ranzi? Where do you want to go? A rustling sound came from Jiang Ran's end. He didn't know what Jiang Ran was doing, and after a while the voice finally came through. Let's go to the island. The northern winter is dry anyway, no need to go to the desert. Alright then, I'll choose the island too. Sure, Yin didn't really care where they went. What about Jiang Qingye? Speak up, don't pretend to be silent. Jiang Qingye's microphone in the lower right corner was still gray. Hearing Shi Yan's words, the little speaker flickered for a second. Island. Okay, 4-1. Xiang Jingji, why don't you go to the desert by yourself, while the 4 of us go to the island? Shi Yan smiled. Get lost. Xiang Jingji was a bit annoyed. Why should I be kicked out? I was the one who suggested going out to play. Okay. I don't care, wherever you go I'll go too. I'll annoy you to death. Oh, do as you please. After they argued for a few more exchanges, Xiang Jingxing finally pressed down on his younger brother, who was flushed with anger, unilaterally ending their 20th verbal sparring match. Xiang Jingji had his microphone muted, and Shi Yin smugly hummed a couple of times. As his intelligence slowly returned, he suddenly realized. Why isn't Ranzi speaking? Jiang Ran's microphone was on, but aside from the earlier rustling sound, it had been very quiet, not making a sound at all. Such silence was unusual for him. Could it be that he was possessed by Jiang Qingye? Ranzi. Jiang Ran. Hey. Xiang Jingji called out several times before Jiang Ran's voice slowly came through. Oh, what's wrong? What are you doing? You've been silent for so long. Nothing much, just gave a blind fool who bumped into me a little lesson without an apology. Jiang Ran held a phone in one hand with a small blue dragon flying on his shoulder, emitting a barely visible blue energy that kept the surrounding snow a few centimeters away from him. In front of him, a middle-aged man's head was being stepped on by Jiang Ran, while a silver long sword in Jiang Ran's other hand pierced through the man's heart. A small patch of snow beneath him was stained red. Oh, Ranzi, remember to go easy on him. Don't kill him, or we'll have to pay for it later. Jiang Ran chuckled. Relax, I know how to control my strength. There's no way I'll end up paying. After agreeing on the meeting time and place, he finished the call just as Deputy Commander Feng Haiming arrived. Jiang Ran had already put away the dragon's soul, letting the snowflakes gently fall onto his head. Uncle Feng. Upon seeing Feng Haiming, Jiang Ran obediently smiled. Feng Haiming responded, "Is the person dead?" Jiang Ran pulled out the sword that was embedded in the man's body and withdrew his foot. "Sorry, Uncle Feng, I didn't control my strength well and accidentally killed him." Although he said he was sorry, there was not a trace of regret on Jiang Ran's face. Feng Haiming knew Jiang Ran did it on purpose, yet there was nothing to blame him for. The other party was clearly targeting Jiang Ran. Even if they couldn't kill him, they wanted to incapacitate him. With such obvious malice, it would be foolish for Jiang Ran not to retaliate. For people like this, killing them was no big deal. Besides, the dead could still provide information and intelligence. Feng Haiming lifted the body, blood continuing to drip from the man's chest. "While he's still fresh, I'll take him back and see if I can perform a soul retrieval. Be careful when you go out, and if anything happens, look for the local Divine Day department." Before leaving, Feng Haiming reminded Jiang Ran to pay attention to safety while having fun, and Jiang Ran kept smiling and nodded obediently. Not until Feng Haiming was out of sight did Jiang Ran's smile slightly fade, his eyes narrowing. Even without revealing his abilities of Plunder and Dragon Soul, there were still people who dared to come and provoke him. Jiang Ran knew that the value of the living was much higher than that of the dead, and they could provide more intelligence. However, if he held back this time and spared that person's life, certain hidden rats would likely think he was soft-hearted, viewing him as a pushover. Jiang Ran had expressed many times that he really disliked these potential troubles. Thus, to instill some fear in those lurking rats, he needed to show that his temper wasn't so gentle, making them think twice before provoking him. He could only first inconvenience the Divine Day investigators. They would have to find a way to gather clues from a dead person and then trace the leads. But none of this was his concern. As for this person's unusual abilities, Jiang Ran took a step forward, and in the next second he appeared dozens of meters away. His teleportation and the ability level is still so low. With my current strength, I can only teleport less than 100 meters each time. Jiang Ran expressed some disdain. "Feels not very useful to me." Feeling the additional ability within him, Jiang Ran sighed, silently shook his head, and simply stopped thinking about it. After all, it was just a cannon fodder used for scouting. How good could its abilities be? Forgetting that matter, he raised his hand to look at the long sword that had just pierced someone but remained spotless, and Jiang Ran flicked it lightly. Since I've decided to let you accompany me to fame and fortune, shouldn't I give you a name? Let me think, what should it be?" Ling Shuang. The sword that had been playing dead trembled slightly. Jiang Ran stroked his chin. "Not to your liking. Then how about Shui Yu?" The long sword trembled even more violently. Jiang Ran suggested several names, but it was dissatisfied with all of them. Until finally a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Ran. "Could it be that you originally had a name? Long Sword, did you finally guess it?" "Oh really? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Long Sword. Is this person sick? Do I look like I can talk?" Seemingly sensing the long sword's silent disdain, Jiang Ran scratched his head and chuckled. "Sorry, I forgot you can't talk. So what's your name?" "How would I know if you don't say? How about I just use the name I gave you? The ones I thought of aren't bad either." Seemingly fed up with Jiang Ran's incessant chatter, the long sword suddenly flew from Jiang Ran's hand, the tip touching the snow, and began to write in the snow. Jiang Ran squatted down, watching with great interest as it busily worked in the snow. A few seconds later, two neatly written Chinese characters appeared on the snow surface. "Hongguang." Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. "Your name is Hongguang." "Hongguang Sword." The Hongguang sword swayed slightly as if nodding. "Oh, that's fine, but I still think my name is better." If you disagree, just disagree. Why are you getting Calm down, it's not good to be seen by others. Stop, I advise you not to act, or once I do you'll definitely regret it. Damn, you're back for more. Alright, if you want to play like this, don't blame me. Bows and gratitude. That night outside the entrance of the secret realm number 492, Jiang Ran wore a black coat, with a fluffy inner lining, and even the hat was furry. Just looking at it, it seemed both comfortable and warm. However, the attention of the few people surrounding him was not on his outfit. "What are you all looking at me for? Noticing that I've become more handsome, are you envious?" Jiang Ran, with his hands in the pockets of his coat, raised an eyebrow at the varied expressions of the others. "How come?" Shi Yan's expression was a bit strange. "Moi. What made you think of dyeing your hair pink?" Compared to Shi Yan, Xiang Jingji was much more straightforward. "What's wrong with pink?" Jiang Ran ruffled his hair. "Do you discriminate against people with pink hair?" "Not exactly," Shi Yan pondered his words. "It just feels a bit odd." "What's odd about it?" Jiang Ran pouted. "Who said men can't wear pink? Isn't it quite handsome?" Xiang Jingxing held down Xiang Jingji, who was about to say something. It does look quite handsome." Let's go, it's so cold. If we just stand here, others will think we're fools." Shi Yan no longer dwelled on Jiang Ran's ever-changing hair color, stretched lazily, and took the lead into the entrance. Xiang Jingxing smiled at Jiang Ran, pulling along his silly younger brother as they walked. Jiang Ran chuckled softly, glancing at the quietly brooding Jiang Qingye, and quickened his pace to follow. After completing the registration, honestly the five of them passed through the entrance of the secret realm and entered the number 492 realm. Once inside, Jiang Ran looked at the nearby, his smile showing more satisfaction. Beside him, Xiang Jingji quickly took off his thick coat and changed into a floral shirt with a Hawaiian flair. Shi Yin was surprised. Didn't you want to go to the desert before? How come you even prepared a floral shirt? What do you know? Xiang Jingji snorted, showing no interest in the various plants on the island, and dashed straight towards the sea. Jiang Ran also took off his fluffy coat, revealing a hoodless white sweatshirt underneath. Stuffing the coat into his ring, Jiang Ran took out a camera from inside. Come on, let's learn from others and take a few pictures after entering. Shi Yin, who had also changed clothes, immediately came over. While Xiang Jingji is running off, let's take a photo without him. It's uncertain whether the strong wind on the island carried Shi Yan's words away, or if Xiang Jingji's ears were too sensitive, but he suddenly turned back after running a bit ahead. Hey, you guys taking pictures without me? Jiang Ran had already raised the camera towards them, laughed upon hearing his words, and without giving them time to prepare, pressed the shutter. Then the four of them posed together, making various gestures with only Xiang Jingji in the back, throwing a tantrum, and the photo was taken. Shi Yin looked at the photo, especially Xiang Jingji's funny expression, and nearly laughed until he couldn't breathe. Delete it, hurry up and delete it. Xiang Jingji was so angry he was hopping. Such a thing that would ruin his image absolutely cannot be kept. It must not be kept. As one of the later numbered level secret realms, number 492 was still a relatively popular leisure realm, and its difficulty was nearly negligible for Jiang Ran and his group. The group played on the island for 2 days, and in the end they were not sure if the secret realm thought they were too annoying, but a 5-story high wave crashed over from the sea and directly sent them all out of the realm. Outside the secret realm, Xiang Jingji, still wearing a floral shirt, scratched his head in confusion. So we just came out like this. Jiang Ran swiftly found his coat and put it on. What else? This secret realm has a time limit. At least 48 hours before you will be forcibly teleported out. What's the maximum? Shi Yin recalled the introduction of the secret realm. Seems like it's 120 hours. Xiang Jingji seemed a bit dispirited. No way is our luck really that bad. Hey, it's you guys who have bad luck, it has nothing to do with me. Jiang Ran immediately distanced himself from the situation. Looking at his silly younger brother who forgot to even change clothes, Xiang Jingxing sighed again. Then he took out a coat from his ring and quietly put it on. If he himself wasn't wearing it, it meant he wasn't cold. Since Xiang Jingji didn't feel cold, why should he worry? Even if they were brothers, there should be a safe distance. They were all adults. If they got hot, they took off clothes, and if they were cold, they put on clothes. Did he need to teach them? Anyway, he wasn't very smart to begin with, so let him freeze. Maybe it would make him even more foolish and balance things out. Alright, we've played enough, let's go eat. As someone who had just learned to fish and caught a piece of debris instead of a fisher, Yin really didn't want to discuss. He always felt that if they talked about such topics too much for the next decade, he might never catch a normal fish again. You treat us. Xiang Jingji, after being hit by a cold wind and sneezing loudly, finally realized it was cold and put on his coat. Why is it me treating? The secret realm was found by me. If it were Jiang Ran asking him to treat, Shi Yin would have obediently led the way. But since it was Xiang Jingji, Shi Yin definitely wouldn't let him off easy. Isn't Shanghai City your hometown? Xiang Jingji said confidently. As the host, finding the secret realm, treating for meals, and arranging accommodations, isn't that what you should do? Jiang Ran sensed something and pulled the hat down over his head. Once he put it on, everyone noticed that there were actually 2 triangular black shapes resembling. Jiang Ran sensed something and pulled the hat down over his head. Once he put it on, everyone noticed that there were actually 2 triangular black shapes resembling cat ears on the hat, with a circle of fluff around the edges. However, this time, none of them questioned what was wrong with the coat. Hot pot sounds good. Eating hot pot on a snowy day isn't bad at all. As soon as Jiang Ran finished this sentence, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky, leaving the others dumbfounded. Ranzi, are you trying to become a fortune teller? Huh. What's so hard about it? I have the wind. Jiang Ran blinked and explained. Oh. The others lost interest again. What are you all feeling down about? Jiang Ran genuinely couldn't comprehend their strange thought processes. Could it be that they were led astray by Xiang Jingji? It's nothing, let's go eat hot pot. Shi Yin waved his hand, clearly not wanting to elaborate. Then you treat us. Xiang Jingji started again, and he wouldn't give up until Shi Yin agreed. Treat. I'll treat. Shi Yin glared at him, then looked at Xiang Jingxing. Does your family not give Xiang Jingji money to spend? How could he be reduced to this level? Xiang Jingxing shrugged, indicating that Xiang Jingji becoming like this was purely his own problem, not related to him or his family. Jiang Ran looked at Shi Yin and suddenly spoke. You treat, and you have to pay. Once this was said, all four of them instantly recalled the ridiculous things Jiang Ran had done back when they were in Beijing. Shurian twitched his lips in silence. Don't worry, if I treat, I will definitely pay. Jiang Ran then nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Alright, nothing else, let's set off to eat. Let's go. Don't be polite with Shurian later, order more. Young Master sure has plenty of money. Get lost, if you keep talking you can pay for your own share. TCH. After spending 2 more days in Shanghai City, the group gradually separated, each returning to their own homes. After all, the new year was approaching. In many overseas countries the concept of holidays has become quite diluted. They only use the excuse to enjoy a good meal when convenient and skip it if it seems troublesome. However, in the Dragon Country, even though it has been 250 years since the era of abilities began, people still attach great importance to these traditional festivals that have been passed down since ancient times. Jiang Ran lay at home for a few more days and finally received a message from his grandfather Jiang Qinglin the day before the new year. Xiao Ran, I'm sorry Grandpa has been too busy and couldn't find the time, and I missed your birthday. As soon as the video from Jiang Qinglin came through, he immediately apologized. Jiang Ran felt it was no big deal, comforted him with a few jokes, and after Jiang Qinglin mentioned making it up to him with a gift in a few days, they moved past the topic. They then chatted about unimportant matters like how well he was mastering his abilities, whether there were any issues with his training, and so on. Finally, Jiang Qinglin brought up the matter of the W04 restricted zone. He didn't ask about the wooden sculpture that Jiang Ran had used, nor did he inquire about the events leading up to it, but instead spoke of the Beast Emperor of the restricted zone. Have you seen the Beast Emperor of the Gutsong restricted zone? Jiang Ran shook his head. No, she just hid inside and transmitted a few sounds. I guess I was too weak to deserve her coming out to meet me. Although the Beast Emperor was very good-natured at that time, and even agreed to Jiang Ran's debt request, Jiang Ran felt no gratitude. Instead, he intended to set a trap for her. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jiang Qinglin, though aware that Jiang Ran was speaking deliberately, still cooperatively snorted coldly. A little spider that can't weave webs dares to disrespect you. When Grandpa has time, he must go find her and have a good chat. Jiang Ran's eyes flickered. It turned out that the Beast Emperor of the W04 restricted zone was in fact a spider. And a spider that can't weave webs at that. However, knowing this information was of no use to him. Even if she were a spider that couldn't weave webs, she was not someone he could covet at his current level. Just listening was enough. By the way, Grandpa. Jiang Ran then continued with this topic, suddenly recalling something, and informing Jiang Qinglin about the agreement he made with the Beast Emperor regarding the 3 items she owed him that he could choose at any time. Jiang Qinglin nodded. It's fine to owe, our family isn't poor enough to need to ask a little spider for things. Moreover, the Gutsong restricted zone hasn't existed for long, and its strength is inferior to other restricted zones, so the items inside are not worth much. Once that Beast Emperor develops further, along with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures evolving a few more times, the quality will likely improve considerably. As Jiang Qinglin spoke, Jiang Ran felt that his initial suggestion to have her owe him was indeed a wise choice. But Grandpa, what if I go to her for the debt later, and she goes back on her word? Jiang Ran blinked unceremoniously, digging another pit for that Beast Emperor. No worries, after a while I'll go find her, and Chatta shall know what to do then. Jiang Qinglin waved his hand, indicating that it was no big deal. Faced with his grandfather's domineering statement, Jiang Ran's smile became even brighter. Jiang Qinglin then reminded him to be careful while playing, telling him to throw the protective talisman he had given if he encountered something he couldn't handle, and to inform him if it still didn't work, he would resolve it when he had time. He concluded by saying that he probably wouldn't be able to return for the new year, but there wouldn't be any danger, so Jiang Ran need not worry. Jiang Ran agreed to all of it, and the video call ended. In the days following the new year, in the group chat of 12 people that had been silent since the Global League's preliminary rounds ended, Quan Feng suddenly sent a message. In the second week after the new year, the official team and the substitute team of 10 will start training again. Although the league organizing committee has yet to officially announce it, several major countries have already received some information confirming that the knockout rounds of the Global League will take place in mid-March. However, the exact start date is still unknown. As soon as this news was released, Xiang Jingji started crying out in the small group. Xiang Jingji, no. My winter break. Shurian, are you sick? You wanted to go to the secret realm during the break, and now you can go to the secret realm every day, but you don't want to go. Xiang Jingji, voluntary travel and work trips, can they be the same? Shurian. Well, it seems to have some logic. However, this year's New Year isn't particularly early. February 3rd is the Lunar New Year for the Dragon Country. A week later, it will be February 10th. Calculating the time their winter break has lasted nearly 2 months, which isn't short. However, knowing that their vacation is about to end and that their work schedule is still unknown feels entirely different. Jiang Ran didn't know what others thought, but he himself had already learned about this matter from Jiang Yueqin the day before, so he returned to his home buddy Wei's, not stepping out the door for days. 2 days before the spring festival, Jiang Yueqin was called away by a phone call, and it was unclear where he went. Deputy Commander Feng Haiming went along, indicating that the situation was quite serious. It wasn't until the early morning of the Spring Festival that Jiang Ran received many messages at once. Some were group messages, while others were sent individually. His uncle Jiang Yueqin mentioned that he probably wouldn't be able to return to Beijing for some time, and advised him to take care of himself. Aunt Jiang Siggy likely conveyed a similar sentiment, and then mentioned a New Year gift she sent, reminding him to check it. Uncle remained as silent as ever, but by noon, a large sum of money appeared in all of Jiang Ran's accounts, simultaneously noted as a red envelope. Yin Feng transferred him some money, wishing him a happy new year, while reminding Jiang Ran that he still owed him cake that he hadn't eaten. Shi Yin and the other three privately sent him blessings and red envelopes, and then Xiang Jingxing also sent one in the small group, but somehow Xiang Jingji and Shi Yin began arguing again. Baiyu probably went home for the new year as well, and this time he didn't come over. He just sent him a couple of rather unserious blessings at the right time, along with a generous amount of red envelope money. To be honest, although Jiang Ran knew Baiyu wasn't short of money, he still raised an eyebrow upon seeing the extraordinarily generous red envelope he sent. This kid, clearly so wealthy, still pretends to be poor every day. Back in Shanghai City, he even tried to trick him into buying him a car. It's a bit too much. After experiencing a new year that was no different from the previous decades, on February 9th, Jiang Ran boarded a plane to Guangping City empty-handed. After experiencing a new year that was no different from the previous decades, on February 9th, upon landing and feeling the completely different climate between the north and south, Jiang Ran silently changed into another coat. Shi Yin, who was closer, had taken an earlier flight and arrived in the morning. As for Feng Jun, the healing awakener from the substitute team, his home was in Guangping City, so it was the two of them responsible for picking up the plane. "You're quite early." Shi Yin spotted the conspicuous pink hair in the crowd and immediately approached. "Anyway, there's nothing much to do." Jiang Ran yawned, looking quite sleepy. The pilot seemed to be in some strange mood, turning a regular passenger plane into something almost like a fighter jet. Although Jiang Ran didn't feel much discomfort from motion sickness, the high-pitched screams from a few people still shattered his desire for a nap. Jiang Ran, long time no see. Feng Jun, who was trailing behind, cautiously greeted him. As an awakened healer, Feng Jun's progress in cultivation had always been slow. While others could seek out secret realms or arenas for battles when facing a bottleneck or rely on combat to enhance their strength, he could not. After all, he couldn't just stand on the street and grab someone claiming he wanted to heal them, right? That would get him labeled as a lunatic. Feng Jun had already known that Jiang Ran was quite powerful and that there was a significant gap between them. But it was merely a significant gap. However, after nearly 4 months apart, seeing Jiang Ran again made Feng Jun realize that Jiang Ran seemed to have become even more unfathomable. Though his aura had not changed throughout, Feng Jun felt increasingly that the gap between him and Jiang Ran was gradually widening. Jiang Ran nodded in response, and then asked, "Who else is arriving today?" "Lao Jiang and Jing Xing are coming tomorrow, as are Yin Yu and Dong Xinyao. Qi Mu and Wu Yikai bought tickets for today. If the flight isn't delayed, they should arrive shortly." Shi Yin took out his phone to check and replied, "All right then, let's wait for them to arrive together." Jiang Ran yawned again, his sleepy eyes squinting. It's all Baiye's fault for dragging him into a game last night, claiming that the promotion match was imminent. He didn't dare play alone and asked Jiang Ran for help. As a result, they played the same promotion match repeatedly all night until dawn. In the end, they didn't manage to advance. Jiang Ran was so angry that he almost deleted Baiyu from his friends list on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that a day had already passed since the incident, and he was genuinely exhausted now, Jiang Ran didn't even want to see Shi Yin. Just seeing him reminded Jiang Ran of Shi Yin's gaming skills, and from there he would associate it with Baiyu, which led him back to the promotion match they failed to win after a sleepless night. Jiang Ran rubbed his face, thinking he shouldn't dwell on it any longer. If he kept thinking about it, he might really unleash his grievances about Baiyu onto Shi Yin. After all, Shi Yin was the closest to him, and both Shi Yin and Baiyu had a similar level of gaming skill, exhibiting a certain beauty of brainlessness. Shi Yin felt a sudden chill creep up his back, but when he turned around, he only saw Jiang Ran standing lazily beside him with half-closed eyes. Could it be that he misjudged? What's wrong? Seeing Shi Yin suddenly look back, Feng Jun was a bit confused. "I suddenly felt a bit cold," Shi Yin said uncertainly. Cold? Although Feng Jun wasn't wearing much, he really didn't feel cold. After thinking for a moment, he replied, maybe there's a problem with the air conditioning in the lobby. Maybe. Jiang Ran stood aside listening to the almost surreal conversation between the two, his lips twitching slightly. Shurian, I told you not to argue with Xiang Jingji every day. Look at you, your originally fine brain has been infected to become like this. Less than half an hour later, another airplane roared down. Wu Yikai emerged dragging a suitcase half his height. Having been there for a while, Feng Zhan was excited to finally see a familiar face. The two first embraced, expressing their long-lost feelings of missing and excitement before Wu Yikai noticed Shurian and Jiang Ran standing in front. Happy New Year, everyone. Compared to Feng Zhan, Wu Yikai seemed much more talkative. He exchanged a few pleasantries before complimenting the progress of both of their strengths. Although he could not gauge Jiang Ran's current strength, complimenting him was definitely not a mistake. However, Jiang Ran felt somewhat frustrated being praised by Wu Yikai, because as soon as Wu Yikai saw Jiang Ran, he blurted out, Jiang Ran has become more handsome again. The moment he said this, Wu Yikai realized he had misspoken, his heart sinking. Oh no, he accidentally let slip his true thoughts. Jiang Ran's expression didn't change much, but his mood was quite gloomy. More handsome again. Handsome. Shouldn't one use words like handsome or dashing to praise a guy? What does good-looking even mean? Moreover, he had clearly become much stronger, yet the first impression they had of him was that he looked good. While this was indeed a fact, it felt really strange to be described with such words by another guy. Could these people not pay more attention to his inner beauty? So frustrating. Meanwhile, Shurian nearly burst out laughing upon hearing Wu Yikai compliment Jiang Ran for being good-looking. But after a moment of reflection, he looked at Jiang Ran, who was smirking yet had a resigned look in his eyes. Especially with that face, his thoughts momentarily halted. Hiss. Shurian discreetly stroked his chin. Why did it feel like Wu Yikai wasn't entirely wrong? After another 10 minutes, Chi Mu walked out looking relaxed. He first greeted Feng Zhan, Wu Yikai, and Shurian briefly, then headed straight for Jiang Ran. Happy New Year, Jiang Ran. It's been a long time since we last met. Chi Mu's smile widened as he spoke to Jiang Ran. Just as he was about to pat Jiang Ran on the shoulder like the others, he found his hand caught by someone standing nearby. Shurian, standing next to Jiang Ran, reached out to shake Chi Mu's hand, smiling politely. It really has been a long time. Chi Mu paused. Shurian's grip was quite firm, and he couldn't pull away, so he could only reciprocate by shaking his hand. When Shurian finally let go, Chi Mu turned to Jiang Ran again. When are you coming back to Haixing? Last time I didn't take you to any fun places. Shurian proactively chimed in. Whenever we have the time, we'll definitely go. Just make sure you don't find us trouble. Chi Mu's smile began to falter. No, I'd be more than happy to have you guys around. How could I find you troublesome? Their gazes met and sparks flew. Chi Mu, are you sick? I'm talking to Jiang Ran, why are you butting in? Is there no etiquette? Shurian smiled meaningfully. Hey buddy, who do you think you are to try and pry into someone else's relationship? It's you who is being rude, isn't it? Besides, if you really like prying into relationships, why not go after Xiang Jingji? I'm sure no one would stop you from doing that with others. Why do you have to fixate on Jiang Ran? Is our Jiang Ran someone you can just fixate on? The atmosphere between the two was strange, leaving Feng Zhan and Wu Yikai, who were standing nearby, utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what was happening. Jiang Ran, blocked by Shurian, felt so sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open, utterly uninterested in contemplating why these two suddenly seemed to dislike each other. It's just a few verbal jabs and a glaring match. Oh, what's the big deal? They weren't even physically fighting. Besides, even if it came to blows, Shurian wouldn't suffer any losses, so why care? Besides the 7 most renowned academies in Longwu, numerous other universities, large and small, also exist across the nation. The competition Jiang Ran and his team had come to observe in Guangping City was the 100 School Freshman Tournament, a contest that had only emerged and gained momentum over the past 2 years. This tournament was jointly hosted by 100 universities from across the country, open exclusively to first-year freshmen enrolled this semester. The rules were straightforward. Each university selected 5 students to form a team, and pairings were determined by lottery. Once the match began, the 2 teams faced off in a series of unknown duels until all 5 members of one team were defeated, whereupon their university was declared the loser. For example, Jinnah Academy and Starlight University were drawn as opponents, each fielding a 5. Before stepping onto the arena, both sides fixed the order in which their members would compete. Jinnah Academy chose the sequence ABCD, while Starlight University opted for 54,321. A and 5 dueled first. If A emerged victorious, he could either withdraw or remain on the field to challenge for next. Should 4 defeat, AB would then step forward. Conversely, if A triumphed over 4, he could choose to continue fighting until all 5 members of Starlight University were vanquished, securing Jinnah Academy's victory. Having absorbed the rules, Jiang Ran settled into the specially reserved spectator seats, resting his chin on one hand in silent contemplation. Meanwhile, those beside him exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Will the elimination round rules follow the same format? Wu Yikai, seated beside Kuang Feng, never minced words, and so voiced the question outright. Kuang Feng hummed in assent. The core structure remains, though certain details will be refined and adjusted. Dong Xingyao's once short hair had grown out over these past months into long locks styled neatly into a princess cut. Truth be told, it suited her remarkably well. She gathered her hair with slender fingers. If that's the case, aren't we virtually guaranteed victory? Would Ingwa consent? As she spoke, her gaze flickered toward Jiang Ran, prompting the others to follow suit, silently nodding in agreement. Jiang Ran's extraordinary prowess had already stunned delegations from every nation during the preliminary rounds. Indeed, this elimination format tilted unmistakably in Longwa's favor. Feeling a sudden convergence of eyes upon him, Jiang Ran spread his other hand wide and sighed wryly. You're overthinking it. I suspect Ingwa won't merely accept this, they'll rejoice. Huh. Xiang Jingji blinked rapidly. Why? For us, this format is nothing short of a dimensional annihilation. Exactly. Chi Mu chimed in. Just place Jiang Ran first. We won't even need to step onto the— So much confidence in me. Jiang Ran arched a brow. All nodded in unison. Then Ingwa will hold similar faith in their own competitors. After all, we've yet to face them directly. Indeed, Xiang Jingxing affirmed with a slow nod. Across the vast ocean, many Caucasians still harbor deep-seated contempt for Longwo's people. Shiyan let out a dry, derisive laugh. They're probably still regretting skipping the preliminaries, fantasizing how had they competed they'd have effortlessly eclipsed Longwa's brilliance and reaffirmed their status as Blue Planet's undisputed sovereigns. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yikai and Fengzhen simultaneously twisted their faces in disgust. What century is this? Do those Westerners truly believe Longwa remains easy prey, still trapped in the Qing dynasty's shadow 3 centuries ago? Jiang Ran shrugged. That's beyond my knowledge. Enough. Seeing the group grow increasingly animated, Kuang Feng sighed and intervened firmly. You're here to watch the matches, not debate geopolitics. Sit properly and focus on the arena below. When the seniors spoke, even the most boisterous fell silent and straightened their spines, eyes fixed downward. With 100 universities participating, time efficiency demanded simultaneous action. 4 arenas operated at once. 8 schools competing concurrently. Winners advanced, losers were eliminated. The early rounds held little intrigue, though each school fielded elite contenders, the very cream of their freshman class. Their skill level struck Jiang Ran as no more than fledglings pecking at each other. At last, surviving the first round, Jiang Ran slumped against Xiang Jingxing as they exited, shamelessly draping his full weight onto his friend, who dragged him forward like a reluctant anchor. No sooner had they stepped outside the venue than they were intercepted. Jiang Ran and Xiang Jingxing brought up the rear. When the front line halted abruptly, Jiang Ran tapped Jiang Qingye's shoulder ahead. Why stop? People. Reunion. After weeks of cohabitation, the group had grown fluent in Jiang Qingye's laconic word-by-word speech patterns. Xiang Jingxing glanced ahead. Those reserve players, classmates from their high school. Jiang Ran clicked his tongue in mild irritation at being blocked at the exit. Xiang Jingxing, however, remained unruffled, tilting his head to regard the man who, after watching several matches, seemed to have misplaced his own skeleton. Mind your bearing. What if fans are waiting outside? Jiang Ran scoffed. Let them come. I'm perpetually magnificent. No need to hide it. Yet he straightened his posture and smoothed his clothes and hair, because faintly carried on the breeze he thought he'd heard his own name. Brother Fengzhen, is Jiang Ran with you? A delicate feminine voice drifted to Jiang Ran's ear. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop, yet names, especially his own, always pricked his awareness, drawing his attention unbidden. Then came Fengzhen's earnest, slightly dim reply. He's here. Wait, where is he? Ah, there. Spotting a conspicuously pink-haired head, he casually pointed backward. Realizing he'd been exposed, Jiang Ran sighed inwardly and ambled forward from the rear of the group. You called me. Until now, Fengzhen hadn't felt awkward, but facing Jiang Ran directly left him momentarily tongue-tied. Dong Xinyao, having overheard everything, shook her head lightly and stepped forward to introduce them. These are Fengzhen's high school classmates. They say they're your fans and wish to meet you. Oh. Jiang Ran nodded, offering the assembled young men and women a warm, perfectly calibrated smile. Hello. The girl whose voice had first reached Jiang Ran clutched her friend's arm, whispering in ecstatic disbelief. Ah, Jiang Ran in person is so handsome, far more stunning than in videos. Jiang Ran blinked, tempted to murmur, I hear you perfectly, even at a whisper. Yet sensing such candor might embarrass her, he swallowed the remark whole. Hello Jiang Ran. Could you? Well, that is. One bespectacled boy stammered, utterly undone by excitement. Jiang Ran hadn't expected male admirers. Perhaps then his inner substance had found resonance after all. Could I what? That thought lent him unexpected patience. His friend, unable to bear the boy's stuttering any longer, interjected. Could you sign something? Or take a photo with us? We've brought pens and paper, and wish you victory in the elimination rounds, onward, ever stronger. Sure. Jiang Ran readily agreed, taking the pen handed over by the other party, and swiftly signed. Xiang Jingji suddenly squeezed over, peering to see what Jiang Ran's signature looked like. Jiang Ran shot him a sidelong glance. What's wrong? Do you want a signature too? What do I need that for? Xiang Jingji firmly refused. After signing 4 or 5 times, Jiang Ran stopped. When they requested a group photo, Jiang Ran smiled and politely declined under the pretense of disliking photos. After that group left, they walked towards the hotel, and Wu Yikai clicked his tongue in envy. Jiang Ran is too popular. Jiang Ran summoned a ball of water to wash his hands, shrugging. It's because I'm too handsome. There's nothing I can do about it. However, Xiang Jingji held an opposite view from Wu Yikai. What's so great about being popular? I really don't want to be approached for signatures and photos every time I go out for a meal. That would be terrifying. Wu Yikai scratched his head. It seems there's some truth to that. Fengjin pondered. So does that mean those celebrities are actually quite miserable? Dong Xinyao looked disdainful. Miserable, my foot, they earn in a day what we earn in a year. As long as they see their bank account balance, they can endure any hardship. Wu Yikai once again shifted his stance. That makes sense, it really does. Then he suddenly thought of something. So if that's the case, Jiang Ran is at a loss. He has to endure being recognized wherever he goes, yet he doesn't have money to show for it. The others fell silent for a moment. It seemed to be true. Xiang Jingji was almost led astray by their logic. He only snapped back to reality when he heard about money, displaying a look of, you guys don't understand anything. You're overthinking it. Jiang Ran isn't short on money. The salaries of those celebrities are probably comparable to poverty for him. This time not only Wu Yikai, but even Yin Yu couldn't help but glance back at Jiang Ran. Although Yin Yu's family wasn't short on money, and she knew Jiang Ran had a bit of money, she never expected that Jiang Ran was wealthy to the point where hundreds of millions meant nothing to him. Could he also be from a prominent family? But Yin Yu really hadn't heard of any prominent families with the surname Jiang in Longhua. He couldn't have changed his name, could he? Wu Yikai's mouth dropped open in shock, staring at Jiang Ran, who remained calm despite Xiang Jingji's exaggerations. Is it real, eh? Fake. Jiang Ran answered leisurely. Do you really believe what Xiang Jingji says? Besides, do I look like a rich person to you? Shimu suddenly recalled how Jiang Ran had paid without batting an eye when shopping in Haisheng. He realized that even if Xiang Jingji was exaggerating, Jiang Ran probably truly wasn't short on money. Dong Xinyao looked at Jiang Ran. His demeanor does seem quite like it. That means you haven't seen a real wealthy person, Shi Yin interjected. Actually, Xiang Jingji is also a young master from a rich family. Now that you see him, don't you feel disillusioned? Faced with the expectant gaze of Xiang Jingji, Dong Xinyao found herself at a loss for words. How should she respond? Should she admit that she hadn't realized Xiang Jingji was actually a young master? Looking at Dong Xinyao fall silent, Xiang Jingji's mouth twitched. What does that mean? Am I that hard to describe? He had a very young master aura when he was serious too. You have to believe me. The next day's competition started at 9 in the morning. Jiang Ran and his companions sat obediently in the high viewing seats, but for some reason Jiang Ran felt an overwhelming number of elusive gazes directed at him. Furrowing his brows, Jiang Ran pulled out a baseball cap and put it on his head, then produced 2 identical caps and placed them on Shi Yin and Jiang Qingye's heads. Xiang Jingji watched his actions. Although he didn't understand what Jiang Ran was doing, it didn't stop him from being dissatisfied. Why only for them? What about me and my brother? Jiang Ran switched positions and crouched behind Jiang Qingye. Hearing Xiang Jingji's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why do you want everything? I don't care, I want it. Are you treating us differently? What happened to our brotherly bond? Xiang Jingji began to throw a tantrum. Alright, I'll give it to you. Jiang Ran was speechless and found 2 more caps to give to the 2. Xiang Jingji accepted the cap and put it on, glancing around discreetly, lowering his voice. Is someone watching you? It's probably my fans, Jiang Ran said, hunching over to hide himself, but I'm not sure if those gazes coming over are quite intense. Xiang Jingji found it a bit strange. Are you really afraid of being watched by others? Jiang Ran didn't answer this silly question and kicked him lightly. Why care so much? Sit upright, watch the match properly, and stop looking around all the time. In truth, Jiang Ran only sensed that many people were watching him, but reading the intentions of those distant gazes was far beyond his abilities. The reason he suddenly became so cautious was that at a certain moment a rather unpleasant premonition surged within his heart. Through analyzing and mastering his sixth sense, Jiang Ran concluded that the premonition he felt earlier meant there was no life-threatening danger, and it was unlikely he would get hurt, but it would be quite troublesome. Thus all morning Jiang Ran maintained a sneaky demeanor, not even showing his face. Just when he thought he had evaded trouble, it finally arrived in the afternoon near the end of the second round of the competition. A friendly match. Hearing the words from a man with a receding hairline in front of them, the group was momentarily stunned. Huang Feng frowned. Sorry, our itinerary this time is solely for observation with no other arrangements. This is an order that came down suddenly from above. The man with the receding hairline smiled obsequiously. I'm just a messenger, I don't know why this arrangement was made. If you don't believe me, you can ask around, but the information I received is indeed like this. Even though the other party was polite, Huang Feng's attitude remained very cold. Then let me confirm before contacting you again. After saying that, he stood up and left with his team. Back at the hotel, Xiang Jingji was still puzzled. Isn't it just a matter of us going to fight those schools next? What's so hard to agree to? You're really foolish if you don't realize that. Shurian rolled his eyes. What time is it now? It's the preparation phase before the knockout rounds. Currently, the information about the contestants from various countries is absolutely confidential. If we openly fight a match at this time, wouldn't our information be completely exposed? The knockout rounds will likely be a unknown battle. By then other countries will know our strengths, abilities, and even combat styles. We'll be at a disadvantage before we even start the competition, losing all our advantages. Well, can't I just play along a bit? Xiang Jingji scratched his head. For instance, if I'm at the river realm, I can just display the strength of the fighting realm during the competition, right? That way I can trick them all. Wow, Brother Ji, you're so clever. I can't believe you thought of such a perfect plan. Jiang Ran exclaimed as he slapped him on the head. Xiang Jingzi's eyes lit up. Right? I think I'm really smart too. Shurian nodded, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Only you could come up with such a clever idea. With so many people from other countries, not a single one of them is smarter than you. They're all a bunch of fools. Are you indirectly calling me stupid? How could I? I'm clearly praising you. Get lost, you're just If you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing I can do. They'll beat you up. Watching the two of them start to fight, Jiang Ran closed his eyes in frustration, unable to bear to watch any longer. He feared that if he continued to watch, he might not be able to help but knock them all out. Xiang Jingxing was sitting next to Jiang Ran looking at his phone when he suddenly frowned. We're likely going to have to participate in this friendly match. Moi. Jiang Ran was playing a single-player rhythm game when he heard Xiang Jingxing's words and accidentally missed hitting a note. Are the people up top complete fools? Xiang Jingxing sighed. They had no choice but to do this. No one was supposed to know that we came to watch the matches. But starting from last night, for some unknown reason, the whole of Long Country found out that we were here. Now there are all sorts of rumors online. Some say we just came to watch the competition, some say we came to learn, and in fact our strength is even weaker than these people. Others say we were forced to come and actually look down on such competitions. Shi Yan and Xiang Jingji had just finished a fight and had all gathered around. I bet the last rumor is the most popular one. Exactly. Xiang Jingxing scrolled through his phone. Right now many people online are trying to stir things up, wanting us to compete against them. If we don't, they'll say it's because we are afraid or that we look down on them. Xiang Jingji furrowed his brows. These netizens are insane. Not fighting has nothing to do with whether we dare to or not, it's simply that we don't want to fight. There's no helping it, this is how the internet age is. Many people don't have their own judgments, they just follow the crowd because they see so many others saying the same thing. Xiang Jingxing's expression grew more serious the more he read. Moreover, this matter actually relates to us. No, not us, but Jiang Ran. Me. Jiang Ran was about to continue with the next round when he heard that this troublesome matter had to do with him, so he had to put down his phone. He thought for a moment. Is it about what happened after the match yesterday? Yes, even though you refused to take a photo at that time, someone still managed to take a picture of you and posted it online. Send it to me so I can take a look. After watching a video forwarded by Xiang Jingxing, Jiang Ran studied it carefully for a while and sighed in relief. That's good. Good? How can it be good? Xiang Jingzi's eyes widened as he exclaimed, the comment section is filled with insults directed at you, didn't you see? One comment says you look so lazy that it clearly shows you are arrogant and disregarding others. Another says just looking at you it's obvious you love to slack off, and probably don't take the Global League seriously, suggesting they should replace you soon. And this one, it says just by looking at your hair it's clear your mind isn't on the league, You probably just want to be an internet celebrity, and all those performances during the competition were just for show. Xiang Jingji grew angrier the more he read. Damn it, how can so many idiots believe such ridiculous things? Don't they have brains? Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. So many people are cursing me. Did you not look at the comments? Shurian glanced at it a few times and couldn't bear to continue. The comment section was like a meeting of the extraordinary. No, I didn't. Then what did you mean by saying it's good? It's good that my face is still tough enough to withstand this kind of candid shot. Besides, with so many people cursing me in the comments, not a single one of them said I looked ugly. That's a complete affirmation of my looks. The four of them. They shouldn't have worried that Jiang Ran would be affected by this. Alright. Seeing the shared expressions of disbelief on the four faces, Jiang Ran finally smiled. Don't worry, it's just a few insults directed at me. It won't cost me a pound of flesh. Xiang Jingxing sighed. Aren't you afraid that some extreme personalities could be influenced by these words and secretly curse you? Jiang Ran laughed heartily and carefreely. It's fine, ordinary curses won't kill me. Ever since that mysterious curse incident during his visit to the Watertown, Jiang Ran had paid a bit more attention to such supernatural abilities and specifically sought out some anti-curse items. He even consulted teacher Xie Tingxue, who was quite knowledgeable about curses, and she shared a lot of information with him about curses, leaving behind a somewhat special curse on him. This curse would not manifest normally, but if any other curse appeared on Jiang Ran, this one would be activated, and Xie Tingxue would be able to sense it. Although he didn't know why Jiang Ran could remain so confident, the words he spoke were indeed not deceitful. Xiang Jingxing felt a bit more at ease. Shurian raised his phone, staring at the sudden messages popping up in their WeChat group, and dramatically sighed. Alas, looks like we really can't avoid it. Jiang Ran glanced at it. It was a message from Guangfeng specifically about the friendly match. This year the second round selected 25 schools to advance. Originally they planned to draw lots tomorrow to give one school a bye to advance directly, but with the friendly match they changed the rules temporarily, allowing the extra school to compete against them. The rules are the same as other schools, 5 people taking turns on Ianon. If they win they advance to the next round, if they lose they are eliminated. Xiang Jingji pouted in dissatisfaction. Wait, if we win don't we get any rewards? Why are we just fighting them for nothing? Of course there are rewards. Sure, Yin pointed at a specific part of the friendly match rules on the image. If we win they will help promote us online for free, restoring our image. Xiang Jingji jumped up excitedly. Wait a minute, is this really a reward? We were cursed for no reason at all, shouldn't they actively help clarify things for us? Should they really be taking advantage of this kind of situation? By the end Xiang Jingxi's face turned red with anger. Xiang Jingxing quickly pulled him back, patting his back to calm him down. Calm down, don't get mad, it's unnecessary. Shurian echoed. Yes, Long Country is so vast with so many people, not everyone has a normal mindset. Even Jiang Qingye, who had been silent, nodded in agreement. Jiang Ran looked at Xiang Jingxi's face, which was turning into that of an angry monkey, and almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Seeing Xiang Jingxi's resentful gaze, Jiang Ran cleared his throat and restrained himself a bit. He pulled Xiang Jingxi over and comfortingly patted his head. Alright, what's there to be angry about? This world has always been like this, don't take it to heart. After all, this kind of thing doesn't really affect us. Xiang Jingxi huffed softly. Didn't you say participating in public competitions would be disadvantageous for us? It's fine. Jiang Ran smiled brightly, rubbing his head. I've already thought of a way. Just follow my lead when the time comes and I guarantee we'll give them a surprise. Are you certain you'll compete yourselves? Nah, friendly match between the league players and the 100-school tournament was scheduled as the opening event. And when Jiang Ran and his teammates arrived, they immediately sensed the arena's audience had doubled in size compared to the first day. Although Guangfeng had reluctantly agreed to this absurd friendly match, he had originally intended to field only the 5 reserve players. Though the reserves were official competitors, it would still be far safer than exposing Jiang Ran. Yet he hadn't anticipated that moments before the match began, Jiang Ran approached him directly, declaring that all 5 of them would represent the team in this friendly contest. Watching Guangfeng's brows knit faintly, Jiang Ran smiled gently in. Yes. Though this is merely a friendly match, we must not underestimate our opponents. They deserve our full respect. At those words, Guangfeng instantly surmised these young people had clearly been affected by the online vitriol directed at them. Still, they were just children. Hurt or angered by baseless, evidence-free slander was perfectly natural. In truth, no one had ever expected them to achieve anything remarkable in the league. The higher-ups' consistent stance had always been play as far as you can, and that was it. Let the children simply enjoy themselves. And with that thought, Guangfeng nodded. Very well, go ahead if that's what you wish. Just as Jiang Ran turned to rejoin his team, Guangfeng added, Don't dwell on what's online. The matter will soon be resolved. Jiang Ran smiled again. Words spoken by fools have never held any weight for me. And there was another sentence he chose not to utter. Words spoken by the Suntabid. He never listened to those either. And until recently, he truly hadn't known how he was portrayed online. To avoid the awkwardness of stumbling upon unfounded praise, Jiang Ran had long ago blacklisted every keyword associated with his name, right from the moment his online fame first surged. Thus, whether fans lauded him or trolls reviled him, not a single post reached his feed. Had it not been for Xiang Jingxing's video sent last night, Jiang Ran might well have remained entirely unaware, even after the entire affair concluded, that someone had secretly hired mercenaries to smear his reputation. Now that he knew, however, he could no longer afford indifference. And after all, he was merely human, not some sage who could smile serenely while others deliberately sought to ruin him. Jiang Ran, was it you? Unknown, if you truly believed it was us, you wouldn't have asked. Jiang Ran, how dreadfully dull you are. Unknown, speak plainly. What do you want? Jiang Ran, I'm sending you a few people. Unknown, you want us to track down whoever orchestrated this behind the scenes. Jiang Ran, sharp as ever. No need to deliver them to me. Do with them as you see fit. Unknown, I refuse. My debt to you was settled long ago. I bear no further obligation. Besides, watching you flounder amuses them immensely. Jiang Ran, must you complicate everything? If you won't act, I'll find someone else. 2 free offerings, and you decline. How ungrateful. Unknown. Unknown, I'll handle the individuals, but the online matter is none of my concern. Jiang Ran understood. The draw had concluded. The school drawn to compete against Jiang Ran and his teammates was Haoyan Academy. Coincidentally, this university happened to be the same institution attended by Wu Yikai, the reserve player. Upon hearing the news, Wu Yikai appeared deeply troubled. What's with that face? Constipated this morning. Xiang Jingji nudged him teasingly. No. It's just, there's something I want to say, but I'm unsure whether I should. Wu Yikai hesitated. Go on, what is it? Well, though I can't guess who my school will field, they'll likely be my classmates. So, could you possibly go? Wu Yikai wore an agonized expression. I'm not asking you to throw the match. I just mean, Dong Xinyao kindly translated for him, he's afraid you might accidentally kill his classmates. Oh, that's all. Xiang Jingji clapped Wu Yikai heartily on the shoulder, grinning like an old friend. Relax, you have my word, we'll hold back. Right, Jiang Ran. Xiang Jingji winked at Jiang Ran over his shoulder. Jiang Ran smiled. Of course, I'm the most precise of us all. Then, good luck to you all. Hearing Jiang Ran, the most dependable among them, vow restraint, Wu Yikai finally exhaled in relief. Xiang Jingji gave Wu Yikai another hearty pat and flashed a thumbs up. No problem, just wait and see. Meanwhile, at Haoyan Academy's competition zone, have we confirmed their lineup yet? Nah, boy with dyed yellow hair asked a girl beside him. She shook her head. No. I tried every angle, but Wu Yikai kept insisting he didn't know. A disgrace to school spirit. Guandi, the yellow-haired boy, snorted disdainfully. So, we'll stick with our original order, another boy asked. Yes, after all, victory is impossible. Guandi possessed sober self-awareness regarding his schoolmates' actual abilities. Had they faced Wu Yikai's reserve squad, Guandi might have rallied his peers. After all, they shared the same academy, differences in strength couldn't be insurmountable. With enough effort, perhaps even a win was possible. But, the main team. Forget it. Naviri time, Guandi recalled Jiang Ran's viral online video, his throat tightened instinctively. It couldn't be helped. He was a fire element, awakened talent precisely countered by Jiang Ran's water effect. Setting aside Jiang Ran's likely exponential growth over the past 2 months, even the oceanic wave he'd summoned earlier left Guandi trembling. Watching it on screen, he knew he'd likely collapse instantly under its force. Then Sun AI goes first. Nah, girl with braided pigtails rose. I only hope I won't be beaten too badly. Don't worry. We've already arranged our finest healing affinity awakener on standby, said a staff member wearing a vest, smiling warmly. Sun AI's lips twitched. She nearly retorted, then swallowed the remark. Waving farewell, without turning back, she strode down the corridor toward the arena. Does Sun AI's silhouette look oddly like that of a martyr marching to execution? Guandi stroked his chin. If you think so, you're not far off. Back with Jiang Ran's team in. Just follow last night's plan. Good luck. Jiang Ran ruffled Xiang Jingji's hair and clenched his fist in quiet encouragement. You've got this. I guarantee no mistakes. Xiang Jingji adjusted his clothes, radiating unwavering confidence. As he walked away, sure, Yin rested his chin on his palm. Can he really pull it off? Xiang Jingxing held a teacup. its surface still shimmering with rising steam. For him, this is indistinguishable from playing himself. Sure, Yin nodded in agreement. Before the match began, the referee, holding the freshly printed rules for the friendly match from the previous night, read the contents on the paper with a very meticulous broadcasting tone. Just as he mentioned the competitors preparing to take the stage, a sudden uproar erupted from the audience. Jiang Ran sat upright, like a well-behaved little student. Why are you all staring at me? Your fans seem to be arguing with your haters. Feng Zhen listened for a moment, uncertainly replying. Oh. Jiang Ran's reaction was rather indifferent. Wu Yikai looked at the ever-calm Jiang Ran, puzzled. Many people are cursing you. Let them curse. Jiang Ran was quite nonchalant. Their mouths are on them. I can't control what they say. The audience was still arguing, but when everyone saw that the first person on stage was not Jiang Ran, but Xiang Jingji, they all fell silent for a moment. However, the next second some voices grew even louder. See, I told you Jiang Ran was just putting on a show. He doesn't even dare to be the first to fight. You're talking nonsense. Jiang Ran is clearly just waiting to lead the charge. Oh, so according to you, Jiang Ran thinks everyone else is useless and will definitely lose, which is why he stays to make a grand entrance at the end. I get it, he thinks being the first on stage lacks topic value. Only making a grand finale appearance is worthy of his status. Tisk, I say he has been wanting to show off and become an internet celebrity all along. I've seen plenty of people like him these days. Relying on a decent-looking face, he thinks of ways to gain popularity. After all, who wouldn't want to profit? Exactly, if it were me, I would definitely do the same. Participating in the competition and winning, yet getting no money, why not seize this opportunity to earn more? So envious, becoming an internet celebrity without doing anything. Other stars should learn from this. You can tell you don't know? This Jiang Ran is not a simple person, or it's said he has killed before. Is that true? Absolutely, I saw him being taken away by the people from Shenzhou with my own eyes. How can he still be sitting here and participating in the league? I can't say for sure, but I only know that he was taken to Shenzhou and released in less than a day. You all can think about it yourselves. Wow, that's terrifying. The latter words were spoken by someone unknown, but the voice was not loud, and at least those far away couldn't hear it clearly. Shi Yin and the others also couldn't hear clearly. However, through the expressions and body language of both sides, as well as the occasional outburst of national essence, it was evident that the battle between the two groups was quite intense. But Jiang Ran, who was sitting properly, heard all their conversations clearly. Upon hearing someone mention that he had killed before and had been taken to Shenzhou, Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow, without changing his expression. Not bad, they are investigating so thoroughly. Then is the next step to reveal what he did in his childhood. Hiss. Thinking about it this way, who is truly frightening. While various thoughts were swirling in the stands, the arena was peaceful. Sun AI looked at Xiang Jingji standing at the edge of the arena with empty hands, not understanding what he was doing. The referee had just mentioned that the first person to take the stage was Xiang Jingji. They had previously investigated the entire team and knew there was a pair of twins within. The abilities of the older brother Xiang Jingxing were yet to be determined, but the younger brother Xiang Jingzi's abilities were relatively common, belonging to the beast tamer category. Although it was unclear how many spirit beasts Xiang Jingji currently had during the selection for the league, he had already revealed that he possessed a 4th-tier beast. That was a 4th-tier beast. 10 of her combined would not be enough to handle it. Sun AI was even prepared to surrender immediately if he summoned that 4th-tier beast. However, after 2 minutes on stage, he just stood there at the edge of the arena, neither summoning the spirit beast nor moving at all. Sun AI completely couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Meanwhile, Xiang Jingji strictly adhered to Jiang Ran's teachings from the previous night, deeply implementing the fundamental strategy of if the enemy does not move, I will not move. The two were staring at each other across the arena. Those who didn't know probably thought they were filming some deep emotional romance drama. In the stands, no one paid attention to them. More accurately, others had no interest in these two at all. In the end, it was Jiang Ran who could no longer bear to watch. What are you just standing there for? Xiang Jingji, who had been daydreaming, was startled when Jiang Ran's voice suddenly rang in his ear, nearly causing him to fall off the stage. Ranzi, how can you communicate with me from afar? Did you install a mini intercom on me? Xiang Jingji was not foolish enough to twist his head around looking for someone and whispered, No, I studied the wind and found out it could be used this way. But let's not discuss this. Don't just keep standing there, at least move a little. Huh, didn't you say last night that if the enemy doesn't move, I shouldn't move? That person across hasn't attacked me either. Are you really that foolish? If she doesn't move, can't you think of a way to make her move first? Your body can stay still, but at least move your brain. Oh, you should have said so earlier. With Jiang Ran's guidance, Xiang Jingji suddenly had an epiphany. He looked at Sun AI, who stood opposite him a good half a stage away. Hello. Facing Xiang Jingzi's sudden greeting, Sun AI clearly did not react in time. If she remembered correctly, weren't they still on the stage? Shouldn't they still be opponents? Why was he suddenly— This was quite strange. But since he had already taken the initiative to greet her, if she didn't respond it would be quite— Thinking this, Sun AI forced a smile. Hello. Xiang Jingzi was still brainstorming. Since we've greeted each other, let's start. You're a girl, ladies first, you go ahead. Huh. Sun AI was even more confused. Wait, is ladies first really a thing, even in such a serious competition? However, not agreeing to something that was clearly advantageous to herself would be foolish. Then I'll make my move. After Sun AI finished speaking, without giving Xiang Jingzi a chance to prepare, she slightly opened her mouth, and a penetrating song burst forth from her throat. Hit directly by the sound wave, Xiang Jingzi cried out in pain, clutching his head as he fell to the ground, rolling back and forth in apparent agony. Sun AI, who had already prepared for her attack to be ineffective and for her to be sent flying in return, was momentarily stunned. Huh, he went down just like that. Was her attack really that powerful? In the Haoyan Academy area, watching Sun AI knock Xiang Jingzi down, with just one strike, rolling around the stage in a flustered manner, Guandi and the others were also taken aback. Didn't they say they were carefully selected to represent Longhua in the Global League? Why are they so weak? The girl who had previously been in charge of contacting Wu Yikai widened her eyes. As Xiang Jingzi suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, and rolling across the arena, the expressions of everyone varied greatly. Wu Yikai and Feng Zhun displayed expressions of concern, while Dong Xinyao and Qi Mu furrowed their brows in apparent confusion and perplexity. Yin Yu and Jiang Qingye remained as calm as ever, their expressions unchanged, as if they had anticipated this scene long ago. As for Xiang Jingzi's older brother Xiang Jingxing, along with his close teammates and good brothers, their expressions were rather difficult to describe. Watching the face that resembled his own rolling on the ground, without any dignity, Xiang Jingxing felt his temples throbbing. Even though he had long understood Xiang Jingzi's intelligence and knew he wouldn't do anything clever, Xiang Jingxing truly did not expect him to be this foolish. Could he not just lie on the ground pretending to be dead? Why must he hold his head and pretend to be in pain? Furthermore, if your head hurts, why are you rolling all over the arena? Are you cleaning the arena? Although Shi Yan had a tense expression, the footage displaying on his phone revealed his true mindset of enjoying the spectacle. Jiang Ran leaned over to take a look, said, "Remember to send me a copy," and then sat back up straight. Meanwhile, Xiang Jingzi was still pretending. As he feigned a splitting headache, he mentally counted down. If he stayed down for 10 seconds, he would lose. He had always thought 10 seconds was a short time. But this time, for some reason, those fleeting 10 seconds felt as long as 10 years. 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, why hasn't anyone declared me the loser yet? Could it be that my act isn't convincing enough? Or is it that I don't count as being down? In reality, it was simply because the referee was also dazed and hadn't reacted to count down and announce the result. In the end, Jiang Ran couldn't bear to watch any longer and stood up. "Referee, my teammate is in this state. Can we declare the result now? It's just a friendly match. There's no need to keep torturing him, right?" Oh. The winner of this match is Sun AI from Haoyan Academy. Finally hearing what he wanted to hear, Xiang Jingzi let out a long sigh, released his grip on his head, and stopped rolling, lying straight on the ground. "Phew, after rolling for so long, I'm so tired." Jiang Ran glanced at Xiang Jingzi lying in a starfish position on the ground, helplessly continuing to take care of him. He can't get up after being attacked. Can we arrange for 2 healing-type awakeners to take him for treatment? When Xiang Jingzi was hurriedly carried off the stage by 2 people, the referee asked if the match would continue, and Sun AI finally snapped out of her daze. She raised her head to glance in the direction of Haoyan Academy, where the blonde Guandi gave her a thumbs-up gesture. Sun AI swallowed hard, saying, "I choose to continue competing." Seeing Xiang Jingzi being carried away, Shi Yan put away his phone, ruffled his hair, and stood up. Then him going. Jiang Ran waved his hands dismissively, saying, "Go ahead." By the way, he suddenly remembered something. "My plan isn't rigid. Once you're on stage, remember to be adaptable." Shi Yan snorted lightly. "Don't worry, do you think I'm Xiang Jingzi?" As Sun AI observed Shi Yan slowly stepping onto the stage, she recalled information about him in her mind. It seemed that this person's ability allowed him to ignore distance and launch surprise attacks. However, Sun AI, being an ordinary student, truly had no idea what his specific ability was. After all, she hadn't paid any attention to these matters before. If it weren't for learning about the friendly competition last night, nearly all schools that had almost advanced to the 3rd round had crammed information about Jiang Ran, and the other Sun AI wouldn't even have been able to name the opponent. She just didn't know if Shi Yan would also, like Xiang Jingzi, suddenly say something like "ladies first." Therefore, Shi Yan used his actions to tell Sun AI, "You are overthinking it. At the moment the match was announced to begin, Yan's figure instantly vanished from the arena. Sun AI also set aside her little schemes, raising her vigilance to the maximum. Within half a minute, feeling a sudden gust of wind behind her, Sun A's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. She immediately opened her mouth, and an invisible sound wave radiated outward from her, as if it were a wave. At that moment, a muffled grunt suddenly sounded from behind her. Sun AI immediately turned around and retreated several steps, her face filled with alertness. However, when she looked at the position where she had been standing earlier, she couldn't help but display a dumbfounded expression again. Yan lay on the ground with a pained face, his body slightly curled, his complexion pale, as if it had just been freshly painted. 10 seconds later, as the referee announced the result of the match, Yan, drenched in cold sweat, was hurriedly carried off the stage by 2 healing-type awakeners. In the Haoyan Academy area, Guandi clapped his hands. Look, I told you Sun AI was hiding her strength before. Everyone else looked dazed, but within that daze was a hint of an indescribable emotion. Sun AI, she. A boy looked at Sun AI, who had chosen to continue competing, and hesitated to speak. She actually has such cunning, hiding her strength all this time, just waiting for a suitable opportunity to reveal it and soar to new heights. Such cunning, truly cunning. Jiang Ran patted Jiang Qingye's shoulder earnestly, saying, Old Jiang, I know you lack acting talent, but try not to be too stiff. If it doesn't work, just jump off yourself, okay? Jiang Qingye glanced at Jiang Ran, fell silent for a second, and slowly nodded. Seeing him nod, Jiang Ran felt a bit relieved. Although Jiang Qingye was socially anxious, spoke little, and was thin-skinned. As long as he agreed to something, he generally wouldn't mess it up. Thus 2 minutes later, watching Jiang Qingye, clutching his chest, pretending to be severely injured, and then getting hit, and flying off, landing conveniently below the arena. Jiang Ran couldn't bear to look and closed his eyes. He was wrong. He shouldn't have said Jiang Qingye lacked acting talent. This was not a lack of talent. This was simply an Oscar-winning performance. The familiar 2 healing-type awakeners appeared again. This time their movements were incredibly practiced, swiftly carrying the unconscious Jiang Qingye away. There wasn't even the slightest pause in between. Xiang Jingxing had already walked down Jiang Ran's side, inwardly preparing to see how this one would perform. However, Xiang Jingxing's actions were even more surprising to Jiang Ran. Just as he stepped onto the stage, the referee had barely uttered the words to start the match, when Xiang Jingxing's face turned pale. Then, without waiting for everyone to react, his body suddenly began to tremble violently, and the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. As the blood was spat out, Xiang Jingxing's body weakened, slowly collapsing to the ground. Sun AI, she hadn't done anything yet. Don't play tricks. Guandi said seriously. I didn't expect Sun AI to have already reached such a level. Yan's lips twitched slightly. Is this still the Xiang Jingxing she knew? The person who was so steady and dignified before, why has he turned into this? Watching Xiang Jingxing being carried away, Jiang Ran clicked his tongue twice. Hi, truly hi. This is what a master looks like. Sitting in the infirmary, 3 wrapped in blankets were equally stunned. Xiang Jingxi murmured, I never expected my brother to possess such talent. It feels like the past 18 years have buried his potential. Yan tightened the small blanket around him, saying, lost is lost. At that moment, the infirmary door was pushed open from outside. Xiang Jingxing entered slowly, his face radiantly healthy with a rosy complexion. Brother, I never thought you were the true master of disguise. Xiang Jingxi gave a thumbs up, expressing deep admiration for his elder brother. Xiang Jingxing smiled and said, practice makes perfect. As an awakened one whose powers weakened with excessive use, Xiang Jingxing was well acquainted with the art of appearing on the brink of death. The method was simple. By using his ability to attempt altering something nearly impossible to change, he would instantly suffer backlash. This would transform him into the state he just displayed. After hearing Xiang Jingxing's explanation, Yan curiously asked, what did you try to change just now? Xiang Jingxing casually covered himself with a small blanket and replied nonchalantly, I just gave it a try but failed to change it. So what did you attempt to change? I just tried to rewrite 112 into 113. The 3 were speechless. When Jiang Ran stepped into the arena, unsurprisingly, he once again ignited the crowd into a frenzy. Praise and scorn mingled together, turning the scene into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. Fortunately, a protective barrier separated the arena from the spectators, preventing anyone from hurling rotten eggs or spoiled vegetables. Jiang Ran could only remark, these people have far too much idle time. With such free time, wouldn't it be better to cultivate diligently? Or at least study ways to earn money? No money was earned, studies were lackluster, and their cultivation had not improved. How could they bear to constantly scrutinize others and cast aspersions? No one knew if that mysterious figure hiding behind the scenes and slandering Jiang Ran had been found. Jiang Ran, the focal point of the conflict, showed no reaction to either cheers or insults. In contrast, Sun AI Jiang Ran's opponent shrank her neck in response to the explosive shouting from the stands. This was truly terrifying. How could Jiang Ran remain so calm? So many were insulting him, and so harshly at that, yet he showed no reaction at all. Sun AI dared not imagine how she would fare in such a situation. Just listening to these unrelated words made her feel suffocated. Let alone if she herself were the protagonist of those harsh words. Jiang Ran stood lazily and unguarded in the arena, looking at the bewildered Sun AI with some puzzlement. Are you alright? Is your stamina failing? If you truly cannot continue, you can concede. After all, I have no control over my strength. If I injure you seriously, I cannot compensate for it. Sun AI was stunned. Was he mocking her? Probably. But considering Jiang Ran's combat prowess, upon reflection, that statement seemed to hold some truth. Hiss. Forget it, no time to ponder. Strike first. Sun AI opened her mouth, releasing a sonic wave that instantly radiated forth. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow as a cyan halo reflexively ignited beneath his feet. A turquoise tornado surged upward, shattering the invisible sonic wave hurtling toward him. Watching the match on a small screen in the infirmary, Xiang Jingji slapped his thigh. How did Ranzi block that attack? This isn't what we planned last night. Shurian rolled his eyes at him. Ranzi surely has his own plan. Just watch and don't get anxious. Humph. Xiang Jingji pouted silent. On the arena, Sun AI struggled to keep her eyes open against the fierce wind. Shielding her eyes with one hand, she braced her legs, striving to maintain her footing and avoid being swept away by the tornado. Yet just as she was regaining balance, a smaller tornado suddenly detached itself and charged toward her. As the tornado neared her face, her expression turned pale and a scream escaped her lips. A sonic wave twice as fierce as before slammed into the tornado, their forces evenly matched. Sun AI immediately raised the pitch of her sonic attack another level. She expected the cyan tornado to shatter, but to her surprise, the sonic waves gradually merged into the wind. In an instant, the once small sonic wave engulfed the entire arena. Jiang Ran, standing within the storm, changed expression drastically. His face turned deathly pale, and his body uncontrollably trembled. His brows knitted tightly and lips pressed into a straight line, clearly enduring an invisible inhuman agony. Dong Xinyao and Qi Mu, who had already suspected their intentions, now revealed worried expressions. Wu Yikai and Feng Zhen were so frightened they stood up. Weren't they just acting? How come Jiang Ran looks genuinely agonized? Wu Yikai widened his eyes. Being attacked by this kind of spiritual ability from all angles is unbearable for anyone, Feng Zhen said tensely. Hopefully nothing serious will happen. Yen Yu frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. It was understandable they were anxious. None of the four were close to Jiang Ran, and since knowing him, they had never seen him display such pain. Although Yen Yu was not very close to Jiang Ran, either she knew him better than the other four. Regarding the current scene, Yen, you could only say Jiang Ran is the true master of disguise. I'm convinced. Xiang Jingji was utterly defeated. What is acting? This is flawless, seamless. Compared to Jiang Ran, he felt their previous four-person act was just a childish game. Shi Yin watched thoughtfully, stroking his chin as if greatly enlightened. Why didn't I think of this? Since Sun AI's strength is too weak to harm us, we can manually assist her by enhancing her attacks. However, he sighed upon realizing something. Unfortunately, my ability can't handle such a complex task. After finishing, Shi Yin looked at Xiang Jingxing. But this should be easy for you, right? Xiang Jingxing shook his head. I only wanted to end it quickly, didn't consider much. So now it's clear, compared to Ranzi, the four of us really look like clowns. Xiang Jingji sighed along. It's alright, Shi Yin rarely comforted him. At least now the online haters can't attack us anymore. Speaking of that incident online, Xiang Jingxing's eyes flickered. Do you have any news on your end? He suddenly asked a question that had no connection to the current situation. Shi Yin leaned back slightly. Not yet, but it will be soon. What about you? About the same, I guess. Listening to his older brother and Shi Yan's back and forth, Xiang Jingji felt confused. Wait a minute, he interrupted their conversation, extending his hand. What are you two talking about? I can't understand a thing. Xiang Jingxing glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Shi Yan chuckled. Guess. What do you mean, guess? Xiang Jingji turned his head in displeasure. If you're not going to say it, then don't say it. I don't want to know anyway. Alright then, I won't say anything. Shi Yan. On the arena, a tornado engulfed, sound waves wreaking havoc everywhere without pause. Jiang Ran's expression grew increasingly grim, but he maintained his standing posture. On the other side, Sun AI, who should have been the source of the sound waves, was also struggling. Originally, she could only exert the power of the sixth turn in the fighting realm under extreme conditions, But the tornado created by Jiang Ran amplified the attack power of her sound waves infinitely. It was even amplified to the point where the owner of this ability began to feel the impact. Thus the competition between the two on the arena was no longer about level disparity and ability strength, but rather about who could endure longer. As long as one had enough endurance to outlast the other until they fainted, that person would win. Sun AI stared at the hazy figure standing in the wind, gritting her teeth. To be honest, this was her first time truly experiencing her own ability, and it was an enhanced version. This splitting headache was unbearable. If not for that tiny bit of stubbornness in her heart that refused to yield, she would really want to kneel down and bang her head on the ground begging for it to stop hurting. However, if she was in such pain, then Jiang Ran, the target of the attack, must be suffering even more. As long as she could hold on until Jiang Ran collapsed first, she would win. Then her school would advance to the next round. 2 minutes passed. Just as Sun AI was about to reach her limit, a loud crash was heard. Jiang Ran fell down. Yet even as he fell, the tornado he summoned did not dissipate. Sun A's lips bled from biting them, but she still held on desperately. 8, 9, 10. The winner of this match is Sun AI from Haoyan Academy. As soon as she heard her school's name, the nerve that had been taught in Sun A's mind suddenly relaxed. Then everything went dark before she lost consciousness. The stands fell silent for a moment, but as the two were carried away, all sounds erupted. In the afternoon, the competition among the 100 schools continued. However, Jiang Ran and the others didn't attend to watch, citing Jiang Ran's serious injuries that required rest. In the hotel, Jiang Ran bit down on a lollipop, his fingers flying across the screen. Faster, faster, mid-lane, mid-lane. Watch out for enemies in the grass, Shurian, are you even human? Xiang Jingxi's hands moved swiftly, and he didn't stop talking. Watching Shurian walk in blindly without scouting the grass, and then getting beaten up by 4 big men, Xiang Jingxi was so furious he almost threw his phone at Shurian. Shurian, feeling guilty, remained silent despite Xiang Jingxi's scolding. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would have already started fighting. After 2 minutes, just as the team battle was about to break out, Shurian's phone suddenly rang. A call popped up directly, pushing the ongoing game to the background. In that moment, Shurian seemed to hear the grinding of teeth from Xiang Jingxi. Shurian cautiously raised his eyes to glance at Jiang Ran, only to find him remarkably calm, as if it didn't matter whether he was present for this team battle. In fact, Jiang Ran did think that way. He even looked at Shurian, who was holding the phone in confusion, with a cheerful expression, and spoke in a gentle tone. Someone's calling you. Why aren't you answering? Oh, okay. Seeing Jiang Ran so calm, Shurian swallowed hard. Looking at the caller ID, he slightly composed himself and turned away to answer the call. Young master, we captured the person. What's the next step? Keep an eye on him, don't let him die. They'll let you know what to do when I think it through. Understood, young master. Beep. The call was hung up by Shurian. Xiang Jingxi glanced at Shurian, who nodded at him. Looking at the victory indicator that appeared on the screen, Xiang Jingxi leaned back, saying, Don't start yet, I need to handle something. Xiang Jingxi looked at him with some confusion. Brother, is there something I don't know about? Do you have a little secret you're hiding from me? Xiang Jingxi pushed him aside. Go play somewhere else. Seeing the two busy on their phones, Jiang Ran shrugged and shifted the lollipop from his left side to his right, deciding to switch to the background as well. After exiting the game, he realized that 10 minutes ago a familiar unknown number had called him. But he had been gaming at the time, activated Do Not Disturb mode, and the system had automatically intercepted the call. Unknown. I also lost 2 people. Think about how you will compensate me. Jiang Ran, your incompetence has... Unknown. I also lost 2 people. Think about how you will compensate me. Jiang Ran, your incompetence has nothing to do with me. Jiang Ran, so who took the person? The officials. Unknown, no, from what I heard it should be the Shi family and the Xiang family. Seeing the message sent by the other party, Jiang Ran was slightly taken aback. He didn't rush to reply, but turned to look at Xiang Jingxi and Shurian, who had unconsciously huddled together, heads touching, whispering. Although he could effortlessly hear what others were saying, even if the voices were faint, he would intentionally suppress this ability when with friends. After all, everyone has their privacy, and no one wants their offhand remarks to be overheard by another person. Moreover, last night up until they parted ways, both of their expressions had been very natural, and they hadn't exchanged any words throughout. Jiang Ran truly wasn't aware that the two had come together and utilized their respective powers to help him find the person who had been slandering him online from behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran's gaze softened a bit. How wonderful he indeed had not spoiled them for nothing. Unknown, why aren't you speaking? Were you moved by them? Jiang Ran, probably they're much more filial than you, and am very comforted. Unknown. Unknown, I shouldn't have talked to you. Unknown, since the person was taken by them, this matter no longer concerns me. They will surely handle it better. Unknown, don't contact me again in the future. Jiang Ran, is that it? Can't we chat a bit more? Unknown, they killed 2 people. Oh, remember to compensate for my losses. Jiang Ran 1. Jiang Ran casually added the recently dialed number to his blacklist, pretending he knew nothing, and turned his attention to scrolling through videos. As a result, it was unclear whether the previously filtered keywords were ineffective or if the buzz was simply too loud. Almost every 3 videos he scrolled through featured content related to their friendly match today. Xiang Jingji heard the sounds from the video, and not wanting to continue staring blankly at the empty game room, leaned over to watch the video on Jiang Ran's phone. However, as soon as he peeked out, he saw the video playing on the screen, mentioned his name. Just a glance was enough to set Xiang Jingji off. What does this mean? While secretly plotting in the corner on how to deal with that behind-the-scenes person to surprise Jiang Ran, Xiang Jingxing, and sure, Yin paused, confused by Xiang Jingxi's sudden outburst. Why are you so agitated? Jiang Ran was also bewildered by his sudden shout. Xiang Jingji pointed at the phone, outrage clear on his face. Isn't the person who posted this video out of their mind? To say that my skills are just fluff and that I'm a mere show-off is one thing, but how dare he say that my movements are exaggerated? And to suspect that I took money to throw the match. What do you think I care about that little money? Is that really all it takes? Jiang Ran scratched his head. Is it really that serious? Of course it is. You can't just dismiss it because he said it wasn't you. I also have my pride, you know. I wanted to say that this person was already quite gentle when speaking about you. Jiang Ran scrolled down a bit and found a video related to him. Upon opening the comments section, he found it filled with furious insults about various things. Even the simplest and most crude criticism barely made it to the bottom. Xiang Jingji was stunned. After seeing the public opinion about Jiang Ran, he went back to rewatch the previous video that claimed his movements were exaggerated. Suddenly, Xiang Jingji felt a strange sense of familiarity. In the distance, Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yan, however, did not share Xiang Jingxi's mindset. They realized that even without the manipulative puppet master, due to their intentional loss in today's friendly match, Jiang Ran was facing even more severe online bullying. And the 4 of them couldn't escape it either. Even the 5 substitutes who were completely unaware were subjected to both overt and covert ridicule and mockery. Shi Yan's expression turned grim. This online storm had unknowingly transformed into a public outcry against the officials. Something is off. Xiang Jingxing looked at the overwhelmingly negative public sentiment, his brows furrowed. I can't shake the feeling that there's something more behind this. Last night, when they discussed intentionally losing the match today, they had already considered the potential public reaction. Being cursed at, ridiculed, and questioned was all within their expectations. But the speed at which it escalated was unexpected. After all, any issue takes time to brew. Xiang Jingxing had initially predicted the timeline to be around 24 hours. This meant that by tomorrow discussions about the friendly match would peak. However, it had barely been 4 hours since the match ended. 4 hours. Even if all viewers posted videos immediately after the match, the countless netizens in Longwa couldn't have simultaneously come across these videos within just 4 hours. Not to mention going back to watch the replay and selectively pinpointing the attackable flaws in each of their performances to compile them together. In the end, it was several attention-seeking video bloggers who were always eager for drama or had ulterior motives that guided the narrative, directing everything towards the officials and causing many uninformed viewers to gradually question the authority and fairness of the authorities. Sure, Yin pursed his lips. Why does this feel so much like the handiwork of a certain country? Xiang Jingxing pondered for a moment. It really does resemble it. What are you 2 whispering about over there? Xiang Jingji could no longer hold back. Shi Yan retorted without thinking. Children shouldn't interrupt adults while they're talking. Xiang Jingji instantly jumped up. You've really crossed the line. If you have the guts, come and challenge me. Let's see if I don't turn you into a pig's head. However, before Xiang Jingji could exert any effort, a hand pressed down on him. Shut up and sit down. Xiang Jingxi's fervor was extinguished by Jiang Ran's single remark. Xiang Jingji glared at Shi Yan. Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time he'll definitely beat you up. TCH. Shi Yan rolled his eyes. As Jiang Ran restrained the increasingly agitated Xiang Jingji, he turned to the 2 in the corner. Did you discover something? Currently, it's just a guess. Xiang Jingxing walked over. The shift in public opinion happened too quickly this time, and with a clear purpose. I can't shake off the feeling that there's something familiar about it. Jiang Ran didn't rush to express his opinion, continuing to scroll through his phone, still watching those videos. Shi Yan quickly leaned over. Ranzi, what do you think? Me? I'm just watching. Jiang Ran continued scrolling through videos to pass the time, seemingly waiting for something. Before the 2 could ask him again, a video call popped up at the top of Jiang Ran's phone screen. Jiang Ran clicked to answer. Jiang Siggy's haggard face appeared. Auntie, Jiang Ran greeted first. Xiao Ran. Jiang Siggy was about to say something when she realized Jiang Ran wasn't alone, the other four were either sitting or standing beside him. So she swallowed what she wanted to say. Jiang Ran noticed her unease and proactively introduced, "Auntie, these are all my friends, you can speak freely." Jiang Siggy obviously knew them. Not counting her nephew, there were a total of 5 SS-level individuals in this cohort from Longhua. Now 4 of them stood beside Jiang Ran. But she wouldn't easily let her guard down just because they were SS level. After all, there had been instances of SS-level awakened ones betraying before. However, Jiang Siggy couldn't help but feel surprised when she heard her little nephew directly acknowledge these people as his friends. Although they had always been busy and lacked concern and companionship for Jiang Ran over the past 18 years, they were still aware of some of the experiences Jiang Ran had gone through. For example, Jiang Ran had always been exceptionally mature and sensible since childhood, making it impossible for him to play with other children. Before entering high school, Jiang Ran had always kept to himself, not to mention friends. He hardly even had a classmate he could casually chat with. It was only after entering high school that Jiang Ran's personality began to gradually brighten. Yet aside from his homeroom teacher and his deskmate, Jiang Siggy had never seen Jiang Ran engage in much interaction with others. Previously, Jiang Yueqin had even communicated with her more than once about whether their neglect of Jiang Ran in the past led to his current introversion and lack of social interactions. After all, Jiang Ran had essentially lived alone for most of his life, without experiencing companionship. He naturally didn't know how to interact with others. Because Jiang Yueqin had been constantly reminding her, Jiang Siggy began to suspect more and more that it was their neglect that caused Jiang Ran to become this way. Until one new year, when their family unexpectedly had time to be together. Jiang Yueqin, Jiang Siggy, and Jiang Ran's uncle Jiang Sishi decided to give Jiang Ran some psychological counseling. However, Jiang Yueqin had barely said a few sentences before Jiang Ran directly interrupted him. "Uncle, you're overthinking it. The reason I don't make friends is simply that I think they're all too stupid and can't keep up with my thoughts at all. If they don't even understand what I'm saying, how can we play together? How can they be my friends?" Having prepared an elaborate script overnight, and having consulted numerous psychological texts fearful of triggering Jiang Ran, Jiang Yueqin, Jiang Siggy, Jiang Sishi. It was only after high school that she saw Jiang Ran and his utterly foolish desk mate laughing and chatting. Only then did Jiang Siggy understand. Jiang Ran's earlier remarks about disdaining those who were too foolish to be his friends were merely a facade. He was not a recluse who could not get along with others. Jiang Ran's avoidance of social interactions was purely due to his laziness. He found such things too troublesome. Knowing that Jiang Ran's mental state was quite normal, Jiang Siggy felt relieved and no longer worried about whether Jiang Ran had friends. However, although she knew Jiang Ran had a good relationship with those boys, it still surprised Jiang Siggy slightly to hear him admit in front of her that they were his friends. This surprise lasted only a moment, unnoticed by anyone except Xiang Jingxing. Xiang Jingji was still deep in thought. Upon seeing Jiang Ran's aunt, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed as if he had seen her somewhere before. Jiang Siggy didn't hesitate anymore and directly spoke up. "Over the past few days, we've noticed what's happening online and have already sent someone to resolve it. Xiao Ran, you don't need to take to heart what those people are saying. By tonight at the latest, everything will be resolved." Shi Yan exchanged a glance with Xiang Jingxing. They were also curious to know whether their guesses were correct. However, since neither of them knew Jiang Ran's aunt, who was merely a friend's elder, they suddenly felt shy and didn't know whether to speak. Jiang Ran glanced at the two of them. It must be the Eagle Nation pulling the strings behind the scenes, right? His abrupt question was very straightforward, pulling Xiang Jingji out of his thoughts. Jiang Siggy had no intention of hiding the truth and nodded decisively. "That's right. So how do we resolve this? Should we negotiate with them?" Jiang Ran could guess how the higher-ups of the Dragon Nation would act, but realizing that those around him were both curious and hesitant to ask, he voiced their questions. "Negotiate?" Jiang Siggy laughed. "That's something from 200 years ago. The Eagle Nation likes to use underhanded tactics. We are different. 5 minutes ago, our technical staff tracked down several individuals from the Eagle Nation online. As a gesture of friendship between our two nations, and to show our respect for the Eagle Nationals, we specifically sent 5 Spirit Realm experts to escort them back to the Eagle Nation." Upon hearing Jiang Siggy's words, the group understood. The escort was a facade. The real goal was to demand an explanation with evidence. Even if they had not witnessed how everything unfolded, they could clearly sense the underlying threat in Jiang Siggy's words. If the explanation provided by the Eagle Nation was unsatisfactory, then those 5 Spirit Realm experts would not simply stand by. Thinking of this, Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yan felt an instant sense of relief. Since they were using force rather than diplomacy, it made them feel much more at ease. After all, while the malice from those people online was directed primarily at Jiang Ran, they had also been subjected to equal insults and slanders. If they didn't make the other side bleed heavily, they would probably be restless and unable to sleep tonight. Got it, Jiang Ran blinked. Does my aunt have any other matters? Nothing else, just wanted to let you know not to worry about those online comments. Alright, I have things to attend to. You will be entering the secret realm again in a few days, right? Be safe and good luck. Jiang Ran obediently responded twice, and Jiang Siggy proactively ended the call. Phew, Shi Yin sat down heavily on the sofa. Knowing that the Eagle Nation will be in for a tough time makes me feel much better. Jiang Ran relaxed his body against the backrest and smiled upon hearing this. Before he could speak, Xiang Jingji suddenly clapped his hands and stood up. I've remembered something. The other four looked at Xiang Jingji with puzzled expressions, wondering why he suddenly became so excited. What did you remember? I remembered where I had seen your aunt before. Xiang Jingji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was bewildered by his look, unable to comprehend what he was excited about. Even his elder brother Xiang Jingxing was momentarily lost in his thoughts. What on earth are you talking about? Xiang Jingji winked at his brother. Bro, don't you think Ran's aunt looks familiar? I do. But aren't you curious why she looks familiar? Not curious. Now it was Xiang Jingxi's turn. Meanwhile, Shi Yin and Jiang Qingye, who had not been curious before, suddenly felt their curiosity piqued after listening to the brothers' conversation. Jiang Ran crossed his arms, wanting to hear what Xiang Jingji was so thrilled about. Xiang Jingxing sighed slightly. The moment I saw her, I recognized her right away. Oh. Xiang Jingji was taken aback, so fast. He had taken a full 10 minutes to dig her image out from the depths of his memory. As a result, his older brother had recognized her at first glance. That meant his own prolonged contemplation had been foolish. Shi Yan's interest was piqued. Is Jiang Ran's aunt very famous? Although he didn't feel any familiarity with her being recognized by Xiang Jingxing at first glance, combined with Jiang Ran's uncle's status, suggested that Jiang Ran's aunt must be an extraordinary person. Xiang Jingxing glanced at Jiang Ran, unsure if he could speak. Jiang Ran shrugged. Go ahead, there's no one else here, and besides, it's not a very confidential matter. Upon hearing Jiang Ran say this, Xiang Jingxing felt no more reservations and slowly said, if I'm not mistaken, Jiang Ran's aunt is the deputy commander of the Northwest War Zone, Jiang Siggy. At the same time, she is also the only female deputy commander among the 5 major war zones in the Dragon Nation. Shi Yan was stunned. Even Jiang Qingye, who usually displayed no expression, showed an The shock was akin to when they first learned that Jiang Ran's uncle was the supreme commander of the Divine Day. The two turned to look at Jiang Ran, finding his expression completely natural, confirming that Xiang Jingxing had not made a mistake. Xiang Jingxing added, since my family is in the Northwest and has some connections with the military, that's why I recognized her immediately. However, no one cared about this addition anymore. Ranzi, Shi Yin looked at Jiang Ran with intense curiosity. What other surprises do you have that we don't know about? Jiang Ran lifted his eyelids. Guess. I won't guess. If you don't guess, then just bear with it. Shi Yin felt like a cat had scratched his heart. It was filled with curiosity about Jiang Ran's family background. His aunt was a deputy commander in the military district, and his uncle was a commander in another system. What about his parents? They must be remarkable figures as well. Could it be that Jiang Ran's entire family are monsters? If that's the case, then Jiang Ran's extraordinary abilities would make more sense. However, Jiang Ran had previously mentioned that his parents passed away when he was 8. With such a strong background among Jiang Ran's relatives, the sudden early demise of his parents. A myriad of conspiracy theories surged through Shi Yan's mind. Perhaps it was the unrestrained gaze of Shi Yan that prompted Jiang Ran to suddenly turn his head to look at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Shi Yan snapped back to reality from the tragic images he had conjured in his mind. He suddenly became serious and said, Ranzi, your childhood must have been quite miserable, right? Jiang Ran twitched at the corner of his mouth. What the heck? They hadn't even drunk any alcohol at noon. Why were they both starting to lose their minds now? Seeing Jiang Ran remain silent, Shi Yan seemed to have guessed the truth. He reached out his hand, as if to pat Jiang Ran's head like he had done before, his face full of a paternal tenderness. It's okay, Ranzi, it's all in the past now. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer anymore in the future. Jiang Ran. He swatted Shi Yan's hand away without any hesitation, giving him a big eye roll. You're sick, Shi Yan sighed, so pitiful, still stubbornly refusing to admit it. The pity and love in Shi Yan's eyes were almost overflowing. Jiang Ran was completely too lazy to deal with this guy anymore. Along with the previously startled Xiang Jingji, who was now also confused by Shi Yan's words, there was also Xiang Jingxing and Jiang Qingye, who insisted on watching the two of them act out without trying to stop them. Jiang Ran kicked them all out of the room. The four who were kicked out stared at each other blankly. Xiang Jingji glanced at Shi Yin looking annoyed. What are you saying? Now look where we are. Shi Yin couldn't be bothered to respond to this fool. You don't understand a thing. Jiang Qingya obviously didn't want to talk to either of them, turning around to leave without a word. Watching the two idiots about to start a new battle in the hallway, Xiang Jingxing's temples throbbed. For some reason, every time those two argued, Xiang Jingxing felt like a kindergarten teacher facing two disobedient preschoolers throwing blocks at each other. In short, it was quite foolish. Hesitating for a moment between intervening and not, Xiang Jingxing sighed softly, said nothing, and left. Forget it, let them fight. As long as they don't mind being embarrassed if someone accidentally films it and posts. As for who the winner of the grand competition among the schools was, Jiang Ran had no idea. Because the night before the semifinals they had already gotten into the car and were rushing to the secret realm now. For 22 located in Guanping City. We're entering the secret realm again. Xiang Jingji sat in the second car along with the 5 members of the substitute team. However, the sentiment was not expressed by him, but by Wu Yikai, who sat in the last row. After leaving, the others actually being pushed away by the 4, Xiang Jingji became very quiet, completely different from his previous boisterous self. Hey brother Ji. Feng Zhen sat behind Xiang Jingji, cautiously poking him as he looked at the unusually quiet Xiang Jingji. What is it? Xiang Jingji asked lazily without even turning his head. How did you guys manage to get out of the secret realm so quickly before? Feng Zhen was not trying to steal their secrets, just curious. They had entered many similar secret realms, but except for that time, when Jiang Ran came out covered in blood, Jiang Ran and his team always emerged at least an hour earlier than they did. Although there was a gap in strength between the two teams, it shouldn't always be an hour or two difference, right? Did they have some kind of secret for speedrunning? Or was it that their luck was just exceptionally good, never encountering any obstacles? Xiang Jingji raised an eyebrow fast. Feng Zhen was taken aback. No, wasn't it slow? I don't know. Ranzi always says we are slower than snails, claiming that the 80-year-old lady picking up bottles downstairs from his house is faster than us, saying we would be left behind by you all. Xiang Jingji shrugged. In the end, every time we come out we find that you are still inside. The implication was it's not that we are too fast, but that you are too slow. Feng Zhen really wanted to slap himself for asking that question. Why did he have to bring it up? Wasn't that just self? Moreover, since the 80-year-old lady could still speedrun through a class secret realm without injury in an hour, why was she picking up bottles instead of doing something better? Was this what they meant by a great talent hiding in the city? Just as Feng Zhen began to overthink in an attempt to avoid embarrassment, the car suddenly came to a stop. Are we here already? Feng Zhen looked through the glass, seeing that the sky outside was still dark. Xiang Jingji keenly noticed a pink head swaying down from the car ahead that stood out in the darkness. He no longer hesitated, getting out of the car first. As they approached the front car, they suddenly realized that at some point the two cars had driven to the edge of a cliff. Feng Zhen swallowed. The entrance to the secret realm, it wouldn't be at the bottom of the cliff, would it? Do we have to jump down from here? Kuang Feng replied. It's not at the bottom of the cliff. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Kuang Feng continued, but you do need to jump over. Wu Yikai and Feng Zhen gasped in shock at the same time. Qi Mu and Dong Xinyao were also a bit startled. After all, none of them had the ability to fly. If they had to rely on someone, the only one who could help was Jiang Ran. After all, this guy had control over the wind, and while he couldn't make people fly directly, yet he could easily slow down their descent. Don't worry, it's not like I'm sending you to your doom. Seeing that Kuang Feng didn't want to elaborate and seemed a bit intent on letting them speculate, Jiang Ran sighed and explained proactively. It's too dark for you to see, but the entrance to the secret realm is about 1.5 meters in front of the cliff. Just jump over to enter the secret realm. Xiang Jingji blinked. His previously high IQ seemed to decline again upon seeing familiar teammates. What if someone can't jump 1.5 meters? Jiang Ran was taken aback. Could there really be someone who couldn't jump even 1.5 meters? Moreover, since this secret realm was numbered 422, it meant it was quite dangerous among class secret realms. Those who could come here had to have a minimum strength of 5 transitions in the fighting realm. Having cultivated to 5 transitions in the fighting realm, could they really not jump 1.5 meters? That would be more than just poor athleticism, it would be a disability. Others clearly thought of this too, and sure, Yin was the first to throw a roll of his eyes. What else can we do? Just jump grandly. So are we going in now? Don't we wait for dawn? Even though they knew the entrance was right there, the area beyond the cliff was completely dark, and even Dong Xinyao hesitated a bit. It was pitch black. If they accidentally jumped crookedly and didn't land in the right place, that would truly be a grand spectacle. Let's go in now. Kuang Feng said the entrance to the secret realm will disappear after dawn. Wu Yikai scratched his head. Isn't the secret realm open 24 hours? Is that so? The others didn't seem concerned about it. Chi Mu crossed his arms, his voice indifferent. No one has clearly explained how the secret realm is formed. What's so strange about an entrance that only opens at night? That's true, Wu Yikai muttered. But soon a new question arose, so who goes first? Everyone looked at each other, glancing at the pitch-black abyss, before them hesitating. Though they knew that Kwang Feng wouldn't deceive them if he said the entrance was there, it had to be there. But they didn't trust them. Jumping 1.5 meters was simple for them. But what if they misjudged the jump and landed wrong? They just wanted to impress others, not embarrass themselves. Seeing his teammates hesitate, no one dared to step forward first. Yin Yu felt somewhat helpless. If this continued, their backup team would really be left behind by Jiang Ran and the others. It wasn't just about strength, even their courage couldn't compare. It would be quite embarrassing to admit. Determined not to let his foolish teammates drag down their team's reputation, Yin Yu stepped forward, just about to say, "Let me go first." But before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Ran had already approached the edge of the cliff, smiling as she looked back. "Time is money, and for the sake of my little money, I'll go first." With that, without giving anyone time to react, Jiang Ran leaped gracefully and disappeared into the darkness beyond the cliff. Yin Yu was momentarily stunned, but her steps didn't stop. By the time she reached the cliff's edge, Xiang Jingxing was already in position. The two exchanged a glance, said nothing, and promptly jumped one after the other, disappearing into the dark. With 3 people leading the way, Feng Zhen felt his fear diminish significantly. However, when it was his turn to jump after everyone else had nearly finished, he couldn't help but glance down at the cliff, and the calmness he had instantly vanished. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down, and looked at Kwang Feng. Teacher Kwang. If I don't land in the right place, you'll save me, right?" Kwang Feng shot him a glance. "Jump first." "But am I really jumping?" "Hurry up." Kwang Feng glanced at the horizon, growing impatient. "If you don't jump soon, it will be dawn. You'll just have to wait here for your teammates." After a moment's thought, Kwang Feng added, "I wonder if they can still make it out safely from this drank's secret realm without one person." Feng Zhen's heart sank. Indeed, his teammates had already been inside for 10 minutes, yet he was still here hesitating. Moreover, he was the only healer in the team. If he weren't there, and anyone got injured, that would be the end. Thinking of this, Feng Zhen gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. What is there to be afraid of? If everyone else can jump over, why can't I? Believe in yourself. You can do it. Oh, he shouted to encourage himself, closed his eyes, pushed off, and jumped out. Seeing Feng Zhen jump with his eyes closed, heading straight for 1 meter to the right of the entrance, Kwang Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why jump with your eyes closed? Now he wouldn't even know if he jumped wrong. Thankfully, he was there to watch. Otherwise, when Feng Zhen's teammates came out of the secret realm, they could directly start the feast. Sighing and shaking his head, Kwang Feng moved and suddenly appeared beside the entrance of the secret realm. Just as Feng Zhen jumped off into midair about to start his free fall, Kwang Feng extended his leg and kicked Feng Zhen forcefully into the adjacent secret realm. "What the heck? Who just ambushed me?" "Teacher Kwang, save." Before Feng Zhen could finish, he was swallowed by the secret realm. Kwang Feng dusted off the non-existent dirt from his hands and leisurely floated back to the ground. Above, a ray of light was slowly rising. Watching the entrance to the secret realm gradually disappear, Kwang Feng felt both anticipation and concern. After all, the 422nd secret realm was truly special compared to other drank secret realms. Hopefully these kids can all clear it safely. Is this really a secret realm that appears during the era of abilities? Xiang Jingji shrank, his neck squeezed beside his brother. It's said that anything is possible. Shiyan looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. "What? Are you afraid?" "Afraid? I would be afraid of this. Ridiculous." Though Xiang Jingji shrank behind Xiang Jingxing, he didn't let that stop him from talking tough. Jiang Ran looked ahead, marveling in his heart. To be honest, this was also his first time seeing such a secret realm. It was truly fascinating. He turned his head, wanting to discuss what to do next with the others. Just as he opened his mouth, a shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and crashed to the ground with a loud bang. The loud noise startled Xiang Jingji, causing him to jump up. Cough, cough, cough. A familiar coughing sound rang out as Feng Zhen stood up, clutching his sore backside. As soon as he lifted his head, he saw 5 people standing before him, each with a different expression. Feng Zhen felt a bit dazed. Xiang Jingji, whose heart had nearly jumped out of his chest, changed expressions upon realizing that the person who suddenly appeared was Feng Zhen, their backup team member. Shiyan raised an eyebrow. "How did you end up here? Where are your teammates?" I don't know." Feng Zhen looked around and found that besides Jiang Ran and his 4 teammates, none of his own were present. Realizing the current situation, Feng Zhen's expression instantly drooped. This was bad. It was really bad. "Teammates, I'm sorry." Tisk, 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 so pitiful. Now that he knew Feng Zhen was a person and not a ghost, Xiang Jingji returned to normal, clicking his tongue at Feng Zhen's dejected face. Since you've been abandoned by them, you might as well join us. However, you are an outsider, and it's hard for us to trust. Xiang Jingji rolled his eyes. How about this, you lead the way and show us your strength? Huh? Me? Feng Zhen pointed at himself. He was just a healer. Was it really okay to have a frail, defenseless healer lead the charge? Don't worry, we've observed, and there's no danger at all. Just walk confidently in front. Xiang Jingji stepped aside. Or do you want to act alone? Xiang Jingji stepped back a couple of paces, and Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yan followed suit. At this moment, Feng Zhen could finally see what lay ahead. In ordinary secret realms, the environment is primarily natural. Though many of the plants and animals inside may not be quite normal, the overall environment of the secret realm still leans towards nature, giving a sense of freedom akin to monkeys being released back into the wild. But this time, for some reason, a village had appeared in the secret realm. Feng Zhen's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. While the appearance of a village representing human civilization in the secret realm was indeed strange, did they really need to wait so long and not want to enter? Could it be that there's something particularly noteworthy about a village appearing in the secret realm? Let's go. Don't you want to meet up with your teammates soon? Jiang Ran said, but he didn't rush to walk ahead. Instead, he waited for Feng Zhen's choice. Alright then, but I must clarify, I'm just a healer really lacking in offensive power. He couldn't understand what these people were so afraid of, but standing here was not a solution. Following them was clearly safer than acting alone. While telling them he was genuinely weak, Feng Zhen walked to the front of the group. Am I going in now? He glanced back at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran nodded at him and gave a thumbs up. Initially, Feng Zhen was not too worried. However, seeing Jiang Ran's support, an inexplicable bad premonition rose in his heart. So just before entering the village, he confirmed once again, "You will follow me, right?" Jiang Ran answered without hesitation, "Of course." Good. Feng Zhen took a deep breath, summoned his spirit and confidence, and strode down the straight path leading to the village. Jiang Ran and the others exchanged glances, silently following behind. It seemed the village only had this one road lined with many houses scattered irregularly on both sides. The houses were built from several red bricks and thatched roofs, visibly small, and many appeared dilapidated, as if they would collapse with a gust of wind. Although the houses on either side of the road were asymmetrical and varied in appearance, each house had a well in the same position in front. Jiang Ran entered a courtyard, peered in, and deduced it was a well, but it had long since dried up with a pile of unknown debris at the bottom. Fortunately, there was no foul smell. After walking for a while, Feng Zhen noticed that the whole village, aside from being quite old and seemingly uninhabited for over a decade, had nothing particularly remarkable about it. So he simply stopped in the middle of the road, waiting for the others to catch up. While waiting, his gaze wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, Feng Zhen saw what appeared to be a face flash past a hole in the wall of the house to his left. Feng Zhen's previously relaxed body suddenly froze. Just as he wanted to take a closer look, bang! Oh my gosh! A cold hand radiating chill suddenly slapped his shoulder, startling Feng Zhen into a high-pitched yelp, and causing him to jump back 3 meters. Xiang Jingji, still holding his outstretched hand, stood there looking at Feng Zhen, who had just reacted with the speed of a rabbit, his face full of confusion. What are you doing? Turns out it was a person. Feng Zhen took a long breath of relief. You nearly scared me to death. Hearing this, Xiang Jingji suddenly felt a chill breeze pass by the side of his face. This made the color drain from his face. What's wrong? Fortunately, before he could start overthinking, Jiang Ran had already walked over. Jiang Ran looked at the still shaken Feng Zhen. You have such a small heart. No. Feng Zhen immediately retorted. He pointed at the house. I just saw a face flash by inside. A human face. This time Xiang Jingji couldn't help but gulp. Shi Yan and the others who had just walked over exchanged glances. Shi Yan asked, did you see it clearly? Could it be one of your teammates? After all, every time they were arranged to enter the secret realm, there would be no one else in the realm besides their group of 10. So if Feng Zhen said he saw a human face, it was quite likely that Yin Yu and the others were inside that house. I didn't see clearly, but it didn't look like their faces. That face was very thin, much thinner than normal people, with very pale skin and big eyes. It definitely wasn't the faces of the captain and the others. Now this is interesting. Jiang Ran stroked his chin. Which of you is going to take a look? It might be some rare beast. Such matters should be left to the professionals. Shi Yan glanced at Xiang Jingji, his desire to watch the excitement clear as day. Feeling the gazes of the others upon him, Xiang Jingji nearly jumped. I am a beast master, but that doesn't mean all strange beasts won't attack me. Whoever wants to go can go, I am definitely not going. Shi Yan scoffed. If you're scared, just say so. Scared? Am I afraid of this? Xiang Jingji's eyes widened. If you're not scared, then you go. Fine, I'll go. Irritated, Xiang Jingji huffed and started to walk away, but after taking just 2 steps he turned back, pushed Xiang Jingxing, who had been silent, and whispered, "Brother, you go for me, I'll beg you." Xiang Jingxing glanced at his cowardly brother and sighed silently. What a misfortune for the family. However, since he was his own brother, Xiang Jingxing muttered a few words in his heart and still set off towards the dilapidated little house. Arriving at the door, Xiang Jingxing knocked twice. 1 minute passed, and there was no sound from inside. Xiang Jingxing decisively gave up on knocking, glanced down at the rusty, practically useless lock, and chose to kick the door. Bang! The door was kicked open. However, whether it was because Xiang Jingxing kicked too hard, the door bounced back after hitting the wall. Xiang Jingxing frowned slightly, just as he was about to raise his foot to kick the door back, and a sharp wind suddenly swept past his ear, pressing against the rebounding door. Then a flash of silver light appeared, followed by a scream from behind the door. Xiang Jingxing took a step back and turned to see Jiang Ran had come over without him noticing. Jiang Ran stepped past Xiang Jingxing, reached out to grasp the Hongguang sword that had just been thrown and nailed to the door. However, he did not pull it out immediately. Instead, he forcefully thrust it inward. The scream from behind the door abruptly stopped. "Ranzi, you didn't just stab it to death, did you?" Xiang Jingxi hid behind Jiang Xingye, but out of curiosity, he still poked his head out to look. "No, I know how to control my strength," Jiang Ran replied confidently. Yet the Hongguang in his hand flickered a couple of times, seemingly in disagreement with him. "Focus on the task at hand, let's not cause trouble for now." Jiang Ran reassured the Hongguang's sword, then applied a little force to directly remove the door from its hinges. As Jiang Ran slowly stepped back, the others finally saw what was hiding inside the house. On the door panel, a black creature over a meter long and resembling a mudskipper was pierced by the sword's tip. However, on its head there was a human face. Surrounded by so many people, the creature's body began to wriggle uncomfortably, and it opened its mouth towards the crowd, letting out a threatening hissing sound. Feng noticed that within the human lips there were actually 2 layers of densely packed sharp teeth. He couldn't help but shiver. "What is this thing?" Shiyin asked, curiously looking at it. "It must be a strange beast." I've never seen one before. Besides, why does a strange beast have a human face? Aren't they supposed to look down on humans?" "I don't know. If it's a strange beast, why don't you let Xiang Jingxi give it a try to find out?" Xiang Jingxi immediately shook his head. "No, I don't want it. This thing is too ugly and silly. If I make a contract with it, do I have to look at it all the time?" Shiyin joked. "It's okay, you'll get used to it after a while." Xiang Jingxi shook his head like a wave drum. "I won't." "Alright then, if he doesn't want it, then so be it." Jiang Ran gripped the hilt of his sword. "Get ready, I'm about to draw my sword. If anyone inadvertently lets it escape, it'll turn them into a QQ ball of tender Chaozhou beef meatballs." The few people instantly grew serious. "We're ready, don't worry." Jiang Ran said no more, retracting his wrist as the gleaming silver sword was drawn from the door. In the next moment, the bound, human-faced doll fish fell to the ground, its head lowered, as if it intended to burrow into the earth. However, another flash of cold light appeared as a small knife was thrown by Jiang Qingye, pinning the doll fish's tail to the ground. Shiyin crouched down, holding a small twig he had found somewhere, poking at the doll fish that was still trying to burrow into the ground to escape. "Hey, can you talk?" The doll fish ignored him persistently, trying to dig into the ground. Shiyin poked it a couple more times, finding it unresponsive, and felt bored. "I thought having a human face would mean it could speak human language." "Why would you think that?" Jiang Ran looked at him in surprise. "Gorillas and humans have such a high genetic similarity, yet I've never heard of a gorilla speaking human language. Ordinary animals are different from the exotic beasts in the secret realm." "Sure." Yin casually tossed the twig aside, waving his hand. "Perhaps this fellow is just too low in level." "Well, it is only a second-tier creature," Xiang Jingxing pondered and said. That makes sense. I just wonder if it has siblings or parents or grandparents here. It seems you really want to meet an exotic beast that can speak human language." "It's not that, I'm just curious." "Alright, whether it exists or not, we'll know when we look." Under the strong insistence of Hongguang, Jiang Ran carefully wiped the sword blade. Seeing that they seemed poised to hold a discussion about the little creature, he gently kicked Shiyin to interrupt their conversation. "What? Are you planning to check every house here?" Shiyin was caught off guard by the kick and nearly stumbled. "Well, this village isn't big and there aren't many houses. The 6 of us can split up and finish looking around." Jiang Ran nodded. He had thought of this idea from the beginning, but was previously afraid that entering those houses recklessly might lead to something bad, which is why he had kept quiet. Now, knowing that the houses likely contained these low-intelligence and non-lethal little creatures, there was nothing to worry about. Xiang Jingxi hesitated. "This secret realm has such a high number, which means it must be quite dangerous. If we split up, won't we be picked off one by one?" Shiyin chuckled, directly striking at Xiang Jingxi's soul. "Just say you're afraid." Xiang Jingzi's expression changed instantly. Afraid? I said I wouldn't be afraid. It's just splitting up will be fine. It's just some people. He began to imply. I hope no one ends up in trouble and needs us to rescue them. Such a statement posed no threat to Shi Yan. He chuckled lightly. Don't worry, that won't happen. Alright, then he'll divide the areas. Seeing no one object further, Jiang Ran put away his sword and began to assign search areas to each of them. After dividing, he clapped his hands. Those who finish searching early can gather with others nearby, but don't wander too far. After 2 hours, regardless of whether you've completed your assigned area or not, return here to regroup. Jiang Ran glanced at the 5 of them, focusing a moment longer on Xiang Jingji and Feng Zhun, who was temporarily teamed up with them due to uncontrollable circumstances. Is there any other question? Feng Zhun was very self-aware of his outsider status. Noticing Jiang Ran looking at him, he nodded. First, I have no problem, I'll follow your lead. Xiang Jingji knew he had just been provoked by Shi Yan, but at this moment, even a healer was saying it was fine. As a top-tier Beast Master Awakener, he couldn't possibly say he was afraid of ghosts and dared not go. If he said that, his image would be completely ruined. Secretly glaring at Shi Yan, Xiang Jingji snorted coldly. I have no issues either. The other 3 also shook their heads in agreement. Okay, let's get moving then. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, he turned around and headed towards his assigned area. The area he assigned to himself was the few houses at the end of the small road. These houses were quite far from the others and appeared very new, as if they had just been built. Moreover, in front of these houses there was also a dry well in each yard. Jiang Ran stood in the small yard in front of the last house, circling the well. The well wasn't filled with any garbage, and with a slight bow of his head, he could see the bottom clearly. But even though the well looked clean, Jiang Ran had no intention of looking down. So he took out the Hongguang sword and tossed it in. Hongguang. Human action. The long sword landed at the bottom of the well, producing a crisp sound. Jiang Ran looked down into the well. Is there anything wrong down there? Hongguang's sword flipped over, unwilling to respond. Hongguang, behave, don't mess around, let's finish the job first. Jiang Ran skillfully began to coax the sword. I tossed you down because I trust you. Think about it, I have so many ways to confirm the situation below, yet I just tossed you down. Doesn't that show my regard for you? Hongguang, do you really think I'm a fool? However, since Jiang Ran had given it such face, Hongguang's sword was still quite satisfied. Thus it stopped playing dead and jumped up from the bottom of the well, swaying as it observed the well walls, then shook its sword body, seemingly shaking its head at Jiang Ran. So it really is just a well. Jiang Ran couldn't tell if he was disappointed or if he had expected this. He reached out and made a grasping motion towards Hongguang at the bottom. Come up. Hongguang's sword shot up with a whoosh and returned to Jiang Ran's hand. Jiang Ran somewhat perfunctorily wiped it and patted its body before putting it away again. Then he straightened up and began to observe this house. The reason he assigned these houses to himself was that it was a consistent trope in horror films. The houses at the front and back of the village were most likely to have problems. Secondly, these houses were markedly different from the other houses in the village. The other houses were very dilapidated, with most roofs or walls already having several large holes. But despite being broken, they all shared one common feature: none of the houses had windows. In contrast, these new houses at the end of the village, although not large, not only looked new on the outside, but also had a small window on the wall facing south. This window was quite small, roughly the size of 2 palms, just big enough for a slightly larger head to get stuck and unable to move. Moreover, the center of the window frame was not filled with transparent glass, but rather a somewhat opaque plastic sheet. Is there a naming genius who can help me come up with a few book titles? The plastic sheet was so murky that only a shadow could be vaguely seen, utterly incomparable to glass. Its only likely use was to bring a hint of light into the house. One could not expect to observe the outside through this small window. Jiang Ran glanced at it a couple of times, and ultimately decided to let the plastic sheet remain on the window frame, without poking a hole in it. Then he walked to the door, and listened carefully for 2 seconds. There was no sound in the house. Even the sound of breathing was absent. Was this house empty? Jiang Ran was too lazy to think too much, and directly kicked the door. With a bang, the door was kicked open, revealing the compact layout inside the house. It was probably only about 20 square meters in size, with a small bed placed next to the shabby little window. Beside the bed was a small cabinet with a brown, uneven surface about 40 centimeters high. Opposite the door was a wooden table on which rested a candlestick and a small bronze incense burner. Leaning against the back of the incense burner was a square object covered with a black cloth. Judging by its outline, it should be a picture frame or a mirror. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the house. Jiang Ran stood at the door as a gust of wind blew in from his side, made a circle inside, and then returned to his side. After confirming there was no danger inside and nothing was hiding behind the door, or under the bed. Jiang Ran finally stepped in. It's worth mentioning that this damned house was designed by someone who clearly had no sense of practicality. The threshold was a full 30 centimeters high, yet the height of the door frame was quite limited. Jiang Ran's eyelashes trembled momentarily, yet his movements were decisive as he yanked the black cloth down. He was very curious about what lay beneath the black cloth. However, just as he was about to lift it, an extremely cold feeling of being observed suddenly surged in his heart. Jiang Ran's eyelashes trembled momentarily, yet his movements were decisive as he yanked the black cloth down. A smooth, even square mirror appeared before him. However, the mirror only reflected the walls of the house, the doorway, and the scenery outside. Although Jiang Ran stood right in front of it, the mirror did not show his reflection. As the black cloth was pulled away, that sudden chill vanished. Jiang Ran, intrigued, posed in front of the mirror several times, but no matter how he moved, his reflection was absent. Strange. Noticing that he truly could not see himself, Jiang Ran stood properly again. At this moment, he genuinely felt perplexed. If there is a mirror, why is the window still covered with ordinary plastic? He murmured to himself, subconsciously glancing at the small window beside the bed. However, that casual glance just happened to catch a glimpse of a blurry shadow flitting past behind the plastic sheet of the small window. Jiang Ran stood quietly. After a while, he rolled his eyes silently. Childish. This trick had been used many years ago. How could someone still insist on such plain means to lure others out to chase him? Such a low-level tactic could only scare someone like Xiang Jingji. Ignoring the mysterious shadow outside the window, Jiang Ran picked up the mirror and changed angles to reflect the entire house. In the end, he found that everything could be reflected in this mirror except for himself and the candlestick and incense burner originally placed in front of the mirror. From this perspective, these two must be valuable items. Jiang Ran first picked up the candlestick to examine it. This candlestick was also made of brass with a stable and thick circular base carved with some simple patterns. In the middle was a column with simple grooves, and above it was a round bowl for holding the candle. It was not large and quite light, but this style of candlestick was not suitable for holding in hand. It was more appropriate to place it on a table or other flat surface. Not finding anything special, Jiang Ran casually tossed the candlestick without a candle into his ring, then intended to grab the incense burner. However, the incense burner seemed to have a mind of its own. As Jiang Ran reached out, it tilted to one side, lying at an angle on the table, then rolled towards the edge of the table. After rolling a short distance, it suddenly soared into the air. The next second, it plummeted straight towards the ground. Just as its body was about to make intimate contact with the floor, a hand reached out from the side and caught it steadily. Jiang Ran held the incense burner with one hand and chuckled. "Why are you two so unruly? Am I really that scary?" The incense burner was clearly not as brave as the Hongguang sword. Once it reached Jiang Ran's hands, it showed no resistance whatsoever, directly entering a state of feigned death. "Is this how you pretend to be dead?" Jiang Ran felt somewhat disappointed. How boring. It was not as interesting as the Hongguang sword, which at least would throw a tantrum. He glanced at the lid of the incense burner. Inside there was neither ash nor anything else, completely empty. Jiang Ran pouted and tossed it into his ring, as well to keep Hongguang company. Next, he rummaged through the small cabinet by the bed, finding a half-burned candle, a matchbox with only 3 matches left, and a blank notebook. He casually lifted the bed. There was nothing underneath. Jiang Ran did not feel disappointed taking these found items along with the mirror that could not reflect him out of the door. The next 3 houses had layouts almost identical to the last one. The mirror on the table had turned into an empty frame, and the candlestick and incense burner were also gone. The contents of the cabinet had changed as well, leaving only one intact, unlit candle. Aside from that, there was nothing special. During the time Jiang Ran rummaged through each house, he caught glimpses of the shadow outside the window flicking past more than once. But Jiang Ran chose to ignore it every time. No matter how that thing tempted or provoked him, he simply would not go outside. After several attempts, that thing ceased its efforts and vanished without a trace. Whether it was sulking in a corner or decided to scare other people, Jiang Ran had gained experience from searching the first house, making his movements much quicker in the subsequent houses. In the blink of an eye, there was only one house left in the area he was responsible for, and less than an hour had passed. Well, who should I look for next? As Jiang Ran walked towards the last house, he contemplated who the lucky Jiang Qingya. No, he was too reliable, didn't like to talk, and probably preferred to be alone. It would be better to let him play by himself. Xiang Jingxing. He was also quite reliable, not much fun. Forget it. Shi Yin was definitely out of the question. That guy brought too much bad luck, and Jiang Ran dared not approach him. That left only Feng Zhen and Xiang Jingji. He remembered that their areas were adjacent, so he would check on them one by one. Jiang Ran supplemented various details in his mind about what he needed to do during the inspection while skillfully raising his foot to kick the front door. However, this time the front door did not give way as easily as the doors of the previous houses. At the moment he kicked the door, Jiang Ran felt as if he had kicked a metal block, leaving his legs slightly numb. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm in the reception room of the Red Palace of the Eagle Nation, a very young-looking man, unmistakably from the Dragon Nation, sat comfortably in a chair with his long legs casually draped over the conference table in front of him. Have you made your decision? My time is very precious. The man crossed his arms over his stomach, and although he spoke of the value of time, his expression betrayed no urgency whatsoever. Wen Renqing, an overweight white man across the table, angrily slammed his hand on the table. I warn you, this is the Eagle Nation, do not be too presumptuous. Are all people from the Dragon Nation as rude as you? Wen Renqing tilted his head slightly. Oh my dear cook, there's no need for you to put on a show here with me. You should know all my actions only represent myself and have nothing to do with my country. However, Wen Renqing suddenly burst into laughter. Are all Eagle Nation people as poor in acting as you? Here you are stalling for time while secretly looking for him. Let me guess, who have you brought for assistance? Aiden. No, it can't be him. After all, I rendered him useless 3 years ago. Even if he has had Imperial-level treatment, he has probably only recovered about 70% by now. Then it must be Harrison. Seeing Cook's expression slightly change, Wen Renqing's smile deepened. Ah, you really let me guess correctly. Then let me guess again, where is Harrison now? I guess he should already be outside the door. Bang! As Wen Renqing spoke, the door of the reception room was forcibly pushed open. A man only about 1.60 meters tall with a small braid at the back of his head walked in. Nice to see you again, Wen Renqing. Indeed, nice to see you again. Upon seeing Harrison, Wen Renqing showed no signs of respect. Instead, he switched the position of his feet, resting on the table. Not only did he show disrespect, but he also had to mock him a bit. Harrison, it has been 2 years, and you are still as short as ever, not a millimeter taller. He expected Harrison to change his expression, but to his surprise, Harrison's face remained calm as always. Harrison walked over to Cook and gave him a look. Cook glared at Wen Renqing, angrily, reluctantly got up to give way and moved to stand on the side. Harrison then took Cook's seat. So tell me, what exactly do you want? No, you've got it wrong. This is not about what I want, but rather have you figured out how to compensate us. Wen Renqing casually swung his leg. We compensate you? Harrison furrowed his brows. Are you dreaming? Why should we compensate you? My. Wen Renqing raised an eyebrow for the first time, looking directly at Harrison since he entered. Then he began to laugh. It seems they only remembered to call you over, but did not tell you what foolish things they act. Dear Harrison, I really didn't expect that even after all this time you are still such a clown, unaware of what your own country has done. Harrison's expression darkened. You need not sow discord here. I came over simply to have a good conversation with you about what it would take for you to be willing to leave here. Wen Renqing spread his hands. I already told you. As long as your Eagle Nation offers us satisfactory compensation, I will leave immediately, without any hesitation. After saying this, he murmured in a volume audible to everyone in the room. Do you really think your Eagle Nation is such a great place that anyone would want to come? Even if Harrison had prepared himself before coming, he still felt his breath accelerate upon hearing such provocation. He tightened his hands under the table, trying to calm his emotions. What would it take for you to be satisfied? Wen Renqing smiled playfully. That depends on whether you have any sincerity. Sincerity? Harrison repeated, and the next moment a powerful aura unique to the spiritual realm erupted. Harrison's right hand transformed into a strong dragon claw, heading straight for Wen Renqing's chest. Now that's sincerity. Boom! He thought his attack would be sudden enough to catch Wen Renqing off guard. However, the scene he imagined of his hand penetrating through did not occur. His weapon-like hand was suddenly seized by another person who had appeared out of nowhere, stopping just 2 centimeters from Wen Renqing's chest, immobilized. Oh dear, what are you trying to do? Wen Renqing pretended to show a look of surprise. Are you trying to take advantage? Is this how your Eagle Nation treats its guests? I will report you to the Ability Alliance. Seeing the unfamiliar man suddenly appear next to Wen Renqing, Harrison's heart sank. 5 minutes ago he was urgently called for assistance, but he was not informed about what had actually happened. All he knew was that Wen Renqing had arrived. He had thought it was just Wen Renqing showing up, but he truly did not expect that in addition to this troublesome guy, other spiritual realm beings from the Dragon Nation had also arrived in the Eagle Nation. It seemed that his country had indeed stirred up quite a big trouble this time. Harrison suddenly sighed. I understand now. I will discuss compensation with the higher-ups again, and I will make sure you are satisfied. Yet the man holding his wrist still did not release him. Wen Renqing propped his chin up with one hand. Anyone can make verbal promises. Oh, what does that prove? What if you just run off the moment you step out? Harrison frowned. When Rinching, you should know my character. I never go back on my word. I only know the you from 8 years ago. Who knows if after 8 years you have learned anything bad from some unsavory old fellows. When Rinching shook his head wearing an expression of don't think you can trick me, I'm clever. Harrison took a deep breath, his face darkening a few shades. I can swear on my sister. Upon hearing that Harrison was willing to swear on his beloved sister, when Rinching straightened up slightly. Oh, that's a good oath. Then go ahead and swear, once I record it you can leave. Harrison's other hand was already clenched into a fist, but due to the presence of the spiritual realm being next to when Rinching and uncertainty about whether there were other spiritual realm beings around, he could only suppress his anger for the moment. After 2 seconds of brewing, he closed his eyes and uttered his oath. After hearing Harrison's vow, when Rinking's smile became much more genuine. Since you are willing to make such a solemn oath, what reason do I have not to trust you? Hurry along, Harrison, and remember to finalize the discussions quickly. After all, my time is truly precious. Harrison did not wish to say more to him, and stood up to leave. Just as he opened the door and was about to step out when Rinking's annoying voice called out again. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Harrison, you have such a bad temper usually, you should learn to stay calm. Otherwise it's easy for your anger to make you seem shorter. Bang! The door of the reception room was slammed shut by Harrison in anger. Feeling Harrison's fury, when Rinching could not help but laugh heartily. The man beside him glanced at Cook, who remained by the side, and transmitted a message. Lord Wen Run, can this really work? Just keep your heart at ease, it will be fine. In the secret realm, Jiang Ran let out a hiss and withdrew his foot. The dead door was surprisingly sturdy. After confirming that it couldn't be opened with mere brute force, Jiang Ran drew out Hongguang and struck with his sword. With 2 swift strokes, the small wooden door, which just moments ago had a hardness comparable to steel, fell with a crash. Jiang Ran waved his hand to brush away the stirred dust and looked inside the house. The layout of this house was completely identical to several he had seen before. The only difference was the square mirror that appeared on the table directly opposite the entrance. In the mirror, his face was clearly visible. The candlestick and incense burner placed in front of the mirror, as well as the black cloth pile beneath it, were identical to those Jiang Ran had previously tossed into his ring. And all of it was reflected in the mirror. Jiang Ran's gaze flickered as he lifted the mirror he had been holding, taken from the first house, and reversed it, aiming it at the mirror inside the house. The 2 mirrors faced each other. The one inside the house was just like the ordinary mirrors sold outside. Anything that appeared before it would be reflected on its surface. However, the mirror in Jiang Ran's hand only reflected a relatively clean wall, a corner of the cabinet on the right, and the empty table directly facing it. The only item on the table was a piece of black cloth. Jiang Ran looked at this, and then at that. So which mirror was the real one? When in doubt, ask someone else. Jiang Ran raised his sword. Hongguang, what do you think? The Hongguang sword trembled in his hand, seemingly feeling quite speechless. Yet Jiang Ran kept staring at it, as if he wouldn't let it go easily until it provided a clear answer. Hongguang, helpless, had no choice but to turn the tip of the sword towards Jiang Ran. Are you saying that the image in the mirror I'm holding is the real one? Hongguang nodded up and down. All right. Jiang Ran tucked the mirror back into his possession, raising the Hongguang sword threateningly. If I don't guess right, I'll kill you. Hongguang, seriously, what's wrong with this person? It's just a sword, it can't even speak. You had to ask it for its opinion, and it simply shared its guess honestly. What did it do wrong? Don't be angry, I was just joking with you. Jiang Ran skillfully coaxed Hongguang, this time, not putting it back into the ring, but holding it as he walked into the house. As usual, he first checked under the bed and in the drawers of the cabinet. However, he wondered if the owner of this house had spent all their savings on a perfectly normal mirror. In the cabinet this time, not even a single piece of candle wax could be found. Jiang Ran frowned in disdain and walked to the table. The candlestick was identical to the one in his ring, and Jiang Ran didn't notice anything special about it, so he simply put it into his ring as well. As for the incense burner, the previous incense burner, though not as high-end, clearly had its own consciousness and would attempt to flee when it sensed it was about to be captured. This incense burner, however, was entirely lifeless. It wasn't that it was pretending to be dead. Jiang Ran had not sensed any special fluctuations from it at all. Fearing that his own strength was too low or that his perception was blocked, Jiang Ran specifically asked Hongguang, but Hongguang shook its head. Clearly this was just an ordinary incense burner. Including the mirror, Jiang Ran had inspected it as well, and it was very ordinary. Ordinary enough to shatter with a single punch. Since all 3 items were so mundane, why didn't they appear in the mirror? Jiang Ran found it utterly baffling. However, just because he couldn't think of something didn't mean others couldn't. When he had the chance, he would ask Xiang Jingxing and the others for their thoughts. Perhaps someone with a wild imagination would figure it out. With that in mind, Jiang Ran decided not to dwell on it, and put all the items he had found into his ring before walking out of the house and heading towards Fengzhen's area. Just halfway there he noticed that 3 people were already standing in front of the house where they had found the face doll fish. You finished searching so quickly. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Shuryan had his hands behind his head, looking very relaxed. Did you not encounter anything special? Jiang Ran glanced at him. That shouldn't be the case. As the luckiest guy in their team, how could nothing happen while he was separated from everyone in such a suspicious village? Something felt very off. Could it be? Jiang Ran's gaze towards Shuryan began to change. Just then Shuryan, who had been lost in thought while gazing at the sky, suddenly came to his senses and turned to meet Jiang Ran's eyes. After understanding the information contained in Jiang Ran's gaze, Shuryan was jolted. No way, what are you thinking? Definitely me, not some kind of monster or demon. Jiang Ran, I don't believe you. How can you prove it? Great, proving he was himself was an absurd task that ultimately fell upon him. The world is a massive boomerang. Shuryan's lips twitched slightly before he finally spat out 2 numbers, 5, 6, 13, 8. These were the final scores from the last game they played before entering the secret realm. Hearing the familiar numbers, Jiang Ran nodded without surprise. It seems you really are yourself. After watching the commotion, Xiang Jingxing coughed lightly and turned to Jiang Ran asking, so what did you encounter? Or did something strange happen? Not much, just some things I couldn't figure out for the moment. Jiang Ran gave each of the 2 people he deemed the most reliable a once-over. So you 3 just left the 2 most timid ones there to fend for themselves, eh? Shuryan shrugged. Courage is built through experience. This is good for them. Xiang Jingxing and Jiang Qingya nodded in agreement. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and found that indeed made sense. Alright, since even their elder brother was unconcerned, why should he worry? Let Xiang Jingji and Fengzhen train well over there. Originally, he had planned to wait for everyone to gather before discussing his findings, but now that 2 of the most foolish ones were missing, it wasn't a big deal. He took out all the items he had found from the first house and briefly recounted his encounters. Xiang Jingxing quickly grabbed the small incense burner that was about to roll away as soon as it was taken out, looking contemplative. Shuryan was holding the mirror and shining it around, and after hearing Jiang Ran he exclaimed, I saw that shadow too, but I only encountered it once and I ignored it directly. It hasn't appeared since. What about you guys? He turned to Xiang Jingxing and Jiang Qingya. Both shook their heads. We didn't see anything. Listening to the experiences of the 3, Jiang Ran fell into deep thought. Xiang Jingxing said he had checked 6 houses in total, some of which were relatively intact, while others had no roofs left at all. Although the degree of damage varied, the area and layout of all the houses were completely identical. A small bed, a shabby bedside table, and a wooden table about 70 centimeters high and approximately 50 centimeters in length and width with no chairs. The drawers of the bedside table contained either whole or half candles along with varying numbers of matchboxes. In the corner of the house lay an inverted rectangular frame, but inside it was just a blank sheet of paper. Beyond that there was nothing else. The houses Jiang Qingya and Shuryan had visited all bore the same emptiness. Picture frames. Blank sheets of paper. Jiang Ran suddenly recalled seeing picture frames in several of those houses, though each frame held no photograph or artwork. Moreover, they were not carelessly discarded face down in corners. Instead, they had been respectfully placed upon tables directly facing the entrances. Yet each frame was covered with a layer of black cloth, its purpose unclear. Drawing from tropes in horror films Jiang Ran had watched, he surmised this likely signified the owner's dread. Something terrifying lay concealed beneath. As if unveiling it would unleash some unspeakable horror. Xiang Jingxing spoke no more. He withdrew a picture frame from his storage artifact. Jiang Ran glanced casually, then froze. Weren't they supposed to be blank? They are blank, Shuryan replied instinctively, having seen it too. Yet when he followed Jiang Ran's gaze, he too stood stunned upon the once vacant parchment. A small village now appeared, materialized without warning. A slender earth-yellow path wound through its center. At its far end stood a hazy silhouette before a house whose wall bore a square-shaped window. Xiang Jingxing's pupils contracted slightly. This paper was utterly blank when I took it. The 4 encircled the frame, laid flat upon the ground. The village in the image must be the one we're standing in. As Jiang Ran pondered, he turned his head toward the path's distant terminus. Could that figure be you? Shuryan pointed to the sole indistinct silhouette, the only human form visible in the image. After all, the first house Jiang Ran had searched stood precisely at that path's end. No, Jiang Ran answered unshaken. Why? Jiang Ran cast a glance at the frame. I'm not that creepy. The other 3 fell silent, speechless. How could one possibly discern creepiness from a featureless, barely humanoid shadow? Seeing their collective incredulity, Jiang Ran added, besides, I wasn't alone there. How could one possibly discern creepiness from a featureless, barely humanoid shadow? Seeing their collective, Xiang Jingxing nodded in quiet agreement. Shurian stroked his chin. Then this painting is remarkably realistic. Jiang Ran opened his mouth to speak, then abruptly halted, eyes locked onto the frame. An invisible brush seemed to tremble across the paper's surface, gradually at the junction, drawn in strict perspective occupying 1/3 of the canvas. A long amorphous ink-black figure emerged, sketched in bold, heavy strokes. The four watched in absolute silence, not a word uttered, until the unseen brush ceased its work and no new lines formed. Only then did Jiang Ran reach down and lift the frame. The paper felt cold to the touch, and his fingers bore no trace of smudged ink. Had they not witnessed the entire process unfold before their eyes, they might have believed this a finished work long completed. At last Shi Yin broke the stillness. What does this mean? I don't know, Jiang Ran replied, handing the frame to Xiang Jingxing. But I'll share my current hypothesis, if you'd like to hear it. Go ahead. First, a surface-level idea you've likely already considered, but remain uncertain about. This village, and everything beyond it within our field of vision, is illusory. Hearing Jiang Ran's initial conjecture, none reacted with surprise or dissent. Ever since Jiang Ran had produced that mirror, and none of them appeared within its reflection, they'd quietly begun suspecting the truth. Whatever the mirror reflected was false. Whatever remained invisible within it was real. After all, none of them manifested in the mirror, yet their own existence was undeniable. Thus only the village itself could be unreal. Second, Jiang Ran raised two fingers. I believe the freshly drawn ink-black figure will soon manifest before us, in flesh and motion. Before the words fully left his lips, a thunderous crash erupted behind them, near the village's entrance, followed by a familiar voice erupting in furious rapid-fire curses. Oh, Jiang Ran clapped once. Looks like I was right. Xiang Jingxing had already risen to his feet, though he occasionally wished he were an only child when his younger brother truly faced peril, concern, and never. Shi Yin rested a hand on his brow and turned toward the sound. After listening briefly, he relaxed. By the noise alone, it's probably only a level 4 threat. Implied meaning Xiang Jingxi could handle it. No need to worry, let's continue analyzing. No, it likely cannot be handled. Xiang Jingxing lowered his gaze to the frame and sighed. There the invisible brush had resumed its work, faster now, accelerating with unnerving urgency. One indistinct ink-black silhouette after another bloomed across the page. Simultaneously, Xiang Jingxi's enraged shouts reached them. Stop gawking. Help me. Down the path, Xiang Jingxi galloped toward them astride a bizarre rhinoceros-like beast. In one hand, he clutched a man, Feng Zhun, his face drained of color with terror. Behind them, colossal, humanoid-faced giant salamanders burst forth from the earth, sprinting on all fours in relentless pursuit. Jiang Ran glanced at those monstrous salamanders, whose gaping mouths dwarfed Xiang Jingxi's head, then downward at the miniature version, its tail pinned, unable to flee. He turned to Jiang Qingye, voice laced with reproach. You insisted on keeping it here, even though it clearly wanted to leave. Now look, its ancestral elders have arrived en masse. Jiang Qingye, unfairly blamed, simply stared speechless. Meanwhile, Shi Yin, far from alarmed, stroked his chin thoughtfully. If everything in this world is false, might these grotesque creatures also be illusions? Perhaps conjured solely to frighten us. Jiang Ran tossed in the mirror. See for yourself. Shi Yin angled it toward the charging Xiang Jingxi, and the horde of giant salamanders surging behind him. One glance, and Shi Yan's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, he whirled to face Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's expression remained placid. Whether from prior knowledge or mere unreadiness to look himself, no one could tell. Before Shi Yin could utter a warning, Jiang Ran spoke first, real then, and invisible in the mirror. Shi Yin studied the nearly empty reflective surface, pressed his lips together, and gave a slow, solemn nod. Then go assist him, especially since he's hauling around dead weight. Without pause, Jiang Ran kicked Shi Yin squarely into motion. Shi Yan's expression twisted midair, while Xiang Jingxi, spotting his rescuer, registered equal dismay. Not Jiang Ran, nor his elder brother, but him, the most detested of all. Yet this was no time for petty banter. With mutual reluctant understanding, they exchanged a single weighted glance, and fell into forced coordination. 10 minutes later, the pair returned, breathless, dragging Feng Zhun, who had contributed absolutely nothing throughout. Ran, it's hopeless. The things just keep coming. We can't kill them all. Xiang Jingxi wore a grimace of exhaustion. Hurry up and figure out how to get us out of here. Thanks to Shi Yan's concise explanation, he now grasped the truth. This was not reality. Put simply, Secret Realm 422 existed in two strata: the inner world, the illusory realm where they currently stood, and the outer world, the true tangible secret realm. To escape Secret Realm 422 and return to reality, they must first depart this inner world, re-enter the outer world, and only then devise a way to traverse the realm itself. My smile has returned. As for how to leave, I haven't thought of a solution yet. Seeing the two return in a state of disarray, Jiang Ran stepped forward to take their place. Countless tornadoes howled, temporarily blocking the giant axolotls that seemed utterly unafraid and were charging towards the village. Seriously, not even Yu Ranzi could think of a way out. Xiang Jingji set down Fengzhen, leaning against the volcanic beast and taking deep breaths. Jiang Ran split the stragglers that had slipped through the tornadoes in half with his sword before retreating. As he wiped the black liquid off his sword, he casually remarked, "Isn't it normal? I'm not a god, how could I think of everything?" Xiang Jingji looked at his brother, his gaze filled with hope. Xiang Jingxing waved his hand, saying, "Don't look at me, I don't know either." Xiang Jingzi's face fell. Shiyan suddenly expressed dissatisfaction. "Why do you only ask them, and not me and Jiang Qingya? Do you look down on us?" Xiang Jingji rolled his eyes and ignored him. "It's not like you're not worried at all even at this point." Fengzhen finally overcame his leg weakness, and Jiang Ran was about to kick a small incense burner that was trying to roll away unnoticed when he suddenly made an innocent expression. "We're very anxious." Looking at the four people, who were all incredibly relaxed except for Xiang Jingji, Fengzhen realized the credibility of Jiang Ran's words was nearly zero. Could this be the reason they were able to navigate the secret realm so quickly, and their own strength had increased so rapidly? No matter what kind of difficulties they faced, they could remain unperturbed. As his mind began to uncontrollably wander to various thoughts, Fengzhen's heart gradually calmed down. The feeling of being tossed around in someone's hand, repeatedly flying past many gaping mouths, was simply too terrifying. Fengzhen really did not want to experience that again. Once he and Xiang Jingji calmed down, Jiang Ran casually inserted the Hongguang sword into the middle of the path, then reached to pick up the candlestick along with the half-candle. "Did you find anything over there?" Jiang Ran asked while placing the candle on the candlestick. Xiang Jingji thought for a moment and shook his head. "Nothing at all." Fengzhen also shook his head. "I found a few candles, but nothing else." "Is that so?" Jiang Ran said nothing more and lit the candle with a match. A small flame suddenly ignited the eerie green light, casting shadows on Jiang Ran's face, making half of it flicker between light and dark. "Ew." Xiang Jingji stepped back behind Xiang Jingxing. The candle looked ordinary, yet it unexpectedly emitted green flames once lit. The color of the fire involuntarily made Xiang Jingji think of some rather unpleasant images. In any case, it was better to find a suitable place to hide. Jiang Ran spread the painting out on the ground and placed the candlestick at one corner of it. A few seconds later, the content of the painting changed again. Originally, there was only a figure standing in front of the house at the end of the path, but now in front of every house depicted in the painting, a slender black shadow had appeared. For some reason, although these black shadows were drawn quite roughly, merely scribbled with lines, their faces were completely indistinguishable, lacking even facial features. Yet Fengzhen always had the feeling that these black shadows seemed to be tilting their heads, as if they were watching the people outside the painting. Thinking of this, Fengzhen shivered. Jiang Ran paid no mind to what the others were thinking. He reached again for the incense burner, and suddenly clicked his tongue. "What's wrong?" Xiang Jingxing looked at him. Jiang Ran pressed his knuckles against his temple, looking somewhat troubled. "I can overlook something so obvious, Sai. It seems my mind is really rusting." Xiang Jingji peeked out from behind Xiang Jingxing. "What did you overlook?" "The incense." Jiang Ran held the incense burner with one hand. "Without incense, what is the purpose of this incense burner?" The others were taken aback. Indeed, if there is an incense burner, logically, there should be incense. Why else would one buy an incense burner? Simply for ornamental purposes. But the villagers shouldn't be wealthy enough for that. After all, their houses didn't even have windows. However, the 6 of them had just searched the entire village, and the most they found were only candles and matches, nothing like incense. Jiang Ran fell silent, replaying in his mind everything he had seen in that house. Yet he still found nothing. He indeed had not missed any place. That could only mean... Jiang Ran's gaze suddenly turned towards the painting on the ground. There must be something else that replaced the incense burning in the incense burner. Looking at Jiang Ran suddenly staring at the painting, Xiang Jingji scratched his head. How did they roll up the painting to use as incense? Jiang Ran was speechless at his bizarre speculation. Xiang Jingxing slapped Xiang Jingzi's head back down. "Be good, you don't need to speak while we're reasoning." "Oh." Jiang Ran reached out towards Hongguang. It seemed the sword realized what he wanted. The sword body began to shake violently, wildly rejecting his summons. Jiang Ran found it somewhat amusing, but did not press the issue. He turned to Jiang Qingya and said a few. Although Jiang Qingya felt a bit puzzled, he still nodded, and walked towards the pitiful little axolotl still pinned to the ground behind the others. Then under Feng Zhan's confused gaze, Jiang Qingye grasped the small knife and made a slight cut. The pitiful little axolotl was split in half from its tail. A few drops of pale red liquid splashed out, landing precisely on Feng Zhan. He trembled all over, momentarily freezing. Jiang Ran also leaned over, taking the small knife and rummaging through the creature's insides. After nearly slicing the entire axolotl into fragments, he finally found what he was looking for. At the back of the head, facing the face on the axolotl's head, a snow-white piece 5 centimeters long and half a finger thick, with a texture reminiscent of chalk, was dug out by Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran held it, placing it in the incense burner. He pulled out a match and lit it. An unknown fragrance wafted out, accompanied by a trail of blue smoke. At that moment, the painting began to change again. The slender black shadows in front of the houses started to gather together, while the number of black monsters blocking the village in trance rapidly decreased. In the end, only a small comma-shaped mini-monster remained. Ultimately, it was taken away by a shadow, leading it into the house at the end of the path. Afterward, a small table was brought out by several people and placed at the village entrance. On the table stood an incense burner, above which was crudely painted a black line. Behind the incense burner, there was also a picture frame. The content within the frame was painted black, making it impossible to see what was inside. All the black shadows were now standing in front of the table, each holding a black object with a green dot on it. It should be candles. At that moment, a figure significantly taller than the other shadows slowly approached, holding a candlestick in his hand. Cradled in his arms was a slightly smaller shadow. The painting ceased to change at this point. Jiang Ran sniffed, his brows slightly furrowing. He was not particularly fond of the fragrance emanating from the incense burner. However, he glanced at the others and found that they were all quite accepting of the smell. Was he being too picky? Jiang Ran pressed his lips together, saying nothing, but instead pointed towards the brothers Xiang Jing. Go inside the house and bring out a table. Are you trying to replicate what was just painted? Although Xiang Jingji was keeping his distance, he had clearly seen the painting change like a movie. Jiang Ran could hardly be bothered to respond to such an obviously foolish question. He lowered his head, lost in the smoke rising from above the incense burner. Shiyan couldn't help but urge, "Why are you dragging this out? Ran's spiritual energy isn't limitless. If you don't hurry and make those ugly things disappear, you'll be the one responsible for carrying him through the following secret realm." It was only then that Xiang Jingji noticed Jiang Ran's face had, unbeknownst to him, turned slightly pale. Yet he had never mentioned it. Feng Zhan looked at the silent Jiang Ran, feeling a bit embarrassed. He always felt that if it weren't for his burden being there, these few people might have already thought of a solution. Xiang Jing looked at Jiang Ran again, noticing that his pale complexion seemed genuine. He clicked his tongue and pushed Xiang Jingji to leave. After the two left, Feng Zhan glanced at the group of people still trapped by the tornado at the village entrance. Whether it was an illusion created by his mind, or it was true, he felt that those once terrifying tornadoes had now reached their limits. Feng Zhan. Jiang Ran suddenly called out to him. Huh? Feng Zhan turned around, puzzled. Aren't you worried about your teammates? Jiang Ran maintained his crouched position, his head lowered, not even looking at him as he spoke. Aren't you worried that they can't find clues and have no way to leave this layer of the world? Or what if they get seriously injured without you? Of course I'm worried, but... Feng Zhan scratched his head. They're actually quite capable, much stronger than I am. If I can stand here just fine, there's no reason they would run into any trouble. Jiang Ran nodded, seemingly convinced by this reasoning. That makes some sense. Jiang Ran fell silent again, but Feng Zhan grew increasingly anxious. Why are you suddenly asking this? He began to feel nervous again. Could it be that something has happened to them? I don't know, Jiang Ran replied lazily. I already said I'm not a god. How would I know what's happening with them? However, I think you were right. Just now you don't need to be so nervous. They won't run into any trouble for a while. Huh? Feng Zhan patted his chest. Hearing you say that makes me feel relieved. Shiyan glanced at Jiang Ran's increasingly pale face and frowned. Why haven't those two returned yet? Just to get a table, does it really take this long? Saying this, he stood up. He'll go take a look. How much longer do they plan to slack off? Never mind, he'll go instead. Jiang Ran sighed and stood up, but whether it was because he had been crouching for too long or he was just too tired, he swayed slightly as he rose. Fortunately, Jiang Qingye was there to support him. Feng Zhan turned to look at the indifferent Jiang Qingye, the somewhat inexplicable Shiyan, and the pile of monster corpses behind him, only contemplating for 0.1 seconds before deciding to follow. Wait for me, I'm going to. The house that Xiang Jing and Xiang Jingji went to was the last one. As Jiang Ran and Feng Zhan approached, they found Xiang Jing leaning against the doorframe, while Xiang Jingji sat on the bed. What are you doing? Why is it taking so long to get a table? Jiang Ran glanced at the two of them. Sigh Ranzi. Xiang Jingji sighed. It's really not that we want to slack off. The main issue is that this table cannot be taken out at all. Can't take it out. Feng Jin peeked his head out from behind Jiang Ran looking into the house. Yes. Xiang Jingji shrugged. As soon as we try to take it out, it disappears and reappears inside the house. Not just this table, but also the others in the subsequent houses we've been to. They can't be moved at all. That's so magical. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. It's true, but if you don't believe me, you can try it. Or do you think I'm lying? Xiang Jingji kept his hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Alright, if I manage to take it out, you can wait for your butt to bloom. Jiang Ran bent down and stepped into the house, walked to the table, picked it up with one hand, and turned to walk outside. As he reached the doorway and was about to lift the table to carry it outside, a familiar chill suddenly crept up from behind. Just as that chill was about to touch Jiang Ran's back, he instinctively dodged, and his entire being along with the table appeared 10 meters away. Casually tossing the table to Feng Jin, Jiang Ran turned around to see Xiang Jingji standing at the door with a grim expression, and he couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Didn't succeed in ambushing me. Feeling down. Are you sad? Emo, you figured it out long ago. Xiang Jingji's voice was icy. Figured out what? No, I didn't. Jiang Ran widened his eyes, trying hard to display his innocence and purity. I just have a sensitive back. When someone touches me, I instinctively flinch and dart away. Sorry about. Xiang Jingji rested one hand on the doorframe, his eyes narrowing, as he looked at Xiang Jing, who had somehow made his way into the yard. Bro, did you know too? Were you and he hiding this from me? If I didn't know, that would be strange. Xiang Jing smiled. Feng Jun, carrying the table, listened to the conversation among the three, completely perplexed. What are you guys talking about? Jiang Ran looked at Feng Jun with a pitying expression, as if he were looking at a foolish child who still hadn't realized what was going on. Sigh. Xiang Jing sighed. When you were searching inside the house, did you see a shadow flash by? Feng Jun paused. I did, and I saw it several times. But I thought the other party was being a bit too obvious, so I ignored it entirely. Once Feng Jun said this, Xiang Jingzi's expression grew even grimmer. You didn't fall for it either. Seeing Xiang Jingzi's expression, Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh. Look, it's like he has broken through his defenses. Feng Jun glanced between the amused Jiang Ran and the grim-faced Xiang Jingji, suddenly realizing, so that was Xiang Jingzi's prank. Xiang Jing sighed again. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could match Xiang Jingji in intellect. Who said that? He is Xiang Jingji. Upon hearing this, Feng Jun's initial reaction was not shock, but utter bewilderment. What did it mean? This person who looked exactly like Xiang Jingji, spoke and acted identically, was actually not Xiang Jingji. At that moment, a cold breeze swept past the back of Feng Jun's neck. Vivid images akin to those only seen in horror films involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Unable to resist, Feng Jun swallowed hard with a gulp. Silently, he stood the table upright, placing it as a barrier before him. This Xiang Jingji, who remained inside the house, watched Feng Jun's actions and rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. What are you afraid of? I'm not interested in you. Stop lying to me. Feng Jun's intelligence rarely reached such heights. If you truly had no intention of killing me, why have you wandered near me so many times before? This Xiang Jingji fell silent for a moment, evidently more speechless. Have you ever considered that the reason you saw me so many times was simply because we were too close back then, and I had to pass by you every time I went out? Feng Jun, really? This Xiang Jingji turned his head away, no longer responding. Jiang Ran propped his chin with his right hand, his left hand supporting his right elbow, observing them both. Actually, I think you two get along quite well. He suddenly spoke. How about this, Feng Jun? You stay here and keep him company. He is quite pitiful after all. Feng Jun shook his head vigorously like a rattled drum. No, brother Jiang, don't joke with me. I still need to get out early and reunite with my teammates. Very well then. Jiang Ran's tone even carried a hint of disappointment. The Xiang Jingji did not speak to Jiang Ran nor cared about what he said, but instead looked towards Xiang Jingxing. When did you discover it? Xiang Jingxing replied calmly, at the very beginning. The very beginning. So you realized it the moment I appeared? The Xiang Jingji scratched his head. It must be said this subconscious gesture was remarkably similar to the real Xiang Jingzi's. Is my acting really that poor? No, your acting is not poor at all. Xiang Jingxing shook his head. On the contrary, your acting is truly exquisite. All my other companions were deceived by you. Although Xiang Jingxing affirmed his acting skills, the Xiang Jingji was relentless. Then how did you find out? A faint smile suddenly appeared on Xiang Jingxing's otherwise calm face. Because I am your brother. As a brother, how could I fail to recognize my own younger brother? This Xiang Jingji was momentarily stunned, then, after a few seconds, shook his head. Although I still don't quite understand, it sounds rather plausible. Wait. Hiding behind the table, Feng Zhen could no longer contain himself. He felt that if he didn't ask now, his curiosity would surely overwhelm him. Feng Zhen glanced first at Xiang Jingxing, then at the fake Xiang Jingji, and finally at Jiang Ran, who maintained a relaxed posture watching the scene. May I ask a question? Jiang Ran nodded. Go ahead. Since he is not Xiang Jingji, then what exactly is he? Where has the real Xiang Jingji gone? And what on earth is going on here? The Xiang Jingji revealed a disdainful expression. That's not even one question. Can't you even— Feng Zhen was caught off guard by the retort, unsure how to respond, so he simply shrank his neck and chose to ignore him for the moment. Your questions are quite profound. Jiang Ran switched the hand supporting his chin from right to left. Let me think about where to start answering. Forget it, let's begin from the very beginning, or else I fear you won't understand. Let me first answer your initial question. Jiang Ran extended his index finger. You have seen the true form of this person who wears Xiang Jingxi's appearance. Before Feng Zhen could recall where he had encountered it, Jiang Ran already revealed the answer. He is a descendant of those human-faced salamanders. The small black dot resembling a comma in the painting that survived is him. Moreover, in the final scene of the painting, the person holding the candlestick is cradling him as well. Feng Zhen widened his eyes. Just as he was about to express his shock and the new questions arising from the answer, Jiang Ran continued without giving him a chance to interject. Where the real Xiang Jingji? When is the simplest question. You ended up here, so where else do you think he could have gone? A trace of sudden realization appeared in Feng Zhen's emotions. In other words, he came here not because he jumped last or jumped incorrectly, but because the secret realm was manipulating things behind the scenes. That was a relief, greatly easing Feng Zhen's mind. Otherwise, when his teammates asked after he got out, he would feel embarrassed to admit that he was too frightened to jump, not to mention being kicked by an unknown entity during the jump. It would be best if his teammates never found out who it was, or else the ambusher would certainly pay once he was out. As for the third question, Jiang Ran did not raise a third finger, but instead withdrew his hand, shifting from propping his chin to folding his hands. Jiang Ran nodded toward the Xiang Jingji, who still stood motionless inside the house. If you want to know what has truly happened here, and what the current situation is, you better ask this fellow. After all, who would know more than a genuine native? Feng Zhen looked at the Xiang Jingji eagerly. The latter rolled his eyes and turned his head away, clearly unwilling to talk to him. Since you just ignored me, I don't want to bother with you either. Friendships can be fragile. You should talk to him, otherwise he might be too curious to sleep. Watching the sulking Xiang Jingji, Jiang Ran felt nothing unusual, but Xiang Jingxing was momentarily dazed. Once again he marveled that even though this little fellow had ceased pretending to be Xiang Jingji, since earlier its character and mannerisms closely resembled the real Xiang Jingji. No wonder Shi Yan, who had fought Xiang Jingji many times, initially detected nothing abnormal and only discovered the truth by looking in the mirror. So do you have feelings for him? Jiang Ran moved closer and tapped Xiang Jingxing, suggesting, if you can't bear to part, you could let Xiang Jingji come in again and make a contract with him. That way you can bring him out. After all, you and Xiang Jingji have always been inseparable. Contracting him is no different from contracting yourself. Xiang Jingxing shook his head. Knowing from the start it's fake, what feelings could there be? Moreover, he paused, having something so similar following you around, even if my brother were foolish he would— Hearing Xiang Jingxing's response, Jiang Ran smiled gently. Very well then. During their conversation, the Xiang Jingji finally granted Feng Zhen a glance. I'll tell you, but you must do me a favor. Feng Zhen immediately became alert. What favor? Let me be clear, I won't do anything like murder or arson. The Xiang Jingji snorted disdainfully. Look at you, so spineless. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. It won't trouble you. Just say whether you'll help or not. After hesitating for a while, Feng Zhen finally nodded, and Xiang Jingji felt satisfied. Thus, amidst the disjointed narration from the other party, Feng Zhen successfully pieced together the complete story thanks to his once high reading comprehension skills. A long time ago this phrase was uttered by Xiang Jingji himself. It sounded quite cliched, yet Feng Zhen forced himself to continue listening. In a time long forgotten, perhaps when people first appeared here, the villagers of this settlement began to worship. Whenever someone encountered an insurmountable difficulty, all they had to do was pray sincerely to the deity, who would resolve all their troubles. Initially, this group of people would only ask the deity for help in desperate times, and the deity would respond to every request. Later, the villagers' desires grew more numerous, and their prayers became increasingly frequent. In the later stages, people were reluctant to work outside, and even farming began to decline. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhen suddenly realized that he had indeed not seen a single field in the village. Outside the village there were only mountains and overgrown weeds. Without farming and without work, how did these people survive? The answer was obvious: by making wishes to the deity. Great deity, your people are starving. We truly do not know what to do. Please save us. The ever-responsive deity sent down food. Great deity, your people are on the brink of dehydration. Please. The benevolent deity provided every household with wells. Great deity. At first the deities were indeed kind and generous. They fulfilled every request from the villagers without asking for anything in return. However, the villagers grew increasingly greedy, wanting more and more until the deity could no longer bear it. Ultimately, the deity fell silent. It finally realized that its initial responses were a colossal mistake. Thus it decided to disappear and move to another place. It was indeed very kind and could not turn a blind eye to the cries of its people. Therefore it decided to seek out a new land with diligent and non-greedy followers. The deity's departure was silent, yet the villagers noticed it immediately. Because there was one person who wished for a delicious piece of bread in the morning, and the deity did not respond. That person panicked. Once the news spread, the entire village fell into chaos. However, in the end, the elderly village chief stepped forward. His cane pointed directly at the young man who first discovered the deity's departure. It is because your demands were too unreasonable that the deity has forsaken us. This theory gained the approval of all villagers except for the young man. Thus, they decided to punish the culprit who caused the deity's departure with fire. However, while the man was burned, the deity would not return. Fengzhen thought, what does it matter? If it doesn't come back, they can work for themselves like before and be self-sufficient, right? Xiang Jingji scoffed, naive. After more than 10 years of living comfortably without doing anything, how could these greedy and foolish villagers be willing to return to the way things were? Thus, as long as the deity did not appear, the tensions in the village only intensified. Listening to the daily inquiries for solutions, the village chief's expression grew increasingly grim. Ultimately, he decided to resort to sacrifices to obtain the deity's forgiveness. Every other day, he would select suitable offerings from the village to present to the deity. However, after sacrificing 20 or 30 people in succession, the deity still did not respond. Just when the people began to doubt him, outside the village in what should have been farmland, a bizarre creature emerged from the ground, an axolotl with a human face. The villagers merely took one glance and were terrified to the point of losing color in their faces, because that face was unmistakably that of the young man who had been condemned by the village chief and burned at the stake. At this point, Jiang Ran sat on a chair that had somehow appeared, glancing at Xiang Jingji, yet remained. The villagers, upon seeing this strange creature, especially that familiar face, were in a panic. However, the village chief, as expected of a leader, calmed everyone down with just a single sentence. What are you panicking about? This is a gift from the great deity in response to our apology. If we kill it, won't we have a source of food? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Their expressions shifted from fear to confusion and finally to enlightenment and ecstasy. The deity. They knew that the great deity would not abandon them. The villagers were overjoyed, and that very day they gutted the nearly 2-meter-long fish. As they opened its head, they discovered a miraculous white block. At first they did not know what this thing was for. Until enough of these strange creatures had been killed, one person accidentally dropped the object onto a candle while putting it away. The white object ignited, releasing a fragrant aroma. But the aroma was not what mattered. What was important was that they heard the deity's response once more. This object could communicate with the deity. Thus these creatures were truly a gift from the deity. Huh, didn't they say that the deity went to another? Why has it come back again? Fengzhen couldn't help but interject. Xiang Jingji shot him a glare, continuing, Oh, mainly because you speak too slowly, they're about to fall asleep. Xiang Jingji glanced at Jiang Ran, who had already closed his eyes while sitting in the chair, and the corners of his eyes twitched a couple of times. He had talked for so long, yet this person gave him no face at all. But he really had no way to deal with him. After all, he couldn't win in a fight or in words. Thinking about it this way, as the boss of this realm, his life was indeed quite suffocating. With this thought, he felt irritated and didn't want to see them anymore. So Xiang Jingji simply shortened the rest of the story. Little did the villagers know this deity was not the kind one they originally worshipped, but an evil god. The evil god demanded they offer sacrifices every week, and that the number of sacrifices each time must exceed the last. Even though the axolotl grew larger with each appearance, the demands of the evil god also grew steeper. Until one day the axolotl stopped appearing. Without the axolotl, they had no suitable offerings, and the mysterious substance that could communicate with the deity was also unobtainable. The village fell into panic once again. After a while, the new village chief came to a conclusion and the reason the axolotl no longer appeared was that the only people who had been burned initially were those specific individuals. Once they were gone, naturally no new ones would appear. To solve this problem was quite simple. They would resume the sacrificial fire. And to set an example, the new village chief made a hard decision to bring out his own 3-year-old child. Xiang Jingji paused at this point. So what happened? Did they succeed? Feng Zhen waited for a moment, seeing that he had no intention of continuing, could not help but ask. Xiang Jingji glanced at him. If they succeeded, do you think this place would be so desolate now? Would I still be here telling you this story? Feng Zhen sat at the table, and upon hearing this, suddenly felt it made a lot of sense. Jiang Ran curled up in his chair, lazily yawned. Are you done speaking? I'm leaving now. Also, I'm not nitpicking, but this story is too cliched. No one believed it, even 300 years ago. Can we have something a bit more modern next time? Xiang Jingji rolled his eyes in silence, not wanting to engage. Feng Zhen jumped off the table. What do you need my help with? Xiang Jingji raised his arm and beckoned Feng Zhen over. Come here, I'll tell you. Feng Zhen frowned. Can't you just say it? Why do I have to come over? Hurry, just come here. I won't harm you. Feng Zhen hesitated and moved closer, turning back to remind Jiang Ran. If he wants to kill me, you all must come to rescue me. Xiang Jingxing shook Jiang Ran's wrist, and Jiang Ran, squinting his eyes in a half-awake state, said, Don't worry, we'll definitely retrieve your body. Feng Zhen. Although Jiang Ran and the others were quite strong, he had been feeling an unsettling lack of security during their time in the secret realm. Clearly, Feng Zhen's original position was only a few meters from the door, yet it took him a good 2 to 3 minutes to reach the front of the house. Speak. Xiang Jingji looked at him and extended his hand. Pull me up. Feng Zhen was stunned for a moment. Is that it? The other party nodded. Feng Zhen was a bit confused about what he wanted to do, glancing back at Jiang Ran for advice. Jiang Ran rubbed his eyes and stood up from his chair. If you want to release it, just pull him up. If not, you can simply turn around and leave. Only then did Feng Zhen begin to understand. No wonder ever since they arrived, this non-human creature had been staying inside the house without stepping out. It wasn't that it didn't want to come out, it was that it couldn't. So, does that mean he has to release it? After all, it had genuinely saved him before. If it hadn't reacted quickly at that time, Feng Zhen would likely have been devoured by those giant axolotls. Moreover, in the story it told, it seemed to be a harmless creature, merely a victim of villagers' persecution. Wait, Feng Zhen's thoughts halted. Did it really mention itself in the story it told? Was it truly innocent, having done nothing wrong? The more Feng Zhen thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. According to Jiang Ran, this entity should have had a significant role in the entire story. Yet in its own narration it had not mentioned itself at all. Feng Zhen's expression changed continuously, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing Feng Zhen not reaching out to pull him, but instead stepping back, Xiang Jingji moved his lips, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the end he merely sighed deeply. He withdrew his extended arm, took a step back, and retreated, and forget it, you all can go now. His voice began to change, becoming a strange, yet somewhat youthful tone. You have already ignited that thing. If you summon something special by chance, remember not to answer any of their questions. Finally, wait until the content of that painting comes to an end before burning it, and you will be able to leave. Oh, you even came back. At the village entrance, Shi Yan and Jiang Xingye saw that only 3 out of the original 4 had returned, and were not surprised at all, instead feeling playful. Jiang Ran had his hands in his pockets, squinting his eyes, his face rosy. It was a stark contrast to his previous weak and pale appearance. None of them paid attention to Shi Yan, who glanced at Feng Zhen, who was looking down, radiating a gloomy aura. Did you get beaten up? Why do you look so emo? Feng Zhen raised his hand to rub his face, trying to appear less sorrowful. He didn't know why, but seeing that being curled up alone in the house, as if abandoned by the entire world, made his... However, Feng Zhen ultimately decided not to release it. Even if it was truly pitiful, Feng Zhen would still feel compassion for it. But that was not a reason for Feng Zhen to wager his own life, and that of his teammates, on it. Regarding Feng Zhen's choice, neither Jiang Ran nor Xiang Jingxing had intervened at all. Whether Feng Zhen chose to help or not, the two remained not far away, silently observing like spectators outside the painting. Thus, concerning Feng Zhen's low spirits along the way, neither Jiang Ran nor Xiang Jingxing comforted him, allowing him to ponder slowly on his own. The giant axolotls that had originally blocked the village entrance had disappeared without a trace. The candles on the candlestick had already extinguished, and Shi Yan put away the candlestick along with the remaining candles, placing the magical mirror with those items. However, the incense burner continued to emit wisps of blue smoke. Jiang Ran looked at the smoke and suddenly recalled the little being's final warning to them. Will it summon some special entity? The evil god from the story. To be honest, Jiang Ran was quite curious about such legendary strange beings. After all, that fake Xiang Jingxi's storytelling ability was as poor as a real person's, failing to convey any details about the evil god's character or appearance. Jiang Ran really wanted to meet it, but he didn't know whether it was their luck that was too bad or too good. By the time the content of the painting was fully revealed, the incense hadn't summoned anything. Shuryan raised an eyebrow. Is there really an evil god? It wouldn't be that those people fantasized it up to justify their own mutual slaughter, would it? Who knows? Jiang Ran shrugged and began directing Feng Zhen. Light the painting. Ooh, we should leave now. Oh, okay. Feng Zhen instinctively took out a candle and a match, intending to light the candle. Looking at that candle, Jiang Ran's lip twitched, and he slapped it down. The slap landed on his head, producing a clear sound, without causing confusion. Do you really think you're a primitive person? Use a lighter. Feng Zhen was startled, right? Although he didn't smoke, he did carry a lighter as a necessary item when traveling or entering a secret realm. Oh no, how could he make such a stupid mistake? As the corner of the painting caught fire from the lighter, Feng Zhen immediately noticed that the village behind them was collapsing. The first to disappear were the few houses at the end of the village that had small windows. Seeing the windows fitted with plastic sheets, Feng Zhen suddenly realized that the entity seemed to be hiding many things. Otherwise, why were only these few houses at the end of the village new? Why did only these houses have windows? Why was the layout of these houses different from those of the other houses? But the world was collapsing too quickly. Even if Feng Zhen discovered that the other party had indeed concealed something from them, he had no time to demand that they reveal everything. Glancing at Feng Zhen's constantly changing expressions, Jiang Ran found it somewhat amusing. This foolish child, did he just now realize that the story was off? However, regardless of whether he understood or not, Jiang Ran did not intend to explain, but instead looked up at the sky. In the very last second before they left, Jiang Ran seemed to see a gigantic eye slowly opening in the sky above this world. Brother Ranzi, I finally see you both. Well, you have no idea how miserable it was for me in there. They all bullied me, woo. With a disheveled appearance, Xiang Jingji rushed towards Xiang Jingxing, looking as aggrieved as a child. Shuryan rolled his eyes at this. Come on, only a fool would fail such a simple test. Xiang Jingxing did not catch him as Xiang Jingji wished. Instead, he sidestepped to avoid Xiang Jingxi's embrace. Brother. Xiang Jingji, having missed the hug, looked at him in disbelief. Xiang Jingxing glanced at him and gently said, Actually, I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Xiang Jingxi's expression twisted for a moment. Isn't that just saying he is too dirty right now? Well, he didn't expect that even his own brother would start to dislike him after just a short time apart. But fortunately, he still had Ranzi. Xiang Jingji turned to find Jiang Ran, hoping for comfort, but when he turned and saw Jiang Ran's face, his expression changed dramatically. Ranzi, what happened to your eyes? Jiang Ran stood quietly a few meters away from the crowd, his entire demeanor eerily unlike himself. Hearing Xiang Jingxi's words, Jiang Ran slowly blinked. His eyes had lost their previous brightness, now presenting a dull gray. Jiang Ran's pupils had always been light-colored, sometimes reflecting a brilliant golden hue in the sunlight. But now his pupils had completely turned grayish-white, devoid of any luster. Even with Xiang Jingji standing right in front of him, Jiang Ran's eyes remained unfocused. Xiang Jingji suddenly felt a chill throughout his body. An overwhelming sense of unease washed over him. And all of this stemmed from the information he had just gathered. Jiang Ran seemed to have lost his sight. Jiang Ran. Xiang Jingxi's voice trembled. Jiang Ran replied with a soft, what's wrong? Xiang Jingji raised his hand in front of Jiang Ran's face and held up 2 fingers. What number is this? Jiang Ran's expression was calm, too. Xiang Jingji extended 2 fingers again. What about now? 4. Xiang Jingji tried again, and to his surprise, Jiang Ran still responded accurately. Xiang Jingxi's expression stiffened. What was going on? Why did it seem like Jiang Ran could see? Could it be that he was mistaken? Meanwhile, watching Xiang Jingji make a series of absurd gestures and display a look of existential doubt, Yan couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Yan's laughter, Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Xiang Jingxing looked at Xiang Jingji's side and pulled him a bit further away from Jiang Ran. Brother, what exactly happened to Ranzi? He can't see anymore. Xiang Jingxing gave him a definitive answer. Xiang Jingji was left confused. If he really couldn't see, then how did Jiang Ran accurately guess the numbers he was showing? Jiang Ran smiled slightly. I just can't see, but it's not like I lost all my abilities. I can still feel the shape of the wind when it blows past you. So you really can't see? Xiang Jingji waved his hand in front of Jiang Ran, only to find his eyes still lacking any vitality. Jiang Ran replied. What's going on? Xiang Jingji furrowed his brows. I mean, I haven't been with you all for just half a day. How did one of you go blind out of nowhere? Xiang Jingji shot a glance at Shuryan. Shuryan, what do you think happened? Shuryan looked innocent. No, this really has nothing to do with us. They couldn't even stop it at that time. When they returned from the inner world to the outer world, Feng Zhen had still... But when they turned around, they saw Jiang Ran with one hand covering his eyes tightly shut, blood streaming from the corners. Just from the speed of blood loss, Feng Zhen needed only a glance to know that if they didn't stop the bleeding quickly, Jiang Ran would collapse from excessive blood loss in less than 5 minutes. Shi Yin and the others were instantly terrified. They all came out unscathed, so why was only Jiang Ran injured? Could it be that someone ambushed them before leaving, and Jiang Ran single-handedly blocked it? Compared to the tension of the four, Jiang Ran himself appeared much calmer. At this moment he was conversing with the voice in his head. I told you not to look around, yet you insisted on doing so. Now look what happened, just be a blind man from now on. What exactly was that? Whatever it was, it's not something good, so look less in the future. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't just be blind, but your head would have exploded. Got it? I understand, you don't need to keep emphasizing that I'm just blind, not deaf. Hell, I can't be bothered with you. Jiang Ran only remembered seeing an eye appear in the shattering sky. The eye was purple with complex and mysterious patterns in its pupil. Before he could make sense of those patterns, a sudden sharp pain struck his head. After that he had no recollection of what happened, only knowing that when he returned from the inner world to the outer world, he could no longer see. Fortunately, his ability was related to wind. Although his vision was filled with endless darkness, Jiang Ran could still sense the surrounding wind and discern the nearby situation. In the secret realm, everyone looked at the powder-haired boy who, despite temporarily going blind, still possessed remarkable observation skills, reflexes, and even exceptional combat abilities. Their eyes twitched in unison. Wu Yikai and Dong Xinyao exchanged glances, displaying a bitter expression. How was it that even though Jiang Ran lost his sight, he could still outpace them by a significant margin? Is this truly something an ordinary human could accomplish? Outside the secret realm, the two vehicles that had originally been parked there had vanished. Even Kuang Feng, who was waiting on the cliff, had disappeared. As they emerged, the group still jumped out one by one, just as they had entered. This time, it wasn't Feng Zhen who was left behind, but Jiang Ran. The few who had already stabilized themselves turned around and reached out their hands towards the cliff. Though Jiang Ran's long jump performance was commendable, he was now blind. What if he accidentally jumped the wrong way? They needed to be there. If Jiang Ran jumped wrongly, they could still... Jiang Ran had no idea what these people were thinking. If he knew, he would likely give everyone an ungracious eye roll. Because he had no intention of jumping out at all. Jiang Ran casually strolled out of the entrance of the secret realm with one hand in his pocket, as if walking on solid ground. However, before Jiang Ran could complete this act, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his shoulder. In the next moment, Jiang Ran found himself standing on solid ground. Why did you interrupt my act? Jiang Ran complained as he patted his shoulder, which had just been seized. Of course it's because... By yes, words were interrupted, and he frowned slightly. Did you look at something you shouldn't have? I accidentally saw it. Oh, I didn't want to look either. Jiang Ran displayed a helpless expression. Brother, you can Jiang Ran recover from this. Shi Yin, slightly more familiar with Bai Yu, immediately approached upon seeing him. He can. Bai Yu replied confidently. It's just that to recover fully without after effects, it will take some time. Xiang Jingxing expressed concern. Will he be able to recover completely before the elimination round? Jiang Ran wore a pair of sunglasses as he returned to the capital, eager to cover up his blind condition. However, he realized that even Quan Feng and Feng Haiming were aware of his current blindness, and likely his uncle and aunt had learned about it at the first opportunity. There was no need for pretense anymore. Jiang Ran, donning his sunglasses, swaggered home. For the next period, right up until the start of the Global League elimination rounds, they no longer needed to enter the secret realm. However, this wasn't a special change in plans made to accommodate Jiang Ran. It was originally scheduled this way. After all, the competition format for the elimination rounds was already known, so for the remaining time, they would all spend it on the stage. However, apart from Feng Zhen, the caretaker, who was also excluded, there was now one less participant, and Jiang Ran, the blind individual, was also left out. The remaining 8 individuals faced unknown duels on the stage every afternoon and evening, with Quan Feng providing guidance. As for Feng Zhen, who lacked any offensive capability and couldn't possibly be sent to the stage, his tasks became considerably simpler. His only task these days was to cultivate. Continuous, unbroken cultivation. As for Jiang Ran, he had an additional commitment. Not only did he need to cultivate, but he also had to dedicate 2 hours each day to caring for his eyes. What was termed as eye care was actually time spent meditating to strengthen his mental power. This was because the greatest impact Jiang Ran had faced at the time stemmed from his mind. Someone had guided the energy to concentrate on his eyes to protect his head from becoming foolish, ultimately leading to his blindness. The reason he couldn't be treated quickly was that an imprint had been left in his mind by that individual. This imprint carried its essence and constantly emitted spiritual fluctuations. Therefore, as long as Jiang Ran's mental power reached a certain level, he could wash away the imprint that had been left in his mind. Then his vision would be restored. This method was proposed by several healers and mental awakeners in consultation, and it would almost certainly have no side effects. The only concern was that at the moment the imprint was washed away, its owner would sense it. However, this wasn't a significant issue. Jiang Ran immediately agreed. In the following half-month, various universities gradually commenced their semesters. The few participants in the league spent every day in the training hall nearly eating and sleeping on the stage. Meanwhile, an apology letter from the Eagle Nation stirred up a huge uproar internationally. In the letter, they deeply reflected on their mistakes, admitted to all the offenses committed against the Dragon Nation over the past 2 years, and voluntarily offered compensation in resources hoping to gain the Dragon Nation's forgiveness. In the Great Cold Nation, a middle-aged man with a perfectly parted hairstyle paced anxiously. What the hell did the Dragon Nation do to force the Eagle Nation to this extent? The Eagle Nation had pulled many small tricks over the years which all countries were well aware of. Sometimes when the Eagle Nation went too far, other countries would confront them or report them to the Ability Alliance. This was quite common. However, these countries usually gained little from it. At most, they would manage to get the Eagle Nation to offer some compensation under the mud-like attitude of the Ability Alliance. But this time the Dragon Nation not only made the Eagle Nation pay a hefty price, but also compelled them to issue this apology letter internationally. For a powerful nation like the Eagle Nation, compensation, apologies, and admitting mistakes were not significant. However, publicly apologizing on the international stage, acknowledging all their dirty deeds, and humbly seeking forgiveness from the other side. This was something almost no one would believe. If it weren't for the fact that the apology letter was still posted online internationally, this situation would seem absurd, as if it were merely a lie. The more the middle-aged man thought about it, the more anxious he became. Is the Dragon Nation already this formidable? Even the Eagle Nation is willing to be a defeated foe. Could it be that they have already achieved that? If so, as the nation closest to the Dragon Nation with old grievances, what about the Great Cold Nation? No, it shouldn't be. The Dragon Nation is a country that loves peace. They shouldn't engage in actions like, "I want to eat beef." After deliberating, the middle-aged man finally picked up the phone on the desk. Make arrangements. The day after tomorrow, no, tomorrow morning, I want to visit the Dragon Nation. In the Winter Empire, a robust man clad in a bearskin coat stood before the airplane. Is everything ready? All preparations are in order. Good, let's depart. Because of this letter from the Eagle Nation, numerous national leaders decided to visit the Dragon Nation on that day. In a certain place within the capital city, in an ancient-style room, the phone on the desk had barely stopped ringing. The phone has been ringing for half the day. Are you sure you don't want to answer? A young man with a fair complexion and crew cut was tidying up the things on the bookshelf. Hearing the incessant ringing, he glanced at the elderly man sitting behind the desk and cautiously asked. The old man snorted, "Don't answer it, and let it ring." What about the visit requests from other national leaders? Don't see them out, tell them I'm in seclusion. The Secretary General is in seclusion, and the ministers and commanders are all in seclusion. I'll let them return where they came from. The young man wiped his forehead, understood. The outside world and international currents were completely unknown to Jiang Ran and the others. In the blink of an eye, March arrived swiftly. After half a month of intense cultivation, Jiang Ran's strength advanced significantly. However, his eyesight still hadn't recovered. The imprint was too strong. It was one thing that he couldn't wash it away immediately, but more importantly for non-mental awakeners, improving their mental power was incredibly difficult. During these days, Jiang Ran spent a whole week just making his mental power visible. At that time, his mental power was merely the size of a spring. After a week of meditation and practice, his mental power had expanded outward by just 1 centimeter. Looking at the mental power visualized as spring water in his mind, he then glanced at a small eye-shaped imprint floating above the water. Jiang Ran felt a headache coming on. At this rate, never mind restoring his vision before the elimination rounds, it was questionable whether he could recover before the finals. Although blindness wasn't a major problem for him, he could still easily defeat everyone on the stage. What if someone noticed that there was an issue with his eyes and deliberately caused trouble during the finals? After all, he could fight just fine, but if someone targeted him, they would definitely come up with restrictions in the competition format to limit him. It would be too late to resolve his vision issues after being targeted. Jiang Ran rubbed his temples and stood up from the bed. For non-mental awakeners, improving mental power was a nearly unsolvable problem. There were very few items that assisted in cultivating mental power, and each one was not only expensive, but also primarily usable only by mental awakeners. This meant that to quickly enhance one's mental power, the only option was to wake up one day and find oneself suddenly awakened with mental abilities. However, this wasn't too difficult for Jiang Ran. The next day, Jiang Ran, wearing sunglasses that covered most of his face, leisurely walked out from the underground 4th floor. He skillfully turned into another floor, went upstairs, found the office door, pushed it open, and walked inside. Under the helpless gaze of Jiang Yueqin, he plopped down onto the sofa, then leaned back casually. Is everything done? Oh, Jiang Ran replied. How are your eyes? They're fine. Aside from being completely black, they feel no different from usual. Jiang Ran said with a relaxed expression, as if losing his sight affected him less than being nearsighted. Jiang Yueqin, however, didn't believe a word of it. What's wrong? Can't handle the light. Having long been accustomed to Jiang Ran's carefree personality, Jiang Yueqin had never seen him shy or embarrassed. Seeing him close his eyes instinctively made him think that the light would irritate his eyes. Jiang Ran paused his breathing for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes. No, I told you it's fine. Looking at those gray eyes that hadn't improved, even after half a month, Jiang Yueqin felt a twinge of regret. It was all their fault for not informing Jiang Ran earlier about the deeper truths of this world, which had led to his current condition. But in truth, they couldn't be blamed entirely. Such information was generally only known to awakeners who had reached the spiritual realm and above, and nearly all countries on Blue Star had reached a covert consensus about it. Unless in special circumstances, they absolutely could not divulge such information. Moreover, Jiang Ran had become blind out of his own curiosity. It was his own choice to look up and see. From Jiang Yueqin's understanding of Jiang Ran, even if he knew what it was, he would still look up. This kid seemed to have been born without knowing the meaning of fear. Although Jiang Ran couldn't see, he could still vaguely sense the gaze that fell upon his face. This gaze, mixed with various emotions, made Jiang Ran feel a bit uncomfortable all over. He simply sat up and snatched the sunglasses back from Jiang Yueqin's hand. Uncle, I've finished my business, so I'm heading back now. I still need to keep working on my cultivation. Jiang Yueqin stepped back 2 paces to clear the path. No need, Jiang Ran waved his hand. I may be blind, but I'm not an idiot. I can still find my way. Jiang Yueqin wanted to say something more, but Jiang Ran insisted, and he ultimately had to give up. The sun today wasn't very bright. It was an overcast day. Jiang Ran walked on the street wearing sunglasses in a particularly conspicuous manner, drawing the attention of some passers-by, who couldn't help but look back at him. Fortunately, the house Jiang Yueqin had bought for work convenience wasn't far from Shenzhou. If a regular person walked at a normal pace, it would take less than 30 minutes to get there. Jiang Ran stood at the intersection waiting for the red light to turn green. During the past half-month, although he couldn't see, he relied on the wind to sense his surroundings, and he hadn't encountered any difficulties in his daily life. If he had to say something, it would probably be that he couldn't play video games anymore. This was the most painful thing Jiang Ran had encountered so far. What meaning was there in a life without games? Jiang Ran had one hand in his pocket fiddling with his phone. Suddenly his fingers paused for a moment, just resting in his pocket without anyone noticing. Beep. The traffic lights switched from red to green. Jiang Ran followed the crowd across the intersection as if he knew nothing. He walked straight for a while, turned at the next intersection, and entered a sparsely populated alley. Good thing I remembered this shortcut. Jiang Ran murmured to himself, otherwise I'd have to walk a longer distance. He continued walking forward, his body completely relaxed. After walking for a while, he found himself completely alone. Jiang Ran's ears perked up, and he suddenly took a step to the side. A sharp claw brushed past his chin. Although Jiang Ran couldn't see at the moment, when the wind blew past the person, he still imagined what they looked like from their silhouette. An awakened being with beastification. The beastified part was the arms. As for the beastified creature, it should be a tiger. Jiang Ran felt a bit uncertain. However, he would soon find out. You're quite quick to dodge. The newcomer was a woman, her voice devoid of emotion. Jiang Ran held a cup of milk tea in one hand, while the other remained in his pocket, standing still. Hearing her words, he merely replied indifferently, "Oh." The woman stopped talking, her figure flickering as she charged towards Jiang Ran again. This time Jiang Ran didn't even bother to dodge. Just as the woman's claws were about to touch Jiang Ran's chest, a green giant dragon suddenly emerged from the ground, half a meter in front of him, swallowing her whole. The giant dragon swallowed a person in one bite, without even chewing, and just swallowed her down. This beastified assassin who had come in a fierce manner ended up leaving not even a shred of clothing behind. Jiang Ran reached out to touch the giant dragon's head, and the dragon contentedly squinted, its eyes nuzzled against him, then transformed into wind and vanished into the air. Feeling another superpower emerging within him, Jiang Ran curled his lip. Were they really so desperate that they dared to send an awakener to kill him? Wasn't this just sending him superpowers for free? Fortunately, those people didn't know what his actual superpower was. Otherwise, if they found out their assassin had ended up making wedding clothes for Jiang Ran, they would surely slap themselves in regret. Back home, Jiang Ran sat cross-legged on his bed, first trying out the beastification ability he had just obtained. He began by beastifying his left hand. This feeling was quite peculiar, although he knew that this hand was still his. The sense of power it possessed nearly doubled. It also increased his overall speed considerably. However, Jiang Ran's expression was a bit strange. He used his right hand, which still retained its human form, to touch his already beastified left hand. He felt a hand full of fur. Then he touched the palm. It was a soft pudgy paw. Damn, Jiang Ran cursed inwardly. What beastified tiger, what beastified lion. This damn thing had actually turned into a cat. Thank goodness he chose to beastify his palm. If he had chosen another part like the ears or something, would he grow new ears on top of his head, or would his original ears transform into cat ears? Since there's no one else at home, I might as well give it a try. Jiang Ran retracted the beastification from his hand, and chose to beastify his ears. The next second his human ears disappeared from the sides of his face. On top of his head a pair of fluffy white cat ears appeared. Following his thoughts, the cat ears on his head wiggled. He raised his hand to touch them. They still carried warmth. Tisk, that's a bit magical. Jiang Ran touched them a couple more times, then retracted the ears back to his human form. When using cat ears, his hearing significantly improved. Originally, he was already blind, and after losing his sight his other senses became more acute. If he added cat-like hearing to that, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. As for the other mental ability he had acquired, it was far more useful than beastification. Jiang Ran entered a meditative state once again, and sure enough the speed of his mental power increase accelerated nearly tenfold compared to before. At this rate, it was likely that in another half-month the mark would be completely cleared. March 11th. The airport. Jiang Ran wore a white undershirt beneath a black outer jacket, and a pair of sunglasses still perched on his ears, concealing the upper half of his face. He arrived first, and waited for 2 or 3 minutes before the others finally appeared. At last, we're free from the training hall day in and day out. Xiang Jingji stretched languidly, his bones cracking with a crisp rhythmic pop. Judging by your demeanor, you must have made remarkable progress these past few days. In that case, you'll lead off in the competition. Jiang Ran added casually. Hearing this, Xiang Jingji brightened with surprise. Ranzi, can you actually see? Jiang Ran's expression remained hidden behind his sunglasses. Only the natural upward curve of his lips was visible. Guess. Really restored. Xiang Jingxing, and sure, Yin stepped forward, drawn in. Jiang Ran slid his sunglasses down just enough to reveal a sliver of his eyes, then swiftly pushed them back up. The group instantly fell silent. Xiang Jingji slapped Jiang Ran's shoulder with hearty familiarity. Fine, I'll take the lead. Though truth be told, I'm afraid if I go first none of you will even get a chance to step onto the field. Beneath his sunglasses, Jiang Ran rolled his eyes, a gesture so vivid that even through the tinted lenses everyone felt the unmistakable glare. Oh, quite spirited today, aren't we? At that moment footsteps echoed from beyond the entrance. At the sound, Jiang Ran arched one eyebrow. A tall, long-limbed young man strode in. After scanning the room and confirming all 10 were present, the man smiled faintly and introduced himself. Hello children, I'm Wenren Qing. You may call me Brother Qing. Or if you insist on calling me handsome, that's acceptable too. Your 2 coaches had urgent matters these past days and couldn't accompany you. So this time I'll be your escort to the competition. Any questions? If not, let's board the plane and depart. They exchanged glances. None had anything to add. After all, their sole responsibility was to compete. Logistics, accommodation, meals, transportation, even the identity of their escort lay entirely beyond their purview as athletes. Yet curiosity proved irresistible. Wu Yikai raised his hand. Brother Qing, will you be the only one accompanying us? Indeed. Is that too few? Wenren Qing glanced at him. No, not at all. It's just, well, after that incident in Eagle Country recently, I heard many nations sought diplomatic visits, only to be turned away at the door. I'm just worried. What if someone seeks retaliation and targets us? Upon hearing Wu Yikai's concern, Wenren Qing couldn't suppress a soft, incredulous chuckle. Never imagined you'd find time for global affairs amid all that training. Is your regimen too relaxed? The words struck like ice. Wu Yikai froze, and even Xiang Jingji's pupils contracted sharply. Shi Mu, standing beside Wu Yikai, instantly clapped a hand over his mouth and offered Wenren Qing an embarrassed smile. Not at all. Training is grueling. It's just that my teammate here has long cultivated a habit of reading international news. No matter how exhausted he is, he must catch up on current events. It's simply ingrained. Ah, I see. Wenren Qing nodded. An admirable habit. Keep it up. Then smoothly pivoting back to the earlier question. Still, your concern is valid. And fortunately our superiors, equally astute, anticipated precisely such risks. A subtle undercurrent of irony tinged his tone, though no one dared voice it. Wen Renqing showed no hint of self-consciousness, spreading one hand wide. Hence, here I am. So, you're that formidable. Though unspoken, the thought shimmered in every pair of eyes, anticipation warring with skepticism. He smoothed his hair with effortless nonchalance, his tone as placid as announcing fair weather. Rest assured, my presence alone outweighs 4 others combined. Wen Renqing winked. My cost-to-benefit ratio is exceptionally high, you know. Before him, expressions flickered across their faces, varied, unreadable. Finally, Jiang Ran could bear it no longer. He stepped forward and gave Wen Renqing's calf a casual, dismissive kick. Let's go. I've been standing too long. Witnessing Jiang Ran's utter lack of deference, Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yin exchanged a swift, knowing glance. Could this man also share some unspoken bond with Jiang Ran? What now? I haven't finished speaking yet. Wen Renqing frowned. Interrupting mid-sentence is profoundly impolite. Surely you know that. Qi Mu and Feng Zhen, unfamiliar with Jiang Ran's extended family, felt their hearts lurch. This Wen Renqing might conceal his strength, but dispatched by higher authorities implied formidable capability, undoubtedly elite. Moreover, though they'd never met him, those brief exchanges already revealed a stark contrast. Unlike Feng Haiming or Kuang Feng, Wen Renqing clearly possessed neither patience nor easy charm. His brow was furrowed, undoubtedly displeased. What if his temper flared? What if he struck Jiang Ran? How would they intervene? After all, Jiang Ran remained physically disabled. Instinctively, Qi Mu and Feng Zhen surged forward to defuse the tension, only to be halted mid-step by 2 firm grips. They turned. Xiang Jingji and Jiang Qingye stood there. Qi Mu looked questioningly at Jiang Qingye, who said nothing, merely restraining him before releasing his wrist. Xiang Jingji, however, shot them a knowing look and tilted his chin toward Jiang Ran, signaling them to watch and wait. Behind his sunglasses, Jiang Ran rolled his eyes again. His reply dripped with sardonic sweetness. Is that so? My apologies, I was never taught such etiquette as a child. All I ever learned was this: better to make others uncomfortable than endure personal grievance. Jiang Ran fixed him with a steady gaze. That phrase, you should recognize it well. Wen Renqing rubbed his nose. Recognize it? More than well. That very line had tumbled from his own lips years ago. Young Jiang Ran had few friends, quiet, obedient, perpetually reserved. To shield him from silent suffering, Wen Renqing had imparted those exact words, and added, do as you wish so long as you spare yourself humiliation. I'll stand behind you. Yet before that promise could be tested, Jiang Ran had returned the sentiment, verbatim. Recalling this, Wen Renqing's gaze darted wildly, speechless adrift. At last he coughed twice, lowered his head, and, pretending the exchange had never occurred, strode purposefully toward the private jet parked nearby. Let's go, look at the time. We'll miss our window if we delay further. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry aboard. Jiang Ran snorted coldly at his retreating figure. Brat, think you've got me figured out. Xiang Jingji sidled over, nudging Jiang Ran with his shoulder. Ranzi, you know him. Jiang Ran glanced at him, then at the others ahead, straining their ears despite walking forward. Guess. Xiang Jingji's grin froze mid-expression. Up ahead several stumbled. Jiang Ran scoffed once more, and second only to Wen Renqing boarded the aircraft. Though Wen Renqing's own words had circled back to haunt him, Jiang Ran held them in profound esteem. Having stood outdoors for hours, his mood was undeniably sour. To restore equilibrium within himself, he found it necessary, and deeply satisfying, to unsettle others. So go on. Guess away. It seems that on the island of Mygenia there are no changes of seasons. The scenery remains exactly as it was during the preliminary rounds. However, this time the accommodation has changed, and the Dragon Kingdom delegation has been assigned to the second dormitory building on a rather auspicious 6th floor. Jiang Ran stood by the window of room 602, looking out, perfectly able to see Venue 2 and Restaurant 3. It is worth mentioning that Restaurant 3 primarily serves Chinese cuisine. It seems that the apology letter from the Eagle Kingdom has prompted some people to re-evaluate the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Jiang Ran was lost in thought by the window, there was suddenly a knock at the door. Jiang Ran furrowed his brow slightly, but still walked over to open the door. Outside was a young man with blonde hair holding a bag and giving Jiang Ran a slight smile. Hello, Jiang Ran. Oh, why are you wearing sunglasses indoors? Is it true what they say? Jiang Ran stepped aside to let Hilaire in. He certainly didn't want to be photographed by reporters with the captain of the Eagle Kingdom's delegation showing up at his door before the competition even began. After all, that bunch could fabricate anything. Rumors? What rumors? Jiang Ran closed the door and turned to face Hilaire. As before, Hilaire placed the items he was holding on the coffee table and casually sat down on the sofa. You don't know? There are rumors outside saying that something is wrong with your eyes, that you can't see anything at all. Hilaire rested his chin on one hand, his blue eyes fixed on Jiang Ran. So is it true? Jiang Ran sat across from him smiling. What do you think? I think it should be false. Hilaire blinked. Seeing you move so freely, you don't look like someone who can't see their surroundings. Did I guess right? Jiang Ran leaned back on the sofa, merely smiling without speaking. Seeing this, Hilaire didn't press further. He reached into the bag he brought and pulled out a small box, pushing it towards Jiang Ran. I've wanted to contact you during this time, but after adding each other as friends you blocked me, so I had no way to message. I asked others, and they said being blocked means the other person doesn't like me. Hilaire's eyes drooped. Although I don't know why you don't like me, or what I did to make you unhappy, this is my apology gift. I hope you can take me off your blacklist. Jiang Ran's lips maintained their curve, yet his brows raised slightly behind his sunglasses. Does he have some sort of problem? Since he knows I blocked him because I don't like him. Shouldn't a normal person keep— This one, however, not only didn't keep his distance, but also stubbornly came over to deliver gifts seeking forgiveness. Damn, isn't this being a sycophant? Jiang Ran's eyes shifted beneath his sunglasses. He glanced down at the box pushed towards him, but didn't take it. Instead he asked, what's inside? Hilaire opened it, revealing a round blue-green orb about the size of a baby's fist lying obediently inside the box. This is the inner core of a wind element beast. As the box was opened, the aura from the inner core began to emanate. Jiang Ran could sense that the owner of this inner core was likely a beast that had reached at least the 7th tier. An inner core of this level would be worth at least 7 figures on the market. If the beast's attribute were a bit more special at an auction, it could start at 8 figures. This is indeed a big deal. Thinking this, Jiang Ran raised his head and finally looked at him directly. Hilaire still gazed at Jiang Ran with sincere blue eyes. Jiang Ran thought for a moment. So just taking you off the blacklist. No other requests. Hilaire nodded. Oh dear. Could this person be some foolish young master from a wealthy family in the Eagle Kingdom? Isn't this akin to giving it away for free? Jiang Ran's eyes flashed as he reached for the box. My eyes aren't too good right now, so I can't use my phone. I'll take the item for now, and as soon as my eyes get better I'll immediately take you off the blacklist. Hilaire didn't speak, but his gaze expressed his skepticism. Really, I never lie. Jiang Ran pushed up his sunglasses. Moreover, I only told you about my eyes out of consideration for— You mustn't tell anyone else, okay? Friend. Hilaire's eyes brightened. So Jiang Ran already He instantly felt joyous, saying, Don't worry, I'm a gentleman, and gentlemen never betray their friends. By the way, how are your eyes now? Will you still be able to participate in tomorrow's match? Hilaire showed a worried expression. Do you want me to bring you some recovery potions? Jiang Ran lightly coughed. No need, it's just some minor problems from overusing my eyes that will be fine in a few days. He didn't directly answer the question about the match. Suddenly his phone in his pocket rang. Jiang Ran slapped his forehead. Time's up, I need to get ready for bed. Before Jiang Ran could urge him to leave, Hilaire had already stood up voluntarily, saying, Alright then, I'll head out first. Jiang Ran saw him to the door, and before leaving Hilaire reminded him to rest well, and remember to take him off the blacklist. Jiang Ran remained silent, merely displaying a kind smile. Once Hilaire turned the corner, Jiang Ran slammed the door shut and returned to the living room. He took out his phone, turned off the alarm he had set earlier, then switched apps and opened a chat box. He activated the camera and snapped a photo of the inner core on the coffee table, sending it. The other side replied immediately. Bayu, what is this? Did someone give it to you? Male or female? How old are they? Which country are they from? Looking at the string of questions Bayu sent, Jiang Ran's mouth twitched slightly. Jiang Ran, a wind element inner core from a peak 7th tier beast given by a foolish rich guy. I said I didn't want it, but he insisted on shoving it to me. Jiang Ran's being too charming can also be quite troublesome. Bayu, that guy must be doing it on purpose, knowing you can't use it for now, just to show off. Bayu, besides, it's just an inner core from a peak 7th tier beast, what's the big deal? You're not lacking. He's insulting your family's financial strength. Jiang Ran, you're right, I thought the same thing. Bayu, so what do you plan to do with it? Just throw it away. Jiang Ran, that would be too wasteful, it's worth a few million. That's why I thought of you. Do you want it? You might even awaken a wind-type ability. Bayu, I wouldn't use such trash. You know, inner cores below the 9th tier don't even qualify to enter my ring. Jiang Ran rolled his eyes. Keep on pretending. Jiang Ran, alright then, I'll just put it up for auction. It seems to be in good condition, it should fetch a good price. Bayu, everyone gets their share. Jiang Ran, you wouldn't take it anyway, didn't you say you looked down on it? Bayu, I just look down on such low-tier inner cores, not on real money. Jiang Ran, once it sells I'll treat you to Crazy Thursday. Bayu, deal. March 12th. The Global League knockout stage officially begins. The knockout format is almost identical to the National 100 School competition they had previously watched, with each team of 5 competing in individual 1v1 matches. Once all 5 members lose, the team is eliminated. However, the knockout stage includes an additional match. After all, in the previous round of qualifiers, only 32 countries were supposed to advance, but ultimately through a draw 2 more were added, making it 34. To ensure that the final number of countries advancing to the finals remains at 8, the league organizing committee deliberated for several days and finally devised an additional match. For countries will be drawn by lot to compete against each other in pairs. The winner continues in the competition while the loser is eliminated. After the additional matches, only 32 countries will remain in the knockout stage. This made things much easier. The 32 teams will be randomly shuffled to compete in pairs, with the winners advancing to the next round and the losers being eliminated. The next round will follow the same rules as the first, continuing with draws for matches until the final 8 countries advance to the championship. After listening to the long and tedious introduction to the competition rules, Jiang Ran couldn't help but cover his mouth and stifle a long yawn. What's wrong? Couldn't sleep last night from excitement at the thought of competing. When Renqing was sitting right next to Jiang Ran, his posture even more relaxed than Jiang Ran's. Suddenly he felt a searing gaze fixated on him. When Renqing looked up to see Harrison, noticeably shorter than the others, staring at him. Beside Harrison, a brown-haired man wearing sunglasses was also looking in his direction. Even with the sunglasses on, Renqing could feel the intense heat of that gaze. He smirked slightly. He didn't open his mouth, but his voice precisely reached the other's ears. Isn't this my former subordinate? How's your recovery? Is your eye still hurting? He added, by the way, if you stare at me so intensely it might make me think you miss me. Across from him in the Eagle Nation's spectator seats, the brown-haired Aiden's nose crinkled in anger. Harrison noticed something and quickly patted Aiden, signaling him to stay calm. After all, this wasn't the Eagle Nation. There were so many other countries around, and the global broadcast was already live. If Aiden lost his temper and did something damaging to the Eagle Nation's image, the entire Blue Star would know within 5 minutes. Despite wearing sunglasses, Jiang Ran still accurately caught where when Renqing's gaze had just landed. He didn't know the short Harrison, but he could still. Jiang Ran rested his chin on one hand, still wearing sunglasses. He hadn't taken them off for days. Those who didn't know might think the sunglasses were his actual face. Despite wearing sunglasses, Jiang Ran still accurately caught where when Renqing's gaze had just landed. He didn't know the short Harrison, but he could still name Aiden. Jiang Ran's eyes, shielded by sunglasses, blatantly swept across Aiden's face without caring whether the other noticed. Then he nudged Renqing with his leg. When Renqing glanced at him and understandingly set up a soundproof barrier around them. What's up? Is that old Aiden a problem? When Renqing asked. No, not at all. Jiang Ran shook his head. When Renqing clearly didn't believe him, saying, I feel like your gaze towards him is off. I adjusted my sunglasses and replied, because I noticed that the sunglasses Aiden is wearing are the same brand as mine. When Renqing understood, Jiang Ran continued, what level is he at to wear the same brand of sunglasses as mine? After the match, find a corner and drag him over for a beating so he won't dare to wear this brand again. Jiang Ran's expression was serious. Someone oblivious might think he was discussing competition strategies with Wen Renqing. Hearing Jiang Ran's brutal words, Wen Renqing was not surprised. Although the conflict between him and Aiden wasn't widely known, at least Jiang Ran was aware of part of it. So even if Aiden's sunglasses weren't from this brand, Jiang Ran would find other excuses to incite him to confront Aiden. After all, when Aiden hadn't been crippled, Jiang Ran had already found him displeasing, and now that Aiden was still recovering, Jiang Ran would definitely seize the opportunity to take advantage of him. Even if he couldn't take Aiden's life, he certainly wouldn't let him feel comfortable. From Wen Renqing's understanding of Jiang Ran, if he chose not to take advantage of someone in trouble, he wouldn't be Jiang Ran. With that thought, Wen Renqing chuckled. Alright, I promise to beat him into a pig's head so he won't even think of wearing sunglasses anymore. By the way, you still haven't told me what sneaky business you were up to last night. Jiang Ran crossed his legs, sat up straight, and ignored him as if they weren't acquainted. Last night, after talking to Baiyu for a bit, and seeing that Baiyu didn't want that inner pill, Jiang Ran directly contacted his uncle to ask if it could be included in his family's auction. After a while, his uncle replied no. The reason being that it was too low-level and not up to standard. However, although their auction wouldn't accept such low-tier items, other auction houses were eager to get their hands on it. Uncle Jiang Siyu said he could help Jiang Ran auction it at other auction houses, and they wouldn't dare take a commission because of his reputation. Jiang Ran agreed. However, the item would only be taken after he finished competing and returned home. Unexpectedly, Jiang Siyu said it wasn't necessary. He would have someone come to collect it directly, without Jiang Ran needing to make a trip. After discussing the pricing of the inner pill with his uncle Jiang, Ran looked at the figures with satisfaction. His uncle truly lived up to his reputation, and for matters like this it was best to consult a professional. At 9 a.m. world time, the draw ceremony was ready. Watching the draw software on the big screen, Yan's right eyelid twitched twice. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling right now. Jiang Ran almost wanted to cover his mouth, saying, "Could you please be quiet?" 2 minutes later, looking at the names on the screen, Yan felt multiple intense gazes directed at him. In that moment, his back felt as if it were filled with wounds. The additional match slots have been announced. They are Rualian Nation versus Serbia, and Akalia against the Dragon Nation. Cheers erupted at the scene. In the Eagle Nation, Aiden wore a cold smile of schadenfreude. The expressions of the other countries varied, making it hard to tell what they were specifically thinking. But at this moment, apart from the audience from the Dragon Nation, not everyone was so pleased. Inside the organizing committee, a long-haired woman angrily pounded on the table. "I told you not to target the Dragon Nation anymore. Can't you understand? Or do you all want to die and take everyone with you?" The man beside her furiously typed on the keyboard, and after a moment a look of grievance appeared on his face. "No, we did listen. We really didn't manipulate this draw, it was completely random." The woman didn't believe him at all, asking, "Then why was the Dragon Nation still drawn?" The man looked at the back end, hesitating. "I can only say it's just that their luck is too bad." The woman's mouth twitched slightly, and she fell silent. At that moment, she suddenly felt regret. Why did she insist on pursuing fair competition? It would be better to just draw manually. Now would the Dragon Nation think they were behind this again? The woman felt close to tears. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to escape. The match of the Dragon Kingdom starts at 2 in the afternoon during the second round. After lunch, a group of people gathered in the large conference room on the 6th floor. Wen Rinxing sat on the sofa against the wall, crossing his legs and playing with his phone. Several people sitting at the conference table couldn't help but glance at him. Seeing that they remained silent, Wen Rinxing took a moment to look up at them and said flatly, "You don't need to worry about me, just act as if I don't exist and say what you need to say." However, the few of them, especially Fengjin, felt somewhat constrained, and moreover, they didn't really know what to say. In short, they had just finished eating and were brought here in a daze, forced into their seats. Jiang Ran gently tapped his fingers on the table. Although having a meeting for such a boring match sounds really dull, it's still better to have one to show our serious attitude towards the competition. First of all, I'll ask, does anyone want to attend the match this afternoon? No one spoke as they exchanged glances. "What's this?" Jiang Ran asked in confusion. "Not a single person. You're not planning to make me a disabled person go on stage alone, right? Is it really that cruel to an injured person?" Xiang Jingxing coughed lightly. "I think they seem to not understand the country we drew, so they don't know whether to go on stage or not." The others immediately nodded, agreeing with Xiang Jingxing's assessment. "Oh, is that it?" Jiang Ran realized. "Then you explain it to them." "Aren't you going to explain?" "I don't understand either. I only learned the name of this country for the first time today." Jiang Ran looked innocent. Feng Zhen's eyes twitched twice, while Wu Yikai beside him was even more direct. "Then why aren't you worried at all?" Jiang Ran spread his hands. "Whether it's Akaria or the Eagle Nation, it makes no difference to me. If I had to say there's a difference, it's that the Eagle Nation is probably easier to deal with for Jiang Ran. After all, he had met the captain of the Eagle Nation team, and even talked to him, and they had added each other as friends. Although that person was still on his blacklist. He had never seen anyone from Akaria, and he wasn't very familiar with that country either. In comparison, Akaria was much more mysterious than the Eagle Nation. After hearing Jiang Ran's irritating comments, Wu Yikai shut his mouth, not wanting to speak anymore. Xiang Jingxing had long anticipated this outcome. He took out his phone, opened the information he had prepared after the draw results came out, and began to educate everyone present about everything concerning Akaria. Akaria, a small country located in Europe, is not very strong, but among all countries in the Blue Star it ranks in the upper middle position. All 5 members who represented them in the preliminaries were formal team members, but since they drew a very weak country, Akaria advanced to the knockout stage with ease. Xiang Jingxing shared all his speculations about their opponents' abilities, how strong they were during the preliminaries, and what level they might have reached by now, and so forth. The information was so detailed that it was just short of investigating the color of the opponent's underwear. Xiang Jingxi had initially been listening intently, but as time went on he began to yawn. At that moment he suddenly began to understand Jiang Ran. No wonder he seemed so indifferent. With an opponent of such strength, there was simply no interest. Xiang Jingxing spoke for more than 10 minutes before stopping, casually nudging Jiang Ran, who had started to doze off after getting full from lunch. Cough cough, well, we've learned what we need to know. The opponent isn't very strong, so this is an excellent opportunity for you all to hone your skills. So who's going? He looked around at everyone. Xiang Jingji was the first to shake his head. "I ate too much at noon, and am not suitable for vigorous exercise, so I won't go. Shurian followed suit and shook his head. I didn't eat enough at noon and have a bit of low blood sugar, so I won't go either. Xiang Jingxing clicked his tongue. You two have already stated your reasons, what can I say? Feng Zhen leaned back. Don't look at me, I'm just a healer without any offensive power. Even if I wanted to go on stage, I wouldn't have the strength. Jiang Ran turned to Chimu. You're the captain after all, you should go first, and set an example. Through the sunglasses, Chimu appeared much calmer than before after being looked at by Jiang Ran. He nodded in agreement. Okay. Jiang Ran then turned to Wu Yikai. As an awakened one of the extreme body type, is it appropriate for you not to participate in such a unknown match? You're second. Wu Yikai scratched his head. He had originally planned to volunteer anyway. But now that he was designated, that was fine too, and he just nodded. This time before Jiang Ran looked back, Dong Xinyao had already raised her hand. I'll go third. Jiang Ran nodded with satisfaction. Yin Yu sighed inwardly, but his face remained calm. Then I'll go last. That's fine. Jiang Ran agreed. However, after saying that, he suddenly realized that there was still one person missing. Thus his gaze turned to the only two who hadn't spoken yet, Xiang Jingxing and Jiang Xingye. Xiang Jingxing glanced at Jiang Xingye, knowing that this guy wouldn't speak voluntarily, and immediately, before he could deliver his prepared lines, he heard Jiang Xingye say flatly, my sword is being repaired and won't be ready until tomorrow. What? Xiang Jingxing's eyes widened. What? What did you say? Your sword is being repaired. When? I clearly saw you take it out to clean it last night. Alright, who would have thought that Jiang Xingye with his thick eyebrows and big eyes could also lie? Xiang Jingxing was so infuriated by Jiang Xingye's words that he felt a lump in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out, nearly choking himself. And Jiang Ran's gaze had already shot over. Xiang Jingxing could only force a smile. Then I'll go fourth. Jiang Ran was satisfied. Alright then, it's settled. Meeting adjourned. In the afternoon, at venue number 2. The audience seats in the venue were almost filled to capacity. Dong Xinyao patted Chimu. Hey, are you nervous being the first to go on stage? Chimu looked calm. Not nervous at all. What is there to be nervous about? Oh, so that's the reason. Wu Yikai glanced down. If you're not nervous, then why are your legs shaking? I forgot to wear long johns today, and got cold. Oh, I see. The host was standing at the suspended circular commentary platform, babbling non-stop. After half an hour, he finally stopped, announcing the official start of the match. Chimu stood up and walked down the aisle. Dong Xinyao and Feng Zhen waved their fists to cheer him on. Hearing the noise, Chimu turned to take a look. Noticing his gaze, Jiang Ran lifted his chin. Don't be afraid, go ahead. Losing isn't a big deal. He didn't say the last sentence. After all, saying the word lose casually before the match even starts is not a good thing. Sometimes such seemingly lenient words can impose tremendous psychological pressure on the competitors. Chimu smiled at them. Then I'm off. Akalia's first contestant was a golden-haired girl named Elivia. According to Xiang Jingxing's dossier, her ability belonged to the summoning affinity. She could summon sprites to fight on her behalf. Yet during the preliminary round, she summoned only a single sprite. Whether due to an inherent limitation of her power or simply because she deemed additional summons unnecessary remained unclear. Chimu stepped onto the arena platform and faced her directly. Notably, Olivia's appearance harmonized perfectly with her ability. Her distinctly European features, deep-set eyes, emerald green irises, and flowing golden hair, lent her an ethereal elven grace. The moment the match commenced, Chimu flicked his hand, and a torrent of flame surged forth along the trajectory of his fingertip. Summoners required a brief incantation period before calling forth their allies. Had Jiang Ran taken the stage instead, he might have granted her that time to observe precisely how Elivia summoned her sprite and what form it would take. Only after fully deciphering her ability would he deliver a decisive strike to knock her off the platform. Chimu, however, lacked Jiang Ran's unshakable confidence. This was no ordinary contest. It was a global event broadcast live in real time. He could not afford defeat, not even in the opening match. Thus, regardless of Olivia's striking beauty or the mystique of her power, curiosity would not temper his. What if she could summon sprites without limit? Then defeat, his own, would loom perilously near. Chimu's gaze hardened. With another subtle motion of his finger, 2 searing bolts erupted and struck Elivia squarely. After several seconds, the smoke dissipated. The golden-haired girl lay prone upon the ground, charred and unconscious. Chimu waited until the referee completed the 10-count declaration before permitting himself the faintest sigh of relief. In the spectator zone, Xiang Jingji clicked his tongue twice. Oh, what a pity. I'd hoped to see what the sprite truly looked like. Shurian glanced at him askance. If you'd taken the stage, why not ease up just a little at the start? Then you'd have seen it. Better not, Xiang Jingji muttered, curling his lip. Truth be told, I'm not that curious. First matches of this caliber held little fascination for him. Even were he to step onto the platform holding back, Impossible. His assault would likely outpace Chi Mu's in sheer velocity. Whether she summoned sprites, or even colossal mecha, Xiang Jingji would grant her no quarter. In the livestream chat, comments praising Olivia's beauty and eagerly anticipating her sprite vanished instantly once she lay blackened and smoldering. The entire broadcast screen went blank for half a minute. At last a single drifting comment appeared. Whoa, does this guy know nothing about chivalry? She's a woman too. How utterly ungentlemanly. This remark ignited immediate backlash. Multicolored comments flooded the feed in rapid succession and in tongues spanning continents. Who invited this idiot? Get out. Since you're such an expert in gallantry, why don't you step in and fight for her? By your logic, should we then accuse female victors over male opponents of lacking empathy? I'm dying laughing. What era is this? Still clinging to outdated notions. People who talk like that aren't quite men nor women. They feel more like artificial constructs. Clearly in this age, such saccharine self-righteous rhetoric drew universal condemnation wherever it. Minutes later, Akalia's second contestant staggered onto the platform. Chi Mu's brows knit faintly as he regarded him. The man walked with a pronounced limp. Xiang Jingxing's dossier contained no record of him. Evidently, he was a reserve. Chi Mu pressed his lips together. The instant the referee's voice fell silent, a fireball hurtled forward, watching Chi Mu dispatch his opponent in mere moments, leaving him blackened and collapsed. Wu Yikai scratched his head in agitation. Wait, if things keep going like this, I'll never even get a chance to compete. Wu Yikai couldn't decide whether to feel relieved or dismayed. For the third and fourth matches, Akalia again fielded reserves, and each time Chi Mu ended the bout with a single devastating technique. Wu Yikai tugged at his hair in growing frustration, until finally Akalia deployed one of their official team members for the fifth match. Ralph, a curly-haired young man, was their team captain, a pure elemental affinity awakener. Coincidentally, his ability too was fire. Two fire wielders stood opposite each other on the same platform, but their expressions diverged sharply. Ralph narrowed his eyes, tension tightening every line of his frame. Chi Mu, by contrast, had relaxed noticeably after 4 consecutive victories. At the shrill blast signaling the match's start, he moved first. This was the final match. Victory here would secure Longwa's advancement from the qualifying round to the. Chi Mu's inner resolve intensified. Then with a shift of his stance, concentric rings of flame erupted around him in swift, radiant succession. Sensing the sudden surge in ambient heat and the overwhelming abundance of fire energy radiating from his opponent, Ralph's expression grew graver still. He knew full well he could not match Chi Mu in cultivation or raw strength. Yet this Longwa native had already fought 4 matches back-to-back. Even if each concluded swiftly, exhaustion must surely be mounting. Ralph raised his hand. A shield of roaring flame materialized before him, absorbing Chi Mu's onslaught. If he could prolong the battle until his opponent faltered from fatigue, he might yet claim victory. Chi Mu launched 2 or 3 successive attacks, each effortlessly deflected by Ralph's raised hand. Observing his opponent's purely defensive posture, Chi Mu began to grasp the strategy. No offensive moves, likely because Ralph knew even his strongest strikes would fail to wound him. But how then did he intend to win? Chi Mu hurled another fireball. Ralph's flaming shield swallowed it whole. So that's how it works. A flicker of understanding lit Chi Mu's mind. He wants me to attack, wear myself down, then strike decisively when I'm spent. Indeed, a modestly clever gambit. Having deduced Ralph's plan, Chi Mu's lips curved faintly upward, and his next attack weakened perceptibly. Behind his shield, Ralph instantly sensed the diminished force. His eyes gleamed. My tactic. His opponent had fought 5 consecutive matches. He must be nearing collapse. With each successive strike growing feebler, and the intervals between them stretching longer, Ralph's triumph seemed all but assured. Judging the moment ripe, Chi Mu ceased his attacks entirely, dispelling the swirling fire energy encircling him as though it had never existed. Leaning slightly, one hand braced on his knee, Chi Mu drew 2 measured breaths, his posture radiating unmistakable exhaustion. A spark of fierce anticipation flashed in Ralph's eyes. This is my chance. Ralph instantly dissolved his shield. Flames coalesced around his fist, sheathing it in incandescent fury. Then in a blur of motion, he closed the distance and drove his blazing knuckles toward Chi Mu's chest. Just as Ralph's fist neared Chi Mu's sternum, he saw it, the faint triumphant smile spreading across his opponent's face. A thunderous detonation exploded between them. Boom. And in the next heartbeat, the supremely confident Ralph was hurled backward, airborne and unbalanced. Chi Mu tracked Ralph's descent with a quiet tisk, then lunged forward to deliver a precise final kick, ensuring he landed squarely outside the arena boundary. With a resonant thud marking Ralph's impact, the qualifying round officially concluded. On the way back to the dormitory from the venue, Qi Mu and Feng Zhan walked ahead, playfully bantering with each other. Dong Xingya gave Qi Mu a thumbs up. Qi Mu replied with a hint of helplessness. It sounds like you're saying I never had a brain before. Dong Xingya thought for a moment. Actually, that's about right. Qi Mu was taken aback. Jiang Ran walked behind them, his sunglasses firmly affixed to his face. Xiang Jingji had even begun to get used to Jiang Ran always wearing sunglasses, as if the two had become one. Just as they were about to reach dormitory number 2, someone stopped Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, long time no see. Jiang Ran looked at the girl standing in front of him, bewildered. The girl had long chestnut curls, wore a brown cake dress, and had large eyes that made her face appear even smaller. At that moment she was looking at Jiang Ran with a pair of smoky gray eyes, looking pitiful. Jiang Ran furrowed his brows and couldn't help but take a step back. He felt that although his memory wasn't perfect, it certainly wasn't at the level of senility. He truly had no impression of the girl in front of him, and couldn't remember where he had seen her. Do we know each other? The girl lowered her eyes in disappointment. You really don't recognize me. The others, including Shi Yan, were also stunned by this strange development. What was going on? Jiang Ran was still trying to scour his mind for that face, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find even a hint of recognition. The girl felt disheartened for a moment, but soon perked up and smiled sweetly at Jiang Ran. Then let's get to know each other again. Hello, my name is Shuya. The girl extended her hand toward Jiang Ran. Shuya, that name sounded somewhat familiar. Where had he heard it before? Jiang Ran involuntarily began brainstorming. After thinking for a full minute, he finally recalled the name from some corner of his memory. Instantly his expression became quite peculiar. Shuya Brown. The girl's eyes lit up. You remembered me. Jiang Ran nodded with a strange look on his face. He hesitated, wanting to say something, but unsure how to begin. In the end he couldn't help but ask, I remember when we first met you were a boy. You didn't remember wrong. Shuya nodded, because I was originally a boy. Not only did Jiang Ran gasp in shock, but even the four standing nearby eavesdropping couldn't help but change their expressions from curiosity to sheer astonishment. Jiang Ran was utterly bewildered. He was sure his memory was fine. Yet no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't connect the exquisite girl in front of him with the short, sniveling child he remembered from the corners of his mind. Moreover, their genders didn't even match. So you tell me you were actually a boy? Huh. No way, you mean not. Huh. Are you surprised? Shuya blinked. Jiang Ran took a deep breath. Not really, but why are you dressed like... Shuya smiled, it's fun. She twirled in her dress. Besides, don't I look good like this? Jiang Ran goo. Jiang Ran couldn't help but dry heave. Act normal, or I might just hit you. Alright. Shuya pouted and stood still obediently. Jiang Ran stepped back several paces, closed his eyes, and tried hard to suppress the urge to hit someone. Are you here to watch the competition, or to participate? Of course I'm here to participate. Shuya placed her hands on her hips. Did you not see me in the preliminary? No. Jiang Ran's expression was flat, and his patience had reached its limit. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving. You can enjoy yourself. After saying that, Jiang Ran bypassed her and walked away. At that moment, Jiang Ran suddenly felt that he truly clashed with this place. First, there was a foolish, wealthy kid from the Eagle Kingdom who inexplicably clung to him, wanting to be friends, and now there was a mentally unstable person. Shuya Brown, the young master of the Brown family, had crossed paths with Jiang Ran once when he was out with his uncle as a child. The Brown family had roots in the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, a large family that, although not particularly prominent in terms of awakeners, was incredibly wealthy, unimaginably so. It could be said that 1/3 of the wealth in the Empire of the Sun Never Sets was controlled by the Brown family. Jiang Ran's first meeting with Shuya was probably when they were around 7 or 8 years old, at which time Shuya was still dressed as a boy, thin and small, following his father, while crying with a runny nose. Jiang Ran found him quite repulsive. His father wanted them to get acquainted, but Shuya was utterly useless, and only hid away crying without daring to introduce himself. At that time Jiang Ran scoffed, and had no desire to befriend someone who seemed so unfit for anything, directly getting up to leave. What happened to Shuya afterward, Jiang Ran had no idea. All he knew was that Shuya's father was quite embarrassed, but he didn't dare to scold Jiang Ran and Jiang Xiu, so he had to hold it in. Thinking about it, Shuya's days after returning home probably weren't easy. But that had nothing to do with Jiang Ran. He couldn't just suppress his own feelings to be friends with someone, just to make Shuya's future a bit better, could he? It could only be said that those who would do such a thing were either fools or saints. After hearing Jiang Ran's explanation, Xiang Jingji sat cross-legged on the carpet, stroking his chin. Could it be that his father was so angry back then that it damaged his brain? Otherwise, how could he turn out like this? Jiang Ran shrugged. Who knows? It has nothing to do with me. To be honest, seeing someone he had met as a child again, Jiang Ran felt not the slightest emotion, but was rather disgusted. After a while he pressed the spacebar. Found it the replay of the Empire of the Sun never sets competition. The others gathered around to look at the screen. After watching for a few minutes, Xiang Jingji exclaimed, I didn't expect this cross-dressing master to also be an elemental type. Shuryan nodded. It looks like their ability level shouldn't be low. Jiang Ran glanced at it twice before losing interest and looking away. An awakening of the wood element type, quite standard. Though his abilities weren't particularly effective against them judging by Shu Ya's performance in the preliminaries, at most they were at the fourth transition of the fighting realm. They weren't worthy of much attention. Jiang Ran had even already thought that if the next 2 rounds had small countries, he wouldn't participate. Let those substitutes go up and have some fun. After all, they trained with them every day and flew over to compete. It would be quite inconsiderate not to let them play or at least let them enjoy being watched by tens of thousands of people. It definitely wasn't because he wanted to slack off, no. Absolutely not. The next day Jiang Ran, dressed in a black shirt, sat leisurely in the viewing area. The area for the Eagle Kingdom was opposite that of the Dragon Kingdom, and Jiang Ran glanced over to find only Harrison sitting there. Aiden was absent. Did you really beat him into a pulp, eh? Yes. Wen Rinxing held a cup that looked like coffee, but actually contained milk tea, casually propping his leg up. He took a sip from his cup, his voice filled with nostalgia. I must say Aiden's pleas for mercy are so nostalgic it feels like I've traveled back a few years in an instant. Looks like I need to come over more often to see him, otherwise he might cry from missing me. Jiang Ran nodded in agreement. You should have realized this long ago. I estimate he hasn't been able to sleep well these past few years without your visits. Indeed, yesterday, I merely used one punch to put him to sleep. When he wakes up he will probably be very tired. The two were casually chatting about Aiden to pass the time, when Yin suddenly poked Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran turned to look at him asking, what is it? Yin pointed to the front right. Jiang Ran had only glanced casually, but upon seeing a figure standing diagonally opposite in the Sunset Empire's contestant area his mouth twitched violently, and he immediately averted his gaze. When Rinxing noticed Jiang Ran's sudden discomfort, and followed his gaze naturally, spotting Shuya, who was sitting in the front row wearing a green long dress, and smiling brightly. When Ranking's eyes shifted, and in an instant a dramatic scene unfolded in his mind. He nudged Jiang Ran saying, Hey, that girl over there seems to be looking at you. How do you know she's looking at me? Jiang Ran scoffed. Maybe she's looking at you instead. That can't be. Nowadays young girls like someone like you, I'm already old. When Rinxing sighed, and shook his head taking another sip of milk tea. Jiang Ran extended a finger and shook it saying, This time you're mistaken, she must be looking at you. Why? When Rinxing sat up slightly, and looked at Jiang Ran asking, Are you finally willing to admit that your looks aren't as good as mine? Jiang Ran's expression remained unchanged, because he's not a girl, he's a boy. I've heard that nowadays young boys tend to like older ones, so he must be looking at you. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, Xiang Jingji and Yin, who were sitting behind them, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now it was when Ranking's turn to look completely bewildered. His brain took a moment to catch up. What did you just say? When Rinxing instinctively glanced at Shuya again, disbelief written all over his face. He's a boy. Yes. Jiang Ran leaned back in his chair, feeling Shuya's gaze upon him, and simply closed his eyes, choosing to avoid seeing. When Ranking's mind felt a bit foggy. This was the first time since entering the spiritual realm that he experienced something so shocking it rendered him momentarily speechless. For a moment when Rinxing even questioned the nature of this world. No matter how he looked at it, Shuya had distinctly feminine features. He hadn't even seen an Adam's apple on the other's neck. He thought he would be the first in the family to uncover Jiang Ran's romantic gossip, and even planned to use this to blackmail Jiang Ran. But now you tell him that the seemingly charming girl was actually a boy. Reflecting on Jiang Ran's comment that young boys like older ones for some reason, when Rinxing suddenly felt a wave of dread. Oh no, could he really be looking at me? After all, and when Ranking's impression, how could a normal boy dress like this? This was clearly a sign of psychological issues. Perhaps he thought he was a girl, leading to changes in sexual orientation. When Rinxing felt like he wanted to run. Sensing when Ranking's restlessness, Jiang Ran snorted inwardly. Serves you right. Who told you to be so nosy and to overthink everything? Scared you to death. However, as he shifted his gaze, Jiang Ran saw Hilaire sitting in the Eagle Kingdom area. Hilaire was seated just behind Harrison, waving at him and then pointing at his phone. The intention was very clear. Jiang Ran closed his eyes again. I can't see you, I see nothing. It wasn't until the draw results were announced that Jiang Ran carefully opened his eyes, looking straight at the screen. Upon seeing the matchups on the screen, he finally revealed a smile. Dragon Kingdom versus Serbia. Serbia, an African country, was also one of the 4 countries drawn in yesterday's playoff. At that time their opponent was another small African country, Ruelian. After both sides fought through 8 matches, Serbia emerged victorious and advanced to the second round of the knockout stage. Unexpectedly, they only had one night to celebrate before misfortune struck. Jiang Ran didn't want to know how Serbia felt. All he knew was that today he could slack off and not go on stage. The match between the Dragon Kingdom and Serbia was scheduled as the 8th match, the last of the day. With 32 countries, the draw formed 16 groups, with 8 groups competing each day from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., ending early if finished ahead of schedule. The first match featured 2 Asian countries bordering the southern and western borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Ran had no particular fondness for either country, but still watched a bit more closely. Only when he confirmed that the victor was not the country he disliked more was he able to relax. 3 groups of matches took place in the morning, all involving small countries, while the popular countries capable of reaching the finals were scheduled later. It wasn't until the 7th group, which was just before the Dragon Kingdom and Serbia's match, that the first seeded country appeared. A seeded team is one that reached the finals in the last global competition and ranked in the top 8. This seeded team was the Winter Empire, which achieved 3rd place in the last global competition and shares a border with the northernmost edge of the Dragon Kingdom. Their opponent was a small country Jiang Ran had never heard of. Xiang Jingxing skillfully took out a tablet and began reading the information. In the preliminaries, the Winter Empire fielded 2 official players and 3 substitutes, with their captain not participating. Then it must have been an easy group they drew from, right? Sure, Yin leaned in to look at the content on the tablet. Yes, Xiang Jingxing pulled up the data from the preliminaries. The other 3 countries in their group were all small African nations posing no threat, so their advancement was quite smooth. It seems that before the finals we won't have a chance to learn about their official players. Jiang Ran crossed his arms and looked at the arena below. Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yin remained silent, clearly thinking the same. Xiang Jingxi scoffed, somewhat unconvinced. What if they draw a seed next round? Jiang Ran replied softly. I think instead of hoping they draw a seed in the next round, we should worry about ourselves. As he spoke, his gaze traversed over Shi Yin and Xiang Jingxi. Hearing Jiang Ran's pointed words, Shi Yin touched his nose, not daring to speak. As expected, the result of the match did not disappoint Jiang Ran. The Winter Empire only sent 2 substitute players and secured victory, advancing to the next round. Jiang Ran glanced at the time, 8:01 p.m. He reached out and patted the shoulder of Wu Yikai, who had volunteered to be the first to compete, offering unique encouragement. Come on, let's aim to finish before 9. I'm in a hurry to grab a late-night snack. It's hard to queue for that window. If you go late, there won't be any left. Wu Yikai clenched his fist. I'll do my— All right, go for it. Wu Yikai stepped onto the arena. Across from him stood a short boy barely reaching. Xiang Jingxi was flipping through information on his brother's tablet. As he scrolled, he exclaimed, I didn't expect that the little guy opposite is also an awakened one of the extreme body type. Then there's nothing to worry about. Feng Zhun had great confidence in Wu Yikai. As long as he doesn't encounter a highly targeted psychic type, Wu Yikai will be just fine. Besides, with that little frame, can he even take one punch from Wu Yikai? Wu Yikai should hold back a bit and not knock him out. Dong Xinya rolled her eyes at him. Wu Yikai is just muscular, he's not brainless. Just as Dong Xinya spoke, the 2 fighters on the stage had already collided. They separated instantly, and a flicker of surprise crossed Wu Yikai's eyes. This person, who appeared frail and seemed unable to defeat even a girl, actually managed to take his punch. Interesting. Wu Yikai's attitude became serious as he charged forward again. In the moment of their clash, he noticed that the opponent seemed to be able to dissipate most of his force upon contact. In the stands, Jiang Ran's gaze flickered. He truly did not expect that even foreigners had begun practicing Tai Chi these days. However, this soft approach surprisingly suited him. Unfortunately, this person's understanding of Tai Chi was still too superficial. What he had learned was merely surface-level skills. In simpler terms, he was just a facade, able only to fool the inexperienced. If he were to encounter a true master of the extreme body type, forget about soft overcoming hard. One move could easily take him down. Jiang Ran was completely relaxed and not worried at all. The opponent would definitely not win with just one move. It was only a matter of time before Wu Yikai realized this. This person seems to know only this one move. No wonder he never takes the initiative to attack and is always on the defensive. This person seems to know only this one move. No wonder he never takes the initiative to attack and is always on the defensive. So you only learned the directory of Tai Chi. Wu Yikai felt a wave of disappointment. He had thought he had encountered a skilled opponent and planned to learn some techniques from him. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be just a show. Sighing, Wu Yikai suddenly struck out, sending his opponent tumbling down from the arena under the startled gaze of the latter. If I had known you knew even less than I do, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. It took you so long to realize this. It seems Wu Yikai's mind isn't that sharp either. Chi Mu shook his head and sighed, his tone filled with disappointment. Dong Xinyao was tired of their hindsight commentary and punched him. You only understood this because you heard Xiang Jingxing's explanation. How are you any better than him? Chimu grunted in pain from her punch, rubbing his shoulder with a face full of grievance. It's not like I'm an extreme body type. Isn't it normal not to understand? Then why could Xiang Jingxing and the others see it, but you couldn't? Dong Xinya crossed her arms. In the end, you're just being dumb. Chimu was at a loss for words. Come on, don't act like Xiang Jingxing and the others are some common vegetables. Although they weren't as freakish as Jiang Ran, these four were still geniuses among geniuses. Wasn't it quite normal for them to notice? How could he possibly compare to them? The match in the arena continued. The second contestant sent by Serbia was precisely the type of awakened one Wu Yikai feared the most. The psychic type. Feng Zhen's eyes widened with tension, not daring to blink. Yin Yu, who had been silent, lightly curled her lips. She had informed Wu Yikai the night before about how to deal with awakened ones with ranged attacks. As long as Wu Yikai wasn't too foolish and didn't forget what she had told him after a nap, he could easily handle the opponent as long as their cultivation was lower than his. And Wu Yikai on the stage certainly did not disappoint his half-teacher. As soon as the match began, he leaped forward like a tiger, his massive fist heading straight for his opponent's face. The boy across had never seen such a scene and was momentarily stunned. In the next second, he took Wu Yikai's punch on his cheek and collapsed, eyes closed, falling limply. After defeating one psychic type, awakened one, Wu Yikai found the remaining 3 matches much easier to. Unfortunately, in the final match, he encountered an awakened one capable of turning the ground to quicksand, who remained vigilant against his sudden attacks. Thus, at the start of the match, the opponent utilized their ability to transform the area around Wu Yikai into quicksand. This match was somewhat tricky due to the constraints of the quicksand, causing it to drag on for several minutes before Wu Yikai secured victory. By the time he stepped down from the arena, the time was already 9:10 p.m. With a long face, he found his team unsure how to explain. Jiang Ran was discussing something with Shi Yin when he heard footsteps and turned to see Wu Yikai, who had won the match, looking not only unhappy, but also a bit downcast, which made him raise an eyebrow. What's wrong? Didn't enjoy the match? No, it's not that. Wu Yikai nervously rubbed his hands, thinking for a long time before saying, next time I'd prefer to be the second to compete. My. Jiang Ran was puzzled. Why? Are you injured? He clearly remembered that Wu Yikai had been looking forward to competing. Could it be that the opponent was too weak and he didn't want to fight? I'm not injured. Wu Yikai shook his head. I was too slow and I made you miss out on that window for late-night snacks. Oh, is that it? Jiang Ran suddenly understood. After figuring out what Wu Yikai was truly concerned about, don't worry, I'm not an idiot. I already had Xiang Jingji go ahead and queue up. By the time we arrive, we'll be able to eat just in time. Let's go, I'm starving. I don't know if the organizing committee for this league had their brains chewed by a dog insisting on ending the matches so late. Don't say that, it's a bit disrespectful to dogs. Jiang Ran and Shi Yin chatted as they walked ahead, while Wu Yikai stared at their backs for a moment before smiling and quickening his pace. But I still feel quite embarrassed. How about I treat for this late-night snack? Sure, I'm so glad you can think like this. I can't take it anymore, I'm almost moved to tears. By the way, don't forget to pay when treating. On the second day of the competition, Jiang Ran chose not to watch, entrusting the task of understanding the opponent to Xiang Jingxing and Shi Yin while he quietly awaited in his room. After waiting for more than half an hour, someone finally arrived late. While you guys are living quite well, Bai appeared out of nowhere in the room, immediately spotting various takeaway boxes on the coffee table. Inside were some popular dishes from various restaurants, accompanied by a few cups of drinks. The outside packaging hadn't even been opened, indicating that Jiang Ran hadn't touched any of it. Bai was not polite at all. He plopped down on the sofa and reached for the most luxurious cup of milk tea. Jiang Ran, who had been bored playing games while leaning against the bed, recognized the noise as the arrival of someone. Just as he walked out of the inner room, he happened to see Bai putting the straw into his mouth. It wasn't until Bai had taken a couple of sips that Jiang Ran lazily asked, "Is it good?" Bai smacked his lips, saying, "It's all right, just a bit sweet." He picked up the cup to take another look, asking, "Do you like it with full sugar?" Jiang Ran walked over to another sofa in his slippers, replying, "Not really." "Then why did you order it with?" Bai glanced over the cups on the coffee table one by one, saying, "You bought so many, aren't you afraid of getting diabetes?" "I didn't buy them," Jiang Ran said. He didn't even touch the items on the table, shrugging innocently. "These were all sent over by others who I couldn't refuse. If you like them, go ahead and eat. By the way," Jiang Ran added, recalling something, "make sure to return the favor for me later." Bai's expression suddenly changed. He dropped the milk tea in his hand and spat a few times. "Who on earth has such poor taste ordering full sugar? They must be trying to sabotage you. How could I possibly like such low-quality stuff? You have truly misunderstood me." Jiang Ran found by Yes' disdainful expression quite amusing. Fortunately, Jiang Ran didn't mention that the milk tea he had just drunk was sent by a man who loved wearing skirts, otherwise Bai Yu would have certainly rejected it outright. Realizing that Jiang Ran seemed to be even more popular here than in the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Yu didn't know how to respond. He simply snapped his fingers and teleported all the items on the coffee table away. Dragon Kingdom Principal's Office of Tianfu Academy. Looking at the pile of items that suddenly appeared on his desk, Yuan Pu was momentarily stunned. But he quickly realized that this situation involving space must have been caused by that little rascal. Once he figured it out, Yuan Pu eyed the aromatic items with suspicion. What does Bai Yu mean by this? He doesn't eat such good things himself, but sends them over to him. Could it be that something was slipped into these? Should he eat them or not? Yuan Pu pondered for a long time, and finally, considering the cup of cola, he steeled his heart. Forget it, I'm at this level anyway, ordinary poisons can't kill me. Better eat first. After changing clothes, Jiang Ran walked out of his room and kicked Bai Yu, who had sneakily taken his phone to play games. Hurry up, or they will start without us. What's the rush? Bai Yu clutched his phone, fully engrossed in a critical moment of the game, not willing to take his eyes off the screen for even a second. Do you think they would dare to start without young Master Jiang here? Let them wait a bit. Jiang Ran rolled his eyes, saying, I'm a young master, not a bully. At least it's the first time going, so shouldn't he give a good impression? It's not like I'm going on a blind date, why bother with a good impression? Bai Yu's fingers danced rapidly across the screen, successfully leading his teammates to defeat. Looking at the glaring red letters on the screen, Bai Yu coughed and handed the phone back to Jiang Ran, pretending he hadn't been the one playing just now. He glanced at Jiang Ran and suddenly sat up straight. Wait, you really are going on a blind date? Have you? Then why are you dressing so formally? Jiang Ran looked down at himself. He wore a black shirt and a white suit over it, with the top two buttons of the shirt undone, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone. Is this formal? Jiang Ran was somewhat confused. He hadn't even tied a tie. Does this count as formal? Bai Yu nodded seriously. It is formal. You dress like this, and I look like your bag-carrying lackey. Jiang Ran glanced at Bai Yu's white tank top under his coat, and couldn't help but chuckle. At least bag-carrying lackeys look more refined than you. Get out of here, what nonsense. Bai Yu jumped up from the sofa, saying, just wait a moment, I need to change my clothes too. What's there to change? Even if young master Bai wore slippers, no one would dare to kick you out. Bai Yu completely ignored him and slammed the bedroom door shut. In the sun never sets empire at the Feijing auction house. A woman dressed in a blue casual suit stood at the door, occasionally lifting her arm to check the 7-figure watch on her wrist. Suddenly a rift opened in front of her, and a boy with pink hair stepped out first, followed by another person who was a step behind. Young Master Jiang, you finally arrived. The woman, having memorized Jiang Ran's appearance, immediately recognized. Jiang Ran recalled her name, saying, hello, Miss Anna. I apologize for being a bit late. I was held up by some matters. Oh, it's no problem, and besides, it's not too late, the auction hasn't started yet. While smiling and speaking with him, Anna pushed the door open and gestured for him to enter. By the way, your English is excellent. It feels even more fluent than mine. Thank you. Jiang Ran nodded slightly and walked inside. Bai Yu followed behind him, and as they passed Anna, her head lowered even further. Young Master Yu. Bai Yu replied with a grunt, not saying much. Anna led the two through a VIP passage to the most luxurious private room in the center of the 3rd floor. After entering, she closed the door and stood quietly beside it, waiting. In the eyes of the crowd downstairs, Anna, as the public face of the Feijing auction house, was wealthy, powerful, and unapproachable. But today she was merely a service personnel responsible for introducing the auction items to the two. While waiting for the auction to start, Jiang Ran lightly tapped his knee with his hand resting on his lap. Your confidentiality measures should be quite good, right? Anna thought Jiang Ran didn't want others to know that the inner Dan was provided by him, and quickly replied, Young Master Jiang, please rest assured, our confidentiality measures are renowned in the industry and will absolutely not leak any information about the seller. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this response, Jiang Ran's expression did not show satisfaction. Bai Yu, sitting on the side sofa, chuckled softly. Our young Master Jiang wishes to keep more than just this matter confidential. Anna was taken aback, looking at Jiang Ran's face before suddenly realizing. Although she had been running the auction house and had little time to pay attention to other matters, the Global League's popularity had reached unprecedented heights, and even without specifically searching for it, Anna would occasionally come across some information. Among them was a rumor that seemed to come from nowhere, claiming that Jiang Ran, the captain of the Dragon Kingdom team, had issues with his eyes. Originally, this absurd rumor was not believed by anyone until a couple of days ago, when photos of Jiang Ran wearing sunglasses wherever he went surfaced. Suddenly this rumor was confirmed. Thinking of this, Anna couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ran again. Today he was dressed more formally than in those photos, but from the open collar of his shirt it was evident that it wasn't overly formal. However, it was only at this moment that Anna realized why she always felt a strange sense of incongruity upon seeing Jiang Ran. Because the photos of Jiang Ran she had seen over the past few days were all of him wearing sunglasses. Now seeing his entire face suddenly caught her off guard, leaving Anna's heart feeling a bit unaccustomed. Looking at the calmness in Jiang Ran's black eyes which shimmered under the light, Anna understood the meaning of Jiang Ran's earlier words. Jiang Ran's eyes were completely fine. The rumors circulating outside were likely spreading so quickly under this young master's instructions. Otherwise, if there truly was something wrong with his eyes, how could the Dragon Kingdom allow such a blatant weakness to be exposed? At that moment, Anna had an epiphany. She immediately lowered her head, pretending that she hadn't noticed anything. Since young Master Jiang has chosen us, it is a sign of his trust in us. Please rest assured we at Feijin value our clients' privacy above all, especially for esteemed guests like today. No one will know who among the guests has arrived, or what they did other than me. Jiang Ran curled the corners of his lips, somewhat satisfied with Anna's response. As for whether Anna would disclose that he had been here, or even mention his eyes, Jiang Ran was not overly concerned. After all, it was his uncle who had found this auction house for him. Jiang Ran's trust was never in Anna or the Feijin auction house, but in his uncle who supported him from behind. Catching a glimpse of the smile at the corner of Jiang Ran's mouth, Anna breathed a sigh of relief, knowing her guess was correct. If those outside saw the dignified owner of the Feijin auction house show such deference, even fear, towards a student, their jaws would probably drop in shock. To this Anna could only snort coldly, indicating that they, a group of country bumpkins, knew nothing. Who Jiang Ran was, and what his future achievements would be, she could not yet guess. But the person standing behind Jiang Ran was someone she could never aspire to. Now that he had given her boss face and offered the Feijin auction house an opportunity, she certainly had to seize it. After all, what was it to just play the role of a server and commentator? What was there to it? This act of humility could lead to long-lasting wealth and honor. Anyone who wasn't a fool should know how to choose. Thus neither Anna nor the Feijin auction house behind her would engage in selling out Jiang Ran. They would even help Jiang Ran conceal his information to ensure no one knew he had been there today. About 5 minutes later, a woman in a form-fitting long dress stepped onto the stage. After a brief self-introduction, the woman, named Martha, wasted no time and called for the first auction item of the day to be brought up. As Anna in the private box was about to introduce Jiang Ran, he raised his hand to stop her. He picked up a small booklet from the table in front of him, casually flipped through it, and almost wanted to curl his lip, but managed to hold it back. To be honest, he felt a bit disappointed. There was nothing particularly interesting. Anna knew Jiang Ran was dissatisfied with the auction items just by looking at his expression. But she also had no way to change it. This auction was not a large-scale event, and the items presented were merely some rare, yet not particularly valuable trinkets. Even the 7th-tier Pinnacle Wind, a tribute beast core Jiang Ran had brought, could be considered a minor highlight in this auction. She had received news about that beast core 2 days ago, but Jiang Ran's sudden decision to come and watch the auction was only communicated last night. In just one night, they couldn't possibly upgrade the auction's quality right. Even if they could present enough high-quality items, the attendees might not be able to take out money immediately. Seeing Jiang Ran's smile fade slightly, Bai Yu chuckled lightly. What's wrong? Disappointed? He spoke bluntly, disregarding that the auction house's owner was standing beside him. Not particularly, just find it a bit boring, Jiang Ran replied, still giving Anna a bit of face, not stating it. If you're bored, you can raise your paddle. It'll add a sense of participation, Anna said with a composed smile. Jiang Ran shook his head. No thanks, I'm quite poor and can't afford these. Anna maintained her smile, but inwardly scoffed. You're saying you're broke? If even that person's nephew is considered poor, then there are hardly any rich people left in Blue Star. Bai Yu listened to Jiang Ran's clear nonsense and snorted with amusement. He reached over, grabbed a box from a nearby space, and casually tossed it to Jiang Ran. What is this? Jiang Ran asked, frowning tightly as he held the box. He was a bit apprehensive about receiving things from others without warning. I couldn't bear to see you so poor, so I'm sponsoring you, Bai Yu said, propping his chin with one hand. As for what it is, just open it and see. Jiang Ran glanced at Bai Yu, unable to glean anything from his expression. Letting out an exasperated sigh internally for the umpteenth time, he reached out and opened the box. Inside the palm-sized box lay an irregular green stone, quietly resting at the bottom. Anna dared not look in that direction, but the moment the box opened, an extremely rich aura of life enveloped the entire private box. Anna felt as if her breath had stopped. This was... Even Jiang Ran showed a look of surprise. He gently touched it, and a surge of life energy rushed into his body through his fingertips. Where did you get this? Bai Yu squinted his eyes with a smile. That's none of your business. Just tell me if you like it. Feeling the persistent green aura representing vitality within him, Jiang Ran suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Life crystal, a very special type of mineral. It had no rank, yet contained an extremely rich and pure life force. This life force was very precious. It could not only regenerate severed limbs, but could even instantly revive a dying person. One could say that possessing a life crystal was almost equivalent to having a second life. However, the conditions for its appearance were exceedingly harsh. Despite being called a life crystal, its ability represented life, but its birth was inseparable from death. Life crystals could only appear in places where numerous corpses existed. This numerous did not mean thousands or tens of thousands, but rather on the order of hundreds of thousands. Some have said that the reason life crystals are filled with vitality is that they are born from absorbing the residual life force of those corpses. Although it sounds a bit sinister and Blue Star, hardly anyone could refuse it. After all, who wouldn't want an extra life? Jiang Ran closed the box and threw it back to Baiyu. It's just average, not anything good. Jiang Ran pouted. It grew from a pile of corpses. Oh, just hearing that makes it seem unclean. I don't want it. Baiyu remained unresponsive, but Anna, standing beside him, was already struggling to suppress a scream. Young Master Jiang, do you truly understand the value of this item? Not this, but this is a life crystal. This is something that cannot be bought with money. How many people yearn for it? As a result, someone actually rejected it simply because the life crystal grew from a pile of corpses, showing disdain and even refusing to accept it. Oh. Anna's mind was utterly in chaos. She could not imagine that someone could actually refuse a life crystal without changing their expression. Baiyu raised his hand to catch the box, seeming somewhat surprised that Jiang Ran would refuse it. But he wasn't particularly astonished. Really not going to take it. He shook the small box in his hand. Jiang Ran supported his chin as he gazed at the auction on the screen. No, I have no need for it. All right then. Baiyu did not persuade him further. This is something you chose not to take, so don't regret it later, and don't say I'm stingy for not giving you something. Jiang Ran waved his hand to silence him. Throughout their conversation, they did not avoid Anna at all, nor did they specifically instruct her to keep the matter of the life crystal a secret. As long as Anna was a smart person, she should know what to do. Half an hour later, Anna smiled slightly as if nothing had happened, as if she hadn't seen anything, and softly reminded Jiang Ran, Young Master Jiang, the next auction item is your inner Dan. Jiang Ran had just seen that inner Dan in the booklet, but he hadn't looked closely at the order. Now reminded by Anna, he replied with an What is the starting price? When Jiang Ran contacted his uncle, the two had already discussed the starting price and the approximate selling price. Asking Anna again at this moment was just a casual question from Jiang Ran away to see if they were obedient enough and whether they had privately changed the price. 5 million. Anna answered without a second thought. 5 million is the regular price for a typical 7-stage beast inner Dan. However, although this inner Dan only had one attribute being a peak 7th stage, its market price should theoretically reach around 8 to 10 million. Moreover, now that it was placed in the auction house, if the starting price was less than 10 million, it could almost be considered charity. Hearing this number, Baiyu raised an eyebrow. 5 million. Isn't that a bit low? His implication was that perhaps the Feijin auction house thought Jiang Ran was not knowledgeable about these matters and deliberately lowered the price. Anna naturally understood the meaning behind Baiyu's words, but she remained calm and explained clearly, Our boss initially said the same, but young Master Jiang and the one behind him are determined to keep this price, so we can only follow the seller's arrangement. Baiyu looked at Jiang Ran. Aren't you afraid of selling it for less? If it sells for less, then so be it, Jiang Ran said nonchalantly. Anyway, no matter how much it sells for, I won't lose out. Thinking of the origins of this inner Dan, Baiyu suddenly felt that the starting price of 5 million was indeed quite reasonable. It might even be a bit cheap. Ultimately, this peak 7th stage wind attribute inner Dan was auctioned off for 11 million baht by a certain VIP in a box on the second floor. Jiang Ran sighed with a hint of regret. According to his uncle's estimates, the transaction price of this inner Dan should have reached over 13 million. If it weren't for the people downstairs unwilling to easily offend the VIPs in the box, 11 million would definitely not have been possible. He didn't even know who was sitting in that box, which allowed the other party to pick up such a bargain. But a sale is a sale, no matter how much it sold for. Jiang Ran still made a profit. He didn't lack this money, so there was no need to fuss over it. After watching the auction for the inner Dan, he felt there was no need to continue watching the subsequent items. Jiang Ran stood up, and before he could speak, Anna took the initiative to say, Young Master Jiang, normally, you would wait until the buyer has paid and the goods have been verified before the money reaches you. However, because you are our esteemed guest at Feijin, our boss said it could be an exception for you this time. Anna took out a golden bank card from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Ran. This card contains 13 million, of which 11 million is for your inner Dan auction, and the remaining 2 million is a red envelope from my boss to you personally. Facing Jiang Ran's half-smiling gaze, Anna's expression remained very composed. The boss said this red envelope is to wish you good luck in the upcoming competition, a sign of good fortune. Jiang Ran glanced at Anna, and then at the bank card with the Feijin logo. She handed over, unable to help but smile. The boss of Feijin was quite adept at handling matters. Jiang Ran estimated that Feijin had likely prepared this bank card with 13 million from the very beginning. If the transaction price of that inner Dan was below 13 million, they would give him this card and say the extra was a personal red envelope from them as elders. And if the transaction price was above 13 million, Jiang Ran didn't need to guess. Anna's pocket definitely held more than one bank card. But by then the red envelope they offered would likely not just be this small 2 million. Jiang Ran couldn't be bothered to guess how much, but he felt it probably wouldn't be cash, but rather some collectible from their auction house. Jiang Ran did not take the card immediately, and Anna did not feel awkward maintaining her extended hand. Baiyu stood by with his arms crossed, having no intention of helping Jiang Ran out. In the end, Jiang Ran still accepted the bank card. After all, the one they truly wanted to befriend was not him, but his uncle Jiang Si behind him. So what was there to hesitate about? If someone insisted on giving him money, why refuse? After all, if anything happened, his uncle would handle it. Jiang Ran smiled as he put the bank card into his ring and shook hands with the equally smiling Anna. Please thank your boss for me, and thank you, Sister Anna, for today's hospitality. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. Anna's mood soared. Listen. Just needing 2 million, and the address instantly becomes different. Remember to think of us at Feijin whenever you have something good in the future. I will. After exchanging a few insincere compliments, Jiang Ran was the first to let go of the handshake. Then we'll be leaving now, Sister Anna, goodbye. Jiang Ran smiled faintly and waved at Anna while his other hand patted Baiyu, who was hanging by his side. Baiyu, who had just been ruthlessly ignored by the two, let out a hum from his nose expressing his displeasure. Jiang Ran leaned close to his ear. I'll give you 50. Baiyu's unwilling expression then shifted back to one filled with joy. Even Anna he looked at a bit. He nodded at her and patted Jiang Ran's shoulder, and the two instantly vanished from the box. Until after they left, Anna stood silently in the box for 3 minutes before finally taking out her phone and dialing the number at the top of her contacts. The phone rang once before being answered. Boss, the transaction price is 11 million. A woman's voice came from the other end. Did he accept it? Yes. You did well. Anna's lips curled up. Now there is one more thing that needs you to do. What do you say, boss? Yes, I promise to complete the task. In the evening, Jiang Ran, who had played all day, sat in the conference room with others who had been forced to watch A cup of coffee was placed in front of Xiang Jingxing. He took a sip, tapped the tablet twice with his finger, and then pushed the tablet to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran glanced at the tablet, which contained some information about competitors from other countries summarized by Xiang Jingxing. He scrolled through the entries until he paused at a certain country's flag. Another seed team is out. Jiang Ran tapped on a particular national flag. He recalled that this country had finished 7th in the last global tournament, yet this time, they didn't even make it to the top 16. In fact, they weren't eliminated by other seed countries, but were defeated by a smaller nation. This was intriguing. Could it be that after 8 years this country had collapsed internally? Xiang Jingxing took a sip of coffee. It's not that serious. The reason they lost is entirely due to, after realizing they had drawn a weaker nation, this country, like other seed teams, chose to send in substitute. However, while most other countries opted to place a strong player in the 5th position, this country chose to send all substitutes. Logically speaking, as a major country, even their substitutes should surpass those of smaller nations. Yet it must be said their luck was terribly bad. The opposing team almost perfectly countered their lineup, sending forth contestants who were all awakened ones specifically adept against them. Moreover, the mindset of the players from this country was filled with arrogance, which led to them being caught off guard. By the time they realized something was amiss, they had already lost 4 matches while the opposing team had only sent 2 contestants. So you mean in the next match, even if we draw a smaller country, we shouldn't underestimate them? Xiang Jingji gave Jiang Ran a thumbs up. Ranzi, you are indeed sharp. My brother said so much useless stuff, yet you guessed precisely what he meant to smack. Xiang Jingxing unceremoniously slapped the back of his younger brother's head. It's your stupidity that makes you unable to understand. Xiang Jingji mumbled something while covering his head, but Jiang Ran, sitting a bit far away, couldn't hear clearly. However, seeing Shi Yin suddenly laugh nearby indicated that whatever was said was probably not something not. Jiang Ran continued to read. Although he felt that these opponents posed no significant threat to them, it was considerate of Xiang Jingxing to have spent so much time compiling this information. After finishing the content, Jiang Ran rubbed his temples, understanding why everyone looked so down. He had expected to gain insights into competitors from other countries, but to his surprise these nations were more cunning than he imagined. Any competitor with decent strength or unique abilities was withheld from view. They emphasized secret. However, this situation was normal as today was merely the 32-16 elimination round, far from the time when these major nations would get serious. Returning the tablet to Xiang Jingxing, he comforted everyone, thus concluding this brief and seemingly meaningless meeting. The next day, what are you doing here? Looking at the space-type awakened one with pink hair standing beside Jiang Ran, when Ranking's brows furrowed as if they could crush a fly. Baiyu flashed a grin at Wen Renqing. Of course I came to cheer them on. You have time for that. Wen Renqing didn't. In Wen Ranking's impression, this kid, though more talented than him, was even more unreliable. With abilities that allowed him to be more elusive than other space-type awakened ones, Baiyu had been running around since his awakening. One could say wherever there was excitement on Blue Star he was there. So how could this kid be so idle as to come here just to cheer for them? Little uncle, I don't like what you just said. Baiyu sat beside Jiang Ran shaking his head. I also have a sense of national pride, okay? Little uncle. Not only did the others perk up their ears, but even Jiang Ran was taken aback. What do you call him? Jiang Ran looked at Baiyu in astonishment. Uncle, of course. Baiyu blinked. Isn't he your uncle? Since he's your uncle, that makes him my uncle too. Huh. Jiang Ran was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening. His face darkened. Get lost, what does my uncle have to do with you? When Renqing shot a glare at Baiyu, lifted Jiang Ran and placed him beside himself, separating Baiyu from him. Don't listen to his nonsense. According to seniority, he indeed has to call me little uncle. Is that so? Now it was Jiang Ran's turn to frown. In an instant, he found himself sharing a similar puzzlement that others had once had towards him. Jiang Ran was well aware of Wen Ranking's identity. And for Baiyu to know Wen Renqing, and even have some convoluted relationship, it could only mean that Baiyu and Wen Renqing shared similar statuses. But, he didn't recall seeing any Bai in that lineage. Seeing Jiang Ran frowning in thought, Wen Renqing ruffled his head. Stop overthinking. Some things you'll naturally know when the time is right. And if you really want to know, you can just ask him directly. Wen Renqing shot a glance at Baiyu, who could only glare at him for the moment. Baiyu leaned in. Yes, come ask me. I can tell you anything you want to know. Jiang Ran rolled his eyes at the two of them, ignoring them, and looked at the big screen instead. Today's draw was much quicker than before. In less than a minute, the 8 groups appeared on the screen in a row. The entire venue fell silent for a second before erupting into cheers like a boiling kettle. Chimu adjusted his glasses. I feel like we can take a break today. Dong Xinyao looked up at the screen, knowing Chimu was right. Hearing Chimu's words, Shi Yin chuckled. No problem, we still have Yinyu, he can go on. Jiang Ran was somewhat troubled by the surrounding shouting. But he could understand why this group was suddenly so excited. Dragon Country vs. Sun Never Sets Empire. The number 1 seed and the number 4 seed surprisingly met before the finals. In last year's qualifiers, Dragon Country had faced the number 6 seed Great Cold Country and successfully eliminated them. To his surprise, they had drawn another seed this time. Was Dragon Country now tied with these seed countries? Could this be the treatment only the number 1 seed received? Oh, I see, they drew the Sun Never Sets. Wen Renqing showed an intrigued expression and looked at Jiang Ran. This time, are you still planning to let the substitutes take the stage? Jiang Ran pushed up his sunglasses. Is that not okay? I am an injured party. Still pretending to be injured. You won't pull that act until the finals, right? That would be too fake. So what? Can it be that I'm seriously injured and still in recovery? Exactly. Baiyu chimed in from the side. Eyes are very important organs, and it's perfectly normal for recovery to take a long time. Little uncle, don't say things you don't understand. When Ranking's face darkened slightly, Jiang Ran had never felt any fear or respect for him as an elder given their small age difference, and he disliked the pretentiousness of being treated as one. Now with the addition of Baiyu, who feared no one and cared for nothing but to watch the excitement, when Ranking's brows had remained furrowed. Ultimately, he simply ignored Baiyu, treating him as if he didn't exist. He patted Jiang Ran on the head, saying, no, you must go. Jiang Ran turned to look at him, just about to threaten him, when he noticed when Ranking's expression had grown much more serious than before. At the very least, let me see how talented my nephew, who is so much in the spotlight, truly is. Jiang Ran narrowed his eyes at him, remaining silent. After a long while, when Renqing could no longer maintain his serious expression and raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right, it's not just me. That group of old geezers is quite curious too. TCH. Jiang Ran turned his head back in disinterest, muttering, they're really just too idle. People get like this when they grow old. You should be more understanding, after all they don't have much time left to live. Jiang Ran didn't believe a single word of Wen Ranking's blatantly disrespectful comment. How could they not have much time left? We are in an era of supernatural abilities, and those old folks are anything but ordinary. If they wished, living for 100 or 200 years would be effortless for them. However, it is true that once a person ages, their matters tend to multiply. Why should I need their evaluation? Jiang Ran scoffed. A group of old geezers daring to target his interests. Did he, Jiang Ran, need to satisfy them? What kind of logic was that? When Rinxing was well aware of Jiang Ran's temperament, and quickly interrupted him before he could say anything more disrespectful, saying there is a reward. Jiang Ran paused for a moment. When Rinxing cleared his throat and said softly, "I've seen it, it's a good thing." Jiang Ran raised a charming smile. "Honestly, I've been wanting to step onto the field for a while now. Oh, after all, I'm the captain." "What kind of captain never steps onto the field?" The others behind him gave Jiang Ran a thumbs up. It seemed they felt proud and touched by Jiang Ran's sense of responsibility as a captain. The match between Long Country and the Empire of the Setting Sun was scheduled for the 4th round, which was the last match of the day. It appeared that the organizing committee was making a real effort for viewership. This way everyone would have time to watch the live broadcast, and there would be enough time for the news of the 1st and 4th seeds match to spread. Who knows how many advertisers and sponsors they actually found. In any case, just this one match could make them a fortune. However, these things were not on the minds of the participating countries and contestants. Nor would they be noticed by the audience who flew in just to cheer for their countries. At that moment in venue No. 300s of thousands of spectators filled the entire stands. Even the few league-exclusive cameras flying in the air frequently focused on the areas of Long Country and the Empire of the Setting Sun. "Ranzi, are you nervous?" Xiang Jingji nudged Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran leaned back in his chair, sucking on a lollipop. "Not nervous." "Really?" Xiang Jingji seemed a bit skeptical. "Really, what's there to be nervous about?" Jiang Ran rested his chin on one hand, saying, "Besides, I'm not the first one to go on stage. I'm quite relaxed, all right." On the stage, Yin Yu, with her long black hair tied up behind her head, had the tips of her hair gently swaying in the breeze. Opposite her was a girl wearing a short skirt. Yin Yu hadn't seen this person in Xiang Jingxing's information. It seemed this person was an official contestant from the Empire of the Setting Sun. An official contestant, huh? Yin Yu's expression remained unchanged. In contrast, the girl opposite her was scrutinizing Yin Yu with a somewhat curious and probing gaze. This official contestant was named Bella and Shrank Awakened. Although her supernatural ability was classified as Shrank, it lacked significant explosive lethality. The reason she was the first to go on stage was due to considerations regarding her ability. As the whistle signaling the start of the match sounded, a golden longbow appeared in Yin Yu's hand as she loosely gripped it. Without waiting for Bella to make a move, Yin Yu deftly pulled back the invisible bowstring with her other hand, instantly condensing a golden arrow. Yin Yu released her fingers, and the arrow shot out with a whistle. At that moment, Bella finally regained her senses. In front of the crowd, she surprisingly did not choose to dodge immediately, but instead squatted down. Bella pressed her palms to the ground, and to everyone's astonishment, the ground beneath her began to transform into a swamp. A sense of foreboding surged within Yin Yu. She immediately repositioned her hands on the bowstring and shot off 3 more arrows in an instant. The first arrow struck Bella's back, yet she seemed oblivious, squatting on the ground and trying to expand the swamp beneath her. In fact, the speed at which the swamp spread was already quite fast, but the size of the arena was simply too large. Bella gritted her teeth to withstand Yin Yu's arrows, but ultimately could only endure 2 before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the swamp had only spread halfway across the entire arena. Yin Yu felt a sense of unease about it, so, without waiting for the referee to finish counting to 10, she shot an arrow that sent Bella off the arena. Jiang Ran sat high above, watching as one half remained unchanged while the other half was completely engulfed in dark green swamp, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Yu slapped his shoulder. "What's wrong?" Surprised to find out that not everyone in this world is an idiot, Jiang Ran did not swat his hand away. He quietly glanced at Yin Yu, who was still standing on the stage, then at the direction of the Empire of the Setting Sun's viewing area, clicking his tongue meaningfully. Although Jiang Ran had agreed to Wen Rinxing to participate, he truly did not want to face off against the Empire of the Setting Sun. The reason was that on the other side there was likely a cross-dressing psychopath. Jiang Ran was genuinely afraid that if he stepped onto the arena, he might accidentally cause some trouble for After all, he was the young master of the Brown family, and an SS Shrank Awakened from this year's Empire of the Setting Sun. If he were to seriously injure him, wouldn't they come crying to Long Country every day? Thus Jiang Ran decisively placed Yin Yu in the first position. However, looking at the current situation, it still felt like it would rely on him. The second contestant sent by the Empire of the Setting Sun was a muscular man with bronzed skin. Once the match began, the man's skin instantly tightened and hardened, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the venue lights. His ability to metalize himself was to some extent very effective against archers and other long-range physical attackers. Yen's expression did not change as she calmly drew her bow and shot an arrow. An arrow shone even brighter than before shot out. The moment the arrow flew out, Yen's figure followed suit. Xia wore a white princess dress today adorned with layers of lace that exuded both grandeur and heaviness. The opulence of the dress made him feel as if he were not attending a competition, but rather immersed in a luxurious ball. However, due to the oversized hem of the dress, he could not fit into the seats in the spectator area, forcing him to stand while watching the competition. At this moment he stood in the aisle, his hands resting naturally on the railing, quietly gazing down at the arena. Upon seeing Yen choose to engage in close combat with the burly man, a smile appeared at the corner of Xia's mouth. He had thought that this girl who had never stepped onto the field would be a hidden ace of the Dragon Kingdom, but he did not expect her to be so foolish. 2 minutes later the smile vanished from Xia's face. Watching Yen trading blows with the burly man on the arena, Xia for the first time felt a tinge of doubt about this world. This doesn't seem right. A device-type awakener and a frail girl with delicate arms and legs. How could she engage in such a fierce close combat with a burly man who had metallic enhancements? Although the situation did not unfold as Xia had anticipated, the longer the fight went on, the more it aligned with his thoughts. As he watched the dark green swamp gradually spreading towards the edges of the arena, Xia's tense expression slowly relaxed. Bang! Yen was once again sent flying by a tremendous force, leaping back a few steps away from the swamp. Noticing that her opponent was not only calm, but also overly composed, Yen's brows furrowed slightly. This person seemed to be dragging out time. What is he trying to do? Yen no longer advanced. Instead, she stood at a distance, drawing her bow and secretly recovering her stamina. Suddenly, she noticed the burly man's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the ground. Yen followed his gaze and frowned even more when she saw the patch of dark green. Was this swamp really this vast before? In an instant, Yen realized. This swamp could autonomously expand. The burly man had been stalling for time. He wanted the swamp to spread until it could cover the entire arena. Although she did not know their exact purpose for doing this, it could not be good for the Dragon Kingdom team. They must. Yen gritted her teeth, instantly draining more than half of her spiritual power. The longbow in her hand erupted with dazzling golden light, and as she drew the bowstring it seemed as though a pair of golden wings unfurled slowly on either side of the bow. Yen squinted at the burly man, who remained unhurried, and slowly released her grip. A crisp bird call resonated throughout the venue. The burly man, who had initially been in a relaxed state, was taken aback when he saw a golden bird rushing towards him. His first reaction was not fear, but confusion. Only after being shot and spitting blood with 3 broken ribs did he realize what was happening as another arrow struck him off the stage. Wait, not bro, no sister. If you have this kind of strength, why did you engage me in close combat from the start? Aren't you just messing with me? After releasing that arrow, Yen took a gentle breath. Taking advantage of the time before the next competitor entered, she immediately began to recover her lost spiritual power and stamina. However, her opponent clearly would not grant her that much time. Amidst the chaotic cheers and howls, a white figure slowly ascended to the arena. The arena on that side was completely covered by the swamp, but the newcomer did not seem to care about it. The white shoes stepped onto the swamp without hesitation, and in the next moment a cluster of vibrant green leaves sprouted from under his feet, supporting him. With each step he took, a leaf appeared, as if it were predicting his movement beneath his feet. Xia walked slowly onto the arena, stepping onto the swamp. He lifted the hem of his dress and nodded gently towards Yen. Yen's expression turned serious. She did not expect Xia, as the captain of the Sun Never Sets Empire, to not choose to be the first to enter or to close the performance. Instead, she positioned herself in third place. To be honest, being the third to appear was not an ideal order. However, Yen glanced at the leaves growing beneath Xia's feet. Suddenly she understood why the Sun Never Sets would let a girl with no offensive power be the first to enter. They wanted to create the most favorable environment for Xia. If the entire arena turned into a swamp, anyone from the Dragon Kingdom team who entered would be affected. Only Xia, possessing wood-type abilities, could traverse the swamp as if it were solid ground. In that moment, everyone who understood seemed to elevate their minds to a new dimension. People from other countries, even some seed countries, began to be astonished. They had never imagined that the competition could be played this way. Wow, what an eye-opener. Through this match, the spectators from several countries that followed were all amazed. If they could play like this, then so could we. Do you think she can win? Bayu leaned against the railing, tilting her head to look at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran shook his head. I always feel that Xia is not that simple. So you know the Jiang Ran's expression darkened. It's a feeling you know. Just thinking about someone putting him together with Shuya made Jiang Ran feel a bit nauseous. He didn't know why, but it was the first time he had such a strong dislike and frustration towards someone. Even that foolish rich kid from the Eagle Nation Ziller, he had simply chosen to ignore rather than feeling a strong desire to punch him dead. Yenyu took a deep breath, not wanting to have any exchanges with Shuya. Raised her bow, and a pair of wings appeared on either side of the longbow. Shuya let out a surprised "oh." Not even starting to engage, and she's already using her ultimate move. She hadn't revealed herself before, right? Could it be that the opponent's sixth sense is just too strong? As the bird call sounded, watching the golden bird flying towards her, Shuya was not at all flustered. She raised her hand, and two thick green vines sprouted from the swamp, intertwining to block in front of her. Seeing the fragile and easily breakable defense, Yenyu smirked. Her full-force strike could not be so easily blocked. The golden bird effortlessly tore through the vines, its might undiminished, heading straight for Shuya. In the next second, ding, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Yenyu's pupils constricted slightly. Jiang Ran, standing by the railing, flashed a look of realization. The scene he had envisioned where Shuya was pierced by an arrow had not appeared. At that moment, the golden bird hovered in front of him, unable to advance an inch. And before the bird's beak, a white folding fan opened, easily blocking the attack. A wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. Xiang Jingji could not help but stand up. Personal extreme martial arts. Shuya actually possesses personal extreme martial arts. He is a dual ability awakener. 10 minutes later, Yenyu walked down the arena with a dejected expression. Jiang Ran stood by the steps next to the arena. When Yenyu saw him, she opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Yenyu took it, and found it was a grape-flavored lollipop. Seeing her accept it, Jiang Ran smiled slightly. Don't be sad, he used two abilities to fight you. Isn't that just pure bullying? She pursed her lips and finally said softly, you good luck. At this moment, Jiang Ran had already walked past her up the steps. Yenyu thought he hadn't heard her, but unexpectedly, although Jiang Ran had his back to her, she pursed her lips and finally said softly, you good luck. At this moment, Jiang Ran had already walked past her up the steps. Yenyu thought he hadn't heard her, but unexpectedly, although Jiang Ran had his back to her, he still raised his hand to give her an okay sign. Shuya stepped on a vine, and beneath him was a dark green, even bubbling swamp. Jiang Ran walked up the steps from the other side of the arena, finally stopping 3 meters away from the swamp. We meet again, Jiang Ran. Shuya smiled brightly at Jiang Ran, lifting his skirt to bow to him. Jiang Ran crossed his arms, calmly looking at Shuya. I actually hope we could avoid seeing each other forever. Don't be so cold, brother Jiang Ran. Shuya took 2 steps towards Jiang Ran. Since we have plenty of time, how about we chat for a bit? I don't want to chat with you, but I want to talk to you. We could discuss why you dislike me so much, or... Shuya looked at the sunglasses on Jiang Ran's face. Or we could talk about your eyes. Jiang Ran suddenly laughed. Are you all so bored that you care so much about my eyes? If I didn't know any better, I would think you all have some thoughts about me. After all, curiosity is human nature. Shuya also chuckled. If you're so curious, then come. Jiang Ran maintained his posture, but spoke with extreme arrogance. How about this? As long as you can take off my sunglasses, this round will count as your win. What do you say? If this line had come from someone else, Shuya would have immediately agreed and cursed the arrogant fool in his heart. But now the one saying this was Jiang Ran. Shuya's smile faded slightly. Why could he say such arrogant words so easily? Why did those people from the Dragon Kingdom hear it, but not a single one of them try to stop him? Why had his life been so smooth sailing from childhood to now? Shuya's heart felt a bit twisted. He hated Jiang Ran, or rather he could say he loathed him. That time when they met as children, he had been forced by his father to attend a social gathering. He was brought along because he heard that the other party had a child of his age. His father wanted him to build a good relationship with that child, which could potentially bring unexpected benefits to their cooperation. But at that time, Shuya couldn't understand his father's words at all. Shuya still remembered that day. He was dragged into the room by his father, and as soon as he entered, he saw a fair-skinned, exquisitely handsome boy casually sitting on a chair. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Ran turned his head to glance at them. It was that one glance that Shuya remembered for 10 years. From that look, Shuya saw a hint of disappointment and boredom. Mr. Jiang, I presume this is your nephew. He really is quite handsome. Shuya quickly greet young Master Jiang. His father nudged Shuya. However, little Shuya shrank back behind his father. For some reason, the small Shuya found that child a bit terrifying and did not dare to speak to him. Shuya's father felt a little embarrassed. Before he could say anything more, Jiang Ran jumped down from the chair with one hand in his pocket and walked out. So boring, uncle. I'm going out to play, you all take your time talking. Jiang Ran walked past Shuya without giving him a single glance. That day, Shuya could no longer remember what his father discussed with Mr. Jiang. The only thing he remembered was the glance Jiang Ran gave him and the subsequent disregard. That disregard made Shuya feel embarrassed, as if he and his father were utterly insignificant in the eyes of the other. At that time, little Shuya couldn't understand why Jiang Ran could remain so calm and carefree, why he wouldn't regard anyone as worthy of his attention. Growing up, Shuya still didn't comprehend, until he awakened his dual abilities. That was the first time he saw satisfaction in his father's eyes. At that moment, Shuya suddenly realized. From then on, the Jiang Ran who had left an indelible shadow in his heart didn't seem so terrifying anymore. From the moment of awakening to today, Shuya had imagined countless times the scene of meeting Jiang Ran again. What would Jiang Ran's reaction be to the newly transformed him? Would it be shock, admiration, or perhaps regret? Shuya thought of numerous emotions Jiang Ran might display, but he never expected that the other wouldn't recognize him at all. This left Shuya somewhat disappointed. However, after exposing his own innate extreme martial arts, that confidence returned to Shuya. He didn't believe that after demonstrating such overwhelming strength, Jiang Ran could still ignore him as he did back then. Yet the plot once again unfolded in a way that exceeded his expectations. Shuya unconsciously tightened his grip on the fan. Why? Jiang Ran, how can you always be? What gives you the right? What gives you the right to remain at the top? There are so many spectators waiting above. Jiang Ran seemed a bit impatient. Are you going to fight or not? Was it a provocation? Shuya snapped back to reality from the distant memory. He's so obvious about it, can you? There are so many spectators waiting above. Jiang Ran seemed a bit impatient. Are you going to fight or not? Was it a provocation? Shuya snapped back to reality from the distant memory. He raised his head to look at Jiang Ran, his heart calming down again. If I can take off your sunglasses, does that mean I win? Shuya revealed a sweet smile. Brother Jiang Ran shouldn't go back on his word, right? Jiang Ran automatically ignored the nauseating address. No, my greatest virtue is keeping my word. Shuya smiled brightly again, swiftly opening the folding fan in his hand and gently waving it towards Jiang Ran. Instantly the swamp, which was spreading at an exceptionally slow pace, began to boil, as if it had suddenly come to life, and was wildly surging around. Seeing the boiling swamp, Jiang Ran wrinkled his brow in disgust and took 2 steps back. Just at that moment, he retreated. 4 thick green vines suddenly erupted from the ground, blocking Jiang Ran's path. Jiang Ran did not turn back, but raised his hand to shield himself. With a clang, the corner of the fan collided with the silver-white sword and was directly knocked away. Why can't I post comments? I'm done. You all don't need to be curious about my gender. Actually, my true gender is a Walmart shopping bag. I call myself handsome because my name means handsome. After all, even shopping bags have the right to pursue handsomeness. Watching the white folding fan that spun in the air and returned to Shuya's hand, Jiang Ran smiled slightly. It seems your life-bound ultimate weapon isn't all that impressive after all. Jiang Ran casually flicked his sword. Hongguang and the 4 vines behind him, which had been eyeing him menacingly, were instantly severed. Ignoring Jiang Ran's provocation, Shuya flicked his wrist and sent the fan flying again. Countless giant vines surged from the swamp along the path of the fan, as if they were alive, closing in on Jiang Ran. At the same time as the vines grew, the swamp's area expanded rapidly, spreading right beneath Jiang Ran's feet in the blink of an eye. A faint distinctive stench belonging to the swamp infiltrated Jiang Ran's nostrils. Jiang Ran's expression nearly faltered. Boom! A burst of blue light exploded around him, instantly shredding the vines that had rushed towards him. Breathing in the fresh air, Jiang Ran let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost suffocated. No matter how strong the wind around him was, the sunglasses seemed glued to Jiang Ran's face, unmoving. Catching the fan that was blown back by the wind, Shuya's expression began to grow serious. Jiang Ran's wind was indeed different from ordinary elemental powers. His wood element was also SSS grade, but in front of Jiang Ran's wind it felt like an ordinary S-grade ability. Shuya glanced at his feet. The entire arena had transformed into a dark green. In this swampy terrain, this was almost his home ground. Previously, Jiang Ran's 2 abilities had already been revealed: wind and water. With 2 elemental abilities, neither one could do anything against this swamp. He couldn't believe that in such an environment Jiang Ran could still maintain that damned aloofness. Standing in the center of the wind circle, Jiang Ran seemed to sense something. Without even looking down, he leaped upwards. The next second, a giant vine 2 meters in diameter erupted from the spot where he had just stood. After emerging, the vine flailed wildly in the air, confused by the emptiness above. Where did the person? A cold sweat broke out on Shuya's forehead. Seeing the sword suddenly appear beside his neck, his breath caught for a moment. How could this be possible? When did Jiang Ran get behind him? Jiang Ran held Hongguang the sword horizontally against Shuya's neck. Do you concede? Shuya's gaze turned icy as he snapped the fan shut, striking the sword. Simultaneously, his other hand moved slightly, and a very inconspicuous thin vine shot out from his collar, darting towards Jiang Ran's face like lightning. However, Jiang Ran seemed to predict Xu Ya's next move. Before the fan handle could hit Hongguang, the sword had already proactively met it. Xu Ya felt a tremendous force transfer from the fan to his wrist. Before he could dissipate this force, an even greater power slammed into his back like a cannonball. Caught off guard, Xu Ya was sent flying. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, causing him to instinctively loosen his grip. Although Xu Ya quickly realized something was wrong, and ordered the vines to retrieve his weapon, it was already with one hand gripping Hongguang, Jiang Ran swiftly severed all the encroaching vines while the other hand held a white object. While effortlessly dealing with the seemingly endless vines, Jiang Ran opened the fan under the light to take a look. Tisk, nothing special at all. It is said that life-bound ultimate weapons are incredibly domineering. They do not allow anyone to touch them except for their owner. Yet this fan now in Jiang Ran's hand was surprisingly obedient, not even struggling a bit. No matter how its owner called for it, the fan lay still in Jiang Ran's hand, resembling a heartless scoundrel abandoning an ex. Looking at the exceptionally obedient fan, Jiang Ran felt a hint of boredom. Is this really what a life-bound ultimate weapon is supposed to be like, without even a shred of rebellious spirit? It was simply less impressive than Hongguang. Sensing Jiang Ran's thoughts, Hongguang began to protest and struggle. Jiang Ran quickly reassured it. All right, no one compares to you, Hongguang, you're the best. Unable to summon back his fan, Xu Ya's heart sank. This was his first encounter with such a situation. Previously, his fan had been picked up by others, but each time it would struggle violently, and on several occasions it even harmed people. But now, looking at the white fan lying quietly in Jiang Ran's palm, pretending to be dead, and ignoring him, Xu Ya felt utterly despondent. For a moment, he even felt a bit aggrieved. Why does even his life-bound ultimate weapon favor Jiang Ran? Whose weapon are you anyway? Jiang Ran was unaware of Xu Ya's internal turmoil, nor did he want to know. He was merely surprised to see Xu Ya still standing after receiving a kick from him. He had put no strength into that kick, it had landed solidly against Xu Ya's back. That force should have cracked a few bones in his spine. He had thought that one kick would leave Xu Ya unable to rise, yet unexpectedly Xu Ya had managed to endure and even stand up. However, without his life-bound ultimate weapon, no matter how resilient he could only put up a futile resistance. Jiang Ran nudged his sunglasses, which remained intact, and suddenly tilted his head to glance at the spectator area of Long Country. Before he went on stage, there had only been Bai Yu standing by the railing. But now everyone was lined up neatly at the railing. Jiang Ran even saw Yin Yu chewing on a lollipop stick. At the moment, Jiang Ran glanced over, Bai Yu grinned and waved at him. When Ranking's expression darkened as he reached out and pulled Bai Yu behind him, Bai Yu shouted, "Uncle, what are you doing?" "I'm cheering for Ran." When Rinxing snorted coldly, "No need for that, just stay quietly behind me." Watching Bai Yu being grabbed by his uncle, Jiang Ran couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. However, it seemed that time had dragged on a bit too long. Jiang Ran looked at Xu Ya. It was time to end the match. Yet before concluding, he still had a promise to fulfill. In that instant, Xu Ya suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Instinctively, he summoned vines to protect his rear, but to Jiang Ran his movements were as slow as a turtle. Xu Ya didn't even see how Jiang Ran moved, the man was already standing in front of him. Then Xu Ya's delicate little face precisely received Jiang Ran's incoming fist. In truth, if the opponent had been a real girl, Jiang Ran might not have directly punched her in the face. But Xu Ya was not a girl. The thought of a big guy wearing a skirt all day and calling others brother in a high-pitched voice sent chills down Jiang Ran's spine. With that thought, he swung his fist even harder. "Damn it, making me nauseous. I'll beat you into a pig's head and write your last name backwards." 5 minutes later, Xu Ya's entire face was swollen, barely resembling his former self, as Jiang Ran kicked him off the stage. Xu Ya's back hit the ground, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. His spine had already been cracked by Jiang Ran's earlier kick, and now with this fall, Xu Ya felt that bone was completely broken. Jiang Ran stood at the edge of the stage looking down at him, satisfied to see that he couldn't get up. He really meant it when he said that kick was not light, a normal person would hardly be able to stand up. Xu Ya's face twisted in pain, yet he still raised his head to look at Jiang Ran, who stood backlit. "You want? Can I have my thing back now, eh?" It was then that Jiang Ran remembered he was still holding Xu Ya's life weapon in his other hand. Looking at the fan that bore no resemblance to a life weapon, Jiang Ran curled his lips and casually dropped it. A life weapon without any special effects was just too weak. Fortunately, it wasn't his. After mentally complaining, Jiang Ran turned around and began to struggle with the sight of the entire swamp arena, which emitted a unique odor. To be honest, at this moment he really wanted to escape, but there was no way to get away. However, when he saw the boy from the sun never set's empire sink a foot into the swamp, Jiang Ran's mood improved slightly. Seeing the awkward appearance of the boy struggling to move, Jiang Ran sighed. Forget it, we're all from Blue Star, I might as well help him out. With a flicker, Jiang Ran appeared before him. Seeing the boy's eyes widen in shock, Jiang Ran offered him a very friendly smile. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Regardless of whether the boy understood Chinese, Jiang Ran finished speaking, and without giving him a chance to react, kicked him. Watching the boy instantly break free from the swamp and fall onto the solid flat ground below, Jiang Ran shook his head with a sigh. I'm still too kind. He was somewhat touched by his own actions. When he got back, he would reward himself with an extra hamburger. 5 minutes later, the last contestant from the sun never set's empire finally arrived. The newcomer wore shorts and rubber knee-high boots that looked utterly mismatched. He probably changed specifically for this swamp arena. Unfortunately, it didn't help at all. As soon as he took a step onto the stage, his boots were instantly swallowed. The boy looked at Jiang Ran, who seemed to walk on solid ground in the swamp, then looked down at his own calves fully submerged. He felt like crying without tears. Wait, who was this swamp prepared for? Did you guys not think about what would happen to your own people when you devised this? As a curse-type awakener, fighting in a place like this was simply a hellish challenge. Before he could even curse his opponent to death, he would probably suffocate and die in the swamp first. Jiang Ran watched the boy's helpless struggles until the swamp reached his waist, then he swiftly appeared in front of him. Hello, need some help? The boy looked up at Jiang Ran in despair. Thank you, but can I ask you a question first? Sure. Jiang Ran nodded, feeling quite good because the match was about to end, and he could look forward to an extra hamburger. Why aren't you falling down? The boy asked this question with sincerity. It wasn't just him who was curious, even his already defeated teammates were baffled by it. Didn't Jiang Ran only have powers over wind and water elements? Could it be that he had mastered the ability to hover in the air for an extended time using wind? Well, Jiang Ran smiled yes. After saying that, he grabbed the boy by the collar and lifted him out of the swamp. That feeling was a bit like pulling up a carrot, but the smell was truly unbearable. Jiang Ran felt dizzy from the pungent odor. Then, without any warning, he threw a punch at the boy. He covered his face, dumbfounded. Wait, what does this mean? He hadn't even cast a curse, and had already given up. Why did he have to get punched too? Jiang Ran punched him on the other side of the face before explaining, these 2 punches aren't for you, they're for your teammate, who turned the stage into this mess. But her match is already over. I can't chase after her to hit her, so I can only hit you. Just bear with it. The boy felt like he might cry. What sins had he committed in his past life to suffer such pain now? If he could do it all over again, he would definitely not participate in this match. Definitely not. Room 602. Jiang Ran stared wide-eyed at the pile of differently packaged hamburgers on the coffee table. Wait, did you guys rob every window selling hamburgers from 6 restaurants? Were they planning to feed him like a competitive eater? No, even a competitive eater couldn't eat that much. Huh, didn't you say you wanted to eat? Xiang Jingji spread his hands, looking innocent. We didn't know which one you wanted, so we bought one of each. Jiang Ran's mouth twitched. He didn't know whether to commend their cleverness or criticize their stupidity. Forget it, it's not like it's the first day knowing their IQ. Jiang Ran couldn't be bothered to say anything more and casually picked one up. Yes. Xiang Jingji, excited, clenched his fist. I told you Ranzi would definitely want this one. Huh. He placed his hands on his hips and laughed boisterously. You all guessed wrong, right? Losers pay up. Xiang Jingxing, Shi Yan, and Zhang Xingye exchanged glances, all shaking their heads helplessly. Jiang Ran. He put the hamburger back. Wait, you guys bet with me? Jiang Ran squinted his eyes and scrutinized the 4 of them. The 4 of them looked around nervously, not daring to meet his gaze. How much? Not much. Xiang Jingji tried to argue, but once he met Jiang Ran's eyes, he lost all strength. Alright, have the 3 of them, each give me 50. Jiang Ran remained silent, extending his hand towards him. Xiang Jingji looked pained. I only earned 150 in total. Jiang Ran snorted. I fought 3 matches and haven't received a single penny. Xiang Jingji looked to his brother for help, but to his surprise, Xiang Jingxing turned his head away, refusing to look at him. Xiang Jingji gritted his teeth in frustration. Alright, you all want to play like this, huh? Jiang Ran still held out his hand, and Xiang Jingji, almost biting his teeth, took out 50 from his pocket and placed it in Jiang Ran's hand. Jiang Ran remained unmoved. Wait, is 50 not enough? Ranzi, are you too greedy? Xiang Jingji tremblingly pulled out another bill and placed it in Jiang Ran's hand. At that moment, his heart was bleeding. Looking at the 2 additional 50 yuan bills in his hand, Jiang Ran finally withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Just then, Bai Yu, who had been dragged away by Wen Rinqing right after the match ended, finally returned. Seeing the oddly tense atmosphere in the living room, Bai Yu raised an eyebrow. What's going on? He glanced at the coffee table piled high with food. Wow, bought so much. Bai Yu unceremoniously sat down next to Jiang Ran, reached over, and started eating. As he ate, he teased Jiang Ran. What's wrong, young master? With so many hamburgers, is there none you want? Jiang Ran didn't answer the question, but instead pulled out one from his hand and stuffed it into Bai Yu's hand. I promise to give you 50. Xiang Jingji was nearly furious. Looking at the extra 50 in his hand, Bai Yu smiled brilliantly. Wow, young master Jiang is so generous, he'll gladly accept this small amount then. Jiang Ran nodded, watching him pocket the money. With so many hamburgers on the coffee table, Jiang Ran wasn't in a hurry to eat, and quietly watched Bai Yu finish the one in his hand. Then he extended his hand towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu blinked. What's up, Ran? Jiang Ran looked very assertive. The hamburger you just ate was my favorite, and there was only one which you ate. You owe me. Bai Yu suddenly felt the 50 yuan in his pocket growing warm. How much do you want? Not much. 50 will do. Jiang Ran smiled like a cat that successfully snatched a fish snack. Bai Yu. At 4:30 in the afternoon on the second day, as the opponent from the Eagle Kingdom fell off the stage, the elimination round was officially declared over. The names of the countries advancing to the finals were officially announced. Among these 8 slots, 5 belonged to the countries that had made it to the finals in the previous global tournament, showcasing the depth of the great powers. Online netizens from various countries were in an uproar. In reality, those from the qualifying countries, along with the team members and spectators who traveled from afar to watch the matches, were equally agitated. However, Jiang Ran was not concerned about any of this. At that moment, he stood in front of the airplane preparing to fly back home overnight. A gust of wind blew, causing the white scarf draped around his neck to flutter. Jiang Ran. Suddenly, a somewhat unfamiliar male voice rang out. Jiang Ran turned his head and saw someone he did not expect. It was Shuya. Today he wasn't wearing a dress, but had instead donned a gender-neutral long-sleeved shirt and pants, his long hair tied back in a ponytail. This outfit made it evident that he was a boy. Is there something you need? Although Shu Ya's appearance was no longer unpleasant to his eyes, Jiang Ran still did not wish to engage in much conversation. Shuya looked at Jiang Ran, and although Jiang Ran stood in the shadows for some reason, he felt that the place Jiang Ran occupied was far brighter than where he stood. I have a question I want to ask you. Knowing that Jiang Ran didn't want to talk, Shuya straightforwardly stated his purpose. Why do people from the Empire of the Setting Sun love to ask questions? Are they all about 100,000 whys? Jiang Ran shook his head decisively. Don't ask, I don't want to answer. It's a normal question, it won't put you in a difficult position. You talking to me is already quite a challenge. Jiang Ran was very candid. Shuya froze. Ran, why aren't you getting on? Suddenly a disturbance occurred in the space next to Jiang Ran, and Bai Yu emerged. As soon as he came out, his arm effortlessly draped over Jiang Ran's shoulder, and he helped to retrieve the scarf that had flown away. You weren't waiting for me, were you? Wow, I'm a bit touched. Since that's the case, I won't hold your deception from yesterday against you. What do you mean by deceiving you? Wasn't that you voluntarily compensating me? Actually, I wasn't doing it voluntarily. Can you return my money? You know I'm really poor. Just as Bai Yu was about to feign pity, he glanced at Shuya across from him, seemingly just realizing there was someone else present. Oh, who is that? Looking for you. Hearing Bai Yu ask for his money back, Jiang Ran directly elbowed him. Bai Yu, as if he anticipated this, dodged a meter away before Jiang Ran's elbow could reach him. Jiang Ran gave him the middle finger and turned to board the plane. Unrelated people don't need to be bothered. Watching Jiang Ran board the plane, Shu Ya's gaze fell. In truth, he had always wanted to ask that question, but previously he did not dare, and after finally gaining the courage, he lacked the right opportunity. This time he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind, and was finally prepared to find Jiang Ran for an answer he couldn't figure out. As a result, in front of room 602, he encountered the captain from the Eagle Kingdom. The latter glanced at him with a mix of 3 parts disdain and 4 parts indifference, his tone and demeanor not quite gentlemanly. Looking for Jiang Ran. You're too late, he has already left. Left? Did he leave so soon? Shuya was somewhat incredulous. How do you know? He told me before he left. To his surprise, Shuya scoffed. If he had told you, how could you be here? You didn't come here like me hoping to find him, only to discover he had already left, did you? Shuya raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this strange guy who liked wearing skirts to actually have some brains. He had guessed correctly. However, Hilaire would certainly not admit it. Whatever you think. After saying that, he turned and left with an air of nonchalance. Shuya watched Hilaire's retreating figure, his gaze enigmatic. In the end, with a mindset of trying, he still found his way to the tarmac. Fortunately, Jiang Ran had not left. Unfortunately, the latter had no intention of listening. Shuya sighed. Forget it. After so long, whether or not that question had an answer was no longer that. Unwilling to think further, Shuya looked up at the streetlight above and turned to leave. On the plane, Jiang Ran wore headphones. Even with the volume turned up high, it couldn't drown out Bai's incessant chatter. Jiang Ran could bear it no longer and suddenly stood up. But as soon as he got up, a wave of dizziness hit him. He instinctively reached out to steady himself on the seat, barely avoiding a fall. Sitting next to him, Xiang Jingxi was about to mock him, saying, "Ran, are you really that weak now?" When Xiang Jingxi noticed something was off. Although young people today often experience blackouts when they stand up suddenly with Jiang Ran's physical condition, how could he possibly have such a reaction? Bai's expression changed slightly as he quickly reached out to support Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran could feel his body, but he was unable to control it well. At that moment, his brain was in a very strange state. Deep within his mind, above the lake formed by his mental power, there was originally supposed to be that wicked god's mark. Ever since a week ago, when Jiang Ran's mental power increased from the size of a spring to that of a lake, he had directly used his mental power to eliminate the mark. The process of elimination went smoothly and did not attract the attention of that guy. Perhaps the wicked god was busy with his own matters and had no time to deal with him. After the mark disappeared, Jiang Ran's vision gradually restored and his mental power began to stabilize. When Jiang Ran did not use his spiritual abilities, they were calm, like a still pond. However, now the previously calm mental power suddenly became turbulent, turning the lake into a raging sea, causing Jiang Ran's head to pound. After about half a minute, the violent mental power gradually calmed down, spontaneously splitting into 3 fine streams, quickly converging towards the place above the lake. That position was exactly where the mark had existed. Jiang Ran sat in his seat, and due to the massive loss of mental power, his complexion became increasingly pale. Finally, as 2/3 of the lake disappeared, a buzzing sound echoed in Jiang Ran's mind. At the same time, the world before his eyes suddenly changed. He saw an airplane flying steadily through the night sky, and a person stepped out from the clouds, casually swiping, splitting the airplane in half. Then another person flew out, and the two joined forces to launch an attack on the people on one half of the air. Just as Jiang Ran saw the person being pierced through the chest by a beam of black light, a sharp pain surged through his heart. Accompanied by the agony, his vision returned to the airplane. Jiang Ran clutched his clothes, gasping for breath. Wen Rinqing crouched in front of him, his brow furrowed. What happened? A curse. But why didn't he sense the aura of a curse? Jiang Ran's throat tightened, leaving him momentarily speechless. His mind was still immersed in the scene he had just witnessed. The downed airplane and the 2 people who had just flown out were unfamiliar to Jiang Ran. Yet he was all too familiar with that aircraft. Wasn't that the very airplane they were on? So what he had just seen was either an illusion or the future. Bai's face also lost its smile as he reached out to grab Jiang Ran's wrist, intending to take him away directly. Wen Rinqing's throat moved, but he still couldn't bring himself to say that he would go with Jiang Ran. Though he was very concerned about Jiang Ran's situation, there were still 9 other young people remaining here. These were all the future of Longhua. His task was to protect them and bring them safely back to the country. Although Jiang Ran was his own nephew, Wen Rinqing was not so muddled as to lose his head in the face of such grave matters. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ran, who had been clutching his chest in pain, suddenly turned around and grabbed Baiyu. Shake them. Jiang Ran struggled to squeeze out those 2 words from his throat. He wasn't sure if what he saw was truly the future, but Jiang Ran didn't dare to gamble. If that was indeed what was about to happen, then clearly the other party was prepared. 2 obvious spiritual realms appeared, one hidden in the shadows, possessed by a beast master awakening, who had at least 1/9 tier exotic beast. And then there was that sudden black light. In other words, there were at least 4 spiritual realms. Yet here there was only Wen Rinqing. Although Wen Rinqing might not necessarily be at a disadvantage against 4 awakening individuals of the same realm, he had to protect them, while also facing the oncoming attack. If time dragged on, something would surely go wrong. Therefore, Jiang Ran couldn't afford to think about why he was seeing these things. All that was left in his mind was one thing: shake them. Baiyu and Wen Rinqing were closest to Jiang Ran. Hearing his words, their reactions were almost identical. They did not question Jiang Ran about why or how he was doing, but simultaneously took out identical dark-colored tokens, infusing them with spiritual energy. Locate my position, hurry. Wen Rinqing quickly stated before the other side could respond. Baiyu had infused half of his spiritual energy when he suddenly stopped. His expression changed dramatically. With his top-notch spatial abilities, no one was more sensitive to spatial fluctuations than Baiyu. Just now he vaguely sensed that the entire space within a 10-kilometer radius seemed to have a slight barrier separating it from the outside world. In simple terms, this space seemed to have been severed from a larger expanse. In other words, there were other spatial awakening individuals nearby. Baiyu gritted his teeth. There's no time. They'll find a way to take them first, you hold off the others. Wen Rinqing instantly understood the implications of Bai's words. The space they were in was in trouble. Enemies were present. Can you do it? Wen Rinqing stood up. It wasn't that he wanted to provoke Bai Yu at this moment, but he knew as did Bai Yu that anyone bold enough to attack them now would not be weaker than the spiritual realm. Even if Bai Yu had exceptional talent and spatial techniques, the disparity in strength was evident. Not only did he have to break through the opponent's spatial blockade, but he also had to take 10 people out. This was no trivial feat. It was utterly impossible. Even at this point, Bai Yu managed to force a smile. How would you know unless you try? In fact, if it were just himself, he could easily escape. Let alone if the opponent was a spiritual realm individual. Even if an emperor realm came, he could leave at will. No one could keep him here. But Bai Yu couldn't just abandon Jiang Ran. Nor could he leave the other young ones to fend for themselves. After all, to say they would survive alone was no different from signing their death warrant. Even a small ripple from a battle within the spiritual realm could obliterate them all. Jiang Ran's heart still ached, but it was somewhat alleviated compared to before. Seeing the two men appear to face a great enemy, Jiang Ran couldn't help but feel furious. Damn it, asking you to shake a few people over here, and you can't even handle such a small matter. Shoving Bai Yu's claw aside, Jiang Ran struggled to stand up under everyone's gaze. Get out of the way, I'll do it. Wasn't it just a spiritual realm? How formidable could it be? Thinking about how the airplane would soon be split in two and how a blood hole the size of a soccer ball would soon appear in his chest, Jiang Ran couldn't wait another moment. He reached into his collar and pulled out a plain jade pendant. The moment when Ranking's gaze landed on that pendant, it froze. Upon seeing the pendant, Bai Yu relaxed instantly. But soon curiosity arose within him. What had Jiang Ran figured out to be willing to use this? Jiang Ran ripped off the jade pendant and threw it directly to the ground. The pendant shattered into two pieces instantly. At that moment of shattering, an elderly man in a black Zhongshan suit, with graying hair, appeared silently beside Jiang Ran. The others were completely oblivious to what had happened. They merely blinked, and everyone had already inexplicably appeared 5 meters away from Jiang Ran, including Bai Yu and Wen Rinqing. The old man did not speak immediately, but gently placed his hand on Jiang Ran's head. Jiang Ran felt that the 2/3 of his spiritual power that had just flowed away was now recovering at a terrifying speed. Even the agonizing pain in his heart vanished in an instant. Grandpa. Upon seeing that familiar face, Jiang Ran couldn't help but break down. Though he knew he wouldn't die the moment he saw himself truly being pierced by the black light, and felt the intense pain in his chest, a sliver of panic genuinely arose within Jiang Ran. His previous life had been very brief. He didn't want this life to end like the last, with many things left undone and dying inexplicably. He didn't want to die. However, that sense of panic vanished the moment he saw the most familiar old man. Because Jiang Ran knew that with Grandpa here, he wouldn't be in any danger. It's been a while since we last met. Xiao Ran has grown taller now, as tall as Grandpa. Only after completely replenishing Jiang Ran's drained spiritual power did Jiang Chenglin gently ruffle Jiang Ran's hair. Jiang Ran couldn't help but smile. Grandpa, I'm already 19 years old, not a child anymore. No matter how old you are in Grandpa's eyes, you will always be a child. Jiang Chenglin's gaze towards Jiang Ran was filled with affection. He wanted to catch up with Jiang Ran and hear about everything he had encountered in the past 6 months. Unfortunately, his time was truly limited. You called me over because of those 5 bugs outside, right? 5. Jiang Ran was startled. He had only seen 2 people and 1 beast, as well as the black light that had attacked him from the shadows. He thought 4 spiritual realms would already be enough to give them face, but unexpectedly, there was still 1 hidden. Jiang Ran nodded, not mentioning how he knew. Jiang Chenglin didn't ask. As for Jiang Ran's matters and the peculiarities about him, Jiang Chenglin had never pried. He only needed to know that Jiang Ran was still Jiang Ran. Just a few dying individuals, no need to worry. Jiang Chenglin's gaze had never left Jiang Ran. He patted Jiang Ran's shoulder, wanting to say more to him, but there truly was no time left. In the end, he sighed inwardly, though his expression remained unchanged. You did well in the competition. Go back and rest well, relax a bit, and don't push yourself too hard. Grandpa's time is limited, and I have to go back. Before I leave, I will clear out those pests hiding in the space, and at the same time, I will set up a protective net throughout the entire airplane to ensure your safe return to the country. After saying this, Jiang Chenglin turned to look behind him. Bai Yu, seeing him glance over, immediately stood up, properly revealing a standard smile with 8 teeth. Hello, Grandpa Jiang. Even Wen Rinqing stood straight, hands pressed at his sides. Uncle Jiang, mm. Jiang Chenglin's demeanor toward them was worlds apart from how he treated Jiang Ran. He first glanced at Wen Rinqing. You notified old you, didn't you? That old fellow isn't half bad, but he dawdles over everything. Tell him not to come here. Send him straight to the old mountain instead. Say it's my order. At the mention of the old mountain, Wen Rinqing stiffened visibly. Yes, sir. Jiang Chenglin then turned his gaze to Bai Yu. whose expression remained that of a model student, obedient, serene, eyes limpid and clear. Yet Jiang Qinglin was utterly unmoved by this facade. He let out a cold, disdainful snort. "Don't forget what I tasked you with." Bai Yu blinked innocently. "Rest assured, Grandfather Jiang. I've memorized every word you've said. Not a single syllable shall slip my mind." Jiang Qinglin ignored his flattery entirely, pressing his hand firmly onto Jiang Ran's shoulder. Jiang Ran beamed brightly. "It's quite all right, Grandfather. You go ahead and attend to your matters. Don't worry about me. With your protective ward in place, we'll certainly come to no harm." Jiang Qinglin withdrew another jade pendant from his inner coat pocket and fastened it himself around Jiang Ran's neck. Then without another word he vanished, just as silently and seamlessly as he had arrived. In the next instant, Bai Yu sensed the fragmented space snapping back into wholeness. An awakened spatial cultivator of spirit realm level. Yet he lasted less than a second before perishing beneath Jiang Qinglin's hand. Such terrifying power. And yet to those unfamiliar with him or lacking cultivation depth, Jiang Qinglin appeared nothing more than an ordinary elderly man. Seeing his grandfather, flush-cheeked and robust, showing no sign of distress, Jiang Ran's heart settled at last. As Jiang Ran slumped back into his seat, the group, standing 5 meters away, finally felt the invisible barrier dissolve. Xiang Jingji's eyes widened. He lunged forward first. "Ranzi, are you all right? Is everything resolved? What just happened? Was that man your grandfather? And who, or what, was that pest he mentioned?" Jiang Ran raised a hand to cover his ears, clearly reluctant to respond. But Bai Yu, who had somehow already returned to his seat, gently pulled Jiang Ran's hand away while Wenren Xin crossed her arms and stared unblinkingly. The others closed in, forming a tight circle, apparently determined not to relent until Jiang Ran explained everything. A vein pulsed twice at Jiang Ran's temple. In that moment he bitterly regretted his grandfather restoring his spiritual energy. Now even feigning illness was impossible. Fine, I'll tell you. But please step back first, return to your seats." Jiang Ran sat upright and sighed helplessly. A flicker of amusement danced in Bai Yu's eyes. The moment Jiang Qinglin departed, he instantly reverted to his true self, already lounging with one leg draped over the other. "I'm already seated. Go on, speak." Jiang Ran raked fingers through his hair, pondering how best to frame, not fabricate, but explain, what had occurred. After 15 seconds of silent deliberation, he decided honesty was the only viable path. After all, even he couldn't fathom why he'd suddenly gained foresight. So why not simply reveal it, and invite their collective speculation? Jiang Ran recounted the experience concisely, omitting entirely both his possession of psychic abilities and the precise magnitude of his spiritual energy. Finally he added, "I'm certain this wasn't a newly awakened ability. I've checked thoroughly. No additional power has manifested within me." Having finished, Jiang Ran folded his arms behind his head and waited for their reactions. The young people exchanged stunned glances, each utterly speechless. Every word was Mandarin, familiar, unambiguous. So why did the whole sentence sound in? Yet this confusion was hardly surprising among them. Only Dong Xinyao possessed the rare capacity to visualize her own spiritual energy. Even Dong Xinyao, a psychic cultivator herself, could only grasp the gist of Jiang Ran's account. But as merely a River Realm 5th rotation cultivator, she barely understood her own spiritual energy, let alone unravel mysteries tied to entities like the abyssal deity. At last Wenren Xin, worldly wise and seasoned, broke the silence after a thoughtful pause. "Though I confess ignorance myself, I can summon experts. Once we return, I'll take you to see specialists." She patted her exasperated nephew's shoulder. "Don't fret. By my estimation, you won't perish anytime soon." Jiang Ran jerked his arm free and shot her a withering glare. "Ugh, what's the point of saying that? Is he an idiot? Of course he'd seek help if his body failed him. Would he truly not know whether he faced imminent death?" Wenren Xin rubbed her nose, fully aware her remark had been utterly vacuous. Yet as the strongest cultivator present, and also the elder, she felt compelled to utter something lest she appear ineffectual. Others offered brief, heartfelt expressions of concern. Jiang Ran answered patiently at first, but as Xiang Jingji and Shi Yan's questions grew increasingly tangential, and Bai Yu began answering for him, with theatrical solemnity, his patience frayed. He turned sharply away, facing the window, refusing to engage further. His sullen silence prompted the group to exchange glances. Then Nod reassured Jiang Ran was indeed unharmed. The cabin fell quiet at last. Jiang Ran curled in his seat, his profile suggesting sleep. Yet viewed Hedon, he was staring blankly out the window. "You know what caused it, don't you? Don't play dead." "I don't know. I don't believe you." Another voice sighed. "Truly, I don't know. Even I am not omnipotent." Jiang Ran hesitated. If you are ignorant, then who in this world could possibly understand such things? Of course there are many, far more than you imagine. Don't overestimate me. Jiang Ran fell silent, pressing his forehead against the cool glass. Moreover, this may not be calamity. It may be blessing. Setting aside whether the future you witnessed was conjured by that entity, it did save your life, didn't it? Even if its motives are ulterior, at least you now know it will not let you die yet. In other words, you've gained another license to court danger. Shouldn't you rejoice? Or are you afraid? Afraid of what? Whatever it intends is for tomorrow to decide. Haven't you always trusted yourself implicitly? Given 2 years, surely you'll ascend beyond that threshold. Jiang Ran's unfocused eyes shifted faintly. You are not the man you were in your past life. What threatens you? What repels you? Simply eliminate it. If you cannot do so now, that's acceptable. There is always later. Indeed, he was no longer the powerless version of himself from his past life. Jiang Ran closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. At that moment, as he saw the black light pierce through his chest, his heart began to ache violently. This pain caused Jiang Ran to momentarily lose his focus. In that instant, it felt as though he had returned to his previous life. For just before his death in that life, his heart had hurt just the same. And once he recalled his past life, especially the events leading up to his death, Jiang Ran's emotions inevitably began to waver. This nearly caused him to fall into a trap of thought. Fortunately, that guy pointed it out. Jiang Ran opened his eyes and looked out at the pitch-black night. Although that guy usually spoke in an annoying manner, it must be said that this time, he actually spoke something sensible. What he despised, what made him feel threatened, were the dark ideas being imposed upon him. It would be best to eliminate them all. Once again stepping onto the land of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Ji was so excited that he almost transformed into a horse. He took a deep breath, eyes closed with an expression of bliss. The air in the Dragon Kingdom is so refreshing. I can hardly imagine how I managed these days there. By the way, Mom and Dad must be dying to see me. Xiang Jingxing couldn't bear to look. He wanted to tell him that just yesterday afternoon their parents had set off for a vacation abroad and had no intention of informing him at all. In the end, it was their mother who accidentally selected the wrong group when posting on social media, making the invisible visible only to him. Xiang Jingxing then realized that while they were nervously and cautiously preparing for the competition, their parents were not only unconcerned for them, but were also in the mood for a vacation. Thus Xiang Ji's worries were completely unnecessary. Miss him? That was utterly non-existent. They might not even remember that they had a son. Jiang Ran yawned and was the last to get off the plane. As soon as he stepped down, a cold wind blew past, and Jiang Ran silently wrapped his scarf around his neck a bit tighter, pulling it up to cover his face. In Myjania, the temperature was nearly summery with sunny days and pleasant weather. In contrast, March in the Dragon Kingdom, especially in the north, saw temperatures below 5 degrees. They returned from Myjania at 9:30 in the evening, arriving in the Dragon Kingdom right at midnight. A group of people excited about returning home completely forgot about the temperature difference, resulting in everyone except Jiang Qingye and Yin Yu catching colds the next day. At the Beijing airport, Xiang Ji was almost wrapped up like a bear. While sniffling, he waved goodbye to Jiang Ran, who had come to see him off, while also promoting his hometown. Ranzi, you must remember to come visit me when you have time. I'll tell you, there are so many delicious foods in my hometown that you've definitely never tried. When you come, I'll take you to eat them all. Alright, hurry up and go now. Seeing Xiang Ji dressed like a bear with a nose red from rubbing, Jiang Ran looked at him with disdain. Although Xiang Jingxing remembered to put on a coat when getting off the plane due to his frail physique, he was still defeated by the temperature difference and became another member of the Cold Army. At that moment, he was wearing a thick coat with a mask and sunglasses, dressed quite cautiously. After nodding at Jiang Ran, Xiang Jingxing reached out and grabbed the collar of his chatterbox younger brother, dragging him away without changing his expression. Shi Yin watched Wu Yikai hugging and bidding farewell to his teammates next door and really wanted to give Jiang Ran a hug as well. But as soon as he took a step toward Jiang Ran, the latter immediately retreated 6 or 7 steps with a wary expression. You are not allowed to come any closer. I warn you, don't even think about infecting me with any viruses. Jiang Ran glared at Shi Yin with warning. Shi Yin's mouth twitched, and he stopped. Then I'm leaving. Come play in Shanghai when you have time. Jiang Ran's mouth curled under the mask. Shanghai? Not even a dog would go there. The last to leave was Jiang Qingye, who merely nodded at Jiang Ran before turning around and walking in without hesitation. Jiang Ran shoved his hands into his pockets and left only after everyone had walked out of his sight. However, he did not return to his uncle's house, but went directly to Tianfu Academy. As early as the beginning of March, the 7 academies had already started their semester. However, at that time, due to issues with his eyes and the need to prepare for the Global League playoffs, Jiang Ran hadn't attended the start of classes at Tianfu Academy. So it was only last night after getting off the plane that he learned from Yin Feng that the 7 academies actually had an entrance examination, and the date was just tomorrow. At that moment Jiang Ran regretted once more. Why did Grandpa have to restore his mental strength? Otherwise he could have feigned illness to avoid the exam. At that time Jiang Ran had even tried to struggle. Jiang Ran, my eyes are still not well, can I be excused from the exam? Yin Feng, come here, I'll check. If they really aren't well, I'll definitely excuse you. Jiang Ran, do you even understand mental strength? Yin Feng, I don't understand, but as the director I can tell at a glance if a student is faking an illness. Jiang Ran. It seemed that many people were trying to find various reasons to ask Yin Feng for leave, attempting to evade the entrance examination. After all, during high school his eyes hadn't been this severe. Jiang Ran remembered that once in high school Li Kai pretended to have a stomachache twice in 1 week, and each time he succeeded. Li Kai had even complained to him that Yin Feng was really easy to fool. It seemed that the more one was deceived, the more one would grow. Jiang Ran had originally planned to take the entrance examination calmly, as it wouldn't greatly affect him if he scored a bit lower in academics. But Yin Feng clearly had no intention of letting him off. Yin Feng, when are you coming? Or is it serious enough that you can't leave home and need me to come in person? Jiang Ran. Actually, it's not that serious. I thought it over carefully and still feel that as a student I shouldn't miss any examination casually. Yin Feng, how can that be? As our Dragon Kingdom's #1 genius candidate, if something happens during the exam that affects the country's fate, what would we do? Yin Feng, as your teacher, I must take responsibility for you. Jiang Ran, there's no need. I know my own body best. A small exam definitely won't be a problem, so there's no need to trouble Teacher Yin. No matter what Yin Feng said, Jiang Ran refused to let him come looking for him. It was obvious that Yin Feng was so eager to come see him because he had something up his sleeve. Therefore he absolutely couldn't let him have his way. However, after Jiang Ran returned to his independent villa at Tianfu Academy, he still found an unexpected guest at the door. Yin Feng, dressed in a deep red jacket, holding a rather large square box, leaning against the door waiting for him. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Jiang Ran kicked Yin Feng aside, saying, move aside, let me open the door. After all, you are my most beloved disciple. You fell ill, how could I not come and see? Complete nonsense. Jiang Ran rolled his eyes, not believing a word of Yin Feng's claims. Considering that Jiang Ran had just recovered from a severe injury and was a national hero returning from Magiania, Yin Feng decided to overlook his disrespect toward his master. He followed Jiang Ran into the living room and placed the box he was holding on the coffee table. Jiang Ran removed his scarf, took off his coat, and casually hung it on a rack, only to turn around and see the square white box. What is this? Even though the entire villa had been unoccupied for the past 3 months, the heating was still on when Jiang Ran returned, and he could immediately feel a warm breeze upon entering. Yin Feng took off his jacket and threw it on the sofa, then sat down, starting to untie the ribbon on the box. Jiang Ran sat across from him, curiously staring at the box. As Yin Feng pulled off the last ribbon and removed the lid, the other 4 sides of the box immediately fell back, revealing a round cream cake. Yin Feng turned the tray underneath to face Jiang Ran directly. This was a somewhat irregular round cake covered in white cream with 2 upside-down chocolate cones inserted on the top sides. On the front of the cake, a simple Persian face was drawn with black chocolate, possibly due to limited space. Only the eyes, nose, and mouth were depicted. Jiang Ran looked at the cake in confusion. What does this mean? Your birthday isn't today. Not knowing what was on his mind, Jiang Ran raised his head and looked at Yin Feng with a somewhat strange expression. You're not preparing to confess to someone and got rejected along with the cake being shunned, right? He glanced again at the oddly shaped cream cake on the coffee table. But your taste is really not great. It's only natural that they wouldn't be interested. Yin Feng, while unwrapping the knife and fork, almost stabbed Jiang Ran in the head with a fork. What nonsense are you talking about? Yin Feng threw the small paper plate at Jiang Ran's face. Please don't always think of me as some terrible man, okay? I have already seen through the worldly affairs. Jiang Ran tilted his face away to dodge the attack. I didn't say you were terrible. I was clearly saying you were pure, alright. Did your Chinese teacher teach you? Can't you understand this? But Yin Feng waved the plastic knife above the cake, but then put it down. He began to sarcastically address Jiang Ran. Young Master Jiang really has a short memory. You promised to treat me to cake. I waited from before the new year until after, almost waiting for your next birthday, yet you didn't even think of me beside Daming Lake. Jiang Ran was about to throw the fork at Yin Feng's face when he heard this, and his hand holding the plastic fork stopped. Did that really happen? Did he actually say something as ridiculous as inviting Yin Feng for cake? Seeing Jiang Ran's pondering expression, Yin Feng instantly felt anger rising within. He took out his phone, opened the chat with Jiang Ran, scrolled all the way to the top, and then pressed the screen against Jiang Ran's face. Take a look for yourself. The cold screen pressed against his nose made Jiang Ran shrink back and blinked. Oh, it really was what I said. Well then this time I was indeed in the wrong. Jiang Ran cleared his throat, grabbed the plastic knife that Yin Feng had set aside, and aimed to cut the cake. Oh, it's just a cake, how could I not treat you? Come on, there's one right here, it's all for you. Yin Feng. He snatched the plastic knife back. Jiang Ran, can you have some self-respect? Didn't I buy this cake? Oh, then what did you buy it for? Of course to eat. Then isn't that enough? Jiang Ran spread his hands. You were originally going to buy it to eat, and now I'm helping you cut it to make it easier for you to eat. I even generously let you have the whole cake. Why are you still unhappy? How can you be like this? Is that what people say? Yin Feng was genuinely exhausted. He didn't want to argue with Jiang Ran about who was treating whom to cake anymore. It was completely self-inflicted. You sit tight. Yin Feng sighed as he turned the cake back around. Oh, although he didn't know what Yin Feng was up to, it was indeed his fault, so Jiang Ran didn't continue to tease him, sitting upright with his hands on his knees. Yin Feng pointed his phone at him, but after a couple of tries he frowned in dissatisfaction. Don't sit like a primary school student, be more casual. Jiang Ran immediately lay back on the sofa, placing his left foot over his right. Yin Feng. It doesn't have to be that casual. Oh. Jiang Ran ruffled his hair, and could only sit back up, striking a pose that was neither too formal nor Yin Feng finally looked somewhat satisfied. Hey, yes, just like that. Smile. Click. Jiang Ran's body went limp, and he immediately fell back on the sofa. I'm not saying my birthday has passed for so long, and you only now remember to take photos. This late remedying of the situation is really too late. Yin Feng clicked his tongue. You don't understand anything. Can we eat now? Yes, you can cut it. In the end, half of the entire cake still ended up in Jiang Ran's stomach. Feeling full and satisfied, Jiang Ran lay back on the sofa, patting his belly. This is life. I can't take it anymore. Oh, I always feel like sleeping after I'm full. Jiang Ran squinted his eyes just as he was about to shoo Yin Feng away. Yin Feng spoke first. Don't sleep yet. Let me finish talking about the upcoming school test. You go ahead. I'm listening. Looking at Jiang Ran's lazy demeanor, Yin Feng really wanted to dump the remaining cake on his head. However, having once served as a homeroom teacher in high school, he still had some patience. Taking a deep breath, he repeated what he had said to the other students regarding the upcoming school test 2 days ago. This semester's school test, while all 7 academies would participate, would be held separately by each school. In other words, this time the school test would not be like last semester's exams, which were unified in content and time by all 7 academies, but would be conducted independently by each school. And the entrance test for Tianfu Academy was designed by Yin Feng, the director of education, in conjunction with the other department heads. Jiang Ran's eyes lit up. Without waiting for him to speak, Yin Feng preemptively said, I cannot grant you any favors, so you should give up on that idea early. You think too much. Jiang Ran widened his eyes, filled with innocence and accusation. How could I possibly want you to grant me any favors? Am I that kind of person? Can you stop judging my noble intentions with your petty mindset? Be careful, or I might accuse you of slander. Yin Feng. Do you even dare to listen to what you are saying? Shaking his head, he didn't want to argue with Jiang Ran about trivial matters. This upcoming entrance examination will be quite simple for you. This exam does not differentiate between literary and martial subjects. There will be no complex and torturous papers, nor will there be any tasks to complete. The only subject for this entrance examination is character. This is a test concerning one's character. After 2 teachers with array-based abilities arranged it overnight, and after Hansen trials by various directors, it was ultimately decided to include this as part of the entrance examination. The examination method is very simple. You just need to enter a room set up with an array and remain quiet inside for a while. If you can wake up on your own within 2 hours, it will be considered a passing score. The earlier you wake up, the higher your score. If you can't wake up after 2 hours, unfortunately, you will fail the exam. If someone stays inside for more than 3 hours, the array will automatically deactivate. After exiting, a group of specialized psychology and mental health teachers will provide him with special attention. Jiang Ran listened quietly. It seems that for him this test is indeed somewhat simple. Is the scene inside set up by you? You think too highly of those guys. Yin Feng gulped down half a glass of water. We didn't set up a fixed illusion inside at all. Initially, they did plan to create a unified illusion where every student would see exactly the same thing upon entering, thus increasing fairness and uniformity in the exam. However, several directors gathered and spent an entire day brainstorming, coming up with more than a dozen illusions. The results were either too difficult or too simple, lacking educational significance, or some added their personal touches for their own satisfaction, which were discovered by other teachers. In the end, out of nearly 20 drafts, not a single one was deemed suitable. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting the fatigue of 2 days without washing. Finally, it was Yin Feng, the youngest and recently appointed director, who spoke up. If it really doesn't work, let's not set any fixed illusions. Well, just let it vary from person to person. A female teacher scratched her head. In that case, should we still observe how they experience the illusions? Another female teacher shook her head. Let's not, it might infringe on their privacy. Yes, indeed. Kids these days mature so fast, who knows what they think about all day. I certainly don't want to see that. Exactly, I don't want to end up with a workplace injury. Listening to a group of people of various ages speaking the same unreliable words, Yin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How does Tianfu Academy manage to rank first among the 7 institutes every time with such an unreliable group of teachers? Is it not a bit too bizarre that such an unreliable bunch can produce such outstanding students? After hearing Yin Feng's complaints, Jiang Ran's expression became a bit more serious. So what determines the illusions each person can see? Fear, desire, longing. Jiang Ran mentioned a few words, but Yin Feng did not agree with any of them. But he also did not deny them. He revealed a mysterious smile. You'll know when the time comes. 7:55. In the large area of Tianfu Academy, all students from 3 classes have already lined up according to their class numbers in the hall of the training complex. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ran arrived, just in time. Upon entering the hall and noticing Yin Feng glaring at him, Jiang Ran touched his nose and obediently walked to the line of the Earth class, standing at the very front. Since everyone is here, the examination will officially begin. I have already said what needs to be said earlier. Now, according to your class numbers, each person will enter the training room one by one with 50 people per group. Remember, this exam has no direct relation to your ability levels or cultivation. What you can do is to stay true to your heart. Alright, I can't say more than that. Now please enter in order starting from number 1. After speaking, Yin Feng shot another glare at Jiang Ran. What are you staring at? You're the first. Training room 1, go in. Jiang Ran pouted. He wasn't late. Why was he still being stared at? Could it be that he is going through a midlife crisis? A man in his 20s is truly terrifying. To prevent this middle-aged man from continuing to erupt, Jiang Ran didn't hesitate and directly walked to the door of training room 1. The training complex at Tianfu Academy is quite large, with each training room being separate. Just on this floor there are a total of 30 training rooms. As for the remaining 20 people in the group, they will have to go to the training rooms on the 2nd floor for their exams. One wonders how long those 2 array teachers took to set up the arrays in all 50 training rooms. In any case, it definitely won't be easy. If setting up arrays were as simple as eating and drinking, they wouldn't have set up just 50, but would have done all the training rooms at once. At the entrance of each training room, there is a timer. This was not specially added for the exam, but was already in place. Although the training complex does not charge students, there are still restrictions. In the first-year training complex, there are notices posted in the hall. Each student can only stay in the training room for a maximum of half a month. If there are special circumstances, they must inform the teachers in the training complex in advance, and must enter a special training room on the 4th floor or higher without occupying the time of ordinary training rooms. After all training rooms are limited. If everyone stayed in for 1 or 2 months, what would happen to other students who need to use the training rooms? Are they supposed to go and snatch training rooms from the 2nd and 3rd years? Those 2nd and 3rd year students also need to use training rooms. At that point, they may not only fail to secure a training room, but also return with swollen faces. Over time, not only would first-year students feel resentment, but 2nd and 3rd year students would also become irritated. This is not what the school wants to see. Thus, after a meeting among several school leaders, timers were installed that once someone enters the training room, will automatically lock. This lock can only be opened by teachers in the training complex. Others cannot break it, and can only unlock it from the inside. As soon as the lock falls into place, the 2 timers, one inside and one outside the door, will immediately start counting down. If the time reaches half a month and the person inside has not exited, the door lock will automatically open. However, there's no need to fear that if you're in a critical period of cultivation, you might lose track of time and have the door unlock, allowing outsiders to disturb you. As is well known, regardless of the type of ability awakener, they must absorb spiritual energy into their bodies while cultivating. If a person enters a sustained cultivation state, the surrounding spiritual energy will flood into their body, causing the spiritual energy density around them to rise. As long as the spiritual energy density inside the training room exceeds a certain peak, even if the time is up, the door lock will not open automatically. It's that intelligent. This extremely smart timer lock received widespread acclaim from awakeners when it was first introduced. It even won an award that year, bringing great prestige to Tianfu Academy. If someone is sharp enough and possesses a remarkable memory, they would notice that it was precisely from that time onward that Tianfu Academy gradually rose to the top among the 7 major academies. Regaining his thoughts, Jiang Ran grasped the doorknob and slowly pushed the door open. At an orphanage in the suburbs. Is it him? A woman dressed elegantly and carrying a limited edition designer handbag scrutinized the child standing before her with a discerning gaze. The director beside her smiled obsequiously. Yes, that's right. He is the only one here with that name. As he spoke, he gave the child a gentle push. Jiang Yin, say something. The little boy named Jiang Yin was pushed with little restraint, stumbling and nearly kneeling on the ground. The woman looked down at him from her elevated position, and after a moment, she turned to leave. All right, he's the one. Follow me. The director subtly pinched Jiang Yan's side, whispering, when you get outside you should know what to say and what not to say. After this low murmur, the director's expression instantly transformed back to one of warmth. Go on, from today onwards you have a family. A family? Jiang Yan, who was already 8 years old, but looked thinner than most 6 or 7-year-olds, maintained his expression. Yet inside he coldly mocked with a sneer. Ultimately, he still followed the woman and got into the luxurious car he did not recognize. After Jiang Yan and the woman left, the director could no longer maintain his amiable facade. His expression turned to one of wild joy. He never expected that the most reclusive and least liked child would catch the eye of such a prominent figure. Now he would never be short on money. As long as that annoying kid didn't speak out of turn after leaving and reveal things he shouldn't. However, after some thought, the director felt that this concern was completely unnecessary. Given Jiang Yan's personality, it was impossible for him to initiate a conversation with anyone, let alone mention this orphanage to others. Besides, his new parents wouldn't allow Jiang Yan to speak freely. With this thought, the director finally felt at ease. Just as he was about to return to his own little 2-story director's dorm, he suddenly sensed a chill running down his back. Instinctively, the director turned to look, but there was indeed nothing behind him. Ugh, why is it suddenly so cold? He rubbed his arms, feeling a bit strange, but did not dwell on it. Behind him, in the spot where he had just turned, a somewhat blurry figure stood quietly. Jiang Ran appeared like a wandering soul, an outsider observing the world. Is this the content of the entrance exam? Looking at the orphanage before him, identical to his memories, Jiang Ran felt no disorientation, only clarity in his eyes. I must say this illusion is remarkably lifelike. Even the smallest details have been perfectly restored. Observing his past life from an outsider's perspective, to be honest, is quite tedious. However, for some reason, when Jiang Ran tried to escape this illusion, he found he couldn't get out for the time being. Could it be that he must view this entire memory to the end? Never mind, since it's all in the past, I might as well watch. There's nothing to lose. The luxury car sped along before finally stopping in front of an opulent villa. Jiang Yin slowly got out of the car. After he stepped out, he heard the woman instruct the driver, go wash this car inside and out. Jiang Yin lowered his eyes, hiding the sarcasm within. After speaking, the woman looked at Jiang Yin, come inside with me. The two entered the villa, marking Jiang Yan's first tangible encounter with such a large house. It was larger than the entire orphanage combined. Walking through the front door, a turn led directly to the living room. On the large sofa in the living room sat 2 people. One boy who appeared to be around Jiang Yan's age, and a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to the boy. Upon seeing the boy on the sofa, the woman's expression instantly shifted from pride to affection. Xiaohang, mommy has to go out for a bit. Were you good at home? Are you feeling unwell? The boy called Xiaohang looked up at the woman and replied obediently, Mommy, I was very good today, and I'm not feeling unwell. At this moment, the middle-aged man sitting on the other side of the sofa glanced at Jiang Yin, who stood not far away. Is this the child? It should be. I searched through several nearby orphanages and confirmed that this is the only one named Jiang Yan. The woman replied. The man nodded, setting down the book in his hands. Come here. Jiang Yan understood he was being called, so he silently walked a few steps toward the center of the living room. From today onwards, we will be your father and mother. Come meet your brother Jiang Hang. You are the older brother, and you must take good care of him, understand? Jiang Yin did not respond immediately, but looked at Jiang Hang, who was cradled in the woman's arms. Compared to the little tyrants in the orphanage who had turned themselves into balls, Jiang Hang appeared quite frail, almost catching up to Jiang Yin. However, his attire, merely a plain children's shirt, was something Jiang Yin could never afford in his lifetime. At this moment, the little one was curiously observing him with wide eyes. A younger brother. Jiang Yin curled his lips, filled with disdain. Would these wealthy elites genuinely adopt a poor, unremarkable orphan and make him the brother of their biological son? Hello, brother Jiang Hang. Yet Jiang Yin ultimately responded like this. Hearing this dirty little boy call him brother, little Jiang Hang immediately frowned. He no longer looked at Jiang Yin, but clung to the woman's hem, acting cute. Mommy, can we not have an older brother? I don't want such a brother. If others find out, they'll laugh at me. Jiang Yan's nails dug into his palm. The woman immediately began to comfort him. "Oh darling, don't worry, mommy will only love you. If you really don't like him, mommy will make sure he doesn't appear in front of you. But he must be your brother, understand? This cannot change. You listen to mommy, we won't harm you. Besides, you are the young master of the Jiang family. Who would dare laugh at you? If anyone does, tell mommy, and I will stand up for you. If they dare bully my son, they surely don't want to stay in this town." As she spoke, the woman took Jiang Hang, who was still clinging and trying to avoid having this brother upstairs. The man also seemed disinterested and stood up to leave. Just before going upstairs, he seemed to remember that they had not yet assigned a room for Jiang Yan. However, such matters were never his responsibility, and he wasn't sure if his wife had already instructed someone to prepare a room for their new son. In the end, he could only casually call over a maid. "Take him to wash up first, then change his clothes. He looks like a mess." The elderly maid respectfully replied. "Which room is the new young master's?" The man casually pointed to a guest room downstairs. "Let him stay there for now, we'll arrange it later." Jiang Ran, standing a meter away from him, nearly laughed out loud upon hearing this. Arrange it later. In Jiang Ran's memory, the guest room, facing north on the first floor, had accompanied him from the moment he moved into this house until the day he died. Arrange it later. That was meant for a ghost. Subsequent time seemed to speed up as scene after scene of memories flashed before Jiang Ran's eyes. In the third month of being adopted, after being confined at home to study noble etiquette for a while, Jiang Yan was finally allowed to attend school. He even ended up in the same class as Jiang Hong. However, after just one day of school, when they returned home in the evening, Jiang Mu discovered a red mark on Jiang Hong's arm. That night, Jiang Mu exploded with rage. "I told you to take good care of your brother. How did you do that? As punishment, you will not have dinner. Go kneel upstairs, and do not come out without my permission." Little Jiang Yan remained silent. He wanted to defend himself, as the red mark was actually caused by Jiang Hong himself. But even if he spoke, Jiang Mu would not believe him. Glancing at Jiang Hong, who was curled up in Jiang Mu's arms looking wrong, Jiang Yan ultimately said nothing and calmly went up to the attic. Such incidents occurred frequently in the days that followed. Eventually, that small attic became Jiang Yan's second bedroom. Later, it seemed Jiang Hong found these little tricks too boring and gradually stopped insisting on having Jiang Yan take the blame for him. Although their relationship did not reach the level of brotherly affection seen in most families, it was no longer as confrontational as it had been at the start. After seeing Jiang Hong no longer target Jiang Yan, Jiang Mu's attitude towards Jiang Yan also softened significantly. She even began enrolling him in extracurricular classes similar to Jiang Hang's and arranged for a driver to pick him up and drop him off every day. The atmosphere in the Jiang family began to resemble that of a true family of four. However, in the year Jiang Hong turned 12, he returned home from the piano room and collapsed on the floor, clutching his heart. It was at that moment Jiang Yan learned that Jiang Hong had always had heart problems. This was also the fundamental reason for Jiang Hong's long history of poor health. Before long, a group of people rushed to the hospital, and Jiang Hong was pushed into the operating room. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was called aside by Jiang Fu. The other party said something that seemed utterly baffling to Jiang Yan at the time. "Jiang Yan, you are the older brother. You must take on responsibility, right?" Although Jiang Yan was somewhat confused, contradicting him at that moment would not benefit him at all, so he obediently nodded. This scene caused a flicker of complex emotions to appear on Jiang Ran's face. Responsibility. Was that truly a burden he needed to bear? He was merely an outsider with no blood relation to them. Clearly this group knew what his ultimate fate was, yet they still performed so many false familial games in front of him. They even wanted to bind him with that unfounded sense of responsibility. It was truly disgusting. Time continued to move forward. Although Jiang Hong emerged from the operating room intact, Jiang Mu was still terrified. She began to impose strict requirements on Jiang Hong, forbidding him from doing anything stimulating. Even going to school or making friends had to be approved by her. This caused the gradually maturing Jiang Hong to grow increasingly impatient. The relationship between mother and son reached a freezing point when Jiang Yan turned 17. That year, Jiang Hong started dating a girl. The two were quite high profile at school, prompting the school to subtly communicate with Jiang Mu. On the same day Jiang Mu learned about it, she had someone drag Jiang Hong out, demanding he break up with his girlfriend. Jiang Hong completely exploded. The two began to argue. As the argument escalated, Jiang Hong pointed at Jiang Yan, who was silently standing by, loudly questioning his mother. "Why should I always be controlled by you? Why is Jiang Yan so free? You are biased. I've been controlled by you all my life, not allowed to do this or that. But Jiang Yan, he can do whatever he wants. Why? Who is truly your biological child?" Slap. It was Jiang Mu who slapped Jiang Hong across the face. After that, both of them were stunned. Jiang Hong covered his face, looking at Jiang Mu in disbelief. Sure enough, Jiang Yan is actually your biological child, and I am just the one you picked up. Fine, I will just leave. After saying that, Jiang Hung stormed out, while Jiang Mu remained in shock. However, in the next moment, as Jiang Hung dashed out, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, began to struggle for breath, and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Jiang Mu was horrified. Outside the operating room, she grabbed Jiang Yan's hand, her eyes red. Little Yin, we have raised you for so many years, and spent so much money on you, shouldn't you also repay us? Jiang Yin still looked at her with a calm expression. Before he could voice a refusal, the door to the operating room opened, and a masked doctor stepped out. Where are the patient's family members? The patient's condition is not optimistic. We advise the family to be mentally prepared. Jiang Mu instantly broke down. She turned and grabbed the doctor's hand, crying with teary eyes. Doctor, please, you must save him. We have money, we are not short on money. You must save him. The doctor struggled to pull his hand away. Please calm down, this congenital heart disease is beyond our ability to treat. Even the best hospitals abroad can't help with this disease. In other words, they had done their utmost. After saying that, he turned to head back into the operating room. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mu grabbed him again. I have a solution. Doctor. Jiang Mu raised her head, her gaze filled with madness. If we replace the patient's heart with a healthy one, can he survive? The doctor was taken aback. Theoretically, that is feasible. But not all hearts would work, it's quite complicated. What if it was a 100 compatible healthy heart? Jiang Mu interrupted him. The doctor hesitated for a moment, then nodded. In that case, we would have about a 95% chance of saving the patient. However, if it is a heart that has been dead for a while, the effectiveness would be greatly diminished, and even if the operation is successful, the patient's lifespan would be shortened. No. Jiang Mu's gaze was resolute as she spoke slowly. It must be a fresh heart. Jiang Yin, who had been forgotten by Jiang Mu and had overheard their entire conversation, suddenly felt a deeply ominous premonition rise within him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Jiang Mu's gaze turned toward him. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Ran, whose shadow was barely visible, watched his past memories with a cold and indifferent expression. As Jiang Yan was forcibly dragged into the operating room by the bodyguards, Jiang Ran chose not to follow, but instead stood by the small window in the hallway looking outside. At some point, tiny snowflakes began to drift down from the sky outside. Watching the snowflakes float by the window, Jiang Ran momentarily lost his focus. So it snowed on the day he died. Speaking of which, this snowfall seemed to be the first of that year. Unfortunately, 17-year-old Jiang Yin would never see it again. Behind him, Jiang Mu sat in a chair, nervously glancing toward the operating room, while Jiang Fu stood at the door of the operating room, remaining as silent as ever. After a long while, the door to the operating room finally opened from within. The doctor stepped out again. Facing Jiang Mu and Jiang Fu's anxious faces, he smiled slightly. Congratulations, the surgery was very successful. The timer in training room No. 1 quietly ticked over to 60. 60 minutes had elapsed since the door lock engaged. Yet Jiang Ran had not emerged. Yin Feng stood at the head of the formation, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. As early as the 30th minute of the trial, students had begun trickling out of the illusionary realm, stepping forth from the training room one by one. Their emergence signaled passing the inaugural assessment, and as the first cohort to complete it, their scores were assuredly high. Roughly 1/3 of the D-class students had yet to enter the examination. Those still waiting exchanged glances with those who had already emerged, then glanced toward Yin Feng at the front of the line, lowering their voices deliberately. Why hasn't Brother Jiang come out yet? Xiao Jiai leaned close to Lin Xian's ear, her voice barely a whisper. Yet such discretion was futile. The softest murmur reached Yin Feng's ears with crystalline clarity. He simply chose not to intervene. At Xiao Jiai's words, Lin Xian's eyes widened. Brother Jiang hasn't emerged yet. I assumed he'd finished the exam and left the training complex altogether. She had entered among the first batch. 50 illusion-worded training rooms stood ready, each student stepping in only after the previous one exited. Lin Xian emerged around the 55th minute, expecting to rank near the bottom. Yet when she glanced across at the group who had already completed their trials, only a handful had finished. She found herself near the top of the list. Yet even this triumph paled beside the jolt of learning Jiang Ran remained inside. Her pulse quickened more at that news than at her own success. In Lin Xian's mind, Jiang Ran was nearly omnipotent. A mere orientation trial, so trivial that even she had cleared it within an hour, should pose no challenge to him. Thus, upon exiting without spotting him, she hadn't paused to wonder. She simply assumed he'd long since concluded the exam and departed. After all, early departure was utterly ordinary for Jiang Ran. Indeed, it's been a full hour and the door of training room No. 1 hasn't opened once. Xiao Jiai's registration number placed her later in the queue. She hadn't yet entered the trial, so she tracked every detail. Who had finished, who remained inside, who hadn't even begun. with meticulous precision. Lin Xian couldn't resist glancing toward training room No. 1. That shouldn't be possible. Could it be that the academy, deeming the trial too facile for Jiang Ran, had secretly escalated its difficulty? Otherwise, how could he possibly remain ensnared by so rudimentary an illusion for this long? Indeed, the illusion Lin Xian experienced had been strikingly simplistic. If not for her curiosity about its ultimate resolution, she could have broken free at the 30-minute mark. If even she, a minor supporting figure, had traversed it with such ease, surely Jiang Ran would have conquered it in under 5 minutes. Barring deliberate escalation of his trial's difficulty, Lin Xian could conceive of no other explanation for his hour-long confinement. Time continued its relentless passage. The timer in training room No. 1 climbed to 70. Yin Feng's fingers unconsciously tapped a quiet rhythm against his arm. When the display reached 75, click, the door of training room No. 1 swung inward at last. Jiang Ran stood there, his pink hair softly clinging to his forehead, uncharacteristically subdued, stripped of its usual sharp intensity. Yin Feng studied Jiang Ran's calm face. Though his own expression remained unchanged, a subtle easing settled within him. Did you nap in there, brat? That's why you're emerging now, eh? He delivered a light, playful punch to Jiang Ran's shoulder. Jiang Ran had been gazing downward. At Yin Feng's words, he raised both hands and vigorously rubbed his cheeks, softening the stiffness in his features. He smiled faintly at Yin Feng. So what? You never said sleeping inside was forbidden. Though the remark sounded perfectly in character. Light, irreverent, effortlessly self-assured. A strange intuition pricked Yin Feng. Something faintly off lingered beneath that smile. The words he'd intended to utter stalled in his throat. After a pause, he resumed as if nothing had unsettled him. Next time you feel drowsy, skip the exam entirely. Just sleep away the hours in your dorm until the world fades to black. Really? Jiang Ran's eyes gleamed. If you say so, I'll head straight back to bed. Scram. I'd rather not lay eyes on you again today. Yin Feng waved him off with exaggerated disdain, ushering Jiang Ran out of the training complex. The training complex lay a modest distance from dormitory zone B2, but Jiang Ran's residence was in the A1 Villa district, secluded from the rest of campus by a stretch of open ground. Under ordinary circumstances, say this morning when oversleeping nearly made him late, he would have activated his spatial translocation ability, arriving at his destination in a single heartbeat. But today Jiang Ran craved solitude, walking slowly, deliberately through the school grounds. Truth be told, he'd resided at Tianfu Academy for over half a year, yet he'd never truly explored its expanse. Beyond intimate familiarity with several canteens, the campus's other structures remained unfamiliar territory. Now seized by sudden curiosity, he resolved to wander, genuinely attentively, through the academy's heart. He followed the broad avenue, leading outward from the training complex. His path brought him to a plaza crowned by a 10-meter-tall bust. It depicted a man draped in a coat of archaic elegance, one hand resting behind his back, the other held forward, cradling an open book. Every contour was rendered with breathtaking realism. Even the number of pages in the book was legible. Yet his face remained featureless, smooth, uncarved stone. Before the bust stood a spherical sculpture waist-high. Cruder in execution than the bust behind it, its surface bore rough etchings demarcating the 7 continents and 4 oceans. Upon the Asian landmass, a single vivid red dot blazed, strikingly prominent, the sole splash of color on the entire sphere. Jiang Ran studied it closely, then recognized it instantly, the precise location of Tianfu Academy on the planet Blue Star. Beyond the 2 sculptures, only twin fountains flanked the plaza. Jiang Ran saw no reason to inspect them further. Turning, he headed toward the opposite side of the dormitory. What are you doing here? A scholarly stroll. Well, Master Jiang himself indulging in leisurely contemplation. A familiar voice rang out. Before Jiang Ran could turn, a weight settled on his shoulder. He closed his eyes briefly, as if reluctant to confront the speaker. What's wrong? Cack out your tongue. Baiyu, blissfully unaware of his own intrusiveness, gave Jiang Ran's shoulder an irritating shake when met with silence. Heard you had your orientation trial today. Let me guess, failed spectacularly. Jiang Ran could no longer hold back. He first rescued himself from Baiyu's clutches, and then shot him an unceremonious glance. You won't fail even if you get a 0. By the way, Jiang Ran looked him up and down, noticing that he was still wearing slippers, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Don't you have any entrance exams? No, I haven't taken an exam in almost 2 years. Baiyu replied nonchalantly, but you don't need to envy. When you reach your sophomore year, you won't have to deal with these boring and time-wasting exams anymore. So it turns out these monthly tests, midterms, and entrance exams are only for freshmen. Jiang Ran felt the first stirrings of wanting to skip a grade. Baiyu immediately saw what he was thinking and broke his fantasy with a smirk. Don't even think about it, Tianfu Academy doesn't allow students to skip grades. To be more precise, none of the 7 major academies allow students to skip grades. Saying this by you patted Jiang Ran again, comforting him, but don't be too pessimistic. I remember that this semester you only have midterms and finals left. Anyway, these exams are a piece of cake for you, and you can even show off a bit in front of others, so just enjoy it. Jiang Ran swatted him away, as if him someone who loves to show off. Aren't you? After chatting with the suddenly appearing Baiyu for a while, Jiang Ran's initial desire to stroll around the campus quietly disappeared. At this moment, he suddenly felt fatigued, not wanting to take another step, just wanting to go back and sleep soundly. So Jiang Ran grabbed Baiyu and unceremoniously used him as a means of transportation again. I have to say, if spatial awakeners are really short on money, they could try being transportation for others. They would surely make a fortune. Jiang Ran slept straight through to the evening. Upon opening his phone, he discovered that the exam had already concluded in the afternoon. The scores had even been compiled and posted on the school's official website. Jiang Ran casually glanced at them, finding that although he took 75 minutes, he still ranked within the top 100. The people behind him mostly took between an hour and a half to 2 hours. Although there were some who failed for taking more than 2 hours, they were not many, only about a dozen. Overall, the teachers and leaders at Tianfu Academy were quite satisfied with the psychological state of this. Jiang Ran merely glanced at the scores, found his ranking, and did not continue scrolling down. Instead, he opened WeChat, which had exploded with messages while he was asleep. He had the most unread messages in his small group, with Xiang Jingxing and the others currently sitting at the top. In second place was Yin Feng, who had pulled out his phone during lunch to ask Jiang Ran what was going on. However, at that time Jiang Ran was long gone in sleep, so he obviously could not reply. This had frightened the imaginative Yin teacher, who thought something was seriously wrong with Jiang Ran and spent a long time advising him not to take drastic measures. Eventually, Yin teacher found out from somewhere that Jiang Ran was fine, and thus the conversation took. Jiang Ran couldn't be bothered to read the remaining messages, casually sent a sticker to prove he was alive, and moved on to the next. As Jiang Ran scrolled down a bit more, he saw one of the chat boxes in the messages with a note that made him murmur in confusion. Lin Xian, brother Jiang, are you okay? This was the first message sent right after he left the training hall. However, Jiang Ran hadn't looked at his phone, so he hadn't replied. Lin Xian didn't send any new messages either. However, after 2 hours, Lin Xian, it's bad, brother Jiang Ling, Zai is in trouble. Lin Xian, he has been inside for 3 hours and hasn't come out. When Yin teacher opened the door, he found that he had already fainted. Lin Xian, what should we do, brother Jiang? What if something happens to him? Why is this happening? Lin Xian's messages came one after another, and just from the words Jiang Ran could tell how scared she was at that moment. It was quite well known that Lin Xian liked Ling Zai. Even Jiang Ran, who usually didn't pay much attention to the students around him or the school's affairs, could see that. However, Jiang Ran was unsure if Ling Zai liked Lin Xian. But from what he could see, it seemed that Lin Xian was likely to have unrequited feelings. After all, Ling Zai did not seem like someone with a high emotional intelligence, and perhaps he still didn't know that Lin Xian liked him. If I had to describe Ling Zai in trendier terms, I would say a well-known blockhead at Tianfu. Looking at Lin Xian's messages, Jiang Ran's brows slowly furrowed. Ling Zai is in trouble. He has been in the illusion for 3 hours. Upon reading this, Jiang Ran's first reaction was not shock or confusion, but disbelief. Ling Zai, even if he didn't pass the illusion, he stayed in there for 3 hours. No, if Yin Feng hadn't brought him out, he likely would have continued struggling in the illusion. Is this really the Ling Zai that Jiang Ran knows? In his impression, even if Ling Zai's emotional intelligence was concerning, his mental acuity was still decent. How could he possibly fail to pass a mere illusion? Even if Lin Xian told him that it was that once chubby Lu Xuqing who failed the illusion, Jiang Ran might have believed it. But Ling Zai, Jiang Ran scratched his head and sent Lin Xian a message asking if she was okay. Then, without waiting for her reply, he directly called Yin Feng. The phone rang for a full 30 seconds before someone answered. Has the young master finally woken up? Yin Feng's voice came through. Without beating around the bush, Jiang Ran said, How is Ling Zai? On the other end, Yin Feng, who had walked out of the ward to answer the call, showed a look of surprise. He really hadn't expected that the young master would have someone reporting on the situation in real time, even while sleeping. Looking back at the boy lying on the bed with his eyes tightly closed, surrounded by a crowd, Yin Feng organized his thoughts. Not good. Although the illusion array automatically stops operating after a set time, he is now trapped by his inner demon, having been stirred by the deepest emotions within him. Jiang Ran's brows furrowed tightly. Yin Feng continued, If it were anything else holding him back, we might still be able to help him break free. But it's the inner demon, and that thing is very strange. You outsiders are powerless and can only rely on him. If we forcibly wake him up, it will have a significant negative impact on this child, and it is very likely that he will never advance in his cultivation again. After saying this, Yin Feng looked around and walked to a corner. However, if he cannot wake up on his own, we may have to prepare for the worst. After Yin Feng finished speaking, both of them fell into silence. After a long time, Jiang Ran ruffled his hair and sighed. Where is he? Yin Feng was not surprised that Jiang Ran wanted to come over and directly sent the location. I can't leave right now, you come here by yourself. Beep. Jiang Ran hung up the phone. Yin Feng looked at the mercilessly disconnected call screen and his eyelids twitched. 10 minutes later, seeing Jiang Ran almost materializing in front of him, Yin Feng's eyelids twitched again. He knew he was anxious, but he really didn't expect Jiang Ran to be this urgent. Ling Zai was just fainted, not dying. Besides, he remembered that Jiang Ran's relationship with this student named Ling Zai didn't seem to be that good. Although Yin Feng didn't understand Jiang Ran's thoughts, he didn't stop him or ask him anything. Jiang Ran stood at the door of the ward and saw a man and a woman standing beside the hospital bed, both with their eyes tightly closed, and a few drops of cold sweat had even appeared on their foreheads. Yin Feng explained, those two are people specially brought in by Principal Yuan. They plan to enter Ling Zai's spiritual world and pull him out from the entanglement of his inner demons. However, it has been 2 hours since they attempted to enter. Yin Feng did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood. The fact that they still haven't succeeded after such a long time indicates that the success rate is almost non-existent. Can we know what type of inner demon it is? Jiang Ran also possessed a mental type ability and had some understanding of mental power, but he was completely clueless about how to resolve inner demons. In fact, there was a time when Jiang Ran thought that inner demons were something that only appeared in traditional cultivation novels. After all, since his awakening, his cultivation had been remarkably smooth with no obstacles encountered. He had only encountered a minor bottleneck once, and it took him less than 2 days to break through. Inner demons. To Jiang Ran, they were merely things used to frighten people in novels or movies. Yin Feng propped his chin on his hand. I'm not too sure, after all, I've never experienced inner demons. Although Yin Feng had cultivated for a few more years than Jiang Ran, he was equally clueless about inner demons. Jiang Ran leaned against the doorframe, looking inside. What about Lin Xian? That little girl. She was supposed to stay here, but I eventually advised her to go back. Feeling Jiang Ran's gaze turning towards him, Yin Feng shrugged. After all, she wouldn't be of much help here, and she was crying quite sadly, so I let her go back first. Jiang Ran didn't say anything further. The two stood quietly at the door for over 10 minutes. Just as Yin Feng couldn't help but shift his numbed feet, the man in the ward suddenly shook and opened his eyes wide. His forehead was already dripping with cold sweat, and with one hand propped on the bed, he took several deep breaths, taking a few seconds to finally regain his composure. Professor Wen. Upon seeing him wake up, Yin Feng immediately walked over. When Shun raised his hand to stop Yin Feng from continuing to speak, he did not rush to explain, but instead pointed to the woman beside him, who still had her eyes closed. Yin Feng understood and closed his mouth. Another 10 minutes later, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Compared to when Shun, her condition was much better. However, her expression was not very good. When Shun was obviously extremely exhausted, even his speech was weak. Sister Xine, how is it? Did you succeed? Shuang Pei Xine sighed and shook her head. She looked at Yin Feng and explained, normal inner demons are usually the things that a person is most attached to or most afraid of. When inner demons emerge, they do not immediately take control of the awakened individual. Instead, most awakened individuals will instinctively resist their inner demons. Because after all, inner demons are evil thoughts, the dirtiest things in the world. The spiritual energy needed for awakened individuals to cultivate is in direct opposition to this evil energy, so when the two encounter each other, there will inevitably be conflict. And during their struggle, that is our best opportunity to enter their spiritual world and pull them out from the entanglement of inner demons. But this child, as Shuang Pei Xine spoke, her brows knitted together. His inner demon seems a bit off. No, it is very likely that it is not an inner demon, but that there is something inherently wrong with him. When I tried to push into his spiritual world, I discovered that the spiritual power within this child did not reject the inner demons at all. Oh, in fact, it seemed to welcome them. In other words, it wasn't the inner demons that actively entangled him, but rather he who welcomed the inner demons in. After Shuang Pei Xine finished speaking, the entire room fell into silence. If it weren't for Yin Feng's good reading comprehension skills, he would have almost struggled to keep up with what Shuang Pei Xine was saying. What does it mean to welcome inner demons in oneself? Is this something a normal person would do? For a moment, Yin Feng even thought he was out of touch with the times, otherwise how could he not understand at all? However, upon seeing Jiang Ran's equally furrowed brow, he suddenly felt relieved. Seeing Jiang Ran equally confused put him at ease. Jiang Ran thought for a long time and still couldn't figure out why Ling Zai would do such a thing. Can we see what his inner demon actually is? When Shun shook his head, no, the inner demon has already begun to merge with him. If we forcibly check, it could lead to his spiritual body being damaged. Shuang Pei Xian, fearing that Jiang Ran and Yin Feng wouldn't understand, kindly explained further. Our spiritual power is too strong, while his spiritual power is too weak. Even if we reduce the output of our spiritual power to the minimum, he still wouldn't be able to bear it. Yin Feng ran his fingers through his hair. So now, aside from forcibly waking him up, there are no other options. Shuang Pei Xian fell silent. Beside them, Wen Shun seemed hesitant, as if he wanted to say something, but was unsure whether to do so. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Actually, there are other options. What options? Jiang Ran looked at him. Use time to bring this child's state back to before he entered the illusion. Jiang Ran was somewhat astonished. No such a simple method. Why did you only just mention it? He thought Ling Zai was really going to be doomed. But first of all, let's not talk about the fact that only an awakened individual above the void realm can achieve. It seems Wen Shun noticed the reprimand in Jiang Ran's gaze, and hurriedly continued, moreover, this method cannot be a permanent solution. It is inevitable that he will produce inner demons. Even if we bring him back to the past, he will definitely give rise to inner demons again in the future, and the inner demons at that time will be even more terrifying than the current ones. Unless after he returns he no longer continues to cultivate, no longer uses his abilities, and honestly lives as an ordinary person, otherwise the strength of the inner demons will grow exponentially with his strength. At that time, once the inner demons fully mature. When Shun glanced at Ling Zai, who was lying on the bed unresponsive to everything around him like a vegetative state. This child may very well no longer be himself. Jiang Ran understood Wen Shun's meaning. Rather than a method for rescuing Ling Zai, it was more of a gamble concerning Ling Zai's future. If luck is on his side, Ling Zai might find a way to completely resolve his inner demon before it wholly replaces him. But if luck is not on his side, he won't even have the chance to live as an ordinary person. His consciousness would be entirely replaced by the inner demon, and at that point Ling Zai would no longer be Ling Zai. Thus the choice was whether to let Ling Zai remain at his current level, but retain his identity. Or should he choose to gamble on that uncertain future? Moreover, let alone how to choose. There was something even more brutal lying before them. Ling Zai lay in a coma, entangled by the inner demon, completely unaware of the outside world. So who would make this choice for him? It was a choice concerning a person's life as well as his future. No one could bear the future of another person. Yin Feng took a couple of steps to the side and leaned against the bedside table. He certainly would not participate in such matters. The fact that he could guard Ling Zai's hospital room for half a day already counted as him being very responsible. As for whether Ling Zai could wake up, whether he could practice after waking up, or even whether he would still be Ling Zai upon waking up, that had nothing to do with Yin Feng. After all, Ling Zai's inner demon was not caused by him, so why should he feel any other emotions because of an ordinary student? Jiang Ran stood by the bed momentarily at a loss for words. Shuang Peixin rubbed her temples, remaining silent as well. When Shun simply closed his eyes and began to quietly recover the majority of his depleted mental energy. He had already stated the method, as for how to choose they really couldn't be of much help. I'll go find someone. After nearly 5 minutes of silence in the room, Jiang Ran abruptly spoke up. If Jiang Ran were faced with this choice himself, he would undoubtedly choose to return to the past and confront the inner demon again. Betting on a future where he could almost see the outcome was better than lying here and becoming useless. But now was not the time to make a decision for himself, it was about making a choice for someone else. Jiang Ran thought for a full 5 minutes, gritted his teeth, and chose to return to the past. At the moment he made the choice, Jiang Ran could hardly bear to look at the unconscious Ling Zai lying on the bed, eyes tightly shut. If Ling Zai ultimately fails to find a way to resolve his inner demon, would he resent the person who made the choice for him before his consciousness is swallowed? He probably would. Therefore, rather than letting someone closer to Ling Zai endure this torment and resentment, it was better for him to take it on. Moreover, what if he could find a solution for Ling Zai in the future? Jiang Ran did not think he would be unable to achieve what others could not. He wasn't afraid of a malevolent deity or what was just an inner demon. Once his mental energy reached a certain level, he could easily handle it. Jiang Ran took a deep breath and turned to find someone. Let alone the inner demon, what he first needed to do was find an awakened one with time abilities from the spiritual realm. Jiang Ran exited the hospital room and stood in the corner preparing to make a call. Before he could make the call, Yin Feng, who had followed him, grabbed his arm. Yin Feng stared into Jiang Ran's eye. Have you thought about the decision you're making for him? If he ultimately cannot resist the inner demon in the future, who will he resent the most? Me, Jiang Ran replied nonchalantly. But so what? If he wants to hate me, then let him. After all, he can't do anything to me. There are plenty of people who hate me, one more won't make a difference. Yin Feng slightly furrowed his brows. Looking at Jiang Ran, who clearly understood everything yet pretended not to, he couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Why? Why go to such lengths for an ordinary person? Does it not matter to you that saving him could lead to— Jiang Ran, can't you be a little selfish? His inner demon has nothing to do with you. Whether he can continue practicing has nothing to do with you either. You could completely abandon him. But in the end, Yin Feng said nothing and slowly released his grip. Fine, go ahead and call. Jiang Ran glanced at him, but Yin Feng avoided his gaze and stood off to the side. Regarding this, Jiang Ran had nothing to say. He knew what kind of person Yin Feng was, and he could naturally guess how Yin Feng would think about such matters. However, Jiang Ran did not wish to evaluate the other's thoughts. There was no need for that. The phone rang twice before it was answered on the third ring. Hello, does my dear nephew miss me? Oh dear, it's only been a little while, and you already miss me. I'm still getting used to it. Do you know any awakened ones with time abilities from the spiritual realm? Jiang Ran interrupted when Ranking's words, getting straight to the point. When Renqing paused for a moment at this question. 2 seconds later he spoke with a hint of grievance. You called me just to ask this. Yeah, what else? Jiang Ran replied. When Renqing helplessly closed his eyes. I say, dear nephew, are you doing this on purpose? This person is obviously right beside you, yet you still have to run and ask me. Jiang Ran was slightly taken aback. Right beside him. The only person he knew with time abilities seemed to be his uncle, Commander Jiang Yueqin. But wasn't his uncle in the Void Realm? What, he hasn't even told you what his abilities are? Seeing Jiang Ran silent when Renqing began to ramble again. No way, wasn't he said to be the one who dotes on his nephew the most? If he hasn't even told you this, how can he be a good uncle? Oh dear, in my opinion, you don't need to treat him as— Beep! The call was abruptly cut off before when Renqing could finish. When Renqing stared at the black screen of his phone, his mouth twitching. Damn, he hadn't finished his sentence. Why did they hang up the call? Jiang Ran didn't bother to think about whether abruptly hanging up the call would upset his uncle. While contemplating the extent of the spiritual energy fluctuations when Jiang Yueqin had made his one and only move, he dialed Jiang Yueqin's number. Xiao Ran, uncle, are you in the spiritual realm? Jiang Ran's straightforward question took Jiang Yueqin by surprise. Why the sudden inquiry? Jiang Ran briefly explained Ling Zai's situation in the most concise language. Jiang Yueqin fell silent for more than 10 seconds on the other end. Uncle understands, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Jiang Yueqin, sitting in his office, looked at his phone and continued to remain silent for a few more seconds. Finally, he stood up, draped his coat over his shoulders, and strode out of the office. As Jiang Ran's elder, he did not agree with Jiang Ran making this choice for his classmate, yet in the end Jiang Yueqin said nothing. He may disagree, but that was just his opinion as Jiang Ran's uncle. It did not mean he would force Jiang. Moreover, as the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Day Department, Jiang Yueqin would not stand by and watch any child from the Dragon Kingdom perish. Recently I've been struggling with writer's block, and it's frustrating. After rereading the latest chapters yesterday, I suddenly realized how poorly they were written. Alas, I must atone for my sins by adding another chapter. That night Ling Zai woke up. After awakening, he felt dazed, staring blankly at the air in front of him, not speaking or moving. Jiang Ran stood at the doorway and knocked. Ling Zai slowly turned his head, but immediately looked away upon seeing Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was somewhat bewildered by his attitude. Well, you don't want to see me? No, Ling Zai replied sullenly. His physical state had returned to before he participated in the test, but his memories remained. The thought that he had been ensnared by an inner demon due to an illusion and couldn't break free made him unsure how to face Jiang Ran. How helpless he felt. Jiang Ran pulled a chair and sat by the bed. When Shun and Shuang Peixin had checked Ling Zai's mental state, and finding no major issues had already left. Yin Feng had gone downstairs not knowing where he was hiding to smoke. Jiang Yueqin had hurriedly left after receiving a phone call right when Ling Zai had just woken up. Jiang Ran had informed Lin Xian about Ling Zai waking up, and Lin Xian quickly replied that she would come over soon. Jiang Ran needed to clarify everything with Ling Zai before Lin Xian arrived, and casually asked him what exactly his inner demon was about. Upon hearing that his inner demon would continue to appear as he cultivated and would become increasingly stronger, Ling Zai showed little reaction. He expressed gratitude for Jiang Ran's assistance with this choice. Ling Zai didn't say it out loud. In truth, he was unable to move at that moment, but he could hear everything the others were saying beside him. Upon hearing when Shun mentioned a second method, he desperately wanted to tell them that he wished to reset time and return to the past, but he couldn't manage to speak. Fortunately, Jiang Ran chose what he desired. However, when Jiang Ran asked what his inner demon was, Ling Zai fell silent again. Not convenient to say. Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow. Ling Zai pressed his lips together. It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Before Ling Zai could gather his resolve to speak, Jiang Ran interrupted him. Ling Zai looked at Jiang Ran in surprise. The latter was leisurely peeling an orange, his expression as usual. I want to go to a secret realm tomorrow, and since you're awake, why don't you come with me? It'll be a breath of fresh air. Having peeled only 2 segments of the orange and losing interest in continuing, Jiang Ran casually placed the remaining orange on the bedside table and shifted the topic lightly. I think he'll pass. Jiang Ran had expected Ling Zai to enthusiastically agree, but to his surprise he softly rejected the offer. Jiang Ran's eyes widened. Do you dislike me now? No. Then does that mean you don't want to be friends with me? How could that be, Jiang Gu? Jiang Ran showed a puzzled expression. Then why don't you want to go to the secret realm with me? Ling Zai tightened his hands by his side eye. I'm afraid of holding you back. Huh, is that it? Jiang Ran crossed his legs and leaned back against the chair. I already said it's just for some fresh air. Where's the question of holding back? Or are you just not wanting to go with me, so you found an excuse to refuse? Jiang Ran shook his head, looking helpless. I didn't expect you to not want to see me so much. I thought our relationship was pretty good. It seems I was mistaken. No. Ling Zai raised his voice a notch. Realizing he had gotten a bit too excited, he cleared his throat twice. Then let's go together. Only then did Jiang Ran reveal a smile. Alright, it's settled then. They'll call you tomorrow. Secret realm no. 450. This secret realm is located on the outskirts of Shanjing City, less than 10 kilometers away from where Jiang Ran often goes fishing. The two drove over, and compared to before, Ling Zai's driving skills had greatly improved. This made Jiang Ran quite happy. At least he could rest easy in the car for a bit instead of constantly worrying about his safety. At the entrance of the secret realm, Jiang Ran took out his newly replaced student ID, which bore the gleaming title of Crownless King, and handed it over. The 2 guards at the entrance of the secret realm casually glanced at their student IDs and allowed them to pass. Upon entering the secret realm, the light suddenly dimmed, making it nearly impossible to see. Ling Zai was still in a daze while Jiang Ran skillfully flipped his ring and took out 2 flashlights. Click! 2 beams of light shot out. The 2 looked around and discovered they were in a cave. They found themselves in an open area at the intersection of 4 paths with tunnels leading in every direction, each entrance having the same width and height, and it was pitch black inside, making it impossible to see what lay within. Jiang Ran waved the flashlight randomly. Which way to go? You choose, or my luck isn't good. Ling Zai looked at the 2 tunnels in front and behind him before finally pointing the flashlight to the left. Are we going this way? Fine. Jiang Ran followed, closely shining the flashlight into the tunnel, feeling the breeze that blew from it. A smirk crept onto his lips in a place where Ling Zai couldn't see. I'm afraid of the dark, you go ahead. Jiang Ran shook the flashlight, urging Ling Zai to hurry. If it were the old Ling Zai, he would have dramatically exclaimed, Jiang Gu, you're afraid of the dark. But now he merely remained silent and stepped in first. 10 minutes later, a loud noise echoed from deep within the cave, followed by an enraged beast's roar. Jiang Ran quickly jumped to the side, remembering to turn off his flashlight, so the beast wouldn't notice him. He crouched on a protruding stone on the rock wall, and didn't forget to cheer Ling Zai. From below, Ling Zai, go for it. It's just a 4th-grade beast, you can't lose to it. Below, Ling Zai was entangled in a fierce struggle with a strange creature with blood-red eyes, and couldn't spare a moment to reply to Jiang Ran. This was a 4th-grade beast, and he had barely reached the peak of the fighting realm, still a long way from the river realm. One careless move, and he could be killed by a single swipe. Ling Zai was not as abnormal as Jiang Ran. Of fighting across realms was as simple as drinking water for him. He had to fully commit to the battle, or he would be waiting for death. However, despite the seriousness of the situation, he still harbored some doubts. Clearly he hadn't seen any beast at first, only a dead end blocked by a massive stone. But just as he and Jiang Ran planned to return the way they came, the beast suddenly leaped out, charging angrily at him. Had Ling Zai not reacted quickly enough, he would have been smashed into the rocks. Jiang Ran stood above, and since Ling Zai had put away his flashlight when the beast appeared, he could see nothing below except for the strikingly noticeable blood-red eyes in the darkness. However, Jiang Ran was not affected at all. He could see every move Ling Zai and the beast made. Watching as Ling Zai fought, he noticed a thoughtful expression on his face, prompting Jiang Ran to raise an eyebrow. Ling Zai, be careful. I'll quickly dodge. Yes, just like that, hit its eyes. Oh no, you missed. Jiang Ran's silence was better, but even though Ling Zai couldn't defeat the beast for the moment, he still managed to evade its attacks. However, ever since Jiang Ran began to give commands from afar, Ling Zai's rhythm had completely fallen apart. Recently, the plot has been poorly written, and I've been struggling with writer's block, coupled with a drop in data this week, making me feel anxious and distressed. I couldn't even sleep while feeling something was off. Last night at around 2 in the morning, I was still nitpicking details, but I still felt it was subpar. I'm not satisfied myself, and worry you won't like it either. I can only try to update more whenever I have time to atone. Bang! Ling Zai's back slammed hard against the rock wall, causing him to grimace in pain. Seeing that although Ling Zai was brought into the pit by him, at least he no longer continued to think wildly about the truth. Jiang Ran felt satisfied. Just as Ling Zai was about to be knocked away again, crashing into the rock wall, Jiang Ran finally decided to intervene. Lowering his head to gauge the distance, Jiang Ran stood up and jumped down. He landed precisely atop the head of the strange beast, whose entire body was pitch black and whose appearance was difficult to discern. The beast felt a weight on its head. Its gigantic claw aimed at Ling Zai paused momentarily before turning to strike its own head. Jiang Ran calculated the timing and nimbly jumped into the air just as the massive claw was about to fall. Bang! The beast nearly saw stars from the force of its own strike. So stupid. Jiang Ran couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. The beast seemed to understand human speech. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's comment, it roared in anger towards his direction. Jiang Ran wrinkled his nose at its foul breath. He flipped in the air, landing on another protruding rock, then extended his hand palm, facing the pair of blood-red eyes in midair. Boom! A torrent of water 3 meters in diameter erupted from his palm, striking the beast and creating a large hole, with countless blue glimmering blood splattering against the rock wall. Ling Zai pressed himself against the bottom of a concave rock wall, droplets of blue liquid falling from above, landing on his head. But he couldn't care less about staying clean. He simply raised his head, staring blankly at the blood-red eyes that Jiang Ran had struck, now fading into darkness. It turned out that a 4th-tier beast was truly this easy to deal with for Jiang Ran. In that moment, Ling Zai felt a hint of bitterness in his heart. He practiced desperately, striving to catch up. But no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to this person. Was the gap between people really this vast? Just as Ling Zai was about to sink into his emotions. Slap! A blinding beam of light shone directly upon him. Jiang Ran stood on a protruding rock, holding a flashlight, looking at him. Oh, you changed your hair color. Jiang Ran whistled, the flashlight beam circling around Ling Zai's hair. Not bad, not bad. Blue looks pretty good. He jumped down, landing silently and lightly like a cat walking on rooftops. After taking 2 steps to stand in front of Ling Zai, Jiang Ran held the flashlight in one hand, stroked his chin with the other, and after a moment nodded. Once I get tired of my current hair color, I'll dye it blue too. Only after Jiang Ran finished this sentence and shifted the flashlight beam elsewhere did Ling Zai slowly come back to his senses. He reached up to touch his head, finding it damp. His hair had just been drenched with the blood of that beast. Jiang Ran stood a short distance away. After joking about his hair, he shifted his gaze and began to swing the flashlight around in the cave. Ling Zai inexplicably sensed a hint of disdain from Jiang Ran's body language. What was he being disdainful about? A tiny voice in Ling Zai's head began to speak. What could he be disdainful about? Disdainful that you're too weak, unable to defeat even a 4th-tier beast. With that level of ability, what right do you have to be his friend? It's truly embarrassing to say out loud. Is it really like that? Ling Zai momentarily felt perplexed. Just as he was about to follow that voice's line of thought, Jiang Ran, who had been watching the flashlight beam dance around, suddenly turned his head. Why aren't you moving yet? I told you I'm afraid of the dark. How can I go if you don't walk in front of me? And besides, Jiang Ran's gaze fell upon his hair again. You've got a head full of beast blood, don't you feel disgusted? Ling Zai stared blankly at him. Seeing his foolish expression, Jiang Ran clicked his tongue. So stupid. Ling Zai didn't know when he had walked in front of Jiang Ran. He only knew that the inexplicable voice in his heart had quietly disappeared, and his mind was filled with one thought. Was it because his hair was dirty that Jiang Ran kept his distance? Jiang Ran quietly followed behind, one hand in his pocket. Before long, the two returned to the clearing where they first entered. Jiang Ran casually etched a symbol on the rock wall. They had just exited, saying, "Which way should we go next?" Since entering the secret realm, Jiang Ran had given up on thinking entirely, the whole time just saying which way to go. You go first. Well, then let's go back. And then how do we go? Ling Zai thought for a moment and pointed the flashlight to the right. Jiang Ran showed no discernible expression, merely raised his chin. You go in front. 15 minutes later, once again a familiar beast roar echoed. Jiang Ran crouched on a suspended platform, resting his chin on his hand, while observing below, occasionally shouting out commands. Then after Ling Zai was once again thrown away by the beast, due to Jiang Ran's invincible commands, Jiang Ran stepped down, defeating it in a single blow. However, this time, just a second before the stinking green blood could pour down on him, Ling Zai skillfully dodged. Jiang Ran, as usual, held up the flashlight, scanning the entire cave, finding nothing, and the two continued to retrace their steps. As for the remaining 2 caves, Ling Zai appeared much more practiced. At least he had given up thinking about why the beasts inside suddenly went berserk and only targeted him, never considering challenging Jiang Ran. Moreover, after experiencing the first 2 battles, although Ling Zai's cultivation hadn't jumped dramatically, his combat awareness and reaction speed had greatly improved. His mother no longer needed to worry about him being thrown away by a beast. The improvements gained from the first 3 battles allowed Ling Zai to fight against the 4th-tier beast for a solid half an hour without being thrown away once. Unfortunately, his ability's explosive power was limited, and he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill like Jiang Ran did. Jiang Ran remained on the suspended stone platform, idly pulling out his phone to play a single-player game. It wasn't until Ling Zai, exhausted and pushed back several meters by a gust of wind, gasping heavily, that Jiang Ran finally put away his phone, stretched, and stood up. A massive green light circle appeared out of thin air, perfectly enclosing the white beast within. In the next moment, countless blades of wind formed within the circle, starting to wildly crash about. In an instant, the beast, which had only sustained slight injuries, was now bleeding profusely, instantly transforming from a large mass into countless writhing chunks of meat. Jiang Ran yawned, jumped down from the platform, and as he landed, he deliberately calculated the angle, ensuring his feet didn't touch any of the blood. Let's go, the exit should be open now. However, after waiting 2 minutes, Ling Zai still hadn't taken the initiative to step forward and lead the way. Jiang Ran turned his head, puzzled, only to see Ling Zai standing on his tiptoes in the only clean spot, looking at the beast corpses before him with a troubled expression. Jiang Ran, wait, you can endure being drenched in beast blood, but now you're suddenly acting like a clean freak. Hurry up. Ling Zai glanced at Jiang Ran, then at the ground, his face scrunching up like a bun. Brother Jiang, this is way too smelly. Jiang Ran was speechless. Isn't your ability gravity? Is there any chance you could try to manipulate your own gravity to make your body slightly levitate? Ling Zai was shocked. Can it be done like that? In that moment, Ling Zai felt that his entire world had opened up. Right, his own gravity, that's also gravity. Ling Zai had an epiphany. Just as he gained new insight into gravity, a sound of chains breaking suddenly rang out within him. Ling Zai's expression changed dramatically. Without the time to care about the dirtiness or smell of the beast blood beneath him, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Seeing Ling Zai suddenly enter a state of breakthrough, Jiang Ran's mouth twitched. After struggling for so long, in the end, it was still you who took the initiative to sit down. Then why were you so hesitant just now? After breaking through to the river realm, Ling Zai was hurriedly taken away by Wen Shun shortly after exiting the secret realm. Although Ling Zai insisted that he was fine and felt no inner demon, Wen Shun was still uneasy and insisted on taking him to find Shuang Peixin for a thorough checkup. Jiang Ran leaned against his car, watching Wen Shun's vehicle leave with a flourish, and let out a silent sigh. It seems I'll have to drive myself home. In the following week, Jiang Ran was once again forced to return to a routine of struggling to get up for classes 4 out of 7 days. Yes, with the new semester their schedule was updated as well. Jiang Ran's timetable indicated he had only 6 classes for the week, but all were in the morning. On Monday and Tuesday mornings there were 2 classes each, and on Wednesday and Thursday, just 1 class each day. After 4 consecutive days, Jiang Ran felt like he wanted to die. Getting up early to attend class was more painful than facing off against a 6th-grade exotic beast. At the podium, an elderly teacher with reading glasses was speaking passionately. Below the podium, most of the students were on the verge of dozing off. Some appeared to be listening attentively, but in reality, they had already fallen asleep for a while. Jiang Ran was dreaming of reaching the source realm, punching Bai Yu and kicking Yin Feng, with Wen Renqing serving him tea and massaging his shoulders and feet. Before he could angrily scold Wen Renqing for being so light-handed, a series of knocks jolted him awake from his beautiful dream. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yin Feng with a face as dark as could rival Bao Gong standing in front of his desk, staring at him languidly. Jiang Ran slowly sat up, forcing a smile of a model student. Ahem, good morning, teacher Yin. Yin Feng with a dark expression replied, I'm not good. Jiang Ran scratched his head. Oh, whether he was good or not had nothing to do with him. Seeing Jiang Ran's indifferent expression, as if he didn't care, made Yin Feng want to smash him. After giving him another glare, Yin Feng turned and walked out of the classroom. Come here, I have something to discuss. The office designated for the head teacher after half a year of careful decoration by Yin Feng looked even more minimalist than before. There was not a single valuable item in sight, leaving one to wonder who it was protecting against. At that moment in the office, a handsome boy with pink hair was lounging on the chair belonging to the head teacher, exuding an arrogant demeanor as if he was about to put his feet up on the desk. The head teacher himself was sitting on a small sofa, looking quite aggrieved as he glared at him with resentful eyes. Jiang Ran sat on the chair swinging his legs and feigned a mature tone. Little Yin, if you need my help with anything, just say so. Given our friendship over the years, I will consider it seriously. Yin Feng's face was filled with black lines. This kid give him a little sunlight, and he thinks he can soar. Be serious, what I want to discuss with you is important. Jiang Ran hummed twice, but obediently put down his crossed legs. A new secret realm appeared in Linyun City adjacent to Shangjing the day before yesterday. After investigation, it was confirmed that it was a newly formed resource-type secret realm. Since Linyun City is very close to Shangjing, the exploration of this new secret realm will be conducted jointly by Linyun City and Shangjing City. Considering that most new awakeners this academic year have never participated in secret realm explorations, Principal Yuan negotiated for the approval of Tianfu Academy and Longting University's first-year students to participate in this exploration with 3 slots allocated to each school. Jiang Ran listened quietly, not interrupting. However, his expression gradually became a bit strange. Didn't he hear this same speech shortly after starting his freshman year? That's right, what were the gains from the last so-called secret realm exploration? It seemed they gained nothing, and he lost several down jackets and jackets, as well as 2 cashmere blankets. Yin Feng immediately understood what he wanted to express, and raised a hand helplessly saying, "This time it's truly and naturally occurring secret realm, and it can be confirmed 100 that it is a resource type. I'm genuinely letting you go to broaden your horizons with no ulterior motives." Jiang Ran displayed a disinterested expression. "Oh, then just let someone else go. I've seen enough, I don't need to broaden my horizons any further." Yin Feng's lips twitched in silence. "Jiang Xiaoran, could you stop saying such pretentious things? It's really easy to get beaten up, you know." "No, you must go." Yin Feng leaned back looking exhausted. "This opportunity was specifically sought by Principal Yuan for you. It wouldn't be right for you to not go." Jiang Ran exclaimed softly. "Hiss, if that's the case, not going might indeed disappoint Principal Yuan. What about the remaining 2 slots? Have they been decided already?" Since he had to go, Jiang Ran naturally hoped that the remaining 2 slots would belong to people he knew. "The remaining 2 will be decided by drawing lots." Coincidentally, I haven't drawn yet, so you can go ahead." Yin Feng took out his phone, opened the lot drawing app he had prepared, and handed it to Jiang Ran. Having some understanding of his luck, Jiang Ran took the phone, barely glanced at it, and directly pressed the button. One name after another began to flash quickly on the screen. After a few seconds, the speed gradually slowed down, finally stopping on 2 names, Xia Shi and Lu Xuqing. Jiang Ran looked at these 2 names somewhat satisfied. It seemed his luck wasn't that bad. Indeed, the reason he had been so unlucky before was all due to being infected by Shi Yin and Xiang Jingji. The time for the secret realm exploration was set for Saturday at 8 in the morning. At 7:58 at the entrance of the secret realm, even from a distance, others could feel the intense resentment radiating from a certain pink-haired individual. Having finally made it to the weekend where they didn't have to get up early for class, everyone else chose to sleep in until the afternoon in their dormitories. However, Jiang Ran not only couldn't sleep in, but had to wake up even earlier than usual when he had classes. Had he known the exploration time would be so early, he might as well not have come. Lu Xuqing, who had carefully poked Jiang Ran, who had transformed back into a little chubby boy after a winter break, was also struggling to keep his eyes open. "Jiang Gu, we should head in now." Jiang Ran covered his mouth and let out a long yawn. Let's go. The 3 slots from Longting University were filled by 2 girls and 1 boy. Initially, the 3 planned to greet the Demon King to establish some familiarity. However, feeling the overwhelming resentment, they were too frightened to approach, huddling together like quails with the exploration team. The exploration team consisted of 7 members who were already a small squad with very good teamwork. Their leader was a tall woman with a ponytail who introduced herself as Cheng Liendi. "Team Cheng." Jiang Ran adjusted his clothing, trying to wake himself up. He then walked over and greeted her proactively. Cheng Liendi naturally recognized Jiang Ran, but knowing him didn't mean they had to treat him differently. She nodded at Jiang Ran in acknowledgement, then glanced at Lu Xuqing and Xia Shi, who were following behind him. Confirming the personnel was correct, Cheng Liendi signaled to another doll-faced woman in her team. The doll-faced woman nodded and pulled out a golden key from her pocket.